This kid refused to choose a specific class for himself, like a mage or a summoner. But Yun Chen, he made a completely different choice. He chose to be classless, meaning someone without a dedicated job class. While a classless can use a variety of skills, they're all just low-level abilities with mediocre power. If you chose a suitable class and seriously leveled it up, you'd definitely have a much brighter future. After the world changed, the college entrance exams weren't about regular academics anymore. The students had to face dungeons filled with monsters, and failure meant actual death. There were 3 difficulty levels, ranging from easy to hell. The points for clearing the dungeon, of course, varied accordingly. The students needed to gauge their own strength to choose the right difficulty. This whole exam process was being broadcast live for everyone to see. After the exam began, most of the students chose to form parties to fight together. I mean, staying alive is what matters most, right? Only a few top students from the elite class chose to go solo. Suddenly, the supervisors watching the monitors spotted a very familiar figure. This kid wasn't in a party either. He was on his own, carrying all sorts of weapons from a bunch of different classes. But he's not a member of the elite rocket class, so why is he times carrying so many different weapons? Don't tell me he's one of those no-class, classless types. Most people thought Yun Chen was a complete idiot for choosing to be classless. Relying on those low-level skills was just useless. When Yun Chen's homeroom teacher saw this, he started sweating bullets. That fool. He just wouldn't listen, refused to pick a class, and today of all days, he chose to run a hell difficulty dungeon. Is he trying to get himself killed? The academy's dean standing next to him looked even more grim. The homeroom teacher wiped the sweat from his forehead and forced a laugh to hide his embarrassment. This kid's talent is perfectly suited for being classless. He'll probably be fine, right? Yun Chen steeled himself to enter the dungeon. As expected of a hell-level difficulty, just standing at the gate felt grim and terrifying. Outside, everyone assumed Yun Chen must be so scared he was about to piss his pants. But right then, he activated a speed skill from the swordsman class. Even weighed down by a mountain of weapons, this skill let Yun Chen move like he was flying. He quickly closed in on the monsters inside the dungeon. They looked like goblins? The moment they saw him, they shrieked and charged forward to attack. But then Yun Chen used a mage skill, Fireball. A ferocious flame shot out, instantly taking out more than a dozen of the little goblins. Everyone watching on the screens was in shock. This couldn't be the work of a classless with just basic skills. In fact, it was even more powerful than many low-level mages. Just as the goblin formation fell apart, the staff in Yun Chen's hand transformed into a sword. He was a swordsman now, taking out the remaining goblins one by one. His movements were beautiful, swift, and decisive. And that skill, Wind Flame Slash. Its power was nothing to scoff at. The audience was now split into 2 camps. One side was cheering wildly for Yun Chen's spectacular style, while the other simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. Because, as far as they knew, the classless were always mediocre, totally useless. The dean was now paying close attention to Yun Chen. The power behind his skills was clearly superior. The homeroom teacher explained that Yun Chen had awakened his own innate talent, and that talent was all-purpose. Hearing this, the dean just shook his head. People with this talent could learn skills from any class, but their upgrade limit was capped at C+. Looking at this young man, the dean could only feel it was a waste, thinking that Yun Chen would only get weaker and weaker as time went on. But that's because no one knew what he was, times holding in his hands. After a bit of a slaughter, Yun Chen cleared the first stage. He pushed open the heavy stone door, preparing to enter the second. Inside was a teeming horde of goblins. It was impossible to even count them all. Not only were there more of them, but this bunch was also tougher to deal with than the run-of-the-mill goblins in the first stage, because they had higher levels and even their own unique skills. A normal person wouldn't be able to see these details. But Yun Chen possessed the appraisal skill. With just a glance, he could read his opponent's level, skills, and attributes. There were nearly 100 of them, a bit crowded, and the position he was standing in wasn't exactly ideal. Now this was going to be interesting. A goblin in the lead pointed at Yun Chen, then let out a few growls. The whole mob behind it got the message and began to advance together. Get this mob even had its own little pep band, with drums and horns to boost morale. Yun Chen carefully assessed the goblins. They were actually trying to use a strategy. The warrior and knight types charged to the front, while the ones with magic abilities stayed in the back to cast spells. Letting you coordinate would be a real pain. Yun Chen pulled out his staff. He used the light flash technique, creating an incredibly blinding light. This skill temporarily restricts the enemy's vision. And sure enough, the goblin's formation immediately fell into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Chen stealthily approached the goblin mage from behind. This was thanks to the assassin class's stealth skill. He took out the goblin mage with a single, clean slice to the throat. By the time the others recovered from the blinding light, they had surrounded Yun Chen again. Faced with this, he wasn't scared at all. Yun Chen used the Shadow Clone skill, followed by a series of his favorite moves from the Assassin class. Backstabs, heart-piercing strikes. Yun Chen used every trick in the book to take down the goblins. His movements were agile, his skills coordinated flawlessly, and soon, more than half the goblin horde had been wiped out. A red goblin was now reaching its boiling point with rage. Yun Chen noticed it too. Could that thing activate some kind of berserk mode? The very next second, just as he predicted, that goblin suddenly grew in size, its state becoming much more frenzied. Yun Chen just leaped up lightly to dodge, raised his staff, and began to summon the water element. Outside, the live feed suddenly cut to an image of a student from the elite rocket class. In our terms, that basically means a top student from the honors program. But the audience erupted in protest. Nobody wanted to watch Times That Times guy. They were all glued to the classless nobody, Yun Chen. The chat was exploding with complaints. Everyone was talking about this kid. He was proficient in every class, controlling every skill with absolute perfection. At this point, Yun Chen was nothing short of a monster. Even the swordsman class instructor had to praise him. His execution was flawless, even better than many who specialize in the assassin class. Under pressure from the audience, the broadcast team had to switch the feed back to Yun Chen. At that moment, he had summoned a water elemental to fight off the regular goblins. Meanwhile, Yun Chen himself was in a one-on-one fight with the boss. He'd intentionally stalled for time earlier to let the monster's rage mode expire. It was back to its normal form now, but as the boss of a hell difficulty dungeon, it was certainly no pushover. Seeing the goblin boss about to charge, Yun Chen used a mechanist skill again. He placed a leg trap that immobilized the boss for 2 seconds, then followed up with a fireball spell, aiming straight for the enemy's head and blinding it in one eye. With its vision limited and now injured, the goblin began to panic. In its daze, its foot landed on another device. This was also something Yun Chen had set in advance. A massive explosion erupted with terrifying power, the shockwave shaking the entire area. But that wasn't enough. Yun Chen himself knew this skill wouldn't be enough to kill the monster. And sure enough, after the thick smoke cleared, it was still alive. Its rage now at its absolute peak, it prepared to unleash its strongest skill, Struggle Trample. But Yun Chen had already anticipated this. A green aura flared to life in his hand. Asterisk. Not a chance. Asterisk. Countless tentacles erupted from the ground, wrapping tightly around the goblin's arms and legs. Yun Chen controlled even more tentacles, forming them into whips that lashed directly across the monster's face. The goblin ground its teeth, its eyes streaked with blood vessels, showing it had been pushed to its limit. Yun Chen continued to show off, this time using ice-bone bullets. Getting hit by this would cause his opponent to lose 35% of its attack and movement speed. The goblin was still bound tight, unable to budge. What followed was a complete flex of skills from a whole range of different classes, all from Yun Chen. One attack followed another, all aimed squarely at the boss. It was completely helpless, able to do nothing but let out agonizing screams. Outside, the audience was left even more speechless in amazement. A boss monster in a hell difficulty dungeon was being beaten so badly it couldn't land a single counterattack. What's more, Yun Chen wasn't just throwing out skills at random. The way he combined his attacks was just flawlessly fluid. By now, people were already starting to congratulate Yun Chen's homeroom teacher. With a performance like this, the boy could easily break into the top 5 in the entire province, setting a new record for their school. The headmaster was now stroking his beard, laughing heartily. With a display like this from Yun Chen, he figured that even breaking into the top 3 wouldn't be difficult. As a result, homeroom teacher Jin was suddenly being treated with much more favor. Outside, the underclassmen were going wild over how cool this upperclassman was. Many of them even wanted to drop their current classes to follow the path of a classless player, just like Yun Chen. The second stage was successfully cleared. Yun Chen took a few more steps, pushed open the stone door, and prepared to enter the next stage. He beat the boss and he's not even going to rest? That's just too arrogant. That's no different from asking for a death wish. A murmur went through the crowd below, and the headmaster, who had just calmed down a few minutes ago, started to get angry again. Yun Chen clearly had enough time to rest, but to just continue on to the next stage without recovering his strength was a truly reckless decision. The mage class instructor shook his head. The next stage wouldn't have any more weaklings. No matter how skilled Yun Chen was, he couldn't possibly have mastered every single class to the highest level. Entering that area without his mana and stamina fully recovered was just plain stupid. Inside, Yun Chen was already facing the third stage. Goblins were arranged in orderly rows, and all of them were high level. These ones were aggressive and moved with speed. The moment they saw Yun Chen enter, they launched a simultaneous attack. The 3 soldiers Yun Chen had created with his water elemental were also about to disappear as their summon time was up. Asterisk, well, might as well get one last use out of them. Asterisk, Yun Chen ordered them to charge forward and form a defensive wall, successfully blocking the goblins' furious assault. When the dust settled, the goblins were scared stiff. The young man standing across from them had, at some point, pulled out 2 guns that were already cocked and loaded. Guns meant that the next skill Yun Chen used would belong to the marksman class. Although its damage output is high, it's incredibly difficult to control. One of its skills is called Passionate Pursuit. Each successful hit adds another stack of damage, up to a maximum of 25 stacks. Therefore, to achieve maximum damage, you absolutely have to land every single shot. He can't do it. That mage instructor shook his head again. Inside the dungeon, Yun Chen fired his first shot. It was a hit. Outside, the underclassmen erupted in cheers. Shot after shot rang out, and Passionate Pursuit had already stacked up to its 3rd level. After that, Yun Chen got even more ostentatious, using a whole series of other marksman skills. To say he was a perfect shot was no exaggeration in the slightest. The goblins were wiped out in a flash. The audience outside was completely and utterly captivated. It goes without saying that the students were head over heels for Yun Chen, but even the teachers were in unanimous agreement that the kid was godlike in his strength. The headmaster and teacher Jin could both finally breathe a sigh of relief. The other teachers noticed that from the moment Yun Chen started the exam until now, he hadn't drunk a single potion. Stamina potions, health potions. The other students had already drunk so many they were about to burst, but he hadn't touched a single vial. The headmaster couldn't tell if the kid was arrogant, reckless, or just that confident. Only teacher Jin knew the truth. He hadn't brought any potions from the start. With that shabby backpack of his, just carrying an arsenal of that size was already pushing its limits. Yun Chen inspected his 2 guns. He'd fired them so much they were both overloaded. Without any hesitation, he decisively threw them away. The headmaster was once again confused. He turned to question teacher Jin. Are his guns broken? What happened? What tier are his guns? The ultra-cheap kind, the lowest tier, the homeroom teacher stammered. What kind of homeroom teacher are you? How could you let a student use junk for the university entrance exam? The headmaster flew into a rage, but it was unfair to blame teacher Jin. Yun Chen's family was dirt poor. He was an orphan, and he had a little sister to look after. To tell him to buy good weapons for the exam was truly asking for too much. When the headmaster heard this, his eyes welled up with tears. If he had known earlier that they had such a talented student, he wouldn't have hesitated to use his own money to buy him good gear. Yun Chen stood before the stone door. The next stage was the final boss. If he keeps up this pace, he can absolutely take first place, Yun Chen shouted authoritatively. Open! This was the final stage that would decide everything. If he succeeded, he would become the first top-ranked student in the province, breaking the school's all-time record. Such a promising prodigy. If he fails to bring glory to the school simply because his equipment is too poor, then I have no right to call myself a teacher. The dean shot a sidelong glance at the head teacher and announced loudly. Head teacher Jin, drenched in sweat, stared at the live feed and muttered, Yun Chen, you have to hold on. Yun Chen pushed open the heavy stone door. The others probably hadn't even made it past the second trial, yet here he was, entering the final stage. Countless eyes were fixed on Yun Chen, anticipating this historic moment. They no longer cared how the other students were faring in the assessment. Just as Yun Chen stepped into the final chamber, the live feed suddenly disconnected. A chorus of curses erupted from the crowd below. What the hell? Did they really have to cut the stream at the most suspenseful moment? While everyone was busy fuming, one female student noticed something was off. If you looked closely, someone had died in the dungeon. They had been so focused on Yun Chen's every move that only now did they notice that not just one, but countless people had died inside. Most of them were finished off by the monster boss in the second trial. Countless others had also been forced to drop out of the exam at this stage. They emerged from the dungeon in a horrendous state, barely clinging to life. Yun Chen's flawless performance had made everything seem simple, but in reality, this was the most difficult university entrance exam in history. The underclassmen started to panic. At this rate, even if they studied for several more years, it would be difficult for them to clear the stage as smoothly as Yun Chen just had. Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, the dean ordered the feed to be switched back to Yun Chen. Right now, they needed someone strong enough to rally everyone's spirits, and the most promising candidate at the moment was, without a doubt, Yun Chen. At this moment, he was face-to-face with the strongest boss of the final stage. It sat alone in the chamber, arrogantly perched on a throne made of gemstones and skulls. Seeing Yun Chen enter, the boss's voice boomed threateningly. Human, this is not a place you should tread. As the final goblin boss stood up, Yun Chen felt a wave of immense pressure. As expected of the final boss of a hell-level dungeon, this kind of pressure was truly rare, and this monster could even speak human language. But unfortunately for you, you've only got 20 seconds to live. Yun Chen activated the fighter's Blood Ridge skill. This skill boosted all of his attributes by a full 80% for 20 seconds. His attack speed, movement speed, and armor penetration also increased by a solid 75%. But when those 20 seconds were over, his entire body would enter a weakened state for 3 minutes. During that time, all his attributes would be reduced by 75%. The crowd outside was in an uproar, using Blood Ridge right at the start. Yun Chen was going for an all-or-nothing gambit. Head teacher Jin trembled all over. This decision was far too risky. This was practically a suicide mission. The dean was so agitated his blood pressure was about to blow. "Get my blood pressure medication! Quick, quick!" After activating Blood Ridge, Yun Chen rapidly closed in on the goblin. He was incredibly fast, but this monster was just too strong. The axe in its hand swung down, cleaving the figure in front of it in two. The entire stadium fell silent, but the dean was the first to realize the truth. The thing the Goblin King had just sliced through was merely an afterimage of Yun Chen. His real body had already circled behind it, slashing a long gash across its back. As the goblin turned around, Yun Chen followed up with a light flash technique, aiming straight for its eyes. This was it. This was the best chance to finish his opponent. It was a great plan, but sadly, it didn't happen. Enraged by Yun Chen's dirty trick, the goblin went berserk, instantly entering a frenzied state. The long spear in his hand snapped in two. Out of options, Yun Chen was forced to use tentacles to temporarily bind the monster's arms. But due to the effect of the opponent's berserk state, his Blood Ridge timer had been reduced. Now, he only had a mere 13 seconds left. Things were about to get interesting. Yun Chen's spear, snapping in half, sent a wave of anxiety through everyone, especially the dean. He believed that such a grueling battle should not involve such shoddy weapons. Jin Sheng, do you understand what I mean? Head teacher Jin, of course, understood. Had he known, he would have paid out of his own pocket to equip his student. But once you entered the dungeon, no one could help Yun Chen anymore. If he died because of poor equipment, then head teacher Jin would become a sinner for the ages, and the dean would surely throttle him. On his end, Yun Chen was also in a tight spot. He had wanted to destroy the Goblin Monarch before it entered its berserk state, but he never imagined that moment would come so quickly. This was going to be tough to handle now, and time was running out. Yun Chen activated his Identify Weakness skill, but the creature before him had no weaknesses at all. Now he was in real trouble. The Goblin Monarch swung its axe relentlessly towards Yun Chen. His Blood Ridge state hadn't ended yet, so at his current speed, he could easily dodge. The goblin stomped 1 foot hard on the ground, and the earth split open. Yun Chen couldn't keep his footing and was injured. He panted heavily, his strength waning. Only 9 seconds of Blood Ridge remained. Outside, the group of female students who had just been claiming Yun Chen as their husband were now a mess of tears. The Blood Ridge was about to end, and he hadn't even broken through the goblin's defense, let alone dealt any damage to it. Both the dean and the head teacher were worried sick. The spear was broken, the sword was gone, and to make matters worse, he had no healing potions. At this rate, it looked like he was about to meet his ancestors. The Goblin Monarch took a few more steps toward Yun Chen. Its enormous axe was raised high. "Now, you can die." 7 seconds left. Yun Chen suddenly lifted his head and shot back a defiant question. "Is that so?" At that very moment, numerous tentacles erupted from behind the monster. The Goblin Monarch hurriedly chopped them down with its axe. The students outside assumed Yun Chen was just flailing in a last-ditch effort. Those tentacles from the Drit class are only for control. They don't have any offensive power. But the dean chuckled. It seemed the kid had figured out the core element. A moment ago, Yun Chen had used his skill to find the opponent's weak point, but found nothing. However, no exam would ever present a monster with no weaknesses. The Goblin Monarch's weak point was simply on its back, meticulously concealed by its cloak. Its secret discovered, the monster began to panic. Yun Chen activated the fighter's Fist of Fire skill. There were 3 seconds left until Blood Rage ended, but that was enough to take this thing down. He reappeared behind the monster as if from thin air. The tentacles had now tightly bound its body. The Goblin Monarch wasn't stupid. Not wanting to be hit in its weak spot, it twisted its body around. The flame Yun Chen launched struck it in the chest. "Humph. An attack of this level can only knock me back. How could it possibly cause any serious damage? You've lost. Your Blood Ridge has ended. Is Yun Chen going to lose? No. There's no way the main character loses. No matter how smart that goblin was, it could never calculate with the precision of a human. Right where it was falling, Yun Chen had already planted a sword. The monster's back landed squarely on the blade, a final finishing blow. Yun Chen, completely drained of energy, collapsed onto the ground. An announcement rang out. Yun Chen had successfully cleared the dungeon on hell-level difficulty. The total clear time was 14 minutes and 47 seconds. His score for the university entrance exam was officially recorded. For Yun Chen, the test was now over. Outside, the entire stadium seemed to erupt. Everyone was absolutely thrilled that Yun Chen had cleared the final stage. In total, it had taken him exactly 20 seconds to defeat the monster. Inside the dungeon, Yun Chen was receiving his clear rewards. He leveled up 3 times in an instant, along with a pile of skill points and countless items. What's more, because he was the first person to ever clear this dungeon, Yun Chen also unlocked an achievement. Between the 3 options, Yun Chen ultimately chose rapid casting. This achievement was a magic-based skill that shortened the time needed to chant and cast spells. The new gear he got was all high-quality stuff. At least, it was way better than the old scrap he'd been using. With this new gear, fighting the Goblin Monarch again would probably only take me 5 seconds. It's time to get out of here. Yun Chen left the dungeon. The moment he stepped out, the stadium exploded with roaring cheers. Yun Chen the champion! Yun Chen beloved by all! What the hell is this? Yun Chen stared around, looking completely dumbfounded as countless cameras pointed right at him. The academy's president himself came out to greet him. Teacher Kan's face was absolutely beaming. The two of them flanked Yun Chen, holding him tightly for a commemorative photo. The president said he'd report the test results as soon as they were out. For now, he told him to go home and rest. But it didn't just stop there. The president even sent his personal driver to take Yun Chen home in his own supercar. This kind of treatment was completely unprecedented. As soon as Yun Chen left, the director of the Bureau of Education called the president. It looked like this school was about to hit the big time. When he arrived home, Yun Chen's little sister was already waiting. The little girl had cooked a huge meal and even made a point to buy some extra meat to help him recover, since today was the day of his university exam. Yun Chen looked at his sister, a bittersweet feeling washing over him. His father had died 10 years ago in a war against mutated monsters. His mother had passed away a few years after that from a heart condition caused by overwork. Yun Chen had worked so hard all these years, and his sister had grown more and more mature because of it. Now, he finally had some promising results. Their life wouldn't be so hard anymore. How did your exam go today? Did everything go smoothly? Yun Chen didn't hide anything from her, gently explaining that the president was certain he would place in the top 3. When his little sister heard that, her eyes immediately lit up. She was deliriously happy, because this meant they could finally afford meat for dinner from now on. Over the next few days, Yun Chen continued to diligently grind missions for skill points. University would require a lot more skill points than high school, and if he was lucky, he might even be able to unlock a hidden class. 5 days later, after finishing a mission, he had just gotten home when his sister threw herself into his arms. She happily announced that Yun Chen had placed number 1. He was the valedictorian for the entire province. It turned out he'd left in such a rush that morning that he'd forgotten his phone. People had been blowing it up ever since. As soon as she finished speaking, the phone rang again. It was the president. Yun Chen answered. An anxious, elderly voice came from the other end. Why didn't you pick up after all my calls? Oh, whatever, it's not important. This afternoon, university recruiters are coming to the school. Get ready and come pick one for yourself. This feeling. Yun Chen had no idea which university to choose. He was buzzing with anticipation. Suddenly, memories from 3 years ago came flooding back. On the day of his talent assessment, Yun Chen was discovered to possess the almighty talent. Everyone thought he was a failure, and even he believed he was useless. But in his moment of deepest despair, Yun Chen had suddenly acquired the system. It was truly a gift from the heavens. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. He was in a completely new position now. He wondered what the system would reward him with for becoming valedictorian. Yun Chen assumed the reward would be more expensive equipment, but to his surprise, his almighty talent was upgraded from B rank to A+. This meant all of his skills could be leveled up even further, and it came with a cross of rebirth. If the owner dies, the cross is automatically consumed and finds a safe place for them to resurrect. To just get an extra life like that, it was unbelievably precious. Yun Chen also received a new talent called Super Recovery, and another ability called a God Point. Super Recovery would allow him to avoid most fatal injuries, and the God Point could allow Yun Chen to tear through space, teleporting from one location to another in the blink of an eye. Yun Chen's house was surrounded by a swarm of reporters. He and his sister barely managed to get out. When they arrived at the school, other students were also being blocked by reporters asking about the valedictorian. Meanwhile, a meeting was taking place in the president's office. Recruiters from various universities were all there to make an offer to Yun Chen. But the representative from Qingdai University became furious when he heard Yun Chen was just a classless wanderer. He demanded that the president make Yun Chen switch to a different class immediately, or he would have absolutely no chance of getting into Qingdai. Furthermore, the old man argued that even as the valedictorian, a classless wanderer like him had no future. And it didn't stop there. The student who came with him added fuel to the fire, suggesting that Yun Chen must have used some kind of trick to achieve such a high score on the exam. After some more back and forth, the meeting room descended into chaos. The president was getting a splitting headache. At that exact moment, Yun Chen kicked the door open and stormed in. So, you're trying to sling mud at me. Is that it? The president started to make an introduction, but Yun Chen waved him off. He had been standing outside and had heard everything. Yun Chen walked straight up to the student. Well, I'm here now. You want to see what kind of tricks I use? What do you want to try? As the valedictorian, I challenge you. If I can't defeat you in 5 moves, I'll admit I lost. A recent high school graduate wanted to challenge an elite university student. The guy clearly thought it was just some arrogant rookie getting ahead of himself. He laughed out loud, but still accepted the challenge. The president's face went pale with anger. This student was giving him a serious headache. That university student was a level 19 class holder. while Yun Chen was a level 13 classless. How could he possibly win? They left the meeting room and headed for the training arena. The student, Nguyen Chao, looked incredibly smug. He figured he could take Yun Chen down in just 3 moves. The president and Dean Kan were extremely worried, but what had been said couldn't be taken back. At this point, all they could do was pray that Yun Chen could somehow pull off a miracle. His opponent was also a mage, and he pointed to the staff in Yun Chen's hand. It used to be a staff on the outside with a long sword hidden inside, but the blade had broken in the last fight, so now it could only be used for magic. Even so, it was more than enough to beat him. Nguyen Chao was enraged by this. You think you can beat me with magic? How arrogant. He raised his staff and began chanting an incantation. With his accelerated casting skill, he should have been able to launch a spell in just 0.7 seconds. He arrogantly thought there was no way Yun Chen could possibly keep up with that speed. But the moment he looked up, a fireball was already in his face. Nguyen Chao couldn't believe Yun Chen's casting speed was even faster than his own. Thrown onto the defensive, all Nguyen Chao could do was conjure a temporary magic shield to block the attack. But Yun Chen's fireball was too strong. Cracks immediately spiderwebbed across the shield. In the end, it shattered completely, just as several more fireballs descended upon him. Nguyen Chao had no time to dodge and was quickly engulfed in the flames. Game over. Yun Chen looked on smugly at the explosion. His opponent was now battered and covered in soot. That arrogant smirk wiped clean off his face. But Yun Chen wasn't about to let him off that easily. He stepped forward, planted a foot on his opponent's back, and announced in a deliberately provocative tone, "Is this the best Kandai University has to offer?" The instructors from the other universities witnessed the whole thing, and any doubts they had about Yun Chen's abilities vanished. His file stated his skill limit was C rank, but based on the color of that fireball, it had to be at least B rank. The jobless class always had one fatal flaw, a hard cap on skill levels. But somehow, Yun Chen had managed to break through it and advance. This meant that in the future, he could become a true jack of all trades, a master of every class, basically invincible. The instructors immediately swarmed him, fighting over him, except for the one from Kandai University, who just stood there, seething with rage. So what if he has a talent for a one-time advancement? It's useless. He still has no future. And you people are fighting over him like vultures. But the other instructors weren't kids. They wouldn't be swayed by his bitter remarks. In the end, the guy from Kandai left in a state of utter humiliation. He completely ignored Nguyen Chao, who was still lying unconscious on the ground. Meanwhile, the others were still desperately trying to recruit Yun Chen. Of all the offers, Jiangnan University's was the most generous. They were willing to provide him with every entry-level skill book for every single class. And not just books from their own country, but class skill books from other nations as well. Once enrolled, if he performed well, Yun Chen would also be taught hidden skills and gifted a multiform weapon, the absolute best fit for someone of the jobless class. Damn, Jiangnan University was playing for keeps. International skill books, hidden skills, and a multiform weapon. Man, that was all top-tier stuff. A murmur went through the crowd. Yun Chen didn't have to think twice. He immediately went and shook hands with the instructor from Jiangnan University. An offer that good? Only a fool would refuse. Besides, he didn't want to move too far away. His little sister, Van Duong, was still here. If he studied at Jiangnan, he could always rush home if something came up. With his choice of university settled, Yun Chen took a stroll out to the school's rear courtyard. He wanted to test out Divine Step, and the talent was, frankly, incredible. Yun Chen could instantly teleport from one spot to another. It was perfect for both offense and defense, but it drained a massive amount of stamina. Looked like he was going to have to train a lot more. His phone pinged. It was a notification that his scholarship money had been transferred, and it was a pretty hefty sum, too. The other rewards had probably been sent to his house already. Perfect. Yun Chen wanted to test his Divine Step over a longer distance anyway. The moment he appeared at his front door, he saw representatives from Jiangnan University. True to their word, they had brought him an enrollment gift, a gold-grade multiform weapon. The gold-quality weapon was called the Abyssal Formation Breaker. It could fluidly shift between 3 forms, a combat rifle, a longsword, and a staff. Yun Chen turned the new weapon over in his hands, completely satisfied. Finally, he wouldn't have to lug around a backpack stuffed with a bunch of useless, low-tier weapons anymore. The representative also brought him a trunk full of skill books for rare job classes. For someone who loved to learn as much as he did, this pile was worth more than gold. But it didn't stop there. Dongvan City, where Yun Chen lived, also sent a special gift, a luxurious mansion. It was Van Duong's first time in a house this big, and she was bursting with excitement. Compared to our old place, she said, even the bathroom here is bigger. In contrast to his sister's giddy state, Yun Chen was much calmer. He had already pulled out a few of the books to read and was discovering that his own country actually had a surprising number of rare job classes. 70 years ago, when the game became reality, Players had to choose a race at the very beginning. The vast majority chose human, but there were some who picked elf, beastman, or dwarf. Over the years, plenty of humans married members of other races, resulting in children with mixed, special bloodlines. Dongvan was just a small city, so in all his years, Yunchen had never had the chance to come face to face with other races. But soon, he'd be at Jiangnan University. This was the perfect chance to really see what this world was all about. For the next month, Yunchen worked diligently on system quests, while simultaneously studying the skills of his new job classes. He spent the last 2 weeks before enrollment taking Van Duong all over the place. Finally, the first day of school arrived. A car was sent to pick up Yunchen personally. Van Duong, on the other hand, was a mess of tears. She didn't want to be away from her big brother at all. Yunchen gave her a long list of instructions. At least now, they didn't have to worry about money. Life for Van Duong wouldn't be so hard, even without him around. I have to go, he thought, off to Jiangnan University. Yunchen had arrived. The campus looked exactly like a cultivator sect from one of those xianxia fantasy movies, nothing at all like a 21st century university. A massive crowd was gathered all around him, a mix of every race imaginable. Jiangnan University really lived up to its name as one of the top 7 in the country. This was a real eye-opener. An elven girl spotted him and was the first to say hello. She was in charge of registration for new students. Yunchen dutifully handed his new student file over to her. The moment she saw his name, she was so stunned she read it aloud without thinking. Yunchen, from Dongvan City? That one sentence was enough to draw the attention of the entire crowd. All eyes were suddenly on Yunchen, some filled with admiration, others with shock, but most of them were burning with jealousy and outright hostility. The elven girl was kind enough to give him a warning. Because he was receiving such preferential treatment from the university, he was going to become a natural target for a lot of the other new students. As was tradition, a week after tomorrow's welcoming ceremony for the new students, the school would hold its ranking tournament. At that point, countless other freshmen would be gunning for his #1 spot, and among them were plenty of prodigies whose skills were nothing to scoff at. Yunchen looked at the newly appeared status window, which brought with it a new quest. He had to maintain his #1 ranking in the competition among the new students. The reward for winning was an S-rank skill. Let them come. The next day, a grand ceremony was held at Jiangdai University to welcome the new students. Yunchen stood in the front row, and a wave of whispers rose from the students below. That's him, the unspecialized one. Last night, he got to stay in that mansion on the mountain, while we were stuck on the hillside, with him looking down on us. I was the top student in my province, so on what grounds is he ranked higher than me? I won't accept it. Faced with these bitter words, Yunchen just played dumb, but there were actually quite a few people willing to stand up for him. For instance, there was Shen Tairan, the top student from Daizhou province, and Ye Qingling, the top from Donglan province. It seems true academic aces just carry themselves with a different kind of class. This whole noisy scene was witnessed from above by Ye Anfu, the dean of the War Academy. He just thought to himself that these kids were a bunch of cocky rookies. Yunchen's talent had been on full display in the footage from his entrance exam. Jiangdai was divided into several smaller academies, and it wasn't just Dean Ye, the other deans had all recognized it too. Yunchen's combat skills aren't bad. His battle instincts are just like mine, and he can use multiple weapons. This kid is mine. The newcomer was the dean of the Weaponry Academy, a woman named Xia Qingcheng. A stir went through the crowd. It was the first time anyone had seen Dean Xia take such an interest in a new student. After all, she was normally incredibly cold and a woman of few words. But Yunchen truly was a promising prospect. It wasn't just Xia Qingcheng who had her eye on him. The other deans all wanted to fight to make him their personal disciple. Looks like we'll have to speed things up. Ye Anfu tapped the staff in his hand on the ground. He had just used a teleportation spell, appearing before the crowd of students in the blink of an eye. The moment Yunchen saw the old man, he knew who it was. He knew very well that among the 5 academies at Jiangdai, the War Academy was the most powerful. Ye Anfu calmly announced that the faculty was well aware of the students' dissatisfaction and refusal to accept the #1 ranking. Therefore, the competition would be moved up by a whole week. All students, go prepare. At 2 p.m., gather at Yunnan Square. We will begin the practical combat test. The students, burning with fighting spirit, all roared their agreement with this decision. 2 p.m. arrived quickly, and everyone had gathered. Before the students stood 3 large portals. These were the entrances to the replica of the White-Silver Mystic Realm. The original is held by the government, but this replica is much more difficult than the dungeon from the university entrance exam. It seemed this competition wouldn't be much different from that exam. All students would enter the White-Silver Mystic Realm to fight for their final ranking. Yunchen, right? I'm going to crush him and use him as my stepping stone. Yunchen was getting tired of hearing his name being thrown around. Right now, every single new student had their eyes on him. Fine, he thought. Once we're inside the Mystic Realm, I'll get a good look at the so-called skills of these geniuses from all over. The portal to the realm opened, and all the students were sent through via a teleportation array. Inside was the lair of the ogres, an incredibly ferocious species whose fighting spirit soared even higher at night. Yun Chen drew his new weapon. There was no time to waste. He had to finish off this mob quickly. At the same time, elsewhere, a student was madly spraying bullets from a machine gun at an enemy. The deans and instructors of the university were also observing the situation inside via a live feed. Yi Anfu seemed pleased. The quality of this year's freshmen was quite consistent. After glancing at a few of them, Xia Qingcheng directly requested the camera be switched to Yun Chen. What they saw was a scene that was hard to believe. Yun Chen had already wiped out the horde of ogres in the first stage and was now entering the second. That speed, it was just too fast. He'd broken the record. How in the world did he manage that? The old dean of the Elemental Academy, a man named Lian Hexuan, finally spoke up. Based on the scene, it's easy to deduce the method Yun Chen used. The ogres must have been gathered into one spot by a whirlwind created by a wind-type skill, and then incinerated all at once by a single fireball. It sounds simple, but it's not easy to pull off at all. Based on this result, his Windblade and Fireball spells must be at least B rank. Lian Hexuan let out a chuckle. This kid is a perfect fit for my Elemental Academy. I absolutely have to fight for him. Meanwhile, back inside, Yun Chen had already stepped into the second chamber. Something felt off. The entire area of this room was a swamp. Yun Chen stopped moving to keep from sinking any deeper. He launched a large fireball, then with perfect timing, leaped right into the center of the explosion. Looks like getting through this stage quickly requires precise awareness. This puzzle is too easy for me, he thought. The druid class is about more than just controlling a few tentacles. Yun Chen activated his natural attunement skill, which allowed him to sense the very breath of nature. He had already upgraded all his skills to B+ rank. So, by using this skill, Yun Chen could resonate and communicate with all the plant life. In a chamber filled with flora like this, nothing could possibly challenge him. Guided by the whispers of the plants, he found the path to the third chamber. Yun Chen leaped through the canopy like a monkey, never letting his body touch the swamp below. Finally, he smoothly reached the far end of the chamber. His feet could now touch the ground without sinking. Just then, an ogre suddenly tried to ambush him from behind. Yun Chen didn't even bother to turn around, simply blasting it away with a fireball. Like I said, he thought, all the plants in this room are my eyes and ears. There were still many more ogres hiding in the trees, but Yun Chen didn't have time to hunt them down one by one. He then used the druid class's growth skill. The very trees where the ogres were lying in wait suddenly began to grow at a terrifying rate, their lush branches piercing straight through their bodies. With this skill, any living body pierced by the branches would have its life-giving nutrients drained until it withered and died. Outside, the instructors were all very satisfied with this performance. Model, there are plenty of skills to enhance one's senses, but from the start, Yun Chen chose the interaction ability. It was the skill most suited for this particular situation. It just goes to show this kid doesn't only know how to fight, his strategic thinking is incredible too. Once he cleared the swamp area, Yun Chen was able to move around freely. Even though the room was laid out like a maze where you could easily get lost, Yun Chen had his plants to guide him. He completely avoided that tricky situation. He quickly reached the stone door leading to the third stage, which was guarded by a large ogre warrior who was dozing off. Suddenly, it felt incredibly hot. The moment the ogre opened its eyes, it was hit by Yun Chen's fireball. Seriously, man, if you're going to be a guard, could you at least be a little more professional? Losing because you fell asleep, that's just too humiliating. As the stone door opened, the ogre warrior was sent flying inside. It frantically kowtowed to its chieftain, weeping as it tried to explain its failure. A cowardly human ambushed me while I was sleeping and blasted me in here. The ogre chieftain's face was expressionless. The ogre warrior, wanting to redeem himself, shot to his feet, his spirits high as he swore to crush Yun Chen to make up for his mistake. Crush who? Yun Chen had already appeared behind him. Before the slow-witted ogre could even react, he used the knight's void-slash skill to land a few clean cuts on its back. The ogre warrior immediately collapsed right in front of its chieftain. The sight drove the ogre chieftain insane, and rightfully so. As the old folks say, you don't kick a man's dog right in front of him. Yun Chen killed the guard dog right in front of the ogre chieftain. How could it possibly swallow that insult? Yun Chen activated his appraisal skill. Besides the level 17 chieftain, there were countless level 15 ogre hunters and ogre shamans below. Dealing with such large numbers, not even counting the boss, was going to be tricky. But Yun Chen was already prepared. He raised his staff. You're all truly worthy of the grand feast I've prepared for you. The ogre chieftain raised its weapon, and countless images of Yun Chen appeared before it. Blinded by rage, it simply thought he had used some kind of cloning technique. But it didn't matter. No matter how many Yun Chens there were, it would smash every single one. And so, the ogre chieftain's hammer rose and fell, again and again. The chamber was filled with its curses and the clash of its weapon. Die! Die! Just die already! Suddenly, a fireball shot from behind the ogre chieftain. All of Yun Chen's clones standing behind it were incinerated by the blast. The ogre chieftain turned its head. In its eyes was an ogre shaman holding a staff. It cackled and began to praise him. Not bad, for a warlock like yourself. I'm surprised you can master other magic besides the dark arts. After we kill this human, I'll make you a captain. The hammer in its hand swung with even more vigor. With each swing, many more of Yun Chen's clones were sent to their graves. The ogre shaman over there was also enthusiastically casting fire spells. So very quickly, only one Yun Chen remained in the large chamber. The ogre shaman approached him, laughing loudly. All the clones in the room have been dealt with. The only one left must be the real Yun Chen. I can finally kill you. Ha ha ha! The thing in front of him rolled around, screaming and crying, and then the image in the ogre chieftain's eyes began to distort. Was his vision failing him? Why did the Yun Chen in front of him suddenly turn into an ogre hunter? Before the chieftain could understand what was happening, another fireball flew straight at that ogre hunter. With a boom, it was annihilated, and the real Yun Chen, who was now behind him, slowly returned to his original form. The ogre chieftain came to its senses. It looked around and saw that all of its subordinates were dead. What just happened? Watching on the live feed, the teachers outside couldn't hide their surprise either. They wondered why the ogre chieftain had slaughtered all of its own men and even stood by watching as Yun Chen used fireballs to blow up the other ogres. But Principal Lian Haqian quickly recognized the method Yun Chen was using. That was the Soul Bewitchment Incantation, a skill belonging to the Onmyoji class from the land of the rising Sunday. Using this skill can disrupt the target's mind, filling their vision with hallucinations and their ears with auditory illusions. Since this skill normally can't be used on a higher-level target, Yun Chen must have put in considerable effort to use his talent to upgrade its quality. He also deliberately killed the ogre warrior right in front of the chieftain to agitate it even more. That would further increase the success rate of the Soul Bewitchment Incantation. To have calculated even that far ahead, what a terrifying student. Now that the chieftain had regained its senses, the instructors were all curious to see how Yun Chen would handle it. But while the Soul Bewitchment Incantation was active, Yun Chen had been busy preparing many things. From explosive traps to dozens of other skills, the ogre chieftain was getting absolutely thrashed. It couldn't even get within half a step of Yun Chen. After enduring a barrage of attacks, the ogre chieftain was covered in wounds. It finally managed to drag its body in front of Yun Chen, then heavily raised its hammer. Die. But unfortunately for it, the thing waiting was just another one of Yun Chen's clones. That hammer strike dealt no damage to him whatsoever. On the contrary, the real Yun Chen now appeared behind the ogre chieftain, once again using his familiar void slash technique. This decisive blow sent the ogre chieftain to reunite with its ancestors. After finishing off the monster, Yun Chen also became the first student to successfully clear the stage. His total clear time was 11 minutes and 43 seconds. His trap placement and seamless coordination of skills were truly eye-opening for the instructors. The fastest of the remaining students had only just entered the final stage. Yun Chen had definitely secured the #1 spot. There was no doubt about it. This kid was a rare gem that needed to be protected. The very thought that my weapons academy is about to get such an outstanding new student, I can't help but get a little excited. Ha Quinthan was very satisfied with Yun Chen's aptitude and was the first to speak up. Principal Ha, my war academy won't go easy on you when it comes to recruiting him. Diep and Fook refused to be outdone. Sparks flew as the old and the young had a stare down, while the others could only stand by and watch. The student wasn't even out of the secret realm yet, and the instructors were already out here fighting over him. By defeating this monster, Yun Chen also received a good amount of experience points and rewards. He instantly leveled up 3 more times, now at level 16. Besides experience points and skills, his rewards included a gold quality axe and the title Ogre Finisher. With this title, his damage against the ogre race would be increased by a full 35% from now on. For breaking the record, the system also graciously awarded Yun Chen another talent. Once again, there were 3 choices. After some consideration, Yun Chen decided to choose Twin Cast. Possessing this talent would double the effect of any spell he cast. After selecting his reward, he was about to head out, but then he suddenly discovered a secret passage. Could this be a hidden stage? In these dreamscapes, there's a very small chance that another secret level will open up. They're usually filled with monsters, but if you manage to conquer it, the rewards are incredibly generous. And if you fail, you don't lose any experience points, and it doesn't affect your results from the main dungeon. Yun Chen didn't even have to think about it. He walked right in. Outside, some students had already completed the dungeon. When the first one teleported out, he was incredibly smug about being #1. Who the hell was Yun Chen anyway? He must have cheated to get the top spot. Then Tai Nian stepped out right after, looking completely disappointed that Yun Chen wasn't #1. Could it be that Yun Chen's path as a classless wanderer was truly hopeless? Was his title as Jiangnan's top student just a fluke? After that, Diep Than Lin and the other students came out one after another, but Yun Chen was nowhere to be seen. The student who came out first just grinned even more smugly. He was sure he'd finally have a chance to humiliate Yun Chen. Diep Thon Lin was the first to notice something on the live monitor. Yun Chen was still in the dungeon, but the scenery was completely different from where they had just fought. The student in second place grabbed his head and shouted, "Is that the hidden stage? Don't tell me that guy finished first and then stayed inside to grind more monsters." The crowd started buzzing again. To clear the stage that fast, is Yun Chen even human? Just then, the monitor flickered off. Headmaster Diep Hien, sitting up high, motioned for everyone to be quiet and wait for the results. The competition was over. How Yun Chen dealt with the hidden stage was none of these kids' business. Inside the secret level, Yun Chen didn't see a single monster. In front of him was just a single scarecrow. Level 1, strength unknown. Was this a joke? Level 1? Yun Chen thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, but he knew you could never underestimate a monster that appears in a hidden stage. They faced each other for a moment, but the thing didn't move an inch. Yun Chen twirled the long spear in his hand. Looked like he'd have to make the first move. Just then, the scarecrow closed the distance with terrifying speed. Too fast. He quickly used his instant teleport skill to move to another spot. By then, the scarecrow was already back in its original position. In its hand were a few strands of Yun Chen's hair. Could it be? It never intended to attack him from the start, but just wanted his hair? Whatever. He had no idea what kind of dirty trick his opponent was planning, but he decided to just take it down first. Yun Chen charged forward bravely, using swift wind steps to launch a fiery punch straight at the scarecrow. But strangely, the moment his fist made contact, the entire attack was reflected right back at him. Yun Chen was knocked back, covered in soot. He'd put a lot of power into that last move, and having it all thrown back at him was both painful and infuriating. Yun Chen looked at his opponent. The straw scarecrow had now taken on his appearance, and what's more, it looked like it had taken the full force of the last attack as well. The scarecrow flickered, walked straight to the wall behind it, and then violently slammed its head against it. At the exact same moment, Yun Chen felt the exact same pain. Son of a bitch! So any damage this bastard took would be inflicted directly onto Yun Chen's body. How was he supposed to fight this? He couldn't attack it, and he couldn't let it hurt itself. Yun Chen lunged forward to try and stop it, but the scarecrow kicked the wall again, sending him rolling on the ground in pain. With his leg useless, he'd have to rely on his tentacles to restrain it. But the scarecrow just punched the wall again. Yun Chen's face contorted in pain. His whole body was already covered in bruises. But then, suddenly, a smug grin spread across Yun Chen's face. Thanks to that last hit, I get it now. Turns out, you're not nearly as tough as I thought. The students may have been forbidden from watching, but Headmaster Diep and Headmaster Ha hadn't taken their eyes off the screen for a second. Looks like the kid's gotten himself into a real tough fight. Diep and Fook frowned, but Headmaster Ha thought otherwise. She believed that while the cursed scarecrow was indeed a tricky opponent, it probably wasn't enough to stump Yun Chen. Because from start to finish, the kid's expression had been completely calm. You couldn't even find a hint of panic in his eyes. He's still composed enough to think, so he can definitely clear this stage safely. And back in the fight, Yun Chen had already discovered the monster's anomaly. It didn't actually have the ability to bind its life force to his. Instead, all the damage it was supposed to take was being transferred directly to Yun Chen, and even though it was unharmed, it had to pretend to be injured to deceive him. Conversely, if Yun Chen hurt himself, that damage would be transferred equally to the scarecrow. This was the key. That thing was level 1 while he was 16. An impact just strong enough to cause him a minor injury would be more than enough to kill that monster. With that thought, Yun Chen immediately used a fireball spell and shot it straight into his own chest. On the other side, the scarecrow was instantly burned alive. It reverted to its true form, a small straw doll, which became the reward item for Yun Chen. The item's effect was that if you wrapped an opponent's hair around the scarecrow's neck, you could transfer any damage the scarecrow took to that opponent. A truly formidable item. This would definitely come in handy. Yun Chen finally exited the secret dungeon, only to be met by over 2,000 students waiting just for him. The air was thick with non-stop curses. Because the next stage of the competition couldn't begin until all the students had gathered, Yun Chen sheepishly slipped into the formation. Just then, Diep and Fook slowly walked out. He announced that someone had cheated by knowing the test contents in advance, which is how they achieved such a good result. Therefore, there would be a second stage to this competition. Damn it, did that old geezer find out? The student who had exited the dungeon first felt a pang of guilt. The rules for the second stage were simple. Students could challenge anyone they wanted. If they won, they would take that person's rank, along with their academic points. And no one was allowed to refuse a challenge. As the current focus of everyone's attention, Yun Chen was sure to get a lot of challengers. Sure enough, as soon as it began, a few tough-looking guys stepped up to challenge the #1 spot. Yun Chen felt that fighting one-on-one was too time-consuming, so he decisively demanded that 2 of them come up at the same time to get it over with. All right, you're the one who said it. Looks like we need to teach this guy a lesson. Let him know the price of arrogance. Both of them gritted their teeth. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. In an instant, two complete strangers became allies with a common goal, to take down Yun Chen. They split up to flank him, each using their signature skill to attack, but their speed was just too slow. Yun Chen casually countered with a basic stomp attack. The moment that blow landed, the aftershocks were deafening. Down below, an instructor had to create a solid barrier to protect the other students from the flying rock and debris. The whole crowd trembled in fear. How could a basic skill have such terrifying power? When the dust and smoke finally cleared, both of the Kyo Chien fighters had been knocked unconscious. Do you still want to fight? The referee frantically waved his hands. No more fighting, no more fighting. After Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen beat them into that state, how could they possibly continue? This kid was as strong as an ox and as fierce as a tiger. If he wasn't stopped, he might actually kill someone. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen stood on the stage, looking down arrogantly at the thousands of students below. Is there anyone else who wants to fight me? Most of the students below had already been intimidated by Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen's single, powerful stomp. It looks like this top-ranked student is the real deal, the privileged kid with the leaked exam questions that Principal Diep hinted at. It's probably not Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen. I'll fight you. The one who had just stepped up was Tan Tai Nien, the valedictorian of Daijo Province and ranked third in the recent Silver Secret Realm. I challenge you too. Next was a beautiful girl from the elf tribe named Nico, the valedictorian of Xianye Province and ranked fifth in the Secret Realm. Now this times was a real battle between top-tier students. Tan Tai Nien and Nico growled, fighting over who would go up on the stage first. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen, true to his old habits, said, both of you can come at once, but Tan Tai Nien was also a prideful person, so of course he wanted a proper one-on-one duel. The moment the match began, Tan Tai Nien used a blood shadow assault, striking directly at his opponent. This attack was so powerful that even the protective barrier around the stage was about to crack, but Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen was completely unscathed. He dodged Tan Tai Nien's strike as easily as if he were casually eating a piece of candy. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen dodged once, and Tan Tai Nien attacked again. He launched a fireball, which Tan Tai Nien casually blocked with a shield. His defensive equipment was excellent. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen's fireball spell truly couldn't do a thing. But in that moment, Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen's tentacles had already snaked around Tan Tai Nien from behind. He was using the same growth skill he'd used against the giant demons. Those tentacles pierced through his armor and began to drain Tan Tai Nien's life force. Seeing the situation was bad, he wanted to use his blood flame to incinerate all the tentacles at once. But Yun Chen wasn't about to let Tan Tai Nien get his way. He used a water curtain skill, and a massive torrent of water, like a waterfall, crashed down from the sky, extinguishing the fire Tan Tai Nien had created. Furthermore, the tentacles, when doused with water, grew even more vigorously. Tan Tai Nien's life force was on the verge of collapsing. He hadn't wanted to use his ultimate move, but now he feared he would lose his life if he didn't. Tan Tai Nien used Blood Escape, instantly vanishing from the encirclement of tentacles and reappearing behind Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen. But Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen had already sensed his opponent. He decisively spun around, using his own weapon to block Tan Tai Nien's. That number 3 ranked valedictorian was starting to lose his composure now. How could he not be furious when every single one of his moves was being countered? After a flurry of 49 moves, Tan Tai Nien was beaten into submission by Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen's long spear. He intended to use his last ounce of strength for a final gamble against Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen, but Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen was one step ahead, using a stealth technique to approach his opponent from behind. With Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen's knife pressed against his neck, Tan Tai Nien had no choice but to raise his hands in surrender. I give up. Below, the crowd of students erupted like a disturbed beehive. There was almost no one left who didn't respect. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen's power. Principal Diep stroked his beard and let out a hearty laugh. Tan Tai Nien is a student with excellent qualifications. He's practically a living textbook, but unfortunately, no textbook teaches you how to deal with a no class like Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen. Nico landed gracefully on the stage. It seemed that even Tan Tai Nien's crushing defeat couldn't extinguish this girl's fiery spirit. Nico possessed the Silver Moon bloodline. Compared to an ordinary mortal like Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen, the gap was indeed immense. However, his skill was something everyone had to acknowledge. It was still impossible to tell who would win or lose this round. Nico was an expert with a sword. Every slash she delivered could be a fatal blow. The limited area of the stage only worked to her advantage, allowing her to press her fierce assault even harder. Damn it, first Tan Tai Nien and now Nico. This sturdy stage barrier is about to be torn to shreds. For the entire first phase of the fight, Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen focused solely on dodging. His speed was second to none, so none of Nico's sword strikes could touch him. But dodging forever isn't the mark of a true hero. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen pulled out a pair of low-grade combat pistols and began his counterattack. These things weren't likely to seriously injure Nico, but they successfully served as a distraction. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen seized the opportunity to close in. Nico had a greater advantage at long range, so being approached like this would put her in a tight spot. But at that moment, a triumphant smile appeared on her lips. I knew you'd choose to get in close. It seems my gamble paid off. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen was hit by a secret bloodline art, Nico's Silver Moon's light, and blasted back several meters. This skill consumed an enormous amount of energy, but to Nico, the trade-off was completely worth it. The Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen before her was now completely immobilized, unable to defend or counterattack. She raised the bow in her hands, an arrow already nocked, intending to end the match with one final move. But then Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen's blade appeared out of thin air, pressed right against Nico's neck, exactly as it had been for Thun Tai Nian. The figure she had exhausted all her energy to trap turned out to be nothing more than a clone of Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen. It had to be said, Nico was very intelligent and her skills were flawless, but Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen was still a cut above her. Nico suffered a heavy blow and collapsed to the ground. She had lost this match, too. I've lived this long, and this is the first time I've ever lost to someone my own age. Nico felt wronged and frustrated, tears welling in her eyes. She couldn't accept it at all. From now on, wherever I see Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen, I'll fight him on the spot. I'll definitely win one day. Principal Hot watched the match and felt that Nico wasn't bad either. She wanted both of these kids to be her students. Hey, old lady, aren't you being a little too greedy? Even after defeating two valedictorians at once, Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen still had plenty of energy left. This whole challenge business is taking too much time. He decisively announced that anyone could come up. If 5 people came, he'd take on 5, and if 10 came, he'd take on all 10. The goal was to save as much time as possible. Down below, there were still quite a few people who were annoyed by his arrogance. A whole group of them rolled up their sleeves, wanting to teach Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen a lesson together. But to face them, all Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen needed to do was use a blinding light spell to disorient them, then continuously bombard them with fireballs to finish the job. Now, it's a lot quieter. Today's match has gone down in the history of Jiang University, and even in the history of the entire nation, because never before has a first-year student made such a spectacular debut, single-handedly facing countless peers like that. High attributes, diverse skills, the ability to make calm judgments, good weapons, and actual combat experience. With all of this in his possession, Yun Chen had undeniably become a master. At first, the other new students were jealous, envious, even suspicious. But after witnessing his power with their own eyes a few times, they knew Yun Chen was the real deal. Gradually, those feelings faded, replaced by admiration, worship, and even blind faith. The only reason he was ranked number 1 was because there was no rank higher than number 1. And there it was. The rankings for the secret realm had been released. Number 1 was, of course, Yun Chen. Second, third, and fourth were Thun Tai Nian, Nico, and Diep Dan Lin, respectively. Yun Chen had completed the mission to maintain his number 1 rank in the freshman competition. He received a new S-rank skill, Invincibility, which could negate all damage and crowd control for 3 seconds. Along with it came a bottle of luck potion, which would grant him the highest possible luck for 24 hours after drinking it. The competition was over. Next up was the Academy selection. It was undeniable that the War Academy was the strongest, but it was also a well-known fact that its students were the most likely to be forced onto the battlefield. Because of this, the students were a bit wary. In contrast, the Weapons Academy had become a hot potato in recent years. This was because Ha Qin Than was its youngest headmaster. She was only 27 years old, but she already had 8 years of battlefield experience and had even slain a demon lord. Her strength was beyond question. Ha Qin Than took 2 steps forward, her face expressionless as she spoke loud and clear, Yun Chen, come to my Weapons Academy. Below, the crowd of students erupted like a disturbed beehive. Holy crap, the fight for students has already started, and so publicly too. That's the kind of style you'd expect from someone who's killed a demon lord. Yun Chen, as long as you come to the War Academy, I will take you as my personal disciple and give you 3 A-rank skill books as a welcoming gift. Diep and Fook wasn't about to be outdone. Old man Diep, just 3 A-rank skill books? That's a little stingy, isn't it? Yun Chen, come to the Elemental Academy, and I'll give you a full supply of potions and magical ingredients, plus a full suit of diamond-forged armor. Lian Haqian also joined the race for the disciple. Headmaster Diep shot his old friend a scorching glare. This old geezer really came prepared. This was just throwing money around, showing absolutely no respect at all. But as Yun Chen thought about it, Both Headmaster Diep's and Headmaster Lian's offers were good, both sides were tempting, and both academies were a good fit for him, which made him extremely conflicted. Just then, Ha Quinthan pulled something out of her pocket. It was the essence of the Demon Lord. This item was refined from the body of a Demon Lord, an SS-rank divine artifact. After using it, it could greatly improve one's body, granting multiple times the attribute points and skills with each level up, and its effect would last all the way to level 70. Furthermore, after using it, there was a chance to unlock the innate bloodline of the original Demon Lord. This girl was absolutely ruthless. With an offer like this, forget the students, even the instructors would be jealous. Headmaster Diep let out a sigh. It seemed the winner of this recruitment battle was already decided. Yun Chen knew that most years, the academies fought over top students just for their achievement rates. But Ha Quinthan was different. She had never fought over a student before. He was the exception. And the offer Headmaster Ha made far surpassed anything the other academies could put on the table. Naturally, he had no reason to refuse. I choose the Weapons Academy. Ha Quinthan didn't smile, but her face clearly showed her satisfaction. Besides Yun Chen, Nico was also recruited to the academy. Both of them became the personal disciples of Ha Quinthan. Right after they entered the academy, the two of them were summoned to the headmaster's office tower. The inside was as grand as a museum, filled with the skeletons of rare demonic beasts. Yun Chen swallowed hard just looking at them. Was this entire collection subdued by Headmaster Ha? If so, then she was just too powerful. You're here? The two kids obediently bowed their heads in greeting. Ha Quinthan ordered her confidant, Kathy, to fetch a natural elixir for Nico. After all, both of them were elves, which made them more suitable for her teachings. Nico happily followed Kathy. That left Yun Chen. Ha Quinthan didn't go back on her word, directly handing him the essence of the Demon Lord. Staring at the object, Yun Chen couldn't hold back his question. Ma'am, is it true, like the rumors say, that you obtained this after killing the Demon Lord? That's right, Ha Quinthan answered without hesitation. This is the essence refined from the Demon Lord's remains, personally crafted by a god-tier alchemist. For this curious new student, Ha Quinthan was very patient, explaining the identity of the Demon Lord. 70 years ago, when the world went through a cataclysmic change, many new races appeared, like the Beastkin, elves, goblins, and the demon race. But in reality, they were all just players who had chosen a race other than human. In essence, they were all still people born in this world. The strongest individuals in the player world are called fourth advancement professionals, people like the war god, the magic god, the battle god, but parallel to the current world, another dark world exists. It's filled with the descendants of demons. They invade the player's world through spatial rifts, causing disaster. And the ruler of that dark world is called the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord's power is immense, comparable to the strength of two fourth advancement professionals combined. If the Demon Lord is that strong, how did humans figure out a way to refine its remains? It wasn't discovered by humans, Ha Quinthan continued to explain. This world's transformation was actually brought about by the heavens. The gods have always existed. And many years ago, it was only through making offerings to the heavens that humans finally found a way to destroy and refine a Demon Lord. This offering is like a kind of transaction with the gods. Besides the essence of the Demon Lord, things like divine potions, hidden classes, divine equipment, and divine skills can all be obtained through these offerings. Yun Chen felt more and more ignorant. No one had ever told him any of this before. It wasn't written in any book or anywhere on the internet. It turned out the monsters he usually dealt with were just small fry. The demon descendants and the Demon Lord. They were the real intractable enemies for players like him. Ha Quinthan once again held the Demon Lord's essence out to Yun Chen, but even she wasn't sure if drinking it would actually unlock the Demon Lord's bloodline talent for him. Yun Chen thought for a moment, then asked for an hour to rest before consuming it. Headmaster Ha, of course, did not refuse and even meticulously arranged for Yun Chen to rest comfortably in her personal office. Yun Chen went to the room. This thing was too precious to be used carelessly. So he pulled out that bottle of luck potion and downed it all in one gulp. An hour later, Ha Quinthan came back to find Yun Chen. The essence of the Demon Lord is incredibly potent. The absorption process would be agonizing. She didn't feel comfortable leaving her prized student alone, so she had to watch over him in case anything went wrong. Yun Chen clenched the Demon Lord's essence in his hand. An immense power exploded from it, shooting straight into his body. Racked with a pain so intense it felt like death, Yun Chen screamed and collapsed. Ha Quinthan rushed to catch him, channeling a bit of her own internal energy into him to ease the suffering. But the agonizing process didn't last long. Yun Chen could feel his S+ quality superhuman healing skill activate, and his body quickly returned to normal. Wait, that's it? A series of question marks popped up over Ha Quinthan's head. The Demon Lord's essence she had gone to great lengths to give this kid. It wasn't a dud, was it? How did the pain just disappear so fast? But Yun Chen knew it was no dud, because his attribute points had just shot up immensely in that brief moment. The Demon Lord possessed two innate bloodline abilities, Hak Chi-dong and Amda. Ha Quin-thon had only hoped Yun Chen would inherit one of the two, but thanks to the effects of the luck potion, he got both. Hak Chi-dong allowed him to control any object he locked his sights on. Meanwhile, Amda increased the effectiveness of his attributes and skills in dark conditions. Even though both were of a fairly low quality, Ha Quin-thon was still very satisfied. Because both were talents that could evolve, capable of being upgraded all the way to S+ later on, Yun Chen felt incredibly lucky. Ha Quin-thon seemed so cold, but in reality, she cared about him a great deal. With a master like this, he knew he had to repay her kindness in the future. At that same moment, in a distant land, a bizarre, imprisoned creature was seething with rage. A damn, insignificant human had dared to steal the Demon Lord's power. Before it stood a figure in a red, hooded cloak, his attitude one of extreme reverence. "My lord, please rest assured. I will eliminate him and offer his heart to you." "Good. If you succeed, then I shall reward you with this war god's essence." Today was Yun Chen's second day in the dorms. He was still busy testing out his new talent, Hak Chi-dong. Yun Chen tossed a ceramic plate into the air, and just as he'd hoped, he was able to control it, making it hover in place. If this talent gets upgraded to S+ in the future, it's going to be insanely overpowered. There was still a little more time before the luck potion wore off, leading to a series of unbelievable events for Yun Chen. From finding gold on the street and getting a free tour of nature, to eating a meal without paying a dime, that potion's effects were truly terrifying. He had to figure out a good way to put it to use. Speaking of which, Yun Chen did his daily system quest just like usual today. The only difference was that the reward wasn't money, but a random item. The luck potion was still active, so there was a good chance he'd get something he really wanted. Yun Chen thought to himself, it'd be great if I got a random enchanting material. And unbelievably, that's exactly what he got. He received Dragon's Fire Blood, an S- grade item. Holy crap, that was a top-tier material. This wasn't a luck potion anymore. This was a wish-granting potion. When class ended, Yun Chen hurried out. This caught Nico's attention, and she found herself unconsciously following him. And maybe it was because of the luck potion, but Nico had been staring at him all day. The more she looked, the more handsome she found this guy. His looks and his personality were a perfect match for her ideal type. The place Yun Chen was heading to was the Enchanting Hall. Nico couldn't help but strike up a conversation with him. This guy was planning to use enchanting to enhance his weapon. He bought a huge pile of materials, spending over 3,000 points. Nico was dazzled. Was this guy just throwing money around like it was nothing, without even blinking? The manager at the enchanting supplies counter suggested Yun Chen hire a master enchanter to help, but he refused. With a pile of materials laid out before him, Yun Chen placed his weapon on the table and began the enchantment. After the first enhancement, his polymorphic weapon successfully reached the gold tier. Yun Chen continued the enhancement. The powerful purple light was so bright it nearly blinded passers-by. This one was a success, 2 7-star gold. No way. The success rate of going from 6-star to 7-star is only 5%. This kid must be favored by the heavens. It wasn't just Nico who was stunned that Yun Chen had succeeded despite the low probability. Other students started to gather around, drawn by the commotion. Yun Chen was about to continue upgrading when Nico stopped him, because the rate of going from 7-star to 8-star was only 1%. But the luck potion wasn't just for show. Yun Chen couldn't waste this opportunity. He continued the enchantment. The surrounding students split into two factions. One side was hoping for a success so they could witness an 8-star gold weapon, while the other was just shouting that Yun Chen would definitely fail. That weapon is going to explode for sure. But how could it possibly explode? After a moment of enchanting, what Yun Chen got was an 8-star gold demonic siegebreaker. Nico covered her mouth. This guy hadn't used any special techniques at all. He just powered straight through the levels. Is this terrifying luck even human? Yun Chen held the demonic siegebreaker in his hand, admiring it for a moment. He felt it wasn't bad at all. The 3,000 plus points he spent on materials hadn't gone to waste. There wasn't anything else he immediately needed luck for, so he figured he'd head back for now. Hold on. A large, fierce-looking guy appeared out of nowhere and blocked Yun Chen's path. He used a brash tone to order Yun Chen to sell him the weapon. Of course, he was willing to pay a high price 30% above the market rate. And what if I don't want to sell? The two of them quickly took their argument out to the schoolyard. The surrounding crowd whispered, "Who is this kid, daring to mess with Lam Loi?" Turns out this guy had quite a reputation. He was on the student council and had a Dragon Clan bloodline. Many people called him Brother Loi, and everyone assumed Yun Chen was a dead man. If you get on Brother Loi's bad side, you're in for a serious beating. Nico overheard everything from the side, and she could only cover her mouth and giggle. These people definitely didn't watch the freshman tournament. With Yun Chen's skills, I'm afraid even if he took on everyone here at once, they'd still be no match for him. Name your price. If we make a deal, you'll have the honor of following me. Lam Loi, who was usually very hot-tempered, was being uncharacteristically gentle. This was probably also an effect of the luck potion. Lam Loi didn't forget to add that a weapon this powerful, the strongest gold tier in history, was something only he deserved to wield. Yun Chen slammed the weapon onto the ground. He hadn't even used a skill yet, but the weapon's raw stats alone were enough to radiate an immense threat. Lam Loi suddenly felt afraid. Impossible. The blood of the Dragon Clan flowed through his veins. There's no way he could be afraid of a small fry like Yun Chen. So what you're saying is, I'm not worthy of owning this weapon, and if I don't sell, we become enemies. Yun Chen gritted out each word, slowly picking up the demonic siegebreaker and approaching him. Lam Loi grew more and more frightened, so scared he started to stammer, unable to form words. What on earth was happening? By the time Yun Chen got very close, Lam Loi fell backward. "Stay away from me! Students are forbidden from official duels. We're not allowed to fight!" All the students standing around were slack-jawed in amazement. Yun Chen didn't want to waste any more time here, so he just slung his weapon over his shoulder and walked off. Nico quickly hurried after him. After a moment of thought, Yun Chen decided to head to the library. Nico found this baffling. It was obviously this guy's lucky day, so why wasn't he taking advantage of it to do something cool? Instead, he was going to the library to read. But Yun Chen knew this was one of the best things he had to do. The library was a vast sea of skill books, making it incredibly difficult to find a suitable one. While the potion was still active, he figured even a random pick would probably land him a skill that suited him. And there it was. Yun Chen learned several new skills in one go, which would be a huge help in combat. The sun was setting, and he had to make the most of his time. Yun Chen decided to go buy a mount. He chose a small bird that looked incredibly scrawny and weak. Both Nico and the shop owner couldn't understand why Yun Chen made this choice. No one had wanted this mount for 3 months, so the owner decided to sell it to Yun Chen on the cheap. Once the deal was done, he tossed a powerful tonic into its cage. The creature immediately snatched it up. After drinking it, the creature transformed into a huge, majestic griffin with an extraordinary aura. The other two were, once again, left completely speechless. The owner must have been kicking himself for not seeing the creature's potential and selling it off so cheaply just to cut his losses. "You look kinda goofy, so from now on, I'll call you Xiao Han," Yun Chen said with satisfaction, patting the griffin's head. The next stop was the summon training facility. Yun Chen arrived late, so only the plant warehouse was still open. The water elemental he'd summoned was just too lame. Yun Chen needed a more powerful summon to improve his abilities as a summoner. However, its quality couldn't be too high, because at the end of the day, he was just a commoner. Asterisk, sniffle sniffle, asterisk. A sobbing sound from the corner of the room caught Yun Chen's attention. It was a small, lively-looking thorn beast bush. The facility owner complained that this thing was born with poor potential. Its development was lagging behind its peers, and on top of that, it was a gluttonous, picky eater that would only eat the good stuff, making it very difficult to raise. Nico also advised Yun Chen to pick a different plant with a higher quality, but he had already set his sights on this little thorn beast and decided to buy it. He'd been all over the place today and had gotten everything done that he needed to. It was getting dark, so Yun Chen headed back to his dorm. It was then that Nico shyly asked him for something. She wanted to borrow 1,500 academic credits from Yun Chen. At the university, everything had to be paid for with academic credits. During the last freshman tournament, Yun Chen had won all the credits from countless other students, including Nico. "All right, I'll send it to your student card." Nico glanced at Yun Chen's account balance. He'd been spending like a tycoon all day and still had 8,000 left over. She wondered just how many unlucky freshmen got cleaned out by this guy in the last tournament. As soon as the money hit Nico's account, Yun Chen left. Nico watched him go, not forgetting to say thank you. This guy seems cold on the outside, but he's not so bad, is he? 3 months passed quickly. Today, Ye Anfu was checking up on the new students. They were all developing steadily, which was expected after all. They were the brightest young talents from every province. As for Yun Chen, he was also performing brilliantly, with exam results that couldn't be better in each of his different professional classes. However, aside from the occasional interaction with Nico, Yun Chen didn't have a single friend. This was a major headache for Dean Ye. Being gifted was great, of course, but after graduation, out on the battlefield, if you can't coordinate with your teammates, your chances of kicking the bucket are much higher. He was worried that if things continued this way, Yun Chen would never be able to fight alongside anyone. Plus, there was a national freshman exchange competition coming up. As usual, Jiang University would be sending its first-year students to participate. Ye Anfu summoned the top 20 students to his office. Meanwhile, at the Weapons Academy, an archery exam was in progress. Nico was a Silver Moon elf, skilled with both bow and sword. Right now, she was competing against Yun Chen. It didn't take long, however, for Nico to admit defeat. Their friends weren't surprised anymore. It wasn't just archery. Yun Chen ranked first in all his other professional classes, too. "Yun Chen, Nico, you're needed in the training office. Dean Ye wants to see you." When the two of them arrived, the rest of the top 20 were already there. It seemed like everyone knew about the freshman exchange competition. Everyone except Yun Chen. Nico was at a loss. This guy just buried his head in training, completely oblivious to any news from the outside world. For the past 3 years, Jiang University has won the championship in this competition. In previous years, there were always individual and team rounds. This year, they've added a survival round, but the rules aren't clear yet. Dean Ye probably called them here today because of this. Just as Nico finished explaining, the system sent Yun Chen a new quest: win the championship in this competition. Looks like he had no choice but to participate. Right at that moment, Ye Anfu appeared. This year's competition is being hosted by Qingyun University. When the time comes, I will lead the top 20 of you as the Vice Dean of Jiangnan University. Nico immediately had a question. In previous years, a team only needed 7 people. Why do we need 20 this year? Ye Anfu calmly explained that it was because of the new survival round. All 20 of you will be randomly placed into a dungeon. In there, you'll earn points for finding resources and defeating monsters. The total accumulated points of everyone will determine the final ranking. The students groaned. Of course, whenever the competition rules changed, the first-year guinea pigs always had it the worst. Jiang University had been champions for 3 consecutive years. If they performed terribly this year, it would be a huge embarrassment for the school. Ye Anfu appointed Yun Chen as the team captain. Everyone agreed with this decision. His abilities over the past 3 months had been a real eye-opener for them all. For the individual round, which required 3 people, Ye Anfu selected Yun Chen, Shen Tairan, and Nico, the top 3 students based on academic performance. The team round, which needed 7 people, was the real problem. Even though Yun Chen was brilliant, he had always been a lone wolf. Ye Anfu was very concerned about his ability to coordinate with a team. Dean Ye, can I be allowed to choose my own team members? Yun Chen spoke up first. Dean Ye naturally agreed. After all, this kid knew himself best. Letting him pick his own teammates would probably be the easiest way to implement a strategy. But the roster that Yun Chen submitted made Ye Anfu see red. Out of 7 people, there were 3 melee fighters, a Taoist priest, a summoner, and an assassin. All of them specialized in offense. In previous years, Jiang University always ran a 2-2-1-2 formation, 2 warriors up front for both offense and defense, followed by 2 mages for magic damage. In the middle was a healer for support, and at the back were 2 versatile utility classes for harassment and crowd control. The team Yun Chen chose didn't have a single mage, let alone a healer. What the hell kind of strategy was this? Ye Anfu's secretary suggested vetoing the lineup. The dean just let out a long, heavy sigh. We'll see how effective it is first, and then we'll figure out the rest. The students were all buzzing, agreeing that using the 2-2-1-2 formation like every other year was the best way to go. But Yun Chen just replied coldly, I have my own considerations. Just then, the team's instructor pushed the door open and walked in. He had also been a competition team member in the past and had even won first place. This guy was vehemently against a lineup that lacked a mage's firepower, so he brought a student specializing in magic with him. That was Tiet Hoan, the same nepotism kid from the last freshman tournament who got knocked from the top 2 all the way down to the top 26. Nobody could stand the sight of this guy, so of course, no one wanted him on the team. He couldn't even break into the top 20, so what right did he have to compete with them? And what if I don't want him? In the instructor's eyes, Yun Chen's words carried absolutely no weight. He was acting high and mighty, thinking that just because he was training these kids, he could change the lineup however he wanted. The students strongly protested. They had all fought tooth and nail for their rankings. How could they let some guy who got in through the back door take advantage of the chaos and ruin everything? He only dropped in the ranks during the freshman tournament because he wasn't in good condition. Plus, he was constantly being challenged by one person after another. Tiet Hoan flew into a rage and pulled out his weapon to show it off. The scepter he was holding had to be at least diamond-grade quality. We'd heard rumors that his family was filthy rich, and it looked like they were really willing to pay his way in. The instructor became even more arrogant. He immediately ordered one of the warriors to be kicked off the team to make room for Tiet Hoan, but Yun Chen was still dead set against it. It wasn't even about his ability. He just couldn't stand people with such a deceitful character. If you don't like it, you can form your own team and fight me in a match. If you win, you can do whatever you want. If you lose, get the hell out of here immediately. When the instructor heard Yun Chen say this, he burst out laughing. He was last season's champion, and his teammates were all incredibly talented. In his eyes, a freshman like Yun Chen was just some cocky, reckless rookie. I accept your challenge. We'll meet at the arena in 3 hours. The news that Yun Chen was challenging a sophomore spread throughout the entire school like wildfire. And things got even hotter when people heard that the person being challenged was the champion of last year's national intercollegiate competition. Students flocked to the arena to witness this historic match. Both teams were ready. That instructor, Wei Vu, even had the nerve to bring a third-year senior to join his side. The stands were split into two opposing factions. One side wanted Yun Chen to teach the arrogant Wei Vu a lesson, while the other wanted Wei Vu to beat Yun Chen so badly there wouldn't be a single piece of his armor left. Yun Chen's team was made up entirely of freshmen from the top 10, so their combat power was nothing to scoff at. But from the very beginning, Yun Chen had decided they didn't need any strategy at all. Once the match started, they would just adapt as they went. This lineup is seriously cool, you know? What is there to be afraid of? Our team already has 4 provincial valedictorians. Our skills alone are enough to crush them. We have to trust Brother Van. If we win, we celebrate together. If we lose, we'll bear it together. This time, Dieppe and Fuchs' secretary was acting as the referee. This fight was a convenient opportunity for her to assess the actual combat level of Yun Chen's team and report back. If they really won, then Dean Dieppe would no longer have any reason to change the members Yun Chen had chosen. The match began. Wei Vu's team deployed a standard, by-the-book formation. 2 warriors in the front, 2 mages behind them, a healing priest in the middle, and finally, 2 rangers at the rear. Yun Chen's team, on the other hand, had no order whatsoever. They just charged straight ahead. Hey, you guys, slow down. I can't keep up. At least let me give you guys one more buff. My Thunderstorm Talisman can't reach that far. Dieppe Than Lin, having the weakest stamina, was left behind by the group. Seeing this, Wei Vu became even more confident of his victory. Initially, he had been a little concerned about Dieppe Than Lin, since a Taoist's position is higher than a priest's after all. However, seeing how uncoordinated the other team was, he was certain that their Taoist wouldn't be able to use her abilities to their full potential. Just as Wei Vu was leisurely deploying his formation, a countless number of massive fireballs suddenly rained down from the sky. He immediately ordered the lead warrior to raise a shield and take the hit. A massive shield formed above their heads, successfully blocking the wave of fireballs. But expanding the defensive range meant that the defensive power was significantly weakened. At that moment, Yun Chen burst forward at top speed. The enemy team's mage was about to cast a spell but was instantly bound tight by Yun Chen's vine-like tentacles. The weapon in his hand struck one of the enemy tankers directly, sending him flying for a whole kilometer. The other tanker, despite having the sense to counterattack, was no match for Yun Chen in a one-on-one fight. Just then, Yun Chen leaped high into the air. Tiet Hoen realized this was the moment his opponent's defense was at its weakest and immediately launched an attack. Yun Chen's weapon instantly transformed into a scepter. Thanks to several talents he had collected after completing quests, the fireball technique he cast was both fast and incredibly powerful. 2 streams of magic clashed, and it was obvious which side had the upper hand. Tiet Hoen couldn't even withstand the first move and quickly became the dead weight of his team. The spectators in the stands were absolutely scared to death by this whole sequence. It only took a few seconds for Yun Chen to knock out 2 tankers and 2 mages from the other team, all without taking a single point of damage himself. Is this terrifying power really coming from a freshman? Even Yun Chen's own teammates couldn't help but stare dumbfounded for a moment. With how things were going, was there even a need for them to lift a finger? For better or worse, they were all top 10 freshmen. Yet since the battle started, they hadn't been able to contribute a single thing. Their captain was just too much of a beast. The opponent's team had 3 people left, including Wei Vu, a summoner, and a healing priest. That summoner finally got to show a little of what he could do. He summoned a total of 3 enormous beasts. Yun Chen grinned triumphantly. You call that a big deal? Looting monsters is my specialty. The 2 two-headed snakes and the summoned lion were all platinum grade, and their levels were over 20. This guy was among the top summoner class students at Jiangdai University. Because of this, Wei Vu seemed extremely arrogant. But when faced with Yun Chen, all 3 summoned beasts didn't dare to attack first. That summoner started to feel that something was wrong. It seemed the power gap was just too immense. Not making a move? Then I'll go first. The summoned beasts, though ferocious, were no match for Yun Chen. Who told you to go up against a guy with an entire system on his side? The enemy summoner's heart broke as he watched his combat pets get relentlessly beaten. He kept wailing, "Stop hitting them! Stop hitting them!" But Yun Chen had no intention of stopping. "This isn't fair! I demand a rematch!" He was absolutely furious that Yun Chen was single-handedly carrying the entire team. The team competition was supposed to test the players' coordination skills, but this entire time, it's just been Yun Chen fighting all by himself. It honestly feels more like a solo match. Only then did Yun Chen stop, slowly descending to the ground. Who said I was fighting alone? Go on, show them what you've got. At his word, Yun Chen's teammates eagerly rushed forward, all of them ready for action. An Lu Thu Quach Phaethon was the first to strike. He wanted to take out the enemy team's cleric, but Ngai Vu stepped in to stop him. If they lost their healer, they'd be completely screwed. Just then, Than Tai Nian used his blood escape skill, suddenly appearing right next to him. Nivu couldn't react in time and took a devastating blow. The summoner was furious beyond belief. He wanted to go all out against Yun Chen's group. His hands were in position, preparing to execute a berserk summoning. Just then, 2 golden arrows flew in from a distance, piercing both of his wrists. The skill was immediately nullified before he could even finish casting it. The one behind that move was Nico, one of the top archers among the first-year freshmen. The outcome was decided. Yun Chen also casually took care of the 3 summoned beasts. I wonder if killing these summoned beasts will drop any materials or give some extra experience points. The summoner hastily dropped to his knees and surrendered. Those summoned beasts were his important partners. He couldn't bear to lose them. In reality, Yun Chen didn't need such trivial gains anyway. As long as the winner was decided, the matter was settled. Nivu activated his berserk state, wanting one last, desperate showdown with Yun Chen. But before he even had a chance to make a move, Nico casually unleashed his signature technique to decisively end the fight. Dieppe and Fuchs's secretary returned to report on the situation, but he still let out a long sigh. This victory was clearly due to their overwhelming power, but the other universities are also full of elites. Without a proper strategy, things could get very ugly for them. However, Yun Chen had already anticipated that. On the contrary, he believed that Gyeongdae University had been using the same 2-2-1-2 formation for 3 years straight. If they kept it up, they'd definitely be figured out. Besides, this year's class doesn't have a top-tier mage. Forcing one into the lineup would only weaken the team. 7 of these top 10 players have excellent skills. Overwhelming the opponent with sheer power is a strategy in Amit. It sounded ridiculous, but it was also very convincing. Dieppe and Fuchs had no reason to object further and decided to let the students figure it out themselves. Meanwhile, Yun Chen was happily calling Van Duong. The kid's been doing well in her studies lately and has a good shot at getting into a top high school, so Yun Chen felt more at ease. In the middle of his call, 2 people approached him. They were from the Demon Clan, completely subjugated by Ha Queen Thon to be her servants. They came to inform him that he had a special class today, so Dean Ha had canceled all his other lessons. Yun Chen didn't ask any more questions and just agreed to go with them. After passing through a teleportation gate, Ha Queen Thon brought Yun Chen to a very eerie place. It was dark and desolate all around, with only the cawing of crows to be heard. You didn't need to be told this was not a good place. Ha Quintan, a woman of few words, only offered a simple statement. You have only one mission, survive until 12 noon. Yun Chen could feel countless monsters lurking in the darkness around them. Ha Quintan briefly explained that the Demon Lord's essence inside his body was a powerful catalyst that could help the monsters evolve, and with that, she left. The moment Ha Quintan was gone, the demonic beasts could no longer restrain themselves. They began to attack Yun Chen all at once. His opponents were numerous and incredibly fast. Luckily, Yun Chen had acquired divine points, so moving nimbly to dodge their attacks wasn't too difficult. After fighting for a while, Yun Chen realized it wasn't that these monsters were supernaturally fast, but rather that being in this place had weakened all of his senses. With demonic beasts in front of him and behind him, they were trying to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Yun Chen immediately changed his weapon's form into a scepter. After all, mages are never afraid of fighting groups. He created a whirlwind, gathering all the monsters into one spot. A few of them managed to get through the whirlwind barrier, but Yun Chen wasn't about to let that happen. He activated the Eye of Night talent he'd acquired after absorbing the Demon Lord's essence. The demonic beasts were frozen in his gaze. Then, Yun Chen used a fireball spell, combining it with his blazing storm skill to create a massive inferno that swallowed them whole. In just an instant, he had already dealt with a good number of opponents. Next, Yun Chen used the remaining Dark Knight ability from the Demon Lord's essence. This place was almost completely overrun with dark energy. The overwhelming darkness actually turned into Yun Chen's home turf. After using this talent, he became much more powerful. A short while later, all the demonic beasts had been taken care of. However, Yun Chen's clothes had been corroded by the demonic energy. It looked like he'd have to throw them out after this battle. Luckily, his weapon was completely unscathed. As long as he had his weapon, he could keep fighting. Time passed, and soon it was 12 noon the next day. Mission complete. Ha Queen Than led Yun Chen to a high vantage point to look down. The place he had just fought through was a rift to the demon world, one that had been severely corroded by demonic energy. The reason you got through it so easily is because you have the Demon Lord's essence inside you. Ordinary warriors aren't so lucky. Once they come here, the demonic energy interferes with them, weakening their perception and draining their stamina. That's why for many years, humanity has only been able to hold its ground here, able to defend, but never able to attack. Hakun Than gave Yun Chen this special training exercise so he would understand the dire situation humanity is in. In a few years, if this delicate balance were to tip even slightly in the demon world's favor, all living beings would be plunged into misery. That's why Yun Chen needs to mature quickly and work many times harder. But let's put those unpleasant thoughts aside. You've completed the exercise. Is there any reward you'd like? Yun Chen didn't hesitate to ask the question on his mind. He'd noticed that both her secretary, Kathy, and her 2 demon clan servants could cast teleportation spells without needing a scepter. Ha Quin Thon immediately handed him a book. It was a skill book on scepterless casting. Once learned, it would allow a mage to cast spells directly without the need for a scepter. 2 weeks later, the competition roster was announced. The third-year students were quite surprised to see that this year's team leader was a jobless wanderer. This made them even more curious about just how powerful this person really was, so they all flocked to the teleportation gate to see the departing team. At that moment, by the cross-zone teleportation gate, the competition team was ready. However, Yun Chen was nowhere to be seen, which had Diep Thon, Lin, and Nico worried sick. A moment later, Yun Chen arrived, making sure to wear the matching team uniform. He had just finished clearing a dungeon, completing a system quest, and finding some suitable practical combat skills in the library. Now, everyone was here. Diep and Fuchs' secretary immediately cast the spell to activate the teleportation circle, sending the entire team to Thonvan University. Thonvan University was also one of the top 7 schools, renowned for its prestige. But when Yun Chen's group arrived, there was no one there to greet them. And there was a huge dragon flying in the sky. I'd heard this school had a contract with a divine beast, the Azure Dragon. Looks like those rumors weren't just stories after all. Yun Chen suddenly remembered his first time in Ha Queen Thon's office. There was a bird that looked just like a miniature phoenix. I wonder if that was a divine beast too. Hey look, over there, I think that's a signpost. They all looked over, and were shocked to see the words carved into the stone tablet. Reserved path for the jobless wanderer. No way. Could Yun Chen's reputation really be times big? Yun Chen thought to himself. It's probably not that great. Just then, a few other students walked up, laughing their heads off. Look, it really is that jobless wanderer that Thondai was too lazy to recruit. I can't believe he's actually a team leader. Nico was stunned. Yun Chen was such a standout in the university entrance exams. It was unbelievable that Thonvan University would pass up the chance to recruit him. Faced with that group of students, Yun Chen's team was getting seriously irritated. Lam Hu Hook, the school's top 5 ranked magic swordsman, was the first to speak up. Van Sa is the #1 freshman at times. Our time's Jiangdai University. Passing up on a talent like him. Than Dai is going to regret it big time. But unexpectedly, that remark just made them even more smug. Ha ha ha. The jobless wanderer that Thondai didn't even want is the top freshman at Jiangdai? You've got to be kidding me. They were all just first-year students after all. Seeing Yun Chen get humiliated like that, they couldn't hold back their anger. They were already reaching for their weapons, but someone stopped them. Fighting is against the rules. We'll be disqualified. Yun Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with them anyway. He just turned and walked away. The competition was the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, they had to face the press interviews. Everyone figured the local media would definitely target Yun Chen. But no one knew the real reason why. Diepen Fuchs' secretary explained that the decision to pass on Yun Chen was made by the entire Thonvan University Council. But then he went to Jiangnam University, and his performance was just too outstanding. So, to save face, Thondai had no choice but to resort to these dirty tricks to tear him down. So that's how it is. In that case, Yun Chen was looking forward to the competition even more. After all, skill speaks for itself. He was going to prove to the whole country that Thondai was run by a bunch of blind fools. The next day, during the interview, the reporters, just as expected, aimed all their sharpest questions right at Yun Chen. One of them bluntly asked about Thondai giving up the fight to recruit him, and even brought up the rumor that Yun Chen only managed to become the provincial top scorer by exploiting a loophole in the exam. That one question sent the entire auditorium into an uproar. People were furious that Jiang Dai would bring a cheater to the competition, and even make him the team leader. Faced with such a public insult, Diepen Fuchs' secretary couldn't just sit there. To Jiang Dai, these top 20 students, especially Yun Chen, were their pride and joy. The students' families were definitely watching the live broadcast today. She absolutely would not allow anyone to humiliate her students. Miss Lei, there's no need to get upset. Yun Chen, on the other hand, seemed completely calm. To answer your question, I only have one response. He raised his middle finger, then turned his hand upside down to make a thumbs-down gesture, his eyes filled with killing intent. Any student from Thondai who runs into me during the match, I don't care who you are. Don't even think about walking off that stage. The next day, the National Freshman Exchange Competition officially began. A total of 128 universities were participating this time. First to enter the arena was the host team, led by Nin Tuan Dat. He was the strongest summoner ever recorded in the nation's history, and once held the second fastest record for clearing a dungeon in the country. Wait, second place for breaking a record? Why? Because some cheating bastard was even faster than Nin Sa. And that person was. Just then, the MC announced the second team to enter, Jiang Dai, led by Yun Chen. His status as the jobless wanderer had already sparked countless controversies. So, when Jiangnam University walked out, the stands were filled with pointing and whispering, a completely different reception from the cheers that greeted Nin Tuan Dat. The hot-tempered ones like Diep Than Lin and Lam Hu Hook couldn't swallow that kind of disrespect. But in the end, it was Yun Chen who remained the calmest. He had to reassure his teammates while also reminding everyone to stay calm and perform their best during the matches. High above on a platform, a mysterious figure in a red cloak that hid half their face was silently watching everything. Heh. I guess it's my turn to enter the stage soon. After the opening ceremony ended, the individual competition round began immediately. This round followed two principles. First, no matches between students from the same school. And second, no matches against the number 1 seeds. Other than that, the fight roster was completely random. Yun Chen was up first, facing Ton Vu from Namtu University. The referee was, surprisingly, that dangerous-looking person in the red cloak. After explaining the rules, he instructed the two students to take their positions. As a number 3 seed, drawing the number 1 seed in the very first round. What? Rotten luck, Ton Vu thought to himself. But with all the rumors about Yun Chen cheating spreading around these past few days, he was sure he still had a chance to win. The moment the referee yelled, "Begin!" Ton Vu immediately fell back. He then unleashed a barrage of mechanical devices, robots, and bombs. Yun Chen, expressionless, just lifted his right foot. The skill he used was Stomp, a basic fighter-class move. The force was so immense that Ton Vu was stunned for 10 seconds, unable to retaliate, and was immediately declared the loser. The entire stadium erupted. Holy crap, was that really just a basic fighter skill? Even a stomp from a gold-tier boss isn't that powerful. Isn't that a little over the top? This isn't a fixed match, is it? Ton Vu was carried off the stage. The next opponent was a mage from some little-known university. Yun Chen casually used the mage hand skill he'd just learned in the library, combining it with his newly acquired ability to cast magic without a staff, and effortlessly crushed his opponent in his grasp. The rest of the team, who weren't in the individual competition, were watching the livestream with Diep and Fuck and Secretary Le. That kid, he's still such a show-off. But Diep and Fook also noticed that Mage Hand was just a common quality skill. For Yun Chen to combine it with staffless casting to create such a powerful effect, he was truly a genius among geniuses. But at the same time, there was bad news. Then Tai Nian had just lost his second match after a tough 3-minute fight. The one who beat him was a number 3 seed from Thangloi University, and he was incredibly arrogant. Diep and Fook recognized it at a glance. It looked like Thangloi had recruited a real monster this year, and they'd intentionally seeded him at number 3 just so he could face and humiliate the number 1 and 2 seeds from other schools. Meanwhile, Yun Chen had already won 4 matches in a row. While waiting for his 5th opponent to take the stage, he happened to glance over at the adjacent fighting ring. The person standing there was, coincidentally, the same guy who had just defeated Than Tai Nian. A number 1 seed, are we? Go clean your neck and wait for me. I'll make sure you go down. Yun Chen was speechless. Where did this kid even come from? Seriously? That freelancer with no class managed to win 4 matches in a row, and they were all insta-kills. Over on the sidelines, the Than Dai supporters were starting to panic. Oh, by the way, insta-kill means taking out an enemy in a single blow. Just saving you a Google search. The next person to fight Yun Chen was Ni Kuang, the number 2 seed from Than Dai University. He possessed the rare bloodline of a polar bear, giving him devastating attack power. Seeing their guy take the stage, the Than Dai crowd started to roar. They were all waiting for their team to utterly crush Yun Chen as a show of force. Yun Chen finally seemed a bit more engaged, and Ni Kyung was radiating confidence. He wasn't like those gossiping idiots out there. He knew Yun Chen's strength was real, but even so, he was just a freelancer with no future. Today, I'll use my power to prove you are unworthy of setting foot in our Than Dai University. The moment the match started, Ni Kuang used 3 self-buffing skills at once. Yun Chen smirked. If he was going to be that arrogant and show off his power so quickly, then he would use the same method to defeat him. To the audience's shock, Yun Chen also cast a series of skills on himself. Feeling shown up, Ni Kyung rushed forward to attack first. His axe, brimming with power, was calmly blocked by Yun Chen's long spear. Both sides unleashed immense force, creating a massive shockwave. But Ni Kuang was still the weaker one. He was sent flying back by Yun Chen's strike. While he was still trying to figure out how he'd lost the upper hand so quickly, Yun Chen was already on top of him. He used a flurry skill, relentlessly hammering his opponent. Ni Kyung was beaten so badly he couldn't get up, and he started to stammer, "I forf!" Before the word could even leave his mouth, it was silenced by a tentacle under Yun Chen's control. His entire body was quickly bound by the tentacles, rendering him immobile. You want to surrender? It's not that easy. Yesterday, he was humiliated by a reporter from Than Dai. Van Duong had cried all night watching the live broadcast. This debt had to be paid in full. Yun Chen summoned the thorny magic beast he'd bought last time. This thing was just a level 1 beast with pathetic damage. But Ni Kyung was now defenseless. He could only let Little Thorn attack him, cut by agonizing cut. Watching his HP bar slowly drain away, the physical wounds were nothing. But the humiliation was beyond words. Ni Kuang couldn't even cry. He was at the peak of his rage, and the Thandai students couldn't bear to watch any longer. Yun Chen was very patient, watching Little Thorn attack Ni Kuang for 2 hours without getting bored. The referee couldn't stand it anymore either, and had to announce that the match time was limited. If there wasn't a winner in 10 minutes, it would be declared a draw. Yun Chen had no choice but to deliver the final blow to defeat his opponent. After this match, he had entered the top 64, earning a short rest to prepare for the next round. Back with his team, everyone was ecstatic. After being humiliated like that yesterday, Yun Chen had just used a level 1 magic beast to humiliate Thandai right back. It was a truly satisfying moment for the whole team. Besides Yun Chen, Nico also won all 5 of his matches, and Thunthai Nyen only lost 1, so they all advanced. Secretary Lei told the 3 of them not to let their guard down, that entering the top 64 was when they would start facing the truly strong enemies. Very soon after, the second round began. In his first match of the second round, Yun Chen was up against the number 3 seed from Thandai. The moment the guy saw his face, all the color drained from it. Oh God. I ran into this little terror. My luck is the absolute worst. He hung Ni Kuang up and humiliated him. What chance do I have of winning? The moment the match started, his opponent tried to surrender, but Yun Chen wouldn't allow it. He used the same tactic as before. First, bind the opponent with tentacle vines, then summon the magic beast. Seeing that another full meal was on its way, Little Thorn mumbled a few excited sounds. Yun Chen even remembered to direct it to strike the weak spots to inflict the most damage. The Thandai students were already seething. Yun Chen had just humiliated their number 2 and number 3 seeds back to back. And what's more, he was taking pleasure in it, savoring the moment. At this point, their only hope was that Nin Tuan Dut would deal with this guy soon. A blood-curdling scream echoed from another arena. It was that guy, Ba Hua Tung, the one who had beaten Thun Tai Yin on another rampage. Even though his opponent was already down, he was still attacking like a madman. This wasn't about winning anymore. He was trying to kill someone. He possessed the incredibly powerful, but also extremely wild, Black Dragon bloodline. Because of that unmatched combat power, the principal of Thandai not only didn't intervene, but actually let him run wild. The top 32 were quickly decided. Next up, the fight for the top 16. Ba Hoa Tung's opponent was soon revealed it was Yun Chen. Facing the number 1 seed from one of the top 7 schools, this guy became even more bloodthirsty. Yun Chen observed his opponent for a moment. This guy had completely merged with his foreign bloodline, so his power was at its peak. But because of that, he'd lost his sanity. Right now, he was no different from a monster. Is your family watching this fight? If they are, good, because next, I'm going to crush your skull right in front of them. Yun Chen was genuinely angered by Ba Hua Tung's words. He shot toward his opponent, who was initially stunned. But when the demonic formation breaker was pressed against his neck, he suddenly felt a wave of fear. That's because Yun Chen's weapon had an intimidating effect on draconic targets, reducing all of the opponent's stats by 15%. With a loud boom, the arena was shrouded in a cloud of dust. Yun Chen had knocked Ba Hua Tung to his knees, shattering the arrogant and powerful image he'd maintained from the start. His eyes were filled with hatred, and he opened his mouth to curse and threaten some more. But Yun Chen's next blow sent 2 of his teeth flying. Next, he delivered a straight punch to Ba Hoa Tung's stomach. Thanks to his dragon bloodline, this guy's pain tolerance was incredible. Coincidentally, Yun Chen was furious, so he used him as a punching bag to vent his anger. He used his stomp skill to pin his opponent underfoot and torture him. The people in the stands watching this scene thought Yun Chen was both cruel and incredibly cool. It seemed his family was the one line you do not cross. Ba Hua Tung was in for a world of pain. On the stage, Yun Chen had Ba Hua Tung pinned under his foot. He was still seething with rage, his entire face twisted and contorted until he looked just like a monster. Yun Chen paused his attack, wanting his opponent to get up and face him again. Ba Hua Tung struggled to his feet, hatred clouding his eyes. A pair of black wings sprouted from his back. Now, he truly looked exactly like a monster. Ba Hua Tung opened his mouth, spitting out a torrent of black fire. The flames had immense destructive power, but when he looked again, Yun Chen's spear was already at his neck. Go on, try and stab me again. There's a long way between my skin and my heart. With a sharp cry, Yun Chen stabbed him squarely in the chest, missing his heart by a hair. Hak Long's body might have been tough, but an inch deeper and it would have been lights out for him. That's when Bai Hua Song finally felt real fear, dropping to his knees to surrender. You want to kill others, but are terrified of being killed yourself. Turns out, that's all you amount to. The referee immediately declared Yun Chen the winner of the match. After Yun Chen ended the fight, the observers on the sidelines all breathed a sigh of relief. For a moment there, they actually thought he was going to kill the guy. Intentionally killing an opponent means immediate disqualification, and that would be a complete waste of such talent. He just wanted to frighten his opponent. He didn't let his emotions cloud his mind. He stayed calm from beginning to end. It really was an impressive performance. Diep and Fuck nodded repeatedly, appearing extremely satisfied with this kid. Just then, his secretary brought him some news. They had discovered that Yun Chen still had a younger sister in her third year of middle school. If they could bring her over to be cared for along with Yun Chen, it would be an excellent arrangement. And sure enough, as soon as Headmaster Diep heard this, he seemed to be all for it. After all, Yun Chen's parents were both people of great merit. Treating the siblings well was the right thing to do. For the Xuanlong Nation, top-tier students held immense strategic value, especially those from the top 7 universities. As long as they didn't wash out, their future strength was guaranteed to be rank 4, making them the core fighting force against the dark world. Therefore, they had to provide the best possible treatment for a precious gem like Yun Chen. With that, Diep and Fook sent his assistant on her way. He instructed her to notify the middle schools affiliated with Giangdai University to keep a spot open for her at all times. They would ask Yun Chen's opinion when he returned. A student this important needed to be able to focus on his training, not worry about family matters. Old Diep, are you in or not? Betting on the individual matches is a time-honored tradition. Better hurry, the fights are about to end. The challenge came from the other side of the screen. Diep and Fook chuckled. These old friends of his. It seemed he couldn't refuse their little betting game this year, either. After eliminating Bai Huasong, who was originally the favorite to win the championship, Yun Chen advanced directly to the top 16. However, his next opponent was anything but simple. She was also a #1 seed from the top 7 universities and a popular pick for champion, the successor of the Sword Saint, Bo Thien. The #1 seed from Dongfu University had entered the arena, and the headmasters of the various schools were all fired up, starting to place their bets. Diep and Fook, who had just arrived, jumped right in. He wagered an A-rank skill book on Yun Chen being the winner. The vice headmaster of Thondai University roared with laughter. Old Diep, you just got here and you're already betting that big? Do you really think your classless wanderer is a sure thing just because he beat that little black dragon punk? To be honest, he still didn't think highly of Yun Chen, because at the end of the day, Bai Huasong was all bark and no bite. He might have acted arrogant, but he was actually a coward. Cut the chatter. Are you in or not? Of course I'm in. I'll see you with a copy of an A-rank heavenly treasure. Seeing his two friends making such big bets, the headmaster of Dongfu also put out his wager. It was a contract soul. The value of this thing was far higher than any A-rank skill. But before he could even finish boasting about how precious his item was, a familiar, resounding announcement echoed from the live screen. Yun Chen wins! Headmaster Trong of Dongdai stood there with his mouth agape as the contract soul fell from his hand. Diep and Fook cheerfully snatched it up. Old Trong couldn't believe his star pupil, Bo Thien, had lost so quickly. Down by the arena, Bo Thien herself was also in utter disbelief at what had just happened. She was the successor to the Sword Saint, for crying out loud, yet her opponent was able to match her sword for sword. Not to mention, Yun Chen was also using skills from other classes to aid him in combat. This guy clearly wasn't a normal person, he was a monster. With that victory, Yun Chen successfully advanced to the quarterfinals. The situation for Jiang Dai was still looking pretty stable. It was just a shame that Than Tai Nien ran into King Dai's #1 seed and was eliminated early on. Nico also advanced successfully without any issues. Diep and Fuch's assistant didn't dare relax for a second because the randomly generated matchup list was sent over right after. She hurriedly opened her phone to see who Yun Chen's next opponent was, but the moment she saw the name, the color instantly drained from her face. This is bad. Why him? The audience below the stage erupted like a disturbed beehive. Because Yun Chen's opponent was Nin Tuan Dat, the once-in-a-thousand-years summoner and the #1 seed of Thonvan University. This opponent was going to be tough, but the challenge wasn't his class, it was the top-tier talent he possessed. Yun Chen's strength was his almighty talent, which allowed him to raise all his skills by 3 quality levels. Combined with his already high base stats, he could make even his beginner skills as powerful as any specialized class skill. Add to that his excellent combat intuition, and he was able to deal with any opponent. However, compared to Yun Chen, Nin Tuan Dat's S-rank supreme contract talent was even more absurd. He could raise all of his summons by 4 quality levels, meaning even summoning a small fry could give it the strength of a boss. Moreover, the Nin family was the top clan in Thonvan province. With that kind of financial backing, Nin Tuan Dat would absolutely not be summoning low-quality creatures. This was definitely going to be a tough fight for Yun Chen. Down in the arena, both Yun Chen and Nin Tuan Dat were burning with the desire to win. Nin Tuan Dat wanted to overwhelm his opponent to reclaim the honor his teammate had lost. At the same time, the Nin family's pride would not allow him to lose a single match. Yun Chen, however, couldn't care less about his opponent's family background. He just bluntly declared that Nin Tuan Dat wouldn't be leaving the stage on his own 2 feet. Ignorant and arrogant, a vein on Nin Tuan Dat's forehead throbbed furiously. He spread his arms wide and began to summon. Yun Chen was slightly startled. This guy's casting speed is insane. I have to interrupt him quickly. If I let him summon a horde of monsters, it'll be a real headache. He gripped his long spear and charged toward his opponent. But Nin Tuandat had already seen it coming. He used his secret synchronization art to temporarily fuse himself as a summoner with his contracted monster, allowing him to use its skills. Yun Chen's spear struck true, but it passed straight through his opponent, not leaving a single scratch. Nin Tuandat let out a crazed laugh. Your skills with a spear are pathetic in my eyes. Yun Chen didn't flinch. It was true that his Night Fiend skills were enough to handle most opponents, but not this one. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen's light projection technique really did a number on his opponent. Now, this skill doesn't do any physical damage, but it's the kind of thing that absolutely torments a nightmare phantom. And since Nin Tuan Dut was merged with the summon, he was feeling every bit of it too. Seeing things were going south, Nin Tuan Dut tried to use the phantom's ethereal form to make a run for it. But Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen. He had a whole arsenal of skills that were the perfect counter for cheap tricks like that. He quickly locked onto his opponent's aura, and the spear in his hand shot forward. It was a perfect hit, but something stopped it, yet again. This time, it was a demon earth flower seed sprouting up from the ground. The crowd let out a collective gasp. So that's times why Nin Tuan Dut had been planting those seeds all over the ground from the very beginning while he fought Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen head on. Now, the demon earth flower seeds covered the entire arena. With time, its root system would only grow larger. Just thinking about it, they were pretty sure they'd already figured out who was going to win this thing. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen, just scoffed. Demon, earth, flower, or whatever. At the end of the day, it was just a plant. All you needed was a little fire. The weapon in his hand transformed, reshaping into a scepter. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen's fire attacks, hammered the demon earth flower continuously, but unfortunately, they couldn't even scratch it. Nin Tuan Dut's grin widened. He didn't stop casting, summoning a whole horde of monsters, saving one last big surprise for you. This was the perfect send-off for an arrogant little punk like you. Nin Tuan Dut flicked his hand, summoning his final monster. It was a red dragon, and its power was obviously on a completely different level from everything before it. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen let out a long sigh. What a troublesome opponent, being able to summon so many lackeys at once. The weapon in his hand shifted again, this time into a massive axe. All right then, bring it on, all of you. Nin Tuan Dut thought he must have misheard, figuring Yun Chen equals is greater than. Yun Chen still hadn't grasped the situation. He decided to kindly remind Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen of one little thing. Those demon earth flower roots hadn't just spread across the entire arena. They were now sprouting on Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen's body. And whatever this thing touched, it turned into fertilizer, eventually getting drained completely dry. In the stands, the crowd started yelling, taunting Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen, telling him to just give up already. But Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen just curled his lip in a contemptuous smirk, as if these little seeds were enough to take him times down. He caressed the weapon in his hand. This was the Stormwind Broadaxe, something he'd taken off a giant demon chieftain long ago. This kind of battle axe held immense power, and in the hands of someone like Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen, its full potential would be unleashed. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen, then activated a basic berserker skill, Rage. With a single flex of his body, all the demon earth flower seeds parasitizing him were blasted away. Ning Tuan Dut let out a cold snort. So what if you got rid of the seeds? He then ordered all of his summoned beasts to attack at once. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he activated 3 skills in quick succession and then just stood there, taking the full force of the attack. The jaws of every single person in the audience hit the floor. Has this kid lost his damn mind? He was taking every single hit from Nin Tuan Dut's assault, but then, someone in the crowd quickly realized what was going on. There's a basic skill that exists in this world. One where the more damage you take, the higher your own stats soar. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen had just used multiple buffs at once and switched to a battle axe with maximum power. It was terrifying to imagine, but after that relentless barrage, his strength must have reached an unbelievable, monstrous level. And sure enough, after the storm of fire and claws faded, Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen emerged from the wreckage in a state of absolute frenzy. He let out a guttural roar, then wound up and hurled the axe in his hand. That single throw wiped every last one of Nin Tuan Dut's monsters off the map. In the observation deck, the crowd could only swallow hard. Holy crap. Even Nin Tuan Dut was starting to get scared, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He never would have dreamed that his entire army of summons could be annihilated in a single move. If he hadn't been in his soul form, which was immune to physical damage, he probably would have been stunned, senseless, or maybe even killed outright. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen seized the opportunity and charged forward. Ning Tuan Dut frantically called his red dragon to protect him. The dragon took a crippling blow from Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen, but just then, the demon earth flower erupted from the ground again, its vines coiling tightly around his legs. The plant bound him fast, then began dragging him across the arena floor. Nin Tuen Dut started laughing hysterically. Didn't expect that, did you? As long as my demon earth flower has a single root left, it's immortal. Go, red dragon! Incinerate him for me. Following its master's command, the red dragon immediately spat out a massive fireball. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen calmly summoned a water elemental, successfully blocking the fatal blow. I hear your roots are still alive. In that case, let me borrow them for a minute. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen decisively grabbed the vines wrapped around his legs and yanked with all his might. The demon earth flower seeds, buried deep beneath the ground, were ripped up completely. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen then used the mass of roots and vines as a makeshift whip, slamming it violently against the red dragon. Nin Tuan Dut ground his teeth. He never, ever imagined his opponent would be this difficult to handle. The situation was now incredibly dire for him. Nin Tuan Dut planned to summon some other cannon fodder to buy himself time and secure a win. But Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen saw right through his pathetic little plan. He used a basic assassin skill, dagger throw. Seeing this, Nin Tuan Dut burst out laughing. You idiot. Don't forget, I'm still in my soul form. You think a simple dagger is going to hurt me? The dagger passed right through Nin Tuan Dut's body, and just as expected, it didn't harm him, but it had a paper talisman stuck to it, and that talisman successfully attached itself to him. It was only then that Nin Tuan Dut sensed something was wrong. Could it be? The dagger was just a diversion, and this talisman was Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen's real attack? And sure enough, a moment later, the talisman exploded. Nin Tuan Dut was ripped from his soul form, no longer immune to physical damage, and forced back into his normal body. Diepen Fook, who hadn't missed a second of the fight, let out a hearty laugh. This kid is really something else, to actually figure out a way to break the Nightmare Phantom. The Exorcism Talisman was originally a support skill for teammates, meant to remove negative effects and reduce the power of enemy attacks. But Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen had used it on his opponent instead. And unbelievably, it still managed to expel the Nightmare Phantom from Nin Tuan Dut's body. To read the situation so perfectly and make such a precise choice, this was truly the work of a once-in-a-millennium genius. Diepen Fook stroked his long beard over and over. It looked like first place in this individual tournament was pretty much guaranteed for their Jiangdai University. Back on the stage, Nin Tuan Dut was still staring in disbelief. He just couldn't believe that a measly little basic skill had managed to dispel his Nightmare Phantom. But Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen knew. The match was already decided. To him, without that soul form, Nin Tuan Dut was absolutely nothing. Don't you dare look down on me, Nin Tuan Dut seethed with rage. His red dragon was currently crushed flat, pinned down by the demonic earth flower seed Yun Chen had thrown earlier. But Nin Tuan Dut didn't care. He forced the summon and began to assimilate it into his own body. Old Chu, the vice principal of Thanvan University, was growing more frantic by the second. Nin Tuan Dut had clearly been pushed into a corner and lost his mind. So, what if he turns into a dragon now? Yun Chen possesses a weapon that's the ultimate counter to dragons. Didn't he just hang 3 of them up and beat them to a pulp a little while ago? Nin Tuan Dut's current state caused the stadium to erupt. They roared, screaming for him to crush the classless wanderer. The cheers only fueled Nin Tuan Dut's arrogance. Ha ha ha, this is the power of a dragon. A surging, endless power. Before me, you are nothing but a worthless little gnat. Nin Tuan Dut lunged forward, intending to crush Yun Chen in a single move, but Yun Chen just calmly used his long spear, and with one strike, pierced straight through his chest. Nin Tuan Dut collapsed, coughing up a huge mouthful of blood. Impossible, he stammered. I have the power of a dragon. Sorry about that, Yun Chen replied, but I specialize in killing dragons. Yun Chen uttered the final words with chilling ease. Just then, the tournament referee announced the result. Yun Chen was the winner. A wave of confusion swept through the audience. This is only the quarter-finals. And Nin Tuan Dut gets stopped in the top 8? What a joke. I'm not watching this crap anymore. Right after that, many people stood up and left, most of them fans of the home team. Nin Tuan Dut was carried out of the arena. The first semi-final match began right away. Yun Chen's opponent this time was the #1 seed from Kinnam University, a guy named Bak Vu. His class was Assassin. The moment they met, Bak Vu spoke with extreme politeness. You're very strong. I admit I'm no match for you. I'm not fighting to win this match, but I hope for your guidance. Alright, then I'll only use Assassin skills. The moment the match started, Bak Vu moved like the wind, rushing his opponent at top speed. Yun Chen used a few smoke bombs to create a diversion. He tried to strike from behind, but Bak Vu caught him. It was because of the haunting trace skill he'd just used, which could track his opponent's position. The two fought head-on in the thick smoke. Bak Vu figured these were the only pathetic skills Yun Chen had. If you think this isn't enough, you'd better pull out skills from your other classes. Otherwise, you're not going to beat me. Bak Vu offered the friendly advice, but the moment the words left his mouth, Yun Chen's blade was already pressed against his neck. It turned out that when Yun Chen threw the smoke bombs, he had already created a clone. His real body had been hiding in the clone's shadow the entire time. Bak Vu let out a long sigh and immediately conceded. The gap between them was just too wide. He'd listened to Yun Chen say it so casually. But who would have guessed that the one fighting Bak Vu to a standstill was just a clone? With the semifinals won, Yun Chen advanced straight to the finals. But no one expected his opponent this time to be Nico. Yun Chen was speechless. The audience was speechless. Just forfeit already. Gorgeous. Don't waste everyone's time. Nico was getting annoyed. Yun Chen looked at her, helpless. Are we going to fight? What is there to fight about? Even though what they're saying is rude, it's true. There's no way I can beat you. Nico cheerfully forfeited. And just like that, Yun Chen, the most disliked classless wanderer, was sitting in the champion's seat. The stadium was dead silent, and the MC was completely mortified. So this was the home field advantage. Even though Yun Chen had won, not a single cheer could be heard. But Yun Chen didn't care about that at all. Compared to some meaningless cheers, the satisfaction of beating Thondai University so badly they couldn't even lift their heads was much better. After that day's match, news about Yun Chen dominated every corner of the internet. And because of that, all eyes turned to Nintuan Dat. He went from being a beloved young master, praised by thousands, to the disgrace of the Nin family and all of Thonvan University. Vice Principal Chu was trembling with rage, endlessly berating the student who was once his favorite. This loss will severely damage Thondai's reputation. To turn this around now, we absolutely must win the overall championship. I don't care what methods you use. In tomorrow's team competition, you absolutely must win. After Vice Principal Chu left, the members of the Thondai team started to worry. For many years now, the team competition had always been their weak point. A twisted smile spread across Nin Tuandat's face as a golden orb appeared in his hand. Taking the normal path is obviously not easy. But what if someone was willing to be a sacrifice? Nin, bro, what are you planning to do? Don't. The sentence was cut off by a blood-curdling scream. Meanwhile, the students from Jiangdai University were basking in the feeling of pure bliss. And why not? Yun Chen had been unbelievably cool today. Diepen Fook even came out to greet him personally, generously giving him several items he'd won from his bets. Among them, the one thing that caught Yun Chen's eye was a soul contract. Diepen Fook agreed it was a rare and rather useful item. It can connect to a target's soul. Once the master-servant contract is signed, it's impossible to resist. It's just like how Headmaster Ha subdued his 2 elf maids, they used a soul contract. The law strictly forbids people from using this, because the Xuanlong nation places extreme importance on protecting human rights. Therefore, Diepen Fook suggested that Yun Chen find a magical beast to sign the contract with, and that it would be best to find a foreign one. In addition, because Yun Chen took first place, Jiangdai University had also prepared a special reward: 10,000 points, 20,000 in cash, and a piece of extremely rare equipment. The students instantly went wild. That was a seriously generous prize. As Diepen Fook was happily chatting with the students, his assistant approached with a grim face and delivered some bad news. It was about Li Hoanvu, the mage for the Thon Van University team. He was supposedly seriously injured by accident during a practice session. Since he couldn't continue competing, they had replaced him with a guardian knight. When the kids from the Jiangdai team heard this, they were furious. Damn it, that's just low. Everyone can see our team composition is weakest against an iron wall formation. They swapped their mage for a guardian knight. They're obviously targeting us. This is clearly some shady business. They've never allowed a mid-tournament substitution in previous years. Yun Chen just smirked, showing not a hint of worry. If the other team wanted to use an iron wall formation to crush them, then he had no problem letting them have a little taste of his own strategy. Before we knew it, it was the next day, and the team competition was officially underway. The next match was the round of 16, Baye University versus Jiangnan University. The moment it began, Yun Chen led his teammates in a forward charge. Ye Anfu and his old friends were in their usual spot, watching the events unfold on the live feed. But today, the betting pool wasn't nearly as lively as before. They'd been trying to get something going for a while, but none of the other headmasters dared to place a bet. No bets. How boring. Who would have guessed Jiangnan University would have such a freak of nature on their team this year? This isn't even a team competition anymore. It's clearly a one-man show. None of them wanted to lose any more of their prized possessions for nothing. These were all seasoned veterans. They'd lived long enough to see their fair share of prodigies, but even the best of them could only take on 2, maybe 3 opponents at once, tops. But Yun Chen, right from the start, could shatter an entire enemy team's defensive line all by himself. His multi-class abilities made his attack patterns incredibly versatile, and when you combine that with his sharp, adaptable mind, he could handle any situation thrown at him. Vice Headmaster Zhu of Qingyun University, who had been sitting quietly this whole time, finally spoke up, a clear note of irritation in his voice. I'll admit, the kid is strong, but this is a team competition. Coordination is what matters. His melee-heavy lineup has its limits. I doubt he'll get much further. Ye Anfu just smiled without saying a word. Tactics. We'll just have to wait and see. Down in the arena, Yun Chen was single-handedly tearing the enemy team to shreds. His speed was unreal, and the power behind his skills was immense. The other team simply couldn't withstand it. In just a short time, Baye University had been completely defeated. Asterisk, psi asterisk. We fought 4 matches in a row, and it was over before I even had a chance to warm up. I didn't get to do anything at all. I know, right? I had to run just to keep up with you guys to apply my talismans. Whose idea was it for us to be in the rear guard anyway? Yi Qingling and Sun Kangzhao complained to each other. In a situation like this, they didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Yun Chen walked up from behind and gave each of them a light knock on the head. Cut the crap. You two are a crucial part of our backup strategy. It's just that the opponents in these first few rounds have been total trash, so you haven't been needed. Now, get your heads in the game. Break time's over. The quarterfinals are next. But the spectators in the stands could only sigh. Jiangnan University's team was just too dominant. Forget about beating the whole team. Just beating Yun Chen alone seemed like an impossible task. Jiangnan University's next opponent was Qingzhou University, and they looked remarkably confident. They seemed to think Yun Chen's all-melee lineup was nothing but garbage. After all, Qingzhou University had a reputation as the team that specialized in crushing reckless brawlers. They'd always been famous for their mages. In fact, their entire competition roster was made up of them. And while their performance in the individual rounds hadn't been anything special, the synergy between their different magical attributes could be devastating in a team fight. Guo Feicheng looked at the enemy's lineup and found it utterly ridiculous. Mages are all glass cannons. This lineup was a clear sign they weren't taking an assassin like him seriously. Guo Feicheng decided to strike first and gain the upper hand. He moved to use his Shadow Step ability and lead the charge, but before he could even meld into the ground, Yun Chen grabbed him. Everyone was a little surprised by the move. Van, what's wrong? Yun Chen observed the enemy team for a moment. Don't be reckless, he said. These 7 glass cannons aren't as easy as they look. Van, you're being way too cautious. No matter how skilled they are, they're still just fragile mages. We're assassins. Are you saying we should be afraid of them? Guo Feicheng sounded skeptical. Shen Tairan also wanted to charge in and tank, since he had his blood shield. Nico and the others started chiming in. How could a team with no tank possibly expect to fight them head-on? Besides, they all wanted a chance to show what they could do, not just stand around and clean up the mess afterward. Yun Chen thought for a few seconds, then finally agreed. They were a team after all. He had to respect his teammates' opinions. With that, Yun Chen assigned roles to each person according to their strengths. Down in the stands, the audience was eagerly anticipating this fight. Yun Chen's team was pure melee, while Qingzhou University's was pure ranged. Both lineups were extreme, and it was impossible to tell who had the advantage. The moment the referee shouted, "Begin," the 5 members of Yun Chen's group charged forward in unison. Ye Qingling and Sun Kangzhao once again played their part as the observers at the back of the formation. Their teammates attacked so fast that they didn't even have time to apply their buffing talismans. Nothing we can do. Van told us. Unless something goes wrong, you stay in the rear and observe. Sun Kangzhao sighed deeply. On his end, Yun Chen was just playing a supportive role. With his hands free for the moment, he used his appraisal skill to gather intel. Yun Chen quickly confirmed that the opponents were all single-element specialist mages who knew how to coordinate their different elemental magics for combined attacks. He could also identify their elements: fire, ice, wood, earth, light, and dark. It looked like fire and light were their main offensive pressure, while dark and ice were responsible for support fire and applying status effects. Earth was for defense and wood for crowd control. There was only one mage whose element Yun Chen couldn't identify, and he was standing at the very back. Clearly, he was the one they were protecting. A sudden chill ran down Yun Chen's spine. Wait a second. He couldn't sense any elemental attribute in that man's magic. Could it be? The captain of the Qingzhou team laughed when he saw Yun Chen's group charge. He ordered his teammates to create a massive explosion, simultaneously launching 4 attacks from 4 different elements. Yun Chen used his talents for rapid casting and dual casting to conjure a fireball spell to block them. For now, he had to do everything he could to block the enemy's assault. The spells collided, creating a huge explosion in midair. Yun Chen's brow furrowed. There were still quite a few skills he couldn't stop. Taking on 4 mages by himself was just too difficult. The skills he couldn't block were already getting dangerously close. Shen Tairan quickly threw up his Essence Blood Shield to block the rest of them. Nico and Lin Yoksu seized the opportunity, drew their swords, and charged forward. But the enemy didn't flinch, unleashing another relentless barrage of attacks in response. But the Qingzhou captain, in the end, was just a frog in a well. The moment things looked slightly in his favor, he arrogantly assumed victory was his. While he was still reveling in his perceived victory, Shen Tyron used Blood Shadow Raid to approach him from behind. Unfortunately, the enemy team wasn't that easy to deal with. The moment they saw him attack, their wood mage summoned a thicket of vines, binding Shen Tyron completely, leaving him helpless. Damn it. These mages are constantly covering for each other. They're not easy to deal with at all, but I'm not fighting alone. Quach Phi Thon was just now starting his attack. He was aiming for that squad leader after all. To catch the bandits, you have to catch the leader first. But just as Quach Phi Thon's weapon was about to reach his opponent, a halo of light appeared around the man, and just like that, he vanished. Nico cursed under his breath. Damn it, that's a teleportation circle. The opposing team's mages all vanished at once, then reappeared in perfect sync, hovering in the air right above Guo Ficheng. I'm screwed. Guo Ficheng's eyes flew open as he looked up at the staves being raised in unison. There was no way he was getting out of this one. But just then, Yun Shen appeared. He grabbed Guo Ficheng by the collar and hurled him to the side. The barrage of attacks landed with pinpoint accuracy, with Yun Shen taking the full brunt of it in Guo Ficheng's place. Nico's eyes went wide. Lin Yuxu couldn't believe what he was seeing either. Sure, they were all teammates, but Yun Shen's strategy and skill were leagues ahead of Guo Ficheng's. A one-for-one trade like this was a massive loss. The team's combat power would be cut by at least half. Guo Ficheng sat sprawled on the ground, his eyes starting to well up with tears. How did it come to this? I should have listened to Brother Yun from the start. If I'd just been more careful, none of this would have happened. Of course, there was no way Yun Shen would die so pointlessly. While his teammates were still reeling, he reappeared, wearing that same confident, carefree expression. It was obvious now, the one who had charged in to take the hit for Guo Ficheng was just one of Yun Shen's clones. Unfortunately, that clone was now gone, and he wouldn't be able to use the skill again for another 2 hours. Still, saving a teammate made it a worthy trade-off. I can't believe the opponent has a teleportation mage anchoring their formation. This is a huge problem. Nico was starting to get worried, because the situation wasn't nearly as favorable as they had thought. Teleportation-type mages were extremely rare, not because the magic was difficult to master, but because its combat potential was so limited. That's why none of them had ever anticipated an opponent would have one on their roster. While they were busy fighting head-on, the enemy had secretly set up a large number of teleportation circles all over the arena. On top of that, the caster himself was positioned way in the back, making him incredibly difficult to attack. What do we do now? Nico was completely at a loss. It's fine, Yun Shen cut in. You guys keep the others pinned down. Don't let them bother me. Leave the rest to me. In a situation like this, no one dared to argue with Yun Shen. All they could do was their best to provide cover for him. The arena quickly descended into chaos. Everyone on the Jiang University team was fighting with everything they had, but the enemy's ability to teleport made them incredibly frustrating to deal with. Up in the stands, the audience started to laugh and jeer at their predicament. Jiang University had been undefeated for 4 consecutive matches, and now they couldn't even touch the hem of their opponent's robes. This wasn't a fight. It was like they were being taken for a walk. The crowd had already given up hope of Qingyun University winning the championship, so they were absolutely reveling in the sight of anyone giving Yun Shen a hard time. Guo Ficheng and Lin Yuxu were in a tough spot. They were burning through way too much stamina, but couldn't seem to land a single attack. Just then, Yun Shen began to charge forward. The teleportation mage noticed him, but in his eyes, Yun Shen's magic skills posed no threat whatsoever. And as for the attack range of the spear Yun Shen was carrying, he figured he could predict that easily. Anyone who steps into your attack range, I'll just teleport them away, the mage thought. You're not going to hurt a single member of my team. But what he didn't expect was for Yun Shen to suddenly pull out a gun. He pulled the trigger without a second thought. The bullet tore through the opponent's chest, and he dropped like a sack of rocks. Yun Shen landed gently on the ground. Yeah, when you're fighting squishy targets like these, guns are still the easiest way to go. The teleportation mage's jaw hit the floor. What the hell? You use a gun? And you faked an attack with a spear just to pull that out? You're way too devious, he thought. Yun Shen didn't have time to bicker. When it came to being devious, was either side really any better than the other? He stomped his foot hard on the ground to build momentum, then launched himself high into the air. Yun Shen activated 2 divine marksman skills at once, Quick Draw and Frenzied Fire. Bullets started flying everywhere. The mages panicked and scattered, and even their key player couldn't react in time. The storm of bullets Yun Shen unleashed was too dense. There was no way they could dodge everything. While the mage was still panicking, he suddenly felt the sharp blade of Guo Ficheng's weapon press against his neck. The kid was clearly still bitter about his near-death experience earlier because he didn't hesitate to press the dagger right into the mage's throat. You little punk, I finally got my hands on you. So easy to sneak up on. I guess Brother Yun's little light show completely stole your attention, huh? Seeing his ace in the hole captured, the enemy captain panicked, but he wasn't giving up yet. He quickly ordered his teammates to form a support line for the teleportation mage. He also conjured a massive shield himself, but that pathetic bit of power was nothing compared to Nico, the Silver Moon warrior. She charged forward and delivered a picture-perfect slash. The captain plummeted from the sky and landed with a pathetic thud right at Yun Shen's feet. So, Yun Shen asked coolly, "You want to keep going?" Yun Shen leveled his gun at the opponent. The guy wasn't stupid enough to ask for another beating. The outcome was already set. All he could do was forfeit. The announcer immediately declared that Jiang University had successfully advanced, moving straight into the top 8. Yun Shen's group swaggered back to their lounge. They'd struggled a bit this time, but that only made the victory all the more spectacular. Up in the stands, the students from Qingde University could only weep. They had been so desperately hoping that Qingzhou University could thrash Yun Shen, but the higher the hope, the bigger the disappointment. It looked like it was going to be a long, long time before anyone could take Yun Shen down. The Jiang University team returned to their lounge. Nico, Lin Yoksu, and Guo Ficheng were buzzing, excitedly talking about the match. Only Ye Qingling and Sun Kangzhao were sitting silently in a corner, looking completely lost. They kept sighing. A win was a win, but it felt awful. They were supposed to be among the top 10 strongest students in their year, but in the last few matches, they felt like they hadn't contributed anything at all. Why did Brother Yun have to be so ridiculously powerful? Hey, winning without even lifting a finger isn't so bad, Sun Kangzhao said, trying to comfort Ye Qingling. It feels like we could win the whole championship just by sitting here. But Yun Shen had heard every word. Who said I was going to let you two sit on the sidelines? In the next match, you two are the main force. The moment Yun Shen's words left his mouth, both Sun Kangzhao and Ye Qingling's eyes lit up. Really, Brother Yun? We get to be the main force? For real? The rest period ended, and they walked out for their first official semi-final match. This time, Jiang University had to face the team from Shengli University. This team was considered the most brutal, terrifying, and bizarre in the history of the freshman exchange tournament. That's because every single one of its members had monster bloodlines, and their captain was one of Yun Shen's old rivals, Ba He Song. To put it bluntly, the general appearance of this team was just unbearable to look at. Whispers of body shaming directed at Team Thang Dai rose from the crowd. But what could they do? It's not like they wanted to look this way. Wasn't it all because of what their parents did? The reason for this whole mess goes all the way back 17 years. Before the cataclysm occurred, some players, just for fun, decided to go off on their own. One by one, they chose monster races, goblins, lava men. Someone even chose the Jiangxi clan. The result? When the game and reality merged into one, they really did turn into monsters. And that, in turn, is why their children have these forms that are neither human nor monster. Before the match even started, a member of Team Thang Dai earnestly reminded Bai Huasong that the weapon Yun Chen possessed was specifically designed to counter the dragon race. Of course, Bai Huasong knew that. He'd just gotten his ass handed to him the day before. His body was still trembling from it. But so what? Bai Huasong suddenly roared, maybe out of rage, or maybe to rally his own teammates. Have you all forgotten everything we've had to endure all these years? Because of our ugly faces and our mixed blood, we've faced discrimination and humiliation our entire lives. What Bai Huasong said wasn't wrong. They hadn't done anything to deserve it. The blame lay with the irresponsible fun-seeking of their parents. They should have been human, but from the day they were born, they were casually insulted by other humans. Since he was a child, Bai Huasong had nurtured a will for revenge. That's why he'd thrown himself at the Black Dragon without a second thought, completely transforming into a monster. Now, standing before him were the human elites from the top 7 universities, and he wanted nothing more than to grind them into dust beneath his feet. The members of Team Thang Dai all had monster blood in them, making them incredibly defiant. With just a few words, Bai Huasong had successfully ignited their fighting spirit to a fever pitch. Every single one of them was boiling with the ambition to annihilate their opponents. Yun Chen absolutely despised this team, because they were as pathetic as they were hateful. But he didn't forget to remind his own team that they couldn't let their guard down for even a second in this match. Under Bai Huasong's command, the Thang Dai group charged forward as one. They didn't care about winning or losing, they just wanted to kill whoever they could. On the other side, Yun Chen directed his own members to form a solid defensive line. Each person unleashed their skills to protect the back row. And the aces in the hole for this match were Diep Thon Lin and Ton Kang Triu. The two of them were finally getting to feel what it was like to be the key players protected by the whole team, instead of just having Vo Chi standing in the back, watching the show. Lam Huhuk saw his teammates slacking off and couldn't help but tear into them. What are you so smug about? Get your asses in gear. Brother Van made you guys the main damage dealers, because a Taoist can counter monsters, and a summoner can take the pressure off the front line, not so you could enjoy the feeling of being protected. After that tongue lashing, Ton Kang Triu hastily summoned his precious beasts. He had contracts with quite a few high-level magic beasts, like an earth elemental, a withered treant, a stone giant, and a green wilds bear. On the other side, Diepthon Lin wasn't idle either. She began casting spells to enhance the power of Tunkong Triu's summons. The combination resulted in a terrifyingly powerful wave of attacks that crashed directly into Team Thang Dai. Shouts echoed throughout the arena. Several of the headmasters and vice headmasters nodded in approval. The Taoist was a class that could deal damage, apply crowd control, and provide support buffs. Its burst damage was also strong, and it could counter monsters and evil spirits. Unfortunately, its weakness was its short casting range and excessively long cooldown times. As the team captain and a freelancer, Yun Chen naturally understood this. That must be why he had Diepthon Lin stay put and defend. The strategy really wasn't bad, but that was only one of the reasons. Diep and Fook watched his student intently. He knew that in terms of raw power, Yun Chen was likely no weaker than Diepthon Lin. He was probably doing this to reduce the chance of his teammates getting injured, and also to give them a chance to shine. That kid, he really was a classic case of cold on the outside, warm on the inside. Down in the arena, Diepthon Lin and Tan Kang Triu coordinated perfectly, getting more and more fired up as they fought. Bai Huasong's group was beaten so badly they couldn't even get up. He lay flattened on the ground, completely unwilling to accept another defeat. Yun Chen slowly walked up to him. He had never experienced the pain those guys had. He didn't want to preach some grand moral lesson, but Yun Chen genuinely wanted to knock some sense into these thoughtless guys. The ones you should be fighting are the people who mock and discriminate against you, not innocent people. That's the choice at times human being times would make. Bai Huasong's expression was one of immense suffering. It turned out, from the very beginning, Yun Chen had always seen him as a true human, yet he himself had been unable to tell right from wrong, taking his anger out on people who had done nothing. A wave of clarity washed over Bai Huasong. He accepted his defeat, completely and utterly convinced. Jiangnam University had won yet another match, but the words Yun Chen had just said to Bai Huasong gave countless spectators pause. That classless freelancer has always been so cold. But who would have thought he had such a clear sense of right and wrong? From the moment Thang Dai entered the arena, we've all been treating them like monsters. Compared to that freelancer, we're really miles behind. Through this incident, Yun Chen's image in the eyes of the spectators improved immensely, even among the fans cheering for Team Thang Dai. The rounds went by quickly, and the team competition had now entered its final stage. In this match, Jiang Dai would face the home team, Than Van University. Nin Tuan Dat led his team into the arena, radiating an intimidating aura. Their team consisted of 2 heavy warriors, 2 summoners, a guardian knight, a mage, and a priest. Spectators in the stands began to criticize the lineup as being idiotic. They also started whispering about Thang Dai making a last-minute substitution right before the match. No one wanted to say it out loud, but almost everyone realized this change was clearly aimed at Jiang Dai. Even the students of Thang Dai had a vague suspicion, but they could only try to convince themselves that their school probably wouldn't stoop so low. The moment the match began, Nin Tuan Dat gave the order to set up a defensive formation. Their 2 heavy warriors and the guardian knight created an unshakable front line. The priest then buffed everyone with a healing aura effect, while Nin Tuan Dat and the other summoner in the back began using their summoning contracts. Just like in his one-on-one match with Yun Chen, a whole horde of monsters was summoned by him. At this sight, more than a few jaws dropped. 3 defenders plus a priest providing status buffs, and on top of that, 2 summoners calling out a swarm of tanky monsters. This was a literal absolute defense. Over on the other side, Yun Chen had also finished setting up his formation, and coincidentally, theirs was also a defensive one. Then Tai Nian stood at the front. Guo Fei Cheng and Lin Yushu protected Sun Kang, summoning a swarm of grotesque monsters, while Ye Qingling and Yun Chen stood at the very back. He was using a whole series of skills from different classes, and Ye Qingling was doing her best to buff him and the rest of the team. At this moment, it was as if Yun Chen had awakened to a different state of being. If the opponent brought out their strongest shield, well, then we'd just have to use our sharpest spear to strike back. In the headmaster's viewing room, Vice Headmaster Zhu started to get curious. Hey, old Yi, that little unspecialized kid of yours is standing in the back with a melee weapon, and he's crazily stacking buffs. What in the world is he planning? Yi Anfu pretended to be calm, replying that Yun Chen had his own plans, but in reality, he was sweating bullets himself, because even Headmaster Ye himself had never seen a tactic like this before. But then, another headmaster suddenly thought of something, a common, low-level skill that could give any class the ability to fight at range. Just then, Ning Junyi also sensed that something was off. He never thought Yun Chen would be crazy enough to use a one-shot skill like this. Ning Junyi quickly ordered his team to mobilize all their summoned beasts, to form a wall in front, while simultaneously using all of their strongest defensive skills. Just as they finished reinforcing their formation, Yun Chen had also accumulated enough power, causing the spear in his hand to grow massive. Yun Chen roared, "Go!" At his command, the spear was hurled forward using a low-level common skill called Launch. It pierced through Qingda's first layer of defense and continued streaking forward. Ning Junyi's team was thrown into a panic, but in this situation, they couldn't react in time. Yun Chen's spear tore through the air, shattering the defensive line that Qingda had worked so hard to set up. Their formation was smashed to pieces. While they weren't all eliminated, they were in a really bad spot. Ning Junyi threw his head back and let out a loud laugh. Yun Chen. Oh, Yun Chen, I can't believe you'd actually go all in like that. Now you're without a weapon, while my team is still intact. What are you going to fight us with now? Ning Junyi was brimming with confidence, but at that very moment, Yun Chen simultaneously used two of his talents, staffless casting and mage hand. A large hand erupted from the ground, picked up the spear, and threw it back to him. A smug look spread across Yun Chen's face. Who said I went all in? Doesn't this look like round 2 is about to begin? It was like a stinging slap across Ning Junyi's face. In the stands, the audience was completely stunned. The biggest drawback of the launch skill Yun Chen had just used was that once you threw your weapon, it was incredibly difficult to retrieve. But for Yun Chen to throw it and then just use Mage Hand to get it back, that was just insane. In the viewing room, that other headmaster began to ponder. He had guessed right. Yun Chen really did use the launch skill, but besides throwing the weapon, that move has no other effects. What in the world did Yun Chen use it for? Because that wasn't just an ordinary throw, Ye Anfu calmly explained. His talent allows him to upgrade skills by 3 quality levels. That's why the throw you just saw was so much more powerful. And right then, Yun Chen was beginning to wind up, preparing to launch his second attack. Ning Junyi was already in a terrible state. He commanded his team, "Don't let him use that skill again. We won't be able to take it. Mages, use your ranged skills and interrupt him." The mages from Qingda heard the command and immediately cast Shattering Boulder. A hailstorm of rocks came crashing down, but of course, they couldn't touch Yun Chen. His teammates weren't just standing around for decoration. "You won't lay a single finger on our captain?" With his teammates covering him, Yun Chen's launch was unleashed once more. Seeing this, the Qingda team scrambled and ran for their lives. What formation? There was no formation left. If they got hit by that again, it'd be game over. After this spear throw, the defensive strategy that Ning Junyi had painstakingly arranged had officially crumbled. Now, it was time for Thantai Nian and the others to show their strength. The entire Jiangda team charged forward, frantically stabbing, slashing, and beating their opponents. "Ning, just surrender. We can't hold them off!" Ning Junyi's teammate screamed. He gritted his teeth. But with things having reached this point, Ning Junyi had no other choice. This team competition is over. I soar. Before the word surrender could even leave his mouth, Yun Chen silenced him. "What do you think you're doing? Trying to forfeit? Such a shame. The referee didn't seem to hear you." Yun Chen landed right in front of him, and his 6 teammates quickly moved in to surround them. Now, the only one left on the Qingda team was Ning Junyi. By silencing him and preventing him from surrendering, Yun Chen obviously wanted to let his own team vent their anger. Ning Junyi was like a piece of meat on a platter. Utterly helpless, he couldn't stop the Jiangda group from taking out their frustrations on him. "You Qingda bastards dared to use your home field advantage to set up a cheap trick like this? Dared to use reporters to bully people? You think you own the damn place?" In an instant, Ning Junyi became a punching bag, letting Yun Chen's group beat him as they pleased. In the stands, the Qingda University students started leaving in droves. They couldn't stand the sight of their great team captain, Ning Junyi, being pinned to the ground and beaten. Even the match referee couldn't just stand by and watch anymore. Ning Junyi has lost the ability to fight. "The match is over. Stop now." The Jiangda team still hadn't had their fill, but since the referee had spoken, they had no choice but to show him some respect. Ning Junyi was beaten until his face was black and blue. This time, Qingda University had lost all face. Jiangnan University had won first place in the entire team competition. High on a platform, a figure appeared. It was that mysterious man in red again. He carefully observed the situation, then a strange, twisted smile spread across his face. "It's finally beginning." After the match ended, Ning Junyi sat like a statue in the waiting room for a long time. His teammates all looked at him with incredible concern. "It's been half an hour since the match ended, and Brother Ning hasn't said a word. Don't tell me they actually beat him, stupid." Vice Headmaster Zhu wasn't in a good mood either. He had long suspected his students weren't up to snuff, which is why he had secretly arranged the brackets so that Ning Junyi's team wouldn't face Jiangda until the finals. "All right, at least we got second place. We've secured a spot in the top 3. Get your spirits up, quickly." Ning Junyi gritted his teeth. Even though their ranking was secure, his dignity had been utterly crushed under Yun Chen's boot. He swore that one day he would personally go to Yun Chen's door and grind him under his heel. In contrast, the waiting room for Jiangnan University was filled with non-stop laughter. The whole team was ecstatic, having finally vented their pent-up anger. By now, the news of them pinning down and beating up Ning Junyi was probably a hot search topic. Qingda had lost all face. Ye Anfu was also extremely pleased with his students. They'd already taken first place in 2 rounds, a record that all but guaranteed them the championship. So, Principal Ye told them not to feel too much pressure in the final survival round. This round was held in an abandoned city in Thanvan province. It was once a prosperous city, but 60 years ago, a rift suddenly appeared, corroding it with dark energy. Almost everyone below level 6 in the city died. The lucky ones who survived all left, one after another. Over time, the vegetation in the city grew wildly, and more demonic beasts moved in to settle. Eventually, some rare natural treasures began to grow there. The dark energy has since been purified by clerics. Than University had also eliminated the most powerful demonic beasts, leaving only a portion suitable for the freshmen to fight. As for the resources collected by the contestants, they didn't have to be turned in. Whatever you found was yours to keep. The moment the students heard this, their eyes lit up. Rumor had it that there were even A-rank and A-plus rank natural treasures in the survival round. Getting your hands on those would be a huge score. Asterisk. I wonder if the soul resist herb is in there. Asterisk, Yun Chen thought to himself. The soul resist herb was a key ingredient for the activation potion. His younger sister, Van Duong, was approaching the age to awaken her talent. An activation potion could help her gain a good one. Yi Anfu had already sent people to investigate. In that city, there were at least 15 A-rank and 3 A-plus rank natural treasures. The soul resist herb was one of them. Hearing this, Yun Chen's determination burned. For his sister's future, he had to get his hands on that herb. The next day, the teams prepared to enter the survival round. All 20 members of the team would participate. The rankings would be calculated based on the total value of resources secured by the entire team. This meant they not only had to face demonic beasts, but also watch out for contestants from other academies. Assistant Lee gave each student a wooden tag called a victory talisman, which contained a small teleportation array. In case of danger, crushing it would allow them to withdraw, which of course also meant forfeiting the competition. Assistant Lee was a little worried, constantly reminding the students that they absolutely had to protect their own lives. Don't worry, Miss Lee, we're all mentally prepared. Besides, thanks to Brother Van leading the way twice, we basically won the championship without even trying. The main goal of this trip is to find the soul resist herb, so Brother Van's sister can awaken a good talent. Everyone, remember the 3 signal flares are the most important. That's the signal that the herb has been found. Yun Chen was a bit surprised that his teammates already knew his goal. It turned out Nico had informed the whole team, since the championship was already in the bag. After all, it was largely thanks to Yun Chen that they'd done so well, so they all wanted to help him out. With the briefing complete, the group of 20 was teleported to the abandoned city. The moment he landed, Yun Chen looked around. This place was truly desolate. It was hard to imagine it was once a bustling city. In this survival round, each contestant was randomly teleported to a different location. He considered his options for a moment and decided the priority was to regroup with his teammates, then seize the high ground to get a better view. After running just a few steps, Yun Chen was attacked by a demonic bird. He immediately used a fireball spell to take it down. The beast was sent flying several meters, but the commotion startled many other monsters nearby. They all charged toward Yun Chen as their target. He immediately used his scream skill, causing any enemies with much lower attributes than him to enter a state of fear. And just as expected, the pack of demonic beasts didn't dare take another step. Yun Chen used the opportunity to get away. He didn't have time to waste on this mob. He found a high spot and used his eagle eye skill to survey the surrounding area. Suddenly, Yun Chen spotted a group of more than a dozen people. At first, he thought it was another academy that had already grouped up, but looking closely, he saw their uniforms weren't consistent. It seemed to be a mix from several academies. Suddenly, 3 flares appeared in the sky. They had agreed on the signals beforehand. 1 flare was to signal your own position, 2 was a call for backup, and 3 meant the soul resist herb had been found. Yun Chen anxiously leaped down from his perch. Those 3 flares weren't necessarily good news. Firing them also meant revealing your location, making it easy for enemies to find you. His teammate should have understood this situation. Yun Chen feared something unexpected had happened. He immediately activated his pursuing wind skill, moving at top speed to chase after the 3 flares. At the signal's origin point, a 3-headed demonic vine serpent lay dormant next to a soul resist herb. The girl who fired the signal knew she was no match for it, but because Yun Chen needed that herb, she took the risk and stayed. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached from a distance. She felt both relieved and worried. If it was Yun Chen or other members of their team, great. If she was unlucky enough to run into enemies from an average academy, she could probably hold her own. But when she peeked out to look, the sight before her scared her half to death. Asterisk, how are there so many people? Asterisk. She also quickly realized this group wasn't from the same school. Every single one of them had an arrogant sneer on his face. Hey, you bitch! Stop hiding! I can already smell you! To fire off such a brazen signal, I bet only Jiang University wouldn't care about their score in the survival round. The girl knew she couldn't hide any longer. She forced herself to calm down, stepped out, and raised the scepter in her hand, ready to fight back. You know I'm from Gyeong University and you still dare to approach? I'm telling you, Brother Van is on his way here right now. Scram if you don't want to die. The crowd burst into laughter. Sure, Yun Chen was formidable, but there were so many of them. Their leader was especially arrogant. He admitted that normal schools like his couldn't take on one of the top 7 universities, but with so many people, what was there to fear? Besides, before it all started, the 55 lower-ranked universities had already agreed to form an academy alliance, with a total of 1,100 students participating. They planned to use their overwhelming numbers to wipe out all the elite students from the top 7 schools, then freely plunder the spoils and divide them amongst themselves. This is already a big group, but according to our leader, there are still hundreds more on their way. Once everyone is here, forget one Yun Chen. Even if your entire Jiang University team shows up, we'll just crush you. As he was boasting, a disturbance came from behind him. Several guys at the back were sent flying by a terrifying force. Yun Chen strode forward, spear in hand, his every step radiating an overwhelming aura. Who did you say you were going to crush? The moment the girl saw Yun Chen, she was so relieved she burst into tears. Brother Van, you're finally here. I'm saved, I'm saved. The students from the Academy Alliance were a little intimidated because in person, Yun Chen's aura was even more terrifying than it was in the videos. That fireball spell you just used was insane. You took out over a dozen guys in one shot. Only the ringleader is still acting tough. He's convinced that because they have the numbers, they're bound to win. We could drown him just by spitting on him. And for what? A measly solo player? Yun Chen isn't even scared, since they're betting on numbers. Let's see which idiot wants to throw their life away first. Yun Chen slammed his spear into the ground to steady himself, threw his head back, and let out that same battle cry he used on the monsters earlier. Sure enough, those generic students started dropping like flies, and even the ringleader started to sweat. He kept telling everyone not to be afraid, but he was trembling inside. Don't get cocky, he muttered. It's just a basic warrior skill. How could it possibly break our spirit? Before he could even finish his sentence, he looked up and saw Yun Chen right in his face. What was that? That look, that presence. It was absolutely terrifying. That coward panicked and took off running. No, don't kill me! Big brother, I messed up. Please spare me. With the ringleader acting like that, the Academy Alliance instantly fell apart, and everyone scrambled to save their own skins. They weren't stupid enough to mess with a monster like Yun Chen. He felt a bit let down, though. He thought they were all tough talk, but they didn't even have the guts to attack. In the end, they were just a bunch of nobodies. He walked over to his teammate and lowered his voice to reassure her. Thanks for watching the soul-dissolving grass for me. We're safe now. She was overjoyed. Just surviving was a win for her. The elders had been watching the whole situation. Yi Anfu laughed out loud. He thought he was about to witness a brutal fight, but Yun Chen handled it cleanly without even drawing blood. But others weren't quite so lucky. Then again, that gathered team of 100 people wasn't exactly a pushover. Already, over a dozen members from the top 7 academies had been taken out by them and eliminated from the competition. The headmasters were pretty upset, thinking they'd need to tighten the rules for next year. Ye Anfu was starting to worry about student safety. On that front, Vice Principal Chu from Qingda was feeling pretty smug. Out on the perimeter, Qingda had set up a barrier covering the entire abandoned city. Not a single demonic beast could get in from outside the city. There were patrol airships in the sky with guards on board, and plenty of proctors hiding in the shadows within the city. They were the final line of defense to ensure the students' survival. Meanwhile, Yun Chen was busy dealing with that 3-headed serpent. It didn't take much effort, though just a few strikes and it was done. He grabbed the soul-dissolving grass and told his teammate to signal everyone to regroup. She immediately fired a flare into the sky. The Qingda team saw the signal. They had actually planned to meet at the first support beacon to surround him, but they didn't expect Yun Chen to beat them to it. Brother Ning, should we still surround him? Are we actually supposed to fight that solo player? Ning Junyi clearly didn't have the guts to throw down with Yun Chen anymore. He huffed coldly and led his team away. But the Qingda students suddenly noticed something was off specifically. One member named Li Jun was missing. He was just here. Where did he go? Did he go for a leak or something? But in their eyes, Ning Junyi was the only leader who mattered. Since Li Jun wandered off on his own, they didn't really care, so they just left as well. Li Jun, meanwhile, was slinking off alone toward a ruined building. In his eyes, Yun Chen, Ning Junyi, Qingda, Jiangda, it was all just dust. As long as his master could descend, they would all die. He pushed open the heavy tower door and stepped inside, approaching a crumbling statue. Supreme Master, I have arrived. Please look upon me. I offer you everything, including my life. No sooner had he finished speaking than Li Jun plunged a dagger into his own chest. He collapsed into a pool of fresh blood, simultaneously triggering a dark ritual called the Gate of Sacrifice. The blood flowed backward, soaking into the statue. A beam of crimson light, red as blood, shot up from the tower into the sky. In the center of the city, plumes of black smoke suddenly appeared. Once the demonic beasts came into contact with this smoke, they became incredibly aggressive, and their combat power seemed to spike. The headmasters were on an airship high above, observing their students. The live surveillance feed suddenly lost connection. Even the barrier surrounding the city started having issues. Just as everyone was panicking, someone yelled out, "Forget the screens! Look out the window! Something huge is happening!" Ye Anfu and the others rushed to the airship window. Vice Principal Chu was horrified the city was being submerged in the aura of the dark world. Ye Anfu was deeply worried, suspecting that rifts had opened up in the city, and not just one. This aura could sap human combat power while corroding gear. On top of that, it was supercharging the demonic beasts, making them go berserk. It didn't take a genius to realize the students down there were in serious danger. Vice Principal Chu immediately ordered them to force open the barrier gate so their airship could enter. At the same time, he used a secret spell to alert the proctors to protect the students immediately. There was to be no large-scale loss of life. Yi Anfu's brows were tightly furrowed. To the Demon Lord of the Dark World, the Demon Lord's essence was the ultimate insult, and Yun Chen was currently in possession of it. Right now, the abandoned city was surrounded by an isolated barrier. He just hated that he couldn't teleport inside to protect the students. Meanwhile, Yun Chen was relaxing and chatting with his teammate. They were waiting for the others to show up. Suddenly, Yun Chen felt something odd. It felt like dark energy. Principal Ye had clearly said that the dark energy in this place had already been cleansed by priests, so why was he sensing it now? Just then, Nico and the others arrived. They were thrilled to see Yun Chen. But before they could even exchange greetings, a black vortex erupted from behind them. Lin Yogzu and Nico turned around, looking completely confused. "What is that?" Yun Chen didn't hesitate anymore. He grabbed his spear and lunged forward. That was definitely dark energy. "Don't let that stuff touch you. Get over here, now." Nico's group scrambled toward Yun Chen in a panic. They didn't have much real combat experience and had only ever heard about dark energy from their elders. Countless monsters poured out of that black vortex. It was the students' first time facing such a terrifying sight, but with Yun Chen leading the charge and throwing fireballs, they slowly started to calm down and began using their own skills to fight back against the demonic beasts. But the corrosive power of the dark aura was just too immense. Even an elite warrior like Nico was sent flying. Her precious equipment slipped from her grasp, and even her clothes were being eaten away. She was sprawled on the ground, and that dark mist was getting dangerously close. Just in the nick of time, several vines wrapped around her and flung her back to safety. Yun Chen had saved her life again, and he even thoughtfully used his own jacket to cover her tattered figure. The last of the surviving team members had finally gathered, but now they had to face a life-or-death problem together. Yun Chen transformed his weapon, then used a priest's purification skill to hold back the dark aura. Just then, an urgent announcement came from the airship above. All students were to immediately forfeit the competition and evacuate the arena. Yun Chen quickly reminded his teammates to use their wooden cards to get out of there. His purification skill wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. Everyone listened to Yun Chen and crushed their cards to escape. Only he and Nico remained. Nico was starting to panic. "My card! Why isn't it working?" She was frantic. She was sure she had just crushed the card with all her might. Yun Chen figured her card must have been corroded by the dark aura. The teleportation magic inside it was probably damaged. Without a second thought, he handed her his own card. Nico took it but hesitated. "But what about you? I have my own way out. You go first. That's an order from your captain." Tears welled up in Nico's eyes, but with her current strength, staying behind would only make her a burden to Yun Chen. "All right, you, stay safe." Nico decisively crushed the card in her hand and vanished, leaving Yun Chen to face the threat all alone. Suddenly, the crisp sound of applause echoed from the side. It was that strange man in red again, though this was actually the first time Yun Chen had officially come face-to-face with him. The stranger spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Well, well, what a responsible captain, going through all that trouble for a teammate." Yun Chen shot him a cold glare. Even though it was their first meeting, he had a vague memory of this man. He was one of the proctors who had presided over his individual match the other day. Yun Chen just didn't know why he was here now. The man quickly waved his hand, explaining he was here to secretly protect him. He said that elite students like Yun Chen were assets that needed special care and must be protected from any accidents. "Come on, let me get you to safety." The man placed a hand on Yun Chen's shoulder, activated his spatial magic, and instantly teleported them away. At that exact moment, Headmaster Ye Anfu teleported to the scene, but none of the kids were left. At first, he assumed they'd all crushed their cards and escaped, but then he detected the lingering traces of a magical fluctuation in the air. Ye Anfu warily scanned the area. Spatial teleportation is a powerful magic. It bypasses distance and is nearly impossible to trace. If he'd been taken too far, finding him would be difficult. And the place Yun Chen had been brought to was bizarre. The moment he landed, he realized he wasn't in the abandoned city anymore, but it looked like a place that had also been corroded by the dark aura, probably years ago. A place like this was anything but safe. Yun Chen was on high alert, because that man had just appeared as well. He lunged at him from overhead, but Yun Chen's quick reflexes allowed him to dodge aside in time. The stranger seemed thrilled. This place has been corroded by the dark aura for ages. Your senses should be completely dulled by now. How did you manage to detect my attack? He looked up at the young man and let out a gasp of surprise. Yun Chen had entered a different state, thanks to the effect of his Dark Knight talent. All that experience he'd gained with the headmaster wasn't just for show. Sorry, but the darkness is my home turf, too. He didn't know what this bastard's goal was, but if the man wanted to kill him, then Yun Chen had no problem taking his life in return. No wonder you're so arrogant. So this is the talent you received from the Demon Lord's essence. The man wasn't fazed at all. He was a level 38, second-tier space mage. Facing a teenager like Yun Chen, he didn't consider him a threat whatsoever. The stranger stomped his foot, launching himself high into the air. He simultaneously used two skills, Spatial Blade and Staffless Casting. Yun Chen could only vaguely see space itself distorting, making it almost impossible to track the attack. It was truly an invisible assault, but Yun Chen's own power was not to be underestimated. The moment he sensed the imminent danger, he activated his God Step skill, narrowly escaping death. A terrifying force struck the spot where he'd just been standing, leaving a deep, cross-shaped gash in the solid rock. If that attack had hit, his body would have been sliced into 4 pieces. This only made the man more intrigued. Oh, what skill was that? Its effect is just like my spatial magic. It must be a god-tier skill, right? But he wasn't afraid. After all, Yun Chen's level was still low, and using a god-tier skill would consume a massive amount of his energy. He figured the kid couldn't use a skill like that more than a few times, so he unleashed another barrage of attacks. Yun Chen threw dozens of fireballs, but the man's attacks passed right through them. The strange man laughed triumphantly. This is the most dangerous thing about spatial magic. It tears through space itself. Nothing can block it. Just lie down and die. Yun Chen gritted his teeth, starting to feel the pressure. The guy was right. He couldn't use God Step too many times. Now, Yun Chen could only rely on his opponent's movements and his own God's Eye to barely predict the direction of the attacks. But sure enough, the opponent's assault was too relentless. Yun Chen was finally hit, and his body instantly ached, feeling as heavy as lead. To only get hit once. You really are outstanding. Good enough to be considered a strategic-level reserve asset for the Xuanlong Nation. The man offered some sincere praise, but didn't forget to boast about himself. His Space Mage class was the rarest hidden class in existence. Anyone who possessed it was automatically considered a strategic-level national asset. In his eyes, Yun Chen's ability was just a petty trick, nothing worth mentioning. Yun Chen was hit again, and this blow was even heavier than the last. He coughed up a spray of blood, his eyes filled with pure hatred. Asterisk. I won't accept this. Asterisk. But despite his defiance, Yun Chen collapsed in a large pool of his own blood. Seeing that he could no longer fight, his opponent eagerly rushed forward. He wanted to take Yun Chen's head and go claim his reward. What that reward was? Well, that's a story for another time. The moment the man closed in on Yun Chen, he unleashed his flame fist, driving a punch straight into his stomach. His opponent coughed up a mouthful of blood and screamed in agony. You little bastard! You were playing dead! The man was sent flying several yards back, his clothes torn to shreds from the blow, a deep crater now dented into his abdomen. Fine. In return, I'll tear you limb from limb. Yun Chen stared back, his face expressionless. His body had already healed thanks to his superhuman self-regeneration. Right then, he activated his Black Knight's endowment, bracing for a grueling fight. I'm looking forward to it. The man seemed to go berserk, screaming over and over that he'd rip Yun Chen into 1,000 pieces. Yun Chen knew this wouldn't be an easy fight. The man's level was too high. He couldn't kill him with Flame Fist alone. Besides, the cooldown on his superhuman self-healing was long. He'd already used it once when he faked his death to land that hit. On top of that, the bastard's space magic could bypass distance and defense entirely. A single hit would be instant death, with no chance to counter. Every single one of his skills was overwhelmingly lethal to Yun Chen. He knew he couldn't drag this out, and he definitely couldn't play defensively. He had to end this fast overwhelm him quickly if he wanted any chance of survival. Yun Chen immediately summoned a barrage of fireballs, but the bastard blocked every single one. He then summoned massive vines, but the man just sliced them apart with his spatial control. While his opponent was distracted, Yun Chen used an assassin's heart-piercing skill to attack. The man countered by warping the space around him, making Yun Chen's weapon unable to reach him. Just then, the Yun Chen in front of him suddenly vanished, and another one appeared from above and behind, diving down with a long spear. It was obvious he'd used his familiar cloning skill, but this man was more cunning than he'd imagined. He'd already sniffed out the mana of Yun Chen's real body. The surprise attack was a failure. Yun Chen gritted his teeth. He had calculated his attack vector perfectly, aiming for the man's blind spot, but he was still found out. Seeing his opponent about to tear him to shreds, Yun Chen was forced to activate his S+ rank invincibility skill. It made him immune to all damage and control effects for 3 seconds. The man was knocked back, a curse escaping his lips. He never expected the kid in front of him to have so many unique and bizarre skills. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Chen unleashed a soul-shattering slash. The bastard saw he was about to be hit and quickly used his spatial jump skill again. Just like a teleport, he instantly moved to another location. That was way too close. The man was panting, just moments away from being cut down by Yun Chen. Just how many skills did this kid have? Why was each new skill more ridiculous than the one before? As he was lost in thought, he felt a killing intent from behind. It was Yun Chen, already on his tail. The bastard hastily jumped through space again. Yun Chen was getting pissed. Does this guy have eyes in the back of his head? Otherwise, how could he dodge perfectly every single time? But he didn't have time to overthink it. Yun Chen used his divine dash to pursue his opponent. But after several consecutive attempts without landing a single hit, his body was starting to feel the strain. Only then did the man arrogantly warp right in front of him, unleashing a continuous barrage of god-tier skills. Your stamina's finally hit its limit, hasn't it? Seeing that Yun Chen was no longer a match for him, he was delighted enough to reveal a little secret. You find it strange, don't you? How I was able to predict your position every single time. You don't have to say it, I can already tell. Yun Chen wiped the sweat from his face. He'd already had a faint suspicion. Perhaps his opponent had intentionally placed a mana imprint on him beforehand. He thought it was strange. In such a large, abandoned city, Yun Chen had been constantly on guard, checking his surroundings for monsters or trackers. And yet, this guy had found him. And what's more, it was right after Nico had left. But thinking back to how the man had been a referee during one of his matches, Yun Chen felt the truth was laid bare before him. When he won the first individual round, the man had grabbed his wrist. That must have been when the mana imprint was placed. If it weren't for that, you would have been cut to pieces long ago. Of course, that doesn't change the fact that you've already lost. You arrogant little brat. So what if you figured it out? Now that you can't use your god-tier skills anymore, what right do you have to fight me? The man was about to unleash one final attack to blow Yun Chen to smithereens, but to Yun Chen, he just seemed incredibly foolish. You still want to attack? Didn't you notice what your feet are standing on? The man frantically looked down. It was a time bomb Yun Chen had conveniently planted while they were playing their little game of cat and mouse. Damn it, you set a trap for me. The one who got blown to bits was that bastard. Yun Chen was a little disappointed that he wasn't dead yet. If he were a normal glass cannon mage, that would have been enough to send him to his grave. Too bad this guy's level was too high, and he was too damn tough. But this was all part of his plan. Yun Chen readied the spear in his hand, and the bastard immediately recognized what he was about to do. He quickly tried to activate his spatial jump to escape again, but at that exact moment, he found he couldn't move. That was the effect of the Knight's Gaze ability. The bastard was now sweating bullets in fear. He never would have dreamed that Yun Chen could have inherited all of the bloodline talents of the matriarch of the Black Knight. My level is low, so Knight's Gaze can only freeze you for 1 second. But 1 second is more than enough. Yun Chen put all his strength into throwing the spear. The sharp weapon shot forward like a bullet, piercing his opponent. Where he fell, a pile of items immediately dropped. That meant the bastard had finally kicked the bucket. Yun Chen, exhausted, collapsed to the ground. Looking at the pile of loot before him, he was extremely satisfied. Yun Chen silently hoped that among the items would be a basic skill for a space mage. He was so tired he just sat on the ground, panting for a long time. He'd had to use every trick up his sleeve to barely scrape by with a win. That bastard was a dangerous enemy. The only problem was, he still had no idea where he was, nor did he know his opponent's true motive. If the man had placed an imprint on him beforehand and went to the trouble of teleporting him to this desolate place, then he feared this was all part of a carefully calculated conspiracy. The more Yun Chen thought about it, the more his head ached. He decided to just pick up the loot first. And just as he'd hoped, among the items dropped by the man was a skill book for a space mage. Unfortunately, they were all high-level skills, useless to Yun Chen. After fiddling with it for a while, he finally discovered another basic skill, Space Tier. Yun Chen was ecstatic. The skill was pretty good. It was just that the spatial rift it could create was a little on the small side. Once his talent was upgraded, the skill's quality would probably skyrocket. With such a treasure in hand, Yun Chen immediately stashed it away. The rest of the gear was all good stuff, but unfortunately, Yun Chen wasn't a high enough level to equip it. There were also quite a few high-value materials, all of which he collected. In the end, only a single black feather remained. Yun Chen had no idea what it was for, it had no attributes, and his appraisal skill couldn't reveal any other information. As Yun Chen was absorbed in studying the object, a vortex suddenly appeared right next to him. He thought it was an enemy ambush. Luckily, the person who stepped out of the vortex was Ye Anfu. Seeing that Yun Chen was still in one piece, he breathed a sigh of relief. I can't believe there was a mole in the academy. I'm here to help you. Just as Ye Anfu finished speaking, he saw the mangled mess on the ground, pierced by Yun Chen's weapon. He was completely stunned. This was a level 38, Tier 2 space mage. How on earth did this kid, Yun Chen, manage to take down such a tough opponent? He was just careless and didn't dodge, sir. Yun Chen explained humbly, then handed the feather to Ye Anfu for him to examine. He recognized it at a glance. It was the insignia of the Advent organization. So it's true, Ye Anfu muttered, while Yun Chen stood by, completely clueless. It was the first time he had ever heard of this Advent organization. Ye Anfu explained briefly that they were a group of human traders who served the dark world. They despise this world, and instead, they worship and hope for the advent of darkness. The chaos during this competition was orchestrated entirely by them. That student from Qingda University had joined the Advent organization. He used a method of self-sacrifice to open a rift connecting to the dark world. That's how the dark energy was able to invade, disrupting the round and causing massive casualties. Yun Chen recalled what the man had said earlier. No wonder he wanted to take his head in exchange for a reward. It seemed that because he possessed the essence of the Demon Lord, he had been targeted by the dark world. But his opponents probably couldn't cross through space directly to get here, so they had to send their subordinates to do the job. Yi Anfu then opened the vortex once again to send Yun Chen home. While he had been fighting the enemy, the barrier around the abandoned city had been opened. Many powerful experts from the academies had arrived to join the battle. The situation had therefore changed very quickly. The monsters that had been frantically hunting down students were now being wiped out rapidly. In just a few hours, the entire city had been cleaned up. And despite the turmoil, the competition still needed a final result. The organizers voided the results of the survival round. They combined the scores from the individual and team competitions to determine the rankings. Unsurprisingly, Jiangnan University took first place, but because of the recent incident and the losses in the survival round, no one was in the mood to celebrate. The competing students had suffered heavy casualties, while the Advent organization was riding high. This made everyone realize the same thing at once. Peace was probably coming to an end. After the competition, the deans gathered in the conference room at Qingda. Presiding over the meeting was Chu Tianhe, an official from the Ministry of Defense. During this survival round, 328 students were killed, and another 296 were injured. And all of these students were the elites of their universities. To say the losses were catastrophic would be an understatement. Vice Principal Zhu of Qingda was so furious his hair was standing on end. He himself never expected someone from the Advent organization had infiltrated the student body. Fortunately, his sacrifice only managed to open a very small rift. Otherwise, there's no telling how much worse things could have gotten. Weren't those madmen eliminated 30 years ago? Why have they reappeared? Ye Anfu was also grappling with a massive headache. The remnants must have regrouped and developed in secret. 30 years is certainly enough time to accumulate considerable strength. But what worried him most was their true objective. For the Advent organization to make such a big move this time, their target couldn't have been as simple as just Yun Chen. At this moment, another dean spoke up about an unusual discovery he made during the battle. I encountered a Tier 3 warrior. When I pushed him into a corner, he unleashed a high-level mage skill. As soon as he said this, the entire conference room erupted. A warrior using a mage's skill. Could it be another classless? That idea was quickly dismissed by everyone, because the man had used a high-level skill, whereas a classless could, at most, only use basic skills. Could it be that the legendary dual class actually exists? Chu Tianhe, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. This was originally classified information from the Ministry of Defense, but given the current situation, I don't think I should hide it any longer. Dual classing does, in fact, exist. The prerequisite for achieving it is something similar to the essence of the Demon Lord. For example, to possess the skills of a war god, you need to obtain the essence of the war god. The main material for the essence of the war god is the heart of a Tier 4 war god. One heart can create 5 phantom essences of the war god. After using one, you can gain more attribute points and skill points each time you level up. Not only that, but there's also a high probability of receiving the war god's talent. If you achieve a perfect absorption, you can even obtain the war god's primal power and become a dual-class user. Then isn't that even stronger than the essence of the Demon Lord? Old Jew asked urgently. Isn't that obvious? Ye Anfu let out a long sigh. Even though he didn't want to admit it, the power from the dark world has always been a step ahead of the righteous side. It's not surprising that they possess more forbidden techniques. But there was one thing that deeply worried Chu Tianhe now, and that was if they had already obtained the essence of the war god. Then what about the essence of the magic god, the battle god, or the spear god? If someone used multiple essences, could there be triple, quadruple, or even quintuple class users? Furthermore, he suspected that the dual-class user was deliberately sent there. The main purpose was to let everyone know that dual-class users truly exist in this world. By becoming a dual class, the increase in power isn't just a simple doubling. If the great families found out about this, could they resist its temptation? Would humanity turn on itself for this power? If that happened, they would be defeated before they even fought the Dark World. That was also why the Ministry of Defense had always kept this information classified, because once too many people knew, perhaps even the champions of the righteous world would choose betrayal. After all was said and done, Chu Tianhe still had to deliver his final assessment. They were on the side of justice. They had to stay vigilant and focus all their energy on destroying the Advent organization. Back at Jiangnan University, Ye Anfu was meeting with the team after their championship victory. Unfortunately, every single one of them looked completely dejected. Yi Anfu knew these kids had a lot on their minds, so he could only try to console everyone by bringing out the rewards he had prepared. All participants received 3,000 academic credits, 1 A-rank skill book, and 5 million in cash. And for Yun Chen, who had made the greatest contribution, Ye Anfu had promised him a rare piece of equipment, the flash dagger, something he had kept hidden for many years. The moment Yun Chen held it, his eyes lit up. This was truly a rare item. Just the quality of this equipment alone was something Yun Chen had never even heard of. Yi Anfu explained that this was a one-of-a-kind item. It was crafted from many special materials, which is why it was designated as having rare quality. The main material of this flash dagger is a rare mineral from the fissure dimension. Possessing extreme hardness, it's basically indestructible. Its sharpness is comparable to any diamond-quality dagger. Its special property is also unique, as dark energy cannot harm it. Assistant Li, watching from the side, couldn't hide her surprise. Headmaster Ye had kept this dagger tucked away for 30 years, only occasionally taking it out to show off and brag, yet now he was giving it to Yun Chen without a second thought. This was truly both an encouragement and a sign of his high hopes for the young man. In addition, Yun Chen also received the rewards from the school as promised. He immediately set aside 1,000 academic credits and the A-rank natural treasure for the friend who helped him find the soul repel grass. Hearing this, the girl was flustered. Brother Yun, I'm already so grateful I could tag along and get a reward. You don't need to give me this much. But Yun Chen was insistent on giving her the reward. With the matter of rewards settled, Assistant Li also had something to discuss with Yun Chen. It was about his younger sister, Yun Tang. Headmaster Ye had agreed to arrange a good school for Yun Tang. Yun Chen was deeply grateful for this. Because in Jiangnan, the quality of education wasn't just top tier, it was also an extremely safe place. With the weekend just 2 days away, he planned to return to Dongyun to bring Yun Tang here. But Assistant Li said the good news wasn't over yet. The anomaly breaker weapon in Yun Chen's hand was originally crafted by a master blacksmith at the university. During the competition, Yun Chen's performance with the weapon was so outstanding that it deeply moved the master blacksmith, who now wanted to custom design a new multi-form weapon specifically for him as a classless wanderer. Yun Chen was so happy his eyes crinkled into slits. Of course, he wouldn't refuse this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That evening, Yun Chen returned to his dorm room. He hadn't been relaxing for long before his mind started racing. He knew the Advent organization was targeting him now. He had no idea what kind of opponents he would face in the future. He needed to get stronger, fast. He had basically gotten the hang of the dagger Headmaster Ye had given him. Next up was the mission reward from the system. This time, just like the last, it was an S-rank skill called Sure Hit. When used, Yun Chen's next attack would bypass dodges and environmental effects to guarantee a hit on the enemy, dealing 300% damage. Yun Chen was stunned. This skill is just insane. If I had this when I fought that space mage, couldn't I have just taken him out with a single shot? Just then, there was a knock at the door. It was Dean Xia Qingcheng's maid, Xiao Yu. Because Yun Chen had performed so well in the competition, the dean was very pleased and had specially sent her maid with a gift. This time, it was the fire seed of the nether demon flame. It grows in the fissure dimension of the dark world, and it was something Xia Qingcheng had obtained after killing a demon lord. Absorbing this could increase one's affinity with the fire element and, at the same time, enhance the power of fire attribute skills. If absorbed perfectly, one could even become immune to damage from fire-based skills. Yun Chen happily accepted it. Xia Qingcheng really did take good care of her disciples. Xiao, you didn't forget to remind Yun Chen that this item couldn't be absorbed directly. It had to be paired with ice attribute herbs. Although it would slightly reduce the effectiveness, it would prevent any harm to the body. But no sooner had she finished her sentence than Yun Chen tossed the fire seed into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Immediately, a strange transformation began to take over Yun Chen's body. This is bad, the maid was horrified. If this continues, your body will explode from the demon flame. Hurry, spit it out! But it was too late. The demon flame had already coursed through his entire body. Just as the maid was panicking, Yun Chen snapped his fingers. His superhuman self-healing skill returned him to a normal state. Yun Chen was panting heavily. Even though he was safe, that feeling of his body being incinerated was unbearably painful. What just happened? Is it over already? Xiao, you couldn't believe her eyes, but Yun Chen acted as if nothing had happened. He even casually demonstrated his new skill for her. This demon flame came from the dark world. It's very difficult to extinguish and has a powerful soul-burning effect, completely different from normal flames. The maid was just going from one shock to the next. She couldn't believe Yun Chen had directly absorbed the nether demon flame without any supplementary ice herbs. What's more, from the looks of it, it seemed he had absorbed it perfectly. As expected of Xia Qingcheng's star student, with nothing else to discuss, Xiao Yu took her leave. The next day, Assistant Li brought Yun Chen to the workshop of that master blacksmith. His name was Mu Jiashu. The moment he saw Yun Chen, Mu Jiashu was grinning from ear to ear. He said he had watched Yun Chen's matches dozens of times. The anomaly breaker in the young man's hands made Mu Jiashu incredibly proud. It turned out he had always been obsessed with researching multiform weapons, but his colleagues had ridiculed him, calling them impractical. I mean, who would ever need to use both a sword and a scepter? It wasn't until Yun Chen appeared that Mu Jiashu realized the true significance of his creation. But at the same time, he also realized that for Yun Chen, a three-form weapon wasn't enough. This smithy was Mu Jiashu's life's work. He allowed Yun Chen to choose whatever he wanted, and everything here was top tier. After weighing the pros and cons for a long time, Yun Chen's eyes finally landed on one particular item. This thing was called the Soul-Shaking Anomaly, a brother from another mother to the weapon Yun Chen was currently using. One of its forms was a sniper rifle, and the other was an Eastern staff. When Mu Jiashu saw that Yun Chen had his eye on this weapon, he got even more excited. Don't tell me you also know how to use a sniper rifle? Yes, sir. Could you please take it out so I can have a look? With his current weapon, the one thing Yun Chen lacked most was long-range damage capability. He couldn't always rely on his powers to throw his weapon, so a gun was the perfect solution. And Mu Jiashu, he was particularly proud of this horrifying demonic weapon because it could attack from a distance and also counterattack when cornered. He took it out to demonstrate its two forms for Yun Chen, but after thinking it over, Yun Chen felt that a dual-form weapon just wasn't enough. He wanted to add a third form, dual spears. Mu Jiashu's eyes seemed to light up. Now that was a great idea and not too difficult to implement. Then let's raise the stakes a bit, he said. I want one spear to be long and the other short. It was like Mu Jiashu had found a kindred spirit. The two of them, one old and one young, immediately launched into a passionate discussion about modifying the weapon. Assistant Li just stood to the side, listening. Suddenly, a notification popped up on her phone. We don't know what it was, but judging by the look of pure shock on her face, it was definitely not good news. Meanwhile, Mu Jiashu and Yun Chen had finished their discussion. The old man gave him the demonic weapon to get used to it for now. As for the modifications, Mu Jiashu said he'd need about a week just to draw up the new blueprints. He even cheerfully announced that when the final product was ready, he'd give Yun Chen a 70% discount. Yun Chen felt like he'd struck gold. The class credits he saved could be used for Yun Tang later, but just then, Assistant Li rushed over, breathless, with the bad news. Rifts of all sizes had suddenly appeared across the Xuanlong nation. Monsters, corrupted by a dark aura, were pouring into the cities, and it was predicted that a beast tide would form any minute. What made it worse was that the cities surrounding the rifts were all small towns. They didn't have the strength to stop a beast tide, and Dongyun City, Yun Shen's hometown, was one of them. The second Yun Shen heard that, his face went pale. Son of a bitch. My sister is still back home. In the teleportation hall, Ye Enfu was busy dispatching powerful warriors as reinforcements. Despite his age, his sharp, owl-like eyes caught sight of two familiar figures, Assistant Li and, of course, Yun Shen. Yi Anfu roared, Yun Shen, the masters are going for reinforcements. What's a student like you doing here, trying to join the fun? Get back to your studies, now. Ye Enfu's rage seemed powerful enough to sweep across all of Jiangnan, but this time, Yun Shen couldn't obey his order. Because if he couldn't even protect his own family, what was the point of getting stronger? Assistant Li stepped forward to speak for him, explaining that she was the one who brought Yun Shen from Dongyun, and that she would be responsible for his safety. Ye Enfu let out a long sigh. He knew he couldn't stop the kid, so he just told him to be careful. The moment he was given the green light, Yun Shen leaped onto the teleportation platform. He and Assistant Li transported to the defense corps stationed on the outskirts of Dongyun City. Fan Junmin, what's the situation? Fan Junmin was the commander of the defense corps, a level 35, second advancement warrior. Seeing Assistant Li, he immediately rushed to report. The beast tide is storming the city gates. All our soldiers are out there fighting, but it's been nearly 20 years since Dongyun last saw a beast tide. Most of our soldiers are just not strong enough to hold them back. Assistant Li was a third advancement powerhouse, so her arrival was like a lifeline for Dongyun. Yun Shen, follow me. Assistant Li intended to lead Yun Shen to the city gates, but when she turned around, the kid had vanished like a phantom. Assistant Li sprinted after him. Outside the city gates, monsters were attacking in a frenzy. The soldiers were fighting bravely, determined not to let them break through. But peace had lasted for so long that all the elite forces had been transferred to the front lines. The strength of the soldiers here compared to the beast tide. It was like trying to punch through stainless steel. Just when the soldiers thought they were about to die, a massive fireball and a tornado appeared out of nowhere. Then, they combined, creating a raging, flaming tempest. It was absolutely insane. A whole swarm of monsters was instantly blown away, completely defenseless. The soldiers stared at each other, bewildered. They thought some powerful mage had come to their aid, but what kind of mage uses wind eye? That's a basic skill for a shaman. Just then, Yun Shen charged in on his mount. Seeing the situation, he felt a little relieved. It looked like the beast tide could be held back. The soldier's jaws dropped again. Just one look at that mount was enough to tell how formidable its owner was. Yun Shen leaped from his steed's back and gave a brief introduction. First-year student from Jiangnan University, Yun Shen, here to provide support. There are more people on the way. The soldiers thought the name sounded familiar, and then it hit them. This was the top scorer from their very own town. They were filled with admiration and pride, showering him with praise. But Yun Shen had no time for empty flattery. He just wanted to know what the situation was. Had anyone from the Advent organization shown up? But none of the soldiers had seen them. There was only the horde of monsters. Yun Shen frowned. Those bastards weren't staying to help the monsters storm the gates? That means they slipped into the city. If so, what are they after? Before he could figure it out, his phone rang. It was Yun Tong. He couldn't describe the relief he felt hearing his sister's voice. It turns out, because of the monster invasion alert, the teachers had led Yun Tang's class to the school's safe room to take shelter. Yun Shen let out a breath. As long as she was okay, that's what mattered. But Yun Tang's next words made his blood run cold. But I think some people just showed up outside the safe room. They're dressed kind of weird. They don't look like teachers. I don't know who they are. Yun Shen didn't have time to think. He just bolted towards the school. Don't you dare open that door. I'm on my way. At that moment, at the number 3 middle school where Yun Tang studied, those strange men had already reached the safe room. But in their eyes, this room was no more secure than a mud hut, and the target of these bastards was, indeed, Yun Tang. Since Yun Shen was too difficult to get to at Jiangnan University, they had shifted their focus to his sister, hoping to control him through her. The leader, thinking of the war god's essence he was promised as a reward, became incredibly excited. He raised his massive blade and unleashed a violent slash. The door to the safe room instantly exploded, filling the air with dust and smoke. The students inside were like a flock of lambs, trembling in fear. The men in black entered. A quick scan of the room was all they needed to identify which child was Yun Tang, and they started heading straight for her. Yun Tang's homeroom teacher charged at them with a dagger, but she was no match for these scoundrels. A single flame break sent her flying into the back wall. It's no wonder, really. She was only a level 23, first advancement assassin. These men in black were all second advancement or higher. With a power gap that wide, it would be a miracle if she didn't lose. And they didn't have time to waste here. Grab Yun Tang, then we teleport out immediately. The leader, blade in hand, walked step by step down the stairs. Yun Tang trembled, crying out for her brother. Brother, brother, save me. In Van Duong's most desperate moment, a miracle happened. Yun Chen was nowhere to be seen, but his weapon had arrived. He put that throwing skill to good use again. The bastard standing in front of Van Duong was instantly skewered like a shish kebab. The remaining guys went as white as a sheet. Seeing the fiend breaker, they knew Yun Chen was here. But these scumbags, they had come prepared. They knew his throw was his strongest long-range attack, and they also knew the trick he used to retrieve his weapon. So, they had researched a way to counter it, to stop Yun Chen from recalling his weapon. Staring at the fiend breaker on the ground, one of the men in black got greedy. Is this an 8-star weapon? What a rare treasure. And now, it's mine. Heh. But before his filthy hand could even touch the fiend breaker, it was crushed under a boot. Yun Chen appeared, giving the man an ice-cold glare. Immediately after, he used his brawler skills to punch the guy's ticket. There were still 2 more left. Yun Chen threw the Flash Eater dagger, a gift from Headmaster Ye. When the other 2 saw it was just an ordinary dagger, they let their guard down. But this thing was a true treasure. In a single flash, one of them was dead before he could even gasp. Yun Chen reached out and pulled Van Duong into his arms. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm okay! Big bro, look behind you. The bad guy's getting away. The last man was scrambling to escape. Yun Chen had just finished off 3 men in a matter of seconds. This was definitely not the work of an ordinary person. Originally, when that space mage was defeated, they had assumed it was Ye Anfu who had made the move. But seeing the situation today, it was obvious Yun Chen had turned the tables and killed the guy himself that day. The bastard ran for his life, but Yun Chen remained completely composed as he comforted Van Duong. Don't you worry, he's not getting away. A second later, he pulled out a new weapon and transformed it into a sniper rifle. Yun Chen raised the barrel and decisively pulled the trigger. A bullet carrying incredible magic power tore straight through the last black-robed man's body. Yun Chen dusted off his hands. A beautiful quadra kill, indeed. His performance just now left Van Duong's young friends in complete awe. Suddenly, Yun Chen had gained a few more future wives to raise from childhood. Right then, Assistant Lee finally caught up. She loudly scolded Yun Chen for leaving his post without permission, but when she saw the bodies on the ground, Assistant Lee got the gist of the situation. They were all second advancement class users. This kid is an absolute beast. Assistant Lee sighed. Based on the current situation, possessing the essence of the Demon Lord had turned Yun Chen into a prime target. It looked like they would have to bring Van Duong along with them now. Assistant Lee returned to Jiangdai and immediately reported the situation to Headmaster Ye. They still weren't sure about the Advent organization's motives, but the fact that Yun Chen was being targeted was as clear as day. Now, Assistant Lee truly wondered if the essence of the Demon Lord that Xie Qingcheng had given Yun Chen was a blessing or a curse. Ye Anfu stroked his long beard. He knew the essence was merely the trigger. The war between the forces of justice and darkness had been raging for a long time. It was just that in the current climate, Yun Chen was a prodigy on the side of justice, so it was only natural the Advent organization would want him dead. Of course, they weren't just going to sit back and play defense. The academies had already formed demon hunting squads to strike back at the enemy. This was both a chance to counterattack and a way for students to gain valuable experience. Jiangdai had also selected a team to join the other academies at the battle site, under the guidance of their mentors. As for Van Duong, Ye Anfu had already made the arrangements. In 2 days, she could enroll in a school affiliated with Jiangdai. Her safety would be guaranteed, so Yun Chen would no longer have to live in constant worry. Yun Chen had taken Van Duong back to his dorm for a tour. The little girl was incredibly excited, probably because she was so used to living in poverty that she hadn't yet adjusted to such luxurious things. She even dragged out Yun Chen's flower spirit and started playing with it like a toy. Van Duong's schooling situation was all settled. But Yun Chen was still thinking about how she could truly earn her place in the high school affiliated with Jiangdai. With that in mind, he started to gently probe. Van Duong, given the timing, you should have awakened your talent by now, right? Yeah. At this, Van Duong let out a long sigh. The lessons at school these past few days were supposed to be about awakening talents, but the Beast Tide and Dong Van had interrupted everything. Seeing this, Yun Chen tossed her an activation potion. This was the very thing he had painstakingly crafted from the soul resist herb he'd acquired earlier. Van Duong held the potion in her hands, feeling both happy and worried. She had heard this stuff was incredibly expensive, something even the rich young masters couldn't get their hands on. Big bro, maybe we should sell it for money? Yun Chen was fuming. He had gone through so much trouble to get this potion, and all she could think about was money. So materialistic. He quickly urged her to drink it all. When they were kids, Van Duong's potential gene readings were even higher than his. With this potion, she was bound to awaken a great talent. Van Duong obediently listened and drank it all in one gulp. Yun Chen waited with great anticipation. Normally, a first-time talent awakening causes some kind of phenomenon. Even with a simple cooking talent, you'd get an itch to cook the moment you see food. Do you feel anything strange now? A little, but I don't know how to describe it. But I really did drink it all. See for yourself if you don't believe me. Van Duong rushed over, holding the empty vial out to Yun Chen. He was stunned, not because she'd actually finished the potion, but because her speed just now was way too fast. Could she have a speed acceleration talent? The thought had barely formed before Yun Chen dismissed it. If it were just a common acceleration talent, it wouldn't have slipped past him. After all, Van Duong was only level 5. A moment ago, she was standing next to the flower spirit, a good 2 to 3 meters away, but in the blink of an eye, she was right in front of him. Yun Chen felt this wasn't a spatial skill, which meant there was another possibility. Van Duong. When you ran over here just now, did you feel anything strange? Yun Chen asked urgently. No, I just walked over normally. But you were the one acting a little weird. You kept looking over at the flower spirit instead of me. Yun Chen was certain his suspicion was correct. It wasn't that Van Duong was running fast. It was that she had directly skipped the process of moving from the flower spirit to him, causing him to see only the result, not the journey itself. Her talent was time-based, a talent even rarer than the space element. Yun Chen felt like he'd hit the jackpot. If a space mage was considered a strategic-level genius, then a time mage was the very nucleus of that strategic level. Yun Chen immediately pulled out his phone and contacted Assistant Lee. Soon after, they took Van Duong to Jiangdai's awakening chamber. Dieppe and Fook arrived as well, which made Yun Chen a little nervous. Professor Dieppe, it's just a middle schooler's talent assessment, right? Surely it's not a big enough deal to get your personal attention? The moment he said that, Dieppe and Fook let him have it. What do you know, you little punk? That's an extremely rare time-based ability. Nothing like it has ever appeared in the entire history of Jiangnan. Do you have any idea how rare it is? Yun Chen thought he was going to drown in Dieppe and Fook's spit, but just then, both of their eyes snapped toward Van Duong. His little sister had really awakened. from an S+ rank talent, Time Flow. Its effect was to speed up or slow down the flow of time for any target she touched. Diepen Fook was so overjoyed, his hair and beard were standing on end. Li Yaj, make the arrangements now. Move her directly from the regular classes to the highest level class. Find the Archmage Vice Principal to teach her personally. And one more thing. This must be kept absolutely secret. Top secret. Under Diepen Fook's orders, Assistant Lei didn't dare to delay for a second. Diepen Fook couldn't stop smiling. You've done a great service, kid. Yun Chen really does have a time-based ability. I'm going to contact the Ministry of Defense right now. Diepen Fook teleported away, leaving only Yun Chen and his little sister. Van Duong still had no idea what was going on. Yun Chen was happy, but it wasn't the right time to explain everything to her. He could only warn her to never, ever let anyone know about this. Otherwise, he was afraid the Advent organization would stop at nothing to kill them both. But in reality, they were already stopping at nothing, and sitting around waiting to die just wasn't Yun Chen's style. Instead of waiting for them to come find him, Yun Chen figured it was better to strike first. He put his thoughts into action that very day, heading straight for the Jiang University dungeon hall. He walked up to the registration counter and announced loud and clear, "First year Yun Chen, requesting dungeon access. Level range 21 to 30, nightmare difficulty, all of them." The students of Jiang University were all rushing to do dungeons to hone their skills. With the war situation growing tense, they had to force themselves to get stronger to survive. 2 second-year students came to the dungeon hall today to request access, only to be told that all dungeon access from level 21 to 30 was currently monopolized by a single student. And what's more, he was furiously breaking every single dungeon clearing record. Are you serious? What kind of monster is this kid? And who else could that kid be but Yun Chen? Right now, he was maniacally farming mobs, having just set a new record in the Dwarf Catacombs dungeon. When this announcement reached the hall, it sent a shockwave through the students. Holy crap, he's already broken the records for 4 dungeons this morning. That's Brother Van for you. He's a total beast. Hey, look at his movements. Don't tell me he's going to keep going? And he was. Without resting for even a second, Yun Chen immediately moved on to the next dungeon. Among all the students at Jiang University, Yun Chen was probably the only one who dared to go this hard. This time, the dungeon he entered was the Graveyard of the Damned on nightmare difficulty. The space inside was desolate and horrifying. The ghouls were varied, from skeletons to zombies. Yun Chen scanned the area with a deathly gaze. The monsters here are mostly undead, so fire and light attribute skills should be the most effective. As it happened, Yun Chen wanted to test out his new nether demon flame anyway. Compared to normal fire, this thing was far more powerful, capable of shaping flames and even incinerating souls. Yun Chen waved his hand, and the blue flame in his palm grew larger. He shaped it with his will, forming 2 massive dragons. Everywhere the blue dragons flew, the undead hordes were burned to nothing. A nightmare-level dungeon, and this guy cleared it out in the blink of an eye. It was a little draining, sure, but Yun Chen didn't want to rest yet. He headed directly to the next dungeon. Back in the main hall, announcements of Yun Chen setting new dungeon records kept popping up. The other students just stared, more and more bewildered. Just how many more records does this guy have to break before he finally stops? Nico saw this too, and she couldn't stop her body from trembling. Yun Chen, could he be planning to? The situation escalated when Assistant Li Yaj reported it to Ye Anfu. More than a few students had seen Yun Chen returning to his dorm, practically on the verge of collapse, barely able to even walk straight. After all, a normal student could only clear 1 dungeon a day, maybe 2 if they pushed it with a party. But Yun Chen was clearing at least 4 dungeons a day by himself. He was clearly gambling with his own life. Diepen Fook was lost in thought for a long time. He knew that trying hard to level up was a good thing, but he couldn't shake the bad feeling he had about this kid. Before he even had a chance to track Yun Chen down and have a word with him, the kid showed up at his door. As the moment Ye Anfu saw Yun Chen's face, he just knew this kid was about to stir up some trouble again. And sure enough, a moment later, Yun Chen produced an invitation card. "Headmaster Ye, I want to join the demon hunting squad." Yun Chen said it so casually, it almost made Ye Anfu keel over from sheer rage. This crazy brat. Joining the demon hunting squad is for 3rd-year students and above. Even if a 2nd year wanted an exception, they'd have to be one of the absolute elites. And Yun Chen was a brand new freshman who had barely gotten his feet wet. Even if I agreed, Dean Xie would never approve it. Ye Anfu couldn't control his volume anymore, roaring directly in Yun Chen's face. About that." Yun Chen gave a stiff smile, pointing to the card in his hand. "My master." She already agreed. Ye Anfu opened the card. Inside was, sure enough, a note in Xia Qingcheng's handwriting. The message was brutally simple. "Old Ye, approve this immediately," or "I'm coming to find you. P.S. Put him on Kathy's team." Ye Anfu was so furious he was speechless. Like master, like student, the 2 of them were nothing but a pair of crude brutes. Yun Chen knew Headmaster Ye was still worried, so he suggested the man use the inspection skill on him. Ye Anfu did as he asked. After just a few days of grinding, Yun Chen had already reached level 26. His basic attributes, strength, constitution, agility, and stamina, were all hovering around 300 points. He had a whole slew of high-level talent skills, the lowest being B rank and the highest S+. On top of that, he had 2 special skills, Divine Sight and Night Pupil. Never mind anything else. His talent skills alone were enough to crush most of the other students, and his stats were well-rounded. Ye Anfu could rack his brain all he wanted. There was no way he could stop this kid now. He let out a long sigh. If you're that confident, then do as you please. Yun Chen returned triumphantly. After he left, Assistant Li and Ye Anfu started to talk. Li Yage was extremely worried, as they both knew the Advent organization was targeting Yun Chen, but Ye Anfu knew exactly what kind of person he was dealing with. He'd already guessed that the boy wanted to take the fight to the enemy before they could come after him. Forget it. If Xia Qingcheng specifically put him on Kathy's team, she must have a plan. That day in Chong'an Town, Kathy's squad was furious. They all believed a freshman like Yun Chen would be nothing but a burden to the team, and an unclassed wanderer, no less. So what if he was the national champion? He was just a champion among a bunch of amateurs. Some thought Yun Chen was some rich kid from a powerful family who'd parachuted his way in. Others thought he was a coward who'd used back channels to leech credits off the rest of them. Kathy had a massive headache watching her team's morale crumble. She really couldn't understand what Xia Qingcheng was thinking. Yun Chen's power was undeniably strong, but he already had enough resources and credit points. He had absolutely no reason to risk his life by joining a demon hunting squad. She'd also heard about the beast tide in Dongyun, which made her even more worried that Yun Chen wouldn't be able to control his emotions. While she was lost in thought, Yun Chen finally appeared. Instructor Kathy, sorry, I'm late. The final member of Squad 7, Yun Chen, has arrived, Kathy announced loudly. Yun Chen walked forward slowly, overhearing plenty of nasty whispers about himself. Hey, look, the credit moocher is here. But he didn't pay them much mind, because just then, the system sent him a new quest. The objective of this quest was to achieve the #1 contribution ranking in the demon hunting squad. The rewards were a boundary-breaking stone and a cross-resurrection grass. Because the quest was so simple, the rewards didn't include any new skills or talents, but the other 2 items weren't bad. The cross-resurrection grass could be given to Yun Tong, and the boundary-breaking stone could upgrade the quality of his equipment. After Yun Chen officially joined the squad, Kathy immediately briefed them on their upcoming operation. Lately, the Advent organization has been using demon coins to cause destruction in the smaller cities of the Huanlong Nation. They've even been specifically targeting elementary and middle school students. Their methods are utterly despicable. I just received intel from the local defense corps that a group has recently occupied a warehouse at a pier in the Lakeside district. Our investigation suggests they are very likely cultists from the Advent organization. Our mission is to eliminate them. Brimming with fighting spirit, Kathy led her squad toward the Lakeside district. She activated her natural perception skill and could see a total of 28 people inside the warehouse. They all radiated a dark aura, confirming they were from the Advent organization. Kathy also gauged their strength. Most were second class, with one stronger individual who was likely a third-class officer. The squad members weren't scared at all. In fact, they were a little excited. They were all elite students from Jiang University. To them, the people in that warehouse were just walking credit points. If you're all so confident, then go. The moment Kathy finished speaking, the students scrambled toward the warehouse. The first one unleashed a violent burst slash, blowing the roof clean off with a single strike. The people inside looked up in confusion, only to see 10 kids crazily charging down at them from above. They all had different classes, but they had one thing in common. Right now, they were all on a killing spree. The low-level cultists were getting completely wrecked. They scrambled to find their third-class officer to report the situation. Bishop, a large group of enemies just attacked us out of nowhere. We don't know their numbers. Should we abandon the operation? That third-class officer was no pushover. Like Kathy, he had already sensed the enemy's strength. There are only 10 of them. Most are second class. Kill them all. He gave the cold command, and the situation quickly turned. Once the Advent organization cultists understood what was happening, they became much more confident. At first, they were afraid because they thought a large army was attacking, but after they realized the true strength of their opponents, they became arrogant. 2 Jiang University students charged forward simultaneously. One used a purple flame flash, while the other used an earth-splitting slash, striking both of the enemy's shoulders. But the cultist just cackled. He had elementalized his body into ice, taking absolutely no damage from the attacks on his shoulders. He was clearly a water elemental mage. The 2 students began to worry. Damn it, you're obviously so powerful. Why would you betray humanity? Compared to the Supreme Master, what are pathetic little humans? The elemental mage flew into a rage, and the 2 students were immediately on the defensive. They knew they should run, but their hands and weapons had been frozen solid to the man's body. They couldn't pull them free. Just then, a bullet flew through the air, piercing straight through the mage's body. The students followed the bullet's trajectory with their eyes. It was Yun Chen. They were totally stunned. This kid took out a Tier 2 elemental mage with a single bullet. What was even crazier was how his shot went straight through the guy's supposedly invulnerable elemental form. They were shocked, but Yun Chen was relishing every second of it. That new sure-hit skill he'd just acquired was proving to be insanely useful, especially with a sniper rifle. Just now, he'd intentionally aimed for the leg, but the bullet hit the guy's chest instead. And on top of that, it completely ignored the enemy's special effects. Yun Chen quickly chambered another round. There were still a bunch of enemies hiding below a perfect chance to get in some target practice. Yun Chen stacked a series of effects. Every bullet he fired found its way straight into an opponent's heart. They were panicking, totally confused. They were all hidden behind cover, out of the line of fire. So how the hell were they still getting picked off? But only Yun Chen knew the secret. Meanwhile, the other students were just staring, wide-eyed, at his performance. Every single shot had hit its mark. What kind of terrifying, ungodly skill times this? Seeing things were going south, their Tier 3 leader quickly gave the order, take out the enemy sniper first. The moment the order was given, a dozen cultists charged straight for Yun Chen. "You shameless bastard! Sneak attacking us! Die!" The students finally snapped out of their stupor. Seeing the enemy trying to swarm Yun Chen, they rushed forward to help. But Yun Chen, facing a dozen Tier 2 fighters, didn't flinch. The weapon in his hands morphed back into a sword. "Oh, you want to fight up close? Fine, I'll play your game." Sword in hand, Yun Chen charged forward. Everywhere he moved, his sharp blade greeted an enemy with a clean, intimate slash. Yun Chen was surrounded by the cultists, but he clearly had the upper hand. The other 9 students hadn't even had a chance to jump in. They could only watch from below, completely dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. Oh my god, am I seeing this right? He's fighting that many of those dark cultists all by himself. The reality of the situation was finally sinking in for them. Yun Chen wasn't some damn freeloader just here to leech credits. No, he was the one carrying the entire team. A green flame suddenly erupted, and it was as if a demon was screaming from within it. Yun Chen casually stepped forward, wreathed in roaring green fire, forcing Old Chu to cry out in shock. That's Netherworld flame. That's supposed to only exist in the dark world. How can it be on some kid who's not even level 30? Besides, he looks familiar. Could it be? He stared at Yun Chen's back as a sinister aura continuously radiated from his body. Yun Chen was too focused on the fight to pay any mind to Old Chu's ramblings, leaving the old man muttering to himself like a fool. I remember now. Yun Chen, the classless Ronin who absorbed the Demon Lord's marrow and has a bounty on his head from the organization. A contemptuous smile spread across Old Chu's face. At this point, the hell with the mission. All I have to do is bring them this kid's head. In an instant, he became a black shadow, lunging at Yun Chen. The reward for this times was far greater than for any mission. But suddenly, a cord shot out like a green viper. It coiled around Old Chu's leg, stopping him dead in midair. The one holding the other end of the line was Cat Thi, a Tier 3 officer from the Advent organization. "I'm your opponent." Old Chu whipped his head around, his voice laced with absolute terror. "Damn it. I'm screwed." Over on the battlefield, Yun Chen stood motionless, spear in hand, surrounded by his trophies, the corpses of every single enemy. Everyone watched in awe. He's so strong. At least 70% of the dark cultists were killed by him alone, and all of them were Tier 2 fighters. A member of Cat Thi's squad murmured, "Does that mean only a Tier 3 powerhouse could stop him?" Another one snapped back, "What are you even talking about? Master Cat Thi is dealing with the Tier 3 powerhouse. It's not our problem." Yun Chen cut their argument short. "Let's move. Our destination is just ahead." Elsewhere, a city map was spread out on a table. A monotone voice announced, "The terrain reconnaissance is going well." The speakers were a group of figures cloaked in black, and their leader began to issue orders. "We've confirmed the locations of the primary and secondary schools. We move tomorrow night. Let them know the terror of the dark world." Suddenly, one of them spoke up, confused. "Huh?" Then they all started pointing at one another. "I think there's someone behind you." No one believed anyone else. "What the hell are you talking about? You're obviously the one with someone standing behind you." The subordinate realized something was deeply wrong. At that exact moment, blood, a strange, jet-black blood, splattered across the map. The wooden door burst inward, splintering into pieces. A member of Cat Thi's squad yelled from the doorway, "Van, we're here as backup. You're too fast. We couldn't keep up. Let me give you a buff." The one who shouted was taken aback by the scene inside. Huh? But contrary to their worries, Yun Chen just casually tossed the body of one of the enemies aside, leaving them staring in disbelief. Already handled. He wiped a smear of dirt from his face and walked right past them. "Let's move." Next target. Along the way, the squad was buzzing with excitement. "Stick with Brother Van, and you'll eat like a king." They fawned all over him, one holding an umbrella for him, another offering him water. "Brother Van, have a Coke!" Latching on to a true master is the only thing that matters. "Are you tired? Do you want to rest for a minute?" Kat Thi watched from a distance, feeling a sense of helplessness. This whole operation was supposed to be a training exercise for the students, but now, Yun Chen was handling everything himself. The demon hunting squad might as well change its name to the field trip squad. The phone in her hand vibrated as messages poured in one after another. Without even knowing what was going on, Kat Thi answered urgently. "Hello? What is it?" "Okay, I've got it. I'll request backup from another squad." Hearing this, the students turned to her. "Miss Kat Thi, what's wrong?" "But our team has Brother Van. Why would we need backup from anyone else? Did a new tough guy show up?" Kat Thi tried to calm them. "It's fine. It's just not your everyday kind of trouble." At the next location, the enemy has 2 Tier 3 officers, and one of them is a senior executive. The scene shifts to a different location, a magnificent, grandiose castle with a classic design. Legion Commander Tiger, a heavy-set man in a military uniform, stepped out to meet them. "Ah, yes. On behalf of the Legion stationed here, thank you all for the backup." Yun Chen lowered his binoculars and looked toward the commander, unable to hide his irritation. "I can feel the dark aura even from this far away. He's so arrogant, he's not even trying to conceal it. And the local garrison is only just now noticing something's wrong?" Tiger tried to explain himself. "Actually, we discovered it some time ago, but given the identity of the master of this place, no one dared to investigate. If the Advent organization hadn't been so brazen, and if we hadn't received a direct order from above, we never would have dared to make a move against him." Just then, someone else stepped forward, their voice dripping with contempt. "You're supposed to be the people's last line of defense, and you're afraid of your own shadow, letting the enemy gather its strength while you pass all the responsibility up the chain of command." It was the 1st Battalion, who had arrived as backup, led by Lu Diolin. She didn't hold back, mocking him for being utterly pathetic. The members of Kat Thi's team were impressed. They never expected their backup to be squad number 1. The person next to him added that, in terms of sheer power, they were the strongest of all the ghost hunting squads because they had Jiang University's most powerful student. Everyone recognized her. The student council president, Lu Diolin. Yun Chen used his skills to size her up. This woman was incredibly strong. Even though she was only a level 46 second tier, the pressure she gave off was no less than that of Miss Kat Thi, who was a 3rd tier. Dialin noticed Yun Chen standing there, and she, in turn, sized up her underclassman. Only level 26, and he hasn't even had his class advancement yet. Could he really be the number 1 rookie from the freshman class? The young man standing beside Diolin let out a resentful sigh. Yun Chen is the best prospect in Jiang University's new class, and they're letting him join a dangerous ghost hunting squad operation. The headmaster is just too cruel. Tiger cleared his throat, trying to get everyone's attention. "Since everyone's here, let's draw up a battle plan. I'm quite familiar with the estate and can lead you all to a suitable attack point." Diaolin's face was a mask of open contempt. "Is that so? But I have no intention of working with times, you asterisk." She pointed directly at Tiger, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "You people in the defense corps just let these dark cultists gather here. I bet you've received quite a few benefits." He started stammering in a panic. "Don't you dare slander people." With that, Diaoling opened a projection from her phone. "Before meeting up, I took a detour to the estate to do some recon. I gathered a good amount of intel and used my perception skills to map out the internal personnel distribution. The projection showed a diagram of the castle," Diaolin explained. "Aside from the guards posted around the perimeter, most of the dark cultists are inside the estate. The majority of them are 2nd tier. As everyone listened and watched, they saw there was also a teleportation support point in the rear, guarded by at least 15 dark cultists. Among them was a 3rd-tier officer holding the position. Once the battle starts, that support point will be a huge problem." Diaolin proposed a risky idea. "I want the 2 team leaders to lead a frontal assault to draw the enemy's main attention. I'll circle around to the back alone and take out the support point directly. Once I succeed, we'll form a pincer movement and level the estate." Her sheer audacity amazed Kat Thi's team members. Going in alone, the president is too hardcore. She wants to solo a 3rd-tier officer. And on top of that, she managed to gather intel and form a plan in such a short time, as expected of General Lu's daughter. Diaolin turned to leave with a confident stride. "If no one has any other ideas, I'll leave the rest to you all. I'm going to deal with the support point." The 2 watched her back as she walked away. "She's intense, isn't she?" Tiger led the group toward the castle. Jiang Jia from Kat Thi's squad nodded in analysis. "The spot the corps leader chose isn't bad. The field of view here is wide, and the high ground makes for a great ambush point. When we make our move, we can start with long-range magic to inflict heavy damage on the enemy without taking any risks." But a suspicion grew in Yun Chen's mind. Something's not right. Why is such a good attack point completely undefended? Yun Chen glanced around. "Besides, I feel a dark aura nearby." As he was thinking, a series of strange energy fluctuations suddenly appeared behind him. Kathy saw the black miasma swirling everywhere. What's going on? This is a dark aura. A concentration this high. This is definitely not from some minor breach. Tiger's form began to twist into a grotesque shape as he laughed like a madman. The grave I so carefully chose for you all. Not bad, is it? He gradually dissolved into black smoke, like a snake shedding its skin, and in a flash, revealed the form of a demon with bat-like wings. Pathetic humans, kneel before me. The entire team was forced to their knees, screaming in agony. The pressure is too strong. Our gear is being corroded. My body. I can't move. Kathy spoke, a dawning horror in her voice, an aura this dense. Could it be? Yun Chen gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. He's a scion of the dark world. In his form as a scion of the dark world, Tiger flew into the sky, surrounded by a blood-red sphere of energy. The dark aura emanating from it swept out in all directions. Kat Thi yelled to Alien beside her. Call for backup, now! Alien immediately stopped her. I can't. The communication device has been corroded by the dark aura. The signal won't go through. Kat Thi felt a wave of helplessness. Damn it. Are we just going to let them slaughter us? Then, she realized something. Wait, his rank is also 3rd tier. Although scions are stronger than humans of the same rank, for him to suppress us with just his aura alone, he must have used some kind of trick. The pinned team members kept cursing through the pain. You bastard. No wonder you let the dark cultists gather here. So the core leader betrayed us long ago. How could you turn on your own kind? Tiger looked down with contempt. My own kind? You think you're worthy? I accepted the grace of my lord long ago. Cast off this weak mortal shell, cleansed myself of this filthy human blood, and was reborn as a demon. He looked at the people writhing on the ground with pride. The fact that you can only kneel before me now is the best proof of that. Tiger suddenly noticed something. Huh? How can you still move? It was Yun Chen, standing defiantly with his weapon in hand. His entire body transformed into the dark night. The weapon in his hand morphed into a sniper rifle, aimed directly at Tiger. I can do more than just move. He fired without hesitation, the bullet streaking straight towards him. Primary sharpshooter skill, heart-piercing shot. Tiger crossed his arms in front of his chest, blocking the bullet. Ignoring the blue flames burning on his arms, he laughed. So, this is the gift of the matriarch of the Dark Knight. To think I'd run into that rookie kid. What a lucky day for me. Tiger landed on the ground and charged towards Yun Chen. Now, let me show you just how foolish it is to provoke a 3rd-tier scion. He was only halfway there when Yun Chen launched a fireball technique, blocking his path. Tiger tilted his head back and inhaled deeply, his chest puffing out. He then let out a massive roar, using the sound waves from his demon howl to extinguish the fireball. Yun Chen split into two, attacking from the left and right with the primary swordsman skill, Void Rend. Tiger shouted with disdain. A cloning trick? You dare show off your parlor tricks in front of a master? He threw a punch straight at the Yun Chen who was swinging a sword. Go ahead, use all your little tricks. At my rank, seeing through to your real body is laughably easy. Sword and fist collided, and energy erupted in an instant. Yun Chen was completely overpowered, sent flying into a large rock formation not far away. The other body didn't give up, attacking him from behind. Primary swordsman skill. Tiger swatted his hand backward, shattering the clone. Just the clone of some level 20-something kid. It's nothing. The others, still kneeling on the ground, felt a surge of despair. So this is the power of a 3rd-tier expert? The difference in our base stats is just too big. So what if his primary skills are powerful? How can they possibly compete with high-level skills? Tiger stood there, laughing scornfully. Hey kid, aren't you supposed to be a great fighter? Come on. Yun Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and taunted him right back. It's true, I'm not as good a fighter as you, but if you're so amazing, then come and get me. Don't just stand there like a statue. Too easy. Your words enraged Tiger. What do you mean by that? Yun Chen threw a dagger at him. I mean, you've already lost. He raised his hand to catch the dagger. You can't even scratch me, and you have the nerve to claim victory? You think you can win with this piece of junk dagger? Suddenly, he vanished. Tiger was stunned. Huh? When he reappeared, he was right in front of the man's eyes, who broke out in a cold sweat. Yun Chen charged forward with his spear. Weren't you just saying I couldn't do anything to you? He used the spearman's basic skill, charge. If you're so tough, don't dodge this. Let's see which is harder, your eye or my dagger. Tiger leaped to the side, cursing as he jumped, his face twisted in a scowl. Damn it. The dagger grazed his cheek, leaving a cut. He landed in an open space, quite a distance from his original spot, but suddenly, a bear trap clamped down on his leg. Only then did Tiger notice the trap. Seeing vines sprouting from all directions, he realized he was done for. His opponent's goal wasn't to wound him, but to trap him for a short time. Could it be? He's already figured it out? Yun Chen soared into the air and said, no matter how strong you are, you're just a 3rd-turn demonic scion, not a demon lord. On what grounds could your dark aura alone paralyze a master of the same level? The tendrils of your aura were rising up like living things. Plus, a normal dark aura seeps out from cracks and fissures, but yours rose up from the ground itself. You've clearly used some kind of special trick. He kicked off the air, aiming his long spear at the center of the area. The most likely possibility is that you've set up an item underground to amplify your dark aura, and for an item that important, you would definitely find a way to protect it. My weapon struck true, and cracks spread out from the point of impact. Even when you had to take my attack head on, you stood your ground. That right there was your mistake. You idiot. You should train your brain before you worry about your attributes. From the spot he'd struck, a beautiful purple gemstone was revealed, but it was cracking, filled with an inky black aura. Black smoke poured out, and a wave of purple energy radiated outwards. Tiger tore through the vines and shot towards him. You bastard, I'll kill you. But he only got halfway through his punch before he was restrained by two control skills, Nature's Whip and Thunder Lock. He could do nothing but curse. Damn it, let me go if you don't want to die. Kathy and her colleagues smirked victoriously. Get a taste of being completely helpless. Now, it's an even fight. Yun Chen dashed off in another direction, not forgetting to leave instructions. Masters, I'll leave this to you two. I'm heading into the manor to deal with the dark cultists. Kathy waved cheerfully. I have faith in your abilities, but be careful. At the dark, dilapidated old castle, white bones littered the ground. Suddenly, an explosion erupted. A familiar green flame burst through a window. The people inside the castle ran around in a panic. An enemy attack! What blind fool dares to set fire to our home? Yun Chen held a ball of fire in his hand, looking thrilled. I was just getting my ass handed to me, and I'm still pissed about it. So, do you mind being my punching bags while I let off some steam? Yun Chen charged forward, using a spear to drive back the surrounding black-robed figures. Seeing how fast he moved, the black-robed cultists cried out in alarm. No! This kid is too strong! We can't fight him at all! Damn it! How can someone this monstrous exist? Where's the support? Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? One of them spoke up. At this rate, it won't matter how many of us there are. He'll just cut us all down. Another turned and asked, Are there no other options? With that, the man looked up to the sky and shouted, My fellow believers, rather than be killed by him, let us offer our lives to the Supreme Lord. The Lord will avenge us! And all of them began to chant in unison, The Lord will avenge us! From where they stood, a roaring fire erupted. He realized what was happening and thought, They're actually sacrificing themselves so decisively. A bunch of lunatics. I have to stop them. Fast. In an instant, their bodies were torn to pieces. Yun Chen grimaced. Still a step too late. With so many dark cultists sacrificing themselves, I'm afraid they're going to summon something really tough. But a so-called sacrifice is, in the end, just another skill. Yun Chen shifted his stance, preparing multiple skills at once. He was certain that if it was a skill, it could be interrupted. Suddenly, a blood-red chasm appeared before him, a dark secret art, the sacrificial gate. The thing began to crack and move. Then, a hand with sharp claws shot out. He warned, Don't even think about coming out here. Spearman's basic skill, lunge. They must have thought Yun Chen would hesitate, but he charged without a second thought, thrusting his spear forward. His face was full of excitement. It's working! It pulled back a little. As I thought, for a demonic scion of the dark world, it's not so easy to cross over, even with a sacrificial gate. Once more, Yun Chen let out a cry, then lunged again, making the hand tremble. Unexpectedly, he swiftly swapped his weapon to the storm axe, winding up for a final, powerful chop. Get back where you came from! Under his ferocious assault, the hand slowly retracted, and the gate sealed shut. The space returned to normal. Yun Chen let out a breath. Good. I stopped it. The aura of that demonic scion was intense. I'm afraid it was at least a third turn. If it had really come through, I'd have been finished. His eyes were still fixed on where the gate had been when a voice suddenly spoke up. Seems like the situation is indeed quite finished, wouldn't you say? The gate that had closed opened again, and a third-turn demonic scion appeared nonchalantly, saying, Right, little human whelp. Yun Chen felt a chill, realizing his carelessness. With that many cultists, why would they only be able to open a single gate? Facing a third-turn demonic scion alone is not a wise choice. For a little context, in this world, levels are the basis for class advancement. Each advancement not only grants a large number of attribute points, but also allows one to learn higher intensity skills. An ordinary person can undergo their first advancement, or first turn, at level 10. Level 30 is the second turn, level 60 is the third turn, and level 90 is the fourth turn. The more advancements one has, the more their power skyrockets. Yun Chen stared at his opponent without blinking. In this human world, a third-turn powerhouse holds an extremely high status in society, and their strength goes without saying. And the one standing before me is a third-turn demonic scion, even stronger than a human third turn. Yun Chen straightened his back, gripping his spear tightly. Running is definitely not an option. I have 13 seconds left in this state. If I want to survive, I have to end this, and end it fast. Seeing this, the nameless demonic scion laughed. You still dare to draw your weapon? Did the gift from the Dark Night Goddess give you that much confidence? Suddenly, he unfurled 4 wings from his back. Perhaps you still don't understand. Your head is worth a lot of money, provided I can deliver it to the great demon lord. Not to be outdone, he vanished on the spot. Divine flash. Yun Chen had already slipped behind him, unleashing a powerful slash. The sharp gale was just about to hit its target, but then the scion threw a punch straight backward. A tiny human like you can't even touch a single hair on my head. That punch didn't just break his move, it sent Yun Chen flying right into the wall. He coughed up blood. This bastard was just overpowering him with his stats. There was no way to defend. While he was still stunned, his enemy lunged straight for him too fast. His body couldn't react. A terrifying explosion erupted, blinding smoke and fire everywhere. Just when it seemed he was too heavily injured, Yun Chen quickly switched his weapon to the S+ terrifying phantom invincibility. Seeing this, the enemy, Vo Min, was stunned. Huh? He wasn't injured. It was a damage immunity skill. Ignoring the guy completely, Yun Chen's weapon morphed into a dagger. Now, the tables have turned. He aimed the dagger right at his enemy's face, about to pierce the space between his eyebrows in an instant. He roared in anger, attacking my eyes again, and smashed him down to the floor. You despicable human! Vo Min stomped on his body relentlessly, cursing as he did. Take that, and that, how do you like it? That year, when he was being beaten, all Yun Chen could do was defend. My invincibility is about to run out. But my preparations are also complete. His ink-black eyes glared, looking like they were smoldering. Suddenly, he unleashed a burst of strength, throwing the 3rd transformation demon spawn off of him. Caught by the surprise counterattack, the creature could only growl. What's happening? Yun Chen held out a small doll and said, I told you, the tables have turned. He held the object up mockingly. It seems your hair couldn't stop my dagger after all. The air immediately fell silent. The two of them stood facing each other without a word. A moment later, Vo Min finally snapped out of his shock, looking down at the smoldering wound in the middle of his chest and wondering, what is this? Why did I get hit by my own attack? Yun Chen didn't answer him, instead just holding up the puppet in his hand. If the Advent organization is willing to be the lapdogs of your dark world, then a master like you must know where your headquarters is, right? After speaking, Yun Chen stared at him intently, thinking, compared to the military might of the Huyentian nation, the Advent organization is nothing. But the most annoying part is that they operate from the shadows. I have to find their nest and wipe them out completely. The 3rd transformation demon spawn didn't seem to care and charged forward again. You want critical intelligence? Not a chance. Even as dogs, we're dogs who would die for them. Yun Chen didn't even bother to react, simply twisting the arm of the puppet. Is that so? Instantly, the demon spawn's arm was twisted backward. The pain sent him stumbling, crashing to the ground a short distance from Yun Chen. But he still wouldn't give up. He raised his uninjured hand towards his opponent. Blood shadow skewering chains, he roared with hatred. Die! But before those chains could even reach him, Yun Chen squeezed the puppet in his hand. Still daring to resist? It seems you haven't grasped your situation yet. The demon spawn's body was immediately crushed, twisting into a grotesque shape as black blood spurted out, and he screamed in despair. Even as his eyes glazed over, his words were defiant. Little brat, you can kill me, but Lord Mazun will never forgive you. He glared at Yun Chen and screamed, join us, or die. That's the only choice you have. Yun Chen didn't answer him. His hand, clutching the puppet, erupted in a brilliant green flame. If negotiation is impossible, then there's nothing more to say. The puppet in his hand was slowly consumed by the flames, crumbling into ash. The same fire erupted all over the 3rd transformation demon spawn's body, but he just laughed like a madman. So what if you kill me? Humanity is about to enter its darkest hour. As he screamed, a small pink orb began to condense from his head. Joining the Advent organization and submitting to the dark world is the only way out. Even in death, I won't let you go. Immediately after, the small orb shot straight forward. Yun Chen couldn't react in time and was hit. You can't escape, but soon after, only his faint mumbling remained in the cave, and then, silence. Yun Chen was sweating, touching his neck in frustration. Damn it, I was careless. I can't believe it could still counterattack in that state. There was no pain in my neck. It looks like it was some kind of direct damage skill. Just then, a spiral symbol with 3 small dots around it began to appear on his neck. I'll have to go find Teacher Ha and see what this is. Looking at the now completely motionless enemy, Yun Chen said to himself, if it weren't for that cursed straw man, even I, at my peak condition, would have had a hard time dealing any damage to it. Being able to cut its hair was also thanks to the glimmering dagger. The reason the power gap was so huge wasn't just the overwhelming stats. The skills of a third transformation powerhouse, whether active or passive, had a much higher stat utilization ratio than low-level skills. For example, 1 point of strength used on a low-level skill might deal 10 damage, but on a high-level skill, it deals 100. The same goes for agility and defense skills. This is why a jobless wanderer has no future. Yun Chen slumped onto a nearby rock. Even if my talent can increase a skill's quality, to fight a third transformation demon spawn, I don't just need stats. My skills have to be stronger, too. As he sat there, panting, a fireball came flying at him from behind. The moment it got close, Yun Chen glanced back. In the split second the explosion happened, Yun Chen forced himself to use his godly flash skill. He managed to dodge just in time and shouted, "Who's there?" Tiger had appeared out of nowhere. A faint pink energy was still radiating from one of his hands. Yun Chen, I've suffered quite a bit because of you. We need to settle this score properly. He frowned in annoyance and asked, "Why is it you? Where are the teachers?" Tiger was covered in scratches. "They're still alive," but then he paused before saying bluntly, "But they're not in much better shape than I am. Over with Kathy's team, they were also completely battered." Her clothes were tattered as she sat on the ground. "Damn it. We let that bastard get away. We've been teachers for so many years and grown used to the peace. Our actual combat skills have gotten way too rusty. The others weren't any better off. No matter what, at least none of us died. But it's hard to say how things are going for Yun Chen, huh? Wait, isn't Team 7 missing someone?" As soon as Kat Thi heard that, a realization dawned on her. Could it be? Back with Yun Chen, he was panting, facing off against Tiger. His whole body was trembling from exhaustion. He could barely breathe. The situation was critical. He had used too many buff states at once in the previous fight. Now that their durations were over, all the negative side effects were hitting him at the same time. Yun Chen knew his own condition better than anyone. He could barely even stand. "Even if I die, I still have Crucifixion Rebirth. But at least before I die, I have to wound him." Tiger watched Yun Chen raise his weapon, his arm trembling uncontrollably, and sneered, "Little punk, still daring to pull out a weapon? Do you really think you have a chance of winning? Kneel and submit now, and I'll spare your life." A strange light flashed in his eyes as he looked at him. "If he can be recruited into the dark world, Lord Mazun will surely reward me greatly." But even though he was at his absolute limit, Yun Chen didn't hesitate for a second, charging forward to subdue the beast. Tiger wasn't scared either. "Then get the hell out of my way." Just then, the sound of someone leaping through the air echoed out, and a figure suddenly appeared in midair. An instant later, a foot slammed directly into Tiger's neck before he even had a chance to react. The force of the kick was so immense that it sent the creature's massive body flying headfirst into the rocks. Yun Chen was stunned, watching it all happen in a flash. Asterisk. Who is she? Asterisk. The person who'd arrived was the girl from Kat Thi's team, but her appearance was changing. "Mr. Van, no matter what, you are the master's only beloved disciple." Her appearance then shifted into that of Tia Yu, who smiled at him. "How could the master bear to let you face this danger alone?" Tu Yu stood with her arms crossed, shielding Yun Chen. She had likely already recognized her opponent. Yun Chen understood. "No wonder Teacher Ha made me join Miss Kat Thi's team, so that's why. It's because you were here." Tia Yu turned back and gave him a friendly smile. "I was originally sent to investigate a few things, and my identity as a succubus can cause complications. It's much more convenient to travel with a team. Since you wanted to join a demon hunting squad, Mr. Van, mine was the best choice." Across from them, the spawn of the dark world struggled to its feet and croaked, "Why?" His face was filled with disbelief and confusion as he roared, "You are of the noble succubus clan. Why would you reveal your true form to side with humanity?" Tu Yu let out a sudden giggle. "Because my everything, my heart and my body has long belonged to my master. And you chose to oppose my master and harm his beloved disciple." Her eyes now held nothing but love for her master. Suddenly, Tu Yu sprouted 2 pairs of wings and flew into the air, unleashing an attack and yelling, "Then, pay for it with your life!" The spawn of the dark world, realizing it was outmatched, spread its wings to flee. Damn it, but how could Tu Yu possibly let him escape? She shouted, "You're not getting away!" Archdemon's regalia, chains of the void. Chains shot out, binding his limbs so tightly he couldn't move. Helpless, he turned back to question her. "Archdemon's regalia, you're a demon lord. Why would you submit to a human?" Tu clenched her fists and replied, "Do you even need to ask? I was conquered, of course." "You fool. Who else would give up the title of demon lord to become a mere servant?" She clenched her fists again, causing the chains to tighten, and executed him. The spawn of the dark world was defeated by her attack. Confirming her opponent's miserable end, Tio U landed on the ground. From behind her, Yun Chen spoke up, "Were you defeated by Teacher Ha?" Hearing this, she answered shyly, "It was like that at first. But after following the master for so long, I wasn't careful, and I fell in love with him." Yun Chen was taken aback by her answer, thinking to himself that it was probably best not to ask any more questions. Suddenly, Yu grabbed his hand. So, Mr. Van, how did you manage to defeat a third transformation spawn? That was so impressive. You know, I'm starting to fall for you. He just laughed and scratched his head. You really do fall for everyone you meet. Yu retorted. Well, what do you expect? I'm a succubus. After their little chat, she summoned black orbs that enveloped the two demonkin. As she explained, their bodies are very useful. I made sure to keep them completely intact. The two of them continued forward. Yu spoke up. It just so happens this manor has the thing we need. How convenient. We can help you use it right away, Mr. Van. Her words made Yunchen curious. He asked, the demon spawn's corpses have a special use? How do you use them? Tuyu's eyes were filled with excitement as she said mysteriously, as an offering, of course. One after the other, they walked up a flight of stairs, approaching an altar. Yunchen was fascinated by what he saw. Asterisk, so this is an altar, used for making offerings to connect with a god. It's my first time seeing one. I've heard that many god-level items, like divine potions and equipment, are obtained through offerings like this. Asterisk, Tuyu pointed, clarifying, to get god-level items, you'd have to offer a demon sovereign, but even though they aren't demon sovereigns, 2/3 transformation spawns can still be traded for something pretty decent. That's why I kept their bodies perfectly intact. Yunchen still had a doubt and turned to ask her, this altar belongs to the Dark Believers, right? Logically, shouldn't it be used for sacrificing humans? Humans can use it too, she continued. It mostly just depends on the type of altar, Tuyu explained clearly. The fundamental nature of an altar doesn't change. It's a conduit to a god. If the offering is human, it connects to the gods of the dark world. If it's a demon spawn, it connects to the gods of the human world. After her explanation, she looked at Yunchen and gestured for him to proceed. Next, all you have to do is stand before the altar, Mr. Van, and pray to the god. The god will answer. Yunchen did as she said, closing his eyes before the altar. He thought about how he needed a suitable power skill, something strong enough to fight a third transformation powerhouse. Asterisk. If it's a god, it can definitely make it happen. Asterisk. As he thought this, Yunchen raised his hands in a gesture of offering, ready to trade for power. A pillar of light shot up from the altar, as if in response to his plea. Suddenly, he shouted, I offer this! As the altar activated, the bodies of the two demon spawns were gradually absorbed. Yunchen could feel a new power coursing through his body. He opened his eyes wide after the fusion was complete. A system message suddenly appeared. A-rank fusion technique. Free fusion creates diverse transformations. Note, fusion consumes a large amount of mana. May not result in a powerful outcome if attributes and forms are incompatible. Fusion failure will result in reduced effectiveness. Feeling the new power, Yunchen exclaimed excitedly. Awesome! Yes, it's a fusion technique. Even though it's only A rank, for me, this is even better than an S rank skill. Standing below the altar, Tuyu said happily, Congratulations on completing the offering, Mr. Van. I still have a mission to attend to, so if you'll excuse me, I must be going. Yunchen looked at her and replied, All right. I need to go check on the situation over there, too. The president might need some help. At the reinforcement teleportation point, bodies were strewn everywhere. Yunchen's figure suddenly appeared among them. A woman's voice echoed from the mountaintop. It was the student council president, Lu Lin. She looked down at him arrogantly. Well, if it isn't my little junior. Came to help? Too bad, it's already over. The credit for this is all mine. Yunchen stood below, looking right up at her and thinking, Asterisk, she's so strong. She not only defeated a huge number of second transformation Dark Believers by herself, but she even took out a third transformation officer. Asterisk. Lu Diolin sat there imposingly, looking down at Yunchen with sharp, cold eyes. He sighed internally. Asterisk. She didn't even get a single scratch. What a terrifying woman. Asterisk. At the Weapon Academy, in the dean's office, Tuyu stood before a desk, giving her report. Master, my trip was not in vain. I successfully protected Mr. Van this time. Mr. Van completed the offering. His power should increase dramatically. She presented a file and continued. However, there is some bad news. It appears there are humans within the Jianglin organization who can transform into demon spawn. I also managed to gather some intel from inside the manor. Sitting across from her, Ha Queen Tan reached out and took the reconnaissance file. The more she read, the more stunned and furious she became. So this was their next target, the absolute nerve. In the fabrication lab at Jiangnan University, the atmosphere was peaceful. Muk Jiathu hurriedly explained, My apologies. Things have been hectic with the war effort. I was dispatched to the front lines to handle logistics for a while, which set me back a bit. I only just returned. Yunchen heard this and sympathized with how busy the man was. The front lines are the main battlefield, after all. It's understandable. He asked cheerfully, How are the blueprints coming along? The man replied with pride, They're finished. I guarantee they'll meet your specifications. At that moment, Yun Chen took out a weapon and added, in that case, I'll need you to reforge this whispering nightmare for me as well, Master. Also, I have a new request. I'm hoping its quality can be upgraded to the diamond tier. The man's eyes went wide with shock. Huh? Diamond tier? You have to understand, the only people who can wield diamond tier weapons are the absolute top-class prodigies from the elite families. The price is astronomical. Do you have enough credits? Yun Chen seemed to be in thought. He raised a hand to his chin and replied, it should be enough from the demon hunting operation. I think I have about 100,000 credits right now. Hearing this, the man was even more alarmed and cried out, 100,000? Kid, don't tell me you wiped out an entire nest of the Advent organization? Yun Chen scratched his head, explaining sheepishly, no, nothing like that. It was mainly just that killing a third-rank demonkin gives a pretty big reward. Internally, the man was reeling. A third-rank demonkin? Don't talk about it like you were just killing a chicken. As he thought this, Muxiatu took the weapon. A moment passed. Suddenly, he slung the weapon over his shoulder and laughed heartily. Consider it done. You can leave it with me. In 10 days, I guarantee you'll have a brand new whispering nightmare. The scene changes to 3 people talking on a road. The guy on the left said, hey man, you hear? The global championship is about to start. All the top-tier geniuses from every country are going to be there. The guy on the right chimed in. Oh yeah. The one in the middle scratched his face, confused, and asked, what's that got to do with us? Seeing this, the guy on the left replied, I heard that because our Jiangnan University won the freshman exchange tournament, we earned the right to represent the Xuanlong nation. The guy in the middle thought of someone and said, is that so? But for a competition that important, they'll definitely pick people from the third-year upperclassmen. There's no way we first years would be qualified to participate. Meanwhile, Yun Chen was completely focused. He stood watching his weapon fuse with a purple stone. Suddenly, the purple stone let out a ringing sound, signaling the refinement was a success. And sure enough, following the sound, the weapon reappeared with a new look, its limits broken. Yun Chen held the weapon, marveling. As expected of a limit break stone from the system, it successfully raised the magic array's quality to platinum. I already gave the extra rebirth crossbow to Van Duong. It's not a bad way for her to stay alive. As he was admiring the weapon's new power, his thorned beastling suddenly appeared behind him cheerfully. Seeing her, Yun Chen reached out and lifted her up. I brought Xiao Jing along during that crazy level grinding session before. Her level is about the same as mine now. Combined with the fusion technique, she should be a huge help. Just as he finished his thought, there was a knock at the door. He called out, come in. Xiao Yu appeared at the door and hurriedly announced, Mr. Van, the master is summoning you. He went with her to the office of the Weapons Academy's headmaster. Inside, 3 people were standing. Xia Qingcheng crossed her arms, assessing him. Not bad. This demon hunting trip got you to level 30. If it were any other student, they'd already be thinking about their second-class change. Yun Chen replied, well, the experience from a third-rank demonkin is pretty high. It's a shame I don't have the chance for a second-class change. As he spoke, he pulled down the collar of his shirt, revealing his neck. Oh, that's right, Teacher Jia. There's something I wanted to ask your advice on. After revealing the circular mark, he recounted what had happened earlier. Right before it died, a demonkin put this mark on my neck. I don't know what it is. Seeing the mark, Xiao, you cried out in alarm. The soul-chasing seal of the night-severing demon. It's a coordinate-based skill. Once activated, it locks onto a target and pursues them relentlessly until one of them is dead. At the same time, Qingcheng urgently commanded, Lu Miaoling, go to the treasury and get the sea god idol ointment, now. The situation was urgent. Lu Miaoling ran off to retrieve it, calling back, yes, ma'am, Yun Chen repeated in a panic. Relentlessly until one of us is dead? Is there a way to remove it? Xiao, you shook her head. It's a rule-based skill. Unless you perform a sacrifice to the demon lord to have a god intervene, even a 4th-rank high priest of light can't remove it. Xie Qingcheng suggested getting Duanye Mishaji, one of the 72 demon pillars, to handle it. The night-severing demon is one of her subordinates, so she can retract the soul-chasing seal. It's your only way out. He asked, where is Duanye Miyashiji? She pouted helplessly and replied, the dark world. And just so you know, all 72 demon pillars are demon lords. At your current level, you wouldn't stand a chance against them. Yun Chen was at a loss. So, I'm out of options? Just then, Lu Miaoling rushed in, presenting a box. Master, here is the sea god idol ointment. Qingcheng said, give it to me. She quickly opened the box and said, it's a good thing I managed to kill a sea god idol a few years back. As she applied the ointment to his neck, she explained, I refined a lot of materials from its corpse. The sea god idol ointment can conceal the soul-chasing seal, but its effects are limited. It's only a temporary solution. Sure enough, the moment the ointment touched his skin, the mark vanished. After applying it, she handed the box to Yun Chen. Take this. Remember to apply it once a day. Before you run out of ointment, you have to find a way to remove the soul-chasing seal for good. Yun Chen looked at the box as he listened to her warning. Otherwise, your every move will be exposed to the enemy. You'll face relentless pursuit from the Advent organization in the dark world. The turn of events made him think worriedly. This situation isn't good. Xia Qingcheng's voice cut through his thoughts. The matter of the soul-chasing seal is resolved for now. You've fought a demonkin now. What's your impression of them? Yun Chen spoke up. They're like people? Qingcheng agreed. Exactly. They are indeed like people, but some demonkin, like Xiaoyu and Lu Miaoling, look completely human. She pictured the two girls and continued, if they didn't emit a dark aura and hid their horns and tails, nobody would ever suspect they weren't human. Lost in thought, she spoke slowly. In fact, if you were to pass through a rift into the dark world, you'd find scenery there as beautiful as paradise. The two continued to discuss the dark world. Yun Chen replied in disbelief, Teacher Xia, your description is rather strange. I always thought the dark world would be a place like hell. Qingcheng explained, places like that exist there too, just as our world has places with harsh environments. The biggest difference between our world and the dark world is the concentration of magical energy. Our world's concentration is much, much lower. She continued to explain that when the dimensional rift opens, the world with the lower concentration of energy is flooded by the other, and upon contact, a corrosive effect is produced, destroying plant life and driving low-level monsters into a frenzy. The images her words painted were vivid. If you were standing in the dark world, the air would seem perfectly normal. It's just that for us, living in this world, it's unbearable. The most beautiful landscape over there would be a living hell for us. It was then that Yun Chen finally understood. No wonder some humans were willing to become lapdogs for the demonkin, forsaking their own bloodline and bodies. They'd even cleanse their own souls to receive this so-called evolution. So, the dark world really was a higher-level plane of existence. With that, he reached his hand out to her and asked, So, are the demonkin also affected when they come to our world? She replied, That's right, but over the years they've been adapting more and more. You can see it in how the wars have been escalating. She suddenly changed the subject, but it's too soon to be talking to you about all this. Right now, there's something far more important I need you to do. You already know that I sent Xiaoyu over there for more than just protecting you. Xia Qingcheng got straight to the point. She has another mission. Are you aware of the Global Championship Tournament? The sudden change in topic left Yun Chen confused. Yeah, the students are all talking about it. But isn't that for the third years? Hearing this, she replied, That's because the third years are stronger. The spots go to whoever is the most powerful, according to our intel. The Advent organization's next target is the Global Championship. If I were to go, it would alert them. As she spoke, she pointed a finger at him and gave an order. Your next mission is to participate in the Global Championship and stop the Advent organization's plans. Her command was so unexpected that Yun Chen's eyes flew open. What? Just as he said it, a system notification for an automatic mission popped up. Detecting the host's potential to participate in the championship, an automatic mission is being issued. This time, individual rankings will receive corresponding rewards. Rewards will be based on personal achievement, with no penalty for failure. After reading it, Yun Chen scratched his face awkwardly. It looked like he didn't have a choice. 5 days later, an announcement was made. The Global Championship qualifiers officially begin. Apart from the one guaranteed spot for President Lu Diaolingjia, the remaining spots will be chosen from among the third-year students. Next contestant to the arena. The referee's voice boomed, but it was cut short by a strange object hurtling towards them. First match. Begin. Huh? The object slammed straight into the ground, sending a massive shockwave that stunned everyone. What's going on? Before anyone could recover, another weapon shot down at the speed of light. The entire arena was thrown into chaos as dust and smoke filled the air, causing people to scream in panic. Is someone crashing the party? No way. After the dust settled, Yun Chen appeared, looking incredibly cool, sitting defiantly on top of his weapon. Sorry to interrupt, seniors, he said, but I'll be taking this spot. Yun Chen stood there majestically, facing the shocked stares of everyone present, and the entire venue erupted into an uproar. What's happening? Why is a first year here? All eyes were on him. That kid is Yun Chen, and he's definitely strong. But this is a third-year competition. Suddenly, a voice rang out that silenced the entire crowd. Diaoling stood up, her expression stern. A competition for qualification spots is only for third years to contest? I don't recall such a rule. As long as you're strong enough, any student is qualified. However, the people there didn't take her words to heart. They continued to protest. Damn it! I can't believe the president is on his side. There are only a few spots. There aren't even enough for the third years. What gives a first year the right to participate? Diaoling's face darkened, and her voice became ruthless. It's just one more person. Are you all telling me you don't even have the confidence to beat a single first year? All at once, everyone swarmed towards Yun Chen. Damn it, she's put it like that. We have no choice. Yun Chen, is it? We're about to show you what third-year power really looks like. The people in the stands started to gossip. These guys clearly don't know about Yun Chen's performance in the demon hunting squad. He's the wolf who slaughtered his way to 100,000 academic credits. Looks like someone from our Squad 7's about to get in trouble. The challengers were already fighting over who got to go first. Hey, show some respect and let me go first. I'll take the first match. I'll make sure he leaves this place on a stretcher. As they were arguing, the person they were looking down on cut them off. Just come at me all at once. Yun Chen's voice was filled with provocation. As if on cue, the crowd surged forward, every face twisted in a ferocious sneer. Forget one-on-one. It's a waste of time. Let's just all go and finish him off quickly. Yun Chen easily parried the first attack from his opponent. He roared, "Get lost!" Yun Chen alone faced the crazed mob as they unleashed their attacks all at once. Ice Crystal Dance, Spreading Darkness, Crimson Lightning. Yun Chen calmly launched a counter skill. Demonic Flame Shaping. He threw 2 fireballs from his hands and shouted, "Fire Dragon!" The fire dragons countered the long-range attacks, while Yun Chen engaged in close combat with his spear. The spectators were stunned. How can that kid's basic skill go toe-to-toe with a second-class advancement, and his stats are unbelievably high? An ordinary third year is really no match for him. But just then, a masked figure flew into the air. He had captured everyone's attention. A student council member is making a move. The figure pointed directly at Yun Chen. Ganging up on one person might be a bit dishonorable, but this is the price for challenging all of us. Take this, kid! Ground-drawn prison! A massive hexagon appeared beneath Yun Chen's feet, making him slightly alarmed. The hexagon then transformed into a cage, swallowing its target whole. Yun Chen tried to break it with the basic skills Night and Void Slash, but failed. However, he wasn't disappointed. On the contrary, he was impressed. As expected of a skill from the second-class Heavenly Master, the Taoist, truly powerful. If this was the old me, this would have been pretty tricky. Jiang University really is full of hidden masters. Yun Chen chuckled softly, and with a wave of his hand, another circle appeared outside the first. But, unfortunately for you, I'm different now. The crowd outside still didn't understand what was happening. They were just eager to crush him. He's trapped! The Heavenly Master's ground-drawn prison can't be broken from the inside, not even with spatial skills. Finish him. The summoning circle bore fruit. A young girl slowly materialized, surrounded by vines. Skill fusion, summoner's contract summon and growing dryad. The girl fully appeared, standing with her hands on her hips, wielding the vines as her weapon. Vine Maiden, Xiao Jing. Level, 30. Grade, Platinum. Her appearance made the stadium explode. What is that? A basic skill can't summon a Platinum-grade monster. No, wait. Its grade seems to have been temporarily boosted. I've never heard of a skill like that. Xiao Jing was ecstatic seeing her current form. I've gotten bigger. But Yun Chen, still inside the cage, was getting impatient. Hurry up and stop them, and while you're at it, get me out of here. She didn't keep Yun Chen waiting. She immediately showed off her power. Seed Scatter. The seeds shot toward her opponents, bursting like raindrops on impact. What kind of skill was that? It didn't seem to cause any damage. But then someone figured it out. No, it was obvious. A lot of plant-type monsters have the ability to multiply. Was Yun Chen actually creating some kind of massive vortex in the sky? A water curtain mage, and a storm shaman. Waiting for the seeds to grow naturally would be way too slow. It was better to speed things up by combining their skills to make it rain. Before long, a heavy downpour started, infuriating their opponents. When the seeds met the water, they started multiplying uncontrollably, causing them so much pain they could only grit their teeth. Tiny little thornvine girls started sprouting everywhere, getting in their way and making them scream in frustration. Damn it, get off. The scene devolved into chaos. Opponents had them clinging to their heads, yanking on their clothes. One even got his cheek pinched before being dragged away. Don't cover my eyes. I can't see anything. Let go. The roots had already wrapped tightly around the hexagonal box, and the thornvine ambush was released. The ground near Yun Chen was no longer level. If this was an earthly prison, all you'd have to do is use external force to destroy the ground that activated the skill, and the prison would naturally disappear. The figure in the black cloak standing above sighed, "Interesting. I guess I'll have to get serious now." But a voice rang out that took him by surprise. I mean, have you guys no shame? Going all out against some first-year kid is one thing, but for student council members to get serious like this? Someone stepped onto the stage, speaking as he walked. At the very least, you should have the decency to fight him one-on-one. The figure revealed himself. Ao Chang, the student council vice president. Level 42. His class was Corpse Chaser. With the second advancement class, Black Wuchang. The other third years saw him and backed off fast. No one expected the vice president to step in. And wasn't he sitting this out? Even though he's only a Tier 2, he's got a record of fighting a Tier 3 instructor to a standstill. We're out of our league here. Ao Chang looked up at the stands. President, you seem to think very highly of this freelance kid. How about we make a bet? If I win, you have to give me a chance to date you. Miaoling agreed instantly. Fine, but that's only if you can win. A cheerful Ao Chang strode over to Yun Chen. You hear that? My desire for this date is going to fill me with incredible power. Be careful. Yun Chen gave his order. Xiao Jing, this guy is really strong. There's not much you can do here. Go back. She quickly complied. Ao Chang flashed a sinister smile, gripping his weapon tightly. Smart choice. Keeping it around would just be a waste of mana. Now, the real fight begins. Yun Chen was already in position. Good. I've got a few new things I want to try out myself. The air filled with dust and smoke, reducing visibility to almost zero. Ao Chang and Yun Chen stood on opposite sides as the referee went through the formalities. This match will decide the entry slot for the Global Championship tournament. Do any of you have any objections? Ao Chang replied. Of course not. If even I'm no match for him, then no one else stands a chance. The referee quickly announced, All right, the match begins. As soon as the fight started, Ao Chang waved the staff in his hand. For my date with the president, I won't be holding back. It was incredibly unsettling. With that single wave, a gray miasma poured out, summoning vengeful spirits. The summoned ghosts were filled with resentment, wailing as they were unleashed. Hate! I hate it all! Who will pay for my life? I was wronged! You will all pay for what happened to me! Surrounded by the vengeful spirits, Yun Chen quickly assessed the situation. It was a debuff skill. His stats were dropping fast. He raised the scepter in his hand, and a holy light forced the phantoms to shrink back. Luckily, this kind of dark skill wasn't hard to deal with. It was the basic priest skill, Purify. The spirits dissipated, revealing Ao Chang's figure already looming on the other side. He flew right at Yun Chen, bringing his whip crashing down. However, Yun Chen quickly managed to block the critical blow, using the spirits as a smokescreen for a surprise attack. That move was predictable, but there was something else that he couldn't understand. What the? His strength is really low. And this weapon, it feels like hollow wood. It's not sharp or heavy. An attack like this wouldn't do much damage even if it hit, so why is he choosing to fight up close? Ao Chang changed his move, whipping at his side. You don't have time to be spacing out when you're fighting me. Before Yun Chen could react, the staff slammed right into his elbow. His weapon fell from his grasp as his face contorted, his whole body trembling. So painful. The sharp tip of the sword stuck straight into the arena floor. Yun Chen hurriedly backed away, but Ao Chang was right on him. Here's another one. He gritted his teeth, assessing his body's condition. His right arm was useless now, like it had just vanished, but there was no sign of injury. What was going on? Ao Chang waved the object in his hand, speaking smugly, That's because my weapon is special. So special, in fact, that it defines my entire class. It's the key item that unlocks the unique Black Wuchang class. When the game world and reality merged, all sorts of anomalies occurred for a variety of reasons. A few unique classes were born, and they are without a doubt the most special existences. Obtaining them requires not only strict conditions, like this wailing rod, which I stumbled upon in a tomb when I was little. Thanks to it, I went through great trouble to switch to the hidden Corpse Chaser class, and at the same time, successfully advanced to the Black Wuchang Tier 2 class. To this day, it has been with Ao Chang through countless battles. Just by holding it, not only can he see other souls, he can even use it to bypass the physical body and strike the soul directly. Suddenly, Ao Chang squinted at Yun Chen. Your right arm is like that because your soul was injured. But the damage from a single hit isn't that great. It'll recover in about an hour. However, there's something about you that really has my attention. Yun Chen stood there and listened. It seems like you have two souls inside you. The root cause for this kind of situation is usually a split personality. Could that be what's going on with you? He suppressed the pain, holding his hand out in front of him as he thought, Asterisk, a split personality? I've never seen anything like that. If that's the case, where did this other soul that Ao Chang sees come from? Asterisk. The summoned sword flew back into its master's hand. Yun Chen spoke calmly. It seems the only way I'll get to see a few things is by taking that weapon from you. Ao Chang's face twisted with rage, veins popping on his forehead. Take my weapon? He screamed, losing it completely. You bastard! You demonic piece of trash! This weapon belongs to me. It's my everything. Not even my own parents are allowed to touch it, and you think you can just take it? It seemed everything had spiraled out of Ao Chang's control. He charged at Yun Chen like a madman. I told you to get lost! I'll make you get lost! Yun Chen could only stand there, completely speechless. Asterisk. All I said was I wanted to take a look at it. It's not like I was going to keep it. Asterisk. Asterisk. This guy's anger is just bizarre. Is he really that petty? Asterisk. Ao Chang threw down a pitch-black orb. Eat this. The object he threw was the abode of wraiths. It spread out like a swamp. From that bog, countless blackened hands shot up, grabbing a hold of Yun Chen's legs. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed, like the first rays of dawn banishing the legions of darkness. Yun Chen slammed his brightly glowing sword into the ground, shattering the swamp that held him. Repel Evil, a beginner skill for exorcists, designed to banish malevolent spirits. He felt the status effect take hold and grimaced. Asterisk, so annoying. Another debuff skill. Even though I got out in time, my agility's been hit hard. Asterisk. Yun Chen charged forward, his sharp sword held tight in his left hand. With reduced stats, a drawn-out fight was out of the question. He had to end this now. One sword beyond the wind, a beginner skill for knights, Void Slash. Ngao Thuong dodged the slash, his voice dripping with mockery. That's useless, just as planned. A small smirk played on Yun Chen's lips. I wouldn't be so sure. From above him, a duplicate of himself shot out like a soul leaving its body, a beginner assassin skill, Shadow Clone. Across from him, Ngao Thuong, not to be outdone, summoned a ferocious demon, Ghoul Guardian. The Shadow Clone and the Ghoul Guardian clashed in the air, while the real Yun Chen and Gao Thuong fought hand-to-hand on the ground. Beads of sweat dripped down Yun Chen's face. Asterisk, damn it, asterisk. He was losing ground in the close-quarters fight. That one-on-one duel with Doc Back had taken too much out of him. The ghoul suddenly stretched its arm, slamming it straight down. Yun Chen froze, the shadow of the attack completely engulfing him. Yun Chen was sent flying. His shadow clone was nowhere to be seen. Ngao Thuong, now holding the upper hand, brandished his morning staff and summoned vengeful spirits, Swamp of Grudges. Yun Chen was too exhausted to fight back, watching helplessly as the swamp slowly consumed him. In moments, he was trapped inside a black cage. Ngao Thuong let out a triumphant laugh. Now watch me drain your stats to 0. One more hit from this staff will be enough to make you wish you were dead. But then, Ngao Thuong saw something unexpected and blurted out. Huh? The black cage was being shattered from the inside. Yun Chen's voice echoed out. If that's how it's gonna be, then let's see which is stronger, your debuff skills or my buff skills. A torrent of power radiated outwards. Yun Chen stood in a pillar of light as if it had descended from the heavens, fusing his skills, fusing the base states of all his professions. After the light gradually faded, Yun Chen appeared in his new form, the base state of all professions, Myriad Wheels. Upon seeing Yun Chen's Myriad Wheels form, Ngao Thuong was stunned speechless. In this state, Yun Chen's energy was off the charts, completely overwhelming. He was no longer on the back foot. The detailed stats for the A-rank Myriad Wheels were as follows. All attributes increased by 500%, resistance increased by 150%, and damage increased by 80%. Duration, 45 seconds. When it ends, he enters a weakened state, with all attributes reduced by 99%. His transformation sent a ripple through the audience below. What kind of skill is that? A buff that powerful? That's easily on the level of a high-tier skill. I thought freelancers could only use beginner skills. Even Yun Chen himself was in awe of this form. Asterisk. This is a high-level state skill that only someone with a third job advancement should have. But with my current mana, I've already burned through more than half of it in an instant. Asterisk. Ngao Thuong, still stubborn, shouted, It's useless. No matter how much you buff yourself, I can still wipe it all away. It'll just take a little more time. Facing his opponent's ultimate debuff, Yun Chen replied coldly, I wouldn't be so sure. He instantly used a beginner swordsman skill, Quick Draw Slash. He closed the distance to Ngao Thuong with incredible speed. Asterisk. With my current agility, dodging your skills is easy. Asterisk. Ngao Thuong quickly summoned his protective gauntlet, Ghoul Armor Manifestation. But Yun Chen's power was on another level. An explosion that blew away half the stage was proof enough of that. His attack had been blocked by Ngao Thuong. Having successfully summoned the spirit armor gave him another chance to gloat. Useless. High stats don't change the fact that you're just a freelancer. You can't hope to beat me with beginner skills, Yun Chen declared coolly. Fine, then I just won't use beginner skills anymore. He immediately fused the knight's Void Slash and the swordsman's launch skill, pressing down on Ngao Thuong with both. As expected, his opponent's weapon couldn't take the strain and began to crack. Yun Chen decisively put all his strength into one final severing Void Slash, completely knocking his opponent back. But he wasn't done yet. He clenched his hand into a fist, fusing the martial artist's Ice Fist and the brawler's all-out strike. Yun Chen aimed straight for Ngao Thuong's stomach and unleashed a punch of terrifying power. Heaven-shattering ice eruption. Unable to dodge, he was sent flying backward at a sickening speed. It was a long moment before the dust settled and the audience could see Ngao Thuong's figure again. He coughed up blood, hacking for a few moments. He was completely broken. The crowd watching the match erupted once more. My God, what kind of damage was that? And I've never even heard of most of the skills he's using. Just who is this kid? Yun Chen walked coldly over to the morning staff. Wanting to confirm what he had just felt, he stepped on it. A sensation shot up his spine, and he immediately knew. Yun Chen whispered to himself in astonishment, So, this is the feeling. Ngao Thuong, ignoring his own injuries, clutched his weapon and sobbed. My weapon. My weapon. Can it even be fixed? Yun Chen walked up to him and asked directly, "Do you concede, or do you want to keep fighting?" Without a moment's hesitation, Ngao Thuong replied, "I concede. I concede." With tears and snot running down his face, he begged Yun Chen, "Please, don't take my weapon. It only belongs to me. It's my everything." Under the cold, pouring rain, he reassured him in a low voice, "I never intended to take it, and besides, I don't need it anymore." It turned out that the familiar feeling came from earlier, in the arena, when he had stepped on a fragment of the morning staff that had been chipped off. In his hand was a shard of Ngao Thuong's weapon. Looking at the faint figures before him, Yun Chen knew one thing for certain. He could actually see human souls. Facing a mirror, he discovered something even stranger. As Ngao Thuong had said, almost everyone has only one soul, but in the mirror's reflection, there was clearly Yun Chen, and another fainter figure. Asterisk. There are two of them. Asterisk. Based on their forms, he could clearly analyze that one soul was his own, connected to his body just like everyone else. But looking at the other soul, Yun Chen noticed something different. This second soul was different. One end was connected to him, but the other end connected to the sky itself. Quietly, he reached out and touched it through the mirror's surface. A hypothesis formed in his mind. Asterisk. If I'm not mistaken, this soul might be coming from my system. Asterisk. Asterisk. Could it be that the system has a life of its own? Asterisk. Yun Chen pursed his lips. It seemed things were more complicated than he thought. Just then, Li Yaj was reporting the situation to Diep and Fook. "Headmaster Diep, the list for the championship tournament is out." The man laughed heartily. That was fast. He took a sip of hot tea, then calmly asked, "I thought it would take at least 2 days to get the results. Who's in it?" Li Yaj quickly replied, "Lu Jie Lin and Yun Chen." Hearing the name, he choked on his tea, spitting it all out. Yi Yanfu snapped, "What the hell? Wasn't this supposed to be a battle for the top 5 spots? So how did that times kid get in?" Li Yaj replied nonchalantly, "Probably on Headmaster Xia's orders. I don't think he had any intention of joining before this." Hearing that, the man grew thoughtful. If this is that Xia girl's idea, then this is definitely about more than just some competition. Ye Anfu could sense something big was about to happen. "I'm afraid she's about to make a major move." Xiao Yu reported gracefully to Xia Qingcheng, "Master, Mr. Yun didn't disappoint. He successfully secured a spot. It's nothing unexpected, just as I predicted. But this is only the beginning. For him, the real challenges are still ahead." She changed the subject. "What about the military? How many people did they agree to provide?" Xiao Yu quickly interjected. "Since the front lines are in a critical state, the military can only guarantee a minimum level of support." Lu Miaoling added some details. "Each region can probably spare about 20 or so second-tier transfers and maybe 2 or 3 third-tier ones." That was all Jia Qingcheng needed to hear. "Well then, looks like I'm going to be busy." A smile, both excited and wicked, spread across her face. In the days that followed, Yun Chen continued attending his all-professions course as usual. He tried to complete his daily quests, and his attributes and skill proficiencies across all professions improved rapidly. Meanwhile, over 500 nations had gone through intense internal struggles to select their own competitors. One by one, they all began their journey to the host location, the Holy Empire. Of course, not everyone was there just for the competition. One particularly sinister-looking figure spoke with a cold voice. "Get up! It's time to let the world feel it." He smirked, surrounded by his cronies, the fear that comes from the dark. It wasn't until a month later that Yun Chen finally had time to visit Yun Tang, and she was absolutely furious with him. "I'm so mad I could just die," she grumbled, helping him pack his things. "I barely survived the first semester, finally got this precious break, and I was looking forward to spending time with you. But no, you have to go off to some competition." Yun Chen just chuckled, trying to comfort his little sister. "Can't be helped. It's a special situation. Besides, I have a mission." Seeing Yun Tang determined to cram everything into her suitcase, he reminded her quietly, "Don't pack so much. It's a world-class tournament, after all. They'll definitely provide the basic necessities," but she just ignored him, stuffing even more things in. "Well, it's not like I have a choice, is it? You already filled your entire class inventory bag, so I have to bring a suitcase." Yun Chen stood up and sighed, trying to explain. "The bag space only expands when you change classes. Mine is too small. My weapon set alone takes up more than half the space." Yun Tang asked him curiously, "I heard some of the big shots have bags so huge they can fit a whole palace inside. Is that because they've changed classes a bunch of times?" Yun Chen rubbed his chin, speculating in a low voice. "Not exactly. I think you need some kind of precious material called spatial zirong." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Yun Chen called out, "Come in." When the door opened, Nico was standing there, waiting shyly. "Could we maybe go for a short walk?" The two of them walked side by side in silence. Nico spoke up sadly to Yun Chen. "I have to go back to Silvermoon Forest. to undergo the second-tier trial for the Moonlight Hunter class. The girl comes all this way to say goodbye, and all he does is give a detached, Nico, flustered, started to lay into him. I said I'm leaving. Is that all you have to say? We're not going to see each other for a long time. Unlike her, Yun Chen didn't seem the least bit sentimental. Isn't it perfectly normal to go home for the holidays? Am I supposed to throw you a parade? Nico was about to lose her mind. You drive me crazy, she cursed herself in frustration. Ugh, what did I ever see in this guy? Holding out a precious-looking necklace, Nico said to Yun Chen, her face flushing. Anyway, thanks for all your help this semester, with lending me academic credits and stuff. Think of it as a small thank you gift. It absolutely doesn't mean anything else. Yun Chen, at least, took the necklace and showed a little appreciation. Oh, thanks, but why a necklace? It feels kind of weird. This is the item, Nature's Shelter. It's a special type, symbolizing the friendship of the elven race. It grants +1 to all basic attributes. The wearer also gains increased favor with the elves. Note, only one with the bloodline of the elf queen is worthy of gifting this item. Afraid he'd get the wrong idea, she started rambling frantically. You absolutely positively cannot get the wrong idea. It's just a normal necklace. It definitely doesn't represent some kind of token of affection or anything. You can think of it as a challenge. Yeah, that's it. A challenge. After thrusting the token at him, she turned and sprinted away, not daring to look back. Accepting this necklace means you accept my challenge. You just wait. When I come back after my second-tier transfer, I'm going to find you and we'll settle the score. Since Yun Chen had no idea what the item really meant, he was just left speechless. Wow, she's really competitive. Suddenly, Lu Miaoling's voice came from behind him. Junior, she reminded him sternly, it's time for us to depart. The two of them boarded an airship, heading to the assembly point at an incredible speed. Inside, the airship was incredibly comfortable and stable, and they even had a guide assigned to them. Sun Fei introduced himself warmly. I'm Sun Fei. It's my honor to serve as your supervising mentor for this trip. If you need anything at all, just let me know. If it's within my power, I'll do everything I can to make it happen. Lu Miaoling took a small sip of her tea and dismissed him with a cold politeness. All right, you may go attend to your other duties for now. Sun Fei quickly bowed and gave a crisp reply. Understood. After Sun Fei closed the door behind him, Yun Chen remarked to Lu Miaoling with a hint of amusement, that mentor seems less like a supervisor and more like a personal attendant. She didn't argue. In fact, she confirmed it. You're not wrong. His responsibility times is times to serve us, she explained to Yun Chen with a serious, matter-of-fact tone. Most of these mentors are at the third-tier transfer level. Our own strength is already enough to take on a third-tier expert, and on top of that, we have far brighter futures than they do. That's why their attitude towards us is different than it is with regular students. It's even normal for them to actively try and curry favor with us, Yun Chen commented in a low voice. How pragmatic. In contrast to his pensive mood, Lu Miaoling stated bluntly, strength determines everything. The status you've earned is a direct result of your power. You just have to accept it. Yun Chen quickly voiced the question that had been on his mind. But speaking of which, college entrance exams, the freshman tournament, the national exchange tournament, the global championship. President, don't you think there are a few too many competitions? The front lines are obviously under so much pressure. Isn't holding all these competitions a waste of resources? Lu Miaoling's voice was firm as she explained, no, it's the exact opposite. It's because the front lines are unstable that we need to hold these competitions. The purpose of this competition was always to kill two birds with one stone. We've been fighting the Dark World for a long time, and while our current combat strength is crucial, fostering the next generation of fighters is just as important. And competition is the simplest, most effective way to distribute resources. Lu Dialin laid it all out for me. She explained that ever since the college entrance exams, I had been thrown into the war for resources. A better university meant better resources. The people I was competing against were my own classmates. She laid her cards on the table so I could see the core of the issue. The freshman tournament was the same. The strongest get the most resources. The national exchange is a competition between schools. The higher-ranked schools get more resources from the state. The global tournament is, at its core, the same thing. She calmly told me things they don't teach you in school. There are a lot of disputed territories and neutral zones in the world, and they contain a massive number of instances and essential resources. Just leaving them be would be a waste, but trying to seize them by force would easily trigger a war, pitting humanity against itself. And the purpose of this global tournament is precisely to decide who owns those zones. Leaning on the armrest, Lu Diaolin delivered her conclusion. The nation that achieves the best results is judged to have the most potential, and will be granted the right to use the disputed territories and neutral zones. This was a lesson humanity had learned through years of war with the Dark World. I finally understood the conspiracy theories of the cultivator world. So that's how it is. Lost in thought, I started to reflect on reality. Compared to all-out war, this method of settling disputes really was a much better way to save time and energy. Suddenly, Lu Diaolin cut through my thoughts with a bombshell. Oh, right. After we get there, we should go on that date. I wasn't really paying attention, so I just mumbled a few words. Yeah, sure. But when my brain finally processed what she said, I froze. Whoa. Lu Diaolin didn't hesitate at all. She just went straight for it. Huh? What date? Vice President, when we fought, you bet a date with me, remember? Since you won, is there a problem with me giving you your prize? Her logic made me feel like something was off. I mean, it sounded reasonable enough, but it just didn't feel right. Besides, I don't exactly consider a date with you a prize. After hearing that, it was her turn to be stunned. Huh? A date with me doesn't count as a prize? I shrugged and answered frankly, of course not. Now, if you're offering to pay me to walk around with you, that's something I could consider. Diaolin was clearly amused by my answer. She let out a hearty, happy laugh and said, Interesting. Junior, you are way too interesting. I've never met anyone like you. She quickly switched to a serious mode, a complete 180 from her playful tone just a moment ago. Diaolin held out her hand and repeated her invitation. My dear Junior, I am now formally inviting you. When we arrive in the Holy Empire, would you be willing to take a walk with me? I stood up and took her hand, accepting without hesitation. Sure. I wanted to walk around a foreign country anyway, maybe gather some intel. Just as the mood was set, I blurted out, Right. Are you paying? Diaolin's voice turned sharp as she threatened me. If you mention money one more time, I'm going to get mad. As expected of the Holy Empire, the place was bustling and crowded with people coming and going. Tonfai enthusiastically led Diaolin and me into the capital city. A constant stream of people walked through the brilliant light at the gate. It made me curious. What are all these lights at the city gate? Tonfai quickly explained, Don't worry about it. It's just an effect from a special divine artifact. He cheerfully explained that it could dispel disguises, invisibility, and all sorts of other effects. After all, with the tournament going on, the number of people passing through has skyrocketed. It's inevitable that some unsavory characters might try to slip in, so taking a few precautions is normal. Stretching my arms out wide, I said excitedly, Finally, the Holy Empire. Man, that was a long trip. The moment we stepped through the gate, Diaolin grabbed my hand. Pulling me along, she beamed and said, Let's go. Time to start our date. Diaolin and I strolled through the streets together, happily taking in the sights on both sides. Holding an ice cream cone, she commented excitedly, No wonder they call it the Holy Empire. There are foreigners everywhere, I replied coldly. Well, yeah, we're in a foreign country. Of course there are foreigners. She didn't seem to mind at all, just playfully punched my shoulder a few times to get my attention. Of course I know that. I was just trying to liven things up. I mean, you've been so quiet this whole way, Junior. It doesn't feel like a date at all. Just those few light punches made my face turn pale. The moment you get a little close to this woman, her true nature comes out. And to think I thought she was some kind of quiet, elegant beauty. A food-obsessed maniac named Diaolin is more like it. That looks delicious. After eating, she was still excited to explore everywhere. What weird swimsuits. Do people really wear those? Feeling a bit overwhelmed, I tried to make an excuse to slip away. I suddenly remembered I have something to ask. Instructor Tan, I'm gonna go find him. But really, I was thinking to myself, following her is too much trouble. I'm better off on my own. But she wasn't about to let me get away that easily. Diaolin quickly slung her arm over my shoulder, using her other hand to hold me in place while shoving her ice cream into my mouth. Old man Tan is busy with registration procedures. He doesn't have time for you. Don't even think about running off. Here, eat the spirit of ice. Knowing there was no escape, I had no choice but to go along with it. Fine. Let's go check out what's up ahead. My mind was racing with urgent calculations. Forget it. I'll deal with Diaolin later. I have more important things to handle. I remembered Ha Quinthan's instructions. If this mission succeeds, I can guarantee that the Huyan Long Nation will be free of dark cultists from now on. My hand clenched into a determined fist. Whether it's for myself or for the safety of Van Duong, I have to succeed. As I walked with Diaolin, I thought to myself, the Advent organization's next target is the global tournament. It would be best if I could find the dark cultists before it starts. Taking them out early would save a lot of trouble. Speak of the devil. The building right behind me suddenly exploded. Black smoke billowed from the upper floors. The crowd screamed in panic. A bomb went off! Get back! Is it a terrorist attack? I immediately noticed something strange. There's a dark aura over there. Diaolin agreed with me instantly. So, you sensed it too. This isn't a good sign. A figure shot out from the smoke. It looks like those dark cultists are hunting their prey. They were furious, screaming, Damn it, don't even think about running. One of them, in hot pursuit, yelled, You're going to die today. Ager was running for his life, screaming in terror. Help! Somebody! Help me! I sprang into action immediately, taking down the nearest pursuer with one hand. I slammed him into a wall so hard his face was a mess. The rest of them immediately ganged up on me to rescue their buddy. Damn idiots, asking for it. Of course, Diolin took them all down in the blink of an eye. She arrogantly berated them for their sneak attack. As Diolin's foxtails flared out, she added decisively that their actions were utterly despicable. The onlookers couldn't stop murmuring in awe. So strong. They must be foreigners, and they're so young. Could they be here for the Global Championship tournament? I also quickly took note of the weapon she had just used. Foxtails. Is she a beastman? No, that's no ordinary tail. Watching Diolin's tails swish back and forth, I made a silent assessment. I could feel magical energy flowing within them. She seemed more like a demon than a beastman. The dark cultist I had pinned down struggled and stammered. Let me go. I greeted him with a sharp tone. Perfect timing. You've saved me a lot of trouble. Now, I have a lot of questions for you. So much for doing a good deed. The city police showed up and arrested both of us. Stop right there! Fighting is forbidden within the city. You're coming with us to the station. I could only click my tongue and curse under my breath. They got here way too fast. Although we were eventually released, it wasted the entire day. Damn it. My first ever date ruined just like that. I told Diolin in a low voice. It's a shame. Those three were confirmed to be dark cultists and were handed over to, well, their jurisdiction. They're not our problem anymore. Turning to Elgar, I took the initiative to introduce myself. My name is Yun Chen, and she's Diolin. We're from the Xuanlong Nation. Who are you? And why were those dark cultists targeting you? He had barely managed to get out the words, I am, when his stomach let out a loud rumble. Taking pity on him, I gently suggested, we should probably find a place to eat first. The three of us went to a nearby restaurant for a meal. Elgar ate like a man starved, devouring one plate after another, his mouth stuffed with food. It was quite a while before he finally finished. I watched in awe. How long has it been since this guy ate? Diolin commented with a hint of disdain. Judging by the way he's dressed, he's probably from some remote minor nation. Some of the smaller kingdoms are not doing well economically. Their people are starving, sometimes to the point of eating dirt. Despite his voracious appetite, Elgar was well-mannered enough to offer up the few coins he had. This is for my meal. I'm not sure if it's enough. I waved his money away and made a firm proposal. Keep it. You can pay for your meal with information. Tell me everything you know. Elgar's face lit up, and he immediately agreed. Thank you, Van. He quickly recounted the whole story from the beginning. My name is Elgar, from the kingdom of Saladiatan. I came to the Holy Empire to represent my nation in the global championship. Through his story, the dark cultists' conspiracy started to become a little clearer. But shortly after I arrived, I was captured by that group. They wanted to kill me and assume my identity to compete in the tournament. Luckily, I had a special item with me that I used to blast my way out of the prison. After that, I ran into you. I asked him, seriously. Is that all? Elgar scratched his cheek and enthusiastically added more. I also overheard them saying that their comrades have apparently already succeeded in replacing other contestants. They're planning to make a big move during the championship. Despite such shocking news, Diolin seemed more intrigued than concerned. Just a few pathetic dark cultists. Nothing but a pack of rats using cheap tricks. And yet they have the audacity to be so bold. In fact, I'm actually curious to see what kind of stunt they're trying to pull. After prying the information out of him, the two of us headed back to the assembly point. A suspicion began to form in my mind. I can't shake the feeling that everything that happened today was too coincidental, that we just conveniently ran into a dark cultist and got all this information. I looked over at Diolin and pointed it out bluntly. Besides, with that guy Elgar's level of strength, is he really here to compete, or does he have some other motive? She quickly agreed with my reasoning. That part, I believe. Salatiatan is in a remote, impoverished region. Drawing on her own knowledge, she continued to explain. Though it's called a kingdom, its total national strength is, at best, equivalent to a regular city in the Xuanlong Nation. The entire country doesn't even have a handful of third advancement powerhouses. He's probably competing in the hopes of winning a decent rank to secure some resources for his nation. I nodded grimly. Is that so? I had already made up my mind. The tournament starts tomorrow. A preemptive strike is out of the question. Looking up at the bright moon, I felt a little uneasy. All we can do is wait and see what move they'll make. Diolin smiled and said to me, Oh, by the way, Junior, I actually noticed this a while ago. I didn't realize you were so trendy. It turned out the disguise covering the mark on my neck had worn off, revealing it to her. Getting a neck tattoo, huh? Doesn't really seem like your style. Startled, I touched the mark and thought to myself, the mark of the sea god is gone? Could it have been removed when I entered the city? Suddenly, a few interesting plans started clicking into place in my mind. So that's how it is. Looks like this championship is going to be fun after all. The next day, the great teleportation hall of the Holy Empire was bustling with people. Striding proudly into the main hall were me and Diolin. Our entrance drew a lot of attention. I glanced around and said to Diolin, everyone here is incredibly strong. Looking at the people in the hall, a thought crossed my mind. Most of them have hidden classes. Rare classes are few and far between. There isn't a single person here with a normal class. I scanned the others. As expected of the top geniuses from around the world, seeing me focused on what she considered small fry, Lin decided to lecture her junior. Judging strength based on class is an extremely superficial approach. You yourself are a classless wanderer, yet you're no weaker than anyone here. A fighter channels all their skills, strength, energy, technique, swordsmanship through their chosen medium. It's true that hidden classes have higher base attributes and skill potency than common classes, but that isn't the whole story. Race, bloodline, innate, talent. How well these things synergize with one's chosen class is also critically important. A common warrior in perfect harmony with their class might not necessarily be weaker than someone with a hidden one. I took her lecture to heart, happy to accept her guidance. My thinking was too narrow. A thought flashed through my mind. Numbers don't represent everything. I, of all people, should know that. Without lingering any longer at the entrance, the two of us quickly stepped inside, much to the surprise of the crowd. Look, it's the contestants from the Xuanlong Nation. That girl. I heard she's the daughter of the Divine Guardian, Grand Marshal Lu, one of the top contenders for the championship. A few lecherous nobodies were staring at her, drooling. She's so beautiful. She has this unique kind of elegance. One of the smarter ones growled at them. Stop gawking at her looks, you idiots. She's an incredibly tough opponent. You want to avoid clashing with her at all costs. Then, the crowd's chatter suddenly shifted to me as they saw me standing beside Lin. On that note, who's the kid beside her? Let's use an appraisal skill. Wait, why hasn't he even chosen a class yet? He must just be here to fill a quota. For better or worse, the Xuanlong Nation is one of the 5 great nations. For them to send someone of this caliber is just pathetic. The buzzing chatter was already driving me insane, and then some guy with a voice like a loudspeaker had to chime in. I'm telling you, his voice boomed, a bunch of garbage from some remote, little country actually thinks they're worthy of competing in the global championship? The massive figure of Kagari emerged from the crowd, his towering height striking fear into everyone around him. He bellowed out his threat aggressively. Are you all tired of living? You looking for a death wish or something? You honestly believe I won't just crush every last one of you after this competition? As soon as he revealed his ferocious demeanor, whispers broke out in the crowd. That's the third prince of the Bai Him Empire, Kagari of the Golden Bai Him bloodline. Damn it, why is that tyrannical bastard here too? He's not just bluffing. He has a real history of torturing people to death. The moment Kagari's identity was revealed, they all started begging in terror. We're sorry, Your Respected Highness, Third Prince. Please, forgive us. We never should have appeared before you and polluted your sight. Their leader, Elger, stood facing him, secretly trembling and praying. Asterisk, please, just don't pay any attention to us. Overlook us like we're nothing more than ants. Asterisk, watching them grovel and prostrate themselves before that despicable man, I felt a surge of indignation. This is a bit much, Lin had to admit. Not every country is as strong and peaceful as the Xuanlong Nation, and the Bihim Empire is notoriously belligerent. An image of the Bihimo citadel flashed through my mind, languishing under his sadistic reign. Besides, those smaller nations are so tiny, it's no exaggeration to say that if they actually dared to provoke Kagari, he could take his entourage and wipe their country off the map with zero consequences. For a small nation, acting weak and flattering the powerful is a survival tactic. For the weak, dignity is a luxury they can't afford. The shameless Kagari puffed out his chest, looking down with pride at the pathetic figures groveling on the floor. Now, don't be so afraid, he said, his voice dripping with false kindness. We people of Behemos are incredibly benevolent. I understand that you're all here fighting for your countries, so I've decided to help you. In fact, I'm going to give you all a fantastic opportunity. He reached out a massive arm and grabbed Elger's head, patting it like a dog. Kagari gave him a grotesque smile that made the man tremble uncontrollably. For the duration of the competition, you will be my slaves. You will work for me, and I will reward you with vast resources. Ignoring Elger's obvious terror, he continued his threatening proposition. Let's be honest, with your level of strength, even if you get lucky and make it to the second round, you won't earn that many resources. So why don't I just use my money to hire you directly? What I spend in a single week is more than enough to fund your entire country for a year. At this point, even those who were reluctant had no choice but to worship him like a savior, vowing to dedicate themselves to his cause. I watched him act so high and mighty, a sour feeling growing in my stomach. Asterisk, Kagari probably won't even keep his promise. Asterisk, she thought. Asterisk, he'll just use them and throw them away. Asterisk, although she understood the whole situation, it wasn't her place to interfere, so she could only watch from the sidelines with pity. That's right, but they don't have a choice. A woman's voice cut through the air, followed by the sight of slender legs and high heels, stepping gracefully across the floor. Mr. Kagari, she said, in this championship, everyone present is here as a representative of their nation. It was Lucy, looking radiant in a princess gown, approaching to challenge him. For you to publicly coerce participants from other nations into slavery, that is a most unbecoming act. The sight of her only fueled the buzzing gossip in the hall. She's the contestant from the Holy Empire, the host of this year's championship. And she's also the princess of the Holy Empire. Lucy is gorgeous. And it's not just her looks. Sought to be able to represent the Holy Empire, one of the 5 great nations, her strength must be unquestionable. She's a top contender for the title, for sure. Now we've got a real show on our hands. He casually crossed his legs, looking at her from his seat and replying softly, "Whatever are you joking about, princess? I haven't forced anyone. It's quite clear they volunteered." She knew exactly what kind of man he was and was determined to confront him. "Is that so?" she said, turning to sit directly in front of Elger to question him. "Did you really volunteer? If you're being coerced, you can tell me. The Holy Empire will not tolerate bullying in any form." Trapped, Elger hesitated before stammering out, The unspoken threat from Kagari was too immense. He couldn't bring himself to say what he truly felt. "I volunteered." Hearing this, Diu Lin, who was standing with her arms crossed, just scoffed. Asterisk. This girl is such a phony. Asterisk, she thought. Asterisk. She says all the nice words, but can't she see the man is terrified his country will be targeted for revenge? Asterisk. Asterisk. If she really wanted to protect them, she'd offer a formal alliance between their nations. What good are empty words? Asterisk. Her honor publicly challenged. Lucy immediately walked over to Diu Lin. "Diu Lin, you always have such an interesting way with words." Watching the arrogant princess approach her, Diu Lin visibly recoiled. "Don't act so familiar with me. I don't recall us being friends." Lucy's comeback was just as sharp. "Is that so? It doesn't matter. I didn't come here to see you." And with that, she turned and walked directly toward me, setting off a whole new firestorm of whispers. What? The noble Princess Lucy didn't go over there for Diu Lin. So who is she going to see? Don't tell me it's that guy? Impossible. Ignoring all the gossip, she lifted her skirt in a respectful curtsy before me. "You must be Mr. Van from Jiangnan University. It is a true honor to meet you. Your master's parents, the esteemed Madame Xia Qingqing, rendered a great service to our royal family." I was completely stunned. Asterisk Master Xia's parents helped the royal family of the Holy Empire. Asterisk. The news completely rocked me. Asterisk. That's incredible. Master Xia never said a word about this. Asterisk. Seeing my dumbfounded expression, Lucy pressed on. "Do you mean to tell me you don't know that Madame Xia's parents were the previous generation's divine generals of the Xuanlong nation? They may have fallen in the war against the Dark World, but their accomplishments remain unparalleled." As she spoke, she made sure to throw a deliberate jab at Diu Lin, who was standing behind me. If Madame Xia's parents were still alive, the title of Divine General might not have fallen to a time-certain someone's time's father. Hit by the insult, Diu Lin couldn't stop herself from muttering, "She really is a hateful witch." The onlookers, of course, couldn't understand what was really being said. They just saw the expressions on the 2 women's faces and started inventing their own stories. "We can't hear them, but look at their faces." Lucy and Diu Lin both look furious, like they're about to throw down. Damn it. Is a worthless nobody like him really worth 2 high and mighty ladies getting jealous over? As the chaotic chatter reached its peak, the hall lights suddenly went dark. High above, an MC, named Dizzy, appeared in a spotlight, microphone in hand. "Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for traveling from far and wide to participate in the Global Championship. I will now explain the rules. The competition will consist of a total of 2 rounds. Round 1 is the preliminary elimination round. He was referring to a frigid wasteland filled with terrifying snow monsters. Participants will be randomly divided into teams of 2 and teleported to the central region of the extreme ice fields. The ice fields are home to many dangerous monsters, and your mission is to survive there for 7 days, while simultaneously killing as many monsters as possible to earn battle points. The MC, in all his grotesque glory, sarcastically began to speak. The top 100 people with the highest total trophy points will advance to the second round, the arena. Just like last time, the arena round will be live-streamed globally. So do your best to show off your talents to the world, and while you're at it, win some resources for your countries. You geniuses. As soon as they heard the rules, everyone was practically turned to stone. They were horrified, terrified for their own fate and the fate of their nations. What? Only the top 100 get to move on to the second round? Participants came from over 500 countries, 2 from each nation. That means the first round would eliminate 90% of them, way more brutal than anyone expected. Then, a blue light appeared on every participant's hand, followed by the MC's instructions. Next up, a special tool for this qualifying round has been delivered to each of you. A recorder. It can log and store the trophy points you earn. And, just a friendly reminder, it can also be stolen. Yun Chen looked at the recorder in his hand and understood immediately. So that's how it is. They're encouraging us to fight each other, huh? A guy named Elger, upon receiving his recorder, quickly turned to a fierce-looking man and said fearfully, Lord Ka, the competition uses random teleportation. If I can't find you then, I won't be able to serve you. The intimidating man offered a solution that left him no room to argue. A trivial matter. I'll just leave a magical imprint on you. Anyone who dares not to find me should think carefully about the consequences. Just as everyone was entering the first round, the MC's voice boomed out with more regulations. Finally, the qualifying round has a limit on consumables. You can use a maximum of 5 healing potions and 5 mana potions. Furthermore, you are not allowed to bring any food. Any violation will be logged by your recorder, and your eligibility will be revoked. The participants held their recorders and shot off in powerful streaks of blue light. And now, I declare the qualifying round officially open. All players will proceed to the extreme cold ice field. In the competition area, towering mountains of snow and ice materialized against a frigid sky. This was the extreme cold ice field. The figures of Yun Chen and Du Lin quickly appeared in the Arctic-like wasteland. He took the lead, glancing back to discuss their plan. We have to survive here for 7 days. Hearing this, she teased him. And it's just the two of us. Alone. You could almost call it a date, couldn't you? After speaking, Dear Lin seemed a bit weary. She stretched and mused. Surviving for 7 days. There's a lot to consider. Yun Chen was on the same page. True, he added. We can melt snow for water, but food might not be so easy to deal with. His expression suddenly turned serious. In any case, we need to scout the surrounding area first. He held his hands out over the snow, using a fusion skill, the mage's mana fluctuation, and the mechanic's return point location. Then, Yun Chen's hands touched the frozen ground. Instantly, concentric circles of light spread out, surrounding him and Diulin. In the middle of the biting blizzard, his power pulsed outwards. Diulin rested her chin on her hand, watching Yun Chen with admiration. He even has a tracking and sensory-type skill. Is there anything this guy can't do? He didn't seem to hear her, merely counting the time. 1, 2, 3. Not bad luck. There are 3 monster lairs nearby. After scouting the area, Yun Chen quickly came to a conclusion and pulled her along. First, let's get some food and trophy points. Caves at the foot of the 3 Darknesses mountain appeared before them in the frigid landscape. A pack of ferocious bears growled, waiting for prey. These were level 43, 4-star gold-tier snow mountain giant apes. Next to them were snow hedgehogs covered in sharp quills. Level 41, 3-star gold-tier snowy plains piercers. And finally, humanoid sprites were eyeing the two of them menacingly. Level 44, 4-star gold-tier ice goblins. A brilliant blue flame erupted around Yun Chen's body. He casually looked at the horde of monsters. I just lit a little fire. Is that really enough to make you all so angry? Immediately after, his brow furrowed. The silhouettes of the monsters grew larger and larger in his vision. Unafraid, Yun Chen unleashed a powerful overdrive impact fist. His hands clenched, containing immense power. Just because your fists are big doesn't mean they're strong. No more wasting words on these small fries. Yun Chen quickly threw a punch to block the monster's attack. He used his fusion skill, the pugilist's flame fist, and the strongman's full power strike. His punch created a solid beam of white light that shot straight into the middle of the monster mob. The monsters were battered so badly they had no strength to fight back, only able to cry out in pain. Du Lin, watching happily from the side as he showed off, praised him. What a talented junior you are. For a human to fight monsters of that size, and for a level 36 to take on a level 43, that's not something just anyone can do. Suddenly, a drop of water landed on her shoulder, startling her. Huh? Immediately after, a hailstorm rained down from the sky. A dense shower of hard, icy stones fell relentlessly from above, landing at her feet. Diulin looked into the distance and saw a goblin waving its staff, controlling the hailstorm. That's the ice goblin's skill. It can cause a slowing abnormal status effect. She saw that they were ignoring her junior and focusing their attacks solely on her, and she understood. They're ignoring my little junior and aiming for me instead. She happily accepted the attack, even adding a little comment. Looks like you guys understand who the bigger threat is, huh? A furry tail appeared in her hand, which she stroked casually. Fire element. Immediately after, a brilliant red flower bloomed in the snowy sky. Annihilating bloom. The goblins were quickly incinerated by the eerie flames, consumed in agony. They gradually vanished, their screams muffled by the frightening light of the fire. In the end, all that remained were black specks of ash against the white snow. The cinders drifted down, piece by piece. A pitiful end for monsters who were defeated before they even had a chance to fight. Yun Chen, who was busy fighting the snow mountain giant apes, had to turn and look at her in surprise. The amount of power she was emitting was overwhelmingly massive. He glanced at her, his mind reeling. Elemental magic. She's an elemental mage. No, that's not right. The form of her skill is completely different. The sound of shattering rock and earth rang out from a powerful attack. A violent tremor shook the battlefield. An enraged giant ape roared and smashed its fists into the ground, causing it to crack apart. A level 51, 5-star platinum tier snow mountain giant ape. 2 arms, one of water, the other of fire, appeared simultaneously and struck the monster. Their combined attack sent the beast flying, making it shriek. She couldn't help but say with disgust, "So damn noisy." Yun Chen, equally annoyed, added his own complaint, "Annoying." Amidst the falling snow, one final, great roar from the beast signaled the end of all life within the cave. It was late in the evening by the time the battle ended. The two of them sat by the fire, grilling food. He finally broke the silence with a sigh. Man, what a long day. Yun Chen held the skewer in his hand, unable to keep his thoughts to himself. We finally cleared out all 3 monster lairs. A normal monster is only worth 1 trophy point. A boss is 50. Diu Lin, sitting beside him, glanced over when she heard him speak. Even with the points split evenly, our haul today was huge. At this rate, getting through the qualifiers won't be a problem. After talking about that fierce battle, he casually grabbed a meat skewer. That's assuming the monsters around here are all this easy to find. Yun Chen handed the skewer to her, signaling for the lady to eat first. Here, it's cooked. She looked at the blackened piece of meat in front of her with a hint of disgust. It's burnt. But she still reluctantly took the skewer. From now on, I should be the one doing the cooking. Hearing her criticize his cooking, Yun Chen got bold and talked back. A little burnt is better than raw. Just try to eat it. Looking at the charred meat skewer in his hand, he couldn't help but think of the person back home. Normally, Van Duong was the one who cooked at home. His own skills were truly lacking. Diu Lin looked at the completely burnt skewer, and hearing Yun Chen's excuses, became incredibly annoyed. You and your master really are cut from the same cloth. Terrible cooks with a million excuses. Speaking of which, Diu Lin was reminded of a certain plate of blackened meat from the past. It haunted her to this day. 3 years ago, my father and I were invited to Headmaster Ha's house for dinner. For one of the dishes, she enthusiastically went into the kitchen herself, and the result was an absolute disaster. I told Headmaster Ha her cooking was awful, and she acted as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Ha Quintan had left a very bad impression on Diu Lin's subconscious. Oh, if not for that, what would I need maids for? Hearing her story, Yun Chen was a little stunned, never expecting that side of Miss Ha. After talking for a while, he recalled the sight of Diu Lin in battle. Yun Chen then looked at her with curiosity. Right, President, what exactly is your class? It feels like an elemental mage, but your skills seem so different. Hearing his question, Diu Lin pretended to be shy, brushing her hair back. No wonder you kept staring at me, Junior. I almost thought you'd fallen for me. And here I was, actually hesitating on whether to accept you. Yun Chen couldn't handle the flirting and shot her down. You'd better not. In the bright glow of the fire, Yun Chen fell silent, listening to Diu Lin's explanation. I am, in fact, an elemental mage, but due to my bloodline and innate talent, my skills have undergone a major transformation. Simply put, I can use elemental magic of the 9 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. Hearing that something was missing, he prompted her. What about the other 2? Diu Lin put on a mysterious air, covering her mouth as if sharing a secret. If you want to know, you'll have to wait until we're a little closer. At the competition headquarters, in the Divine Empire's data reception room, many people were busy at their smart devices. A serious voice cut through the background noise. Today is the 3rd day of the qualifiers. What's the status of the participants? The person who spoke was the Grand Marshal of the Divine Empire, Edward. His assistant stood before him, reporting on the competition. Princess Lucy's trophy points have reached 1,700, holding steady at 1st place. Currently, the top 100 contestants all have over 500 points. He sounded slightly pleased hearing this. Oh? That is good news. And the casualties? The assistant quickly reported a series of statistics to his boss. A total of 1,178 people are participating in this tournament. So far, 375 have lost their data recorders, presumably stolen. In addition, we've lost life signs for 117 people. The death toll is higher than projected. When Edward heard the number of deaths, he let out a soft sigh of relief. Those casualty numbers are still acceptable. The assistant suddenly felt an itch to ask, speaking a bit out of turn. Sir, there's something I don't understand. Why don't we use live surveillance cameras for the qualifiers? That would at least help clarify the cause of death for the contestants. Is it because the cost is too high? He frowned slightly as he brought up the sensitive issue. The high cost is a fact. After all, the Arctic ice field is massive, and camera surveillance would consume a huge amount of resources. But more importantly, it's unnecessary. In the real world, conflict between different factions and powers is a given, he added with a hint of meaning. Everyone knows that not all nations live in peace. religious beliefs, territorial disputes, racial discrimination. All of these things make certain countries hostile toward one another. Acts like backstabbing and assassination are unavoidable. While the World Federation's laws prohibit war between nations, some hatreds still need a release. The qualifiers provide just such a stage. They can freely kill the geniuses of their rivals or bully the geniuses of smaller nations to vent their hatred. Naturally, things like that cannot be monitored. His assistant nodded as if he finally understood. No wonder there are never any video recordings of the qualifiers for the global tournament. But doesn't doing this violate the treaty on talent selection and resource allocation? Edward spoke of the matter nonchalantly, swaying slightly as he continued. For those nations that can't even pass the qualifiers, giving them resources is just a waste. Right, how are the participants representing the 5 great nations performing? After listening to his boss's thoughts, the assistant spoke up. Most of them are ranked high, but there have been some surprises. For example, Du Lin and Yun Chen from the Huyen Long Nation. As the assistant spoke, the scene shifted back to the Great Blizzard in the Arctic, where the figures of Yun Chen and Du Lin appeared. They are currently ranked 93rd and 94th, and could be knocked out of the top 100 at any moment. If participants from the 5 great nations can't even make it to the second round, now that would be hilarious. She laughed arrogantly as she looked at their score. Hey, Junior, I feel like the two of us make an absolutely invincible team. We wiped out every monster lair within a 100-mile radius in just a day and a half. But Yun Chen felt differently. His face was a little grave as he thought about what was to come. But that also means we'll have nothing to do for the rest of the time. We can't kill any more monsters. His concern was written plainly on his face. Right now, our scores are both 532. If this were just a normal dungeon clear, that would be a pretty good result. But the problem is, there's more than one way to get trophy points. The hour hand on the clock was ticking forward, bit by bit. As the number of monsters decreased, the number of survivors would increase. As time goes on, the contestants will accumulate more and more trophy points in their hands. The monsters will become scarcer and harder to find. That means, later on, killing people will be more profitable than killing monsters. The victors who win by harming others stand by, watching the weak being brutally defeated, a sinister smile on their faces. Yun Chen learned a valuable lesson from this trial. He wasn't the only one who figured this out. Plenty of others would be doing the exact same thing. He had no idea what their current ranking was, but to stay in the top 100, they had no choice but to hunt other contestants. Even so, Yun Chen felt a sense of helplessness. The bigger issue was, how were they supposed to find anyone else? She was stressing about the same thing. People were so much harder to find than monsters, unless you had the right kind of bait to draw them out. As she said this, Duolin's voice trailed off, her thought ending on a risky idea. For example, a weak, classless wanderer from the Xuanlong Nation. What could possibly be better bait than that? It was probably the most practical plan they had, given the circumstances. And with that decision, a set of footprints began to press into the fresh snow. Yun Chen walked alone through the frozen landscape, a sense of excitement building inside him. All I have to do, he thought, is spend an afternoon wandering around and deliberately leave a trail of magical energy. His sharp eyes darted behind him, sensing something lurking there. He never expected so many fish to take the bait. Vicious hunters, all of them, hiding behind massive blocks of ice. The two contestants closest to him were a werewolf and a vampire. The werewolf, with his sharp sense of smell, turned to his partner. I can smell a lot of auras around here, the werewolf said. Looks like we're not the only ones targeting this kid. Should we make our move? The vampire eyed Yun Chen, his voice dripping with hunger. Of course. He's on the same team as that Diu Lin girl. They must be loaded with points. Yun Chen's solitary figure was a tempting sight, and the hunters were practically drooling. And if Diu Lin isn't around, then this is the perfect opportunity to swallow this little morsel whole. Having made their decision, they sprinted towards him. Let's end this fast. Grab his recorder, and let's bounce. When the other lurking group saw their competition make a move, they charged out as well, all scrambling for the prize that was Yun Chen. Don't even think about it. His points are mine. He watched the vultures circling, ready to prey on what they thought was the weak, and he was not pleased. So, you all really think I'm that easy of a target, huh? He immediately unleashed a skill fusion to annihilate them. Brawling, trample, martial path, and quake kick. A single, heaven-shattering shockwave erupted, making the very ground tremble violently. 5 of the most greedy attackers were sent flying by Yun Chen's blast, screaming in agony. The others, who hadn't yet charged in, were so terrified by the display that they immediately turned tail and ran for cover. That kind of power. That's a high-tier skill, something only a 3rd advancement powerhouse should be able to use. Who the hell is this kid? He's definitely not just some tag-along. His power is on par with a 3rd advancement fighter. He's a monster, on the same level as people like Diolin and Lucy. Those who were caught in Yun Chen's blast fled in terror. Damn it was a trap! Run! That kid was a wolf in sheep's clothing. And with the high scores they were carrying, how could he possibly let them get away that easily? To get his revenge, Yun Chen summoned long, green vines from the ground. Instantly, the thugs were bound tight. Damn it, what's going on? Why are there thorn demons in the middle of the snow plains? The summoned thorn beasts erupted from the ground, ensnaring the contestants. They were wrapped in thorny vines. Yun Chen watched them struggle desperately, a contemptuous sneer on his face. You all hid in the darkness, thinking you were such careful hunters. You never realized. You were the ones being hunted. As his voice faded, it was replaced by the roar of blue flames erupting from the spear in his hand. The burning contestants could do nothing but scream in agony. What kind of fire is this? We can't put it out. It's so hot, I'm gonna die. Spare us. We won't do it again. Just take all our points, please. From behind a large rock, Dialin watched Yun Chen handle them with such cool efficiency. She couldn't hide the delighted smile on her face. Looks like he doesn't need my help after all, she thought. The second they handed over their points, they scrambled away, running for their lives. Damn it! Why would someone that powerful pretend to be weak? You lowlife! I worked my ass off for those points. Their endless whining disgusted him, the hypocrisy of thieves crying foul. You all just wrote me off as Duelin's sidekick. After the short battle, he finally plopped down on the ground, hugging the pile of recorders. Yun Chen couldn't contain his glee. Using that much demonic flame is exhausting, as expected of the top geniuses from each nation. They're no joke. He was so captivated by the pile of points in his hands that he paid no attention to his surroundings. Not a bad haul, he thought. Over 3,280 points in one go. Even if I split it with the president, that's still a huge amount. Other contestants, hidden with invisibility skills, had witnessed the entire spectacle. Just watching it was enough to make them break out in a cold sweat. They were concealed by the Phantom Hunter's camouflage skill. Hiding behind a block of ice, a contestant named Elgar watched Yun Chen happily counting his loot and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. He's so strong. Mr. Van is incredible. He has to be a hidden contender for the championship. But the others didn't share his admiration. They only saw the recorders in Yun Chen's hands, and they readied their weapons for an attack. So what? He's got to be running on fumes by now. Even we can take him. With that many recorders, Lord Gory will reward us handsomely if we bring them to him. They decided to strike while his guard was down and steal the points. It's worth the risk. Hearing a sound, Yun Chen turned to see a bald man crackling with echoing magic energy approaching him. So, the little rats finally decided to come out of hiding? Once again, the blue flame ignited in Yun Chen's hand. As they charged, the light flared to life. Might as well finish this quickly. Just as they were about to strike, Elgar rushed forward to stop them. Stop! The other contestants, weapons poised to strike Yun Chen, froze in their tracks as Elgar stood protectively in front of him. Don't you dare hurt him. The three attackers stared at him, stunned into silence. Yun Chen looked at the boy's solitary figure standing before him, and his resolve wavered. This kid. The bald man screamed furiously in Elgar's face. Elgar, do you have any idea what you're doing? The three of them began shouting him down. Damn it, why is this moron on our team? If we don't get enough points today, Siguri is going to be furious. Elgar felt powerless, but all he could do was try to reason with them. I know, but Mr. Van saved my life. We still have a little time before nightfall. I'll figure out a way to find another target, I promise. But his next words made Yun Chen's expression darken. So, please, just let him go. Not wanting to put Elgar in a tough spot, Yun Chen decided to deal with these lowlifes himself. His hands erupted in brilliant blue flame for all to see. Don't worry about it. I can handle this myself. Seeing the terrifying power radiating from him, they immediately turned and fled. Damn it, he's still got some fight left in him, and with Elgar in the way, our victory isn't guaranteed. Fall back. The silhouettes of the three cowards faded down the path of the frigid northern wastes. Once they had all gone, Elgar immediately knelt before him, begging for forgiveness. I'm sorry, Mr. Van. I didn't think they'd actually dare to attack. I'm sorry, but I have to go. With that, he also scrambled to run off with his teammates. Wait up, don't leave me behind. Dio Lin, who had been hiding until now, finally showed her face to speak. Elgar still hadn't realized the person who'd been saved wasn't him, but his own teammate. Her hair covered one of her eyes, making her face seem more profound. After he goes back, he'll probably be punished pretty severely. Do you care? Yun Chen, hearing this, asked nonchalantly out of sheer curiosity. Why? In the qualifiers, isn't everyone an opponent? He and I only met by chance that one time. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Gripping his sharp spear, he stepped forward with grim determination. However, I am very interested in Sigori's spoils of war. Hearing Yun Chen beat around the bush, she scoffed. Asterisk. Such a classic cold on the outside, warm on the inside type. Can't you just be a little more direct? Asterisk. The sky began to darken, and a large, cozy campfire was lit. Sigori aggressively gnawed on a piece of meat, stripping it clean. He spoke crudely. To be honest, I never expected you worthless trash to be of any use in the first place. That's why I told you all to just target the weak ones. If your luck was bad and you ran into a strong opponent and got defeated, that was all within my calculations. His two inverted fangs, like a pair of horns, moved as he spoke. But when an operation fails for some unknown reason, well, that becomes an issue of attitude. His ferocious eyes stared down those who displeased him as he let out a threat. There's no need to keep a dog that won't listen. Elgar knew he was the one being talked about and repeatedly kowtowed, pleading, I am deeply sorry, but Mr. Van once saved my life. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Lord Gory, please give me another chance. Elgar's excuses didn't register with C. Gory in the slightest. He gloated, his tone dripping with condescension. No need to be so scared. I'm a benevolent behemoth. Of course I'll give you a choice. You can either smash your own brains in, or I can level your entire country. You decide. The words were spoken lightly, but they hit their mark. The other contestants from Elgar's country immediately begged Gory in terror not to touch their home. How could this happen? Lord Gory has always been a man of his word. Elgar must pay the price for his foolish actions. Hearing this, Elgar ground his teeth so hard they audibly squeaked with rage. He had to cast aside all his dignity to bow before the very man who intended to harm his homeland. Though trembling with fear, Elgar stubbornly bowed even lower. Then came a thud. Elgar's head hit the ground flat. He trembled, forcing out each word. Please, please spare my country. Gory looked at the subservient figure before him and licked his lips with delight. His shameless voice rang out again. Then, as you wish. The moment he finished speaking, Gory was frozen in place by the muzzle of a gun pressed directly against his head. Yun Chen had appeared majestically, aiming the gun at his temple. The weapon was an eerie, soul-shaking armament, gun form. Elgar looked up. Seeing his savior brought a flicker of joy, but also fear for his safety. Mr. Van. The three cowards who had been begging just moments ago were completely stunned to see him standing there so proudly. What's going on? When did he get over here? I didn't sense him at all. Oh God, don't tell me he's planning to stand up for Elgar. Yun Chen ignored their chatter, his focus locked on the shameless Gory. Move your foot. The man didn't seem the least bit afraid, continuing to provoke Yun Chen with his mouth. And if I don't? Without giving Gory any quarter, Yun Chen fired a shot right at his temple, giving him no time to react. The gawking contestants watched the bullet casing fall and began to tremble in their boots. Damn, he actually fired. And with a shotgun pressed right against his temple. That's murder. He's going to kill him. Yet Gory, despite being shot, was neither injured nor bleeding. Instead, he glared back at Yun Chen, his eyes like daggers. Though powerful, Yun Chen was also shocked to see him completely unharmed. The shot had only managed to singe some of his fuzz. Gory hadn't expected him to be so bold and immediately summoned his magical power to crush him. You little brat, you actually dared to strike me? A grotesque face emerging from Gory's stomach looked ready to lunge straight at him. It was the wrath of the ancient beast. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Chen brought out more weapons, fusing his skills, Munitions Master, Amplified Electric Round, and Deadeye Sharpshooter's Critical Shot. Immediately after, two massive streams of power collided, creating a scene where it was impossible to determine the victor. The projectile he had fired was a violent thunderclap. With such immense power, Yun Chen quickly managed to block his attack. Gory stared at his own scorched hands, unable to believe his opponent was so strong. Asterisk. This kid is no weakling. He's clearly a powerhouse on my level. I have to get serious. Asterisk. After his attack, Yun Chen also used an appraisal skill to observe him. Asterisk. A fusion skill only managed to cause a superficial wound? His defense is insane. What the hell is this monster? Asterisk. He suddenly saw the lines of information about him. Gory, level 53. Race, Golden Behemoth. Class, Ancient Beast Warrior. This information made Yun Chen look at him with a hint of dread. Asterisk. Damn it, the level gap is too big. The amount of information I can see is limited. Asterisk. Gory used a technique to enlarge his body, then took a powerful step that made the earth tremble, the earth shatter stomp. Not to be outdone, Yun Chen swiftly dodged the attack. He was still trying to work out a strategy and didn't notice that Gory had already appeared behind him. Gory raised his fist, preparing to deliver a blow from the heavens. Yun Chen glanced back at his dirty trick and scoffed, preparing to match him fist for fist. He gripped his weapon, the mystic Eastern cudgel, as his powerful determination radiated from his very core. Fine, I'll grant your wish. Just as Gory's punch descended, Yun Chen threw a punch of his own, meeting the attack head-on. The two figures, one large and one small, clashing, made the rubbernecking crowd gasp in awe. So strong. What kind of monster is he that he can go toe-to-toe in close combat with a golden behemoth? Gory's body grew even larger, his mouth widening along with his frame. Explosive, heavy maul. But Yun Chen wasn't daunted by the despicable foe. He stared intently at Gory, preparing a skill fusion, martial artist, frost fist, and strongman's full power blow. Yun Chen's small figure raised his gun and fired the glacial fracture skyfall, attacking the giant. After making his move, he launched himself into the air with a powerful leap. Then, Yun Chen landed squarely on Gori's shoulder, seizing the opportunity to finish him off. Gori looked at him with pure hatred. Right now, he just wanted to tear him into 100 pieces. "You arrogant little brat! You really think you can defeat me?" Without a word, Yun Chen aimed his spear directly at Gori's pupil. He closed one eye, preparing to shatter the orb. Gori was no slouch, immediately transforming into another, larger form by releasing his golden behemoth bloodline. He ferociously threatened the small figure of Yun Chen, who had been thrown back by the sudden transformation. "Kid, I'll give you two choices. Get stomped to death or crushed to death." Just then, after Kagori unleashed his golden beam bloodline, he transformed into a monster as massive as a mountain right in front of Yun Chen. The people watching from a distance gasped in terror. So scary. He's like a monster among monsters. This is Lord Kagori's true power. Amidst the fearful whispers, some people also commented on Yun Chen's fighting style. But that kid is strange, too. He can use any kind of weapon, not to mention that chaotic mess of skills he has. Kagori menacingly raised his hand, as if about to land a devastating blow on the one who dared to defy him. "Kid, if you won't choose, then I'll choose for you." As soon as the words left his mouth, his fist shot towards Yun Chen with wind-tearing speed. The giant's heavy fist slammed into the ground, obliterating it in an instant. Luckily, Yun Chen managed to leap up in time, dodging the blow. While suspended in midair, he quickly spun around, swinging his blazing red sword as he charged forward. A powerful slash struck Kagori's arm, but he seemed strangely unfazed. Yun Chen landed, looking up at where he'd just struck. There wasn't a single wound, not even a scratch. He was stunned by the guy's defenses and exclaimed, "His hide is too thick. How about if I use this move?" A quick decision was made. Yun Chen used a fusion skill, Night, Void-Shattering Slash, and Swordsman's Upward Swing. After the skills merged, Yun Chen unleashed a powerful Severing Slash. Kagori scoffed at Yun Chen's attacks. Useless. A little damage like that is nothing. There still wasn't a single mark on him after taking that incredibly powerful attack. Yun Chen continued to launch blows all over the giant's body, but it all seemed to be in vain. Witnessing this scene, Elgar thought in terror. There are over 500 nations in this world, but the only one to establish a top-tier empire based on the strength of a single race is the Beemos clan. The reason lies in the terrifyingly powerful physique of the Beemos. Lord Kagori is a golden beam, so his physical strength is a level above the rest. The golden Beemos is considered a legendary beast. It's recorded in the ancient texts that its body is so strong, nothing short of divine power can break it. And it was true. For someone who had awakened the Golden Beam bloodline, it was easy to crush others beneath his feet. Elgar's train of thought continued as Yun Chen, sword in hand, rushed toward Kagori. And to even be reluctantly called divine tier strength, you'd need at least a 4th tier class holder, plus the hidden class of Ancient Beast Warrior, which massively enhances one's physique. It's why Kagori, who's only 2nd tier, has never lost even to a 3rd tier master. I can't even imagine how he can win this fight. Just then, Yun Chen switched to a different fusion skill to try and pierce Kagori. Skill fusion, Swordsman's Dash and Swordsman's Thrust. The piercing dash struck his body, creating a screeching sound. It seemed this attack wasn't as useless as the others. He had actually managed to damage Kagori. The wound was as shallow as a needle prick on an elephant. It didn't cause any real damage. Do I have to use Van Luan? No, the side effects are too severe. Yun Chen landed, his feet carving a long trench in the ground as he skidded to a stop. He calculated inwardly, after the time limit is up, I won't be able to deal with anyone else. It's a shame space rending requires a spatial talent to use, otherwise I would have dealt with him already. While Yun Chen was lost in thought, Kagori attacked, a blazing red power gathering in his fist. "Wrath of the Ancient Beast! Stop scratching me! I could stand still and let you hit me, and you'd still die from exhaustion." The punch slammed into the ground right where Yun Chen had been standing. He quickly leaped back to avoid it. Facing Kagori's power, Yun Chen remained calm and provoked him. "Is that so? Then stand still and let me hit you." At the same time, he used another fusion skill, Tentacles and Giant Vine Wrap. Massive green vines erupted from the ground. They quickly wrapped around Kagori's arms, restraining his movements. With Kagori immobilized, Yun Chen quickly leaped onto the giant vines and dashed in front of him. This time, he had found Kagori's weak point. "You seem pretty confident in your defense. What if the part being attacked is your eye?" Seeing this, veins bulged on Kagori's face as he roared in fury. "You despicable little brat!" He was done playing around and began to fight seriously, concentrating his power. Wrath of the Ancient Beast. The giant vines wrapped around his arms were instantly destroyed. Kagori swung his arm, trying to grab Yun Chen and stop him from jumping around. Yun Chen's technique suddenly changed, transforming into a lightning dart that shot toward Kagori. Seeing the lightning dart flying toward him at incredible speed, he cried out in shock. "What?" Luckily for Kagori, he reacted instantly, clamping down on the lightning dart with his teeth. He let out a silent sigh of relief. Asterisk. That was close. Asterisk. Just then, other giant vines suddenly shot forward and wrapped around his neck. Yun Chen calmly controlled the vines, tightening them around Kagori's neck, making him realize his true intention. What? His target wasn't my eye. Could it be? Before Kagori could finish his thought, Yun Chen flew in and slammed his weapon against the giant's tooth, creating a loud crack. With his weapon embedded in Kagori's tooth, Yun Chen used his next fusion skill, Mage's Fireball and Martial Artist's Palm Wind. Smoke poured from the giant's mouth as he screamed, "It hurts," and fell backward. Yun Chen leaped off of Kagori, but the giant was still determined to punch him to death. "Damn you, just die!" The giant vines once again wrapped around his fangs and ears. Yun Chen smirked. "Looks like the inside of your body isn't as tough as your skin." Next, he unleashed a decisive blow containing immense power right into Kagori's arm, releasing an explosive flame palm. Kagori was in so much pain he coughed up blood, letting out a long, agonized scream. The giant was down, but Yun Chen wasn't about to let him go. "Not so fast. You still have a few holes." He delivered a powerful blow that deformed Kagori's body while speaking words that filled him with terror. "If I blow up your nostrils and burn out your respiratory system, how many minutes do you think you could live?" Beaten back into his normal human form, Kagori slumped to the ground, begging for mercy and fear. "Don't! Big brother, I was wrong. I surrender. Please don't blow me up. I promise I won't go after Elgar or his country. Spare me just this once. If you do it again, I'll really die." Duelin stepped forward to stop Yun Chen, saving Kagori's life. "Junior, that's enough. For better or worse, he's still a top-tier genius. In a few more years, he could be a great asset on the battlefield." Yun Chen wore a cold, indifferent expression as he calmly stated his terms. "I can spare you. Hand over all of your spoils recorders." In his mind, he thought, weakening humanity's future forces at a time like this really isn't a wise choice. Corey, with trembling hands, gave the spoils to Yun Chen, his voice still laced with fear. "Here." Yun Chen turned his back and said, "Let's go." Duelin glanced over at Corey with a pitying look. "Kiddo, you should save your strength for the fight against the Dark World. Bullying a smaller nation doesn't make you tough." That night, under the bright full moon, Yun Chen and Duelin sat together before a warm fire. She said, "You had a tough day, Junior. You get some rest. I'll take watch tonight." After all, Yun Chen had exhausted a great deal of energy in the day's battle and soon drifted off to sleep. The next morning, the sun was high and the clouds drifted lazily. It seemed to be a beautiful day. Yun Chen hadn't even woken up yet when he was jolted awake by loud shouts. "This is bad. Something terrible has happened." "What is it?" "My junior is still sleeping. You can just tell me." He yawned as he walked over to them, his voice still groggy with sleep. "What's wrong?" Elgar stood there, panting heavily, his eyes wide as he stammered out a name. "Corey. Lord Corey is dead." Somewhere, Corey had lost his life in a gruesome state. Neither Yun Chen nor Diu Lin had expected this to happen. They both cried out in unison. "What?" Diu Lin's surprised voice rang out. "What did you say? Corey's dead?" She looked at the man with a worried expression. "How could that happen? Although his injuries were severe, they shouldn't have been fatal." Yun Chen added, his face serious. "I fought him head on. I have a sense of his power, especially his defenses. He was definitely on par with a third evolution mage progeny, maybe even stronger. Even badly injured, he wouldn't have gone down that easily." Elgar rubbed his head in confusion. I don't know the exact details. I was asleep at the time, but I suddenly heard a commotion and went to check. And then I saw a few dark cultists standing over there. In front of them was the body of Lord Corey." Elgar trembled uncontrollably, clutching his head in fear. "Those guys actually snuck into the qualifiers. They even killed someone. If I hadn't run fast enough, they would have killed me too. It's terrifying." Duelin was a bit skeptical. "Dark cultists? I've killed at least a few hundred of them myself. And they managed to kill Corey?" he insisted. "I'm not lying. When I was captured before, I overheard them talking about a young leader they have. I think he's the son of the grand leader of the Advent organization. The dark cultists who came this time are especially strong, different from the usual ones." Yun Chen probed, his expression serious. "So there's this intel, and you didn't think to mention it when we ate that day?" Elgar stammered, flustered. I just carelessly forgot." Yun Chen started to press him. "Is that so? Well, then again, a junior leader is a pretty big fish. Taking him out would surely be a huge blow to the Advent organization. The problem is, how do we find him?" Elgar spoke up, a little timidly. "My profession is Phantom Hunter. I specialize in tracking and stealth. Their aura still lingers in Corey's camp. If we just go back, I have a way to pinpoint their location. If you want, I can lead the way." Yun Chen started walking, speaking with confidence. "Then we appreciate your courage. Let's go." In the observation room, an uproar of discussion broke out. This is a disaster. The third prince of the Behim Empire has lost his life signs. This is the first time in history that a high-profile contestant has died in the qualifying rounds. The Behim Empire's national power is second only to the five great nations, a man said through gritted teeth. Duolin's and Yun Chen's spoils points suddenly shot up. Corey died not long after. Even a fool could guess what happened. The Behim Empire is very aggressive. If this news gets out, they'll very likely become enemies with the Xuanlong nation, maybe even declare war. Humanity can't afford a civil war right now. What do we do? Watt roared furiously. Calm down. It was just an accident. What's all the panic about? The extreme ice domain has always been dangerous. Accidents are to be expected, he quickly surmised. Perhaps Corey is just the beginning. At that moment, the three of them, Yun Chen, Dio, Lin, and Elgar, were racing towards the camp. Elgar looked back and urged them on. Hurry up, everyone. If we take too long, the aura in the camp will disappear, and it'll be much harder to find those guys. They all responded in unison. Got it. Suddenly, Yun Chen felt something was off. His eyes widened, his expression turning serious as he realized something. A whirlwind appeared in front of him, and the other two quickly dodged to the side. Yun Chen called out angrily. Who's there? A thought immediately flashed in his mind. This newcomer is powerful. From within the whirlwind, a woman's voice echoed. My apologies. You all seem to be in such a hurry. Could you possibly stop for a moment? A beautiful woman appeared, blinking calmly. I'd like to take your spoils points. Elgar was terrified, sweat pouring down his face. Princess Lucy, we're screwed. We're in a huge rush. We can't afford any delays. But Yun Chen remained cold, looking at the person before him with an emotionless mask. He spread his arms and said, Dark cultists have infiltrated the qualifiers. We need to deal with them. I don't have time to play with you. Get out of the way. Lucy had no intention of letting them pass. She brought a hand to her chin and spoke in a mocking tone. Is that so? Well, that does sound bad. But compared to the little rats in the shadows, I'm much more interested in you. What to do? Just then, Diolin stepped forward, blocking Yun Chen. You two go, she told them. Don't waste any time. She crossed her arms, making her decision with confidence. I'll handle this phony witch. The two men quickly continued on their way. Lucy continued to taunt Diolin. Is Mr. Van just going to leave you behind like that? Looks like he's not that into you, is he? But Diolin had complete faith in Yun Chen. She brushed back her long hair and smiled softly. Don't be ridiculous. My junior obviously adores me. He just has faith in my abilities. Lucy was also extremely smug, spreading her arms to conjure a mysterious purple-black energy. Is that so? Then I'm afraid you're going to disappoint him. Immediately after, the two of them clashed, creating a massive explosion that engulfed the area. Yun Chen and Elgar had arrived at the camp. They were standing before a corpse, completely covered in blood. It was Corey. Yun Chen knelt, touching Corey's body, which was riddled with slashes. So many wounds. And they still hold traces of many different magical attributes. Looking at the wounds, at least 6 different types of weapons were used. He was ganged up on and killed. Elgar stood behind him, his eyes filled with killing intent. He raised his weapon, harboring a sinister plan, but he continued the pretense. Yes, Lord Corey's death was so tragic. Their methods are so cruel, and their power is immense. He swung his weapon at Yun Chen, a triumphant smile spreading across his face, his attitude completely different from before. Mr. Van, you really should be careful. His weapon lunged at him, but Yun Chen dodged it with ease, smiling as if he already knew it was coming. He replied, No need for a reminder. I'm always careful. The smile on Elgar's face vanished, replaced by a look of disbelief. What? Yun Chen turned to face him, shouting Elgar's name. He immediately swung his sword at the man, declaring, You're the one who murdered Corey, aren't you? The slash left a long gash running from Elgar's shoulder downward. Yun Chen coldly crouched to ready his attack, proclaiming, I don't know why you brought me here, but since you dared to try and kill me, then killing you first is definitely the right move. He swung his sword at Elgar, but a woman suddenly rushed out, tackling him out of the path of the attack. Behind Yun Chen, a man with a ferocious expression suddenly appeared, swinging an axe at him and shouting, Die! Yun Chen reacted instantly, raising his sword to block the blow. Their weapons clashed. He stood his ground, locked against the man's attack. If he eased up for even a second, the axe would find its mark. From above, 2 more men appeared, charging aggressively. Yun Chen immediately used his skills. Explosive Cleave, a fusion skill, Brawler's Stomp, and martial artist's Quake Kick, earth-shattering Shockwave. He stomped his foot on the ground, creating a massive shockwave that sent them all flying. The woman from before asked Elgar with concern, Young Commander, are you all right? He looked up, opening one eye, and replied, I never thought I'd get caught so off guard. I was almost killed. Elgar glanced at the smoldering wound on his chest and said, Luckily, an injury like this can still be healed. Seeing this, Yun Chen guessed. The wound healed. Did he take a potion? No, a potion wouldn't work that fast. And phantom hunters don't have healing skills, so what's going on? Something else surprised him. They took a direct hit from one of my fusion skills and still got back up. Their strength is far beyond that of any participant from a small nation. Yun Shen's expression grew serious. He reached up to adjust his collar and predicted, looks like this is going to be another tough fight. They stood in the middle of a frozen wasteland, a powerful and desolate aura rising around them. Terrifying, Elgar said, looking at him. Yun Shen, when did you start suspecting me? He glanced down at him and said coldly, I never trusted you from the start. He looked down on them with contempt, recounting in his mind, on my very first day in the Holy Empire, I just happened to discover dark cultists. I rescue someone from their clutches and obtain crucial intelligence. It's all too much of a coincidence. Too lucky. Then Yun Shen recalled the past, saying, it wasn't until I realized my soul tracking seal had been exposed that it all made sense. It wasn't my luck that led me to you. It's more likely you already knew my location and deliberately sought me out. Elgar raised a hand, asking doubtfully, what if it really was just a coincidence? Yun Shen scoffed at the idea. The glacial abyss is vast. Just finding a monster takes effort, let alone a person. And yet you just happened to find me? Was that times also times a coincidence? He glared at them, his analysis sharp. I'm afraid you used the unique traits of a phantom hunter to record my aura before I even entered this place. After arriving in the glacial abyss, you always knew my location, and you specifically chose the perfect moment to show yourself. Elgar could only manage a bitter laugh. You're being a bit harsh. For better or worse, I did protect you once, and you even fought Corey for my sake, he asked in a pitiful tone. If you didn't trust me, why would you do that? He replied without emotion. I just wanted his bounty points. Plus, I was curious to see how long you could keep up the act. Yun Shen sized him up. As for protecting me, that's even more ridiculous. If you hadn't sensed Miao Ling hiding in the shadows, you and your little friends would have ganged up on me long ago. Yun Shen glanced at the countless people now surrounding him. Just like you're doing now. Elgar gave a wry smile and raised his hand. You really are a tough one. No wonder the organization put such a high price on your head. Then he waved his hand dismissively. But it doesn't matter. He began to fade into his camouflage, slowly disappearing from sight. Before he vanished, he didn't forget to add, because soon, there won't even be any bones left of you. Yun Shen looked around, then closed his eyes, thinking, camouflage only fools the eyes. The physical body doesn't actually disappear. My mana echo is more than enough to sense them. Mana echo. It seems Elgar doesn't know about that little trick of mine. He slowly opened his eyes, sensing one of them charging at him from behind. He thought, he's certainly bold, attacking me head-on like this. Yun Shen instantly dodged the flurry of attacks and countered. One of them thought in shock, what? The other one growled in frustration. He dodged it. He quickly unleashed a skill, thinking, Brawler's basic skill, Stomp. Then Yun Shen followed up with another basic brawler skill, Impact Fist, a blow that slammed into one of the men and sent him skidding far across the snow. He tumbled violently across the barren ground. The man cried out in pain and cursed, damn it! Without another word, Yun Shen charged forward, saying, I'll deal with you first. But at that moment, a tentacle shot towards him. Huge tentacles erupted right behind Yun Shen, startling him. He spun around to face them, thinking to himself, the Dark High Priest's tentacles. Yun Shen turned, gathering power in his palm. Can't dodge, he thought. I'll have to meet it head-on. He unleashed his mirror flame-burst palm, which forced Elgar's female accomplice out of hiding. He rushed forward. The Dark High Priest is a glass cannon class, specializing in annoying buffs and control skills. I'll take care of that hag first. Fusion skill, extreme speed swordsman and brawler's wind-chasing step. He activated the footwork skill, calling out, Tempest Piercer! The woman gasped. So fast! Yun Shen brought his sword down, roaring, Die! A dull explosion rang out, but when the dust cleared, she was completely unharmed, now clad in a full suit of battle armor. He thought in astonishment, what? How can a Dark High Priest have the strength to lift a great shield, let alone wear the plate armor of a holy knight? She clearly enjoyed his surprise, smirking. You're not the only one who can use skills from other classes. She commanded the tentacles to lash out. Dark Tentacles. Another man began channeling a skill into his fist. Drit Form, Raptor's Axe Charge, and Grandmaster's Explosive Impact Fist. The man shouted, Die! Watching it all unfold, he silently used Godspeed. Yun Shen was stunned by their power. Could it be that all of them have dual classes? And their stats are incredibly high. They must have consumed something like the Demon Lord's essence. I was wondering how they managed to kill Zhongshang before. Now I see they actually had the strength to pull it off. He looked at both of them, analyzing in a whisper. That guy is using the momentum from the axe charge to massively enhance his Grandmaster skill. The power it's generating is definitely on par with a high-tier skill. That bitch over there is the same deal, using her Holy Knight traits to compensate for her glass cannon build. She's not going to be easy to take down either. Suddenly, another voice came from behind him. Hey kid, where are you looking? He shouted. Explosive flame wave slash. Yun Chen quickly backed away, observing him carefully. He realized that using a mage's skills to enhance the power of a magic swordsman's abilities was actually a pretty effective combo. Yun Chen began to channel his power. Assassin art, hidden shadow walk. From the side, another opponent charged forward. Finally got my chance to land a critical hit on you. Warrior art, raging strike. The speed of an assassin, combined with the explosive power of a warrior. This blow will finish you for sure. But things didn't go as he planned. Yun Chen immediately shouted divine flash and vanished, causing the man to let out a cry of surprise. He landed on the ground some distance away. He looked at them and said with contempt, "So what if you have another class-specific skill? It's just a cheap trick I've gotten bored of using. A move like that is never gonna beat me." In his ethereal form, Yun Chen slammed the weapon of the World Tournament participant down where he was standing. The man had a bewildered look on his face, sweating bullets. His face darkened with fear as he grit his teeth and said to Yun Chen, "You're saying, asterisk, we times can't beat times you, asterisk?" Then the man slammed his weapon into the ground and roared, "Are you kidding me?" He used a berserker skill. Berserk! Not letting up on Yun Chen, the man continued his fierce charge toward him as he was falling through the air and shouted, "You're just a no-class freelancer, relying on a mishmash of garbage basic skills. What makes you think you can fight me, someone who possesses dual-class abilities?" Yun Chen calmly looked at the man before him. His weapon had activated its fusion skill, combining brawling technique and the martial artist's shatter step. The man charged straight at Yun Chen, but only managed to slash at his shadow because Yun Chen had used the phantom step skill. He slammed his axe down, shattering a large patch of ground, but Yun Chen had already dodged away. A girl standing in the distance immediately cast a powerful spell. Dark High Priestess, Dark Tentacles. Above Yun Chen's head, a massive sword of light appeared and began to descend. Holy Night, Divine Punishment Strike. Two powerful attacks aimed at Yun Chen's position, but he had already used Phantom Step to dodge them. The man kept charging, yelling in a rage, "Go on! Die! Die! Die!" Yun Chen leaped into the air, dodging the blow and thinking to himself, "These guys really do have a lot of complete skill sets from multiple classes. Compared to me, who only knows basic skills, they're on a whole other level. If this were the old me, facing them, all I could do was run." The man had no intention of letting him go, creating a flame on his weapon and thrusting it straight at Yun Chen. Explosive flame wave slash. Yun Chen continued to dodge the attack, but things are different now. I have skill fusion. I'm not just combining skills like they are. Yun Chen landed quickly, a serious expression on his face as he stared at the man in front of him. It's more than that. It's about creating new skills. Another opponent dove down from the sky, his hands engulfed in two balls of fire. Hia! Yun Chen continued his train of thought. As long as I master enough basic skills, by fusing them, I'm confident I can create a skill to handle any situation. He then quickly summoned his assassin power, Shadow Clone Assassination. A shadow in Yun Chen's shape appeared and blocked the man's punch. Shadow Puppet. The man, his attack blocked, jumped back and shouted angrily, "What the hell is this thing?" Yun Chen stood behind the shadow, turned back with a smile, and calmly replied, "It's perfectly normal that you've never seen it. After all, it's a creation that only I can bring into existence, one of a kind. The Shadow Puppet possesses all of the main body's assassin skills and inherits 75% of my stats." Then Yun Chen pointed at the bald guy, ordering his shadow to charge straight at him. "Go play with him." The shadow darted forward like a bolt of lightning, its eyes radiating killing intent. It threw a punch aimed right at him, forcing the man to struggle to block it. The stats on this damn thing are incredibly high, almost on par with his main body. The bald guy grit his teeth, using all his strength to block the punch, thinking with a tremor, "This isn't the level of a basic skill at all." Yun Chen's shadow clone was also hit by the counterattack, its arm getting knocked back a bit. The bald guy seized the opportunity and quickly struck back. "It's just a clone. Don't you dare look down on me." A flurry of flame-wreathed punches flew out, but Yun Chen's shadow clone still managed to block every single one. The girl in the back raised her staff high, preparing to cast a skill, and said angrily, "What is this messy set of skills? A complete sideshow." Suddenly, green thorny vines shot up from the ground, wrapping around her. Xiao Jing appeared and said irritably, "You're not allowed to bully my master." Thorn wrap. Seeing this, the girl rushed forward contemptuously and said with great insult, "A mere thorn blossom spirit dares to cause trouble for me?" Not one to back down, Xiao Jing used her own power. A barrage of vines shot out from behind her, heading straight for the girl. The two clashed, moving so fast that only flashes of light could be seen in the sky. Yun Chen stood calmly below. He watched the two girls fight, then smiled and said, "So what if you have holy knight skills? You're just a tank with a little more health. Xiao Jing is more than enough to handle you." The two men seized the chance to rush in from behind and ambush Yun Chen, shouting, "Hey kid, where are you looking?" He turned to look at them. "You're the ones who aren't looking. Still haven't noticed what's under your feet?" Hearing this, they hurriedly looked down to see they were stepping on something black, with just a small tip poking out of the ground. The objects began to make a crackling sound. Immediately after, a gigantic crimson vortex erupted, swallowing both of them. Fusion skill, Mechanist's danger setup, and Warlock's Eye of the Storm. They cried out in agony as they were engulfed in the fiery vortex. Damn it, it's another trap, you bastard. The bald guy sensed trouble and quickly leaped into the air, intending to escape. This is bad, I have to retreat. He never expected to find the barrel of a sniper rifle aimed right at his back. It was Yun Chen. He raised the scope to his eye, aimed carefully, and said calmly, "There's no escape." After locking onto his target, Yun Chen pulled the trigger. A single bullet shot straight towards the man, causing him to explode in midair. So, is that one down for the count? Over where the two girls were fighting, Yun Chen calmly walked over. And now, that just leaves you. Seeing Yun Chen approach, the girl panicked. "No, don't come over here." A moment later, the three contestants were tied up in vines. In front of them stood Yun Chen, arms crossed, looking down at them. "You'll stay like that until the fight is over." Still no sign of Elger, and I can't sense his position. Is it possible he saw the power gap and just abandoned you guys to run for it? Even though she was tied up, she just laughed arrogantly. "Insult Yun Chen? You're delusional. You really think your time's worthy of the young commander's attention? From the very beginning, you were never our target. We were just planning on dealing with you along the way." Yun Chen's face froze in disbelief. "What? I was just the secondary target?" His eyes suddenly lit up as he realized something. Then their real target is. He looked over at Xiao Jing and ordered, "Xiao Jing, while they're not looking, plant the item on them. After that, you can head back." She replied crisply, "Yes, sir." Then, Yun Chen channeled his power and burst into a sprint. Skill fusion, Swift Swordmaster and Chasing Wind, Striker Stance. As he ran, he pushed himself, faster, even faster. Gale Chasing Swallow. Yun Chen's heart pounded with anxiety. "I have to make it in time." Meanwhile, Lu Diulin and Lucy's battle had torn the very earth apart. Both of them were exhausted, their clothes caked with dirt, glaring at each other with no intention of letting the other off. She panted, a smirk on her face as she commented, "Diulin, you really are as powerful as the rumors say." Diulin's gaze was just as terrifying as she retorted, "You're not so simple yourself, forcing me to use all 7 elements. You're the first person my age to do it, but this is where it ends." Diulin raised her hand, creating a red orb, and said seriously, "We're both about to collapse. Let's settle this with one final move. You better be ready to block this. At least try not to die." Her eyes suddenly flashed with surprise as she noticed something. A shadow had appeared, his eyes filled with killing intent and a twisted smile, and he had grabbed Diulin's hand. It was Elger. He said, "Instead of worrying about her, you should be worrying about your own life." And with that, he stabbed her straight through the chest. Diulin bit down, stifling her pained cry, looking at the thing that had just impaled her, unable to fight back. The weapon pierced through her chest, and she let out a few agonizing groans. She was bleeding profusely now, her whole body trembling as she glanced behind her. "So this is the special cursed artifact. Looks like this was a long-planned trap, aimed specifically at me." Elger licked his lips, looking at Diulin with a perverse expression. "In terms of status and power, no one in this competition can compare to you. Not Yun Chen, not even Lucy. Only by taking you out can we finally rest easy." Hearing this, Lucy's face darkened. She brought a hand to her mouth and spoke with a terrifying tone. "Are you saying that times is stronger than me?" She stared at Elger with an inhuman look on her face. "What a disgusting mouth you have. It would be better if I just ripped it right off your face." Elger remained calm and said to her, "Princess Lucia, in your current state, fighting me would not be a wise choice. Or are you saying you're going to risk your life for an outsider?" The scene pulled back. Lucy stood frozen, speechless, while Diulin struggled to stay on her feet with Elger's weapon still through her chest. Elger smiled over at Lucy. "A wise choice. Run along now, while you still can. If you wait until I'm done with Diulin, you won't be getting away." Suddenly, a wave of power flew past his face, startling him. He had no idea what just happened. A murderous aura erupted from Diulin's eyes. She furiously grabbed the head of his weapon and roared, "Heaven Scorcher!" Instantly, she created a massive explosion around herself, sending Elger flying. In that moment, Diulin pushed off the ground and launched herself high into the air, escaping in a streak of crimson flames. Elger struggled to stay grounded, thinking, "While I was threatening Lucy, she severed the bone spear. And she still has this much power left?" Then he roared in anger, "I really can't let my guard down." Elger immediately shot into the sky after her, leaving Lucy behind and yelling, "But what does it matter? You're not getting away." Down below, Lucy clasped her hands as if in prayer, but she couldn't hide the look of sheer satisfaction and joy on her face. "Diulin, I'll avenge you in the finals." A smile played on her lips as she uttered those terrifying words. "Rest in peace." On a patch of earth marked with long trails of blood, Lin ran with heavy steps, trying to escape Elger's pursuit. With every footstep, more blood poured from her wound. She was growing weak from the blood loss, the cursed artifact still lodged in her chest. She clutched the head of the artifact, but behind her, Elger was already catching up. He raised his hand, unleashing a skill to hunt her down. Hunter's javelins, a barrage of weapons formed from Elger's power, rained down on Lin. She laboriously dodged the attacks, cursing inwardly. Damn it, I was careless in the end. I thought that even if the Dark Disciples made a move, their target would be my junior, since he has more enemies than anyone. Her eyes remained steadfast, refusing to give up. I never thought I'd be the more tempting prize. Lin managed to dodge all the attacks, but Elger immediately used another skill, roaring with certainty. There's no escape, Dragon Slayer's slash. A single sword strike blew away everything in its path. Luckily, Lin reacted in time and dodged to the side. The slash left a massive fissure in the ground, still crackling with power. Exhausted, she clutched her chest, trying to speak through her fatigue. Phantom Blade and Dragon Slaying Hero. I can't believe it's not just a dual class, but a hidden dual class. For the forces of darkness to be capable of this. Impressive. Elger landed, his face dark, his blade slung over his shoulder. Thanks for the compliment. Are those your last words? Lin's face was now deathly pale. Actually, I suspected the Dark Disciples would make their move these past few days. So every day, I was thinking about how to protect my junior, but I never imagined that I was the one who needed protecting. Elger coldly swung his blade down. That's a shame. No one can protect you. No one can. She tilted her head back and smiled, the confident smirk of a winner. He said that. Did you hear him? Out of nowhere, Yunchen slowly appeared. Junior? He casually swung his sword, blocking the descending blade and sending Elger stumbling back a long way. Seeing him, Elger gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. Yunchen remained on guard, but still asked Lin, "Sorry, I'm late, President." Her strength was fading fast. Being late will cost you course credit, you know. Across from them, Elger could only curse in frustration. Damn it, those useless trash failed. Fighting Yunchen one-on-one right now isn't impossible. The problem is, how much strength does Lin have left? If she decides to throw her life away to take me with her, it'll be a real pain to deal with. A cloud of smoke began to obscure his body. He sounded slightly disappointed. It's a shame I couldn't finish her off, but the main objective has been achieved. Taking any more risks would be foolish. Yunchen walked over to Lin, intending to pull out the bone spear. Lin's face was pale and lifeless as she glanced at him. He ran. "Aren't you going after him?" Yunchen just answered coldly and briefly. "Don't have time for that." His hand gripped the bone spear in her chest. "This is going to hurt." The guildmaster gritted her teeth. He decisively pulled the blade out, causing Lin to cry out in pain as blood spurted from the wound. Yunchen quickly used a skill to heal her. A fused skill, Cleric's Healing Light and Druid's Growth. Faint blue streams of power enveloped Lin in a vibrant, life-giving light. The wound on Lin's chest gradually began to recover. Yunchen held the fragment he'd pulled from her wound and asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. "The wound's healed, but what is this black stuff?" She looked down, her voice sad and hesitant as she replied, "A curse." Yunchen held the dark, stained object in his hand as Lin began to explain. "The Elger's bone spear he used to stab me is a special cursed artifact. It causes all my stats to drop by 80% for 7 consecutive days. That's probably the only reason he was willing to leave." He held up his hand, and the bone spear in it slowly vanished. "I happen to know a few purification skills myself, you know." She glanced over at him. "This curse is incredibly powerful. It would take a 4th advancement High Priest of Light to remove it." Lin's face was pale as she looked at Yunchen. "My injuries are healed now, but my stats are suppressed so heavily that I'm completely weakened. You should go on your own, Junior. Don't let me slow down your hunt for trophy points. I'll rest for a couple of days and then find you." In a sudden flash, before she knew it, Lin found herself on Yunchen's back. She was utterly bewildered. Yunchen understood and just said, "Leaving someone behind when they're weakened. That's something I can't do." She turned her gaze away and whispered softly, "Thank you." As Yunchen carried Lin across the snowy mountain, she rested her chin on his shoulder and murmured quietly, "You know, you could have just left me. Even in my weakened state, I can protect myself against a normal competitor. At worst, I'd just hand over my trophy points and run." He tilted his head, emphasizing she wasn't just dealing with normal competitors. "But what if you ran into the Dark Disciples? They don't just have hidden classes, they have second classes too. Compared to your trophy points, your life is what they're really after." She rested a hand on her forehead and sighed. "Why would that bunch target me? You're clearly the more annoying one." Yunchen stared at her blankly, telling the guildmaster she was being far too modest, since the number of Dark Disciples who had fallen by her hand was no less than his. Yunchen added seriously, "But you don't seem surprised that they're dual-classed." Lin sighed. "The old man in her family has a special status." She'd known about this for a while. She just never expected to run into someone with dual times, hidden times classes. She recalled the dark entities with glowing eyes. To acquire a second class, you have to use an essence of the demon lord, an essence of the war god, an essence of the magic god, or an essence of the martial god. For convenience, they just call all of them the essence of the war god. Duolin remembered the triumphant look on Elgar's face as he ran his opponent through. The principle behind the essence of the war god is similar to the essence of the demon lord. It requires the heart of a fourth advancement powerhouse. But it's stronger. It boosts stats, skills, and grants the user the powerhouse's own class. Duolin frowned with worry. Elgar's second class is also a hidden class, which means the essence of the war god he used was crafted from the heart of a fourth advancement, hidden class powerhouse. Yun Chen's mind reeled. He thought dual classes were unbelievable enough, but he never imagined dual times, hidden times classes were possible. Just how many tricks did this world of darkness have up its sleeve? What was their true purpose for infiltrating this competition? He continued walking, his steps steady for the rest of the way. They stopped before a large, circular platform with 4 smaller, strategically placed circles inside it. "We're here." She slid off Yun Chen's back in surprise. "I can't believe we reached the teleportation exit on just the 4th day. According to the rules, this place only activates on the 7th day." Duolin stretched and then sat down. "We still have a lot of time. You should go find a place to farm some trophy points, Junior. I'm sick of feeling like a burden. I can just stay here and wait for the competition to end." He glanced around, joking gently. "You're just a burden. Without you, I'd have to steal monster eggs to eat, let alone do anything else. Besides, our trophy points are already enough to get us into the top 100. There's no need to keep struggling." She smiled, a bit shy from his teasing. Duolin turned to him as Yun Chen reassured her. "For now, just rest easy." As the qualifiers drew to a close, a crowd gathered. Murmurs filled the air as someone sighed. 7 straight days. I'm dead tired. We were fighting monsters and other players, constantly worrying about ambushes. I couldn't get a wink of sleep. It was awful. These last few days have been absolute hell. Suddenly, someone smelled something strange. "Hey, what's that smell?" "It smells amazing." The person suddenly recognized it, the aroma of a famous, traditional delicacy from the Phantom Dragon Nation. The person next to him couldn't help but guess. No way. Could it be? They all froze when they saw the two of them casually cooking, completely stunned and speechless at the scene. Yun Chen took a bite and called out, "Anyone want to join us? But you'll have to bring your own bowls and chopsticks. I didn't make that much." The crowd started to get angry at the two of them. "This is outrageous. We've been on edge every single day, and he's just having hot pot. Are we seriously in the same competition? Is there any justice in this world?" As Duolin casually enjoyed her meal, the others couldn't help but get annoyed, especially seeing how Lu Duolin was eating with such relish. Is she here to compete or on vacation? Hearing them, she propped her chin on her hand and said with a playful smile, "It's not a vacation, it's a date." The others stared, wide-eyed. Is there a difference? Damn it. Just as you'd expect from a top genius of the Phantom Dragon Nation. She can bring along some arm candy and still have it this good. The gap between people is just too damn big. Suddenly, the teleportation exit began to glow with streaks of blue light, drawing everyone's attention. She and Yun Chen stood up. Time to go home. Large, tall stone slabs appeared one by one all around them. Then, everyone stepped inside. They were teleported to the tournament arena. Assistant Edward invited the contestants to follow him through the passage to the rest area. "The staff will collect your recorders tonight. The top 100 with the most trophy points will advance to the ring battles, which will take place tomorrow." Yun Chen stepped forward and asked, "Is the teleportation portal from the frigid ice domain the only way to get here?" Assistant Edward replied, "That's right. This is the only way through. Everyone must come here to have their records checked." As he recalled Elgar's sinister eyes, he announced, "Good. I have important intelligence to report. Dark disciples have infiltrated the qualifiers, led by Elgar from the Saladin Kingdom. Every one of these dark disciples is dual-classed." Assistant Edward was stunned when he heard this. "What? Dual-classed dark disciples?" He then burst out laughing, as if dual-class users even exist. "The Holy Empire's security is airtight. We use divine artifacts to dispel any disguise. How could dark disciples possibly infiltrate? This is completely absurd, an unbelievable joke." Yun Chen's face darkened as he scowled. "Do I look like I'm joking? Just capture them and verify their identities. You'll see." Assistant Edward's expression grew grim, sweat trickling down his temple. He strained to argue back. "If there really are dark disciples, then we must operate on the principle that it's better to kill the innocent than to let a single one escape. So how do you expect me to believe you? You want me to start arresting people based on your word alone?" He laughed smugly. "Don't worry, I came prepared. You'll all see soon enough." Suddenly, his assistant Edward shouted, "Settle down!" A hush fell over the crowd. He calmly announced that all competitors needed to line up quietly for registration to proceed. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. "Damn it, what the hell is this thing?" Suddenly, a scream drew everyone's attention. Damn it! Get off me! Assistant Edward looked up from his clipboard. He said in a stern voice. Who's causing a disturbance? Looking for trouble? You want to be disqualified? Suddenly, thorny vines erupted from the person's body. A faint, giggling laugh echoed through the air. Several of the world-class competitors were horrified as thorny vines snaked out and wrapped around them. What's happening? Is this some kind of branching skill from a plant-type monster? Get off! Assistant Edward roared at those contestants. You dare summon a monster in the main city? He pointed a finger at them. These three are acting suspiciously and disrupting the peace. Arrest them all and bring them in for questioning. His subordinates raised their batons and rushed towards them. Yes, sir. Later that night, in a luxurious room, he leaned back in his chair, a glass of wine in his hand. The assistant reported, Grand Commander, the interrogation and analysis have confirmed it. Those three are dark cultists, and they all possess dual classes. He tilted his head in surprise. That is, very bad news indeed. The assistant looked up and explained, Luckily, we discovered them early. Next, we just need to capture their leader, Elgar, and whatever plan the Advent organization has will be stopped in its tracks. Edward, holding his wine glass, turned his head and said leisurely, Do as you say. I'll arrange for someone to handle it. Your timely discovery of these dark cultists is a great contribution. His face was unreadable as he continued. Perhaps, we can have a drink to celebrate. Meanwhile, Miao Ling's hearty laughter made Yunshen feel a bit awkward. She sat in a chair, resting her cheek on her hand, and said admiringly, You really are a sneaky one, Junior. You specifically ordered the thorny vine fiend to leave seeds on them. I heard those three were arrested. We can rest easy this time. He replied nonchalantly, It was just a precaution. Barring any surprises, Elgar won't be able to compete tomorrow. By the way, President, how are you doing? Has the curse been removed? At this, Miaoling covered her face in frustration. No. I've searched all over the main city. All the support class professionals at the third advancement and above are busy saving people. She recalled the sight of injured competitors in hospital beds, most from the major powers, even the top-seeded champions of the 5 great nations. They were barely breathing. Even the ones with minor injuries were cursed and couldn't compete. The situation is dire. Miao Ling raised her hand and said gravely, Many are seriously injured. I'm afraid quite a few have already died. The Divine Empire can just claim that casualties are normal in such an intense competition, but a situation like this, it was unthinkable in previous tournaments. Yun Shen's eyes grew cold. It must be the work of the dark cultists. But what is their goal? To kill off the geniuses from every nation? It doesn't quite feel right. Regardless, their plan ends here. She held out an object in her hand for him to see, offering cheerful encouragement. Junior, my tournament run is over. If I went out on that stage now, I'd just be embarrassing the Xuanlong nation. Take my trophy points and do your best. Yun Shen took it, examining it as he replied, I'll give it my all. The next day, the stands were packed with spectators. Assistant Edward stood on a high platform, greeting everyone enthusiastically. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the arena. After a fierce qualifying round, we have selected the 100 strongest geniuses. He spread his arms wide and announced passionately, and today, these 100 geniuses will proceed to the grueling arena elimination round. As is tradition, this round will be broadcast live across the globe. As the world-class competitors walked out, full of spirit, Assistant Edward shouted excitedly, And now, let's have the contestants enter the arena. Let's give them a huge welcome. Back at Dongyun Academy, teacher Zhan Sheng was crying with emotion. I never would have dreamed that a student from our school would one day compete in the World Championship. That's right. Being his homeroom teacher is truly my honor. Another teacher clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he complained. Thanks to Yun Shen, the status of the new students has skyrocketed. He's become the principal's star pupil, practically on par with the vice principal. Damn it. Why couldn't I have a student like that? Another teacher just sighed. At Jiangnan University, the final match has begun. A student from our university is on the world stage. Come on, let's watch the excitement. Someone took the chance to start selling. Get your grilled corn and Coke combo, everyone. Only 1 credit per set. Van Duong proudly boasted to everyone. Look, that's my brother. The one competing is my brother. You're the best. On the monitor at Nico's house, Yun Shen's image appeared. Her mother teased her playfully. I never knew our daughter was so interested in competitions. That's a first. Is that the boy who got your necklace? You've got good taste. Nico blushed at her words and turned away shyly. Mom, stop talking nonsense. Just focus on the match. I just want to observe and learn from how strong fighters battle. It's definitely not because of him that I'm watching. Back at the arena, Assistant Edward announced that the contestants had taken their places. All the world-class competitors looked forward as he prepared to announce the results of the qualifying round. Following tradition, we will now announce the trophy rankings from the qualifiers. Assistant Edward gestured for everyone to look at the large screen to see the contestant rankings. The leaderboard appeared, one name after another. Salati Tanel, Lucy, Divine Empire, Yun Shen, Xuanlong Nation, Orkma, White Eagle Empire, Northern Bear Empire. The entire stadium erupted in shock. What? Princess Lucy is only in second place? Who's number one? From some small nation I've never even heard of. Where's Miao Ling, the top-seeded champion? How did some nobody from the Xuanlong Nation get third place? Is something fishy going on? Miao Ling's eyes widened. She gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath. Elger is still on the list. What are the organizers doing? Didn't they figure out he's a dark cultist? This is impossible! Elger glanced contemptuously at the chaotic crowd. Getting all worked up over such a small thing? The truly terrifying part has only just begun. Yun Shen stared grimly in his direction, lost in thought. He frowned with concern. For him to still be able to appear, I'm afraid there's only one explanation. I hope my guess is wrong. Assistant Edward continued to hype up the crowd. In this competition, contestants will be randomly divided into groups for combat. The higher your rank, the more national resources you will earn. And now, I declare, the second round of the World Championship, the arena elimination, officially begins. Fight hard and win resources for your nations, you geniuses. At that moment, massive crystal spheres began to float down toward the competitors. The world-class competitors stared up in shock at the enormous objects, while Assistant Edward continued to shout. More spheres descended from above, one after another. They stepped inside, and suddenly, Yun Chen and another person sensed something. An orb teleported the first two contestants into the arena. From a distance, Hanbaron smirked. Now, that's an interesting way to enter the ring, he thought. But what's more interesting is that my first-round opponent is some useless scrub who hasn't even chosen a class. The system updated, Mohin Kingdom, Hanbaron, class, Necromancer. A savage grin spread across his face. Let's end this quickly. As he spoke, Hanbaron summoned dark tentacles that shot toward his opponent. The tentacles grew longer and longer, and bone spirits began to circle him. The system panel introduced them. Necrotic Summoning, Skeleton Soldier, Necrotic Summoning, Undead Knight, Necrotic Summoning, Skeleton Archer. Yun Chen was swallowed by the dark onslaught. Yeah, he thought, ending it quickly sounds good. Suddenly, his eyes blazed red, and he shot forward, right into the horde. Hanbaron couldn't help but be stunned. What? Shadow dodge? Shadow flow assassination? He realized it in a flash of shock. Damn it, he's using my own monster's shadows to move. Hanbaron's eyes darted around, searching for Yun Chen. Where is he? He must be hiding in one of the monster's shadows. Suddenly, a sharp blade pressed against his neck from behind. Hanbaron froze. That's when he heard a voice, not the monster's shadows, yours. In the end, he had no choice but to raise his hands in reluctant surrender. Shadow flow assassination is a hard counter to my class. There's no way I can win this. I concede. But then, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the arena. My God, what is that? Why can that guy use weapons from multiple classes? And does he have dual-class skills? Yun Chen and Hanbaron both turned in confusion toward the sound. The audience stared, stunned, at a massive sphere pulsating with dark energy. Someone cried out in shock, how is that possible? Could it be? Is the legendary dual class real? The other person's jaw dropped. No way. Absolutely impossible. Over on the other side of the arena, the gaunt figure of Elger hovered in midair, a massive greatsword in his hand, wreathed in streams of dark power. His opponent on the ground below had already taken a defensive stance. Black tendrils of energy coiled like tornadoes, gathering around him. Elger let out a satisfied breath and then laughed maniacally. His face had become terrifying, with his mismatched eyes and a supremely confident grin. So, this is the feeling of using my full power. It's exhilarating. Elger's opponent, though clearly frightened, still shouted arrogantly, I don't know how a freak like you snuck into the finals, but if you dare show your face in front of me. The knight raised his weapon, charging it with power before unleashing a massive blast. Elger's silhouette flickered within the energy blast. Then prepare to die. The spectators watching from the stands cheered. Whoa! It's the Holy Knight from the Critan Kingdom. He once fought a third-tier archmage to a standstill. He's a true prodigy. Go, kill that arrogant dark believer. But to everyone's surprise, Elger had vanished. Critan cried out in confusion. Huh? Where did he go? Elger had reappeared right behind him. His face was a cold mask. He swung his sword, and Critan barely had time to glance over before he was cut in half. Even little bugs have loud mouths. Critan's body collapsed to the ground, while Elger held his sword out with a dramatic flourish. Who gave you that courage? The audience witnessed the scene, their voices filled with terror. He kills without hesitation. These dark believers are pure evil, a top-tier prodigy from a major kingdom, killed just like that. I have a feeling something terrible is about to happen. Elger imperiously planted a foot on Critan's body and laughed in derision. Did you see that, you weak little humans? No matter how your armies try to hide the news, you can't erase the truth. Dual classing is real. And if you want this power, you need only believe in the Supreme Lord. He continued his threat. And next, I will kill every single one of your so-called top-tier prodigies, one by one. Welcome the fear of the dark world. Everything that had just happened was captured on camera. Seeing his arrogance, the audience couldn't stay silent. Damn him, just some dark cultist and he dares to be so arrogant? This is treason. What are the other prodigies doing? Someone get out there and kill him! At the same time, a group was watching the match on television. One of them slammed his fist down. That bastard. But an older man in the center remained calm. It's fine. Our nation's prodigy will handle it. Let him have his moment of glory for a little while longer. Another man, his face covered by a mask, was lost in thought. So, dual classing is real, and it seems incredibly powerful. If I had the chance to capture him, maybe joining wouldn't be such a bad idea. Damn it, how could I even entertain the thought of betraying humanity? But conflicting thoughts warred in his mind. It seemed the power Elgar displayed had already captivated him. Only one thought remained. To have a second class. It's just too tempting. In the control room, the bald man shot up from his chair, shouting, "Damn it! How did things turn out like this? What are you all standing around for? Cancel the match, now!" Watt stood up slowly. It's too late. Elgar has declared war on all of humanity. At this point, canceling the match would only create unnecessary speculation. The bald man anxiously proposed, "Then let's just make sure things turn out for the best. If he actually takes first place, people will lose all hope for the future. Morale will plummet." Edward stared forward. "I'm afraid this is precisely the Advent organization's goal. They're using the tournament to publicly announce the existence of dual classing, to sow panic among the people, and to recruit those who crave power." The bald man grew even more frantic. "Then what do we do?" Edward calmly offered a suggestion. "What if we let him continue? We have our strongest champion, Princess Lucy. She will handle this." Back in the arena, Elgar was laughing, his voice dripping with mockery. Weak, weak, so pathetic. Every single one of Elgar's opponents was sent packing in the blink of an eye. No one who faced him survived. Elgar stepped onto the chest of a large man lying motionless on the ground. It was another one of his opponents. He spread his arms wide, taunting the crowd. "These are your prodigies. They're all pathetic." The audience below was thrown into another wave of panic, every voice trembling with fear. The demon of the White Eagle Empire, Glovieski of the Northern Bear Empire. They were all top-tier prodigies, and all of them died at Elgar's hands. It's not just his hidden class skills. His stats are unbelievably high. Can anyone actually beat him? Standing in the back, Ludiolin thought angrily. If that bastard hadn't used the preliminary rounds to take out anyone who could actually threaten him, it never would have come to this. If I were at full strength, I could go out there and crush him right now. Her fists clenched, her hands trembling with rage for Elgar. Damn it. Elgar placed a hand on the hilt of his sword, which was planted in the ground, his voice a mocking challenge. Next. Who's the next lamb to the slaughter? This little group isn't enough to satisfy my bloodlust. Suddenly, a swirling black vortex materialized behind him. He glanced over and saw that it was Lucy. She looked at Elgar and gave him a mocking smile. "Long time no see, Elgar. You're still as hateful as ever." The audience below saw a glimmer of hope. Yeah. She's finally making her move. The strongest prodigy of the Holy Empire and one of the top contenders for champion this time. "Princess Lucy! Come on, princess, kill that maniac!" But Lucy didn't rush to attack. Instead, she gently placed a hand on her chest. "Ah, I can feel it. This is everyone's expectation of me. It's so warm." From behind, Lucy. Streams of black power began to emerge. She continued to murmur. "It's so heavy." Behind her, a pair of large black wings had formed, making her look like a fallen angel. "Allow me to return the favor." The audience below erupted into another round of discussion. "I heard there was an omen when Princess Lucy was born, that she received the favor of the gods and possessed the power of an angel." One person wondered, staring at Lucy's wings. Black wings. That doesn't seem right. Isn't her class supposed to be angel? Hearing this, a woman in the crowd couldn't help but speak up. "You foreigners only hear the surface-level rumors. It's true. That's how it was at first. But one time, when the princess went out, she was ambushed by dark cultists and was in grave danger." She continued her story. To protect her retainers, the princess willingly gave up her own divine class. She corrupted herself. The image of Lucy, head held high with her black wings spread, was that of a true fallen angel. A dark, black liquid even streamed from her lifeless eyes. She gained a power that was evil, yet far greater, so she could save everyone. The woman was so moved she burst into tears, which kind of creeped out the two people behind her. She's definitely going to win this tournament. The princess is truly magnificent, and the way she saved her retainers back then, only someone as noble, elegant, and strong as her could possibly stand up to Elgar. The man behind them pointed up at the arena, having noticed something. "Speaking of fighting Elgar, I've actually spotted someone else who's incredibly dangerous." Everyone was so focused on Elgar that they completely forgot about him. In an arena shrouded in dust and smoke, this must be where Yun Chen is fighting. Just like Elgar, he hasn't lost a single match. What's more, the speed at which he defeats his opponents is right on par with Elgar's, maybe even faster. He's the participant from the Xuanlong Empire. Yun Chen appeared, looking ice cold as he glanced back at the classless commoner. At that moment, the announcer's excited voice rang out. "Here we go! Here we go!" The strongest prodigy of the Holy Empire, the woman blessed by the gods, facing off against the dark cultist. This is truly a final match come early. Lucy and Elgar stood facing each other, surrounded by the motionless bodies of those he'd defeated. The announcer's voice boomed again. "Everyone, behold her magnificent form. Princess Lucy carries the hopes of all of us. She will, without a doubt, execute this dark cultist." Hearing this, the crowd below roared with fervor. "Kill him! Kill him! Show him how foolish it is to betray humanity. He couldn't even kill the dogs of the dark world. What makes him think he can defeat the demon spawn?" Hearing those words, Elgar contemptuously picked at his ear. "So noisy. Exactly how many people do I have to kill to make you all shut your mouths?" Lucy had already taken to the air at some point, and she let out a satisfied chuckle. Hee. She clasped her hands together, brought them to her chin, and smiled contentedly. But to my ears, their voices sound as clear and beautiful as music. With that, she flung her black wings forward. Black feathers! Countless black feathers shot out at a speed that tore through the air. Elgar had no intention of blocking this attack and used a skill to dodge it. Phantom Flash. Lucy's attack was so powerful it completely obliterated the arena floor. She smiled, exposing her opponent. During the qualifying rounds, you used despicable tricks to eliminate almost all of the top-tier prodigies. If they were still here, would you dare to be so arrogant? She then pulled her wings back, gathering power for her next attack, while continuing to taunt him. But all you killed were a bunch of nobodies. Lucy flapped her wings, creating a massive vortex that trapped Elgar in the center, while also reminding him, "Don't get too full of yourself." From the outside, the vortex she created had engulfed the entire arena. All anyone could see was her silhouette floating in the air, and the audience roared with applause. What a terrifying skill. I bet even a third-class powerhouse couldn't handle that. As expected of Princess Lucy. She's incredible. That bastard must have been torn to shreds. Ha ha ha. Lucy waved her hand to the side, and the vortex vanished. The arena floor was completely empty. Not a single person was left. But she looked down in surprise, not seeing Elgar anywhere. He dodged it. No, that's not right. He can use some kind of stealth. I don't know where he's hiding. In that instant, he had already slipped behind her. He raised his greatsword, preparing to strike, his face bearing a victor's smile. "My dear, honored princess, where are you looking?" She froze on the spot, her eyes wide with shock. Fortunately, she reacted just in time, dashing backward with a grunt as a few beads of sweat trickled down her face. Elgar swung his sword down, "Dragon Slayer slash!" and Lucy immediately brought her wings forward to block the attack. But the force was too great. She couldn't hold and was slammed into the ground. Lucy struggled to her feet after the attack, the ground around her spiderwebbed with cracks. He looked down smugly from above as she forced herself back up, her breath catching in ragged, heavy pants. Ha. Elgar had no intention of sparing his opponent and gathered his strength to charge down. As Lucy dodged his attack, she thought, "His stats are unbelievably high. I can't face him head on. I have to create some distance." He flashed a triumphant smile, finally answering her earlier taunt. "Lucy, I think you've got something wrong." His hands were constantly gathering power. "Did you really think I made the first move because I was afraid of you people?" He unleashed an immensely powerful skill. Crimson Vortex Eye. Lucy was powerless to resist. All she could do was throw her hands up in front of her face and cry out, "Ah!" Elgar instantly teleported to her location and grabbed her by the throat. He lifted her off the ground with one hand, a confident smirk on his face. "I just prefer to minimize the risks." Lucy, choking in his grasp, recognized the skill and trembled, but still managed to force out the words, "The Crimson Vortex Eye" of the Stormwind Sorcerer. "I can't believe. You have a third hidden class." Elgar gave a knowing blink. "Congratulations, you got it right." "That's right, a smart girl like you deserves a reward." With that, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Immediately, a black hole appeared behind her. "Go, and receive the blessing of your Dark Lord." Seeing it, Lucy pleaded in terror. "No, don't." She was dropped into the black hole, her hand reaching out helplessly. "No!" After Lucy was consumed, the black hole began to close, then vanished completely. The spectators outside watched as their last hope was extinguished, every single one of them drenched in a cold sweat, paralyzed by fear. Elgar seized the moment to taunt them. "What's wrong? Why so quiet? Weren't you all just screaming your heads off? Go on, say something." The crowd was no longer as arrogant as before. They were all terrified. How could this be happening? Princess Lucy, she was defeated and dragged into the dark world. It's impossible to even imagine the torture she'll have to endure there. I don't believe it. There are so many talented fighters participating. How could a follower of the dark world like him beat all of them? Even a battle of attrition should have been enough to wear him down. Another person was teleported into the arena. He flinched, caught completely off guard. Seeing this, the dark follower let out a terrifying smile. So, you're my next opponent? The man immediately turned tail and ran, tears streaming down his face. No, I forfeit. I was automatically teleported here. I don't want to fight. I don't want to die. Let me out of here. In the other arenas, contestants also began to forfeit one by one. I'm done fighting. If I continue, I'll definitely have to face him. He has 3 hidden classes merged into one. Who knows if he has a 4th? Fighting a monster like that is just asking for a death wish. Let me go! The contestants were growing more and more terrified. Even Princess Lucy couldn't beat him. What chance do we possibly have? I can't even look him in the eye. There's no way I can fight him. I don't want to die. Teleport me out of here. Now. Most of them, clinging to life, didn't hesitate to declare, I want to withdraw. Elgar threw his head back and let out a long, maniacal laugh. Ha ha! Geniuses! So these are humanity's so-called geniuses? Pathetic. Everything that had just happened was being broadcast live to the outside world. His demonic voice spread far and wide. People everywhere were plunged into a state of absolute terror. An uproar of discussion erupted. Princess Lucy was defeated. The other geniuses are scared witless. If even the lapdog of the dark world is this strong, what hope do we have against his masters? We're doomed. This world is doomed. But then, one person noticed something. He pointed forward and said, wait a minute. There's one person who doesn't seem to be afraid of him. In fact, he's actively walking onto his stage. The MC's voice boomed. We still have one unyielding genius. He is not afraid and he will not surrender. He wants to fight. Yun Chen stepped onto the platform and stated coldly, it's time for this little play to end. At that moment, in the swamp of the undead, a large, somewhat ancient castle appeared. Inside, everything was in ruins. On a throne, a young woman sat calmly with her legs crossed. It was Ha Quinthan. Beside her were 2 servants, and below, 3 men were bound and kneeling. The man in the middle seemed to be their leader, his face contorted with anger. The 2 beside him didn't dare make a sound. Ha Quinthan was the first to speak. Hiding your headquarters in monster territory. No wonder it was so hard to find. Within the Xuanlong Nation, all the strongholds of your Advent organization have already been wiped out by the military, and I've just destroyed this place. Do you have any last words? He roared in fury. Ha Quinthan, didn't you retire to become a university professor? Why are you still targeting us? This man was Elvic, the Grand Commander of the Advent organization. Ha Quinthan replied nonchalantly, who says a university professor can't catch rats, especially big ones like you? As things stand now, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say your Advent organization has been annihilated. And yet, you don't seem too concerned about it. Hearing this, Elvic threw his head back and laughed loudly. The 2 men beside him also cracked a smile. Annihilated? You're the one who doesn't grasp the situation. Ha Quinthan, he continued to boast. If my calculations are correct, my son has by now revealed his multiple classes to the entire world, all while slaughtering his opponents on the tournament stage. When humanity sees this, they will be shrouded in despair. In their desperation for survival or for greater power, they will choose to become followers of the dark and surrender to our world. Elvic continued smugly. So what if you destroyed our headquarters? In less than 3 years, the Advent organization will rise again, even stronger than before. The ones facing extinction are you humans. Ha ha. Quinthan remained unmoved by his words, analyzing the situation calmly. Everything you've said is indeed possible, but that's all based on the premise that your young master can actually achieve final victory. Then, the person next to her turned on a projector. Asterisk. Click. Asterisk. A crystal-clear image of Yun Chen facing off against Elgar appeared. Quinthan stated with confidence, unfortunately for you, he is now about to face an insurmountable mountain. The scene shifted back to the match, where he now stood, his face dark, his posture towering and defiant. Seeing him, he sneered, Yun Chen, I gave you several chances to live, but now you've come seeking death. Fine. Come on, I'll grant your wish. As he spoke, Elgar pointed his blade at Yun Chen. Unafraid, he took a step forward. Is that so? I don't seem to recall that. Then, he stomped his foot hard on the ground and, in a flash, teleported directly behind him, holding the body of a gravely injured person. Is this what you call sparing someone? Elgar spun around in a panic, wondering when he had gotten behind him. Yun Chen ignored him and carried the defeated contestant out of the ring. These participants are, indeed, not as strong as you, but they never surrendered. They fought you until the very last moment. After placing the man inside a protective bubble, he continued, They are completely different from you. A dog who sold his soul to the dark world just for power. The other contestants, who were lying scattered across the arena floor, were lifted into the air by small whirlwinds. Even those who were already dead were being moved. He was using the novice martial artist skill, minor cyclone. They were all safely moved outside the ring. Yun Chen's voice continued to echo, steady and clear, defeated, but with honor. The spectators below began to murmur amongst themselves. That guy is Yun Chen, right? They say he doesn't have much of an international reputation, but he seems different from the others. If it's him, maybe he can actually beat that dark follower. Elgar saw this and spoke, his voice dripping with both confidence and contempt. It seems you've given these pathetic humans a little bit of hope. His eyes turned fierce. But you know what I love most? Crushing that hope. He pushed off the ground with force, activating the Dragon Slayer skill. Roaring charge. Meanwhile, Yun Chen remained calm, standing his ground. Elgar's attack rushed forward. He brought his blade down in a powerful slash, but it hit nothing but empty air. He couldn't help but be surprised, thinking to himself, asterisk. That again, he just vanished. Asterisk. He had instantly appeared behind him, coldly swinging his spear to attack. It's normal for you to be surprised. After all, every dark follower who has seen this move is already dead. A fusion skill, combining the spearman's sweep and the berserker's rage strike. Next is Explosive War Spear, and you will be no exception. The attack slammed directly into Elgar before he could react. His body contorted on impact with the spear, and he was sent flying. Without letting up, Yun Chen continued with another fusion skill, the mage's fireball and the shaman's wandering wind. A blue tornado shot out from the staff in his hand, rushing straight toward his opponent, the demonic flame giant. He tried with all his might to fight back with the raging thunderstorm, but he still couldn't stop. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen and was swept straight up high into the air. The blue tornado rushed directly at him, while Elgar could only stare, thinking in a panic, how can this be? The attack slammed into him, leaving Elgar with no way to resist. His body was in freefall after that last hit, his heart filled with terror. My high stats, plus my hidden class skills, and I was still broken through head-on. He made a safe landing face first. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen leaped high into the air again and thrust his spear toward Elgar, who was lying bruised on the arena floor. But what he struck wasn't the real body. He was a little surprised. Immediately after, Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen found himself surrounded by numerous phantom clones of Elgar. An observer below shouted, "That's the Phantom Hunter's multi-phantom image technique." Princess Lucy lost because she couldn't figure it out. All her skills hit the phantoms, so his real body was able to take her down. You have to be careful. The clones flew in a circle at high speed, forming a whirlwind that trapped him inside. Elgar said smugly, "Feeling stupid yet, kid? This is the Phantom Hunter's greatest strength." Instantly, all the phantoms rushed toward him. You won't even know how you died. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen calmly transformed his weapon, using a fusion of the grappler's Inch Punch, the martial artist's Ice Fist, and the Inch Drive Ice Cloud. A single slam from him flattened his opponent on the ground. Standing before Elgar, who was lying motionless on the arena floor, Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen declared, "At least times all times know how times your time's going to die." From a distance, you could see a cloud of smoke rising from the center of the ring, right where Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen had beaten Elgar to a pulp. The audience below was stunned, exclaiming, "Damn, a direct knockout. His opponent must be dead. That Yun Chen equals is greater than. Yun Chen guy is way too strong. That dark disciple was like a toy in his hands." One person noticed something unusual and shouted, "No, wait, he's still alive." And sure enough, wisps of smoke began to rise from his wounds, and what's more, they were healing at a rapid pace. Seeing this, he looked down to observe. The wounds were now almost fully healed. Elgar glanced at Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen and taunted, "I possess the blessing of one of the 72 great demon pillars. My body is immortal. You can't kill me." The moment he finished speaking, he received another shock, his eyes widening in terror as he stared forward. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen paid no attention to his words and continued his assault with the martial artist's shattering step and the grappler's the stomp. He stomped down hard on Elgar, causing the ground around them to shatter and crack apart. Just looking at it, you could tell the power of this move. In that case, I'll just stomp your body into mush, he thought, beginning to trample him relentlessly. His face was smashed flat against the ground, but he still clenched his teeth in fury. His dark eyes widened, a golden glint in their centers. Elgar screamed in rage, "Damn you, this isn't over!" He unleashed a wave of dark power, enveloping the area around him. The shockwave pushed Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen back, forcing him to brace himself. Elgar now reappeared like a demon, with several streams of power behind him that resembled wings. You still don't get the situation, do you, kid? He felt a little uneasy watching this, thinking to himself, this feeling, he's no longer human. To be precise, his entire body had now become demonic, with only his head retaining its human form. Wings had formed, along with a dark halo behind his back, surrounded by a faint, light blue aura. Ha! I've used 2 War God's essences and now wield 3 hidden classes. A blue power began to radiate from his arm as he roared with rage at his opponent. You're nothing but a classless nobody. Just a low-level replacement for me. Phantom Hunter, Dragon-slaying Hunter state, Dragon-slaying power, and Wind Thunder sorcerer wielding wind and lightning. That stream of power shot straight towards Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen as he continued, I never even considered you a threat. He watched the approaching attack warily. Instantly, an entire corner of the arena was covered in smoke and dust, a testament to the skill's power. The raging thunderstorm showed no signs of stopping. Elger raised his hand, gradually forming a dark spear, the piercing javelin. The dark javelin grew larger, and he decisively hurled it downwards, creating a massive explosion. The arena shattered, sending large chunks of rock flying everywhere. The audience watching this was utterly terrified. The power of that skill is unbelievable. It's on a completely different level than before. His stats were already unbelievably high, and now he's added the power of 3 hidden classes. It's hard to imagine how strong he must be. He's done for. It's over. Elger swooped down with an arrogant look on his face. This is the supreme power that only the dark world can bestow. Through the lingering smoke, Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen's figure could be seen lying motionless after taking the hit. He swung his blade down, aiming a red glowing strike right at him. Feel this with your life, but surprisingly, Elger's attack was blocked by a golden weapon. It was Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen in his ridiculously overpowered myriad wheel form. He had effortlessly blocked Elger's blade with just one hand. Elger sensed something was terribly wrong and gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling as he thought, how? How could he have blocked my attack? What's wrong? He raised an arm and moved it close to Elger's head, his voice cold. You like playing the stats game, huh? Then you'll get what you want. The golden hand moved closer to his opponent's head, preparing to give him a forehead flick. A single flick straight to the forehead sent Elger flying. As a result, his head slammed right into a large boulder behind him, and he couldn't stop coughing up blood. Instantly, Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen teleported to his location and swung his sword straight down. Elger reacted just in time, raising his blade to block the attack while gritting his teeth in frustration. The blow was so powerful that the boulder behind him cracked and shattered. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen raised his glowing sword high, golden rays of power radiating from it. He gathered his strength for one final blow, skill fusion. Magic Swordsman's Flame Slash and Berserker's Rage Strike. A single slash of immense power sent Elger blasting straight through the massive boulder. He flew straight out of the arena and slammed hard onto the ground. The audience's jaws dropped at the sight. Holy crap, that's the special arena they prepared for the championship finals. Even a third-tier expert would have an extremely hard time destroying it. But it's been completely wrecked. These two, each one is more of a monster than the last. But Elger was as tenacious as a leech. Even after that incredibly powerful blow, he managed to scramble to his feet. Damn it. His face was soaked in fresh blood as he spat out each word with hatred. I used 3 portions of the War God's essence. How am I still not stronger than you? Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen replied coldly. Because push-ups are important. He stared in utter shock, not understanding what the other guy was talking about. Push-ups? The next moment, a hand grabbed him tightly by the throat and lifted him into the air. Elger's power was fading as he struggled to break free from his opponent's grip. Asterisk, cough, cough, asterisk. He mockingly repeated the man's earlier arrogant words. You just said, you couldn't kill me. Elger's whole body was trembling in agony, but his pride remained intact. I am blessed by a high demon lord. Even if my organs, bones, and muscles are all shattered by you now, I still won't die. That powerful state you're in, it must have some serious side effects, right? When your time is up, the one who dies will be you. Haha. Hearing this, Yun Chen just replied nonchalantly, Is that so? A blue flame began to form in his hand, a fusion skill. His fingers touched Elger's throat directly, simultaneously casting a mage's spell, fireball, and a magic swordsman's blazing flame enchantment. Instantly, a massive blue flame erupted in the middle of the Xuandu magic city. Inside the huge inferno, the faint silhouettes of Yun Chen and Elger could be seen. The people in the stands saw this as a sign of hope and began to shout excitedly, He still has this move! If no attack can kill him, then just burn him alive! I refuse to believe he can still live after being burned to ash. We've won! We're about to win! Hurry! Burn him to death! Only when Elger was charred black and nearly turned to charcoal inside the flames did Yun Chen release him. His entire body, still burning with blue flames, fell to the floor with a thud. The crowd's chants continued. Burn him to death! Burn him to death! Yun Chen could no longer maintain his myriad paths state and reverted to his normal form. He panted heavily, exhausted. Asterisk huff. Huff asterisk. The side effects of myriad paths are incredibly severe. My stats are almost completely drained. He looked forward with a weary gaze. The backlash is too great. Right now, I'd have trouble dealing with even a normal person. Seeing Elgar burn to a crisp, smoke still rising from his mouth as he lay motionless, Yun Chen finally felt a sense of relief. Thank God, it's all over. The people watching the live stream were also celebrating wildly. Ah, we won. So what if he has 3 hidden classes and an undying body? Didn't he still fall at the hands of one of us humans? We won. The world still has a future. Ha ha, a hero. Yun Chen is a true hero. But then, someone noticed something was wrong and pointed. Wait, are my eyes playing tricks on me? On the screen, it was Elgar's arm. That guy's hand. It looked like it moved. The people watching the match live noticed it too. They started to panic. What? He's moving? We're screwed. Yun Chen is clearly in a weakened state. He's no match for him now. My God, he's not dead even after all that. It's no exaggeration they call Elgar the Leech King. He sat up again, let out a laugh, and spoke with a contemptuous voice. You thought mere flames could burn me to death? How naive. Yun Chen shot back. Mere flames? Then you've gravely underestimated my flames. Though extremely weak, he explained patiently. For what it's worth, it's an S-rank existence, possessing the special effect of burning the soul. So what if your body is immortal? Elgar started to feel dizzy, stunned by what Yun Chen had just said. After being bathed in that fire for so long, your soul is nearly gone. His eyes wavered, and his body could no longer hold itself up, collapsing to the ground. Damn it. My consciousness, and it passed, is fading. His expression was one of utter disbelief. Is this what death feels like? His vision began to close. Even as he was about to meet his maker, he still wanted to drag his opponent down with him. I can die, but I absolutely cannot let him live. Otherwise, he will sooner or later bring disaster to the dark world. Yao Ling, standing in the audience, sensed something was wrong and cried out in alarm, "This is bad." He painstakingly raised an arm, continuously mumbling, "Great Demon Lord, please accept my final offering." From behind Yun Chen, a black hole began to appear. As Elgar's arm trembled, he poured the last of his strength into this one attack. Inverse gate, lock. Yun Chen recognized it. Divine flash. He turned back heavily, thinking to himself, a last-ditch effort before death was expected. I have just enough magic left for one divine flash. Suddenly, a mark was seared onto his neck. Yun Chen cried out in pain. Damn it. He clutched the mark on his neck, frozen in place, as the black hole formed and drew closer. That bastard locked his soul-tracking seal on me. Once it's cast, it doesn't stop until one of us is dead. I'm screwed. I can't dodge it. A hand touched his face. It was Yao Ling. She pulled Yun Chen away from the black hole. Junior. The black hole grew larger and larger, sucking in everything it touched. She stared at the scene in horror. That was close. I almost got hit. Yun Chen turned to warn her. President, you shouldn't be here. My soul-tracking seal has been activated. This skill is... The black hole had now flown high into the air, aiming straight for Yun Chen as it charged. His voice remained steady as he finished. A guaranteed hit. The black hole shot straight down, sucking both Yun Chen and Yao Ling inside, leaving a massive crater in the ground. The people in the stands below screamed in terror. What is this? Elgar was slowly fading away, a victor's smile still on his face. So what if you're strong? In the end, I am the one who won. His head began to dissolve, but he managed to shout one last thing. What do you think happens to a human who falls into the dark world? Do I really need to say more? Just wait to be torn to pieces by Lord Moyu. Ha ha! And with that, he completely vanished. Even though they had defeated Elgar, no one could feel happy. Damn it, we had clearly won. Damn these dark cultists. When they can't win, they just resort to sacrifices. How hateful. An elven girl placed a worried hand on her chest. How could this happen? A veiny fist slammed down on a table. It was Headmaster Ye Anfu. He roared with fury. Bastards! What are the organizers doing? Why did the 4th-tier masters do nothing the entire match? Where was the person in charge of controlling the arena? Are they all dead? They shouldn't have been allowed to participate in the first place. Just then, a girl ran in frantically to report, Headmaster, something terrible has happened. Inside a large sphere, a person's silhouette could be seen. The girl continued her report. The flow of time in the Academy Square has suddenly begun to fluctuate violently. The surrounding trees and buildings are starting to decay and weather away, and many students have been affected. Inside the sphere was Yun Tang, Yun Chen's younger sister. Her eyes were wide and vacant, tears streaming down her face. A panicked voice cried out, Yun Tang's power is going berserk! Students outside were shouting at each other, Run! Get away from her! I got too close to her just now, and half my body turned old. Who is that girl anyway? From within the sphere, the girl gritted her teeth and uttered word by word, Bro, brother. Perhaps after learning Yun Chen had been sent to the dark world, Yun Tang lost control of her powers, causing them to erupt. Back with Ching Cheng, Elvic was kneeling on the floor below, laughing mockingly. The final victory still belongs to our Advent organization. The only genius who could defeat Elgar is dead. Humanity will finally fall into despair. Her face darkened, but she offered no reply. Beside her, Xiao Yu's arm transformed into iron chains, and he actually had the nerve to laugh. The chains tightened around Elvic's neck, making him cough up blood as she threatened him over and over. Go on, laugh again, laugh. Keep laughing. Lu Miaoling also spoke respectfully. Master, Mr. Yun, he. Queen calmly replied, he was just sent to the dark world. He's not going to die. I was planning on sending him there for a trip anyway. This just moves up the schedule. She brought her fingertips together, stating confidently, I trust my own judgment. A scene like this isn't enough to break Yun Chen. Elsewhere, the black hole that had sucked in Yun Chen and Du Lin appeared. It slowly vanished, dropping the two of them into a freefall. The two of them quickly landed on the grass below. He shielded his eyes with his hand, looking around, while she wondered from behind him. So, this is the dark world, she continued. It's just like Teacher Ha said. Completely different from what I imagined. Suddenly, from behind Yun Chen, Diolin let out a terrible scream of pain. Ah! Yun Chen spun around to see her writhing on the ground, propped up on her hands. He thought in a panic, damn it, I almost forgot. The air here is pure dark energy. It doesn't affect me, but the president is a different story. Yun Chen knelt beside Diolin, trying to calm her down. The president tried to endure it. He immediately took out a potion, downed it in one gulp, and then summoned his staff to help Diolin. The staff drew near, and a membrane of power gradually enveloped Diolin's entire body, the elementary priest skill, Purify. She writhed on the ground, surrounded by tendrils of dark energy. As Yun Chen struggled to maintain the barrier for her, he thought to himself, I'm still in a weakened state right now. Even with a mana potion to supplement, I can't use the Purify skill many more times. Suddenly, he noticed something, his eyes darting behind him to observe. It was a demonkin that looked harmless. In an instant, his guard went up. This is not good. It's a demonkin. The demonkin, however, had an even more extreme reaction, terrified at the sight of the two humans. It immediately turned tail and fled. This is bad. The evil humans have invaded. They're going to massacre our village. Lord Guardsman, help me. Hearing this, Yun Chen's eyes went wide with surprise. Diolin weakly reached out a hand. We can't let him get away. But he quickly reminded her, don't move. We don't have that kind of strength right now. Yun Chen popped the top off another potion and prepared to drink it. Several other vials floated beside him. As he drank, he said, the dark energy in this world is endless. Purify can only buy you time. President, you need to adapt to this environment, or sooner or later you'll be corrupted into a monster. She struggled to reply. I know. I'm trying. Diolin bit her lip, her whole body trembling, but she was still resolute. It's just a little dark energy. Then, her entire body erupted with power. A powerful surge of green energy burst forth, accompanied by several bolts of lightning. Like hell you'll corrupt me. A black tail had now sprouted from behind Diolin. She was back to her usual healthy self. Seeing this, Yun Chen, who was beside her, said, she did it. Diolin put her hands on her hips and explained, my two final elements are yin and yang. Yin has some similarities with dark energy, so that helped me out. From behind Diolin, an army of demonkin was swarming towards them. He stood watching them. But I don't think it's time to relax just yet. The demonkin looked at the two of them and arrogantly shouted, vile humans must die! Offer their corpses to our god! Then they chanted in unison, kill. Yun Chen's gaze was wary as he looked at them. These demonkin aren't strong at a glance. They only have the power of first or second rank, but my weakened state won't end for another half an hour. President, you're also under a curse, so it won't be easy for you to fight either. Just as he finished speaking, Diolin's hand grabbed his. In the next instant, he was on her back, a million question marks appearing in his mind. Huh? As she took off running, Diolin said, then obviously, we choose not to fight. Hold on tight, Junior. He couldn't help but marvel. She's so decisive about running. Seeing this, the demonkin gave chase, shouting, after them! Don't let them escape! Then they unleashed their skill, Eye of Torment. Carrying Yun Chen on her back, Diolin had a hard time dodging their attacks. Ranged attacks. Time to test out my footwork. Pay attention, Junior. Don't fall off. Diolin gracefully weaved through the incoming attacks, her hands still holding tightly onto the person on her back. After a long time on the run, blood was trickling from her mouth. It was clear she'd been hit many times, but she insisted, heh, a perfect dodge. Your upperclassman has solid fundamentals, huh? Yun Chen looked at the injured Diolin and replied, the only one with a perfect dodge here is me, but what about you? Instead of answering, she burst into a sprint, continuing to bound forward with long strides. Diolin's body had begun to bleed severely. She was covered in wounds. She smiled as if she'd achieved her goal. Haha, just minor injuries. Besides, we've reached our destination, he asked, confused. Destination? Duolin planted her foot in front of her to brake hard. Yunchen got down, while Duolin swayed, too exhausted to stand steady. He looked at what was in front of them and asked in surprise, President, don't tell me you? She could barely even stand, but she still managed to announce, This is it. I searched all day to find this perfect piece of terrain. Suddenly, Duolin grabbed his wrist and threw him straight inside. I don't have the strength to carry you and run anymore. Hide in there. Don't run out and cause trouble for me. Yunchen, completely drained of strength, crashed to the ground. Not long after, he immediately shot up into a sitting position and slowly began to analyze the situation. This is bad. The only advantage of this terrain is that as long as I can defend the entrance, I can protect myself. But the disadvantage is also obvious. If the president makes her stand at the cave entrance, she'll lose all room for combat, with absolutely no possibility of retreat. He stared at his own hands and came to a conclusion. Right now, even if I join the fight, I'll just be a burden. My weakened state still has 18 minutes left. I have to get through this. Yunchen shouted to Duolin, who was standing guard in front of the cave. President, if you can't hold on, you have to run. You can't just tough it out. She stood tall, confidently assuring him, Haha, running isn't my style. Bring it on. Let's have a battle where we stake our lives. At the entrance of the cave, smoke now filled the air. The image of Lu Duolin appeared, standing strong against an entire army of Demonkin. They continuously unleashed skills like Eradication Flare, Blood Claw, and Eye of Torment. Duolin was no less impressive, using her Incineration skill. Her one skill clashed against the enemy's barrage of attacks. That, combined with the many hits she'd already taken, caused her to gradually weaken. Soon, she could no longer hold her ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. This little bit of fire really isn't enough. From inside the cave, Yunchen called out worriedly, but his rational mind held him back. Asterisk. No, I can't go out. Right now, I'd just be a liability. I have to control myself until I get through this weakened state. Asterisk. Standing guard outside, Duolin turned back and let out a quiet, satisfied smile. Asterisk, that's my junior for you. He isn't letting his emotions cloud his judgment. A very smart decision. Asterisk. She summoned her fox ears and tail. Elemental magic consumed too much mana, making it hard to fight for long. Her eyes widened, flashing red as her nails grew longer. She had made her choice, if it had come to this. Duolin transformed into a half-human, half-fox form, better suited for close combat. Blood rank, heavenly steel claws. The demon scions, knowing no fear, charged forward as one. All humans deserve to die. If we let them live, they'll just slaughter us. Kill her. Duolin furiously roared back at them. Don't you dare twist the truth. You demon scions are the ones who deserve death. A chaotic battle erupted, with Duolin diving alone into the swarm of scions, attacking with abandon. But they were too many, and she was already injured. One of them struck her in the back, and a barrage of attacks immediately swarmed her. After a long brawl, Duolin collapsed to her knees, gasping for breath, seemingly out of strength. She thought to herself, asterisk, to be beaten this badly by a bunch of low-level demon scions. It's true what they say. Even a tiger is scorned by dogs when it's cornered on the plains. Asterisk. The remaining demon scions, however, seemed terrified by her power. This human is terrifying. She's so badly wounded. How can she still be fighting? Is she immortal or something? Besides, with her strength, she could have run away, but she didn't. Hearing this, the corner of Duolin's mouth curled up into a smirk as she stated firmly, Run? That's not an option. I have someone very special I have to protect. From within the cave, Yunchen listened to her words echo. Asterisk. Even though I don't know how he does it, asterisk, she thought. Asterisk, my junior's potential is limitless. Asterisk. Asterisk. He gets stronger every single day. As long as Yunchen can keep growing, he'll bring infinite possibilities to humanity. Asterisk. Then, Duolin placed a hand on her chest and declared, Trading my life for his is completely worth it. One of the demon scions charged forward, yelling in rage, In your dreams. None of you are leaving here alive. As powerful as she was, the fact that she was exhausted was undeniable. She didn't forget to leave Yunchen one last piece of advice. Junior, this senior's not going to make it. With your intelligence, you can definitely find a way to buy enough time to get through your weakened state. The demon scion's greatsword came slashing down. Duolin managed to get out her final words. Well, I guess this date is finally over. The scion roared, Die. Suddenly, the blade was stopped by an arm, and it shattered in two. Yunchen's voice rang out. No, the date is still on. Duolin was stunned. She asked, Full of questions, Junior? How? Is your weakened state over? Yunchen, looking a bit ragged but still impossibly cool, replied, No. 3 seconds left, but these 3 seconds aren't a problem. S plus invincibility. For 3 seconds, I'm immune to all damage and control effects. The demon scion with the broken sword was in a state of absolute panic. He ordered his underlings forward. How is this possible? There's something wrong with this kid. Get him! Kill him now! They all charged at once, each one unleashing a different attack, shouting, "Kill him, you evil human! Go to hell!" Yun Chen's face darkened, his expression cold. As his hands moved to strike, his mouth muttered continuously, "Skill fusion," commencing countdown. A blue flame gathered in his fist. Magician's fireball and Brawler's charging fist. 2, 1. Countdown complete. Yun Chen roared as he threw the punch towards them. Rushing Cloud Demon Flame Fist. The flames instantly incinerated all of them, leaving only their pained screams echoing in the air. Only then did Diolin let out a sigh of relief. Phew, it's finally over. He took something out and replied, "Not necessarily. Running into those demon scions was just a coincidence." Yun Chen dabbed something onto the sigil on his neck. But if I don't deal with this thing, the pursuit could turn into a real problem. Of course, the substance he used had blurred the sigil, camouflaging it. He looked off into the distance. Besides, there's something in that direction that's caught my attention. A short time later, at the very cave where Yun Chen and Lu Diolin had been hiding, a hulking, powerful-looking demon scion approached. Another demon scion followed behind him. Colada coldly asked the one in the back, "The aura of the soul-chasing sigil ends here. Are you sure a human appeared?" The other one dropped to his knees in terror, begging, "My lord, supreme demon, great one of the night-slaying demon clan, how would I dare deceive you? It's all true." He turned back, his face grim. "From your description, that person must be Yun Chen, but I don't know what trick he used to hide the soul-chasing sigil. I could only track the trail this far." The subordinate quickly guessed. Could it be that the wretched human ran away? Colada stared toward the high mountains in the distance and said grimly, "Run? They can't, because ahead of them is a dead end." He continued his explanation. "That is the endless forbidden mountain range. Legend says it's a land forbidden by the gods. No one can enter, not even the 72 great demon lords, let alone pass through it." With that, Colada took a step forward. "They'll definitely be stopped there. Only now could you see his face, and the smug smile on it, with every step radiating power. And all I have to do is slowly close in. The only thing awaiting them is death." Elsewhere, among towering mountain ranges in a primitive land, the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. Panting heavily, it was Yun Chen's voice. He was in the middle of doing push-ups when a curtain was pulled aside. Diolin walked in and exclaimed in surprise, "My junior is so diligent with his basic training. Even after coming to the dark world, you haven't stopped." Asterisk. Training my body is crucial. Asterisk. He knew full well that his attribute points and skill points were accumulated through daily missions. He couldn't stop, not even for a single day. In front of Yun Chen floated a summary panel for a mission. Championship Tournament Mission. It is detected that the host has received first place in the Global Championship Tournament. The highest rewards for this mission will now be issued to the host. Global Championship Tournament Champion Rewards. S+ Spatial Soil, S rank Realm Breaking Stone, Luck Potion, and Furniture Blueprints. He thought to himself. Asterisk. So, the rewards for the championship tournament mission have finally arrived. Asterisk. Looking at the items on the screen, Yun Chen pondered. Asterisk. Spatial soil can be used to create spatial treasures, to expand the space of my ring. Asterisk. Asterisk. It's an incredibly powerful feature. Many major figures use it to build mobile palaces. Treasure vaults like the one Teacher Ha has were made using spatial soil. Asterisk. Asterisk. The effect of the realm-breaking stone is simple enough. It can allow a piece of equipment or an item to break through its grade limit, reaching a higher tier. And the effect of the luck potion, well, that speaks for itself. Asterisk. The only thing I've never heard of is this blank blueprint. It must be a special prop that only the system can grant, with its quality and grade determined by the materials used. Nearby, Diolin felt like she was being ignored. Yun Chen was already lost in an endless spiral of thought. If I had good materials, I could probably create a pretty decent item. She spoke up, a little bewildered. "Hey, Junior, what are you spacing out for? Let's eat breakfast." Only then did Yun Chen return to reality. The two of them sat down at the table together. Diolin suddenly sighed. "It's a good thing I still have a lot of monster meat from the extreme cold ice realm in my bag. Otherwise, we both would have starved to death." Picking up a piece of food with her chopsticks, Diolin continued cheerfully. "But then again, it's also a good thing you were able to find a village in this godforsaken place." The surrounding space was full of cobwebs in the corners, and she figured that although it was a bit run down and looked like it had been abandoned for decades, it was still better than sleeping under the open sky. As he ate, Yun Chen thought back. He just felt that there were a few things about this tournament that didn't add up. For a world-level event like this, the Holy Empire would have definitely arranged for a fourth-tier powerhouse to oversee it, but from beginning to end, they didn't do a single thing. The image of Elg from the match a while ago flashed in his mind, and besides, the qualifying round rules only allowed basic potions and even food was banned. Yet Elg was somehow able to bring in a special cursed item. Even after I reported the Dark Believers to the higher-ups, he was still able to compete normally. His chopsticks were about to pick up the next piece of food. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid that. Suddenly, Duelin's demeanor became tense. Her chopsticks shot out like lightning, blocking his, "Don't say it." Duelin's voice dropped to a warning tone. "I know what you're going to say, but we don't have any proof. No matter what, it's all just speculation. For us right now, the most important thing is figuring out how to get through this immediate crisis." Yun Chen sat up straight, his entire face darkened, revealing only a slight smirk. It seems the president already had the answer in her heart. She just didn't want to face it. Not wanting the atmosphere to get any more tense, she quickly urged him, "Hurry and eat, we should get going." The two finished their breakfast and left. On the way, she called out softly, "Junior." Standing before a towering mountain, Duelin asked curiously, "This is your destination? I've got a really bad feeling about this." The towering mountains overlapped one another, creating a majestic natural landscape, but crossing it would be incredibly difficult. Yun Chen looked up, assessing it. "But this is the only place we can go." Two humans suddenly appeared and killed so many demonic fiends. Things have definitely gotten chaotic by now. They both turned to look behind them. The road back was just a path to certain death. Standing before the vast mountain ranges, his voice remained steady. "I've already used a scouting skill on the surrounding area. Within 1,000 miles, there isn't a single sign of life. With our current food reserves, we can't go around it. Other than moving forward, we have no other choice." Standing on the cliff, Yun Chen suddenly raised a question. "Also, there's one point that's really bothering me. From inside, I can vaguely sense a strangely familiar aura." He voiced the biggest question in his mind. "What in the world is on that mountain?" Duelin turned and knocked on the mountain face. It felt incredibly solid, not like something we could break through with brute force. "I think we're trapped here." Yun Chen reached out his hand, suggesting, "I'll try using a skill." The moment he touched it, the barrier vanished. He let out a surprised sound. "Huh?" The barrier slowly dissipated, revealing a path on the cliff face on the other side. She was just as surprised. "Junior, what did you do?" He quickly denied it. "I didn't do anything. It opened on its own." Looking ahead, Yun Chen couldn't help but marvel. "I can't believe there's a mountain cave here." The two of them leaped over to the other side. As soon as they entered, the scene before them made them both freeze. "This is..." Duelin moved closer, wanting to touch it. "What in the world is inside?" "Bodies." Just a second later, she realized with horror that all of these things were coffins. Yun Chen immediately grabbed her hand to stop her. "Don't touch it." He tried his best to dissuade her. "I have a really bad feeling about this. It's best not to touch anything." His pupils dilated. Worse, these coffins gave him a very familiar feeling. Looking at the coffins piled up here, Yun Chen tried to guess in terror. What was the source of this feeling? Could it be that the people inside are people I know? Or maybe I'm one of them, and this is my final resting place. Damn it, this feeling is awful. I don't want to stay here another second. After a moment, Yun Chen walked ahead and called back to Duelin. "Anyway, let's just leave first." She didn't want to stay either and replied, "Right." Looking at his back, Duelin felt a little surprised. Junior's emotions are fluctuating so wildly. This is the first time I've ever seen him like this. Elsewhere, Colada was screaming, "What? What is going on?" He stared intently at the protective barrier they had just passed through. The Forbidden Mountain Range, a place absolutely impossible to enter, has been broken. Colada scratched his head in disbelief. "Impossible, absolutely not. I must be seeing things." But it really was broken. Colada stood there, muttering to himself. Legend has it that decades ago, the boundless mountain range suddenly fell from the sky. When it fell, it carried a divine light that caused a celestial anomaly. The story continued that just its aftershock alone wiped out all life for 10,000 miles around. For decades afterward, not a single living thing could be born there. A single crimson eye glared down upon the world. To be able to perform such a feat, it could only be a god. The destruction of all surrounding life seemed to be a warning to stay out. Next was a scene of the demonic fiends gathering in one place. If it was an object from a descended god, then it would be an immense temptation even for the 72 demon lords at the pinnacle of power. After more than 10 years of investigation and discovering no sign of the god taking action, the great lords chose to join forces. All that remained was a bloody battlefield. In the end, no matter what method they used, they couldn't get in and finally had no choice but to give up. Colada said, trembling. A place that not even the highest-level demon lords could enter has now been broken. After a moment of speculation, he hurriedly turned around. "This matter is far beyond my control. I must report it to Lord Duan Ye Mieshaji immediately." Back with Yun Chen, he was standing with his arms crossed, silently thinking about something, while Duelin was cooking a pot of soup beside him. Suddenly, the mark on her chest disappeared. She noticed it and cried out joyfully, "The curse is finally gone! Junior, we should start thinking of a way to get home." Seeing that he didn't seem to be paying attention, Duelin called out questioningly, "Junior?" Only then did Yun Chen snap out of it and reply, "Oh." She sat across from him and asked with concern, Junior, what's wrong? You've been staring into space ever since you saw those coffins. Are you thinking about them, or are you just homesick? He smiled gently in reply. He was, in fact, a little homesick, mostly worried about Van Duong, but the matter of the coffins was also weighing on his mind. Of course, I'm paying close attention to the coffins, but I've got zero leads. My train of thought keeps hitting a dead end. Pursuing it further is pointless. An image of a green, cross-shaped skill flashed in his mind. As for a way home, it's not like there isn't one. After all, I still have the resurrection cross on me. If I were to die, perhaps I could be reborn in the human world. Yun Chen silently watched Dialin, who was serving herself some food in front of him. But that's just a possibility. What if I was just reborn back in this dark world? Wouldn't that be a total waste? Besides, even if it was successful, it would mean leaving the president all alone in the dark world, which is a pretty bleak solution. Just then, he stood up and spoke. President, I'm planning to head to the demon town to walk around, gather some basic intelligence. You stay here and wait for my return. The president is more than strong enough to protect herself now, he thought. Dialin jumped in surprise and shot back. What, a human like you? Just waltzing into a demon town? Isn't that basically a suicide mission? Yun Chen replied calmly. Of course, I won't be going in my human form. His entire body then began to transform from the ground up, quickly taking on the appearance of a demon. The disguise process couldn't hide his handsome features. If anything, it made him look even cooler. Now times looked like a demon. Some unknown time later, he arrived at a place that looked like a town for demons. The beings living here dressed no differently than ordinary humans. When they saw Yun Chen walking by, they exclaimed in amazement, Whoa, that guy looks badass. He seems like he's from the Nightmare Demon clan, but something's a little different. Probably a half-breed. He glanced around, taking it all in. Although there are clear physical differences, the way these demons live isn't much different from humans. I don't see any technology. Maybe they never developed in that direction, or maybe this place is just too remote. Yun Chen stopped in front of a restaurant and made a decision. If that's the case, there's always one reliable place to eavesdrop for intel. The host inside saw a customer enter and warmly welcomed him. Welcome, member of the Nightmare Demons. What can I get for you? He held up one finger, signaling for the house specials. Yun Chen glanced at a few demons playing at a nearby table and thought to himself, it seems even demons have their own racial divisions. My skill comes from the Dark Knight Matriarch, so my appearance is closer to the Nightmare Demon clan. He sat down at a table, rested his chin on his hand, and got down to business. Time to start gathering intel, basic hunter skill, sensory enhancement. Countless overlapping conversations suddenly flooded his mind. When is that damned lord going to stop? My son is only 16 and he's already been dragged off to be cannon fodder. Did you hear? Karut from Lata Street has become a mid-rank demon. So incredible. I wonder when rent will ever go down. What he was hearing didn't satisfy Yun Chen. Too much useless noise. I need to filter through it. Suddenly, a hand slammed a plate down in front of him. He wasn't even sure if it could be called food. Sir, your order is ready. Live marinated devil octopus tentacles and swamp bubbles. Enjoy. The server handed him a piece of paper. And here is your bill. Yun Chen focused on reading the contents. 3 magic crystals inside me. Huh, I thought to myself. At least I can understand their writing and language. It's connected to the human world, which saves me a lot of trouble. I took out 3 purple coins and handed them over. It was just a guess, but the demonkin I killed dropped a ton of these things. They must be their currency. I glanced down at the plate of food in front of me, my hand trembling slightly as I decided to take a chance. As for whatever this stuff is, I just hope my stomach can handle it. After leaving the place, I walked and thought it over. The taste, it wasn't actually that bad, but the thought of that thing sitting in my stomach is still disgusting. Still, I let out a sigh of relief. It was all worth it, though. I managed to gather a good amount of intel from waiting around. So, I started piecing together how this dark world operates. Unlike the human world, this dark world didn't fuse with some game system. It's always existed, and it's always had magic. And because magic is so incredibly versatile here, they never developed any science or technology. On top of that, their ranking system is different from ours. They have lesser demons, greater demons, and archdemons, which correspond to our first, second, and third class advancements. And then there are the demon lords, which are equivalent to our fourth. Images of some of the more powerful-looking demons flashed through my mind. Among the archdemons, the strongest are known as demon overlords, and most of them rule over their own territory. And the 72 demon pillars, that's the title given to the absolute strongest of the demon lords. I kept thinking it over, my hand subconsciously reaching up to touch the mark on my neck. The one Elgor, the ruler of my own race, had branded me with. This is all I've figured out for now. The sea god's tallow will run out sooner or later, and this soul-tracking seal has to be dealt with. Suddenly, I sensed something and glanced over cautiously. The demonkin behind me were scrambling away like their lives depended on it. Run! The Overlord's guards are back to round up more cannon fodder. Don't take me. I don't want to go die on the front lines. A demon named Rover, who was leading the guards, raised his spear and bellowed, "What's all the running for? Going to the battlefield is an honor. Sacrificing yourselves for our great demon overlord is your highest glory." He immediately ordered the guards to charge forward. "Get a move on. Anyone between the ages of 15 and 60, man or woman, grab 'em all." "Yes, sir," they all shouted in unison. The unlucky demonkin who were caught started to fight back desperately. "Damn you, Glory! Then why don't you go to the front lines? I don't want to die. Let me go." The guards quickly noticed me, standing there completely unafraid. "Hey, why is that kid just standing still? He's really calm." Another one yelled, "Calm, my ass. He's probably just scared stiff. Get him!" I slowly walked toward them and said calmly, "There's no need to grab me. I'll come on my own." Inside, I was thinking, this could actually be an opportunity. At the Thier Citadel, a guarded carriage was making its way into the city. All the conscripted demonkin, including me, were gathered in one place. Standing above us was the captain of the guards and another demon who seemed to be of a pretty high rank. Rover spoke up. "Lord Steward, what brings you here?" Baha gave a short reply. "The Overlord is away on business. I'm here in his stead to inspect the quality of these new recruits. You may begin." Rover quickly stepped forward and replied with a clear voice, "Yes, sir." He spread his arms wide and yelled to the crowd below, "Congratulations. You've gone from being common citizens to becoming mighty warriors. From this day forward, you will dedicate your lives to this great world and to our great Overlord. Now get on your knees and swear your fealty." One of the demonkin couldn't take it anymore. He pointed straight at Rover's face and screamed, "Swear fealty to who? You dragged us here against our will. I'm not going to be your cannon fodder. I want to go home." Instantly, a blood-curdling scream filled the air. Asterisk arg. Asterisk Rover had stomped the defiant demon flat onto the ground. The poor guy's eyes rolled into the back of his head as he coughed up blood. Asterisk. Thump. Asterisk. Seeing this, the other recruits trembled and instinctively backed away. That's so cruel. Why? He didn't do anything. He just argued a little. Rover clenched his fist, making a show of his power. "You want to know why I'm the one training you, and not the other way around? It's because I'm stronger than you. In this world, power is the only thing that talks." He roared, "Now get on your knees." In an instant, all the other demonkin dropped to the ground, not daring to make a sound. But in the back, I remained standing, completely unfazed. Rover saw me, his face twisting with rage. He pointed a finger in my direction and screamed, "Hey, you, kid over there, why aren't you kneeling?" I looked at him with contempt. "Because you're not worthy." Rover let out a mocking laugh. "Ha ha ha, I'm not worthy? You have the gall to say that I times the strongest one here am not worthy?" He growled. "Where the hell did you crawl out from, brat? What's your name?" A soldier behind him stepped up to report to the captain. Rover kept his eyes locked on me while he listened. "His registered name is Vutich, sir. He was conscripted today. We don't recognize him. He might be an outsider." Rover turned back to the demon on the platform. "So? Is that your answer?" The high-ranking demon just said, "Is that so, Lord Steward? I know we're short on soldiers right now, but for the sake of discipline, the Overlord wouldn't hold it against me for killing one or two, would he?" Baha looked on with a slightly bored expression. "Of course not," he replied. "It's a necessary sacrifice." Rover grinned and cracked his knuckles. "In that case, I won't even give him the chance to beg for mercy. I'll take his corpse and..." Before he could finish his sentence, a single kick sent him flying into the city gate. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, inadvertently finishing his thought as he flew, and put it on display. I had sent him flying, but he still couldn't process what had just happened. What was that? I was attacked. I was attacked by a new recruit. Two of my fingers, wreathed in blue fire, were pointed directly at his temple. The flames burned fiercely. I had appeared beside him in an instant. "It seems you weren't the strongest one here after all." I walked on calmly, leaving the flames to consume the captain. A moment later, the fire died down, having left nothing behind. The other demons were instantly terrified. "The captain, he's dead. He died without even putting up a fight." But the captain's strength was nearly at the peak for an archdemon. Baha realized this was bad. The situation was completely out of control. This Vutich was clearly an archdemon. He immediately turned, intending to flee. "He must have infiltrated this place to cause trouble. I have to warn the Overlord immediately." But the moment he turned around, he found me standing right in front of him, my face completely impassive. Baha was paralyzed with absolute terror. He was forced to a screeching halt. How did you?" I analyzed the situation coolly. "According to that guy I just killed, it seems that as long as you have enough power, you can have anything you want. Is that right? So if I kill you, does that mean I get to have your position?" Baha immediately dropped to his knees and started bowing frantically. "My noble Lord Archdemon, I'm just a lowly steward. I don't have any real status. Please, I'm begging you, don't kill me. Please don't kill me, I replied coolly. A steward can still be useful. I suppose I can spare your life, but from now on, you will follow my orders. Like the coward he was, he immediately started swearing every oath under the sun. Rest assured, my lord, I'll do whatever you ask. Then, he looked over at the weak demons. Go back to where you came from. You're not needed here, he thought to himself. Asterisk. When escorting demons to the front lines to fight humans, the fewer the better, of course. Asterisk. Hearing those threats, the demons hesitated for a moment. Then, we're extremely grateful. We'll get out of your way. Thank you, great high demon lord. This is wonderful. We can finally go home. Late at night, under a sparse canopy of stars, moonlight shone down on a magnificent castle. In one of its rooms, Yun Chen sat at a desk reading a book, with Baha at his side. He couldn't help but wonder, asterisk, why did my lord ask me to find so many books? A lot of the content in here is just common knowledge. There's no need to read it so intently. Asterisk. The book was suddenly slammed shut with impatience. He turned to mock him. You ask a few too many questions. Baha bowed his head in fear. My apologies, I was out of line. Yun Chen opened the book again, impressed. Asterisk. As expected of a demon lord's archives, the materials are very complete, with detailed accounts of everything from the races of the Dark World to its history. Asterisk. The books were full of information. The Dark World was home to over 100 demonic races. Although there were many mixed bloods, the 72 great clans were still the dominant powers. In the past, in the snow-covered mountains, much like human history, the demons also divided territories, fought over resources, and had a history of continuous warfare. High above, a demon with wings so large they could blot out the sky, until a scion known as the Void Demon appeared. What followed is a mystery that remains unsolved to this day. No one knew where the Void Demon came from, only that he appeared suddenly. Relying on his absolute power, he conquered the entire Dark World in just 3 years. A single strike from the demon was like a god's own palm, establishing him as the supreme being. Afterwards, he divided the Dark World into 72 nations, ruled by the 72 strongest demons, who came to be known as the 72 Demon Pillars. From that, the current state of affairs was formed. With the place marked by that handprint as the center, various territories were established. Thanks to the checks and balances of the 72 pillars, plus the absolute authority of the Void Demon, the Dark World's endless wars finally came to an end. Time passed peacefully, until 70 years ago, when a creature called human suddenly appeared. They tore through space, invaded the Dark Demon world, and slaughtered the demons. The demons rose up in resistance, starting an all-out war with the humans. Yun Chen noticed something strange. Asterisk. That's not right. From what I know, humans don't have the power to invade the Dark World. Asterisk. Asterisk. Just defending the borders on the front lines is already extremely difficult for them. Asterisk. His finger traced the lines of text. Asterisk. The information in this book must be fabricated. But what's the purpose? Then he came across a number that was quite a coincidence, and the timing was also very suspicious. 70 years ago was exactly when the human world began to merge with the game. Was this all a coincidence, or was there something more hidden? Closing the book, he suddenly asked, Baha, what do you think of humans? The other man answered without hesitation, utterly detestable. From his expression to his tone, the hostility was clear. They destroyed our peace. What's more, an important comrade of mine was tortured to death by humans, right before my very eyes. Yun Chen stood up calmly and followed up. Before your eyes? You mean humans actually exist in the Dark Demon world? You've even met one? Of course, he affirmed with conviction. Humans do nothing but evil. Sooner or later, I will exterminate them. Asterisk. Finally, I get it. No wonder the common demons were so afraid of me when I first arrived. It seems the actual situation is vastly different from what I imagined. I need more intel. Asterisk. A system panel suddenly appeared. It must be a new quest. The panel clearly displayed information for a chain quest. Host has been detected to meet the conditions. Distributing chain quest. Phase 1. Become a demon lord. Quest reward. A large amount of experience. Phase 2. Unlocked upon completion of Phase 1. Yun Chen read it with growing interest. Asterisk. Haha, what an interesting quest. And as it happens, I do need to raise my status to get more intelligence. Asterisk. He slowly walked away from the desk. Baha, what are the requirements to become a demon lord? Baha hesitated slightly. Well, he wavered for a moment, breaking into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, asterisk, he's asking this. Could it be that he wants to? Asterisk. Yun Chen let out a simple, which scared the man half to death, and he obediently spilled everything. First, you need the bloodline of a night demon. Only those who possess the blood of a night demon are qualified to become a lord. He tilted his head and asked, So, do I look like I meet the conditions? Sweat poured down like a river as Baha repeatedly affirmed, "You do. You more than qualify. My lord, aside from your slightly small frame, everything else about you is exactly like a pure-blooded night demon." Yun Chen was satisfied, his mood finally relaxing a little. Asterisk, the night demon matriarch is the ruler of the night demon clan. Relying on my innate transformation skill, this probably won't be a big problem. Asterisk, he asked again. What other conditions are there? The man made a chopping motion with his hand. Kill. You need to dispose of the current demon lord and take his demonic regalia. Yun Chen walked down the steps, remarking casually, "Very good. After serving that lord for so long, you must be ready for a change of pace." The castle gates swung open, the iron portcullis rising. From outside, a fire-red ox, carrying something resembling a throne on its back, led an army inside. Sitting on the throne was a muscular demon, holding a glass of red wine, the demon lord, Bodhi. He scanned the castle guards, wondering, asterisk, what's going on? Asterisk. Asterisk. The guard's morale seems off. Did something happen in the castle? Asterisk. A soldier jumped out and knelt before Bodhi. My lord, our captain is dead, killed by some outsider demon. Bodhi shot to his feet, crushing the wine glass in his hand as he roared, What? Where is he? I'll kill him right now. The soldier pointed inside, and though he replied loudly, his face was pale with fear. He's waiting inside. Cursing bastard! Bodhi ran and threw open the indicated door. On the lord's throne sat Yun Chen, or rather Wu Shi, flanked by 2 armored soldiers. He smiled leisurely. This chair is very comfortable. Let me borrow it for a few days. How about it? Those words made the other demon tremble with rage. Bodhi, furious, summoned a mace. His muscles tightened like stone. You're asking to die! He smashed it down, the floor cracking and sending up a cloud of dust. Bursting heavy mace. A shockwave shot out in a straight line, like a snake lunging at its target. As it reached the throne, the 2 soldiers scrambled out of the way. The butt of a spear suddenly slammed down, blocking the attack. Yun Chen held the spear, his seated posture full of authority. Such a good chair. It would be a shame to destroy it. Bodhi shot upwards. Moving so fast he became a black blur. From high above, he raised the mace over his head and yelled, Get out! That's my seat! You have no right to touch it! As the mace descended, Yun Chen prepared to block it. The spear blurred into a streak of light, knocking the massive mace aside. The 2 of them fought furiously. Yun Chen was agile, while Bo Day was like a ferocious beast, his pressure so immense that outsiders couldn't even follow what was happening. The soldiers standing in the distance were utterly terrified by this battle. This was a fight between high-ranking demons, so powerful that there was absolutely no room for them to interfere. He immediately thrust his spear downwards, and his opponent raised the mace to block. But to everyone's surprise, he was sent flying, the mace slipping from his grasp, his hands trembling. Bodhi found this opponent rather interesting. He looked like a weak little kid, but he possessed enormous strength. And to think he's fighting me in close combat. Not bad at all. He raised his hand, and from who knows when, a blood-red gauntlet had appeared on it. Kid, you just took a few of my direct hits, didn't you? Standing his ground, Bo Day pointed straight at his enemy, energy forming sharp fangs. It seems you're quite eager to become nutrients to make me stronger. Flames suddenly erupted from Yun Chen's body, and it was clear even he couldn't hide the look of surprise on his face. The fire flowed toward the gauntlet, and Bo Day's eyes glowed a brilliant red, as if lit by light bulbs. He was incredibly excited, laughing with arrogant pride. You truly are a delectable treat. Let that power keep flowing out. The fire continued to be siphoned away, and in greater amounts. He calmly analyzed the attributes he was losing as his opponent grew stronger. So this is a Demon King artifact? It's a tricky one, isn't it? Flames erupted from his gauntlet. Kid, my hand of plunder doesn't just steal power. I'll let you die by your own skill. Feel the terror of a demon lord. Ha ha ha. With a flick of his wrist, he instantly fired the powerful technique he had just stolen. Fireball. That supposedly super powerful technique was a ball of fire the size of a hand, moving as slow as a turtle. Yun Chen's face was full of contempt as he waved a hand and punched it into nothing. Bo Day's jaw dropped in disbelief, frozen on the spot. Huh? The soldiers were in shock. Am I seeing things? Isn't that kid supposed to be an incredibly noble demon? He's fighting on par with the Lord? Why is his skill so weak? Even I can make a fireball that small. A blue flame condensed in Yun Chen's hand. To be able to steal a target's skills was beyond my expectations. A pity, but you can't handle my skills. Skill fusion, Mage's Fireball, Magic Swordsman's Flame Brand. The flame expanded into the size of a meteor and crashed down right where Bodhi was standing. Cloud-devouring demonic flame. The blue fire exploded, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah! He must have gotten a few burns from that. But he quickly rushed out of the inferno, seemingly unharmed, holding the gauntlet out in front of him. Damn it, don't get so cocky. He used Phantom Step to dodge aside. Still trying to steal my attributes? As long as I don't get hit, that artifact of yours is useless. In a flash, the spear transformed into a sword aimed straight at its target. Skill fusion. Ranger's void-breaking slash. Swordsman's leaping slash. He leaped up, slashing down in an arc like a crescent moon. Void-severing slash. Yun Chen landed safely, and Bo Day followed, but he landed face first. He sheathed his sword and wondered to himself, "This is a demon lord?" Aside from that troublesome Demon King artifact, his actual strength seemed much weaker than I'd imagined. His eyes filled with disappointment. This performance couldn't compare at all to Zhao Yu, who was also a lord. The soldiers were terrified. He lost. Lord Boda lost. He really lost. Are we about to? The quick-witted Baha took the lead, decisively kneeling on one knee. "We greet Lord Wu Teach. We greet Lord Wu Teach." Seeing this, the others followed suit, kneeling on one knee. "We greet Lord Wu Tich." A small, smug smile spread across Yun Chen's face. So this is what it feels like to be a lord? Not bad. That gauntlet suddenly appeared on his hand. Clearly, he'd taken the opportunity to swipe it. As for this Demon King artifact, it's well worth studying. Here's a quick rundown of my brand new weapon. Demon King artifact, the Hand of Plunder. Restriction, Dark Knight Demon Race. Quality, Legendary. Attributes, Strength and Agility, both plus 800. Effects include Steel-type skills, Plunder, Success, Probability plus 40%. On attack, there is a 20% chance to randomly steal an opponent's skill or attribute points. When the target's attribute points are higher than the user's, the plunder probability is reduced. Stolen attribute points disappear after 24 hours. Stolen skills can be possessed permanently. Note: a high-level artifact passed down for 1,000 years within the Dark Knight Demon Clan, symbolizing a great demon lord. Yun Chen looked at it floating before his eyes, overjoyed to have gotten his hands on such a fine prize, a legendary high-grade piece of equipment. In the human world, something like this would be considered a supreme treasure, something only the top clans could possess. He gazed at it intently, his eyes unconsciously softening with affection. I had always rarely used my Phantom Steps steal skill because the success rate was so low. Slipping it on, it felt like it merged with my body, not hindering my movements at all. Now, with the Hand of Plunder's buff, I can both plunder and steal during a fight. It will definitely have some strange and powerful effects, but I quickly realized there was a problem. Something's not right. He clearly had such a powerful Demon King artifact, yet that Lord Bo Day wasn't that strong. Could it be that all demon lords are at this level? Hearing this, Baha replied respectfully, "My esteemed lord, it seems you have misunderstood something. It is not that Lord Bodhi is weak, but that our entire Dark Knight clan is currently too small and weak." He recalled the magnificent scenes of the past. 3 years ago, a human passed through a spatial rift and led an army to slaughter their way into our world. Her first stop was our Dark Knight demon nation. Back then, Baha was young, standing mixed in with the crowd. At that time, I was just a lowly guard, only daring to watch from a far corner. Although I only saw her from a distance, that scene is something I'll never forget for the rest of my life. Black lipstick, blue hair with pink tips. Baha was indeed deeply impressed. Ching Cheng's eyes were extremely cold, without a flicker of emotion. It was as if in her eyes, all demons were nothing but ants that she could crush with a wave of her hand. He remembered the desolate landscape she had single-handedly created, saying, "From that day on, our nation suffered an incredibly tragic massacre. In just 3 short days, 15 demon lords were killed in battle, 3 archdemons died, and countless soldiers were lost. Even Xiao Yu and Lu Miaoling didn't have the strength to fight back. Even our supreme commander, one of the 72 great demon pillars, the matriarch of the Dark Knight, was killed by her. What's even more outrageous is that the 2 strongest demon lords both surrendered, submitting to her by force." Yun Chen glanced away, clearly feeling guilty, only able to manage a strained smile. "I think I've basically figured out who that woman is. I never expected Teacher Xia to be such a powerhouse back then, directly invading the dark world." Baha's eyes were tinged with sadness. Fortunately, in the end, a powerful demon lord stepped in and drove her back. Otherwise, I fear our Dark Knight demon nation would have truly been annihilated. Understanding the situation, he voiced his thoughts. So, because all the powerful demons were wiped out, they had no choice but to promote Bodhi just to fill the ranks. He nodded grimly in agreement. "Exactly. We can't just ignore this much territory. Our Night Demon clan used to rank 60th among the 72 great demon clans, but now, we're dead last." He just kept bowing obsequiously. "I don't know why you're displeased with the draft, my lord, but it's a necessary evil. I pray you'll give the order to resume it." Yun Chen pointed and refused decisively. "Absolutely not. In fact, I want you to issue a new proclamation. From this day forward, my territory will no longer hold a draft. Taxes will be cut in half. All Damonkin are to focus on living well. No one is going to the battlefield." Baha was completely stunned. "What?" "Supplying war resources to destroy the humans is the mission of every demon clan. To openly defy that, that's a huge deal." Yun Chen shot him a look, his voice laced with ice. Are you trying to defy my order? The man quickly backed away, instantly becoming obedient. I'll carry it out at once. I'm going right now. Yun Chen tapped at his system panel, muttering to himself, I don't plan on staying here long-term anyway, so what does it matter if there are problems? Worst case, I just bail. Whatever. I'll just get the quest reward first. Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open, surprised by the information he just received. Whoa, my level's rising. He couldn't help but marvel at the surge of energy flowing through him. 43, 44, 45, 46. As expected of a system reward, that's a massive amount of experience. I jumped 6 whole levels. This feeling, it's not bad at all. He excitedly looked back at the system panel. Phase 1 of the quest is complete, and Phase 2 is about to unlock. But as he read through it, he found another surprise. The panel displayed the quest text. Chain Quest Phase 1, Become a Demon Lord. Quest Reward, Large Amount of Experience. Complete. Phase 2 unlocked. Quest details. Yun Chen realized this wasn't going to be easy. So this is Phase 2, huh? Hey, system, you've really given me a hell of a challenge. He stepped outside for a walk through the streets. The Demonkin around him were ecstatic. Wow, it's the Lord. Our Lord is so cool. Look over here. I'll follow you forever, my Lord. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Why is there a human next to the Lord? But was immediately shut down. Mind your own business. It's obviously a slave. Dulin looked around, amazed. Wow, it's only been a few days and you're already a lord. And it seems you're really popular too. Yun Chen remained nonchalant, lowering taxes and abolishing the draft. It's only natural they'd welcome these kinds of benefits. The large doors opened to welcome them, where Baha was already waiting. He bowed low. Welcome back, my lord. May I ask what we should call this young slave lady you've brought with you? She got a little flustered hearing that. Slave? Yun Chen explained. You can call her Little Lin. And she's not a slave, she's my attendant. Baha respectfully gestured for them to enter, to take a human as an attendant. My lord, you are truly magnanimous. Next, if you please, I invite you to the warehouse too. The deadline was closing in. For a moment, that detail made the warehouse catch his attention. It was definitely worth a look. Yun Chen and Dulin walked inside, standing in the middle of the vast warehouse. The room was packed to the ceiling with goods. She couldn't hide her astonishment looking at the massive pile. Damn, what a rich collection, and the quality is incredibly high. He thought to himself, this is easily on par with the national treasury of a mid-tier human nation. Yun Chen looked at Baha and gave an order. Baha, you go stand guard outside. I don't want to be disturbed while I'm taking inventory. The man obediently followed his command. Yes, sir. Dulin quickly got to the point. What are you planning to do with all this? If these are war supplies, I'm afraid they'll be used against our human world. He wasn't worried at all, raising his hand to summon a pitch-black space. Isn't it simple? We just clear it out. Everything was sucked into the space, as if an invisible current was pulling it all in. She watched this scene, completely stunned. No way. There's so much stuff. A normal inventory space couldn't possibly hold all of this. Besides, he hasn't even advanced his class yet, so his inventory space should be even smaller than a regular promoted person's. As the black void gradually faded, Yun Chen calmly explained, I acquired some spatial earth a while back. I used it to expand my inventory space. It could easily hold 10 warehouses this size. Now, only a single heavy weapon remained in the warehouse. He expressed his thoughts. In this entire storeroom, this is the only thing that caught my eye. Yun Chen closed his eyes to concentrate better. Around the eye of the formation, there were quite a few faint blue patterns. The appraisal skill activated. I'll take a closer look before I store it. The weapon's information immediately updated with full details. Demon Tentacle Annihilation Cannon, a special weapon of mass destruction from the Dark Knight Demon Clan. It can be mounted on structures or used as a standalone weapon. To operate it, the user's strength must reach 1,000. It requires a massive amount of magic to be charged before firing. Charge time is 15 seconds, he exclaimed with delight. Nice. This thing is a bit of a hassle, but it could be incredibly useful. Behind him, Dulin suddenly spoke up. Oh, right. Junior, what are your plans for the future? Surely you don't actually intend to be a demon lord here for the long haul, right? He chuckled, then hesitantly revealed, Of course not. My next step is to become one of the 72 pillars. A notification panel appeared, showing Stage 2. Quest. Chain Quest Stage 2 unlocked. Quest rewards, Mobile Palace, Blank Blueprint, Accessory. Quest objective. Become one of the 72 pillar demons. The vast room was now completely empty. Dulin asked again in disbelief. What? One of the 72 pillar demons? She couldn't believe Yun Chen could pull it off. For you to become one of the 72 pillar demons, that's absolutely impossible. Even a genius like you would need a few more years to grow. He began to explain. Normally, it would be impossible. But as it happens, the Dark Knight Demon Clan's situation is unique. Think of it like a chess game. He said, I mentioned it on the way here. Teacher Ha basically shattered the foundation of the Dark Knight Demon Clan. Now, only 3 old demon lords are holding everything together. The piece representing Bodhi is already off the board because he's gone. Of course, their level is different from that guy Bodhi's. They're true demon lords. It's a 3-way stalemate. Right now, those 3 demon lords are fed up with the endless infighting. If one of them can seize control of the entire clan, they could just pour resources into creating a new demon venerable. Yun Chen turned his head to tell Duolin. According to Baha, the 3 of them have actually come to a mutual understanding. Continuing this internal conflict will only weaken the nation further. So, they've decided that in 1 year, they will have a decisive battle. The winner will rule everything. She held up her hand again, signaling for him to pause. You mean, you want to go? You just don't think it's a good idea. For us, the most important thing is still figuring out how to get back to the human world. And there you go again, with the how to get back to the human world speech. Honestly, I already have a clue about that, but the guildmaster came all this way to the dark world. Are you really satisfied with just turning back like this? Hearing that, Duolin fell silent for a moment. Then she spoke. No, you're right, I'm not. At the very least, we can do something to relieve the pressure on the front lines. If we can make the fiends fight amongst themselves, even better. She was worried too, but wouldn't that be too much pressure for you? Facing 3 powerful demon lords all by myself. It's obvious I can't do that yet. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen agreed with her assessment. That's true, but it's the only way I have to get stronger in a short amount of time. The space began to sink into the quiet darkness of night. We can do it this way. Outside, Baha stood quietly, waiting for his superior to emerge. He turned and walked out, looking at Baha. Baha, I finished the inventory. Lock up the warehouse, the old man replied as he closed the door. Yes, my lord. But when he glanced inside, a horrifying sight appeared before his eyes, and beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. The warehouse was so empty, there wasn't even a speck of dust left. Baha was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Empty. It's empty. He turned his head and looked at him in disbelief. My lord, this. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen, stated it as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. I took my things from my own warehouse. Is there a problem? Baha scratched his cheek, thinking, this entire warehouse is completely empty. This is clearly a robbery, and he has the nerve to call himself a lord. Of course, you can take as much as you want, but all of this was supposed to be turned over to the 3 great demon lords. This is going to be a huge problem. He didn't seem to think it was a big deal, waving his hand dismissively. If there's a problem, just tell them to come find me. Now go do what you need to do. Hearing this, the old man collapsed to his knees in utter despair. It's over. It's all over. How did I end up with a lord like this? Pissing off those 3 great demon lords. This city is doomed. Elsewhere, there was a female fiend, with tendrils unfurling from her back like wings. What is this? She asked. Across from her stood another fiend with an hourglass figure, dressed in revealing clothes that only covered what was absolutely necessary. She looked toward the entrance and said, the Forbidden Mountain Range has actually been breached. The other fiend replied, also with a sense of dread. The exact cause is unknown, but it's most likely related to those 2 humans who arrived in our world earlier. They probably triggered some critical condition. Doanda repeated, her lips deathly pale, humans. Then she began to speculate. It must be Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen and Lu Dio Lin, who were reverse summoned here. The land on the other side of the mountain range is the territory of the Nightshade Demon. They must have fled there. He asked, should we give chase? But she answered calmly. Normally, they would be worth hunting down, but right now, there's obviously something more important to do. She stepped inside the barrier, saying, come on, let's see what the god sent down inside this mountain range. As her feet touched the ground inside, she continued, and what it's truly hiding. As soon as the 2 of them landed, Kalata cried out in surprise. They're all coffins. Doanda held out a hand, emitting a strange energy. Interesting. I, for one, would like to see whose corpses are inside. That would make a god go to the trouble of sending down an entire mountain range. That energy latched onto one of the coffins. Under the force of her power, it began to shake violently, and a constant rattling sound came from within. Seeing this, he was astonished. What is this coffin made of? It took a direct hit from Lady Doanda, the Annihilator, and only a single crack appeared. Doanda applied more power, clenching her fist. Break for me! The coffin quickly split apart, its lid shattering. Inside was a corpse, radiating a terrifyingly immense dark power. Colada knew the identity of this corpse, this body. I remember it. It's Titara, of the Devouring Demon Clan. He was shocked. The prodigy from 60 years ago? But didn't he die in the war long ago? Why is his body here? She was indifferent. It doesn't matter. No matter how glorious your status was when you were alive, once you're dead, you're just a corpse. Dewanda looked down at the body, her eyes full of contempt. Worthless. Then she touched the coffin. But this coffin is extraordinary. The material doesn't look like anything from our dark world, and it certainly couldn't be a product of the human world. It has great research value. Open all of them and take them back. Kalata asked again, are we really taking them? This is the property of a god. What if we anger it? But she dismissed the notion entirely, asking back, and so what if we do? She examined the corpse up close. Unless a sacrifice is made, the gods have never once interfered with our world. If this act can truly lure a god out into the open. Dewanda continued, I, for one, would love to see what this so-called god is really like. In the center of the city, a citadel so vast it seemed endless even from a distance. Inside the grand hall of a large estate, the voice of an announcer echoed, thank you to the nobles from all corners for gracing us with your presence. Welcome to the Antalya City auction. I guarantee that the items up for bid today will be exceptionally precious. Yunchen equals is greater than. Yunchen watched the auction with Diao Lin standing behind him. The fastest way to get stronger is, without a doubt, equipment. He looked at the scroll in his hand. The blank blueprint the system awarded me is incredibly convenient. I just need to add the materials, and I can create defensive gear. I've always prioritized weapons over anything else. He thought, looking at it. My defensive gear is just standard issue. I guess you could call it my equipment's weak point. Equipment is also categorized. Defensive gear mainly consists of 5 pieces, which are the chestplate, leggings, belt, pauldrons, and boots. Rare defensive gear can even be combined into a set, granting additional set effect bonuses. Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen thought to himself. Right now, I have 2 S-rank materials in my inventory that I found in the warehouse. If I put 5 S-rank materials into the blank blueprint, I wonder what quality of defensive gear it would create. The auctioneer's voice boomed. And now, I declare the auction officially open, he gestured. And for your viewing pleasure, our first item for auction, a cage, and inside it, a fiend girl. A maiden of the Dark Elf clan. The announcer's voice rose with excitement. Our first auction item, a maiden of the Dark Elf clan. Starting price, 380,000 demon crystals. This rare commodity immediately sent a buzz through the auction house. A dark elf being sold at an auction right here in the Nightshade Demon's territory. That's a rare sight. It's true. If this were in the Annihilator Demon's territory, it would be pretty common. She doesn't look half bad. Might be worth buying her for a bit of fun. Perched in a secluded spot with Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen, Diu Lin was, as expected, intrigued. A dark elf, huh? I guess they're a unique elven race from the dark world. It was her first time seeing one. My junior once said that there's conflict among the fiends, and it's not uncommon for them to enslave other demon races. She secretly glanced at his expression. But my junior is usually as emotional as a block of ice. He seems completely uninterested in women. He would definitely never make a move. To her surprise, Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen immediately sealed the deal with a single bid. 380,000. Diolin was so stunned she could only stand there with her mouth agape. The auctioneer's excited voice boomed out. I can't believe it. We already have a lord bidding 380,000 mana crystals. Do I hear a higher bid? He even emphasized the rules of this auction house. To be able to sit in a private room, one must be a noble demon lord. I wonder which territory he hails from. Usually, the private rooms are empty, so this time there's probably only one lord present. Competing with a great lord over a mere slave is not a wise choice. Hearing him say that, the crowd below went completely silent. Who would dare to compete? 380,000 going once? 380,000 going twice. 380,000! Sold! Yunchen had effortlessly won Kai Kai. When he heard a knock on the door, he coldly ordered them in. It was the staff from the Demon World auction house, here to deliver his purchase. Esteemed lord, the slave you requested has been brought here. Please inspect her. Yunchen tossed the payment to him and quickly sealed the deal. Fine, the mana crystals are all here. You can go now. The stone he held was a spatial mana stone, the standard storage tool in the dark world. With the transaction complete, the man bowed respectfully and left. Yes, sir. Diulin laughed, amused. So, our little junior is interested in beautiful women after all. Just like Headmaster Ha, a contract with a dark elf servant wouldn't be so bad. He stood up to correct her. I think you've misunderstood something, President. It's true that I have a grade A soul contract. It was a gift from Principal Ye Ban. Yun Chen walked over to Kai Kai, stating firmly, but I have no intention of using it on her. She flinched as he raised his hand, but he was simply undoing her shackles. Then he smiled gently and officially told her, Congratulations, you're free. Kai Kai bent over in a 90-degree bow, eternally grateful. Thank you, my lord. Please, my lord, tell me your name. I will surely repay your kindness. Yun Chen turned to leave, waving his hand with an air of authority. My name is Vu Teach, Lord of Taroko City. There's no need to repay me. You should just head home and try not to get captured again. Kai Kai didn't dare hesitate, bidding a hasty farewell. "Thank you, my lord." The moment she was gone, Duolin started nagging him. "Let me tell you something, Junior. The dark elves of the dark world are different from the elves of our world. They're considered a type of demon spawn, you know. You went to all the trouble of buying her just to let her go. You're too kind." And yet, Yun Chen simply replied decisively, "Don't worry, President. I have my own plans." The auction house announcer was still hyping up the crowd below. "Next up, let me present to you our 8th item. It is an extremely rare and precious material, taken from deep within the stone forest of the Forsaken. It can be used to craft defensive gear or weapons, and can also be refined into necrotic energy to strengthen the body." Excitedly presenting the item, he announced the price in a loud voice. "Its name is the Primal Deathstone. The starting bid is 7,600,000 mana crystals." A commotion erupted from the audience below. Bids were shouted out one after another. 8 million mana crystals, 8,300,000, 8,800,000, 9 million, 9,700,000. Finally, the item Yun Chen had been waiting for had appeared. Baha's intelligence wasn't wrong. This auction really did have an S-class material up for grabs. If I can just get my hands on it, I'll only need 2 more S-class pieces to complete the defensive equipment set. From his private box up high, he called out a crisp, clear bid. 12 million mana coins. The crowd was stunned by his sheer audacity, but they still tried to fight for the mana stone. He's making his move again. Of course, for an item this good, the Lord wouldn't just let it go. But so what? The Death Origin Stone is just as important to me. They kept raising the price. 12 million, 800,000, 13 million. Without wasting another word, Yun Chen shouted a staggering number, 20 million mana coins. With his bottomless resources, he obviously wasn't afraid of a financial showdown with anyone. "I have the accumulated wealth of an entire city in my hands. You think the likes of you can move me?" Knowing it was a done deal, the auctioneer moved to close. 20 million. As expected of the Great Lord, truly a generous bid. Is there anyone with a higher offer? The crowd below could only watch helplessly as the item was snatched away. Damn it, the Lord is really playing for keeps. Even if we nobles are rich, we can't beat the wealth of an entire city. It's not even a comparison. We have to give up. The sound of his gavel echoed through the auction hall once more. 20 million. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to the esteemed Lord. The precious Death Origin Stone now belongs to you. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the stage. A group of strangers swarmed in from both sides of the auditorium. From the looks of it, this was the work of some dark cultists. The demons were stunned, whispering amongst themselves, "What's happening? The auction house is under attack. Could it be those damn humans?" The intruders, on the other hand, were ecstatic, slaughtering everyone in their path, so many of them, and demons too. "This time, we can really cut loose and kill to our heart's content." They yelled to each other, unleashing attacks without a second thought, not caring who their targets were. The demons suffered heavy losses. Those who could run just scrambled for their lives. This is bad. They really are humans. "Please, please don't kill me. I can give you as many mana coins as you want. Someone, call the guards. Damn it, by the time the guards get here, we'll be dead. Run!" Their sudden appearance completely stunned Yulin. "They're human." She stared at Yun Chen, bewildered. Why are there humans in the dark world? He crossed his arms, calmly observing. Their origins are unclear. They aren't weak. 2nd tier, level 40 to 50, and 2 of them are 3rd tier. This is definitely not something an auction house of this level can handle. He glanced at the empty display stand, his mood souring. And what's more, they stole the material I needed. After ransacking the auction house, the group of humans made their way back, their haul plentiful. They chattered excitedly amongst themselves. "That auction house had so much good stuff. My storage backpack is full, and we got to kill so many of those. Asterisk other kinds times on the side. Man, that felt good." The High Priest of Light quickly cut them off. "But our mission isn't complete yet. The new Archon requires many precious materials for his 3rd tier advancement. We've now obtained the Death Origin Stone." Looking at a map, she planned the route for the team. "We should head to the next location on the treasure map." But things weren't going to be that easy. Yun Chen had already tracked them down. He spoke with an imposing aura, his words a clear warning. "Grab the goods and run, huh? How interesting. It seems you and I have a lot to talk about." The humans, confident in their numbers, immediately took a fighting stance. "I can't believe someone was stupid enough to follow us. Let's finish this quick." He transformed, right in front of them. "In the form of a human," Yun Chen continued, a cheerful tone in his voice. "I think there's been some kind of misunderstanding. We can talk." Yun Chen and Duolin stood face to face with the band of humans who had just plundered the demon world's auction house. After seeing his transformation, one of them with a big mouth guessed could he be a human disguised as a demonkin. The high priestess seemed more cautious, suggesting it could also be a demonkin disguised as a human. Yunchen's voice was sharp as he questioned the group of humans. You people are human, yet you're not corroded by the dark aura, and you have no qualms about slaughtering demonkin. You don't seem like followers of darkness either. So, who are you loyal to? How did you get to the dark world, and what is your purpose here? Suddenly, his demeanor changed in an instant. It turned out the high priestess, without a word, had summoned the spear of repentance for a preemptive strike. Of course, Yun Chen and Du Lin were able to dodge it with ease. He snarled in fury. It seems they don't want to talk. She then chimed in, casting a support spell, Sacred Dew. Under the effect of the buffing spell, the humans were all filled with immense power, as if an endless strength was surging through them. They roared in unison. It looks like the Archbishop can't wait any longer. He wants to crush them. They all swarmed forward, attacking Yun Chen and Du Lin. Facing a burly man, she still insisted on reasoning with him. I'm not lying to you. We really are human, not disguised demonkin. It would be incredibly stupid to slaughter our own kind in the dark world. And yet, he just cursed right back at her. Who the hell are you to call yourself one of us? Go to hell. Meanwhile, Yun Chen was busy handling 3 of them at once. A young man with a spear aimed a decisive strike at his weak spot. He ducked under the attack, taunting sarcastically, going straight for the kill, are we? It's rare to meet people from home. Shouldn't we be a little happier about this? The man shouted back. Demonkin or human, anyone who doesn't worship the Lord is a heretic. He unleashed a triple light flame strike right at Yun Chen, atone for your rebellious sins with your lives. Seeing their comrade's magnificent display, the other humans were thrilled. He took a full power blow from a Tier 3 powerhouse head-on. That guy must have been turned to ash. His body and soul have been thoroughly purified. He can finally rest in peace. The one who launched the attack was also arrogantly certain of his victory, but his expression quickly shifted to one of shock, because he had stopped his spear tip with one hand, as if it were nothing. I've killed Tier 3 Demonkin before, and you think a bunch of Tier 3 Holy Knights, with just a light squeeze, he shattered the spearhead, can kill me? Yun Chen's voice dropped, a chilling declaration of his power. If you can't purify me, then I'll just have to purify your brains instead. The spear-wielding human immediately froze, only able to stammer. And he did exactly as he said, using a fusion skill to create an ice fist, a full power blow packed into a single punch. But this was a physical times purification. After gathering power to unleash the heaven-shattering ice fissure, that human's final day had come. He threw an earth-shattering punch that sent the man flying for miles. Of course, there was no way he could have blocked an attack of that magnitude. The man lay motionless on the ground. No matter how big he talked, now he was just a corpse. Having made his point, Yun Chen tilted his head at the others and said, "The power gap is obvious. Now, are we ready to talk?" And yet, like moths to a flame, they charged at him, seeking their own deaths. Our lives are worth nothing. It's all for our great Lord. Kill him. All he could do was sigh at them. What a bunch of lunatics. Naturally, Yun Chen and Du Lin cleaned up all the small fry, leaving only the high priestess and one other man tied up. She frowned and told him, "These people are all maniacs. The way they attack, it's clear they don't care about their own lives. I couldn't hold back. I killed them all." Glancing at the corpses behind her, he whispered coldly, "Killed them all, huh?" Without a hint of emotion, Yun Chen went on to praise Duolin's divine skills. "Just what I'd expect from the guildmaster. You don't get soft when it counts." He observed them and continued, "Their classes are mostly holy knights and holy swordsmen. This woman is also a Tier 3 high priestess of light. Quite the holy bunch, aren't they?" She nodded, agreeing with Yun Chen's assessment. Indeed, these classes are extremely common in the Holy Empire, but this is the dark world. Looking straight at the priestess, his voice hardened as he questioned her. "If I'm not mistaken, the humans wreaking havoc all over the dark world, continuously attacking the Demonkin. That's you people. Tell me your purpose and the power behind you. Who knows, maybe I'll even join you." Suddenly, a strange sigil on the high priestess's forehead began to glow brightly. "Join us? The only ones qualified to join our Advent organization are us. Are you prepared to offer everything to the Lord?" Du Lin sensed the danger and quickly pulled Yun Chen back. "This is bad. It's the wing of law. Get away." The woman cursed them before the sigil activated. "Die, you heretics." As soon as the words left her lips, her body violently self-destructed in a massive explosion. Against the power of the blast, he quickly fused the mage's magic shield and the druid's guardian vines, unleashing the shield of life to create a sturdy barrier of plants to protect Duolin and himself. In the distance, one of the humans suddenly stirred. His eyes snapped open, determined to use the chaos to his advantage. This was his chance. It took a long time for the smoke from the explosion to clear. Thanks to the plant barrier, the two of them were unharmed. Duolin explained in a low voice to Yun Chen that the Wing of Law is a special artifact from the Holy Empire. It's detonated by the user when they believe they have violated a commandment. So, it's like a self-destruct device, he stated bluntly. To carve something that dangerous into their own bodies, they're truly insane. But it's still not enough to take us down with them. After the explosion, his long-sought treasure was finally revealed. The Death Prima Stone had dropped, and conveniently, so had a museum map and a few other things. Let's call it an unexpected haul. In addition, Yun Chen used his appraisal skill to examine the white feather in his hand, but surprisingly, both its quality and its effects were unidentifiable. This white feather, just like the black feather that dropped from the follower of darkness earlier, couldn't be appraised. It might be some kind of identification emblem. That woman called her group the Advent Organization before she died. I wonder if it has any connection to the Advent Organization from our world. Dieu Lin thought deeply, proposing a hypothesis. It could just be another organization with the same name. After all, the Advent Organization of the Dark Disciples worshipped the Demonkin. They hoped for the advent of Demonkin, but these people are the exact opposite. They take glory in killing Demonkin, and they aren't loyal to the human world either. On this point, he immediately agreed with her. That's right. I wonder what kind of advent this Advent organization is hoping for. Oh, right, Guildmaster. There's one more thing. It turned out Yun Chen had noticed early on that one of the humans was playing dead to escape. You made a point to kill every last one of them earlier, but one of them actually slipped away. Yun Chen and Diu Lin approached the bodies to examine them. He already understood her plan. President, you let that guy get away on purpose, didn't you? Diu Lin nodded immediately. Of course. I knew I couldn't hide it from my favorite junior, she continued in a stern voice, explaining to him. Besides, it's hard to get any intel out of lunatics like them, leaving one alive to lead the way. If we're lucky, we might even get a chance to infiltrate their organization. Looking at the corpse of the one who used buffs on his teammates, she sneered with contempt. These guys slaughter common demonkin. On the surface, it looks like they're on humanity's side. But Dulin had already seen through the deep-seated scheme of these humans. In reality, they couldn't inflict any real damage on the dark world. On the contrary, all it does is increase the hatred between demonkin and humans, leading to even more frenzied revenge. In the long run, it's nothing but a catalyst for war. Dulin's resolve became firmer than ever. For humans to do something like this, it's just despicable. I have to find out what they're really after. Yun Chen responded frankly. You know I can't go with you. I don't need to tell you how dangerous it is for a human to operate in the dark world. Far from being offended, Duolin tried to coax him into helping. So, my little junior is worried about me? How sweet. But I want to infiltrate a human organization, so it doesn't matter that I can't disguise myself as a demon kin. She flirted cheerfully with Yun Chen. This senior doesn't want to always be hiding behind her junior, you know? It was rare to find something to do, so he should have been happy. Though he was a little worried about her, he just remained silent. Duolin took the initiative to follow the fanatical humans on her own. Goodbye, future great demon of the 72 pillars. He watched her go, seriously telling her to be safe, then gave a firm wave without any reluctance. Duolin replied cheerfully, You too. After saying goodbye to her, Yun Chen quickly made his own plans. He transformed back into his demon kin form, Vu Tich, and thought to himself, asterisk. And with the Death Stone, I now have 3 S-rank materials. No leads on the other 2. I'll go back and ask Ba Ha first, asterisk. Suddenly, the scene before him was staggering. His city guards were strewn across the ground, defeated. The moment they saw Yun Chen, they reported in a rush. My lord, a high-ranking demon under Lord Carlos attacked. We couldn't stop them. Just as he'd expected. Asterisk Carlos, one of the 3 great demon lords who holds the real power in the Black Knight demon nation. He's come sooner than I anticipated. Asterisk. Heading straight into the city, Yun Chen didn't forget to order his soldier, take the surviving guards to get treated. I'll handle the rest. At that moment, Ross was arrogantly trampling on Ba Ha. He stomped on the man's body in anger. Just a tiny, remote city, and you dare to refuse our levy of war supplies and soldiers? Who gave you this courage? Under his assault, Ba Ha remained unyielding. It was all the Lord's command. We were only following orders. Besides, years of conscription have caused many residents to flee the territory. Everyone agrees with his methods. Ross didn't let him finish, stomping his head so hard it cracked the floor. He questioned deceitfully, compared to an order from the 3 great demon lords. What is his time's order? I didn't realize you were so loyal. Is it because of that weak-willed strategy of his? Baha declared in a sharp, defiant voice. That's part of it. And besides, I have relatives here. Though the Lord's orders seem perfunctory, he has genuinely given them a better life. Of course, more importantly, it's his style. I like it a lot. His thoughts turned to Ha Quin Than as he continued to explain. Ever since the Black Knight Demon Nation was infiltrated by that terrifying woman, the Sorceress City not only got a new lord, but because everyone knew this lord's power was artificially inflated and insufficient, there would always be some insubordinate, high-ranking demon looking to seize power. Baha pointed out the injustice without flinching. Though no matter who becomes lord, they'd be no different. They would only pledge faith to the three great demon lords. He strained with all his might to get up, continuing resolutely. Only Lord Vu Teach is different. His faith in Yun Chen was absolute. Serving a man like that is much more liberating than serving those cowards. He bows to no one, no matter who he faces. That's just irritating to hear. Ross slammed another fist into his back. Liberating, is it? Raging Skyfall. He rained a barrage of punches on Baha, treating him like a punching bag. How about some more liberation? And some more. Are you feeling liberated now? He grabbed the man by the neck. Even as Ross squeezed, Baha's faith remained unshaken. When the Lord returns, he will show you no mercy. Ross laughed savagely and declared with a sneer, "Is that so? You clearly don't understand. The master of this city is about to change." He looked straight at him, continuing arrogantly, "Lord Carlos has ordered me to kill Vutich and take his place. Cleaning house before the official promotion. Not a bad idea." Just as Baha's life was in grave danger, Yun Chen appeared in the nick of time. He grabbed Ross's hand, stopping him in his tracks. He growled, enunciating every word. "My house is not for you to clean." The moment he finished speaking, Yun Chen crippled his arm. Ross screamed in agony. Realizing he was up against someone formidable, Ross temporarily retreated to keep his distance. Looking at his broken arm, he trembled unconsciously. Asterisk. This is wrong. I didn't sense his presence at all. This guy's strength is far beyond what I expected. Plus, with that demonic royal artifact, I'm no match for him. Asterisk. He coldly told him to deliver his ultimatum to his master. Go back and tell Carlos he doesn't need to come looking for me. 1 year from now, at the duel, I will come for him. Tell him to wash his neck and wait. Ross turned to leave, furious. Asterisk. You times think you can touch the throne of the 72 demon pillars? Very well. You will pay the price for this foolish thought. But of course, Yun Chen wasn't about to let him go so easily. Did I say you could leave? He teleported in front of him. Ross trembled and asked, "What do you want?" Without another word, he drove a fist straight into his stomach. Yun Chen quickly used his fused skill, combining Shadow Flow Pierce, Shadow Steel, and martial arts into light-handed combo, and unleashed masterful pickpocket on him. Just like that, he stripped him clean of every valuable item he had. The soldiers watching Yun Chen's technique were all stunned. What's happening? It looks like the Lord is just hitting him, but you can see it with your own eyes. He's being stripped clean, they said to each other with glee. Ross, on the other hand, was utterly humiliated, able only to curse him, "You bastard," trying to regain some dignity. For his honor, he lunged forward to attack Yun Chen. "I'm going to kill you." And yet, his punch landed with a soft, pathetic thud, doing absolutely nothing. Rot thought to himself, completely helpless, "This isn't right. This feeling. It's like my attack became pathetically weak. Why is this happening?" Is his defense just that strong? He explained with an air of superiority. "Your attribute points, your equipment, your skills, your talent, all of it now belongs to me." Placing one hand on the man's chest, Yun Chen delivered the final, satisfying blow with a casual tone. "Right now, you are incredibly weak." And he really did just give him a light push. Rot was sent flying several hundred meters, so gravely injured he couldn't move, unable to withstand a single blow. Yun Chen had officially taken down the punk named Rot, getting justice for his city's soldiers. Knowing he was outmatched, all he could do was scream in helpless rage. "My strength, my equipment, it's all gone. How could this happen? How?" The guards, though covered in injuries, were ecstatic. In such a short time, a high-ranking demon was defeated so easily, and not just defeated, but stripped of everything he had. Is our Lord's power really this terrifying? He sat majestically on his throne and asked them coldly, "My guards, it seems he beat you pretty badly earlier." Yun Chen rested his chin on his hand, settling in to enjoy the show. Now he has no power to fight back. Are you all just going to stand there and watch? Though they understood what he meant, the guards were still hesitant. They tried to explain, their voices filled with fear. But he's one of Lord Carlos Los's men. Who would dare touch him? Beating him up might feel good for a moment, but will surely face his revenge later. Besides, he's a noble, high-ranking demon. What right do we have to lay a hand on him?" Yun Chen crossed his arms and spoke with a grave tone, calling his loyal subordinate, "Ba-ha." A furious fire lit up in his eyes. He challenged him, his voice powerful. "Are you just like them?" Yun Chen's voice seemed to carry all the powerlessness felt by the lower classes, like Baha and the city guards. Just because he works for Carlos Los, just because he's a demon from one of the 3 great core cities, you are nothing but insects in his eyes. You can be stomped to death without so much as a complaint. These words finally struck a chord, igniting the subordinate's own deep-seated resentment. Baha strode decisively towards Rot. The other guards watched, a murmur spreading through their ranks. What is the Lord Steward doing? Is he Going to make a move? No way. He's probably just checking the guy's injuries. He's always been a cautious man. He would never do it. Yeah, his specialty is talking his way through complex situations. Fighting? Don't be ridiculous. Even in this state, he was still running his mouth. A bunch of lowlifes from some remote backwater territory. Think you're worthy of touching me? Your lord is a dead man walking. Lord Carlos will kill him sooner or later. Are you really stupid enough to throw your life away for him? Baha had held it in long enough. Without another word, he drove his foot straight into the man's gut with a swift, decisive kick. The guards' jaws dropped, and they stared in disbelief, whispering to each other, "Holy crap, that's one of Lord Carlos's men. The Lord Minister dares to make a move? Has he lost his mind? He's gone insane. Lord Baha is completely insane. Just what you'd expect from Yun Chen's most loyal subordinate. He was lecturing everyone, his voice ringing out. Haven't you all heard him clearly? This is the attitude of the three great demon lords toward us. He cut a bloody path right through our own people, showing no mercy at all. Are you content to be nothing more than lowly ants?" Turning toward the young man on the throne, his voice was sharp, stirring the hearts of the people. "The chance to turn our fortunes is right in front of us. Our lord, Yun Chen, is about to become a scion of the 72 pillar demons, and yet you're all afraid to even touch a high demon who's lost his power? What right do cowards like you have to be his people? What right do you have to follow him?" Yun Chen raised his voice, calling out to everyone, "Pledge your lives to me, and we will overthrow the three great demon lords. Or, you can continue to live out your pathetic lives here as ants." His amplified voice echoed as he laid it out plainly. "I give you the choice." His overwhelming presence finally swayed the hearts of the demons under his command. "To hell with the three great demon lords. I've had it up to here with those bastards. Supplying soldiers for the front lines was supposed to be shared equally among the territories, but they forced their share onto us. That's why the common folk hate our guts. Now, we're the future subordinates of a 72-pillar demon lord. Our status is completely different now, beating up a noble, high-ranking demon. Just the thought of it makes me tremble with excitement. Radiating killing intent, the guards surrounded Rot like starving tigers closing in on their prey. He flinched, screaming in a panic. "You! What do you think you're doing? You filth! If you dare touch me, you won't be able to bear the consequences." At this point, of course, none of the guards gave a damn about him. They rushed in and beat him without mercy. The three great demon lords? If someone wants to swallow that insult, let them. Compared to a future 72-pillar demon, what the hell is one high demon? "A great future awaits us, a straight shot to the top. You bastard are nothing but a stepping stone for us. Beat him harder," Rot screamed in agony. "You damn bastards!" In the end, the guards beat him to a pulp and threw him outside. He lay there for a long time, motionless from the pain, his face swollen. Rot struggled to get up. "I'll report everything. Lord Carlos will never forgive you." After the satisfaction of the beating wore off, the guards came to their senses and panic set in. It was like our Lord's words had some kind of magic in them. I just suddenly lost my mind. What have I done? We're screwed. They're going to come for revenge. What do we do? Baha, the one who'd led the charge, was huddled in a corner, sobbing. I must have been insane to do something like that. The Citadel is doomed. Only Yun Chen remained calm, reassuring everyone. Everyone has their moments of madness. There's no need to be afraid, he thought to himself. Inspiring courage in this lot really isn't easy. It turned out he had used a combination of skills, warrior's synergy, battle cry, and lancer's exhilaration to successfully rouse the people. If I hadn't secretly used my skills to push them, I'm afraid they would have never dared to act in the end. Of course, it was also because they already held so much resentment in their hearts. Otherwise, no matter what skills I used, it wouldn't have been this effective. Seeing Baha's pitiful state, Yun Chen felt a great deal of sympathy. Though he admitted what he did was a bit underhanded, at least the objective was achieved. They have no other choice now but to pledge their lives to me, and I will do everything in my power to ensure they achieve a higher status. He quickly gave him a command. Baha, I have a new mission for you. Use all of our mana crystals and resources to strengthen the guards' constitutions as much as possible. He looked at the spatial magic stone, unable to believe how generous the young lord was being. Most of the previous Lord Vadi's storeroom inventory was inside it. Everyone knows that strength is the only thing that matters. But what kind of lord would invest so much capital like this? Yun Chen pressed him further. I had you look into those S-class materials. Any progress? Baha answered honestly, shaking his head. No. That stuff is incredibly hard to find. We were lucky to even see it at an auction once. He then excitedly pulled out the map he got from those humans and showed it to him. Looks like this treasure map is the only lead we have left. Baha, take a look. You think this thing is legit? An expert like him could grasp it instantly. The route wasn't complicated. Cross the endless desert, the vanishing swamp, and the city of nothingness, and you'll reach the flame demon's purgatory. Suddenly, Baha realized the map's hidden meaning. He urgently warned Yun Chen, this isn't a treasure map at all. It's obviously a trap meant to deceive people. This was expected, so he wasn't particularly surprised. You mean it's fake? There's no treasure? Baha explained in a low voice. No. If you actually follow this map, you wouldn't just find S-class materials. You might even find an unbelievably vast treasure. But the problem is the destination. The Flame Demon's Purgatory, territory of the raging Flame Demon clan. According to Baha, you could call that place a forbidden land of pure brutality. The raging Flame Demon clan is a race of fiends that existed even before the Void Demons split into the 72 clans. They were immensely powerful. Their chieftain's strength was on par with any of the 72 demon pillars. But then one day, the entire clan was suddenly wiped out. As for the specific reason, everyone has a different theory. Some say they angered a god and were destroyed. Others say they provoked the Void Demons and were exterminated. But no matter how it happened, one thing is certain: the Flame Demon's Purgatory holds an endless treasure. That's why many powerful demons, even demon lords, have traveled countless miles to get there. In the end, forget getting any treasure, they were lucky if they made it back alive. Ultimately, it was this worry that made him clasp his hands and plead with Yun Chen. Please forgive my impertinence, my lord, but it would be best if you abandoned this idea. Even setting aside the purgatory itself, the endless desert alone is teeming with fiends. The vanishing swamp is even more dangerous. No fiend has ever made it out alive. But this only strengthened his resolve to set out on the expedition. On the contrary, I feel it's well worth a try. At the very least, it won't be a wasted effort. Yun Chen thought to himself excitedly, this feels just like a secret dungeon instance. I'm great at clearing out mobs, and with so many divine skills at my disposal, staying alive won't be a problem. Baha sighed, his worries deepening. My lord, you always travel alone. I hope you will also think of our city. This journey is long, and there's no telling when you'll return. What if the 3 great demon lords send their assassins here again? He shot back decisively. They won't. Given the power I've displayed, unless they come here personally, sending more fiends will just be sending them to their graves. Besides, the battle for the 72 pillars is just 1 year away. Instead of dealing with us, they'll be focusing on accumulating power for themselves. As expected of a steward, his counsel was always thoughtful and reasonable. What you say makes sense, my lord. But it would still be better to prepare for the unexpected. At the very least, please take this sensor crystal and a town portal scroll. If something happens to the city, as long as you aren't in a special dimension, you'll be able to return at any time. Yun Chen took them and gave Baha a decisive order. Fine. Prepare the supplies for the journey. We leave tomorrow. Meanwhile, somewhere in the dark world, Duolin had successfully infiltrated the lair of the Advent organization. Getting in was surprisingly simple. These guys are unbelievably naive. All I had to do was shout their slogan about dedicating everything to the Supreme Lord. I just put on their uniform, yelled the catchphrase, and they treated me like one of their own. Maybe it was this easy because I'm human. I have no idea who this lord is, but shouting his name seems to do the trick. A human spoke reverently. Will the new high priestess please enter the courtyard so we may begin today's prayer to the Supreme Lord? The person ascended the platform step by step, but it was their identity that left Duolin absolutely stunned. What's going on? That new high priestess is? After getting a clear look at the priestess's face, she gasped in her mind, Lucy? A crowd gathered together to pray as Lucy's voice rang out. Oh, Supreme Lord, your will makes us resilient. Your tolerance allows us to grow. She bowed her head, hands clasped together, and said piously, Serving you is our honor. We will offer our everything for you. Standing in the back, Duolin watched Lucy's every move, thinking to herself, who would have thought I'd run into an old acquaintance in the dark world? And one who's doing much better than me. At that, this situation is bad. If she recognizes me, I'm definitely in trouble. Her expression grew tense as a drop of sweat rolled down her face. But I don't have any appearance-altering skills or any items to change my face. Should I retreat? I might not get another chance to infiltrate this deep again. Her brow furrowed, her mind in turmoil. What do I do? Ah, that's right. There is one thing I can use. Lucy turned from the stage and spoke cheerfully to the crowd. Thank you, everyone, for completing today's prayer with me. Next, I have an announcement for you all. Unfortunately, she continued, her face bright and radiant, the believers who were previously helping us gather the reincarnation materials have been completely wiped out. The crowd below was stunned. They cried out, What? Wiped out? But the team leader was with 2 reincarnation priests. Disgusting fiends. No matter how many we kill, it's never enough. Lucy held out a dark, shadowy hand as she offered words of comfort. Everyone, do not be sad, she began to explain. The They sacrificed their lives for me, and by extension, for the Supreme Lord. Even in death, they surely have no regrets. But, so that I may communicate with the Lord more easily, my reincarnation must finally proceed. We are still missing a great many materials. One person among them disagreed with Lucy's demands. He raised his voice in response. The High Priestess is the Lord's oracle, able to communicate directly with him. You are more important than any of us, but the materials you require are too difficult to find. We have to accept the risks. Even though we wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice our lives for the Lord, staying alive allows us to do more for him. Duelin pushed her way through the crowd, drawing confused stares from everyone. She shouted, "A bunch of cowards, afraid of death." She strode forward with a decisive and commanding air. "Is this all the faith you have in the Lord?" Duelin glared down at the crowd and declared aggressively, "The High Priestess is so noble, and all she asks for are a few materials. For her, whether we have to steal, to rob, or to die, isn't that all a matter of course? Why are you even hesitating?" Lucy was extremely pleased with Duelin's words. She spread her arms wide and exclaimed with glee, "Oh my, what pure and devout faith this is. Hurry, come to me, and tell me your name." Duelin was pretty flustered at this point. She hesitated and replied, "My name is Lu Miaolingzi." Damn it, I completely forgot the name. Lu Miaolingzi just went with the name her little brother gave her. Lucy's voice perked up. "What an interesting name. Why is your face all wrapped in bandages? Are you hurt?" Duelin answered decisively, "Yes. My face was destroyed by demonic spawn, but I believe the Supreme Lord will help me restore it sooner or later." A benevolent expression washed over her face when she heard Duelin. She replied with satisfaction, "Such devout faith, it's truly captivating. The only unfortunate thing is that your voice sounds an awful lot like a pathetic little pig I once met." Hearing Lucy insult her, Duelin got extremely irritated. In her head, she was silently cursing, asterisk, "You're the pig. Your whole damn family is pigs. Calm down, asterisk." Black feathers drifted down slowly. She took Duelin's hand reassuringly. "But of course, she is not worthy of being compared to you. I will report everything about you to the Lord, including your faith." Lucy's black wings snapped open like a fan, enveloping them both. "It is more than worthy of moving the heart of the Supreme Lord." The crowd below exclaimed in surprise, "My God, this is a miracle bestowed by the Master. Her faith has truly moved the Lord." "Lady Lucy, please forgive our previous disrespect. Even if we have to steal, rob, or even sacrifice our lives, we will definitely help you gather the materials. Please, you must tell the Lord of our faith." Duelin looked up, annoyed. She scoffed inwardly. Asterisk, a miracle? My ass. It's obviously just some flashy skills and props, creating a visual effect. Asterisk. Asterisk. These people must be insane. So easy to fool. Asterisk. Lucy held out her hand and said, "Follower Lu Miaolingzi, I hope you will lead the new team in search of materials. Are you willing to take on this responsibility?" Duelin reluctantly replied, "Of course, my great High Priestess." Although she agreed with her words, her heart was screaming no. She narrowed her eyes, thinking, asterisk, still playing this hand-kissing game? Disgusting. Just you wait. When I lead you into my trap, I'll make you lick my feet. Asterisk. Elsewhere, Yun Chen's footprints marked the ground. He walked while reading a book, using his finger to point in the direction he needed to go. Endless desert. This boundless place. Yun Chen stopped and said, "Doesn't belong to any demon tribe." In the danger zone, two giant monsters stood on a stone ledge, looking down below. This place was named for the countless monsters within. He drew his sword, readying his fighting stance. Well then, let's enjoy this again. He narrowed his eyes. It had been a long time since he'd had the feeling of hunting monsters. Yun Chen gripped the sword in his hand and shot forward like the wind. Skill fusion, swordsman, blade dancer's speed, sky veil flash. He unleashed a beautiful, horizontal golden slash. The roar of hundreds of monsters echoed as they charged toward him. He remained calm, fighting them one by one. A monster's hand swung past his eyes, and Yun Chen skillfully dodged it. He fought, as he thought. The terrain here is wide, and the monsters are scattered. Killing them one by one is a waste of time and energy. A flying monster zipped past him. He quickly slapped it out of the air and continued his thought. Asterisk. Even though I brought plenty of supplies, there's no telling how long it'll take to get out of this endless desert. So, managing my consumption is critical. Asterisk. The number of monsters grew larger and larger. They began to pile on top of each other, forming a shield wall. First, I'll wound them. Get their attention. The shield wall of monsters was nearly complete. Yun Chen began to calculate in his head. Asterisk. And gather them together. Asterisk. The monsters were now like a solid wall. Asterisk. Then, I'll eliminate them cleanly. Asterisk. He began to use a skill fusion. Arm wrap of the sorcerer. Disperse mana. A wave of blue light shot out from his weapon. The blue wave ensnared the giant frog. Yun Chen leaped up, creating a source of sparkling green energy. That energy flowed down onto the piles of stacked monsters. The two forces merged, creating a beautiful current of water. He glanced over at them. He held the gun in his hand and lamented, "Insect-type monsters sound like a pain." Weapon equip, terrifying demonic element, dual pistol form, hunting rifle, rapid-fire pistol. Yun Chen glanced to his right. Just then, globs of green slime began flying at him relentlessly. The corpses of monsters were scattered across the ground. He knelt before one of the monsters' bodies and said, "Unlike in dungeons, killing monsters here doesn't drop equipment. Even if you want to get materials, you have to process the corpses yourself. Luckily, I still get experience points, so it's not a total waste." Yun Chen reached inside the monster's body to pull something out. Besides, the monsters here drop something that dungeon monsters don't. A sparkling pink stone appeared. He looked at it and said, "A magic crystal, filled with dark magic. It can be absorbed by the demon tribes to become stronger." Coins of a similar color slowly fell. The fact that magic coins can become the common currency in the dark world is also because they're made from magic crystals, which have some intrinsic value. He looked to his left and spoke. "The attributes stolen by the plundering hand won't last forever, but skills can be learned directly, and using the skills of the demon tribes requires consuming dark magic. A green flame combined with a demonic aura. Theoretically, as long as I have dark magic and learn the skills of the demonic spawn, I can directly use the low-level skills of a jobless wanderer." Yun Chen told himself, despite the low-level skill limitations of a jobless wanderer, this behavior is basically like exploiting a bug. The only way to know if it's possible is to try. 3 months later, on a mountain cave, a strange, dim purple light emanated from within. Yun Chen was sitting on a rock, admiring the view below as he spoke. 3 months of grinding monsters, reached level 7, and collected a ton of loot. He looked up and continued, "This amount should be enough for me to try. Even if I fail, I can sell it for money, so it won't be a total loss." Then, Yun Chen looked towards the cave and thought, "Asterisk, I've already set a large number of traps at the cave entrance, so I don't need to worry about safety." Asterisk, he stepped inside the cave, and streams of purple light flew towards him one after another. Yun Chen's voice rang out again. "Everything's ready. Let's begin." He started to cough, his body aching and feeling extremely uncomfortable. Yun Chen cried out, "It hurts so much." But when he looked down at his hands, he saw black cracks spreading across them. Feeling that something was wrong, he shouted, "My body, it's collapsing! What's happening?" His hands were covered in disgusting gray marks. Yun Chen cried out in surprise. "No, this isn't right. It's more like this dark power is trying to destroy my body before rebuilding it. Heal! Heal!" No matter how many times he called out, it had no effect. He sighed helplessly. Right now, his body from the bones to the muscles, blood vessels, and flesh was completely transforming into that of a demon scion. A dark aura swirled around him from behind. A viscous slime secreted from all directions, forming a solid cocoon around him. He thought wearily, immense power surging uncontrollably from within his body. Yun Chen's eyes were dull, and sweat poured down his face. Is this dark power? He was gradually losing consciousness. A voice echoed in his head. "Miss Xia. Miss Xia." He remembered his conversation with Qing Cheng. Yun Chen, walking behind her, had called out, "Miss Xia, you said the fundamental difference between the dark world and our world is the higher concentration of mana in the air." His expression was serious as he asked, "If we humans were to live in the dark world and adapt, could we become as strong as the demon race?" Qing Cheng raised a finger and replied, "It's possible, but only on the condition that you can truly adapt. This kind of adaptation isn't just about survival. It means adapting completely, just like demon kind, to the point where you can even use the unique dark mana of their world." A drop of water fell from a purple pool as Qing Cheng continued. "It's just like the saying, quantity creates a qualitative change. The extremely high concentration of mana causes it to transform in the dark world, creating a type of dark mana that is superior to ordinary mana. There have been demons who stole our skills, and when they used them with dark mana, the effects were significantly enhanced." Yun Chen asked quizzically, "What about a person using demon skills?" She replied, "Impossible. Demon skills can only be used with dark mana. Ordinary mana won't work." Qing Cheng began to explain in detail. "On the other hand, they can use our skills, but we can't use theirs. It's not fair, is it? But that's the undeniable reality. The inferior will always be outmatched by the superior. That's the rule." Yun Chen rubbed his chin, musing to himself, "But I can use the Demon Venerate talent and the Netherworld Flame. Those are both demonic things." She pointed at him and said, "The Netherworld Flame was just a seed item. Only after you absorbed it did it become your skill. As for the Demon Venerate talent, that was granted by a god. Only a god can defy the rules, change the rules, or even create new ones." Qing Cheng stated definitively, "Only a god." She walked over to Yun Chen. "If you want to obtain the power of demon kind," She placed a hand on his shoulder and said seriously, "You could do what the dark cultists do, have dark mana forcibly injected into you. If you absorb enough, you can completely transform into a demon." Ching Cheng leaned close to his ear and whispered, "But doing so means you will never be human again." Then, she said something that made everyone pause. "Do you want it?" Back in reality, Yun Shen was struggling to speak. Ugh, those green slimes stabbed into his body like knives. No, he lowered his head, speaking weakly. "This is just a test. I won't resort to any means necessary just for power. And if humans can't possess dark magic, then I refuse to absorb it." Yun Shen grabbed his head, his face contorted with strain. His eyes flew open as he looked at his own hands in utter despair. "No, it won't stop." He was in shock, crying out again and again. "Once this thing starts, there's no turning back." A green flame erupted from Yun Shen's hand, the ultimate self-healing skill. Even the ultimate self-healing skill is useless. It seems this wasn't just a simple injury. The green light grew more and more intense. He stood still as a statue, looking up as a thought struck him. "It's like I've broken some kind of rule, and now that rule wants to erase me. If that's the case, then even the resurrection cross would be nullified." Cracks began to spread across Yun Shen's face as he stammered, "This feeling, it's familiar." In a hospital room, Yun Shen was lying in bed. Beside him was Yun Tang. "Am I dead again?" The heart monitor was flatlining. His face was gaunt, like a dying old man. Beside him, Yun Tang was sobbing, pleading. "Big brother, don't close your eyes. You have to keep them open. Please, don't leave me. Don't leave me. Okay?" Before he passed, Yun Shen looked up at the ceiling, thinking to himself, "I'm sorry, Yun Tang. I want to live too, but I can feel my consciousness slowly fading away." His eyes gradually drifted shut. He couldn't stop it, not even a little. In the face of death, he was completely helpless. Suddenly, another scene appeared. Yun Shen was floating on the surface of some water, his consciousness still fading. He still couldn't stop it at all. That same feeling of powerlessness, just like that time. Is this really how it ends? He snapped awake, breaking through the surface of the water with a gasp. "No, not this time. I've already died once. Death is no stranger to me. There has to be a way to survive." Yun Shen pushed himself up on the ground and looked down. To the naked eye, the bodies of humans and demons aren't all that different. The biggest difference, if there is one, is that a demon's body can fully adapt to dark magic. In the end, dark magic is just another form of power. Beneath the water, he saw an image of Wu Shi appear. It just needs a suitable vessel, like a demon's body. If that's the case, then what if I use a fake body, one transformed by a skill, to trick it? Without another word, Yun Shen pulled that figure up from the water. Maybe this can serve as a vessel. A heavy voice echoed from within the membrane. "Come to me. Come to me." He regained his senses and shouted, "I won't resist anymore. If you want in, then come on." Yun Shen roared, "Merge with my shadows. Merge with my skills. I accept it all." His shout shattered the silence. The membrane cracked. Stones from above began to fracture and fall. He spread his black wings, looked at his hands, and said calmly, "Looks like it was a success. S rank. Blood, plus the dark element. Transformed by fusing with dark magic while in a blood state. Attributes and skill effects have been enhanced. The body has completely transformed into a demon, able to use both dark and normal magic." Yun Shen's voice rose as he explained, "Dark body was originally a skill from the matriarch of the Dark Knight, which I absorbed through the seed of a fallen god. It's not just a standard magic skill. It also protects the body, binds to it, and has the ability to evolve." He pretended that his body in the dark body state was his times, real time's body, tricking the restrictive power of the darkness and making it modify only his transformed state. That way, what it was modifying wasn't Yun Shen, but just the form of the skill itself. Once I deactivate the skill, I'll return to my human state, and of course, I won't be able to use dark magic anymore. Yun Shen looked at his hand, his heart filled with gratitude. To be able to do this, I have to thank the matriarch of the Dark Knight of the 72 demons. What a truly powerful skill. On top of that, it hasn't even finished evolving yet. It has potential, but it can't transform into another form because some condition is missing. I know that I was being controlled by the natural force of the rules. Yun Shen looked up as if he'd just realized something. Right now, my actions have basically tricked the rules, but it seems the one who made these rules hasn't found out yet. Before he could finish the thought, a sudden noise echoed. He quickly glanced over to see a black beast with yellow eyes charging at him, looking incredibly ferocious. Right behind it was an entire army of monsters, pouring in one after another. Yun Shen immediately guessed that the commotion from him absorbing the dark magic must have drawn them here. Seeing this, he smiled smugly. "Excellent. I'll use all of you to test out my new powers." With that, Yun Shen's eyes widened, and a gloomy wave of dark power radiated outwards. As soon as the monsters felt that dark energy, they suddenly froze in place. He looked pleased. My vision has also completely changed. Standing before the motionless monsters, Yun Shen spoke aloud. It seems the key to evolving the matriarch of the Dark Knight's innate skill was the dark magic itself, Shadow Sight S+. After casting the skill, everything within the user's line of sight can be frozen until the dark magic runs out or the user deactivates it. Note, the more targets chosen to be frozen and the farther the distance, the greater the dark magic consumption. Note, when a target's attributes are higher than the user's, the rate of dark magic consumption doubles. Yun Shen drew his staff, saying with interest, "Let's see what happens when I combine dark magic with my other skills." First level skill, Toxic Grasp. As soon as he spoke, thorny purple tentacles shot out, wrapping tightly around the frozen monsters. He commented, "Not bad. The tentacles, which were originally plain, have now grown thorns. It keeps the original effect while increasing its damage potential." Yun Shen raised his scepter and shot out a green flame, incinerating them all. The monsters caught in the fire exploded. Yun Shen continued, "The fireball also has the added effects of explosion and splash damage. Its power has gone up a level." He added, "But besides that, the skill that surprised me the most was none other than my clone ability." He was thrilled. "I can create another clone." Yun Shen held out his hands, summoning a water clone and a fire clone. He wondered, what if I use the fusion technique? Fusion technique. Dark Swordsman is fire, and Assassin is the clone. Fire Fiend. Inherits 65% of the main body's attributes and has mastered all of the main body's assassin skills. The attack deals fire-based elemental damage. The Taoist's fusion technique summons lightning, and the assassin's is a clone, the Thunder Prison. It inherits 65% of the original's attributes, masters all of the original's assassin skills, and its attacks deal lightning-based elemental damage. Yun Chen, along with his two clones, slowly closed in on the horde of monsters. He gave the order, "Kill them." The two clones instantly rushed forward, combining their strength to blow the monsters away. 3 months later, Yun Chen was walking and mumbling to himself. No wonder they call this the Endless Desert. It took a total of 7.5 months just to reach the end. All of my bags are stuffed with monster corpses. Of course, that's because I wiped out every single monster along the way. Just traveling wouldn't have taken this long. Luckily, the haul was pretty damn good. My dimensional pouch alone is practically bursting with monster remains. Yun Chen continued, "My level has shot up too. If we're just talking stats, I'm not any weaker than most third-tier reincarnated players. After all, the stat boosts from the essence of the Demon Lord and my daily quests are pretty significant." Name, Yun Chen. Race, human. Level, 62. Base attributes without equipment. Strength is 913. Health is 913. Agility is 911. Intelligence is 911. And endurance is 911. Main weapon, Platinum Demonic Formation Breaker. Secondary weapon, 3-star Diamond Demonic Soul Shaker. Special weapon, Legendary Raider's Gauntlet. Innate skill, All-Rounder A+. Fusion techniques, Phantom Body S+. Night Eye S+. Superhuman Self-Healing S+. Invincibility S+. Perfect Aim S+. Umbral Hellfire S. Casting Speed A. Dual Casting A. Lightning Form S. Wandless Casting A. And other common skills. There are still so many other powerful people in this world, Yun Chen wondered. Still, there's a huge gap between me and the 4th-tier, God-level reincarnated players. The deeper you get, the amount of EXP you need to level up just becomes absurd. For normal reincarnated players, the rewards get bigger, and 4th-tier players have tons of ways to get items that boost their stats. And for a Demon Lord, that's a whole other story. As Yun Chen walked, he thought, becoming one of the 72 demons is just the first step. There are bigger threats to deal with. I have to get stronger. He stopped. Before him was a desolate, barren wasteland. Second area, the Lost Marsh. I'm here. Yun Chen opened the system interface and said, "Oh, a new quest triggered. Annihilation quest. Checking that the host meets the conditions. New quest issued. Quest content. Destroy the illusory carapace. Failure penalty, none. Reward, anti-weapon blueprint." Yun Chen put a hand to his chin, wondering, the illusory carapace, what is that? This place doesn't look like it has any monsters, and it's filled with some kind of toxic gas. There's no smell, but it feels eerie. The swamp itself isn't poisonous, and while it's a bit corrosive, it's not that strong. It would take at least half a year to eat through my skin. He stomped his foot on the ground, testing its safety, then pulled out a talisman. But still, this can't be anything good. Let's see if I can dispel it. Fusion technique. Chieftain's Cleanse and Taoist's Exorcism Talisman. Greater Talisman of Evil Slaying and Impurity Purging. Yun Chen stood there for a moment. The talisman had no effect. He sounded disappointed. It didn't do anything? Either the environment here is harmless, or this place is so corrupted I can't even purify it. But I'm still missing 2 S-grade materials. It would be a huge waste to turn back now. Suddenly, some beasts approached, and Yun Chen was surprised. Oh? Looks like this place isn't completely devoid of life, but they don't seem to have any intention of fighting me. Suddenly, he tensed up, as if he'd just realized something. Yun Chen looked down at his hand, which was covered in a purple slime. So, I was hit the moment I stepped into this place. He felt dizzy. Monsters were all around him now. They were rushing in to grab him. One of them managed to catch Yun Chen. Just as it opened its massive jaw to swallow him whole, his dark body burst out and attacked the monster. Yun Chen was still unconscious, with the dark body standing behind him, protecting him from the swarm. In his dream, he saw Van Duong pushing a wheelchair, and in it was Yun Chen. He groggily opened his eyes and whispered, "Warm sunlight. A weak body. Where? Where am I?" Suddenly, she put one hand on her hip and pointed at him with the other, shouting angrily, "Bro, today is the day you're supposed to get out of the hospital. Why are you suddenly spouting all this nonsense?" His eyes widened in surprise. "Van Duong, I'm getting out of the hospital? Is my body completely healed?" She replied cheerfully, "Of course. I can finally go back to college with peace of mind." Then, she clenched her fist with determination, winked, and laughed. "But don't you worry. I'll work a part-time job when I have free time. I can definitely take good care of you. So don't you worry about money, okay? The people at the shop even call me the part-time angel." Hearing that, Yun Chen frowned slightly. What the hell is a part-time angel? Then he pushed himself up with his hands and declared, "No matter what." He looked up at the sky and smiled. "I won't let you carry this burden all by yourself." As if his hope was renewed, Yun Chen affirmed, "It's time to get back to work." The scene changes to a room where Yun Chen is sitting in front of a computer monitor. He moves the mouse to the character creation section, clicks, and shouts, "All right, you're the one." Yun Chen clicked furiously on the links that appeared, and immediately, a series of articles about him flooded the screen. The once unbeatable genius, Yun Chen, has finally recovered and is making his return. The master of mechanics, a player with god-tier game sense, is back. He's creating a brand new character. Who would have thought his choice this time would be the jobless free spirit? Can he repeat his legendary history? At the same time, Yun Chen's character appeared on screen, charging straight at a group of monsters. With a single slash of his sword, he successfully took them all down. A voice boomed. "Congratulations to Yun Chen, a clean sweep. He's got a real shot at winning this dungeon-clearing competition. And that's enough to break the time record, too." The narrator continued, "A clean sweep. A clean sweep." The genius player Yun Chen blazes through every stage, defeats all the bosses, and successfully takes home the championship in this year's National Online PK Tournament. Congratulations to player Yun Chen, representing the Huaxia region, for winning the national championship. Do you have anything you'd like to say? Hearing this, Yun Chen quickly grabbed the mic and looked straight ahead as he answered, the gold trophy in his hands. The scene changes to a school, where Van Duong runs up and throws her arms around his neck, crying, "Bro, I finally graduated. I'm going to work hard from now on. It's my turn to take care of you." And then she took him to a restaurant. Van Duong laughed as she placed some meat on his plate. "Hey, this place has great food, huh? I just got paid today, so let me treat you to this meal." In the days that followed, Van Duong always came home looking completely dejected. "Ugh, so annoying. I'm so pissed off today. My boss made me work overtime again, but refused to pay me extra for it." After that came a montage of happy moments between the two siblings. Van Duong set off fireworks, smiling brightly as she wished her older brother a happy birthday. Then she pointed towards the sea and spoke excitedly. After that, Van Duong stood in front of the camera and winked. The two of them walked together in the park. Suddenly, she glanced over at Yun Chen and said with a smile, "Brother, I get the feeling you've got something on your mind lately. You've been spacing out all of a sudden. Could it be you're trying to find a sister-in-law for me? If that's the case, then you have to let me give you a hand." Hearing this, he looked up at the sky and hesitated. "Something on my mind?" Then, Yun Chen began to open up. "After all, a world this beautiful. It really makes it hard for me to leave," he continued. "But it has to end sooner or later. It's time for me to go back." They faced each other, and the air suddenly fell silent. Van Duong, still with a smile on her face, spoke up. "Oh, so you've known for a long time that I was fake. That all of this was fake." Yun Chen looked back at her and replied with a gentle smile. "No matter how beautiful an illusion is, in the end, it's still just an illusion. It's not enough to make me lose my way. Even so, I wanted to be lazy for a while. A life like this really has been my dream." Suddenly, she rushed forward, hugged him, and said in a pleading voice, "Please don't go, okay?" He gently patted her head and replied, "I can't. I still have a little sister waiting for me. And besides, there are quite a few things I need to take care of." And then Yun Chen continued, "No matter if reality is sad, happy, boring, or whatever, ultimately, you have to face it. Staying here is simply running away." Back in the battle, he was a little startled as he snapped out of his flashback. Yun Chen looked ahead, thinking to himself, "Before I entered this place, I hid the shadow amulet on myself. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have just lingered in that illusion. It successfully completed its mission. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Oh, you're awake? Startled, he turned his head. President, weren't you trying to infiltrate the Advent organization? What are you doing here? Hearing his question, Diolin pointed towards the group of people and said, I brought a few followers here to help the leader gather some materials. But it seems like they don't want to leave now. Over there, they kept muttering fanatical words. We've finally met the master. This is the paradise our master has granted us. We want to stay here and serve by his side forever. She reached up to her shoulder, brushed off some kind of slime, and continued. From my observations, after the mist here accumulates on the body to a certain point, it condenses into a slime. This slime not only plunges people into illusions, but it also paralyzes their nerves, their sense of pain, and all 5 senses. Even if you were to chop off their limbs, you couldn't wake them up. People with weak wills or strong desires are easily led astray. Diolin didn't stop. That's why this place is also a famous suicide sanctuary in the dark world. Many who have lost all hope in life come here willingly. They just want to die inside a beautiful illusion. It's not just demonkin. Quite a few demonic beasts that wander in here get stupefied too. I bet the world in their illusions is a place with more meat than they can eat, huh? Then, she leaned down, looked at Yun Chen, and asked, By the way, what's with your appearance? You look more like a demonkin than before. I almost didn't recognize you at first. I thought I was seeing things. And then, he transformed back to his normal form and replied to her with a smile. Because I absorbed dark magic, my skills mutated, and my appearance changed. Luckily, I can still maintain my human form. Diolin's eyes widened with a smile and she exclaimed, Absorbing dark magic. The military poured so much effort into researching that, and they still failed. Who would have thought a junior like you could succeed? If your method could be made widespread, it would be a huge improvement to the combat strength of the entire human world. Right after, he began to explain, First, you need the 72 talents of the demon pillars. Besides that, the talent has to be able to evolve, and you need enough soul crystals. Otherwise, you'll just turn into a demonic scion, no different from the dark cultists. Yun Chen added helplessly, Also, even if you meet all those conditions, I still almost died, so let's not make it widespread, okay? Hearing this, Diolin frowned slightly and replied, It seems this method is something only you can use. Suddenly, he looked at her and asked, Oh, right, how are things progressing on your side? Diolin turned away dejectedly and answered, For the last 6 months, I've been scheming and plundering resources to become a bishop. I guess you could call me a minor leader, but I'm still a far cry from our acquaintance, Lucy. She's a high priestess, weighted on hand and foot by a flock of believers every day, living the high life. Yun Chen frowned slightly, raising a hand to his chin in thought as he spoke. Lucy, so that's what's going on. No wonder she lost so easily in the tournament. I just thought she was being careless. Now it seems it was all carefully planned. Diolin let out a long sigh and said, You're telling me. On top of that, this Advent organization has deep connections with the Holy Empire. She then glanced over at Yun Chen and continued, From what I've investigated, most of the humans in the organization were brought here by the Holy Empire when they were just infants. They've been adapting to life in the dark world since childhood, and on top of that, they're brainwashed, calling themselves sacred believers. The professional, systematic doctrines they use, they all come from the Holy Empire. She didn't stop there. In their eyes, it doesn't matter if you're human or a demonic scion. If you're not part of the church, you're a heretic, and you need to be eliminated. He immediately asked a question. The dark cultists worship the demonic scions. They long for the scion's advent. If they also call themselves the Advent organization, then what are they waiting for the advent of? After listening, Diolin frowned and said in a low voice, God. Suddenly, a flock of black crows began circling endlessly above them. Yun Chen repeated, confused, God? He went on, As far as I know, whether in the dark world or the human world, gods don't interfere in anything besides accepting sacrifices. And yet they want a god to descend? Are you sure about that? Diolin tilted her head to look at him and replied, I don't know. It's not like we understand much about gods anyway. At the very least, as things stand now, even though Lucy claims she can communicate with a god, it's mostly just a scam she's running. She frowned and added, Let's not talk about this anymore. So, Junior, you didn't come here because you saw that treasure map and wanted to go to the flaming purgatory, did you? Hearing this, Yun Chen was surprised and pointed at Diolin, asking, Don't tell me you're here for the same reason? After hearing him, she replied, Only an idiot would go. I'm just here to do a mission. I'm not even going into the next city, the city of Oblivion. He fell silent at Diolin's words, because it was too dangerous. She wasn't finished. After all, those are the ruins of an entire blazing demon clan. That's enough to make all 72 demon pillars green with envy. Duolin's deep knowledge of the matter became apparent as she continued. Countless demonic scions have aimed for that place, but they all failed, even when they gave it everything they had. They couldn't even get a glimpse of the flaming purgatory. You could hear the gravity of the situation in Duolin's voice, and it was all because of one city blocking their path. No one knows what's inside that city, but any demonic scion who sets foot inside never comes back out. Even a demon lord meets the same end. Entering means being reduced to nothing, ceasing to exist. That's why they call it the City of Oblivion. Next, Duolin held out her hand and said, "Little Junior, listen to your senior's advice. This journey ends here. Go back to the fortress. I'll figure out a way to get the S-rank material. After all, I'm a bishop now. I have some power. It wouldn't be impossible to get it through some covert operations." Yun Chen immediately cut her off. "No, it's too dangerous. You're in the enemy camp. If you're discovered, I'm afraid you won't make it out of the Advent organization alive." At the same time, a thought flashed through his mind. Last time, she was willing to die to protect me. If I agree to this, I'm afraid she'll completely disregard her own safety. Yun Chen stood up and continued, "I'll figure out how to get the S-rank material myself. Just trust me. I have a solid plan." As he said this, his mind continued to race. "I have to obtain the rank of one of the 72 demon pillars. I absolutely have to complete my defensive gear." He began to walk, leaving Duolin behind. He waved as he went, saying, "The battle with the Dark Knight Demon Lord is less than half a year away. Time is tight. Let's say our goodbyes here." Yun Chen looked down at the skeletons on the ground, frowning as he spoke. "There are no living things left here, and I don't see the phantom shell mentioned in the mission." He scanned the area and said to himself, "I don't know if it's just my imagination, but these demonic scions and beasts, it's less like they've corroded and decayed, and more like they've been digested and absorbed." Yun Chen moved forward, quickly reaching a conclusion. "It seems I'm standing before a city filled with a dark miasma. I've made it to the next location." He looked up at the gloomy castle and said, "So this is the City of Oblivion?" He couldn't sense any breath of life from within. It was utterly silent. Yun Chen's voice was low. "It's like a dead city." But that didn't scare him. He stepped confidently into the city. "For better or worse, I have life-saving skills. If I run into danger, the worst that can happen is I activate my invincibility skill, then use divine light to escape. No matter what's inside, there'll be a way to deal with it." Suddenly, Yun Chen stepped on some kind of secret barrier. His foot accidentally triggered a blinding flash of light. It seemed to swallow him whole before gradually fading, but the teleportation to another space caused him to lose consciousness. Instantly, Yun Chen's eyes shot open. He was panting heavily, only then realizing he was in a strange place. He gritted his teeth and raised a hand to his head. So painful. What's going on? At the same time, he thought to himself, "I distinctly remember entering the City of Oblivion. Where am I now?" He couldn't stop wondering, "And what are these wounds on my body? What in the world happened when I stepped into the City of Oblivion?" A figure appeared in the distance, and a voice suddenly called out, "You're awake." Yun Chen looked up and asked, "Who are you?" At the same time, he thought to himself, "What's going on? This little girl. She's one of the Demonkin, but I can't tell which clan she's from. Besides, I'm clearly in a human form right now, yet she doesn't show any hostility towards me at all." After seeing Yun Chen wake up, little Nana turned and shouted out an announcement. "It's great! This is great! The faceless stranger is awake! Everyone, come and see! Our efforts weren't wasted, he's really awake!" Hearing the announcement, they gathered around like they were watching a play. A Demonkin from Void City heard this and said with a laugh, "See, I told you that medicinal herb was incredibly effective." The Demonkin next to her patted her on the head and replied, "Don't get too cocky. It's obvious that faceless guy is just really tough. Remember, Rita's pig ate that herb of yours and died on the spot. It's my first time seeing an outsider. It's great that you didn't die." Then, she ran towards him and asked cheerfully, "What's your name? Where are you from?" Yun Chen staggered to his feet, hesitating. Suddenly, little Nana looked at him and said, "You know, for some reason, even when I get close, I can't see your face clearly. It's all blurry and indistinct, like there's nothing there." Then she offered a suggestion. "How about this? We'll just call you Void." Void? Hearing the name she came up with, a Demonkin gave a thumbs up and said with a laugh, "Void. I like that name. It fits perfectly. Looks like little Nana is great at naming things." Then she ran over, took Yun Chen's hand, and said, "I was the one who found you first, so let me take care of you. Let's go. Follow me home." He heard this, and his eyes widened slightly. Home. And then Yun Chen began his internal monologue. "And just like that, I was taken home by little Nana, and I started living in this village." He then added more about the story of this village. "Afterward, I learned that the ancestors of these Demonkin all came from a place engulfed by the flames of war. They fled here to escape the war and have been isolated from the outside world for hundreds of years. There are no disputes, no killing one another. It's like a paradise. But I still couldn't stop wondering why they couldn't see my face clearly. They could only hear my voice as a muffled, indistinct sound. My body was also blurry, making it impossible for them to guess my age or gender. This made them feel I was very ethereal, as if I didn't truly exist. That's why they felt the name Void was so fitting. Yun Chen continued his train of thought. Luckily, they weren't prejudiced at all. They accepted me with incredible friendliness. Living with them made me feel comfortable and content. Staying here forever might not be a bad choice. Outside the straw hut, Yun Chen sat relaxed and spoke aloud. Now, this is what I call a strange and interesting life, full of endless possibilities. Those people really created some amazing things. I'm genuinely impressed. Suddenly, he put a hand to his head, wincing as he sighed. There's that uncomfortable feeling again. At the same time, a thought crossed his mind. In the 3 months since I've been here, I occasionally say strange things that even I don't understand. They're words I've never even thought of before. Just then, little Nana came out with something in her hand. She said, Void, just like we agreed yesterday, I'm here to teach you how to write. We'll start with the most important thing. Then, little Nana held the stone out in front of Yun Chen and said, Look, this is your name, Void. Suddenly, some demonkin from Void City rushed by, shouting as they went, Another one has appeared. We have to get over there. Hurry, hurry up. Don't let that person die. Yun Chen found this strange, so he immediately looked at them and asked, What's wrong? What happened? One of the demonkin looked back at him and replied, We found another injured outsider. This outsider is different from you. We can see their face clearly, and they even look a lot like us. The village is getting a new person. Then, little Nana looked at Yun Chen and said cheerfully, Actually, when the first outsider appeared, everyone was really scared, worried we'd run into a bad person. But it turned out that Void was both sweet and kind. This new outsider is probably just like Void, so no one's scared at all. In fact, they're very welcoming. After hearing this, he frowned slightly and replied to her, That way of thinking is very dangerous. At that same moment, several demonkin from the Raging Flame clan lay wretchedly on the ground, groaning and complaining. It hurt so much. The lead demon clutched his head and yelled, Damn it, the abyss of illusory annihilation is way more dangerous than I thought. I haven't even found the treasure, and I'm already covered in wounds. I should have listened to my father's advice in the first place. The others began to blame him. Young chief, the clan chief warned us countless times to never enter the abyss of illusory annihilation or the lost marshes. But you just had to insist on exploring. And look where it got us. Now we're all dragged into this mess. Hearing this, he became flustered with anger and held up a dark red gem. It's a trivial matter. Don't you forget who I am. At worst, I'll just crush this resonance quartz. As long as my father steps in, it'll be hard for us to die. And he looked thoughtful as he added, We don't need to worry about not having enough time either. Next, the lead demon recalled the locations on the map. After all, the territory of our Raging Flame demon clan borders the abyss of illusory annihilation, and the lost marshes are connected to the abyss. At my father's top speed, it'll only take him a few seconds to get here. But the others looked around anxiously. We were clearly at the border of the lost marshes and the abyss of illusory annihilation when we suddenly fell down here. Where in the world did we fall? I've never seen this place before. Suddenly, a group of people approached. The rustling sound immediately caught the lead demon's attention. The native demonkin villagers were overjoyed. We see them! The outsiders are over here! Everyone, hurry over! In contrast, the lead demon's subordinate thought with a click of his tongue, What rotten luck, to run into demonkin from another clan at a time like this. I can't tell what clan they are, but luckily, they look really weak. Let's strike first, before they have a chance to go back to their clan and report. But just as they were about to make their move, a hand stopped them. It was Baoyan, who raised an eyebrow and ordered, Don't move. They don't seem to have any intention of fighting. His men were instantly bewildered. The young chief was usually the most bloodthirsty one, so why the sudden change of heart? They had no idea he was cursing them internally, a bunch of clueless idiots. His purple pupils observed the native villagers. Ancient dark markings. These people are clearly the pure-blooded ancient race recorded in the old texts, and so he began to groan and plead for their help. Help! Help me! My wounds are so bad, I'm about to die. Isn't there anyone kind enough to help me? But in his heart, he was viciously scheming. The pure-blooded ancient race went extinct 1,000 years ago. These demonkin are practically living fossils. Whether sold as slaves or used for research, they're all incredibly valuable. Eventually, the Raging Demons group was brought to the village by the native demonkin. Everyone, come and see. More outsiders have arrived. Their injuries are so severe. Bring all the medicinal herbs over here. Quickly, help treat them. The Raging Demon was thrilled when he saw they were all pure-blooded members of an ancient race. I've hit the jackpot. His eyes scanned over each one of them. If I capture them and force them to breed more, the money will just pour in. Yun Chen silently watched the Raging Demons group. When he saw little Nana step forward to help, he stopped her. Don't. Lines of analysis flashed through his mind. The long period of peace had made these demonkin forget the cruelty of the outside world. Their power had weakened with each generation. They had no idea that the presence of outsiders could very well lead to a disaster. Little Nana looked at him doubtfully. Void, why won't you let me go? Yunchen hesitated again, crying out in his mind, damn it, I can't speak. No matter how hard I try, my lips won't make a sound. This wasn't the first time this had happened. His whole body just froze. It's like certain situations in the outside world and certain words that are enough to change their minds. I'm unable to say them. I'm clearly here too, but it's as if I'm just a spectator. I can only watch helplessly as the situation develops, unable to change a single thing. Next, Yunchen couldn't suppress his frustration. In a situation like this, I can basically guess what's going to happen next. And so, time passed. After a week of treatment in the village, the injuries of the raging flame demon tribe's kin gradually healed. They left, seen off cheerfully by the entire Damunkin clan in the village. One day, on a refreshing early morning, Yun Chen went up the mountain to chop wood as usual, wanting to contribute a little something for everyone. But when Yun Chen returned to the village, everything had changed. He froze at the scene before his eyes, because what awaited him was a horrific scene of utter destruction. Flames raged fiercely, with dead bodies strewn everywhere. That raging demon was grabbing little Nana by the neck, letting out a gleeful, guttural laugh. This is what happens when you resist me. If you refuse to be my livestock, then you can all just die. She could only call out weakly, Void. Hate the outsiders. And then she was brutally choked to death right in front of Yun Chen. His eyes widened with fury, his body's power erupting as he roared. Damn you! Damn you! In a single breath, he charged, appearing right behind the raging demon's subordinates. They were all living beings. How could you be so cruel? He swung his arm in fury, annihilating two of them, then roared out a declaration. All of you, die! A single punch slammed down, sending earth and stone flying everywhere. Yun Chen advanced on the stammering, raging demon. You, the demon, unafraid, resorted to threats. You faceless nobody. Do you have any idea who my father is? He's the patriarch of the raging flame demon tribe. If you dare lay a hand on me, you'll die a miserable death. But in the next instant, he was reduced to a pool of fresh blood. You're provoking me with that contemptuous look. Then go ahead, call him. From the sky, a flash of light burst forth. The chieftain of the blazing fiend demons had truly fallen from the heavens. He got right in my face and snarled, Who in the hell are you? Why can't I see your face clearly? I can't believe you dared to kill my son. And he received a scornful reply from Yun Chen. I just felt like it. After that, the scene vanished, leaving Yun Chen sitting there alone. His whole body returned to its normal state. It seems it's over. His long hair hid his expression. No matter how real the experience felt, in the end, it was just an illusion. I could even reject the guiding illusion itself. Something like this can't possibly affect me. He walked, step by step, through the devastation. But the scenery around him was strangely familiar, as if he'd seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, Yun Chen accidentally stepped on a small stone slate, and he furrowed his brow as he picked it up. This is the slate that little Nana used to teach me how to write my name. He turned his head, taking in the whole scene. Could it be that none of this was an illusion, but something that actually happened? Yun Chen stared at the smoldering, devastated landscape before him and murmured, the familiar village, the familiar place, the identical slate. Only one thing is different. This place has been reduced to a pile of rubble. It was as if he was realizing something. It seems everything that happened before was real. It wasn't a simple illusion. It didn't appear to target me. It was more like I just unexpectedly stumbled into it. The realization brought Yun Chen a wave of sorrow. From the very beginning, I was just a spectator. I never took part in anything, and I couldn't change a single thing. He continued toward the volcano in the distance. Baha once said, the blazing fiend demon tribe has existed for a very, very long time. The actual time this illusion took place must have been long ago, too. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. After the blazing fiend demons were wiped out, the environment here should have gradually returned to normal. So why is it so desolate? Suddenly, the volcano erupted, making him cry out in surprise. A volcano. The volcano is boiling over like it's gone mad. Lava, incredibly hot and dangerous, shot out from the volcano. Yun Chen moved quickly, dodging the erupting magma. It kept spewing out, forcing Yun Chen to retreat to safety. After he regained his footing, he was suddenly startled by something in the distance. Monsters, born from the mouth of the volcano, were starting to run amok, screaming. Hungry. So hungry. And then they spotted him and charged. So hungry. Their relentless assault made Yun Chen wonder. Dead matter, coalescing into living things. He began to draw his weapon, aiming it straight at them. Whatever the hell you are, as long as I can run you through, that's all that matters. The sharp tip of the weapon pierced the monster's head, but it had no effect. Yun Chen cried out in disbelief. It's too hard! Just then, another monster launched a sneak attack toward him. In that instant, Yun Chen could only raise his weapon to block the attack. Its punch was so powerful that it made his weapon melt. What the? The lava monster continued its assault, its powerful punch sending him flying. With his weapon corroded, Yun Chen was in a really tough spot. It looked so ordinary, nothing special about it. I can't believe it's this strong. Even Formation Breaker can't handle it. I can't just keep fighting it head on. Before he could think of a strategy, the monster launched another blast of molten lava at him. As Yun Chen leaped up to dodge the attack, the lava crashed down on the spot where he had just been standing. The monsters gathered together and started firing lava at Yun Chen. He couldn't just stand there and take it. He began to counterattack. God Flash. After unleashing the skill, Yun Chen landed safely, but it seemed to have no effect. More lava blasts shot toward him, and he was stunned as he was forced to block every single one. The second it finished speaking, it charged right at him, and all he could do was brace for impact. Taking that hit head-on put Yun Chen in a tough spot. These monsters looked completely mindless, but somehow they managed to predict his landing position. Their judgment is terrifyingly sharp. Suddenly, a figure descended from above. Hu Vo appeared, observing Yun Chen from on high. So, it seems this is the little brat who infiltrated my memory zone. No wonder he wasn't destroyed. Turns out he's human? He continued his assessment with his arms crossed. So what if he's human? He looks this pathetic just dealing with a few scattered lightning bolts. He's not worthy of exploring the abyss. Hopefully, he's smart enough not to throw his life away for nothing. Yun Chen glanced down at the burn mark. I've already absorbed the nether demon flame, so my fire resistance should be incredibly high. It should be enough to nullify most fire-based attacks, and yet I still got burned. This flame is on another level, at least on par with the nether demon flame. The mindless monsters kept launching lava at Yun Chen, while he began to combine his mage skill, Water Curtain, with his sorcerer skill, Frost Aura. You all think you're so tough just because I haven't gotten serious yet? Lava and ice collided with a deafening screech. The soul icefall didn't stop there. Yun Chen immediately unleashed his next move, Spell Armament, combining the mage skill Falling Thunder and the sorcerer skill Wandering Wind to create a thunderstorm tornado. Bolts of lightning rained down from the sky, merging with the tornado and shredding the monsters to pieces. Huvo stroked his chin, intrigued. So that's how this skill works. To think I'd get to witness something so interesting. Not bad, quite impressive. He laughed heartily, as if he'd discovered something fascinating. Well, if that's the case, I suppose meeting you in person wouldn't be out of the question. The condition is that you can perceive the rules there. Suddenly, Yun Chen spun around to where Huvo had just vanished and looked up at the sky, thinking, was that an illusion? Probably not. Whatever, I'll stop thinking about it for now. Getting back to the situation at hand, he began his analysis. These monsters are definitely level 3 in strength, but they don't drop any magic crystals when killed. Looks like they aren't magical beasts. Yun Chen then turned his curious gaze toward the erupting volcano. All this flowing lava can transform into powerful monsters. There must be some formidable presence inside that volcano. I should go check it out. Monsters were everywhere, letting out ear-piercing cries. Hungry. So hungry. Yun Chen was now using the basic assassin skill, Stealth. The closer he got, the more numerous they became. Their instincts are sharp, but they look so dumb. As long as I don't enter a combat state, stealth should be enough to get by. Pausing at the volcano's peak, Yun Chen noticed something strange. There's definitely something inside, but it's too far away to see clearly. So, he used the basic hunter skill, Eagle Eye. With it, Yun Chen could clearly see the Rage Flame clan chief bound in chains, and he cried out, "The chief of the Rage Flame Demon Clan." Scene changed to Jiangnan University. Everyone was preparing for a ceremony, but for some reason, the atmosphere felt strangely tense. Thon Lin turned and asked, "Isn't today supposed to be the opening ceremony for the final semester for us second years? Then why are the third years here too?" Phi Thon replied, "Not sure. They must be planning a major announcement." He could feel that something big was about to happen. Look, the people behind Ye Anfu are all in military uniforms. They must be from the army, the ones who fight on the front lines year-round. I can't believe they have time to come to a university. This can't be good. Hearing that, Thon Lin sighed. I feel like ever since what happened to Brother Van, our lives have gotten so much harder. Our course load has increased so much, and now we even have to do combat drills outside of class time. Phi Than flinched and quickly shushed her. Don't mention Brother Van. He glanced at Nico standing behind them and warned, "You know Nico's personality did a complete 180 after what happened to him. She walks around with that ice-cold look on her face all day. If she hears you, she's gonna flip out." Just then, Principal and Fuck spoke up. "Quiet down. I've gathered all of you here today for an important announcement. I'm sure some of you have already sensed that something is amiss." His expression turned grim. Over the past year, the number of combat-oriented courses has increased significantly. Dangerous dungeons that were previously off-limits to students have now all been opened. This has led to casualties not only among the student body, but also among some of the instructors. The reason for all of this is because he paused dramatically. then said quickly, "Starting today, all second-year and third-year students, along with all instructors, will be deployed directly to the front lines to join the war. All of these dangerous courses and combat drills were to increase your chances of survival on the battlefield." The students immediately erupted in panic. What? In previous years, only fourth years went to the front. I can't believe they're already sending second years now. This means the situation on the front lines is way worse than we thought. We're screwed. We're so screwed. I heard even the fourth years suffered heavy casualties after being deployed. Aren't we just going there to die? Ignoring the uproar, the principal ordered the next step. Next, the soldiers from the army will assign you to suitable war zones based on your rank and class. We expect your full cooperation. This is a matter of life and death for every one of you. The soldiers quickly saluted, ready to proceed. Meanwhile, in her office, Kuin Than was receiving a visit from soldiers from the front lines. Thien Ha and his subordinate bowed at a 90-degree angle and shouted, "General Ha, we implore you to return to the army. The situation at the front is dire. We need your strength." Despite their desperate plea, she couldn't hide her irritation. "Is this because of the Holy Empire? I told you from the very beginning. If you didn't execute that bunch, they would eventually become a catastrophe waiting to happen." He struggled to explain, "What you say sounds simple, General, but the Holy Empire and our Xuanlong nation are both part of the 5 great nations, the primary force fighting against the Dark World. If we were to truly make a move against them, both sides would suffer immense losses. Even if we could assassinate their high command at minimal cost, the remaining 4 nations wouldn't be strong enough to fight off the Dimension. Besides, we have no direct evidence that they've surrendered to the Dark World." She coldly dismissed his argument. "It's because there are too many people who think exactly like you that they dare to act so brazenly. They let countless talented new bloods die in the championship tournament and thought a half-hearted apology was enough to settle things. Is it any wonder why the number of new talents our very future has dwindled?" Thien Ha let out a sharp breath. "If the front lines fall now, what future will we even have left to discuss?" Kuin Tan scoffed. "Just because you people keep compromising again and again, does that mean the Holy Empire is going to give its all on the front line?" Her words left him feeling dejected. She was right, of course. But what other choice did they have? Many of the nation's highest-ranking officials knew the Holy Empire was a malignant tumor, but they could only let it grow. After all, if they tried to forcibly remove it, the front line would probably collapse instantly. Humanity would face nothing but extinction. His face suddenly tensed. But right now, the biggest threat to the front line isn't them. It's the devouring demons. Tianhe's unease grew with every passing day they faced them. "All this time, we've been able to hold the Demonkin at bay on the front line. The main reason is that they have a hard time adapting to our world, and their combat strength is significantly weakened because of it. But now, the Devourer Lord of the Second Pillar has found some way to make the devouring Demonkin rapidly adapt by consuming humans. So, the pressure on the front line has multiplied. However, despite his anxiety, Queen Than remained indifferent. Is that so? Well, that is indeed a major problem. But unfortunately, the time for me to join the fight has not yet come." Overwhelmed by the pressure, he lost his composure and yelled, "Years ago, after you were pushed back in the Dark World, you suddenly announced your retirement, saying you were waiting for the right moment. But you've waited 3 years now. Isn't that enough?" But Queen Tan flatly refused. "Not enough. I'll probably need to wait another year or 2. Tianhe pressed the issue. "But I'm not sure the front line can hold out that long." Fortunately, she offered him a small bit of reassurance. "Don't worry, I left a trump card in the Dark World long ago. It seems the time has come to use it." With no other options, Tianhe had to accept it. "Very well. I hope everything goes according to your plan. If you can't fight, then at least let those 2 Demonkin maids join the battle. They're quite useful." Unfortunately, he was a step too late, as she informed him. "A pity. I sent them out long ago. Her 2 maids were currently on a mission in the Dark World." Xiao Yu held an exhausted Xiao Jing. "Hey, kid. Still can't sense Mr. Yun's location?" She was just as helpless and dejected. Lu Miaoling, walking beside them, was growing anxious too. "We've been back in the Dark World for so long, and we've passed through more than 40 kingdoms, but there's still no trace of Mr. Yun." Xiao Yu was also confused. Logically, a summoned beast's sensory range for its master is enormous. "We should have found him long ago." Hearing that made the other girl even more pessimistic. "Xiao Yu, do you think Mr. Yun could have been killed?" She immediately cut her off. "Impossible! Don't you forget who Mr. Yun is. Xiao, you pointed out the flaw in her logic. He possesses the essence of the Demon Lord. He's the top genius of the new generation in the human world. If someone like him were truly killed, the news would be broadcast far and wide. His body would surely be hung up for display for months on end. They'd use his corpse to boost their soldiers' morale, so he must still be alive." But that thought made Lu Miaoling even more anxious. What if he wasn't killed, but captured alive? What then? That's the most terrifying possibility. He could end up just like our master. The other girl stopped her with a start. "Don't make wild guesses. If we can't find Mr. Yun on our own, then we'll just have to use the trump card our master left behind." She comforted her, changing the subject. Besides, it's been a long time since we've been back there. I wonder what our hometown looks like now. Inside the volcano, where Bao Yan was bound by chains, he knelt, moaning. Hungry. So hungry. So hungry. Yun Shen, using an invisibility spell, had snuck deep inside and witnessed the entire scene. He was quite surprised. I can't believe the patriarch of the blazing demons is imprisoned here, tortured until he's no better than a ghoul. Looks like he hasn't had anything to eat or drink for a very long time. Seeing Bao Yan in such a miserable state, Yun Shen found it hard to believe. According to Ba Ha, he existed back in the ancient era of chaos. Back then, the demon kingdoms hadn't even been divided, but his strength was still ranked among the top of the 72 pillar demons. No matter how long he's been starved, he shouldn't be in this condition. There must be another reason he's so weak. Suddenly, a flame of unknown origin ignited, traveling along the chains to Bao Yan. He screamed in agony, tilting his head back and spewing a huge glob of lava. His mouth now resembled the crater outside after an eruption, with molten liquid still bubbling. Yun Shen quickly understood the problem. So that's it. The monsters outside are all vomited from his mouth. The chains that bind him force him to regurgitate a portion of his power at regular intervals. It's a miracle he's even survived this torture for so long. He analyzed silently. This is a rare opportunity. And so, he raised his sword, combining the skills of a swordsman's lunge and an assassin's furnace shatter. A daemonkin of the 72 pillar rank. His corpse is valuable enough to craft any S-class material. Yun Shen shot forward, speeding behind Bao Yan, intending to ambush him. I absolutely cannot miss this. But unexpectedly, he dodged, causing Yun Shen's Shatter Strike blade to slice through empty air. Although his plan was foiled, he thankfully landed safely. The moment Bao Yan saw Yun Shen, he rose with a roar. Hungry, hungry, blood food, hungry. Then he suddenly flew into a rage, spewing lava once more. So hungry. I am so hungry. His roar sent lava and rocks flying everywhere, canceling out the invisibility spell. But Yun Shen quickly regained his balance. You want to eat me? He said, as he transformed into his dark form. Then let's see if you've got what it takes. The fiery chains held firm, even as the blazing demon patriarch thrashed in a frenzy. He loomed over Yun Shen, his body several times larger, endlessly repeating, hungry, hungry. Huh! As if finding his prey, he roared with excitement. Blood food! Delicious blood food! Yun Shen analyzed silently. Even in this weakened state, he's still a 72-pillar demon. He's extremely dangerous. Luckily, his range of motion is limited. If I keep my distance, I can handle him. He aimed his scepter, which combined the powers of an Inkwash mage and a chill warlock at him, instantly creating an ice soulfall. A waterfall, with Yun Shen at its center, erupted and crashed down on Bao Yan. Unexpectedly, he spat molten liquid in response, meeting the water Yun Shen had just created. Heat met cold, and in an instant, Yun Shen's waterfall evaporated into steam. Despite the difficult situation, Yun Shen refused to give up. I'm not done yet. He then fused multiple techniques together. Rapid casting, twin cast, sundering icicle, vast glacier, and thunder of 9 peaks. A gigantic sphere of ice and rock materialized. Without hesitation, Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen hurled it straight at Bao Viem's head. But to his surprise, the monster absorbed the ice slab without a scratch, and just kept muttering, Blood feast. Blood feast. Then, Bao Wiem lifted one of his massive legs and slammed it down. Pillars of lava erupted from the ground in a continuous barrage. But no matter how high they shot up, Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen dodged them with ease. He started to get more cautious. This position wasn't safe either. He had to get more distance. Suddenly, his whole body felt like it was being dragged away. It was Bao Wiem. He'd opened his massive maw, creating a powerful suction force while roaring, Blood feast! Blood feast! The surrounding boulders were ripped from the ground and flew towards him. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen managed to resist, but it was a struggle. The pull was just too strong. Finally, Bao Wiem had to clamp his mouth shut, completely out of breath. In that instant, Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen, created a whirlwind formation called Tun Tiem, and used the opportunity to fly just above the monster's head. He switched his scepter for beast gauntlets, fusing his martial arts techniques to create Ice Fist and the all-out Titan Strike. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen through a devastating punch called the Sky-Splitting Ice Strike. The force of it generated a massive wave of energy that slammed right into Bao Viem's head. But unfortunately, that punch did nothing to the beast. He just kept mumbling, Blood feast, tasty blood feast. Frustrated, Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen landed a few more punches on Bao Viem's head. It seemed this stonehead really loved to eat. What a thick-skinned, tough-hided bastard. A monster that's lived for hundreds of years, like this must have an endless health bar. Finally, he started to get really frustrated. At this rate, it looked like even if he used Van Luan, he'd just get torn to shreds. To make matters worse, the distance was too great, so the plundering effect of his Hand of Plunder couldn't activate. Suddenly, strange magic runes appeared on the fire chains, putting Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen on high alert. As he examined the runes more closely, he got a very bad feeling. Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen didn't hesitate any longer and immediately flew off Bao Viem's head. Just as he took off, for some reason, the monster coughed up the crystal sphere he'd absorbed earlier. Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen frowned, more confused than ever. He threw it back up? The next moment was completely unexpected. The tribal chief opened his mouth, growling, and then fired a beam of energy. The sound of its roar echoed from deep within the volcano's mouth. His energy beam shot straight into the sky, causing the lesser monsters at the volcano's entrance to shriek in unison. Then, their very souls were ripped out, looking like raindrops flying backwards into the sky. One after another, they swirled into the volcano. It turned out Bao Viem was absorbing all of them right before Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen's eyes. He had no idea what to do. He could only stand there and watch in silence. The monster's entire body seemed to be restored to its full vitality. It seemed Bao Viem had finally regained consciousness, only to find he'd been getting beaten up. What a rotten dream. I don't know what tribe you're from, little brat, but if you dared to wake me, you must be ready to welcome death. Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen provoked him. This time, it looks like you don't want to eat me anymore. Was all of that just you talking in your sleep? The truth is, you don't really crave eating me, do you? Hearing this, Bao Viem shoved his face close to him and roared in fury. Insolence! He bellowed even louder. A low-level pipsqueak like you thinks you're worthy of being devoured by me, the demon lord Bao Viem? His roar sent everything flying. Even Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen had to struggle to stand his ground. This power, it was on a completely different level than before. He really was times asleep just now. All his actions were based on unconscious battle instincts. Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen's face darkened. Are you kidding me? My all-out attack was only enough to wake him up? Ignoring him, Bao Viem started talking to himself. To think I still haven't crushed this ant. I'm too weak now. Oh, Void. You've imprisoned me for 700 years. When will you finally grant me death? Do you truly intend to wait until all my power fades away and I simply cease to exist? He muttered, forming a ball of lava. Whatever the case, at least let me die by your hand. Not by this insect's. Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen tried to remain calm as he watched the sphere fly towards him. He absolutely had to dodge this attack. As it flew closer, he ducked and retreated backward. Seeing him struggle, Bao Viem raised a hand. There is no escape. Immediately after, Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen stumbled and fell to the ground. What? He actually merged the space between me and the ground? As a result, he crashed down with a loud thud, sending mud and dirt flying everywhere. Before he could even get his bearings, vines shot up from the earth, wrapping tightly around his body. They coiled all over. Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen, squeezing as if to bury him alive. Bao Viem declared coldly, "In the end, you're just an ant. It's over." But suddenly, the place where Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen was bound erupted in a massive explosion. His figure slowly became visible through the thick dust. An element that possesses freedom, like me, is still considered an ant? Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen, now in his full omnifunction Van Luen state, had completely emerged. Then what does that make a prisoner like you? Bao Viem was stunned for a second when he saw Yunchen's Van Luen state. His voice rumbled. I never thought a common little pipsqueak like you could unleash such energy. But that must be a pretty heavy burden on your body, He wasn't scared. In fact, he looked down on him. I'd say you can only maintain that state for 1 minute, at most. Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen slowly materialized his spear and retorted, "To deal with you, I won't even need 1 minute." Bao Viem flew into a rage again, stomping his foot on the ground. How bold. His lava claw technique surged upwards, trying to engulf Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen. It forced him to fly higher. The range is huge, but at my current speed, I should be able to dodge it. Of course, Bao Viem wasn't about to let him go and pursued him relentlessly. Don't even think about running. His next move, Lava Hand, was unleashed as something began to rise from the ground. They slowly formed into a swarm of hands sprouting from below, then all shot out at once, targeting Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen. There were so many, and they were so massive that he had to dodge back and forth at high intensity just to keep up. Bao Viem laughed mockingly. "Hey, kid, didn't you want to take care of me? Why do you keep dodging? Come on, come over here and hit me." Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen stopped to think. The hands were made of lava. Not only were there countless of them, but their speed was also incredible. If this keeps up, I'll be paying the price once Van Luan ends. So, he brandished the spear in his hand, combining the shaman's weakening curse and the warrior's impact to form the Spear of Frailty. Luckily, my fire resistance is high enough, and with the Van Luan upgrade, I probably won't be killed instantly. His attack transformed into a black shadow and flew towards Bao Wiem. Looking at the tiny shadow, he thought with confusion, a negative effect type of magic, then sneered out loud, only sewer rats use such despicable tricks. He let out a massive roar as he swatted a hand back in retaliation. And you won't get away unscathed either. Just as he was about to be completely knocked away, he managed to use a skill to dodge in time. Thun Thiem. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen, thought grimly. Even though my speed is fast, the moment I cast a spell, my body has to stop. I'll definitely get hit, but I can still hold on. Then Yun Chen shouted, continue debuffing. And so, he had to keep using God Flash to dodge the arms that shot up from the ground. Again. Again. Again! Bao Wiem watched Yun Chen dance through the attacks and couldn't help but marvel. It's clear this kid can't attack. He frowned, speculating. But he's still enduring the pain to stack more negative effects on himself, defending. By weakening himself, could he be preparing for a finishing move? Seeing him take a direct hit made it even stranger. And I don't know if it's my imagination, but the more wounded he gets, the stronger this kid seems to become. Just then, with a grim expression, Yun Chen activated the basic Berserker skill, Rage Awakening. For every 1% of health lost, strength increases by 3%. Bao Wiem began to speak, on his guard. Without the Void's permission, there's no way he could be standing in front of me. What purpose did the Void have for letting him in? I can't let my guard down. Yun Chen suddenly materialized, a pair of beast gauntlets, preparing for some kind of strategy. He then combined the common skill, Lancer's Bayonet, and threw his spear. Yun Chen's weapon tore through the air, whistling as it flew towards Bao Wiem. The skill, Piercing Star Throw, allowed the spear to rip right through a lava arm and aim straight for his face. Bao Wiem was unable to move. He could only watch as it plunged into his chest. After all that effort, Yun Chen had finally made him cough up a mouthful of fresh blood. He seized the opportunity to soar into the air once more. Now, driven mad with rage, his opponent created a destructive orb of lava. Die! The orb shot straight toward Yun Chen with a destructive roar, but no matter what, he didn't stop. The moment they collided, a massive, explosive shockwave erupted. Yun Chen emerged completely unharmed, thanks to his flawless skill. The invincible golden body made Bao Viem's eyes widen in shock. He's still alive? Not only was he unhurt, but he was also standing lightly on a fragment of the spear that was still lodged in his enemy's body. Bao Wiem was baffled. How is that possible? That was the strongest attack I can currently unleash. Yun Chen then activated a fusion skill, Warrior's All-Out Strike and Berserker's Rage Strike. Keep going! He glared and shouted, my strongest attack! He immediately unleashed a rending sky ice fist that shot up from under his enemy's chin, making him spew streams of fresh blood. Bao Viem's mouth was now a gruesome mess, but he refused to show weakness. Is that all? You call times that times your strongest attack? With my power, I can withstand that at least a few hundred more times. Yun Chen calmly raised his arm. I know. Instantly, a fleshy orb appeared. But all I needed was to pry your mouth open. This is enough. Here's a little gift for you. Before Bao Wiem could understand what was happening, he had swallowed the orb whole. The force of the throw was so great he was forced to gulp it down. For some reason, the chains binding him suddenly began to glow. Bao Wiem was completely enveloped in the light as he cursed. Damn it, what the hell did you shove down my throat? It seemed to be causing him immense pain as he alternated between screaming and groaning. Yun Chen kindly explained, of course, it's the food you crave the most. Don't tell me you couldn't taste what it was. As he spoke, he transformed. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Those chains imprisoning you are actually a type of rule. Yun Chen returned to his dark form, though it looked a little different this time. And I already know exactly how to break those rules. Bao Wiem let out a huge scream, as if in extreme agony, unable to believe his eyes. Damn it, how did you find out? Witnessing this firsthand, Yun Chen benevolently explained, anyone with eyes could see it. You're constantly tormented by hunger. Even the monsters condensed from the power you vomited up were crying out in hunger. Even while your consciousness was dormant, your body still craved flesh and blood. He smirked, knowing he had him cornered. You've been starving for 700 years, so you desperately crave flesh and blood. That's why, even when I had you pinned down and was beating you senseless, you couldn't stop eating the dirt and rocks. If it were just that, it would have been normal. But the problem is, you threw up all that dirt and rock afterward. Yun Chen's gaze became even more resolute. Even after you awakened, you put on this whole act of not wanting to eat me at all. The difference between your behavior before and after was too huge. It made me suspect that it wasn't that you times didn't want times to eat me, but that you times didn't dare times to. The surrounding red-hot lava seemed to recede as if losing its power. I've been inside Huvo's memories. I know how much that guy hates you, Bao Wiem demons to the bone. He imprisoned you because he wanted to torture you. So the chains on your body aren't just for binding, they're a rule that forces you to suffer, Yun Chen concluded with a gloating tone. The moment you feel satisfaction after eating something, it means you've broken the rule, and you will undoubtedly be punished. And as luck would have it, my storage pack is filled with the corpses of demonic beasts. I compressed them into a ball of flesh and shoved it right into your mouth. That was enough food to fill you up for one meal, a grand feast after 700 years, enough to send you into absolute ecstasy, to make you feel like you were in heaven. As Balviem gradually turned to ash, he screamed, "To think I'd lose to a small fry like you! I won't accept this! I won't accept it!" Smoke billowed from his entire body as he crumbled away. In the end, a single stone appeared where he had been standing. Yun Chen staggered, having expended too much energy. Balviem was at his absolute weakest and imprisoned, but he was still this hard to deal with. So this is one of the 72 pillar demons? Terrifying. It took too much out of me. I can't even maintain my demon form anymore, he muttered, analyzing the fight. Actually, there was a cheaper way to deal with him. After all, his range of movement was limited because he was imprisoned. I just needed to use Van Luan and Vodich Quang Han to inflict damage on Balviem. Hit him with one attack, then run. Wait for the skills to cool down, then come back and hit him again. If I just repeated that for 3 to 5 months, I could have worn him down to death. But I have to participate in the decisive battle against the Black Knight Demon Lord. I don't have that much time. He slowly walked towards the large pink stone. Whatever. Let's check out the loot first. The appraisal skill revealed that this was a Skyfire Flame Crystal, the core of Demon Lord Baoviem's magic, condensed over 1,000 years. Absorbing it directly could significantly strengthen fire attribute skills and grant immunity to all fire attribute damage. It could also be used to forge equipment. He reached out and took it. Complete immunity to fire attribute damage. Just that function alone is stronger than my Nether Demon Flame. Now I'm only missing one more Tier 5 material. Suddenly, a sound made him glance over. It was Hu Vo, clapping his hands. He walked toward Yun Chen, step by step. "Not bad. You're quite good." And he smiled with satisfaction. "I originally thought you getting in here was just a surprise, but I didn't expect it to be such a pleasant times one." Hu Vo took out a sword. "I would love to have a little exchange with you, but before that, there's one more thing to take care of." Yun Chen was instantly on guard, but the blade swiped past him as fast as a lightning strike before Yun Chen could even react. He whipped his head around, surprised and confused. "No damage. In fact, I suddenly feel a lot more comfortable." "What did you do to me?" Hu Vo turned back to explain. "Nothing. I just temporarily severed your connection to something. It's not a good thing for times at times to see my existence." Suddenly, the rocks on the ground began to float. It was then that Yun Chen froze, thinking to himself, could that connection be the system? I can't call the system anymore. Hu Vo had taken a seat on a boulder, and as the smoke slowly cleared, he took on the appearance of little Nana. "It would be rather inconvenient for you to have a conversation with someone whose face you can't see, so I'll just use a face you've seen before. But then again, I'm surprised you're not afraid of me." Yun Chen sat down opposite him. "Well, I did play your part when I entered your memories. I have a general idea of your personality. If you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have dragged this out. Am I wrong? Demon of the Void?" Even when called out so directly, the expression on his face didn't change. Hu Vo smiled in response. "You're absolutely right. You should be glad you're human. Because I established a rule for the City of the Void. Any demon spawn who enters must die. I never expected you to find the loophole. After all, you aren't actually a demon spawn." He then let out a sigh. "That place is where I sealed my precious memories. I never hoped for anyone to set foot in there, but an accident happened anyway, and it led me to you. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing." Yun Chen still couldn't calm himself. He really is the great void demon who rules the dark world and divided the 72 pillar demon nations. But aren't the only ones who can establish and change rules gods? Could it be? As if he had read Yun Chen's mind, he said, "Don't get any funny ideas. I am not a god, as you call them." This made Yun Chen unable to stop himself. "Then what are you? Why can no one see your true face?" Hu Vo didn't mind explaining. "Because the difference in our levels of existence is too great. No one can clearly perceive an existence they cannot comprehend. That includes you." He pointed back at Yun Chen. "In short, a being with a high level of existence, like me, can see everything about you." Yun Chen's eyes widened and he jumped as he heard the next words. "Including the other soul inside your body, which is the thing you call the system, and your status as a transmigrator, all the items you possess, and even the blank blueprint." Sweat was pouring down his face. What in the world times you? Thinking to himself, this feeling of being seen through completely is awful. Hu Vo just laughed. "You don't have the right to know yet, not unless you can prove you won't end up in that coffin. Otherwise, everything is just wishful thinking." He tensed up, pondering. The coffin. Is he talking about that coffin in the mountain range, the one that felt so familiar? What he meant was, someday, I could very well end up lying there. Is that place really my final resting place? Suddenly, Void waved his hand, materializing a stone. You killed the violent flame demon lord, which, in a way, helped me sever a lingering obsession. This myriad tribulations calamity stone is my gift in return. It should also be what you're looking for. Also, take out the blank design diagram. I will teach you how to use it. Yun Chen didn't hesitate for a second and took out the item. Thank you. The purple myriad tribulations calamity stone glittered as he explained. The blank design diagram is a fine item for you, but you can't just throw random materials into it. You must have a primary material to serve as the core of the armor set, then use other auxiliary materials to develop it into a complete set. Yun Chen tilted his head back, watching and listening to the explanation, and the myriad tribulations calamity stone can be used as that primary material. When it began to curl, Void commanded, "Now, throw the auxiliary materials you want to use into it." Yun Chen quickly tossed in the stones he had collected: the Heavenly Fire Flame Crystal, the Death Origin Stone, the Black Forest Core, and the Golden Marrow Crystal fused together. They all seemed to melt and become script on the blank design diagram. It slowly wrapped around his body, not forgetting his arms. When the process was finished, Yun Chen had acquired the Myriad Tribulations Annihilation Armor Set. Components: Myriad Tribulations, Calamity Upper Armor, Heavenly Flame Annihilation Leggings, Death's Origin Pauldrons, Black Forest Shepherd's Belt, and Golden Marrow Crystal Boots. Wearer Restriction: Yun Chen. Total Attributes: Strength plus 1,950, Constitution plus 23, Agility plus 14, Intelligence plus 21, Durability plus 1,250, and Immunity to Fire Attribute Damage. Resistance to Negative Effects plus 3. When Flame Force is fully charged, it can release a one-time annihilation. Automatic charge time is 24 hours. Any form of calamitous kill will be absorbed. Once fully charged, the power of Myriad Tribulations Calamity can be used. Note, this is a unique set. Yun Chen grinned. Annihilation. That was the ultimate move of the violent flame demon lord. I never thought it could be an effect on an armor set. And the higher the difficulty to accumulate the power of Myriad Tribulations Calamity, the more terrifying its existence must be, even more so than annihilation. Plus, the attribute values are insanely high. It truly lives up to its name as a legendary armor set. He clenched his fists with determination, analyzing the situation in his mind. With this armor set, I should have enough to deal with those 3 demon lords. The only question is, compared to the demon venerable, how far behind him am I? Next, Yun Chen turned and asked, that's right. There's something I'd like to ask you. Do you know where the illusory annihilation shell is? He recalled that the system had issued a subjugation quest for it long ago, but he still hadn't seen anything called the illusory annihilation shell. Void just chuckled. Actually, you've seen it for a long time now. You just didn't realize it. He glanced around and said, "It's all around you. This entire volcano, everything surrounding us, including us." The glowing red ground beneath their feet held only the 2 of them. The scene of countless rocky peaks jutting up came into view as Void confirmed they were all inside its body. Yun Chen was stunned. In a low voice, Void began to recount. In ancient times, before the 72 demon pillars were established, the Dark World had many perilous lands. Among them, the most dangerous was the illusory annihilation cliff, he said, gently leading to the origin of the beast Yun Chen was looking for. Back then, only a few demon clan chiefs knew that the illusory annihilation cliff was not just a dangerous place. It was a colossal demon beast that had been slumbering for 10,000 years, named the illusory annihilation shell. Yun Chen was shocked into understanding. So that's what it is. No wonder those corpses looked like they were being digested. The lost swamp must be its feeding organ. It uses the swamp to spread an illusory gas and mucus that paralyzes its prey, causing them to lose consciousness and slowly be digested and absorbed. Otherwise, how could it sleep for so long? It would have woken up from hunger. So, you've connected the dots. At the border of the brink of annihilation and the labyrinthine swamp, there must be an opening that leads directly inside the body of the shell of annihilation. It could be its excretory system. Little Nana's ancestors must have taken a wrong turn and ended up falling right inside the shell of annihilation. That's how they avoided the wars outside and lived in peace. Though it's a shame they were ultimately wiped out by an outside imposter. Void continued to explain, "For the past few years, my Void City has blocked off all Damonkin. No one could get in. Over time, the very existence of the brink of annihilation was forgotten, but it left behind the legend of the flame demon purgatory." Yun Chen had to ask, "So, in the end, were you the one who completely destroyed the Raging Flame Demon clan?" He shook his head. "Imprisoning the Raging Flame Demon Lord was enough to settle my debt. I wouldn't go so far as to wipe out an entire clan just for revenge. The one that made the move was the Shell of Annihilation." Void elaborated. "Because of the Raging Flame Demon Lord's presence, the Shell of Annihilation didn't dare to act, but once I imprisoned him, it had nothing left to fear. It devoured the entire Raging Flame Demon clan. By now, it's likely finished digesting everything it possibly could. He couldn't help but add, "What a ruthless beast," Yun Chen thought sarcastically. Asterisk. Of course, you two have a brawl inside its stomach, and when it's all over, it's obviously going to take its anger out on the weakest one left. Asterisk. Suddenly, Void's body started to dissolve into smoke. Your appearance, it excites me. One day, you times will, times stand with me, provided you're still alive by then. I hope we meet again. In his excitement, he couldn't resist adding one last thing. Oh, and by the way, that little fight you had earlier, it woke that times thing times up. It probably didn't dare move while I was here, but now's its chance. And with that, he vanished, leaving Yun Chen standing there completely bewildered. He didn't have long to wonder. The ground beneath him began to tremble violently. Entire mountains suddenly shot up from the earth, making Yun Chen jump. A beast's head emerged. It looked just like the shell of annihilation, only smaller. When the dust finally settled, he saw it wasn't just one, there were 4 of them, all waiting to attack. Yun Chen's face darkened. Asterisk, this is bad. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, I'm still weakened. Asterisk. Meanwhile, in the Forbidden Mountain range, where the forces of the demon realm were hard at work, Kalada's voice could be heard. 31 high-ranked demons, 128 mid-ranked demons, 545 low-ranked demons. A force of this size could conquer several territories. Yet after a whole year of work, we've only managed to open 3 damn coffins. He couldn't help but marvel. Lady Dietsat only needs to get serious and land 1 strike to open a coffin. But for us, it takes 3 to 5 days at full power just to get one open. The gap in our strength is terrifying. Suddenly, one of his underlings cried out in panic, "Lord Kalada, there's a strange coffin over here. It's moving." This took him by surprise. Asterisk. What? Asterisk, he wondered. Asterisk? Aren't these coffins supposed to be filled with nothing but corpses? Asterisk. Asterisk. Could someone still be alive in there? Asterisk. The coffin was indeed moving, as if the body inside were trying to force the lid off. It made a steady times thump, thump, asterisk sound, leaving Kalada and his men completely baffled. The subordinate said, terrified, "All the coffins we've opened so far, they contain the bodies of beings who were incredibly powerful when they were alive. Some of them are legendary figures. Is some kind of monster actually going to crawl out?" Meanwhile, Kalada calmly extended his life sense to get a reading on it. Asterisk. Strange. I can't detect any trace of a life force, and yet, it's moving. What's more, I can faintly sense an aura of extreme danger coming from it. Asterisk. His subordinates asked, "Should we report this to Lady Dietsat?" But Kalada held up a hand. "Her ladyship has far more important matters to deal with. How can we distract her valuable time with something as trivial as a few coffins?" He gave a stern command. "Don't touch this coffin. I'll handle it myself. The rest of you, get back to work." "Yes, Lord. We'll leave it in your hands then," they replied, obeying his order. As the underlings walked off, they began to gossip. "I heard Lord Kalada has admired Lady Dietsat for ages. He's definitely trying to earn some glory for himself here." A portly demon chimed in. "Well, Lady Dietsat is as beautiful as she is powerful. It'd be harder to find someone who doesn't admire her. Still, she's way out of Lord Kalada's league." It's not clear if Kalada heard their chatter, but a smug, excited smile spread across his face. Asterisk. My demonic armament is unique. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. It's more suited for analysis and appraisal than direct combat. If there's truly something spectacular inside this thing, Lady Dietsat will be very pleased indeed. Asterisk. At that very moment, under the light of a waning moon, the Black Knight Citadel looked particularly grim and desolate. In the dead of night within the Black Knight Demon Kingdom, a crowd of demonkin had gathered around a fighting pit. Beside the fighting pit, several figures were seated upon thrones. They were the Demon Lord Carlos, Demon Lord Puro, and Demon Lord Latia. The crowd below buzzed with excitement. It's the 3 great Demon Lords. All the Demon Lords joined this final battle, but it's all come down to a war between those 3. Today's battle will decide the very future of our kingdom. All eyes turned to the highest throne as the crowd roared. The Lord who battles to the end will claim that supreme throne and become our one and only king. A guard asked nervously. "Steward Baha, is our Lord truly going to show up? I mean, no one doubts his strength, but the 3 great demon lords are immensely powerful. If Lord Vudich can't win, Lord Carlos will never let us live in peace." Baha put a calming hand on his shoulder. "Have faith in our Lord. He has never gone back on his word. And you must also have faith in yourselves. As the Lord's personal guard, you are inferior to no other demonkin." Members of another clan overheard and started to mock them. "Did I hear that correctly? The Lord of Thio Castle thinks he can join in?" Another jeered. "You mean that petty lord from the middle of nowhere? Did he come here just to die? I heard his people offended Lord Carlos. He must be here for a last stand. Hearing this, the guards bristled with anger. You dare speak ill of Lord Vutich? Do you have a death wish? The cowardly mockers immediately started pleading. We were just talking. No need to get so angry. Please, don't kill us! Baha gently held them back. On a day this important, starting a fight won't lead to anything good. Ignore them. Let them run their mouths. But his intervention only caused the whispers and stares to multiply. So those are the folks from poor, remote Theoki Castle? I heard all the demonkin there are pathetically weak, but that doesn't seem right. The gear on those guards looks top-notch, expensive. It's nothing like the rumors. Suddenly, a loud voice cut through the chatter of the crowd. For too many years, we of the Black Knight Demon Clan have suffered humiliation. Our standing has fallen to the very last among the 72 demon clans. A demon stood and declared for all to hear. But today, all of that ends. A new king will rise and lead us to reclaim our clan's former glory. The rules for this decisive battle are simple. Any demon lord within the clan may enter the arena and accept the challenge of another lord. Everyone fell silent, listening intently. Whoever is left standing on this stage at the very end will be our new king. Finally, he stressed, and now, I declare the great battle has officially begun. Will the lords who wish to fight please step onto the stage? The dark demon hadn't even finished his sentence when someone shot onto the fighting stage. The moment he landed, Dita confidently declared, the new king will be times me asterisk. If you want to challenge me, then step right up. The crowd immediately started murmuring. That's Lord Dita from Luff Castle. I heard he was already a powerful, high-ranking demon, but after getting his hands on the Demon King's artifact, he became even more terrifying. They call him the strongest lord under the 3 great demon lords. The first person to take the stage will have to endure the most rounds of fighting. Everyone else was hoping to go last, only he had that kind of confidence and presence. In an instant, another fighter leaped onto the stage. Dita, don't be so arrogant. The throne is not something you can just take. But when Dita saw him, he just smirked. The entire stage erupted, sending dust and smoke everywhere. The demons below were in awe. So strong. If this stage wasn't specially treated, the shockwave from that attack alone would have been enough to kill us. This is truly a battle between lords. Terrifying. In the stands, 2 dark figures were blending in with the crowd below. It was Xiao Yu and Lu Miaoling. Xiao, you scoffed? You call this a fight? What a joke. Her sister agreed. I can't believe our homeland has fallen so far. Even this kind of trash dares to fight for the throne. Xiao Jing, who had been sleeping soundly in Xiao Yu's arms, suddenly jolted awake. Seeing it so happy, Xiao Yu asked, Hey, little guy, what's wrong with you? Xiao Jing was trembling with excitement. Master is coming, Xiao Yu's eyes went wide with surprise. What? Mr. Yun is coming? Xiao Jing nodded, incredibly excited. Yes, Master, he's getting closer and closer. He's almost here. She was overjoyed. We've been searching for so long without a single trace, and now he's coming here on his own. What do you think Mr. Yun is here for? Lu Miaoling guessed. He's definitely not here to fight. Over the past year, no matter how fast Mr. Yun developed, he's still only at the level of a high-ranking demon. He's probably just here to watch the show. With his Dark Knight talent, disguising himself as a demonkin would be simple. On the stage, Dita powerfully punched his opponent, sending him flying into the sky in front of all the spectators. He roared with excitement. You pieces of trash! You dare to challenge me? Who's next? Get up here, I will claim the throne. The people below began to whisper amongst themselves. My God, in 15 minutes, he's defeated 6 demon lords. Is Lord Dita really that strong? I thought this was just going to be a civil war between the 3 great demon lords, but now it looks like a powerful challenger has appeared. I doubt any other lord will dare to fight him now. Maybe he really can become the new king. Latia sat on her throne, sipping a drink and enjoying the show. A bunch of foolish peasants. Go on, guess. Rack your brains and guess all you want. You'll never realize that the outcome was decided long ago. Puro's smile was filled with satisfaction. Dita is a pawn we've been cultivating for years. His purpose today was to play the role of the powerful dark horse. And when you finally crush him, the cheers for you will be even louder. After all, taking the throne without any obstacles wouldn't satisfy the expectations these fools have for their king. She laughed sinisterly. In the end, Dita is nothing more than a warm-up act. The most important part of today is still our own civil war. Then she turned to Coast. You don't seem very interested in the fighting on stage. Are you thinking about that, Yuji? The one who refused to pay his resources, crippled your subordinate, and even dared to provoke you? He's still not here. Looks like he didn't have the guts to show up. Cost just smirked. If he dares to come, I'll tear him apart with my own hands. But it's fine if he doesn't, because I have an even more interesting show prepared. Suddenly, soldiers began to advance, making Baha turn his head in surprise. They abruptly surrounded the people from Tok, leaving him confused. What's going on? Koss stood up and spoke. Before we move on to the next battle, I'd like to add another prize. It seems not everyone is aware. Over the past year, there was one territory that refused to submit its war resources, putting us under immense pressure. Kaz delivered his judgment. You should all know that contributing war supplies is the duty of every member of the demon race. Anyone who resists will face the combined wrath of our people. If I hadn't stepped up to provide extra resources myself, I fear our kingdom would have been leveled by now. He recalled the sight of the old man trembling on the ground. Even after I sent an envoy to reason with them, they crippled my messenger and threw him out like a piece of trash. The one responsible for all of this is the Lord of Tok Castle, Yuji. They were surrounded and couldn't do anything, as Kas continued. He is a traitor to our Dark Knight demon race, and the Daemonkin who serve him are also traitors, guilty of heinous crimes. The murmuring started again. What? That really happened? Damn it, everyone from Tok Castle deserves to die. To think our kingdom was almost destroyed by that guy, but it seems being his subject would be pretty nice. You wouldn't have to live in constant fear of being drafted. The lead soldier crushed a glowing round stone in his hand, and everyone from the demon world was trapped inside a cage. Then, Kas feigned magnanimity. Although they crippled my subordinate, I, Kas, am not one to use my position for personal revenge. So, let's give them a chance. We'll strip them of their rights, and save them for the king. Only our new king can decide their fate. The crowd below began to cheer in support. The new king will surely get rid of this evil for us. Destroy Tok Castle! Kill the traitor! Xiao, you sighed at the scene. Just how much must Kas hate this Yuji person to want them all dead? Lu Miaoling replied. He's as vengeful as ever. But I am curious. Who exactly is this Yuji, refusing to pay resources? He must be under a lot of pressure. Xiao Jing's eyes lit up. He's here! Something plummeted from the sky at incredible speed. The dust cleared to reveal an arrogant-looking Yun Shen. Kas, are you ready to die? He thought to himself. Good. I made it in time. Xiao Yu was stunned into disbelief. Isn't that Mr. Yun? He's actually become a lord. Lu Miaoling was also in disbelief. I thought he was living a miserable life, hiding here and there. I never expected him to be doing so well. Dita stepped forward from behind him. So, you must be that lord, Yuji. You actually have the nerve to provoke Lord Kas? Don't you know who's holding this stage? It's times me, asterisk. Yun Shen leaped into the air and placed a hand on his face. He just whispered, You're not worthy. And with a single push, sent Dita flying into the distance. Model. He was thrown back, slamming into a block of stone and knocking out cold. The people watching were in absolute shock. Holy crap, that's Lord Lita. He's ranked right behind the 3 great demon lords. And he got taken down. Just like that. He didn't even have time to pull out his Demon King artifact. So, who in the world is this Lord Wuji? Yun Chen pointed at Carlos with a challenging look. If you're not going to come down here, then allow me to give you a hand. Suddenly, vines wrapped tightly around his legs, startling Carlos. With just a flick of his wrist, Yun Chen yanked him down hard. Carlos staggered to his feet, his brow furrowed in anger. He roared, unleashing a beast of fire as he declared, You little brat, I'm going to take your life. Yun Chen simply leaped lightly out of the way, dodging with ease, which only agitated Carlos more, prompting him to draw another weapon. Don't even think about running! He slammed it into the ground, trying to cast Bone Forest. But the bone spikes shattered the instant they touched Yun Chen's defensive barrier. Carlos grew even more furious as he analyzed the situation. Asterisk, my bone spikes. They couldn't even break his defense? Just how strong is this kid's body? Asterisk. Asterisk. Good thing I was prepared for this. Asterisk. He watched as Yun Chen was unable to fly up or down. Even though the spikes couldn't pierce him, his body was now trapped within the forest of bone. A flock of crimson birds flew in from behind an attack that was absolutely impossible to dodge. Yun Chen simply raised a hand and used a magic fusion skill, Fireball and Unruly Wind Palm, and with a single wave, he engulfed the entire flock in a pillar of fire. The bone spikes also shattered, leaving a huge hole in the floor and causing Carlos to grit his teeth. Damn it. My strongest killing move was just brute-forced and broken. It seems I have no choice. I have to use the Demon King artifact. But his luck had run out. Before he could do anything, Yun Chen's pupils suddenly widened and an oppressive aura radiated from him, surging toward Carlos. Cold sweat beaded on Carlos's forehead as his entire body felt like it was frozen solid, completely immobilized. What is this? My body. It won't move. Could it be the sovereign artifact of the Dark Knight matriarch? He watched as the kid walked over to take the artifact he was about to activate. Yun Chen looked it over with contempt. What were you saying just now? This is a Demon King artifact? By now, the Demon Lord Carlos was completely frozen in place by Yun Chen, unable to move a muscle. He activated the appraisal function on the Demon King artifact, the Scepter of Decay. When attacking, it plants the aura of death into the target's body. No matter what kind of defense the target has, their lifespan will be reduced. A truly formidable item, indeed. The surrounding demonic scions who witnessed this couldn't believe their eyes. What's going on? Why did Lord Carlos suddenly stop moving? Did he really just get his Demon King artifact stolen that easily? You've got to be kidding me. They grew more and more worried. Although it's said that the one who possesses it cannot die, and a stolen Demon King artifact cannot be used by another, Lord Carlos can't use it now either. Is he really about to lose to some traitorous lord? Lu Miaoling confirmed with a serious expression. There's no mistaking that skill. It's the perfect Eye of the Night. The prerequisite for perfectly evolving the Eye of the Night is dark magic power. It pains me to say it, but we have no other choice. Just as she finished, Xiao Yu stopped her. No, that's not right. I think Mr. Van is acting the same as before, only his appearance has changed. He probably hasn't been converted yet. Maybe he's using some special method to fuse with the dark magic. Of course, Lu Miaoling couldn't believe it. A special method? Only demonic scions can wield dark magic. That is the rule set down by the gods themselves. Even a follower of darkness who wants that power must let their body and soul be completely transformed into a demonic scion. I've never heard of any human being able to do that, Xiao Yu affirmed in a low voice. Lu Miaoling, you've never seen it with your own eyes, so you don't understand the feeling. Mr. Van has accomplished two impossible things right in front of me. Once, he swallowed the nether demon flame without a single injury. Another time, he killed a rank 3 demonic scion over level 60 when he himself hadn't even reached level 30. I want to believe in him one more time. Back in the fight, Carlos, still unable to move, was panicking. Asterisk. Damn it. How does he have the Dark Knight, Matriarch's Eye of the Night? Asterisk. Asterisk, I have to kill him. I absolutely have to. Otherwise, he will become the new king. Asterisk. Realizing how dire the situation was for him, Carlos ground his teeth and cried out. Latia yelled at the two remaining lords. Are you two just going to stand there and watch this damn traitor claim the throne? But Puro was still calm, asking Latia, my eyes aren't deceiving me about that skill, are they? She replied nonchalantly. No mistake. It's the ultimate technique of the Dark Knight matriarch from ages past, the Eye of the Night. She grew thoughtful, recalling its origins. The Eye of the Night is one of the bloodline-gifted skills of the Dark Knight demon clan. The probability of awakening it is extremely low. Including the Dark Knight matriarch, there have only been 3 demonic scions in history who could do it, and all of them became the supreme rulers of our people. Even if you ignore the power of the skill itself, just the significance of awakening, it is extraordinary. Puro breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, most of the Demonkins still don't recognize the Night Pupil. The moment they find out, they'll go crazy and support that kid to become the king. We already made a deal. Whoever claims the throne will divide 5 portions of the resources between the other 2. If he takes it, we'll be left with nothing. He's finally willing to use his power. In a one-on-one fight, no one is his match. Let's go together. 2 figures flashed like lightning, rushing toward Yunchen and Carlos's battlefield. Before he even arrived, Puro was already screaming his accusation. Wu Shi, you betrayed the demon race, causing our nation to be besieged and cleansed by outsiders. Latia was just as fierce. A karmic debt-ridden traitor like you has no right to compete for the throne. You must be put down immediately. The moment those 2 flew near, Yunchen swiftly used the power of the Night Pupil, sending waves of pressure crashing toward the 2 demon lords. But just then, Latia used her Demon King artifact, the Ring of the Transposer. Instantly, the 2 figures landed safely on the ground, and Carlos was freed as well. At the same time, the bodies of 3 unlucky demonic scions began to glow. Asterisk. What's happening? We can't move. Asterisk. Seeing this, Yunchen easily realized that the target of his Eye of the Night had been transferred to other demonic scions. Asterisk. So that must be the ability of her Demon King artifact. This is going to be tricky. Asterisk. The moment he was freed, Carlos began to boastfully display his power. This isn't over yet. The weapon he unleashed slowly materialized, the great demonic blood saber. At Carlos's will, the sharp blade flew rapidly toward Yunchen and slashed down without hesitation. He even shouted to his accomplice, Puro, help me! Of course, he agreed. Demon King artifact, grimoire of amplification. The 2 streams of power combined, causing the once small saber to grow to a colossal size. It crashed straight down on Yunchen's head as they both roared, amplified heavenly demon blood saber. He narrowed his eyes, irritated by Puro's grimoire. That fiend's demonic royal artifact, its only purpose was to enhance his skills. A massive explosive flame palm shot toward the blade. Its area of effect was too large to dodge. He could only face it head-on. But Latia wasn't just standing by as decoration. She quickly used her own demonic royal artifact, the Displacer's Ring. Little brother, stop struggling. It's useless. It was that target diversion ability again. The palm, just about to crash into the blade, suddenly spun around and shot back toward Yunchen. Have a taste of your own skill. And just like that, the attacks from both sides crashed down on him, completely obliterating the ground beneath his feet. The fiends watching the show from below the stage cheered with ecstatic adoration for their demon lords. As expected from the 3 great demon lords working together, so powerful, that traitor must be nothing but ash by now. What a terrifying battle. But despite it all, Yun Chen remained standing on the stage. This made Puro's jaw drop in disbelief. Still alive? How is that possible? My amplification codex is supposed to massively increase a skill's power. He paid Puro no mind, simply announcing with arrogance, "It's nothing. My base stats are just high enough. That's all." Though inwardly, he knew the real situation. For better or worse, he was decked out in a full set of legendary gear. There was no way a demon lord could one-shot him like that. That being said, these three working together were truly difficult to handle. On top of that, Yun Chen was deep in the enemy's den and had to stay on guard against their swarming minions. This place was crawling with fiends who hated his guts. If he rashly used Van Luan, surviving in the weakened state that followed would be nearly impossible. He didn't know why Xiao Yu and Lu Miaoling were here, but he didn't want to rely on them. Watching the battle from the sidelines, Xiao Yu couldn't stay calm. Even though they aren't stronger than us, Latia and Puro are both very powerful. With them teaming up, I'm afraid Lord Van can't handle it. We have to help. But Lu Miaoling was still suspicious. But we still don't know Lord Van's condition. What if he's really been completely turned into a fiend? Just then, little Xiao Jing stammered out, "Master, I is paying attention to us. I can feel it. He wants us to stay out of it." Hearing her words, Lu Miaoling was surprised. "He's aware of us, but there's no hostility." Xiao Yu, however, happily patted Xiao Jing's head. This proves there's nothing wrong with Lord Van. As expected, he's pulling off the impossible again. Let's listen to him for now and intervene only when necessary. Back on the stage, Yun Chen realized how difficult things would be if Latia remained in this fight. Bottom line, I have to take out that female demon lord first. Her demonic royal artifact is the biggest pain to deal with. So, he launched a small fireball spell toward Latia. She, using her displacer's ring, sneered, still daring to use skills so carelessly? Little brother, are you really not taking your big sister seriously at all? It was the target diversion ability again. As expected, the flame Yun Chen had just thrown was sent right back at him. As if he already had a plan, he didn't flinch. He channeled his power and quickly cast 3 different ultimate skills: Rapid Cast, Dual Cast, and Fireball. Countless fireballs flew toward Latia at incredible speed. Relying on the demonic royal artifact in her hand, she paid Yun Chen's barrage of flames no mind. Trying to win with numbers? So naive. It doesn't matter how many there are, I can redirect them all. And sure enough, just like before, the entire assault he unleashed was sent flying back. The spot where Yun Chen stood was blown to bits by the swarm of fireballs. It looked like another hole was about to be punched through the stage. Watching this, Xiao Yu and Lu Miaoling couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Lord Van is being too reckless. As long as a skill's power doesn't vastly exceed her own limits, Latia's demonic royal artifact can redirect it. She's not the kind of opponent you can beat with brute force. Xiao Jing also cried out in fear. But to their surprise, not only was Yun Chen unharmed, he used the opportunity to charge out from the smoke and dash straight for Latia. This caught her by surprise as well. What? He managed to charge through all those flames completely unscathed? In a flash, Yun Chen appeared right in front of Latia. He summoned all his strength to use the Hand of Plunder. Too bad for you. My fire resistance is high enough to withstand all of my own fire attribute skills without taking a scratch. It doesn't matter how many you redirect, it's over. Yun Chen was lunging at Latia with incredible explosive force, his powerful fist raised. It's over. Her face showed no fear. Instead, a contemptuous smile spread across her lips. Tell me, little brother, did you forget something? As soon as she finished speaking, both Carlos and Puro charged in with their weapons drawn. Are you treating us like we're not even here? But surprisingly, despite their ferocious attack, Yun Chen effortlessly parried them both, instantly preventing them from landing even a single scratch on him. However, Latia acted as if she expected this, looking smug, saying it's over? What a joke. Puro and Carlos know very well how important this big sister is. They know who the priority target for protection is. Making your big sister the main target was a smart call, but you can't afford to only stare at me, you know. To her surprise, Yun Chen's lips curled into a smirk, completely unconcerned. Staring at you? Are you kidding me? It's obvious you were the one staring so intently at me that you didn't even notice the shadow that appeared behind you. Things changed so fast that Puro yelled out, "Latia!" Carlos shouted in panic. "Behind you! Get out of there!" In an instant, the spot where she'd been standing was shrouded in dust. Latia had been completely restrained by the shadow. She whipped her head around, shouting furiously, "Damn it! You even have a clone-type skill? Since when?" Yun Chen calmly explained, "Back when you were using my own skills against me, and..." Describing the situation in such detail, the flames were obscuring everyone's vision. I had my Shadow Fiend hide in my own shadow. Conveniently, it also knows a stealth-type skill, so ambushing you from behind wasn't difficult at all. Latia struggled to lift her head and look at him. It can hide in shadows, create clones, and use stealth. That's incredibly rare. But a more terrifying thought crossed her mind. That's just a clone, and it was able to overpower me. Just how high are the base stats of his real body? Yunchen looked down. Without her redirection ability, you two are no match for me. Aren't you going to kneel and submit? Puro opened his mouth wide and spewed out a mysterious purple smoke. Are you kidding? This isn't over yet. The shadow mist technique instantly erupted, startling everyone nearby. Yunchen remained calm, looking around, using a dense fog to block my vision. Are you that afraid of my eyes of night? It's a waste of effort. The mana echo was cast by fusing the mage's mana surge with the machinist's echo location. All of your actions are still within my control. Burrow quickly lunged towards Latia. That kid is absurdly strong. I have to free Latia, or we'll never be able to win. He didn't forget to use a skill to enhance the giant hammer of the Dark Knight on his weapon. Get lost, you pathetic clone. At the same time, Yunchen also charged forward, fusing martial arts to create an ice fist and a full-power Herculean strike. Your heaven-piercing ice crash immediately blocked him. Unable to withstand the blow, the hammer cracked with a sharp snap, leaving Burrow stunned. What the? An instant later, it shattered into fragments. He gritted his teeth. Impossible. My skill was already enhanced. This kid's power almost completely surpasses that of a demon lord. And we actually thought we could stand against him. Yunchen spoke coldly. Submit or die. Hearing that, he cast his pride aside and quickly knelt. Burrow willingly submits, he thought to himself. The outcome is already decided. To continue resisting him means death. Koss, standing behind, spoke up indignantly. Burrow, you? And with just a single glance and a simple question from Yunchen, and you? Latia forced a smile, breaking out in a cold sweat. Latia also willingly submits. But inside, she was thinking. Submitting to someone who has awakened the night pupil, it's not entirely unacceptable. The people around them were shocked. How could this happen? Lord Latia and Lord Burrow, they actually submitted to a traitor. The kind of guy who refuses to contribute resources and disregards the life and death of his own clan is really about to declare himself king. We're done for. Our Dark Knight Demon clan is truly finished. Koss roared in anger. Are you kidding me? If you become king, our nation will be destroyed sooner or later. I will not yield, even if I die. But in his mind, it was really, I've already committed a capital offense against him. There's no turning back for me now. The guards below also shouted relentlessly. Damned traitor, you have no right to be king. Lord Carlos, who considers the entire clan, is the one fit to sit on the throne. Following you will only lead us to our deaths. Get lost. A sea of arms was also raised in protest. Step down. We don't want to die with you. You alone are not worthy of being king. Now get the hell down, Lu Miaoling silently observed, then made her assessment. Those followers are Carlos's personal guard. It seems it's time for us to make our move. With that, the two of them shot forward to stand before Yunchen. Both Xiaoyu and Lu Miaoling revealed their true appearances. What if we also accept him as our king? The crowd below began to waver. That's Lady Loyobla and Lady Bella. They were the two strongest demon lords of our nation in the past. Why did they suddenly appear? Weren't they captured and enslaved by the humans? Xiao, you tilted her head and replied, slaves? That's just ridiculous. Lu Miaoling announced with annoyance. Back then, we pretended to surrender only because we wanted to secretly stay by those humans' side, looking for a chance to avenge Her Majesty the Matriarch. Xiao, you continued. Now we've done it, and we've returned. Koss pointed a finger straight at them. Nonsense. Now you're siding with that traitor, which means you want to destroy our nation. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, where did those two bitches crawl out from? As he finished speaking, his personal guards below surged forward again. Lord Carlos is right. They must be spies. Others followed suit. The personal guards are right. Protecting a traitor definitely makes them traitors too. Get off the platform! Blue flames erupted from Yunchen's palm. It seems winning the people's hearts isn't going to be easy. If that's the case, then I'll just have to use force. Lu Miaoling hurriedly stopped him. They are our kinsmen. After all, they've just been misled. Mr. Van, I beg you, please show them mercy. Suddenly, Xiao, you thought of a solution. Actually, there's a very simple way. Just then, Carlos arrived, leading his troops, guards, lords from all lands, citizens who yearn for peace. The time to sacrifice yourselves for the nation has come. Charge. Kill the traitor. The crowd was galvanized. No matter how strong he is, we have no fear. There are more of us enough to crush them all. He is a traitor who brings disaster. For the peace of our nation, kill him. Yunchen was surrounded by attackers from all sides. His long hair hid his expression. You are not worthy to oppose me. And then, his eyes flew open, unleashing his full power. The night pupil. The intense pressure it released instantly petrified everyone. Now, they were utterly terrified, their bodies unable to move. This was a sensation they had only ever felt from the Dark Knight Matriarch in the past. Looking at Yunchen's arrogant posture, they realized the night pupil is the power that only the king can wield. To see all things in your sight fall still, to defeat the enemy without a fight that is the night pupil. This was only a legend about the Dark Knight matriarch of old. It was she who made the Dark Knight demons stand tall among the 72 demon clans, revered by all living beings. Even though history had been rewritten through many generations of kings ruling the Dark Knight clan, only 3 among them were able to awaken the night pupil, far fewer than the total number of kings. This means that becoming king does not guarantee one can possess the night pupil, but one who possesses the night pupil will certainly become king. Yun Chen stood there, exuding a majestic aura. His voice rang out, "Does anyone else have any objections?" In truth, he was already feeling drained. There were too many targets to paralyze. The consumption of dark mana was far greater than I imagined. One of the demon descendants spoke up excitedly, "That's the night pupil, the most powerful symbol of the king." The others cheered joyfully. How could we possibly object? Even Carlos's personal guards no longer dared to speak nonsense. The meaning was already crystal clear. The various lords were nothing compared to the future king. A chill ran down Koss's spine. To use the night pupil on such a large scale, the dark mana consumption must be terrifying. The paralysis only lasts for a moment. It's fundamentally useless in a real fight. Normally, no one would make this choice. Why did he even think of using it? Could it be? Looking at Lu Miaoling and Xiao Yu, who had been standing by Yun Chen's side the whole time, he understood in an instant. He gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. It must have been Loyobla and Bella who told him their goal was to make the people recognize the night pupil. The calculations flashed through his mind. The situation is now settled. I only have one choice. And so, he made his decision decisively. The demon lord turned tail and fled, but Yun Chen had already noticed. Trying to run, his eyes widened as he used the night pupil, directly freezing Carlos in midair. Impossible! And then, pulled by gravity, he began to freefall. A loud thud echoed as he got up close and personal with the ground. Yun Chen calmly passed judgment. Carlos's subordinates, you imprisoned my stewards and personal guards without authorization. This is a capital crime. Then, he showed magnanimity. However, considering the nation's weakness and the need to avoid internal conflict, I will give you a chance to atone for your sins. His eyes fixed on him, his body frozen, all power to resist gone. I'll let the guards decide. As for the specifics, that will be up to you. One by one, his guards began to turn on him. Lord Carlos, we apologize. Your greatest crime was slandering the new king. We risked our lives for you for years. It's about time you protected ours. This time, he was so terrified he screamed, pleading, "No, don't." His eyes were filled with sheer terror as they closed in. "No, no, please, no, ah." And then, Yun Chen ascended the highest throne, step by step, until he stood on the final stair. He sat down and made his official declaration. From this day forward, I am the king of the Dark Knight demons. Lu Miaoling and Xiao, you were the first to respectfully greet the king of the Dark Knight demons. Then, legions of guards and demon lords chanted in unison, we greet the king of the Dark Knight demons. The entire kingdom acted as one, paying homage to the king of the Dark Knight demons. From that moment on, Yun Chen officially became the king of the Dark Knight demons, ranked as the 72nd of the 72 demon pillars. This news spread like wildfire, quickly reaching every corner of the dark world and inciting a fierce reaction from fiends everywhere. The fiends in other territories were all displeased. The king of the Dark Knight demons. What a grand-sounding name. Some demon lord just crawls out of nowhere and has the audacity to call himself king. The Dark Knight demons have finally fallen into decay. And something like that is worthy of being ranked among the 72 clans, alongside us? Laughable. At the conference hall of the 72 pillars, the monarchs from all realms had gathered. Someone spoke up. Regarding the news of this new king of the Dark Knight demons, I'm sure you've all heard. I won't beat around the bush. The second pillar, the Lord of Devouring, continued casually. Perhaps it won't be long before we meet him in this very hall. A wave of mockery swept through the chamber. Lord of Devouring, are you suggesting we allow him to join the conference that only the 72 demon pillars can attend? Does He Times have that right? He beats a few demon lords and suddenly he can call himself king? Since when did the status of the 72 demon pillars become so cheap? The Dark Knight demons don't even have a single high demon. He just got lucky, that's all. I will absolutely not acknowledge him. Duan Ye suddenly interjected. Why don't we just erase the Dark Knight demon clan from the list and let a stronger demon clan fill the void? The 21st pillar, Duan Ye, the Annihilator, smiled as if stating a simple truth. Letting them hold a place among the 72 clans is just a waste. The Lord of Devouring added, that's right. Because of that human, Ha Quen Than, the powerful warriors of the Dark Knight demons suffered heavy losses, but their foundation remains. All they need is land. Sooner or later, they will cultivate new powerhouses. He analyzed the situation with the newly appointed Yun Chen. More importantly, we are still at war with the human world. The mid-tier and low-tier demons are the main force on the battlefield. In that regard, their value is far greater than many of the smaller demon clans. As long as they can provide enough war resources to contribute to the dark world, it doesn't matter who calls himself king, he mentioned in a low voice. If the Void Demon and the First Pillar were here, I believe they would agree with my decision. The other pillars erupted into chaos. Who knows where the First Pillar has run off to all these years? Even the fiends of his own clan haven't seen him. The Void Demon is even more erratic. After the 72 kingdoms were divided, he was never seen again. Now, everything was being decided by the Lord of Devouring. The real power was in his hands. The Lord of Devouring smirked at the noisy crowd, confidently making the final call. If you want my power, then come and fight for it. The only condition is that you have to be able to take it. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall fell silent. The conference finally came to an end. Lade was indignant. This is outrageous. He's just a demon lord. What right does he have to be on equal footing with you, Lady Annihilator? She sipped her afternoon tea. This was the decision of the Lord of Devouring. No one can refute it. The Dark Knight demons do indeed have a considerable foundation. Although they've lacked high-level powerhouses in recent years, they have never failed to contribute war supplies. Her gaze grew pensive. What bothers me is this new monarch of the Dark Knight, this Lord Wuxi. Thinking back on everything that's happened, his appearance was just too strange, as if he materialized out of thin air. First, he suddenly appeared at Thiloke Castle, quickly killed the original lord, Bo Day, and became the new leader. A year later, he's sitting on the throne. Moreover, I've heard that after he became lord, he refused to contribute any war supplies. His territory never conscripts soldiers. And before he showed up, not even the locals had ever heard of a Wuxi. All these clues, they're very strange. Lade's brow furrowed even deeper. Perhaps he was a hermit living in the demon beast territories. That kind of fiend is rare, but they exist. They spend their lives fighting demon beasts from a young age, so their personal combat strength is immense. But because they rarely interact with other fiends, nobody knows who they are. Duanye's legs swung gently as she considered the possibility. That's possible, but I have a bolder guess. She explained slowly. A year ago, Yun Chen and Diu Lin from the human world were reverse summoned over here. The drop point was right in our territory, the land of the Duanye demons. It was our responsibility to deal with them, she continued, recounting the events. So I sent Colada. Unexpectedly, the pursuit failed, and we discovered that the Forbidden Mountain Range had been opened, recalling my decision that day. Considering the importance of the Forbidden Mountain Range, I gave up the chase at the time. Now, thinking it over, her line of analysis sharpened as she pointed out the geography. The other exit of the Forbidden Mountain Range happens to be in the territory of the Dark Knight demons, and the closest domain to that exit is Thiloke Castle. Lade was stunned by the coincidence. You mean, the king of the Dark Knight demons is actually the human Yun Chen? That's impossible. He has such a dense, dark aura about him. The fiends who witnessed the battle that day could all feel it. There's no way he's human. But her thoughts went deeper. Whether it's possible or not doesn't matter. Sometimes all you need is a reason to act. If, after becoming king, he continues to refuse to contribute war supplies, and we add this reason on top of it, he understood her meaning instantly. Lady Annihilator, you mean? Duanye was more excited than ever. The kingdom of the Dark Knight demons has a solid foundation. It's just so tempting. Oh, and back at the Dark Knight Royal City, Baha couldn't help but exclaim, I can't believe the Lord really became king. I've waited for this day for so long. The guards were ecstatic. Yun Chen smiled in response. Don't worry, you will all be rewarded. The kingdom was controlled by the 3 great demon lords for too long. For some of the more important positions, it's better to use our own fiends. Wouldn't you agree? He rushed to show his loyalty. My lord, rest assured. I promise that within 1 month, we will install our trusted people into all the key positions within the royal capital. By then, my lord, you will have complete control over everything. He extended a hand forward. Then I'll leave it to you. You are dismissed. The man bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. Next, Yun Chen stood up to greet some familiar faces. Ah, that's right. Xiao Yu, Lu Miaoling, why did you two suddenly show up here? Was this teacher Xia's idea? Xiao Yu explained with a serious face. That's right. Our mission this time has 2 objectives. One is to find you, Mr. Van, and Miss Diaoling, and help you return. The other objective, her voice grew heavy as she continued, is to use the trump card our master left behind in the dark world. Her words left Yun Chen puzzled. What is this trump card? Xiao, you hesitated. Lu Miaoling answered for her. We have to ask our master's permission first to confirm whether we can tell you, Mr. Van. This immediately caught his attention. You have a way to contact Teacher Xia? We're in a different world, separated by a spatial barrier. Xiao Yu smiled. With human strength alone, it's certainly impossible, but what about with the power of a god? She then cheerfully presented a handy little gadget. Using this special god-tier artifact obtained through a ritual offering, we can easily contact our master. The item's specific information appeared. God-tier illusion piercing mirror. Its effect, Ignores all restrictions. Both parties holding the artifact can communicate freely. This is a divine gift. Just as she finished speaking, Qing Chang appeared. Xiao Yu, Lu Miaoling, did you need me for something? Xiao Yu said, overjoyed, Master, look, we found Mr. Van. He's incredibly powerful now. He's become one of the 72 demon pillars. Yun Chen waved. Teacher Xia, long time no see. The news seemed to stun even Qing Cheng. One of the 72 demon pillars. That's a great achievement. You'll have to tell me all the details. After hearing everything, she said, I see. The situation in the Dark Knight Demon Kingdom is unique, but defeating 3 demon lords is still a huge step forward. It's just a shame I can't be there with you, Yun Chen. Otherwise, I'd have given you a grand reward. Yun Chen kept a smile on his face. You're too kind, Teacher Xia. You've already given me so much. Oh, right. I have no news of the human world over here. What's the situation on the front lines like these days? Her face grew serious. It's grim. That's why I wanted Xiao Yu and Lu Miaoling to bring you and Diaoling back, to have you both forged in the crucible of battle. But now it seems it's better for you to stay in the dark world. Yun Chen was starting to understand. Teacher Xia, you mean? She stated it directly. The best way to relieve the pressure on the front lines is to start an internal war among the demon spawn. Right. I'm still not clear on what your current strength level is. Yun Chen was honest with her. Against a demon venerate, I'm not so sure, but anyone below that level, I believe I can defeat them. In his heart, though, he was thinking, asterisk, I'm wearing a full legendary set, after all. So yeah, I'm pretty confident. Asterisk. His statement shocked both Xiao Yu and Lu Miaoling. Asterisk. Oh, crap. Mr. Van just said something terrifying. He's saying that no one below the rank of demon venerate is a match for him. Did he forget our master's rank? Asterisk. Qing Cheng let out a hearty laugh. Interesting. Very interesting. Xiao Yu, Lu Miaoling, take him there. I'm going to give him a little test. As they walked down a strange tunnel, both Lu Miaoling and Xiao Yu looked at Yun Chen with pity. Mr. Van, you're really in for it this time. Poor Mr. Van. Yun Chen sighed in exasperation. It can't be that bad, can it? He thought to himself. Asterisk, don't tell me. Teacher Xia wants to fight me herself? Asterisk. Asterisk. Now I remember. Teacher Xia has an incredible combat record, but her rank is only within the 3rd ascension, placing her squarely below the demon venerate tier. If she's my opponent, I'm really not confident at all. Asterisk. Lu Miaoling didn't know what to say. Well, I'm not so sure. Xiao Yu changed the subject. Right, Mr. Van, where did you go after arriving in the dark world? We looked absolutely everywhere for you. He casually brushed it off. Oh, that? I just took a trip to the Endless Desert. You could call it some simple training and treasure hunting. His mind raced. Asterisk. It's better not to mention the void. There's no way I could explain the white item design space or the system. Asterisk. He recalled his fight with the miniature shell of illusory annihilation. Asterisk. That mission was anything but easy. I was almost erased by the laws of reality, just trying to fuse with the dark demonic energy, and in the end, I was just tossed aside by the void. Asterisk. Asterisk. I was in a weakened state back then. I had no way of dealing with the monster that suddenly appeared. Asterisk. Asterisk. And so the chase began. Luckily, my stats are much higher now than they were before. Asterisk. Asterisk. Even in a weakened state, I could still move to a certain degree. That, plus frantically chugging supplies and using the terrain to my advantage, I barely managed to keep my distance for a while. Asterisk. Thinking back on that difficult time, asterisk. Of course, I planned my escape route. I deliberately lured the monsters into a group, and then, relying on my set skill, asterisk, asterisk, I annihilated the entire horde in one blast. Asterisk. He gave himself a strained smile. Asterisk. While the new monsters hadn't appeared yet, I managed to escape into the entrance of the Void City. I guess you could say I dodged a bullet. Asterisk. Asterisk. If I had made one wrong move back there, the only outcome would have been death. Asterisk. Finally, the 3 of them arrived at their destination. Xiao Yu stood at the front. Mr. Van, we're here. Yun Chen touched the circular light in front of the door. What a powerful protection spell. I can feel that I couldn't possibly break this on my own. Who set this up, and where are we? She was already in the middle of the doorway, activating it. Our master set it up, of course. Behind this magic circle is the treasure vault of the dark female venerate. The revelation left him speechless. A treasure vault. How is it that it wasn't seized by the 3 great demon lords and has been preserved until now? Lu Miaoling explained from the side. The magic circle our master set up also has a concealment effect. The only reason you can see it, Mr. Van, is because we're here. With Xiao Yu's words, the door finally opened. Let's go inside. Our master's test is in there too. Deep inside, someone was already waiting. Unexpectedly, that person was Qing Cheng. Yun Chen pushed open the large inner door with all his might. Her head snapped toward him, her eyes sharp. Before a word could be spoken, she lunged with her sword, full of killing intent. Demon spawn, die! Xiao, you hurriedly tried to stop her. Master, wait, he's not a demon spawn. He's the disciple you took on after returning to the human world. You can't kill him. Yun Chen was frozen, breaking out in a cold sweat. Asterisk. That speed is terrifying. I couldn't see it clearly. I didn't even have time to react. Asterisk, Qing Cheng's doppelganger was incredulous. Took on a disciple? Why would I have the leisure to do something like that? Xiao Yu, Lu Miaoling, I'm sure you both know the consequences of deceiving me, don't you? Xiao Yu gave a strained laugh. We'd still like to live for a few more years. Lu Miaoling spoke with a faint smile, casually mentioning, it's been 4 years since you were placed here. We're called Xiao Yu and Lu Miaoling now. Our master gave us these new names after she returned to the human world. Xiao Yu then made sure to take out the phantom crystal mirror. If you don't believe us, you can at least believe yourself. Back then, we hadn't known our master for very long. Although we had signed a soul contract, we still hadn't completely earned her trust. The original Qing Cheng appeared, clearing up all questions. He really is my disciple. It's not even an exaggeration to call him my favorite. That includes Xiao Yu and Lu Miaoling. They are completely worthy of your trust. Qing Cheng's clone, however, seemed indifferent. Suppose I believe you. It's still hard to understand. Even if I am you, you know your own talent and strength. Taking on a disciple is a waste of time. It's meaningless. The original replied slowly, I used to think so too. But then, a few things happened that left me with no other choice. Then she quickly gave her instructions. You don't need to look into it any further. For now, just help me test that boy's strength. You can be a little rough, but don't cripple him. At this point, Yun Chen was completely lost. What is this situation? Why is Teacher Xia in the Black Knight Dame's treasury? She's clearly in the human world. Could it be that the Teacher Xia here is a clone? But when they were talking, they mentioned something about 4 years. How can a clone exist for that long? Qing Cheng's clone turned to look at him. Faced with such an abrupt situation, you're still able to think calmly, quickly identify the key issue, and even guess that I'm a clone. I quite like those traits. No wonder my original self calls you her favorite, Xiao Yu confirmed Yun Chen's guess. Mr. Van, you've guessed correctly. The master here is indeed a clone of our master, but she wasn't created by a skill effect. She was made using a special, god-level item. She possesses all of our master's power from 4 years ago. Thinking back on Qing Cheng's journey, 49 years ago, after her master killed the matron of Black Knight and found her treasury, inside were all the collections she had amassed over a lifetime. Then, Xiao Yu brought up the real issue. Unfortunately, the treasury had been sealed with a special technique, making it impossible to open in a short amount of time. The master had no choice but to create a clone to stay behind, then set up a protective magic array to keep the clone from being disturbed, while she herself continued her conquest of other nations. But then the master was severely wounded and had to retreat back to the human world in a hurry. This clone was forgotten inside the treasury, and by some twist of fate, became an ace in the hole. Before me, Qing Cheng looked up at the tightly sealed door. Unfortunately, she said, to this day, I still can't open the treasury. It's not something that can be done with brute force. Certain special conditions have to be met. Unless I just forcibly destroy the entire treasury, but doing that would cause the treasures inside to self-destruct. Hearing all this, Yun Shen couldn't help but be impressed. A clone that possessed the full power of the original body and could exist for a whole 4 years. That divine-level item must be incredibly powerful. He thought about his own abilities. Even his shadow phantoms could only use all his skills, and their stats were reduced. It was nothing compared to this. Qing Cheng turned and replied, It's not that amazing. This clone still has one major flaw. Enough idle talk. It's about time I see what you're really made of. As he finished speaking, Yun Shen drew his sword. Taking his stance, he felt incredibly honored and curious. Asterisk. I really want to know just how strong Master Ha was 4 years ago. Asterisk. Qing Cheng, standing opposite him, spoke. It's been very boring in here for 4 years. I hope a disciple like you can bring me a little bit of fun. Of course, I won't be using my full strength. This is just a test after all. A faint blue energy began to radiate from her body, preparing for the imminent battle. If you can force me to draw my sword, I'll consider it your win. Her name was Ha Qing Cheng, a Frostwind swordsman, level 90. Attribute values, unknown. Skills, unknown. Hearing that, Yun Shen's brow furrowed in annoyance. A swordsman, but you won't use your sword. Even if you're Master Ha, I don't appreciate being looked down on like this. With that, he immediately activated the basic magic swordsman skill, Phantom Step, summoning countless illusions that began moving in from all sides. Qing Cheng calmly crossed her arms and took a few steps back. You haven't even figured out my techniques, and you're already choosing a direct confrontation. I wonder how my original self taught you. You're a bit reckless. Unnoticed on the floor beneath her, purple tentacles were quietly slithering up. Suddenly, the long appendages wrapped tightly around her legs. Basic skill. Entangling tentacles. Ching Cheng was caught by surprise, immediately looking down at her feet. The form was a little different, but this was definitely Drit's entangling tentacles skill. She looked at Yun Shen, puzzled. Asterisk. But the weapon he's using is clearly a sword, and he used a swordsman's skill. What is going on here? Asterisk. He shot towards her like an arrow, sword held high for a powerful downward slash. Master Ha, it looks like time's your times, the one who hasn't figured out your opponent's techniques. Just then, the spot where the vines had wrapped around her suddenly froze solid, then shattered into pieces. Shards of ice flew everywhere. Yun Shen witnessed the whole thing, still not sure what had just happened. He stared at the pieces of ice, completely shocked. She broke free, and that looked a lot like the effect of an ice attribute skill. Ching Cheng used an appraisal technique on him. Oh, no class specialization. So that's how it is. No wonder you can use so many different class skills, and your attribute values are so high. As she spoke, she brushed off the spot where the vines had been. It seems my original self found a truly rare disciple. Ching Cheng offered some praise. The power of your skills isn't bad at all, far beyond the level of a basic skill. You must have a special talent. It seems I can't fight you using conventional methods. As soon as she finished speaking, a glowing blue snowflake pattern appeared at her feet. She shot towards Yun Shen, summoning large blocks of ice that trailed right behind her. At the very least, I'll have to treat you as if you were an entire party. She ran in circles, her movement speed so incredibly fast that only after images were visible. Yun Shen was in trouble. She's too fast. I can barely see her form. Before he could even react, she was already on him, preparing to strike. Just as he thought he had a lock on her, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes, but then a woman's voice from behind him made him freeze. Too bad. You guessed wrong. All of Yun Shen's attention was focused on the figure in front of him. He had no time to react to the one behind. A divine flash attack rained down with terrifying power, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. And yet, his opponent vanished the instant she was about to strike. Yun Chen, having escaped by a hair's breadth, watched her and thought to himself, her speed is just terrifying. Without my godly flash, I'd have no way to evade that. Hakuin Than had to give him some credit, an interesting spatial skill. Then, she instantly teleported from her spot. Again, she appeared right behind him. But the surprise wasn't a pleasant one. A huge chunk of ice erupted from the ground, knocking him away. Yun Chen was completely caught off guard. He never imagined she could track his godly flash with sheer speed alone. It's just insane. Before Yun Chen could even react, Kuinthan leaped into the air, aiming a kick right at him. She wasn't finished. She stomped straight down, the force so immense it gouged a deep crater into the very ground. Yun Chen coughed up a mouthful of black blood. His body just couldn't withstand these brutal attacks. Kun Than looked down at Yun Chen's motionless body and couldn't help but praise him. You're tougher than you look. Is it that full set of equipment you're wearing? She mused. Could it be that my original self was rushing things by giving him a legendary set of armor? Yun Chen gave a weak smile and explained, You misunderstand. Master Ha has always prioritized my training. My rewards have mostly been opportunities to grow stronger. He turned, pushing himself back to his feet. This armor, I earned it myself. But as he spoke, small shards of ice had already begun to form on her hands. The ice spread up her arm. This is the snow dance step of the Ice Soul Dancer, a hidden class. Every time I move, it leaves a patch of frost on the ground. Anyone who makes contact is instantly frozen. It finally clicked for Yun Chen, so that was it. All that rapid movement was a setup, a way to blanket the area in frost and shrink the space he had to dodge. That attack from the air. She was intentionally trying to knock me onto one of those patches. But, wait. I thought Master Ha was a wind and snow sword master? How can she be using the skills of an ice soul dancer? Watching Yun Chen struggle against the spreading frost, she announced. This ends now. He didn't respond, but from the ground beneath him, long tentacles started to emerge. It was his fusion skill, Iris. The tentacles coiled together, shattering the ice that held him. Giant serpent coil. Quinthan reached out and touched one of the tendrils. Oh? So, you used vines to pull yourself free while you were paralyzed. How clever. And what's more, those flames are melting my ice. She stared at the blue fire now flickering across Yun Chen's body. She even gave him the nether demon flame. My original self really is playing favorites, isn't she? Now high above her, Yun Chen refused to give up. His plan, if he couldn't win with speed, he'd win with distance. He would unleash a barrage so dense she'd have no room to escape. He fused the mage's fireball with the Chi Master's rapid Chi bullets. Then, he fused the mage's water arrow with the magic swordsman's lightning infusion. And then he unleashed them. Chi flame burst barrage. Thunderbolt arrow rain. A torrent of fireballs, large and small, shot towards her. But Quin Than was not to be outdone, launching a volley of ice shards in response. A ranged battle? Fine. I'll play with you. Fire and ice crashed into each other, creating a huge explosion that filled the entire chamber with smoke. Neither side was giving an inch. Yun Chen couldn't believe it. Those are my fused skills, and she just neutralized them like that? And what's more, the Wind and Snow Swordmaster is supposed to be a melee class. Any ranged attacks should be slashes of sword energy, not whatever the hell those ice bullets are. Before the smoke had even cleared, she shot straight through it. Putting distance between us was a smart move, but up here, you're nothing but a target. Her fist was suddenly right in front of his face. A sly grin spread across his face, his voice brimming with newfound confidence. We'll see who the real target is. Yun Chen summoned a clone, dagger in hand, that lunged for Ha Quinthan. Her eyes widened in surprise. A clone hidden in the shadows? This kid actually used himself as bait to draw her in, creating an opening for his double. She vaulted onto the clone's back, narrowly avoiding the blade. Landing gracefully, she remarked, "How sneaky. I almost fell for that." Yun Chen changed his weapon and pressed the attack, as expected of Master Ha. Dodging at a moment like that is truly impressive. He channeled power into his blade. Too bad for you. The Shadow Phantom was just another feint. This next one, you won't be able to escape. He prepared a fusion skill, the Magic Swordsman's Blazing Slash and the Mage's Fireball. Yun Chen swung his sword down. Single sword demon flame burst. Yet, even this wasn't enough to overwhelm Queen Than. With a simple move, she froze the tip of his blade. He stared in disbelief. An attack with that much power. And she stopped it with a single, simple gesture. Queen Than smiled, offering a compliment. A fine attack. It deserves a proper response. Then she dashed forward, her speed unbelievable, a flash of murderous intent in her eyes. Now, I'm getting serious. A single blow sent him reeling, spitting blood, her speed. It was on another level entirely. Yun Chen was thrown into the wall, unable to even see her movements with the naked eye. His entire body screamed in pain as ice began to creep over him, threatening to freeze him solid. Damn it, he thought. I have to risk it all. With that resolve, Yun Chen didn't hesitate. He transformed into another form, shattering the encroaching ice. Queen Than was unfazed, instantly closing the distance. His transformation hadn't even lasted 5 minutes before she had him pinned to the wall, taking another beating. From below, Xiao, you watched in awe. This is the chamber just outside the Black Knight Matriarch's treasury. The materials these walls are made from are incredibly precious. And they're actually cracking, Lu Miaoling added. She's still not using her full strength, but it seems the master is finally getting serious. Yun Chen's face went grim as he clenched his jaw, enduring the agony. Even so, Yun Chen managed to grin and praised her. Your speed is terrifying. But he was thinking, even if I can't dodge, at least in this myriad wheels state, I can follow some of her movements. For her part, Quinn Than was impressed. To be this strong at only level 60-something. He's not bad at all. At this point, she had to concede. Her original self hadn't made a mistake in choosing him. Quinn Than added, but to pass this test, you're going to need to do more than that. As she spoke, she channeled a strange magical energy into his body. But then, Yun Chen suddenly seized her wrist. Then how about I add a little more fire? And with that, he cast a fusion skill, the Mage's Fireball and the Magic Swordsman's Blazing Aura. Mystic Shield Demon Flame. A massive inferno erupted, consuming everything. Queen Than jumped back to escape it. He's using a mutual destruction technique, a kamikaze attack, but as she looked closer at Yun Chen, who had a staff planted in the ground, she realized something. That's not right. He's completely unharmed. Then it dawned on her. I see now. It seems when it comes to fire resistance, even I am no match for you. Yun Chen took it as a compliment from Qing Cheng and shouted, "Thanks for the praise," while simultaneously casting a spell. Countless tentacles erupted from the ground, skill fusion, drit, entangling tentacles, and growth mage. Standing atop one of the tentacles, he gave the command, and the giant appendages began to move with incredible speed, rapid cast, dual cast. The tentacles grew chaotically all over the place, gradually shrinking the combat area, but it wasn't enough to trouble her. Qing Cheng charged towards Yun Shen with ease, as if nothing was in her way. Forcibly complicating the terrain to slow me down. It's a decent idea. She dashed forward at incredible speed, but it wasn't enough to turn the tide. He smirked and summoned 2 fire puppets. What if I add them to the mix? Qing Cheng immediately created a massive ice shield. I've grown tired of watching this move. The 2 puppets' attacks were completely useless against the shield's protection. In a flash, she launched sharp icicles that destroyed both puppets. At the same time, the icicles also pierced through every one of Yun Shen's tentacles. The situation was bad. Yun Shen turned to flee. Ha Qingcheng wasn't about to let him escape and immediately leaped into the air. But suddenly, right where she was about to land on a tentacle, a landmine appeared. It let out a loud beeping sound. Only then did Qingcheng realize it was a trap. A violent explosion erupted. Luckily, she managed to dodge in time. Qingcheng landed safely on the ground, but to her surprise, there was another mine right where she set her foot. Looking up to survey the situation, she saw that mines had been planted on all the tentacles. The scene was pure chaos. This kid, he's really hard to guard against. One explosion after another went off in succession. Skill fusion, chain fireball mage and mechanist, hazardous device, chain firebombs. The thick smoke gradually cleared, revealing Ching Cheng still standing amidst the smoldering ashes. The wings of ice she had summoned had blocked nearly all of the force from the blast. Though she had a few scrapes, she didn't forget to offer praise. Combining different skills to create interlocking cover fire like that's quite impressive. Quinn Thon retracted her wings. If you had power on my level, you'd be one of the very last opponents I would ever want to face. This master has found herself a formidable disciple. The staff was red, with a green gem on top, and from its base to its tip, it drank in streams of black smoke. Yun Chen spread his arms, and behind the bright light, a pair of giant hands appeared. Fusion art, shaman, wind of freedom, and maelstrom mage. This time there's no escape for her! Quinn Thon was horrified, clenching her fists and backing away. This is bad. I have to retreat, now. Yun Chen used the eyes of the night, his gaze piercing. Don't even think about running. She was frozen solid for a few seconds. The eyes of the Knight of the Black Knight Matriarch. I can't believe you possess such a skill. Even though it can only freeze me for a moment, it's more than enough time for you to cast your spell. The image shows an intense battle, with massive blue flames erupting from above. Down below, she faced the onslaught. The name of the technique, Heaven's Peak Hurricane. Quinn Than analyzed sharply. It seems the flame clone and the fire attribute traps weren't just for attacking and providing cover. They were a setup to accelerate his casting speed. The wind is feeding the fire. An attack with this much range and intensity is enough to completely halt my movement. A decisive blow, not bad at all. A hand in a black glove drew a sharp, blue-glowing sword from a purple sheath. She continued, but, for better or worse, I times am times your master. It would be a complete disgrace if I couldn't handle a move like this. Quinn Thon swung her two weapons in a powerful stance. She unleashed a blinding stream of green energy, slicing through space and shattering it into a cross-shaped pattern. Yun Chen's face showed complete shock, one hand raised in front of his chest to shield his eyes from the brilliant light. The surrounding lines became sharp, the movement intense. Is this Master Xia's true power? Cracks appeared in the space around them. The test is over. Yun Chen landed gently on the ground. The entire attack vanished with a single sword stroke. Quinn Thon held a purple sword, pulsating with powerful blue energy. Congratulations on passing the test. As for your reward, before Yun Chen stood a colossal door adorned with intricate patterns, giving it an aura of deep mystery. Quinn Than gestured towards the treasury and announced, all the treasures collected by the Black Knight Matriarch over her entire lifetime will now belong to you. Yun Chen reverted to his original form, with Xiao Yu and Lu Miaoling behind him. Yun Chen looked completely astonished. The treasures collected by the Black Knight Matriarch in her entire lifetime? Master Xia, weren't you the one who said that not even times you times could open this vault? She reached out and touched a strange door of light. The door, which radiated a bewitching aura, was the entrance to a treasury. I told you. That's because a very specific condition must be met. Acting recklessly would cause the treasures inside to self-destruct. Mysterious streams of blue and red light flashed from the crack in the door. The design of the treasury door was unique. Inside, a massive amount of magical power was constantly moving in a meticulous and complex pattern. That magical energy flowed like tiny, delicate pipes, and also like streams of water. The position of the safety mechanism and the position of the destruction trigger flowed back and forth, intertwining, never ceasing their movement. The door was equipped with an incredibly robust mechanism. She continued to explain. To open the door, you must halt the flow of magic at the safety mechanism's position, while simultaneously allowing the magic at the danger zone's position to continue flowing, until it reaches the safe position, and then you must halt it too. Only then will the self-destruct device not be triggered. I've tried freezing the magic before, but it takes time for the ice to set. It can't be done instantaneously. The four of them stood in the cavern, Yun Chen processing the information at lightning speed. So that's it. The special condition is the Eyes of the Night. This is the Black Knight Matriarch's treasury, after all. She must have wanted to ensure that no one but herself could ever open it. He touched the door, and his entire body began to glow. After years of research, I have become familiar with the flow pattern of the magic. Just listen for my command. Halt the magic at the proper moment, and the treasury door will be opened. Yun Chen clenched his fist, his face resolute. All right! The door opened, and a blinding light poured out from within. All four of them stepped inside. He walked in front, not hiding his surprise. Oh my god! No wonder these are the lifetime collections of the 72 demon pillars. The treasures were arranged neatly on shelves. Yun Chen excitedly listed them off. Riches, celestial artifacts, special items, high-level equipment, weapons of war. So many different kinds. There's everything imaginable. In the human world, this would be the national treasury of the most powerful empire. Quinn Thon inquired. Now that all of this belongs to you, what do you plan to do with it? bring them back to the human world to equip the front lines. Or is there another way? I looked up at everything here. There's a ton of stuff, but most of it is only suitable for the demonic scions. If we wanted to use it for our soldiers, we'd have to research and modify it. The situation on the front lines is brutal right now. I'm afraid we just don't have that kind of time, which means there's really only one best way to use all this. My gaze hardened as I looked at her, and two words came to mind. Civil. War. Ching Cheng crossed her arms. You want to incite a civil war among the demonic scions in the Dark Yin world? Do you really have the strength to pull that off? I clenched my fists and replied, we can find a way to boost the combat power of the low and mid-tiers. For the mid-tier forces, I can rely on myself, Xiao Yu, and Lu Miaoling. But for the high-tier forces, we'll have to rely on you, Teacher Xia. Xiao, you quickly interjected. Mr. Van, the Master's clone has a limited operational range. The moment she leaves this treasure vault, she'll disappear within 3 days. Lu Miaoling added, and besides that, our Master's real body gave her a more important mission. Those 3 days have to be dedicated to completing it. I finally understood the weakness they mentioned. So, this was the biggest catch. Still, the god-tier item that created this clone is already unbelievably powerful. But man, the number of treasures Teacher Xia has is just insane. I thought back on it. She's given me the essence of the Demon Lord, the Sea God Statue's condensate, the Phantom Demon Flame, and back in the office, there's still that Divine Beast contract. Add to that Xiao Yu and Lu Miaoling's Phantom Shadow Crystal, plus the god-tier item that created this clone. It's like she has an endless supply of treasures, able to pull out some insane artifact whenever she wants. In that respect, I doubt even Headmaster Ye Sijuan could compare to her. I rested my chin on my hand, thinking, but the teacher Xia in front of me is only a third advancement, so where did she get all these incredible items? And that monstrous power of hers? Even someone like me with the system can't hold a candle to it. I'm afraid it can't just be natural talent. I turned to Ching Cheng and asked, Teacher Xia, I like to think I've worked pretty hard, but when I'm up against a demon lord, I'm still pathetically weak. You and I are both in the third advancement tier, but you can kill a demon lord, even one of the 72 demon pillars. And on top of that, you can use long-range magic skills even though you're a melee type. How in the world can you do all that? Hearing my question, Ching Cheng didn't seem to mind answering. It seems my real self hasn't taught you yet. Your tier and your class. They aren't everything. Otherwise, why would she have taken a parasite who can't even advance, like you, as her student? I can understand her reasoning. After all, some things are simply impossible to grasp if you're taught them too early. Ching Cheng began to break it down. You should already know that the difference between a second and a third advancement professional lies in the power of their skills. The attribute conversion rate of advanced skills is much higher than that of intermediate skills. But the jump from third to fourth advancement, that's a whole different story. Once you reach the fourth advancement, not only do you get skills with even higher stat values and conversion rates, you also earn the right to use a special type of skill called an origin skill, which contains a sliver of origin force. My eyes widened. An origin skill? Origin force? What are those? She continued. If I just call it an origin skill, you probably won't get it. So, what if I called it an ultimate skill, or a god-tier skill? For the vast majority of professionals, their origin skill is the end of the line. It's the absolute pinnacle of their class. But for a select few powerhouses, the origin skill is just the beginning. The scene shifted to a view of the forest. The strength of an origin skill lies in the fact that it contains a sliver of origin force, and origin force is the very source from which worlds are formed. In other words, it's the fundamental power the gods used when they created reality itself. She continued, it comes in many forms. It can be life itself like flowers, trees, and animals, or it can be natural phenomena like water, fire, or wind. Now, regular skills can also create phenomena like water and fire, but ultimately, they're just crude imitations powered by magic. They can't touch the core essence of those concepts. Ching Cheng kept explaining, after reaching the fourth advancement, a professional learns a unique origin skill that corresponds to their specific class. Even though it only contains a tiny amount of origin force, its power is far beyond that of any normal skill. More importantly, it can serve as a stepping stone to truly comprehending the origin force itself. She raised a single finger. Once you successfully grasp and master a type of origin force, you will gain power that transcends the very limits of your class. You can shape your origin force into any form you desire. For example, my origin is frost. This shard of ice might look like a mage's basic ice bolt skill, but in reality, it's just a form I created using origin force. She then fired the ice bolt as a demonstration. As for its power, it blasted a huge crater in the wall below the treasures. My jaw dropped. No wonder that thing was able to counter my fusion skill. It turns out it wasn't a mage's ice bolt at all. The wall crumbled, sending up a cloud of dust. Origin Force is the kind of power that the gods possess. That's why a 4th advancement professional who can use an origin skill is also called a god-tier powerhouse. Of course, even among god-tier powerhouses, or among the demon lords, there are vast differences in strength. Cheng said, the key factor that determines their strength is the type of origin force they wield and their level of control over it. Take your average 4th advancement professional or even a demon lord. They can merely use an origin skill, but they don't truly understand the origin force behind it. Many of them might go their entire lives without ever truly grasping it. But once you reach the level of the 72 demon pillars, they've basically all mastered an origin force. The greater their control over their origin force, the higher their power level, and the higher their rank will be. It all clicked into place. So, that's how it is. Teacher Xia has mastered an origin force that even most demon lords lack. That's how she was able to achieve such a glorious feat. But Teacher Xia isn't a 4th advancement yet, so how did she get an origin skill to comprehend the origin force? She replied, besides advancing, there are other ways to obtain an origin skill. For example, through top-tier special items, materials, or equipment. It's a shame my real self isn't here, and there aren't any of those items in the Night Empress's vault. Otherwise, I would have given you a few. I hesitated. Maybe. I actually have something like that. The scene shifted. I was moving a large boulder, and I couldn't help but marvel at it. Very good. Now, I will give you a new task. He set the stone on a table. Baha jumped, stammering. A new task? Inside, he was screaming, holy crap, that spatial stone is massive! He looked like he couldn't believe his eyes. Inside was a countless amount of money, jewels, equipment, consumables, and raw materials. He held his head in his hands. Good heavens. Can it be that my lord moved the entire national treasury here? Yunchen answered casually, I left plenty in the national treasury for the capital to function normally. Half of this was my own private fortune. The private fortune was what he took from the Black Knight Matriarch's treasury. The man's shock had not faded. My goodness. With this quantity, we could build a colossal fortress. He held out his palm, and the image of a castle appeared. Your mission is simple. Transform this mobile palace in my hand into a mobile war fortress. Can you do it? Yun Chen considered the task of completing the 72 Demon Pillars mission. The system had rewarded him with this mobile palace, but just a palace wasn't enough. The others were buzzing with excitement. My Lord of the Black Knight, rest assured, I will pour every ounce of my strength into creating a weapon of mass destruction that will please you. To use such a vast quantity of precious materials to build a magnificent fortress, this is likely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. Our will is burning. Let us do it. We will absolutely get it done! Yun Chen smiled happily. Your already good fortune is now shining even brighter. Very well then, I leave it in your hands. In another scene, the wind blew ceaselessly, carelessly sweeping up a few leaves. Yun Chen and Xiao, you were strolling on a mountain. Xiao Yu spoke up to report, Mr. Van, the guards have been embedded in the craftsmen's workplaces. Anyone who dares to harbor greedy thoughts will be killed on the spot. Very good. Although it's highly unlikely they would have a change of heart, it's always better to be cautious. Xiao Yu's face was slightly flushed, and she shyly avoided his gaze. Oh, right, Mr. Van. Actually, I've been wanting to ask for a while. She gently touched her chin. You brought me to this deserted mountain. Could it be that you want to? Yun Chen laughed in praise, as expected of Master Xia's personal maid. Incredibly intelligent. You've guessed my intentions perfectly, she thought bashfully. In a place where no one can bother us. A man and a woman all alone. Surely he wants to do. Asterisk that asterisk, right? Oh, you're terrible. Mr. Van seems so proper on the outside, but it turns out he's into such thrilling games. Yun Chen was speechless. I take back what I just said. He moved forward until he found a suitable spot. All right, this'll do. Yun Chen conjured a small fireball. Back when I fought the Blazing Demon Lord, I managed to land a debuff on him and relied on my own fire resistance to withstand most of his attacks. But there was one move that, even in my Van Luan state, I didn't dare let touch me. Yun Chen would launch a small orb that he'd packed with immense power until it grew massive. The only way to even survive contact with it was with total invincibility. Wherever that orb passed, it obliterated everything. It tore a huge chunk out of the mountainside before shooting off into the distance, leaving a plume of smoke in its wake. The destructive power was terrifying. Xiao, you watched in horror. What a fearsome skill. An attack of that magnitude. Not even a demon venerable would dare face it. It might even be powerful enough to damage the 72 demon pillars. Could that be the primal skill of the fire element? Yun Chen recalled what Qing Cheng had said. If what Master Xia said is true, then the Blazing Demon Lord, who's rumored to be in the top 10, must also possess that primal power. He soared into the air, his hands blazing with azure flames. Even though he was incredibly weak at the time, that move was his ultimate killing blow. It's highly likely it contained a shred of that primal power. Yun Chen turned to Xiao Yu. I'm about to push my fire skills to the absolute limit. until every last drop of my magic is gone. During that time, I'm entrusting my safety completely to you. Xiao Yu bowed. Understood. He spread his palms. By comparing my own flame to the one with primal power, over and over again, I might have a chance to finally grasp it. 3 days later, Yun Chen was still relentlessly launching fireballs, the air thick with billowing smoke. But he could tell something wasn't right. No, this is all wrong. My flame and his annihilation flame, they're not even in the same league. Yun Chen summoned a flame into each hand, studying them closely, trying to spot the anomaly. Theoretically, my nether demon flame is an S-rank flame, far beyond any mundane fire. The blazing demon lord's was just an ordinary flame. So why is the gap in power this massive? What am I missing? Xiao, you approached with water. My apologies, Master Van. Other than attending to you, there's nothing I can do to help. After all, that primal power is nothing but a pipe dream for me. In any case, you should drink some water. He took the water skin. You have nothing to be sorry for. This problem is mine alone. Understanding this primal power is proving more difficult than I ever imagined. We have to prepare to be in this for the long haul. Oh, right. When will the war fortress be finished? Xiao, you seemed uncertain. I'm afraid it could take up to a year. The scale of the project is just immense. By the way, Master Van, the summit of the 72 demon pillars starts in 2 days. Master Van? As the Dark Knight Demon King, of course I have to attend. I'll have Lu Miaoling go and prepare. Yun Chen took a sip of water. Hearing her words, he realized she was talking about the conference of the 72 pillar demons. His Majesty mentioned it as well. It seems to be held every 2 months, and you don't have to be there in person. You just use a special device to create a magical projection. With that thought, Yun Chen turned to Xiao Yu. This conference is simply to negotiate frontline war strategies and rearguard supply resources. I've already decided to refuse to provide any resources for the war. Trading empty words with them would be pointless. Besides, if I participate, I risk exposing my identity. His robes fluttered in the wind. Let's keep moving. Elsewhere, at the Advent organization, Lucy stood majestically on high, while a mysterious figure in a hooded robe knelt respectfully on one knee before her. She was immensely proud. Ah, Lu Miaoling. Promoting you to bishop was absolutely the right call. So decisive. In just 1 year, you've helped me gather all the materials for the 3rd tier advancement. I am very pleased. Now, what would you like as a reward? Wealth, status. Miao Ling said softly. To be able to serve you, Lord Oracle, is my greatest honor. I shouldn't ask for a reward, but if I may, I have one request. I was hoping you could accompany me somewhere. She turned away shyly. Asking me on a date. Huh? Well, that's not entirely unexpected. After all, countless people admire me, don't they? I accept your invitation. Lucy turned her back. But only after I've completed my 3rd advancement. When the time comes, I will find you myself. Be prepared to go on a date at any moment. Miao Ling bowed. Thank you, Lord Oracle. Behind her respectful facade was a mind full of schemes. Don't you worry, Lucy. This will be a date you'll never forget. Back with Yun Chen, a powerful, round beam of blue light shot down from the sky. He was still training relentlessly, wiping sweat from his face, his breathing heavy. No matter which fire skill attribute I use, even when I fuse the skills together, the difference is like night and day. I've trained so hard for so long with no progress. What in the world am I supposed to do? Xiao, you wondered. Mr. Van, I don't know if I'm mistaken, but I feel that your demonic flames, no matter how you change their form, are nothing compared to that root skill. It's as if one is real, and the other is just an illusion. Yun Chen pondered. An illusion? To think, Xiao, you can see it, but I can't feel a thing. It seems I've been so focused on my training that I've missed what's obvious to an outsider. He created another fireball, but her words alone are too vague. I need to understand this on a deeper level. Yun Chen shot the giant fireball into the distance. The best way is to experience it directly with my own body. Yun Chen put his hand inside it. The dark energy he channeled into it was gently repelled. He gritted his teeth against the sudden pain. So hot. It hurts. I can't believe that with my fire resistance and immunity, I'm still getting burned like this. My own flames could never do this. Despite the burns, Yun Chen resolutely threw himself inside. Is this a root skill? It's not enough. I need to feel more. Inside the fireball, Yun Chen's body was scorched red, his vision blurred, his robes torn. He screamed in agony. Ah! Xiao Yu was terrified by his reckless action. After all, that's a root skill. Even a 4th-tier master wouldn't dare face it head-on. This root power comes from the strength of a god. Even with Mr. Van's high resistance, he can't possibly avoid it. Yun Chen endured. Although a searing noise echoed relentlessly in his head, he still answered Xiao Yu outside. That's why. I have to feel it directly with my body. And... The fireball dissipated. His face was twisted in pain. I can feel it. Dark energy radiated from his body, and he had no strength left to stand. As he was about to fall, Xiao Yu rushed toward him. Mr. Van, but his will forced him to stomp his foot down. Asterisk, boom, asterisk. He fired another sphere. It was so hard to finally get a feel for it. I absolutely cannot collapse now. Fireball jutsu. He controlled it with his hand. Inside the blue sphere, a red one began to condense. His face flushed. Yunchen's determination only grew stronger. Not enough. Not enough. I have to condense it more, make it massive. Inside the fireball was another small, burning ember, but it was tiny compared to its predecessor. Though it was small, Xiao Yu was astonished. That little fireball gave off an incredibly dangerous feeling. Could that be a root skill? No. It's still a little weaker than a root skill. It's as if he created a root skill out of many normal skills. The sphere vanished, and he smiled. Well, it was my first time trying. Reaching this level is my limit for now. Yun Chen seemed relieved. With no strength left to stand, he fell backward. But at least I finally scratched the surface. From behind, Xiao, you caught him in her arms. She said, I will keep you safe. Please, rest easy now. In the treasury of the Dark Knight matriarch, Hakuin Than's clone stood before a mirror. Beside her, Lu Miaoling sat with a solemn expression. The original Qin Than spoke. This is your final mission. You must complete it, no matter the cost. The clone replied, Don't worry, my original self. Though I have your memories, your emotions, and all your abilities, I did not inherit your desire for life. To me, death is nothing, she continued. But I cannot carry out this mission immediately. For the next 6 months, Yun Chen will still require my help. The original Qin Than continued. Fine, the front lines can hold for 6 months. Her already serious face grew even sharper. Can you tell me everything now? I can't for the life of me understand what happened back then that made me willing to take on a disciple. The Queen Than in the mirror fell silent, her expression a mix of emotions. She said, They're alive. Hearing this, the clone's eyes widened. They really are? The original Queen Than shot to her feet, as if she couldn't believe what she just heard, and asked again, What did you say? Is it true? Tears began to stream down her face. They're still alive. Teacher Ha in the mirror thought, Yes, but this kind of life, where I might have to kill them, it's a fate worse than death. What a shame. All by myself, even if I successfully reincarnated 4 times, I could never do it. If my opponents are times them asterisk, then it's truly impossible. Kun Than lowered her head, lost in thought, her hands hanging limply at her sides. She told herself, I know what I have to do next. Back with Yun Chen, he was now lying on a large block of ice while Xiao Yu tended to him. She looked at the man on the ice, her heart aching. The burns are so severe, and that's with Mr. Van's extremely high fire resistance. If it had been me, I fear I would have been turned to ash the instant I touched that flame. She picked up a few pieces of ice. Fortunately, the National Treasury has plenty of high-grade healing medicine. With this Qianlian jade ice that Lu Miaoling had sent over, he should recover very quickly. He opened his eyes, stirring slightly. Yun Chen slowly sat up, his hand touching the back of his neck. He'd finally recovered. Being burned to death by his own skill. What a joke. A flame ignited in Yun Chen's hand. The gains from his ordeal had been immense. He brought the flame closer to her. Tu Yu, what do you think of this skill? She watched it intently. It's powerful, completely beyond the scope of a high-level skill. It's even stronger than a typical 4th reincarnation ability. Her eyes shifted to him, sizing him up. But it's still a far cry from a true primal skill. Yun Chen stared at the flame, not looking away. You're right, he said softly. This is just its initial form. If I keep refining it, I believe it'll be strong enough to rival a primal skill. Maybe even surpass one. He stood up from the block of ice. Tu looked puzzled. How do you refine it? Yun Chen answered immediately. The old way. There's no shortcut to burning myself with the fire of annihilation. He tested the power of the fireball in his hand again. This is the only way I can comprehend a primal skill, by using my own flame to simulate the fire of annihilation. Once they're both on the same level, I'll just have to temper and train, over and over again. Eventually, I should be able to possess my own primal power. Her voice filled with worry. That's too dangerous. Yun Chen had almost been incinerated, but he remained resolute. It's fine. The deeper my understanding of the fire of annihilation becomes, the less damage it will do to me. Hearing that, Qiu Yu didn't try to persuade him anymore. She just sighed. Honestly, I don't know what to say to you. I guess I'd better stock up on burn cream. 6 months later, at the Council of the 72 Pillars, the pillars had gathered for a meeting, all of them visibly displeased. The Dark Knight Monarch has gone too far. This is the 3rd consecutive 72 Demon Pillar Council meeting he's missed. Not only that, he's refused to contribute any resources for the war. This is a direct challenge to us, other pillars chimed in. Devouring Lord, give the order! A person like that doesn't deserve to be one of the 72 Demon Pillars. Let's just exterminate the entire Dark Knight Demon clan. Let another clan take their place. We're done putting up with him. The Devouring Lord turned away, his tone still perfectly calm. Oh? It seems everyone is quite furious. His gaze swept over the crowd. So, who's going to do it? As one, the pillars fell silent. He turned to face the Devouring Lord and chuckled. Silent, are we? Everyone knows how to shout, but if it comes to a real fight, any clan involved would suffer massive losses. You want all the benefits without taking any of the risks? Life doesn't work that way. Another voice spoke up. It was the fifth pillar, the Nether Shadow Lord. That's not how it is. Each of our clans has dispatched a large number of soldiers to the front lines. Many of our own kings are fighting in the human world. The forces we have stationed here are already thin. If the Devouring Lord agrees to let me recall my main army, wiping out the insignificant Dark Knight Demon clan would be nothing. He stood on high, his voice echoing down. The front lines are currently in our favor. Withdrawing troops would give the humans a chance to regroup. I cannot grant that request. Douanier held a few papers in her hand. I can understand the Devouring Lord's desire to avoid a civil war, but allowing the Dark Knight Demon clan to be an exception. What if other demon clans follow their example? Wouldn't that be even worse? Your constant search for peace. I fear the only ones celebrating will be the humans. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Douanier, the Annihilator. What are you trying to say? She waved the documents in her hand. Devouring Lord, surely you remember Yun Chen and Lu Diaolin coming through the Void Gate. After all, the Dark Believers in the human world worship you. In fact, the moment they arrived in the Dark World, my soul-tracking sigil reacted, but somehow it was concealed. This is the intel I've investigated and compiled. In it, you can see that the appearance of the Dark Knight Monarch coincides perfectly with Yun Chen's arrival. The Devouring Lord looked at the documents, his eyes scanning every line. The pillars erupted in murmurs again. Douanier, the Annihilator, are you saying the Dark Knight Monarch is human? That's impossible. Humans can't possess dark demonic power unless they wholeheartedly transform into a demon. That is a rule set by the gods themselves. No one can break it. She asked mockingly, and what if he borrowed power times from times a god? Based on everyone's experience offering sacrifices to the gods, you all should know their temperament, as long as the offering is valuable enough. An offering of sufficient value. Properly to a god, nothing is impossible. And that includes changing the rules. The Devouring Lord spoke up. While I doubt he could possess an offering of sufficient value, it's not impossible. Civil war is also something I wish to avoid. Douanier, the Annihilator, if you're going to make such a bold claim, you must have a plan. She spread her arms, her cunning tone obvious. Since the forces you all can deploy from your homelands are limited, I propose each clan contributes. We form a clan alliance. Even if it's just a small portion from each, together, it will be more than enough to destroy the Dark Knight Demon clan. Her eyes grew more sinister. Of course, this battle will be led by us, the Annihilation Demon clan. We will also commit the greatest strength. The Shadow Lord reminded her, Douanier, the Annihilator, for the next 6 months, you're supposed to be rotating with me on the human world front lines. That was already decided. You don't have time to command any alliance. She gently stroked her chin, feigning contemplation. Nether Shadow Lord, I am of course aware of this, and I never said I would command it personally. The Dark Knight Monarch may have a fearsome reputation, but he himself is merely a demon king. He's only fit to be a king in the weakling Dark Knight Demon clan's nation. To deal with him, a demon venerable under my command will be more than enough. The Devouring Lord stood on the stone platform, the purple light intensifying his cold demeanor. I gave the Dark Knight Monarch 2 chances. The first time he didn't attend, I let it slide. A new king has many duties, after all. The second time, he refused to provide offerings. I let that slide as well. He needed enough strength to protect his own domain. His eyes grew darker. But this third time, if I tolerate this again, then I deserve to die. The scene changes to Douanier in her own domain, speaking with a subordinate. Demon Venerable Baylidi, you will be the supreme commander of the Demon Clan Alliance. I have faith in your abilities. I am certain you will accomplish this mission flawlessly. He bowed to accept his orders. Lady Annihilator, you can rest assured. Eradicating a tiny clan like the Dark Knight Demons will be an easy task. By the time you return from the human world, we will have even more territory. She gave a word of caution. But don't get complacent. For that Yun Chen to become the Dark Knight Demon King in just 1 year, he must have something special about him. Although you won't be the only one fighting this time, and on paper our strength is completely overwhelming, you should still be careful. Douanier handed him a mysterious purple crystal as a precaution. Take this inscribed crystal with you. One of my own skills is sealed inside. It should be enough to help you resolve any problems that arise. I found Yun Chen standing before a deep, gaping crater, his body trembling with exhaustion. Behind him, Xiao Yu was ecstatic for him. You did it, Sir Van. You finally did it. I can feel the immense primal power from within it. After half a year of brutal training, you've achieved something on par with the Master. He was panting heavily. Just using it once had nearly depleted his mana, let alone trying to change its form. I'm still a long way from reaching Master Li Xia's level. I have to work even harder. Just then, Lu Miaoling landed nearby, catching Yun Chen's attention. She was out of breath. Sir Van, I've received word the Daemonkin from all the clans are making their move, but what shocked her even more was the massive crater right in front of her. My God. Did Servan do this? She was stunned, finding it completely unbelievable. Xiao Yu replied, well, I can't blame you. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'm not sure I would have believed it either. When I think back, Xiao Yu and I were just bringing tea and cakes to Yun Chen. The first time we met him, he was just a minor, rankless Daemonkin. Compared to us, he was a nobody. If we hadn't taken into account that he was the master's disciple, we wouldn't have given him the time of day, let alone shown him any respect. But the man standing before Lu Miaoling now, he wasn't that guy anymore. He was someone else entirely. He's now far surpassed us. He's stronger than we could have imagined. All we can do is watch in silence. To have a human like him become the king of the Dark Knight demons, I don't know whether to be happy or sad about it. Yun Chen turned around. Oh, right. Lu Miaoling, what were you saying just now? Lu Miaoling snapped out of her daze. Ah, I almost forgot about the important news. Her expression turned serious. Sir Van, the clans have dispatched a massive number of Demonkin soldiers. They're gathering in the Dark Knight Demon Kingdom and are about to form a coalition army. Their objective is crystal clear. They're targeting our Dark Knight Demon Kingdom. He chuckled as if he'd already anticipated this. A coalition army, so that's their move. By not deploying their main forces from the front lines and keeping their garrisons at home, forming a joint army is certainly a clever strategy. Yun Chen turned, his robes billowing in the wind, highlighting his powerful and confident presence. But all of this was within my calculations. Let's go. Prepare for war. In another scene, the royal palace, Dark Knight, Royal City. Yun Chen was seated on the throne, with his subjects below. No one down below said a word. All of them stood with their heads bowed in silence. Only Lu Miaoling and Xiao Yu looked up at Yun Chen, ready to receive his orders. He crossed his arms. It seems all of you have heard the news. It's nothing more than a coalition cobbled together from worthless trash, and yet it has scared you all to death. Burrow clutched his head in panic, asking, worthless trash? Are you kidding me? Oh gods, Latia quickly interjected. My king, the Daemonkin coalition is serious this time. This isn't just an empty threat. Her voice was filled with fear. According to our current intelligence, the enemy has dispatched 3 demon venerables and 9 demon lords. There are over 100 high-ranking demons, and the number of low-ranking demons is countless. That kind of force is truly terrifying. Then she compared it to their own guard. Now look at us. Even if we include Lobo Bella, and the newly appointed Lord Duxi, we only have 5 people with the true strength of a demon lord. Add to that the fact that their coalition army overwhelmingly outnumbers ours, and those 3 nearly unbeatable demon venerables. We are completely outmatched. He turned to Basha and asked about Lord Lu Jitu. Basha replied respectfully. He was the champion of the national fighting tournament. He inherited the position from Lord Carlos. His power is immense. I've heard he's just a hair's breadth away from the level of a demon venerable. The sound of footsteps ascended from below, a pair of purple shoes adding to the man's mysterious aura. A man with his hair covering his eyes clenched his fist. My king, we meet for the first time. I am Liu Zitu. I am willing to dedicate my life to you, my king, and to our kingdom to repel these foreign invaders. Yun Chen stroked his chin. Oh? You seem quite confident. Are you not afraid of the Daemonkin coalition? Internally, he thought, this one's interesting. I'll have to look into him more closely. But the man stood firm. I am more afraid of our kingdom being annihilated, of our people suffering. No matter how terrifying the enemy is, I will never surrender. His spirit moved everyone. They placed their hands over their hearts and declared in unison, my king, please, let us assemble our forces to meet them in battle. We will not surrender. But the Demonkin nobles and others tried to stop them. No, you mustn't. Don't throw your lives away for nothing. Right now, we're in a fierce battle with the humans on the front lines. We should be avoiding a civil war. We are all Daemonkin. We shouldn't damage our kinship. Rayane chimed in. I believe this is still negotiable. We don't need to turn against the other Daemonkin clans. If we concede a little territory, perhaps we can maintain peace. If that doesn't work, then surrendering wouldn't be so shameful. I remember that name, he thought. He's one of the high nobles. The one next to him is also a noble or a wealthy merchant of the kingdom. The two sides had conflicting opinions. Nonsense. Surrender isn't shameful. Give up our land. What is wrong with your head? The other side wouldn't back down. What good will fighting do? Are you just going to throw your lives away? Even if we get lucky and beat the coalition, we'll have made enemies of every other demon clan. You're all marching to your deaths. You reckless fools never think about the consequences. Watching them argue, the situation became clear to him. The Demon Lord faction was for war, while the noble faction was for surrender. Yun Chen stood up, raising a hand to command silence. Enough arguing. Finish repairing the mana projector within 7 days. Whether we fight or surrender will be my decision. In his office, he leaned back against his desk, discussing the matter with Xiao Yu and Lu Miaoling. I didn't expect this. Lords like Puro and Pat are clearly terrified, yet they're still determined to fight. That was surprising. Xiao Yu, standing opposite him, replied, "It's because they have no other choice. My king, do you know why becoming a demon lord requires killing the predecessor?" Yun Chen voiced his thoughts. Once used, a piece of the demonic regalia binds itself to its wielder. Unless that wielder is killed, the regalia is useless to anyone who steals it. Lu Miaoling concurred. Exactly. If they surrender to the Demonkin kingdom, their territories will be seized, and their demonic regalia will be taken. This is how new lords are cultivated. After all, a lord is a crucial position, and the ruling clan would only feel secure putting one of their own in that role. He was puzzled. But aren't the regalia of the Dark Knight demons usable only by a Dark Knight demon? Xiao Yu smiled. That's simple. They just arrange for a Demonkin of their clan to mate with a Dark Knight demon. Subsequent generations will surely possess the corresponding bloodline. By the way, the reason you, Sir Van, can use the regalia without the bloodline is because the authority of your natural gift surpasses that of blood. He was taken aback. So, that's how it is. At the same time, Lu Miaoling added, as for the faction that wants to surrender, they're basically all nobles or wealthy merchants. Even if the country changes hands, all they have to do is pay a small price to get by, and they can continue living their comfortable lives. Suddenly, something occurred to Xiao Yu. Oh, that's right. Sir Yun, it's clear you've decided to accept the challenge, so why not just announce the outcome right away? Why wait 7 days? Yun Shen replied, if I announced it now, those aristocrats would grab their money and flee overnight. We need time to get our affairs in order first. Then, he turned to Lu Miaoling to give her an assignment. Lu Miaoling, I'm putting you in charge of the aristocrats and the major merchants. She bowed to accept the order. Don't worry, I will see to it. The door opened, and a tall figure stepped inside. The person at the door was Baha. All eyes in the room turned toward the sound. Baha, my king, Lord Liu Duoxi is here. Yun Shen had a question. Liu Duoxi, I've done some research on you. In the past, you were just a hair's breadth away from reaching the rank of Demon Lord, a wide-open future. But then you suddenly withdrew from the world. Can you tell me the reason why? Liu Duoxi lowered his head, silent and hesitant for a moment. It seemed to be a difficult topic. He looked up, his expression solemn. If the Dark Knight matriarch had asked this question, I would have refused to answer. But since it's you, I will tell you everything. Yun Shen asked. Why me? He continued. Because you refused to hand over resources for the war, lowered taxes, and abolished forced conscription. You did the very things I wanted to do but couldn't, which of course has also brought you a great deal of trouble. Liu Duoxi was taller than him, but his presence was no match for Yun Shen's. We, the Demonkin, are humanity's enemies, hating humans, dedicating ourselves to the front lines. Isn't that just the natural order of things? He said. At first, I thought so too. Duoxi remembered his own family. He had been conscripted himself. But I came to believe that using that as a reason to force conscription is wrong. After all, I'd never actually met a human. To me, humanity was just this vague concept, something that only existed in written records. But the damage done by conscription, that was always right there in front of my eyes. A scene from the past flashed in his mind. I couldn't change anything. My only choice was to leave my home and become a wanderer. As I was running from reality, I was also hoping to witness the cruelty of humankind for myself, to prove that the great Dark Knight matriarch was right all along. He recounted in detail. During my 20 years of wandering, I did, in fact, encounter humans. They called themselves the Holy Believers, from an organization known as the Advent. They were stubborn, cruel, and fanatical. But everything they did was nothing more than pillaging, like they were committing evil for the sake of being evil. And they were ignorant. He observed it all back then, watching but unable to understand. I found it hard to imagine that a race with so little intelligence and such ordinary strength could truly threaten the dark world. Duoxi felt completely helpless. Just as I was wrestling with my confusion, I suddenly got word that war had broken out back home, so I rushed to return. But I was a step too late. The humans had already moved on to another country. It was all over. Looking back, while everyone else was drowning in sorrow, I realized something. The ones who died in battle were all combat-class Demonkin. The civilians and children, though they looked miserable, were for the most part still alive. This proved their war had a specific objective. It wasn't just a simple massacre. If it had been the Holy Believers, they would have undoubtedly slaughtered every last one of them. He watched them from above. Maybe the Holy Believers don't represent all of humanity. Holding on to that question, I began to follow them in secret. I discovered that the human soldiers were disciplined and rational, completely different from what was written in the books, and a world away from the Holy Believers. This only confused me more. I decided I wanted to find a soldier who had served on the front lines to learn more. But then, I suddenly discovered something terrifying. Back in the present, he continued, except for the highest ranks, like the 72 demon pillars and the other individual demon lords, Not a single demonkin has ever returned from the front lines. Yun Shen was astonished. Is that really true? Xiao Yu. Now that I think about it, that's right. They frequently broadcast images from the battlefield back to us. But you're right. No soldiers ever actually come back alive. He clenched his fist. So that's how it is. It seems the 72 demon pillars are hiding something. Xiao, you didn't understand. She propped her chin on her hand and asked, My king, you say the 72 demon pillars are hiding something. What is it, exactly? He answered nonchalantly, The history of the dark world and the truth about humanity. Yun Shen glanced at her and asked, You've been to the human world before. What was it like? Xiao, you thought for a moment before answering slowly, ignoring their physical appearance, their food, their drinks, their daily habits. They're really not that different from Demonkin. Unbelievable, Baha shouted. That's impossible. Humans are obviously cruel and vicious. Every single Demonkin knows that. How could evil humans possibly be like us, Demonkin? Yun Shen remained calm and began to lay out his thoughts. Baha, your reaction is not at all surprising to me. Lioa, Aline Bella, before you two went to the human world, I imagine your thinking wasn't so different from his, was it? The two women both agreed. Yes, that's true. Perhaps in their eyes, humans are just sinister, wicked creatures. Here in the dark world, the only humans the Demonkin ever really encounter are arrogant zealots like the holy believers. In the heat of battle, soldiers might hesitate to strike down a human who shows the same emotions they do. But once they get to the front lines and fight humanity face to face, the Demonkin realize humans aren't at all what they've been led to believe. Of course, once on the battlefield, Demonkin and humans will slaughter each other ferociously for any number of reasons. Even if a few of them manage to hold on to their reason at first, after they watch the people they care about fall in battle, they're bound to be consumed by hatred. But even so, when they realize their enemies aren't mindless monsters, they'll start to question the very meaning of this war. Yun Shen looked Baha straight in the eye and said, They might even start thinking of ways to stop the war through communication, or even desert the battlefield, because at the end of the day, nobody wants to die. Baha was still stunned. Yun Shen continued his explanation. Once that kind of thinking makes its way back to the dark world, for the Demonkin, it would be a massive blow to their core beliefs. It could even destabilize the entire ruling class, the very authority they use to keep the populace under their control. This is exactly what the 72 demon pillars don't want to see. And that's why they take such decisive, forceful measures to forbid anyone who has served on the front lines from ever returning home, to nip the problem in the bud. Baha, bewildered, grabbed his head, still holding on to his opposing view. This whole idea it's insane. Even if you are our king, I find this very hard to accept. Duoxy suddenly spoke up. At first, I didn't dare believe it myself, but when I saw those human soldiers were completely different from how I'd imagined them, I, too, began to suspect I was being deceived. He recalled being in a ruined library. I started investigating everywhere I could. I found that while many books and stories recorded the cruel acts of humanity, they never gave any specific details. And on the rare occasion there was a detailed record. When I went to investigate the location myself, I never found a single trace that humans had ever been there. Du Hai wasn't kidding, he was dead serious, and all of this just made me more certain of my theory. I heard the new king's movements were eccentric. Out of curiosity, I decided to go back and make contact with him. Yun Chen just watched the two of them quietly as they argued their points. According to you, the lords of the 72 demon pillars all want war to break out, but what good would that do them? I don't know. He spoke, and it was the very thing I'd been wondering myself. The gears were turning. The dark world has more air than it does people, he thought aloud. So why would they launch an all-out attack like this? Yun Chen spoke again. There's no point in overthinking it. The survival of our nation is what's at stake right now. Even so, he had a rough idea. The real reason. He feared only the 72 demon pillars truly knew. It wasn't long before news of the Demon Alliance's offensive spread throughout the entire Black Knight demon clan. Some supported the war, contributing what wealth they had to the treasury to protect the peaceful life they had fought so hard to obtain. But large groups gathered at the city gates, looking like they wanted out. Some supported surrender, even helping the old and young escape to other lands. Of course, the vast majority of the Demonkin chose to wait and see, to act as the situation developed. Time flew by, and 7 days passed in a flash. Yun Chen stood on a high platform, flanked by two flying eye-shaped cameras. The people below looked up at their leader. The nerves of the entire Black Knight demon clan were stretched taut. Some had come to the royal city to see and hear it for themselves. Not everyone could be there in person, so transmission screens were mounted on walls in faraway places where people watched the projection locally. All eyes were fixed on the royal city square, just to hear the king's decision. Yun Chen looked down and addressed his people. I believe you all know by now. The reason I've activated this nationwide magical projection today is because of the allied demon forces. Before I make my decision, I have a few things I want to say. The demon descendants listened intently to their monarch's speech. Our demonkin have already sacrificed so much for war. Heavy taxes were levied everywhere, and conscription was even forced upon us. Our Black Knight demon clan was no different. But the difference is, because of the war 4 years ago, our status plummeted, and we were scorned and looked down upon by the other clans. Because we were required to provide resources, we were forced to increase taxes, even to enforce conscription. In the past, the common people were like slaves, with no civil rights. When war came, they were sent to the front lines. So our nation, already in decline, suffered even more. Yun Chen's voice rose. In such circumstances, even being able to reunite with family and share a full meal together became a luxury. Yun Chen's voice grew a little louder. But things are different now. I want to ask you all a question. In the 6 months since I became the new king, how has your life been? The Demonkin cheered. Extremely good. We've eaten our fill, and we don't have to worry about being drafted. Our Demonkin friends in other lands are probably jealous of us. We are all incredibly grateful to the king of the Black Knight. Just as their passion was peaking, Yun Chen continued, his voice booming. Now, the other 71 Demonkin clans have formed an alliance, and they want to steal this life from us. Their reason? Because we are not providing them with resources for their war. He leaned forward slightly, his voice a little softer. And I want to ask you this. When our nation was at its weakest, at its most miserable, did they ever once consider our plight and reduce their demands for resources? He spread his arms, answering his own question. No, they didn't. In fact, they demanded even more, taking a mile for every inch we gave. They don't care if we live or die. We have to protect the life we have now. We must fight. There were a few dissenters in the crowd. Those people have been brainwashed by a few pretty words. 71 demon clans have formed an alliance. If we lose, only a fool would stand still and wait to die. Yun Chen calmly spoke again. Among you, there are surely some demonkin who think that if war breaks out, you can just flee to another land to take refuge. His voice suddenly deepened. But will you really get what you wish for? The dissenters looked back, a flicker of fear in their eyes. Think about it. When other nations send their soldiers to war, who do you think they'll put on the front lines as cannon fodder? Foreigners like you? Or their own demonkin? Yun Chen continued to rally them. We have no retreat. Our nation is the only thing we can rely on. The people all looked at their king. Surrender and return to the hell on earth that was our past, or take up arms and protect the peaceful life we have now. To fight or to yield, the choice is yours. A little Demenkin girl sobbed. Mommy, I don't want to be hungry anymore. I want to eat until I'm full. A Demenkin woman looked at her crying son, her own eyes welling with tears. I've already lost my husband, and my eldest son is gone too. All I have left in this house is my little boy. If we go back to the way things were, it won't be long before he's taken from me too. Someone else spoke up. You might not believe this, but to avoid conscription, I broke my own leg with my own 2 hands, and I cut off my own arm. But when they ran out of able-bodied men, they didn't hesitate to draft us anyway. To keep from starving, I sold myself to a nobleman and was abused. The old man sitting nearby also shared his story. My son was taken to the front lines, and my daughter was sold off. All that's left in my house is an old man like me. The Demonkin descendants were agitated, the space thrumming with their shouts. Fight or surrender? Is that even a question? Fight! Let's go to war. Anyone who dares to ruin our lives, I'll kill them. The great nobles, wealthy merchants, and officials were starting to get nervous. Damn it, the king of the Black Knight is deliberately inciting the masses. This declaration is his scheme. Calm down. We have plenty of wealth. We'll be safe anywhere. Everything was going as planned. Yun Chen was pleased. Very well. Then, according to your choice, I officially declare that the Black Knight Demon Clan will commit its full strength. As he spoke, a loud shout cut him off. Your Majesty, please listen to our opinion. Rana proposed a different course. To declare war just like that is a bit rash. We can negotiate with the Demon Alliance. If we just pay a certain price, perhaps we can still avoid war. Seeing a benefit for themselves, the rest of them backed him up. That's right. Please reconsider, Your Majesty. Cede a portion of our territory. If we supplement their war resources, they'll surely back down. Exactly. No one wants to suffer through a war. The commoners were furious. If not for security, they would have rushed forward and beaten the lot of them to a pulp. Damn it. The ones spouting this garbage are all nobles. A bunch of useless parasites who only know how to live in luxury. I'd rather die than go back to how things were. Yun Chen gestured for them to cool off, beginning to soothe them. Everyone, calm down. As your king. Of course I must be concerned for all of my Demonkin. In short, this battle must be fought. He continued. If you nobles and merchants do not wish to fight, then you are free to leave and live in another country. I will absolutely not stop you. The great nobles, wealthy merchants, and officials were delighted to hear this. Those are excellent words, Your Majesty. However, our country can earn money for us to spend, but the assets must be left behind. To drive his point home, Yun Chen's voice boomed. You are free to go. All of your assets must be left behind. Those words struck the high nobility and the officials of the Great Shang Kingdom like a thunderclap. What? What? We're forbidden from taking any of our property? Isn't he backing us into a corner? The resentful thoughts flashed through their minds, but no one dared speak them aloud. Without our fortunes, we're no different than commoners. If we go to another country, we'll just end up as cannon fodder. But in stark contrast to the nobles' gloomy despair, the common folk erupted with emotion. The crowd was abuzz, chattering and laughing. Ha ha ha, the king's idea is brilliant. Those damn nobles, if you want to leave, then go, but your wealth stays here. Without your money, you're absolutely nothing. We've put up with your arrogance for long enough, and now you want to run away from the war? You've got to be kidding me. Ragna looked at Yun Chen, his voice laced with skepticism. Your Majesty, are you truly serious about this? Hearing the question, Yun Chen shot him a look of pure contempt. What? Do you think I'm joking with you? Faced with the king's overwhelming presence, he felt he had no choice but to drop to his knees and declare, if the king's will to fight is this absolute, then I, of course, will swear to resist until death. Hearing this, the other nobles were stunned, unable to believe their ears. Lord Ragna actually caved? How is that possible? In terms of wealth, he's rich enough to rival a nation, and he's going to side with the common rabble to fight? This has to be an act. However, some quietly agreed it was a wise decision. That's right, the new king is decisive. If we confront him directly, there's no way it'll end well for us. The nobles placed their hands over their hearts, knelt in unison, and roared. We pledge to fight to the death for the new king. But contrary to their fresh oath, their hearts were not in it. First, they'd pretend to support the war, then turn around and secretly move all their assets. Heh. As long as you have money, you can live comfortably anywhere. Ragna's thoughts were treacherous. War. That was a problem for the commoners to worry about. He thought he'd devised the perfect dark plot. He laughed to himself. Ha ha, a bunch of idiots. If the king dared to declare that to our faces, he obviously came prepared. And they're only times thinking about moving their assets? It's too late. He couldn't help but admire himself. I'm not like you all. To be safe, I started my preparations the day before yesterday, calculating the timing perfectly. My trusted men should have already escaped to the border with my fortune. I'll just wait for tonight to make my own escape. You all can defend this hollowed-out country. Go start your war. Just as the Dark Knight King thought everything was settled, Ragna was jolted by his subordinate's frantic shout. This is bad, Lord Ragna. Something terrible has happened. In response to his subordinate's panic, Ragna scoffed, Humph. What are you making all this noise about? Without waiting for his master to ask another question, the subordinate rushed forward, gasping, and screamed, The personal guards, the ones escorting the assets. They suddenly betrayed us, so all the assets have been stolen. Ragna froze in shock. What? At the exact same moment, other subordinates flew in, reporting frantically to their own masters. My lord, this is terrible. The Royal City Guard appeared out of nowhere and seized the warehouses. They said anyone who dares to move assets out will be executed on the spot. We can't possibly fight them. The nobles' shock turned to pure rage. How could this happen? We've been robbed. They began to curse. Damn it! They dared to make a move while we weren't there. Those bastards. The plan is a complete failure. As if he had known all along, Yun Chen simply smiled, victorious. Seeing that expression, Ragna seemed to understand. This was all the Dark Knight King's design. He never expected the man had planned this far ahead. Thankfully, I kept a little something back. I always carry a spatial storage magic stone on me. As he thought, he tried to calm himself. That stone holds 30% of my total assets. As long as I still have that, I can make a comeback sooner or later. And so he decided, tonight, he would flee. While lost in thought, a hand suddenly descended from the sky and clamped down on Ragna's face, giving him no time to react. Lu Miaoling stared down at Ragna, her hand gripping his head like a vice, and said in a casual tone, Ragna, it seems you've rather underestimated the royal city's intelligence network. I know everything about everyone, whether it's you sending your cronies to move your wealth, or the fact that you're carrying 30% of it with you. Pinned by Lu Miaoling's power, Ragna struggled helplessly to pry the hand from his head. He panicked. Aline Bella, what do you think you're doing? She continued. The royal capital has decreed that assets cannot be moved. You received the order, yet you didn't command your subordinates to stand down. That is open defiance of the king's command. As for the consequences of that, finishing her sentence, she tightened her grip on the noble's head and screamed, Do I really need to spell it out for you? With immense force, she slammed his head into the ground. Ragna's skull cratered the earth with a sickening thud. Witnessing this, the other demonic nobles trembled with fear. He's dead. Lord Ragna is dead. From the crowd, a voice screamed, Aline Bella, how dare you? With a look of utter contempt, she casually wiped her blood-stained hand with a handkerchief and replied, What is there to not times dare? What's the matter? You want to avenge him? You can certainly try. She continued, her voice a clear challenge to the nobles. By the way, you're all welcome to try moving your assets, just like he did. The only prerequisite is that your confidants can still be trusted. Hearing this, the nobles fell into a terrified silence. Suddenly, Xiao Yu flew over, her face full of admiration. Wow, Lu Miaoling, how did you get their most trusted people to turn on them? Lu Miaoling just smiled and said, money, status, the lives of their loved ones. As long as you're ruthless enough, there are plenty of ways to apply pressure. Xiao Yu laughed playfully. You're so wicked, Lu Miaoling gave a sly wink. We're demons. It's perfectly normal to be a little wicked. To put an end to the chaos, Yun Chen's voice rang out. The farce is over. Everyone, let us prepare to meet the enemy. The crowd, as if re-energized, roared their approval in unison. Fight! 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 Back in his chambers, the demon lord had returned to report. Your Majesty, I have done as you commanded. I have placed my own people beside the noble merchants to keep them under surveillance. Following up, Liu Tusi added, Ragna's body has also been hung from the main gate of the royal city. They won't dare to have any second thoughts now. In fact, many of the merchant nobles are now donating considerable fortunes to the war effort. It seems they've been properly frightened. After listening, Yun Chen crossed his arms and said, This is only the first step. If we can't even suppress dissent from within, how can we possibly fight an enemy from without? With that, he turned and asked, Lu Miaoling, what is the situation in other places? With a serious expression, Lu Miaoling gave her report. Overall morale is high, but there are still quite a few commoners. Small merchants, and even guards from the more remote territories who are fleeing in the dead of night. Considering they can't make any waves, I won't bother with them. Yun Chen heard this and agreed. That's for the best. Keeping cowards around would only drag us down. Turning to Du Hai, he continued to ask, Lu Du Hai, is there any movement from the coalition? The man clasped his hands behind his back respectfully. The coalition has fully assembled. To explain further, Yun Chen continued, the enemy's forces consist of 3 archdemons, 9 demon lords, and 120 greater demons. They have 30,000 mid-rank demons, 350,000 low-rank demons, plus 50 war engines and various other logistical core. Hearing the report, Baha shouted in shock, What? That many? On our side, we only have 70 greater demons, 10,000 mid-rank demons, and only 150,000 low-rank demons. Yun Chen frowned, deep in thought. I expected a difference in our forces, but I never imagined the gap would be this large. A main army of nearly 400,000. That's a staggering number. Calmer than anyone else, he then considered that this dark world was much the same. The ratio of battle-ready demonkin was comparable to that of humans, to be able to muster nearly 400,000. As expected of a coalition formed from 71 demon clans, an invisible pressure seemed to weigh down the room. Yun Chen continued to ask, when will they begin their march? Du Hai immediately replied, they've already begun. They're expected to reach the border in 3 days. He maintained a perfectly calm expression and said softly, 3 days. It seems those fools just can't wait. They really don't take us seriously at all. The man could only sigh helplessly. That's how it is. Analyzing the situation, the coalition's demonkin came from various clans. Logically, after assembling, they should first get to know each other. Only after a period of mutual support and contact could they unleash their true combat potential. But they've skipped that step. It's obvious they see us as a fat prize, and they're all scrambling for a piece. With a relaxed posture, Yun Chen placed both hands on the table, his sharp eyes calculating something. Good. Very good. Then let them take a bite, and see if they don't break their teeth. Then he thought to himself, the coalition's arrogance has exceeded even my expectations. Then Yun Chen turned to him immediately. Lu Do Hai, you've wandered the world for over 20 years. You must have a good deal of knowledge about the other clans, right? The man clasped his hands respectfully. Yes, and I've also made many friends in other nations. If any of that information could be of use to you, my king, that would be wonderful. Yun Chen suddenly shot to his feet and commanded, Baha, go get Pai and Puro. We're starting the war council. Near the Dark Knight capital, at the demon castle Torito, the enemy army had begun its march. The terrifying scale of it would overwhelm anyone with fear. Lenost led the charge with an overwhelming presence, riding majestically on his war dragon and shouting, it's just the tiny castle of the Dark Knight demons. Our vanguard is more than enough to crush it. We'll end this battle in 3 hours. Hearing the cry, the coalition forces charged forward as one, roaring, charge! Suddenly, on the castle roof, a white flag of surrender appeared. Surprised, Lenost pulled on the reins, bringing his war dragon to a halt in confusion. Huh? The castle gate slowly opened, and from behind it, several dark figures emerged. Torito appeared with 2 of his subordinates, raising his hands to surrender, his voice filled with fear. We surrender! We surrender! I, as the demon lord of this place, represent Torito Castle and formally surrender. The sky was clear and blue with many clouds, and the bright sun shone down upon everything. On the roof of a hut, a fire was crackling. Inside the tent, on the highest platform, 3 figures were seated as if presiding over a trial. Torito was prostrated before the 3, begging, "I surrender. I'm willing to provide all intelligence. I beg you, please don't kill me." Laloi looked at him and sneered, "Surrendering without a fight. Even though you're a waste of a demon, you at least understand the power gap." Sitting next to him was Tak, a demon with a muscular chest, who crossed his arms and bared his pearly white teeth. "A pity. I was hoping for a good slaughter, but you people didn't even put up a fight. Killing prisoners is only half the fun." Seated between them was Parati. Taking territory without any losses is obviously for the best. Besides, these prisoners are our shared spoils of war. If you dare kill one, I won't just stand by and watch. Laloi smirked and chimed in, "That's right. They're very valuable. The high-quality ones can be sold at the slave auction. The lesser ones can be sent to the front lines as cannon fodder. It'd be a waste to kill them." Tak rested his chin on his hand and grunted, "You don't need to remind me." Parati sat with his legs crossed and ordered his subordinate, "Take this surrendering lord to the interrogation room. Record all the intelligence he provides. Take the other prisoners to the prison camp. Specifically, we'll decide what to do with them after the war is over." Tarito, bound tightly, struggled as he was led away, begging, "I am willing to offer my loyalty. Please, spare my life." Laloi spread his hands out in a gesture. "Well, I think I see how it is. The Dark Knight demons are just a bunch of cowards, and they deserve to be ranked among the 72 demon clans. I'll go destroy their royal city myself. It'll save their king the trouble." Hearing this, Tak, sitting beside him, grew excited. "My thoughts exactly. A bunch of trash isn't worth us wasting our time." Parati sat in the middle, calmly crossing his arms and asking, "Regardless, the other side is still the king of a nation. If forming this alliance was really that simple, it's best to be a little cautious. For now, we'll dispatch 3 armies. The main force will occupy the Torito fortress. The other 2 units will target the surrounding towns. That should proceed smoothly." Tak, enraged, crushed the 2 armrests of his chair as a reminder. "Parati, we're all archdemons. You just got lucky being made commander-in-chief. Don't you act like you're the boss and start ordering me around." He flew into a rage, grabbing Parati by the collar and yelling, "A country that doesn't even have an archdemon is no different from a gathering of worms. I could spit and drown a huge chunk of their land. Are you telling me you actually take them seriously?" Laloi moved in closer from behind, adding his own jabs. "Or are you saying, you don't trust our strength?" Parati's face was expressionless as he remained silent. From outside the tent entrance, a soldier rushed in breathlessly to report, "My lords, something's happened. The 2 armies attacking the surrounding towns have been almost completely wiped out." Only then did Parati's expression change. He violently shoved Tak's hand aside and roared, "How could this be? What in the world happened?" The soldier recounted the events. According to the reports from the surviving soldiers, the defensive strength of the 2 small towns far exceeded our expectations. They were a main army-level force. We couldn't break through at all. At the same time, the enemy seemed to have been prepared. A large number of Dark Knight demons were waiting in ambush along our retreat route. We were utterly defeated. Parati angrily asked him, "How many troops did the enemy have?" The soldiers from our 2 units totaled over 1,500 men, more than enough to wipe out 5 remote little towns like these. How could they not even manage to retreat? The soldier knelt on one knee, stammering his reply. 10,000. Hearing this, Parati roared, "What?" Using 10,000 troops to defend a worthless little town, while the main fortress with all its resources just surrenders. Even if you count the surrendered soldiers and the city guards, that's only 2,000. How? Where did they dig up so many fighters? His face was grim, his brows knitted tightly together as he said, "Damn it, they have to have some other motive for doing this." He quietly calculated in his head, forming a new plan. "I have 2 options now. Either I bypass the Torito fortress and march straight for the royal city, but that would mean leaving our rear completely exposed. Guerrillas could harass us around the town at any moment, or they could send out even more soldiers to attack it, but that would just scatter our forces and slow our advance." The 3 archdemons stood together, their faces dark. The gears were turning in Parati's mind. At first, the demons in the coalition all looked down on the Black Knight demons. They even refused to perform the most basic demon fusion with each other. All they wanted was to quickly destroy his country and divide the spoils. If the pace of the attack is too slow, I'm afraid our own side will fall into chaos first. Lloyd didn't grasp the severity of the problem. He arrogantly spread his arms and said, "Just this little trick? How laughable. It seems that Black Knight King of theirs doesn't understand. Strategy and tactics are only useful when both sides are evenly matched. They're just a bunch of trash." He vanished instantly, leaving behind only a single sentence. "I'm gonna take his head now." Parati fumed, cursing. "You fool!" The one standing beside him felt a sense of satisfaction. The Xiamlen demon clan excels at assassination and surprise attacks. What's more, the one making the move is an archdemon. All we need to do is discuss how to celebrate. At the main headquarters in the Black Knight Royal City, a large crowd was gathered, shaking hands and laughing joyfully. News of victory came from the front lines, catching the coalition forces completely off guard. "We've won the first battle." Dohai leaned on the table and reminded them, "It's still a bit early to celebrate. For an army of 400,000, a loss of over 1,000 isn't enough to damage their morale." Trulung, with one hand on her hip, looked at him and replied, "Well, it's still better than losing." Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. Will they ignore their losses and press on with a rapid march? Or will they disperse some of their forces and slow their advance? We'll just have to see what they choose. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed through the castle, startling the group as they looked around in confusion. Someone asked, "What happened?" The group, led by Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen, rushed outside. He said, "Let's get outside and see what's going on." Outside, the city had been thrown into chaos, leaving only ruins and shattered earth. Many people were injured all around. In the middle of a crater in the ground, an attacker was holding someone up by the throat. Loey asked smugly, "Tell me, where is that Black Knight King of yours? Or I'll snap your neck." His eyes were pitch black and filled with murderous intent, his mouth stretched wide in a threatening grin. Just then, Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen's group reached the doorway. Seeing the devastation before them, Loy turned his head to look at them. With one hand still gripping the person's throat, he sneered, "Found you." In the blink of an eye, his figure was gone, leaving only a streak of yellow light in the air. Instantly, Loey closed the distance to Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen, his fist clenched as he attacked him. "Nice to meet you. Too bad about your head." The wall was smashed to pieces, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. The demon civilians ran for their lives, screaming, "The king! The king is under attack!" It turned out the crumbling walls were caused by the pressure from Loi's power. His attack had been blocked by Dohai. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen stood calmly behind him. As he said, "You will not harm the king." Loi froze for a beat. "Oh?" he thought to himself. "This guy seems to be more than he looks." Before he could think, Dohai shouted, "Burro, lend me a hand!" Hearing the command, he came at once. Wielding the Demon King artifact, the Grimoire of Amplification, he channeled power into Lu Dohai from behind. The two forces collided, and Loi was instantly knocked back. Tou raised her hand to the sky and called upon the void shackles as blood-red chains appeared around her. She yelled, "You dare come to the royal city to assassinate our king? Dying 100 times wouldn't be enough to atone for your crime." She brought out the Demon King artifact, the headsman's scythe. Tio Leng charged forward with the Reaper-like scythe, unleashing the head-shattering slash. Loi was unfazed by the attack. He unleashed his power, golden bolts of electricity shooting out everywhere as he roared, "Just a mere demon lord. Don't get cocky. Siem Loi Bao." The lightning strikes tore several holes in Tiolung's clothes. Loi unleashed his power, spreading his arms arrogantly and said, "A few little gnats dare to oppose me? You're asking for death." He didn't get to be smug for long. Lu Dohai charged forward, his fist clenched tight, and with a powerful boom, his fist, brimming with power, slammed into him, driving him through the ground. Everyone watched as a thick cloud of dust rose from the aftershock. Loi was still standing firm, wiping a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. "Damn it, I didn't expect the Black Knight demons to have so many skilled fighters." He grit his teeth, watching the floating figure and cursing internally. This guy is probably just one step below an archdemon. With the boost from that Demon King artifact, he's enough to pose a threat to me, not to mention the support from the other demon lords. Loi felt the situation was turning against him, and even worse, the Black Knight King still hadn't made a move. As the king, he must have a powerful ace up his sleeve. I was planning a surprise attack to kill him, but being held up like this is bad for me. It's best to retreat. Suddenly, Loi noticed that Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen was no longer where he had been. Where's the Black Knight King? In an instant, he appeared right behind him and spoke with contempt. "You've already caused this much of a scene. You're not thinking of running, are you?" Hearing Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen's voice, Loi reacted instantly, using a teleportation spell to flee, leaving only a small streak of light behind. Loi reappeared high above, a great distance from Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen, but was startled when he calmly appeared right behind him again. Spatial fluctuation. So this guy has the same teleportation ability as I do. Realizing his enemy was far superior, Loi decided to bolt. In that case, it'll be impossible to kill him quickly. I have to retreat. Not so easy. His eyes widened as he roared with all his might. "Don't even think about running." A single move, Knight's pupil, created a shockwave that sent Loi's body flying. "Crap, I forgot he had this move." The four below seized the opportunity and attacked in unison. "Now's our chance. Let's get up there and kill him." Just the thought of slaughtering a demon lord was exhilarating. Sweat poured down the sides of Laloi's temples. The pupil of the knight is indeed a tough opponent, but you're not the matriarch of Black Knight, after all. Freezing me for 3 seconds was your absolute limit. With that little time, the minor scratches those other demon lords gave me were nothing. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. Asterisk. What's happening? Asterisk. The temperature shot up, and I could feel it. Behind Laloi, just as I'd suspected, Yun Chen was holding a fireball high, aiming it right at him. An extremely dangerous power was condensing. Laloi glanced over, and the sheer power of the attack terrified him. That move was no joke. Asterisk. No, I absolutely can't block that. Asterisk. The aura of death pressed down on him, and his survival instincts kicked in, screaming wildly in his mind. Asterisk. I have to run. I have to get out of here at any cost. Asterisk. The four of them swung their weapons at Laloi simultaneously, leaving him no time to defend himself as he cried out in pain. The clash between the two sides created a massive explosion, sending rubble raining down. When the dust settled, Yun Chen stood from above, looking down at a dried-up skeleton. He wondered, asterisk, is he dead? No, that can't be right. Asterisk. He landed coldly on the ground to inspect the scene more closely. Someone noticed the strange sight and couldn't help but ask, what in the world is going on? It was hollow inside. Yun Chen picked up a fragment of the demon lord's shell, lost in thought. Could it be that this demon lord was just a puppet? Du Shi clenched his fists in anger and roared, "This is the royal city, and the enemy just waltzes in and out as he pleases. What a disgrace! A complete and utter disgrace!" Lu Miaoling, with her hands on her hips, added dejectedly, "There was nothing we could do." From the looks of him, he was probably a flank-scale demon. That demon tribe is known for being hard to kill, and their demon lords are even tougher. Hearing this, Yun Chen asked, "Flank-scale demons are hard to kill?" Xiao Yu replied, "Yes, my lord, you must know. Every demon tribe has its own innate bloodline ability, just like how we Black Knight demons have the Black Knight and the Pupil of the Night." Laloi, pleased with himself, quickly escaped from the royal city. The abilities of the flank-scale demons are Spatial Flank and Life Molt. Spatial Flank is a basic ability that most flank-scale demons possess. Depending on their strength, the distance of each jump and the number of consecutive uses will vary. A demon lord like that one could probably travel from the front lines to our royal city in under 30 seconds. Even if you run a flank-scale demon through with a sword, it won't kill them. The other ability is Life Molt, which is a life-preserving skill. Only a few elite flank-scale demons can awaken it. It allows them to shed their old body, to remove control effects, withstand a fatal blow, and create an opportunity to escape by using it with their spatial flank ability. Life Molt can only be used 3 times in a lifetime, and after each use, they enter a weakened state that lasts for a month. Yun Chen, who had been silent, began to analyze the situation. I remember the flank-scale demons are only ranked 31st among the demon tribes. If they have such a powerful innate ability, they should be ranked much higher, he calculated in his head. Asterisk a teleporting body, and at least 2 extra lives. That's a bit much, isn't it? Asterisk. Lu Miaoling Bella stepped forward to add, ultimately, a weakened body has too great an effect on the ability's effectiveness. For an ordinary demon, teleporting a dozen centimeters is their absolute limit, and they can't even use it consecutively. Plus, the flank-scale demon tribe isn't skilled in direct combat. Their specialties are assassination and escape. In a real head-on fight, they aren't that strong. With that, he finally understood. So, that's how it is. He thought deeper into it. Asterisk. It feels a lot like a human assassin. The demon lord's goal was probably to assassinate me, not to attack the city alone. Asterisk. Then, Yun Chen stood up, pointed at the ground, and asked everyone, piece these bones back together. It'll be a morale booster. Also, take all the spatial disruption crystals from the treasury. I want the spatial flow of the entire royal city disrupted. Yun Chen turned, his voice cold as he warned, a situation like this, where they can come and go as they please, will absolutely not happen a second time. They all responded in unison, yes, sir. Inside the demon's lair, the air was filled with curses. Laloi, look at what you've done. The husk that Laloi had abandoned was reassembled by Yun Chen's group and hung from the city walls for all to see. You defied my orders and attacked on your own. Not only did you fail to achieve anything, but you came back in a pathetic state. Now, your old body has been pieced together and is hanging over the gates of the Black Knight Royal City. In the royal city, life was bustling. The demon lord overestimated himself and tried an assassination, but instead, he got his ass handed to him by the Black Knight Sovereign. The Lingjun demon lords are all useless weaklings. The Black Knight Sovereign is invincible. This rumor was now spreading throughout the entire Black Knight Demon Royal City. Barati, his face grim, criticized Laloi directly. What's worse is that the rumor has spread to the allied forces, destroying their morale. The soldiers of your flank-scale demon tribe, in particular, feel utterly humiliated. Meanwhile, it's boosted the enemy's morale. How are you going to take responsibility for this? Laloi knew he had screwed up. In his extremely weakened state, he managed to express 2 words, I'm sorry. Tak patted Barati's shoulder, defending Laloy. Who could have expected the royal city to have so many demon lords gathered in one place? There was even a demon lord among them who was just one step below him. What's done is done. Taking responsibility won't help now. We should just discuss our next military move. Laloy angrily bit his index finger, his mind racing, trying to come up with a new, perfect plan. Asterisk. Damn it. Having a demon lord was supposed to be a huge advantage for the Alliance. Just the pressure alone should have been enough to intimidate the Black Knight demons. Now that advantage is gone. First, I need to figure out a way to boost morale. Asterisk. He waved his hand and immediately gave an order. Deploy 50,000 soldiers, divide them into 4 teams, and attack the 3 small towns around the fortress. We will definitely crush them. Barati had already settled on this plan. The best way to boost morale is with a victory. The soldiers followed his orders. In the following period, out of the 50,000 soldiers deployed by the Alliance, 20,000 of the main force attacked Ramsey Fortress. The remaining 30,000 troops were divided into 3 teams to attack the 3 small surrounding towns. The battle formations appeared on the map. Under normal circumstances, the allocation of military strength and the strategic value of a territory are related to the resources it possesses. Remote, low-value territories like Ramsey Fortress are typically allocated around 5,000 troops. The scene was desolate, with barren trees and the corpses of demons strewn everywhere. The surrounding towns had only a few hundred troops each, rarely exceeding 1,000. What Barati didn't expect was that even after sending such an overwhelming force, the squad sent to attack the towns was defeated. The opposing army was just too strong. The reason for our failure was simple. The Night Devil's soldiers met us in town for battle, and their numbers simply overwhelmed ours. When he heard the news of our crushing defeat, he roared in fury. Damn it! The main fortress surrendered, just like the last one. But the town, somehow, had this unexplainable number of troops, just enough to overwhelm us. The image of a pair of shadowy eyes watching from behind made Barati's skin crawl. What the hell is going on? Why do I always have this feeling? Like a pair of eyes is watching my every move. Meanwhile, in the royal capital, cheers of victory echoed through the streets. We won again! That's what they get for underestimating us. Faced with the king's intellect, even the so-called spirit army is forced to eat crow. Duoxi, standing beside Yun Shen, reminded him cautiously. But, just like before, the number of enemies we've eliminated is barely a dent in their total forces. And the price we paid was an entire fortress. Is this really worth it? He reached out and placed a hand on his advisor's shoulder. They came here to destroy our nation. As long as the royal capital stands, every other piece of territory is expendable. As long as we secure the final victory, reclaiming what we've lost is just a matter of time. What we must do, before the final battle, is use these deep strike tactics to bleed the enemy's strength as much as possible. Hearing this, the old advisor hesitated. But we're only taking out a few thousand at a time. Will that be enough? Yun Shen rested his chin in his hand, his eyes scanning the entire map. Of course it's enough. Even if the Allied army takes the shortest route, they still have to march through more than 200 towns to reach our capital. Right now, we're taking out a few thousand each time. But even if we were only taking out a few hundred, it adds up. Duoxi considered this, but was still puzzled. But what if the Allied army slows its advance? What if they start attacking each town, one by one? Yun Shen smirked. Then we'd have no choice but to fall back. But not before leaving a few parting gifts, because as much damage as we can on the way out. He clasped his hands together, his gaze turning analytical. But they won't do that. They're an army of arrogant fools. They couldn't even wait for the initial demonic alignment to complete. You really think they have the patience to advance step by step? Not unless they suffer a catastrophic loss. Otherwise, all these small victories of ours will only infuriate them further. It won't humble them. It'll just make them angrier. With that, Yun Shen stood and gave the order. Let's go. It's time for Puro to do his part. The man quickly accepted the command. Yes, Your Majesty. The army stood in dense, endless ranks. In the days that followed, Barati launched several more attacks, and each time, the main fortress would surrender, and the detachments sent to the towns would be defeated. The losses weren't massive compared to their total numbers, but a loss is still a loss, and they couldn't keep losing. Before him lay the ruins of another city, so he tried the opposite strategy. He sent detachments to attack the fortresses, while the main force assaulted the towns. Unbelievably, the results were reversed as well. The towns surrendered without a fight, while the detachments sent to the fortresses were completely annihilated. After all that trouble, the outcome was even worse than before. He could feel the immense pressure from high command. He could hear the whispers of complaint from his own soldiers. The Spirit Army's reaction was exactly as Yun Shen had predicted. These repeated, minor defeats didn't crush their arrogance. They fueled their rage. Tensions within the Allied army began to boil over. They blamed the failures on Barati's incompetent command, their impatience and humiliation growing by the day. Strands of his hair fell like autumn leaves. Damn it, outmaneuvered again! He tore at his own scalp in a fit of rage. Every single time I dispatch demons lesser, greater, it doesn't matter the rank, the enemy knows exactly what's coming. Tak crossed his arms, silently observing Barati's tirade. I even hit a demon lord within one of the detachments, planning to catch them completely off guard, but they seemed to sense something was wrong instantly. They just avoided the trap and fled. Laloi, standing nearby with her hands on her hips, chimed in. Barati, do you think it's possible that there's a traitor in our ranks? A mole leaking intelligence has to be the reason they know our every move. He shot back without a moment's hesitation. Impossible. The soldiers of the Allied army come from dozens of different clans. They've had virtually zero contact with the Night Devils. There's no opportunity to turn traitor, and even less of a motive. He then pointed to the obvious weak link. What about the prisoners, the soldiers who surrendered? Barati's voice grew colder. Even more impossible. All prisoners are sent to the rear logistics corps for slave labor. There is absolutely no way they could access this level of central intelligence. Tak impatiently cut off the pointless conversation. Why are we wasting time with this nonsense? This whole vanguard strategy is useless. We should just mobilize the entire army for every single attack. We'll crush a path straight to the royal capital with overwhelming force. Problem solved. He shot back, exasperated. You absolute idiot. Doing that would leave us with zero margin for error. If we walk into one of their large-scale magical traps, the stampede from the retreat alone would cause devastating losses. Tak offered another suggestion. Then let us demon lords lead the charge every time. Barati, seething with frustration, snapped. Moron, do you really think being a demon lord makes you invincible? Yes, in a direct fight, with your power. Forget 1 against 1,000. You could probably wipe out 10,000 demons without breaking a sweat. Their fortress walls are lined with dark green armaments, but the enemy isn't stupid enough to just let you walk up to them. They'll be prepared with weapons of war. Forget everything else, just their mana-infused cannons. How many direct hits could you take from those? A concentrated barrage would blow even you to smithereens. Tak fell silent, lowering his gaze and accepting the rebuke. And what if they decide to spare no expense? What if they bring out even stronger weapons, backed by tens of thousands of soldiers in a full-scale assault? Do you really think you'd survive that? You're not like Laloi. You don't have her spatial phasing ability to just warp out of danger and save your own skin. His tone was dead serious, leaving no room for argument. I understand the Night King's strategy. It's death by 1,000 cuts. He's bleeding our forces dry, little by little, sacrificing his own territory to do it. But for a strategy like that to work, he has to know my deployments perfectly. Otherwise, he's the one who risks getting wiped out. A large-scale war isn't some chaotic brawl. Intelligence. It's just as critical as raw combat power. Barati carried himself like a true military commander. The situation right now is this. The Night King knows our every move, while I know absolutely nothing about his. How in the hell is he doing it? Meanwhile, back in his chambers, Yun Shen was deep in cultivation, with Puro standing guard. Yun Shen was practicing mana sonar, a fusion of the magical and mechanist arts. Whether they're human or of demonic descent, any being with mana or dark mana in their body unconsciously emits magical fluctuations, and my mana sonar, it can sense those fluctuations. It gives me everything I need, their numbers, and their exact location. Imagine the mana waves fluctuating around you under normal circumstances, probing the oscillations of the mana echo as it radiates out from me, covering a 1,000-mile radius. I mimic the motion of pushing out fluctuating energy. But if I were to use dark mana to release and focus the probe in a single direction, the absolute maximum range could be extended to 20,000 miles, though the mana consumption would also increase exponentially. The influence originating from the Citadel would spread far and wide, the sound waves traveling a great distance. Combined with the amplification from the Grimoire of Augmentation and the arcane power crystals, the maximum range of my mana echo probe could reach the 200,000-mile mark, encompassing the entire enemy army. Furthermore, the mana consumption could be replenished with mana crystals, extending the duration of the mana echo. My group and Parati stood on opposite sides of the looking glass. However, the enemy wasn't the only one with a mana signature. To distinguish friend from foe, I had to filter the information further. Most Night Fiends possess the same Dark Knight aptitude as I do, and their demonic domain fluctuations and corporeal states are also similar to mine. The Coalition Army's fluctuations are wildly varied and vastly different. My abilities are enough to discern them all. Besides, a Demon Lord's senses are extremely sharp. Under normal circumstances, a probe like this would most likely be detected by them. But right now, we're outside their camp, surrounded by several 100,000 of their soldiers and their chaotic mana fluctuations. I fell into a state of thought. For them to realize it's my skill is nearly impossible. Once I understood the enemy's movements, the rest was simple. I just needed to dispatch 80,000 soldiers to patrol the towns that might be attacked, ready to be deployed as reinforcements at any moment. Orders could also be transmitted using the monster eyeballs we used in the royal city, achieving an effect similar to a video call. A self-satisfied look crossed my face. By accomplishing all of the above, I could grasp the coalition army's every move, controlling the battlefield with an absolute advantage in intelligence. Burrow, however, began to worry. My king, your method is excellent, but the arcane power crystals are an extremely valuable consumable. In terms of money, we'd be spending 10 billion mana coins a day. Can the national treasury withstand that? I had already considered this problem long ago. It would indeed be hard to sustain. After all, Baha had already spent a great deal preparing for this war. But didn't we just plunder the entire Lok Kana family fortune? It was an unexpected windfall. No wonder some demon spawn said he was the richest in the country. Add in the contributions from other noble merchants, and it's enough. I had my own calculations. Even if things got bad, I still had the Night Fiend matriarch's treasure. Money isn't an issue. A smirk unconsciously formed on my lips as I calculated the time. The soldiers I arranged to surrender earlier should be making their move by now. Night fell. 4 mana crystal soldiers stood guard on the city gate. Inside a room, Ortis, preparing to soak his feet, arrogantly declared, "Thanks to the benevolence of the great demon lord, you surrendered soldiers are allowed to live to this day. Just continue to serve us, the main force, like dedicated slaves. And when the war is over, you might be granted your freedom." Rostin, his wrists in shackles, put on a grateful, fawning expression. "That's wonderful. Rest assured, my lord, this humble one will certainly serve you well." He looked down on him, sneering internally. Asterisk. You fool. Those are obviously lies to trick you. Once we win, your entire Night Fiend race, whether civilians or surrendered soldiers, asterisk, asterisk, will only have 2 choices. Become slaves completely, or replace the other demon spawn races on the front lines as cannon fodder. Asterisk. Asterisk. Living in freedom is just a dream. Asterisk. Rostin stammered, as if wanting to tattle but afraid. My lord, I heard a few rumors I wanted to tell you about, but I'm afraid you'll get angry. Ortis snorted as Rostin spoke with feigned anger. The demon spawn have started spreading information. I heard from another shadow demon soldier that it was one of them who kidnapped your wife all those years ago. And now, you're fighting shoulder to shoulder with him. Ortis's face went blank. He needed a moment to process it before roaring, "What?" He cursed wildly in his mind. Asterisk. Damn it. I really was tricked by another shadow demon back then, but I never knew who it was. Asterisk. Asterisk. To think he would join the coalition army and even dare to mock me? Asterisk. That was all it took to set him off. He immediately demanded the address. "Son of a bitch, where is he? I'm gonna kill him right now!" Rostin couldn't help but let out a vile smirk. Asterisk, did you really think I surrendered just to be bullied? Asterisk, elsewhere, another demon spawn slave was feeding poison to his superior. In the Great Demon War back then, you rage fiends were invaded by the severed night demons. Right now, your ancestral tomb is still in their territory. I heard it was even dug up last year. Are you really comfortable entrusting your rear to those people? Seditious stories echoed throughout the camp. Your great-great-grandfather was killed by his family. That guy's father tricked your family into bankruptcy back in the day, and now you're fighting alongside him? Your own father was cheated by him. This story came from the son of his wife's grandmother's niece and your sister's aunt. Barati was focused on the map, trying to formulate the next strategy. The commotion outside the camp quickly shattered the quiet atmosphere. Damn it, I'm gonna kill him. Are you out of your mind? You want to dig up a grudge from over a decade ago? Son of a bitch. So it was your second aunt who seduced my father back then. I won't let you get away with this. He lost his focus and questioned his subordinate. What's going on? A demon soldier reported helplessly. Lord Barati, something terrible has happened. Many of the soldiers have suddenly started fighting amongst themselves. The news made Barati break out in a cold sweat. Huh? The soldiers outside were screaming and cursing as they fought. You bastard! I'll kill you. You deserve to die. All of you severed night demons deserve to die. You want to die? You dare fight back? Seeing the chaotic scene, Barati furiously commanded, "Stop!" He led his subordinates forward, his voice filled with rage. The enemy is right in front of us, and you dare to start a civil war? Do you have any respect for military orders? Do you still see me as your supreme commander? The brawling soldiers paused for a few seconds, turning their silent gazes toward Barati. Then they went right back to their unfinished fight, completely ignoring him. I already know you did it. You're going to die today, and no one can save you. I'll run you through. Tak, standing behind him, chuckled mockingly. Pfft. Hey, you've led the coalition army to too many defeats. You have zero credibility left with them. Being ignored was one thing, but being provoked was another. Barati exploded with rage, stomping his foot so hard that rocks flew into the air. Insolent fools! He raised his hand, unleashing a dark aura to annihilate several of the disobedient soldiers. Arg! A number of soldiers fell dead to the ground, and the entire area fell deathly silent. Barati clasped his hands behind his back and issued a stern warning. It seems you still don't understand. I am the Supreme Commander. I naturally hold the power of life and death. If anyone else dares to incite internal conflict, this will be your fate. Then he turned his back. Xiao Sai walked into the tent, leaving the surviving soldiers who'd kept their lives completely terrified. Laloi analyzed his perspective. Everything was fine yesterday, but today there's a full-blown mutiny. Someone must have been stirring things up behind the scenes. The hot-tempered Tak agreed with this view, demanding they investigate the entire camp, find the instigator, and execute them publicly. Barati could only sigh in helplessness. Compared to the instigator, the soldiers who were so easily provoked were the bigger problem. He quietly considered the state of the clans. Before the Void Demon appeared, the Dark World was in a constant state of war. The demon clans were always slaughtering each other. Every clan, big or small, held a grudge. Even though they were now the allied forces, they still couldn't stand the sight of one another. The strong wiping out the weak was a common occurrence. Truthfully, this wasn't a huge issue. All they needed was to focus on training and increase communication in the early stages to close the gaps. But that process was skipped, leading to a situation where a single spark was enough to ignite the rage of the demon clans. What I feared most has finally happened. He rubbed his forehead in frustration. Now that the fire of anger between the clans has erupted, the only option is to postpone the attack and start over from scratch to unify the allied forces. On the other side of the front lines, Baha was laughing as if he'd hit the jackpot. Ha ha ha, the allied forces really did erupt into a mutiny. They even needed a demon lord to step in and suppress it. The king's plan worked again. Yun Shen praised Tu He with satisfaction. I only gave the order. Achieving such a good result is all thanks to you, my lord. If he hadn't spent over 20 years traveling between nations, making countless friends, the effect would surely have been much weaker, he replied humbly. Your Majesty is too kind. He then listed everyone's contributions. But it was also thanks to my friends everywhere, gathering intelligence, that we were able to learn so many rumors about the allied soldiers. Add to that the existing hatred between the demon clans, and all we had to do was position our soldiers to provoke them, and a mutiny was inevitable. Xiao Yu was still troubled by a few things, but they've already been suppressed, and the damage from the mutiny was limited. We, on the other hand, lost a lot of soldiers. I feel like not only did we not gain anything, we took a huge loss. He calmly reminded her, you can't just look at the surface. He then analyzed the pros and cons as follows. Suppressing them by force can only contain the surface problem. The anger in the hearts of the allied soldiers hasn't lessened at all. In fact, with no outlet, it will only build up more and more. Furthermore, they don't take us seriously. No matter what we do on the battlefield, they'll just dismiss it as insignificant. Yun Shen asked about the future. What's the next city standing in the Alliance's way? Baha already had the optimal plan. One of Lord Latia's territories, Getia City. He clasped his hands and fell into thought. Latia was one of the 3 demon lords before I became king. She's completely different from the average lord. Not only does she control many territories, but the cities within them are rich in resources and have more than enough defensive forces. Responding to a large-scale war is no problem for her. After thinking it through, he immediately issued a command. The 2 of you will go to Getia City. Concentrate your forces and engage the allied forces in one decisive battle. Remember, if the situation looks bad, retreat immediately. Latia and Xiao Yu immediately accepted the mission with grave expressions. Yes. In the demon camp, the soldiers were forced to sit together, every one of them with a sullen, annoyed look on their face, refusing to accept the other clans. Damn it, what the hell is the commander thinking? Originally, each clan was supposed to gather in its own area. Now look at this mess. All of us demon clans have been broken up and reorganized. Bastards. I'm surrounded by freaks from other clans. I don't even have an appetite. Just looking at them makes me sick. From a distance, Barati observed all their reactions and thought to himself, as expected, there's still a divide, but that's fine. It's normal during the initial integration phase. He reinforced his own belief in unifying these races. All I have to do is force soldiers from different clans into the same unit, make them eat together, train together, and endure hardships together. In 3 months, at most, the divide will be gone, and their unity will be stronger. Barati's vision was a bit over the top. Once they're unified, I'll have a stronger army. Only then will this anxiety in my heart finally disappear. Returning to the tent to discuss matters, Barati laid out his strategy. 3 months from now, we will attack the next target, Getia City. That place is rich in resources. Even the Dark Night King wouldn't pass it up so easily. Suddenly, chaotic screams shattered the solemn atmosphere. Damn it, are you looking to die? That scum is rebelling. Forget eating. Kill those bastards. Barati once again lost his composure. What's happening? His fragile state of mind was in complete turmoil. Another mutiny? It can't be. A soldier rushed in, knelt, and reported to the demon lord. Soldiers from the Dark Knight demons are yelling insults from outside the camp. They say they want a life-or-death battle with us at Getia City, and they're daring us to come and fight. His expression shifted to one of panic. What? How many troops does Getia City have? A deep resentment rose in his heart. Damn it, we just started the integration process, and they choose this exact moment to hurl insults. The soldier fearfully added, from our observations, many Dark Knight demon soldiers are gathering there. A preliminary estimate puts their numbers at around 70 to 80,000. Barati felt a bit anxious given the urgency of the situation. That many? It looks like they're planning to fight to the death. He recalled the bloody lessons of the past. The last few times, the Dark Knight demons chose to surrender or avoid battle. Their main force suffered almost no losses. He made his decision. This is a good opportunity to wipe out the enemy army. We can't let it pass. Even so, Barati's unease remained. Worse, the soldiers had heard the insults. There is absolutely no way they can endure the taunts from the Dark Knight demons. If we don't go to battle, it will severely impact morale. Barati knew he needed a perfect plan. Laluai's weakened state will last a few more days. I have to stay at the main camp just in case. Tak, you will have to lead this battle personally. He had no confidence at all, but didn't back down. Even if it's a trap, we still have to smash through it. Barati officially passed the fighting spirit to his comrade. Tak, you will lead 3 lords, 40 high-ranking demon generals, and 120,000 mid- and low-ranking demon generals. You must capture Getia City. Tak had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Finally, a chance to kill. Soldiers of the Dark Knight Demon Kingdom were flying high above, impatiently taunting. Why haven't those flies from the allied demon clans made a move yet? They arrogantly broadcast their challenge. Didn't you want to flatten our Dark Knight Demon Kingdom? Then come on. I'll be waiting for you in the city. If you dare show up, I'll make you eat shit. Suddenly, there was movement from the side of the camp on the ground below. The allied forces are on the move. They urgently called to each other, "Quick, get a good look at the situation and report back to the city." That massive army slowly came into full view. We estimate the allied forces have about 120,000 troops, and they're heading straight for our Getia City. They have no intention of spreading out. They must be planning a direct frontal assault, and when he saw who was leading them, he couldn't stop himself from trembling. How can this be? There's no one in our city who is even close to the level of a demon lord, and we have no king. Yet the enemy is being led by Tak, riding his war beast, brimming with confidence. That overwhelming aura made them scream in pure terror. It's him again, the tyrant demon lord, Tak. Meanwhile, at the main headquarters, Demon Lord Parati was questioning a subordinate about the situation in Getia City. What's the status? Biro, standing respectfully beside him, reported, Lord Tak has reached the fortress and engaged in fierce combat. The reply he received was ambiguous. Is that so? He replied, though in his mind he was thinking, with our superior numbers, and led by a demon lord no less, this should have been an easy victory. Our massive army didn't make him any less anxious. For some reason, I just have a bad feeling about this. This battle must be won. I'd better prepare another plan, just to be safe. In Getia City, the battle was raging with unprecedented brutality. The air was thick with fire, and the bloodthirsty screams of, "Kill!" Demon Lord Tak seemed to be overflowing with the will to win. Ha! He cut down an enemy while simultaneously commanding his troops. Kill! From high on the city walls, cannons began to turn their barrels toward Tak. But it was all a waste. He dodged every shot with ease, a smug grin on his face, relying on those cannons. No matter how powerful, they're useless. They don't mean a thing if you can't land a hit. At that moment, Tak glanced up, analyzing the battlefield. The enemy's strength was greater than he'd anticipated. The Dark Knight King had dispatched 3 demon lords. Still, even these weakling lords, with the advantage of terrain and artillery support, could probably hold out for a few hours. After his assessment, Tak grew even more confident of victory. But in the end, they're just a bunch of mediocre lords, nothing compared to me. You have no demon lord of your own. That is the greatest weakness of you, Dark Knight demons. He gathered his power, summoning a colossal tyrant blood beast. Let me show you what overwhelming power really looks like. Ladia appeared in the sky above. Don't even think about it. As she spoke, the brilliant red light from the gem she wore grew even more dazzling. The Demon King's artifact, the Ring of the Shifter, unleashed a beam of light that enveloped the summoned beast, coiling around it to form a sphere, trapping the ferocious creature inside. Finally, the white orb slammed violently into the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. Xiaoyu sensed something was wrong and quickly asked, "What is it?" Latia struggled to explain, "I can still handle it. This is the first time I've ever displaced a Demon Lord's skill. It took more out of me than I imagined." By now, Tak was absolutely furious. Damn it, I was tricked. I can't believe they have a Demon King's artifact that displaces attacks. What a rare item. He instantly transformed into a streak of light, aiming for Latia on the city wall. I'll kill her and take it for my tyrant demon clan to use. She instinctively raised her hand to stop her enemy's advance. Chains of the Void! Countless twisting red threads appeared, the Demon King's artifact, the Chains of the Void. He clenched his fists, trying to contain his agitation. Another Demon King's artifact, his rage unleashed Tak's full explosive power. It didn't matter how many of those lords there were, they were nothing but small fry. But while he was lost in his own thoughts, he was struck by a volley of cannon fire. Latia seized the opportunity, shouting, "Artillery, 80% of you, redirect your fire to Demon Lord Tak." Volleys of cannonballs converged on the single target from all directions. Tak deflected the shots easily, but a few things clicked into place. So, that's it. These two demon lords both possess artifacts of restraint. Their goal isn't to win. It's to coordinate with the cannons to pin times me times down. He frowned, continuing his analysis. I have to admit, their tactic is effective, but so what? Most of the city's defensive firepower is focused on me. The 120,000 soldiers I'm leading are more than enough to crush their army. Just then, he noticed something strange in the distance. Wait, what's happening? Sometime, I don't know when, the tide of the battle completely turned. The Allied forces are losing ground? How? How is this possible? On the battlefield, Junie cried out to the man behind him. Quick, give me a hand! Sokka put a hand to his ear, pretending not to hear. What was that? Your voice is too quiet, I can't hear you. We're supposed to be on the same side, you bastard! Distracted at a critical moment, Junie's arm was sliced clean off, and his life ended with it. Arg! The other man stood over him, sword in hand, laughing. I've been wanting to get rid of you for a while now. Your death won't change a thing. We can still win this. Suddenly, a purple miasma silently enveloped him. It was another member of the Allied forces, playing a dirty trick. Finally, my chance. You think you can betray me and get away with it? In your dreams. Tak, hovering in the air, took in the whole scene of internal strife. You scum! How dare you attack me from behind? I'll settle all our old and new scores right now. The 120,000 soldiers don't need you anyway. His face twisted with rage, every word forced through clenched teeth. These fools. They're starting a civil war right on the battlefield. His blood-red eyes were out of control as he tilted his head to the sky and roared, Idiots! You're all asking to die! Tak clutched his head, completely bewildered. I should have known from the start. I should have made them get along. If this keeps up, even if I survive, the entire army will be wiped out. What do I do? What am I supposed to do now? Before he could find a solution, a new wave of battle cries erupted. Wipe out those Dark Knight demons! Charge! A demon army, riding war beasts, gallantly entered the fray. Reinforcements! Reinforcements have arrived! Now we have a hope of winning! Latia's face went pale, and she swore under her breath. Damn it! Don't they know it's 120,000 against our 80,000? And they're sending more times reinforcements? Xiao Yu's quick calculations horrified her. The reinforcements are estimated at 100,000. We can't possibly fight this. Then, she placed her hands on the ground to prepare. There's only one way. She used all her spiritual power to send a message to the entire army. All soldiers of the Dark Knight demons, hear my command. Retreat immediately. Fall back to defend the fortress. It's time for the final plan. The well-trained soldiers immediately turned and fled. Retreat! Retreat now! Tak, ever the competitor, gave chase relentlessly. You're not getting away! Full assault! Open fire with everything you've got. We will annihilate them. And so, an even more ferocious barrage of firepower rained down upon the shield, protecting the city walls. As Latia and Xiao Yu leaped from the wall, she gave the order. Detonate the shield and all the explosives buried in the city walls. Blow it all! Once the command was given, the shield erupted, and the surrounding area shattered. Line after line of demons marched into the conquered territory. Finally, the fortress had fallen. The battle was a victory for the Allied forces. The scene was one of devastation, littered with corpses, but it was a tragic victory nonetheless. The scene changes to the council hall, where a demon subordinate reports the details. The casualties for the main force and the reinforcements have been tallied. In total, 97,300 of our troops were killed in action. 35,000 were severely wounded, and 20,000 suffered minor injuries. After hearing the report, Demon Lord Parati had a question. And the enemy? The subordinate could only stammer. The total number killed and captured is around 20,000. At least half of our own casualties were caused by the explosions in the walls and the shield. At this, Tak could no longer remain calm. Damn it all. Who knew they had explosives, or that even the shield was specially rigged? This was all the Dark Knight King's plan. On top of that, those idiots started a civil war. If it hadn't been for the reinforcements, we would have lost. Demon Lord Laloy threw his hands up and added, by my count, we're down to just 210,000 main troops. The three Demon Lords were leading the charge, yet we still suffered devastating losses. Even if we win now, we'll be the laughingstock of the Dark World. The heated discussion made Bharati clutch his head in frustration, trying to calm himself down. Even though our forces are superior right now, we have to cross through countless towns to reach the capital. If we march conventionally, my army will be completely exhausted. Thinking about the post-war situation calmed him down a little. At least after this crushing defeat, the soldiers have finally woken up. They won't dare to start an internal conflict, and they won't underestimate the Dark Knight demons like before. I guess you could call it a blessing in disguise. Barati suddenly gave an order. All of you, leave. His subordinates obediently complied. Yes, sir. In his mind, he was praising his opponent again. The Dark Knight Monarch's methods are far beyond my predictions. Even now, I still don't understand how our intelligence could have been so wrong. Watching his subordinates depart, Barati began to calculate a new strategy. But if I can just strike directly inside the Dark Knight capital, none of the other problems will matter anymore. Barati turned his malicious attention toward Laloi. At this point, I guess I have no choice but to use that. He suddenly felt a sense of foreboding and whipped his head around. Why are you staring at me like that? This loss wasn't my fault. Don't you dare pin it all on me. Barati's gaze was dark as he spoke with a mocking tone. This has everything to do with you. If you hadn't gone into their capital on your own and gotten beaten, your power wouldn't have been diminished. When the Dark Knight demons saw a demon lord leading the charge, even if they had 100 times the courage, they wouldn't have dared to resist. He knew he was in the wrong and couldn't argue. Seeing this, Barati pressed his advantage to finish him off. I hear that the demon master Xianlin is famous for being obsessed with his reputation. If he finds out about this, what do you think will happen to you? If he doesn't kill you, he'll skin you alive, right? Laloi hung his head and answered weakly, Yes, that's right. Barati moved closer and whispered his true purpose in his ear. I have something that's perfect for you right now, a chance to redeem yourself. For example, this secret art that only the demon master Xianlin can perform, the great Xianlin blood ritual. The revelation of such critical information made him cry out in shock. How do you know about that? Even if you heard it from someone within the Xianlin demon clan, only the demon lords and the demon master should know this secret art. Barati avoided his gaze and explained, Of course, I'm not qualified to know about it. It was Lady Jisha who told me. A few hundred years ago, she fought the Xianlin clan and saw them use that technique. It was a blood ritual with unbelievable benefits. With enough blood from the Xianlin demons, you could lead a massive army in long-range, instantaneous attacks. The element of surprise would be staggering. Right now, the number of Xianlin demons in the Alliance is about 10,000. After the last battle, that should be just enough to lead 200,000 soldiers in a direct assault on the Dark Knight demon's capital. Laloi shot up, pointing an accusatory finger at Barati. No wonder you always sent the Xianlin demons out for every sortie. So this was your plan all along, to have them suffer casualties. No, the blood ritual means draining them of every last drop of their blood. I will not send 10,000 of my own people to their deaths for that reason. Barati crossed his arms, looking down on Laloi with contempt. Did you think I was negotiating with you? Don't forget my position. He then opened his mouth and delivered a clear threat. Do I need to remind you what happens to those who disobey orders? Tak joined in the persuasion. If we take the capital, you will receive the greatest merit. You'll be given enough land and resources to more than compensate for the Xianlin clan's losses. One threatening, the other persuading, they left him absolutely no way out. On one hand, the wrath of Demon Master Xianlin. On the other, glory and reward. As long as he had a brain in his head, even a fool would know what to choose. 10,000 soldiers were nothing to the vast Xianlin demon clan. Laloi let out a long sigh and bowed his head in defeat. I understand. His goal achieved, Barati let out a triumphant laugh. Ha ha ha. Dark Knight Monarch, I refuse to believe you could have predicted this move. When my entire army appears inside your capital, I wonder what kind of face you'll make. Ha ha! In the city square, soldiers gathered to hear the new announcement. The Xianlin demons were buzzing with excitement. Lord Laloi is finally sending us into battle. We're not cowards like the other demon clans. We will definitely win. When we win, Lord Laloi better reward us with a few more slaves. Around Laloi, streams of red energy slowly began to gather. I'm sorry. This is the price that must be paid. He clenched his fists, telling himself, victory always requires necessary sacrifices. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the blood ritual formed a circle, enclosing the soldiers. His clansmen, their lifeblood being drained, cried out in pained confusion to their superior. What is this? I can't breathe. It hurts so much. Lord Laloi! He listened in silence as his own people screamed in agony. Help us! I don't want to die! Why? Lord Laloi, why are you doing this? We didn't do anything wrong. Why? The blood from the soldiers was drained by the ritual and slowly began to evaporate. Next, Laloi raised his hand and absorbed the massive surge of energy, activating the great Xianlin blood ritual. Location: the Dark Knight capital. In the Dark Knight capital, Yun Chen opened his mouth to thank his subordinates. You've all worked hard. Xiao, you led the group in a respectful bow. It was all thanks to your strategy, my king. Latia, standing beside them, excitedly chimed in. I'm starting to think that as long as you're here, my king, nothing is impossible. Even the demon lords aren't as scary as I thought. He was quite pleased and offered some encouragement to everyone. Our situation is excellent. If things continue like this, by the time the Alliance army reaches the capital, they'll barely have any soldiers left. At that point, we'll just have to find a way to deal with those 3 demon lords, and victory should be ours. Suddenly, an unwelcome sound pierced the air. A subordinate ran in to report, "My king, the Alliance army has reached the capital. There are about 200,000 of them, and they're attacking the city now." I managed to detect them in time and activate the protective shield, but it won't hold for long on its own. Hearing this, Yun Chen's voice rose in disbelief. What? After speaking, he pressed 2 fingers to his temple, using his magic to recall the information. The Alliance's forward base is 130,000 miles from the capital. How could their army just suddenly appear here? What in the world is going on? He focused his mental energy to observe the situation. Sure enough, soldiers were pouring into the city, but among the Alliance, there were no demon or monster clans with magic like the Xianlin demon lords. His face wrinkled with worry. They must have paid a terrible price to acquire a skill like this. Yun Chen quickly organized the available troops for battle, immediately contacting the soldiers at the front lines and ordering them, at any cost, to return to the capital as fast as possible. But in his heart, he knew it was probably useless. Too much of our strength had been sent away. The capital was left with only 50,000 soldiers. Not even counting the 3 demon lords, the gap in numbers was just too massive. Then, he ordered Xu Feng to go and hold back the enemy. "The rest of you, with me, to the walls. Prepare for battle!" Everyone shouted in unison, "Yes, sir!" Outside, the Alliance army was relentlessly attacking the city's defensive barrier. Yun Chen and his allies watched the battle from a high tower, when he suddenly turned and called down to the soldiers below the wall. 20,000 soldiers of the Demon Alliance are outside the city walls. Do you dare to face them in battle?" His subordinates, filled with fighting spirit, roared in unison. "We do!" Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen, said grimly, leading by example. "All right, let the battle begin." As he answered, he thought to himself, Asterisk, now that it's come to this, I have no choice but to risk it all. Asterisk. The enemy's relentless firepower caused cracks to appear in the shield. At that moment, our soldiers also got into position and opened fire. Seeing this, the Alliance's will to fight surged as they charged forward. "Break through the walls and victory is ours. Crush them." Baha urgently pleaded with, "Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen. If this keeps up, we'll lose our greatest defense." "My king, send out the troops." He pressed his lips together, saying nothing. But would sending them out really do any good? Even with the support of the city's cannons, he doubted 50,000 soldiers would be enough to hold them back. This weighed heavily on Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen, leaving him indecisive. In the end, he made the call to attack, silently cursing the other side. Damn it. This attack was completely outside of my predictions. Watching the intense clash erupt, Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen told himself, asterisk, the only way now is to risk my life, asterisk. He continued to issue commands. Also, all demon lords attack. Your target is the Alliance's demon lords. His subordinates immediately charged down from the city walls. Understood. The dispatched demon lords joined the fray, their immense power overwhelming the common soldiers. Liu Tushi attacked while taunting them. "Let me show you the true power of the Dark Knight demons." He swiftly cut down his enemies, which surprised Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen. He was fighting 3-on-1 and still wasn't at a disadvantage, making up for a lot of the power imbalance. Meanwhile, Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen was also watching closely. Xiao Yu and Lu Miaoling had a close bond, one controlled, the other attacked. And since both were veteran demon lords, working together, they could take on 4 enemies at once. He then quickly summarized the formation. Overall, the strength of the demon lords on both sides was fairly balanced, but it was a different story when it came to the soldiers. The grunts were fighting ferociously, heedless of their own lives. But whether they were high, mid, or low-level demons, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. Asterisk. Once the main force is broken, asterisk Yun Chen equals is greater than. Yun Chen started biting his finger, analyzing the situation. The enemy soldiers will support their lords, and the balance of power among the lords will also be shattered, leading to our defeat. For now, we're holding on because the enemy's demon venerables haven't joined the fight. If they had, our lines would have collapsed instantly. So what if I've mastered my origin skill? The demon venerables have it too. It's hard enough to win against one of them, let alone fighting 3 at once. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen closed his eyes, thinking, this was a case of being crushed by absolute power. No strategy or trick could stand against it. What should I do? What on earth can I do to turn this around? His eyes suddenly snapped open, gleaming. Wait a second. What am I panicking for? Why do I even need to turn this around? After all, I'm just a human. Causing a civil war among the demon race is already a success. I don't actually need to win. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen acknowledged the difference in species. Whether it was the Demon Alliance or the Dark Knight demons, from a human perspective, the more of them that died, the better. Even if I win this battle and use the Dark Knight demons to do more, Clench losing is fine too. As a human, I've done well enough. His hands trembled as he clenched his fists. The Dark Knight demons obey me without question. As long as they fight to the death, I can escape with Xiao Yu and Lu Miaoling. The choice tormented him. With them, I can easily return to the human world. That's the logical choice. But why? Why is this decision so damn hard? Images of his people were seared into Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen's mind. Our king is so handsome. Look at me. Thanks to our king, we don't have to live in fear anymore. The Dark Knight demon army was completely loyal. We will fight for our king until the very end. We will never surrender. Those were the cries of his soldiers. My king, ha, my king. The rest is up to you. You lunatics. The Dark Knight demons are all insane. The scream snapped him back to reality. Before Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen's eyes was the grim scene of battle. One of his soldiers was grappling an enemy from behind, shouting, "My king, I entrust my old father to you. You must win." Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen. Confused, demanded, "You, what are you doing?" That Dark Knight demon blew himself up along with the enemy. Boom. Elsewhere, others began to sacrifice themselves one by one. "My king, I entrust my wife and children to you. Demon Alliance, we'll show you the spirit of the Dark Knight demons." Behind us is the Imperial City, our beloved families. We have no retreat. So what if it's 50,000 against 200,000? From the moment we decided to fight, we never planned on coming back alive. A squadron of Death Seekers, choosing to be blown to bits rather than submit. Killing one of them breaks even. Killing two is a profit. Let's die together. Ha ha ha. Even the enemy was terrified of these suicide attacks. "You lunatics. The Dark Knight demons are all insane. Stay away. Get the hell away from me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen was stunned, blaming himself. Suicide attacks. I never gave that order. Baha was right. The hearts of the people don't need an order. This was all voluntary. Everyone knew the disparity in our forces. Before charging out, every soldier brought a self-destruct crystal with them, saving it for this very moment. Every resident in this city is brave. In fact, it wasn't just the soldiers. Almost every civilian household in the Imperial City had a self-destruct crystal ready. If the city walls were breached, they would drag the enemy to hell with them to protect their king, to protect this nation, this beautiful country that their king had transformed. After hearing it all, Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen lowered his head and questioned his own conscience. These insignificant demons could do this. So how could I be so heartless as to run away? It's true. I'm a human. My demon identity is a fake. It's all been lies and deceit. He might have realized a new desire. But even so, I am still your king. I am still your king. In an instant, Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen joined the battle. I'm leaving command of the battlefield to you. I'm going to fight myself. This made the other man stare blankly and blurt out, "Huh?" At that moment, enemy soldiers were surrounding a Dark Knight demon, laughing. "You were screaming so loudly just now, weren't you? Wanted to take us down with you? Now I'm going to cripple your hand. Let's see how you use that self-destruct crystal now. Go on, scream. Scream louder." But even so, he wasn't discouraged. Damn it. Am I really going to die a meaningless death like this? I can't accept it. I won't accept it. Suddenly, the mocking laughter vanished, startling him. Huh? It was Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen, fighting alongside everyone with a gun in each hand. It's the king, our king. The king himself is on the field, fighting with us. Weapon equip, hand of plunder, demon break formation, spear form, demonic soul shatter, handgun form. He summoned them all to annihilate the enemy. As he fought, Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen laughed at himself, acting on my feelings for the demon race. This is so unlike me. His joining the fight closed the gap, but it didn't matter now that he was in the thick of it himself. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen casually dispatched one group after another, deciding to kill to his heart's content. Elsewhere, the other demon lords quickly looked toward him and remarked, "So this is the king's true power. So powerful. It seems he was holding back when he fought us. Even Dohai had to stop and watch. He truly is a powerful king. I'm ashamed to admit I'm no match for him." He could vaguely sense this wasn't even his full power, that something far more terrifying was hidden deep within. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen's actions ignited the morale of the Dark Knight demon army. "Brothers, charge. Don't let our king lead the way. If the king himself fights alongside us, how can we possibly lose? Kill them." On the other side of the battlefield, the demon lords were watching the situation closely. They'd all heard that the king had chosen to fight personally, boosting the Dark Knight demon's morale. Barati suddenly spoke up. This shouldn't have been so troublesome. He sighed in frustration. stroking his chin. The original plan was to teleport the entire army directly into the Imperial City and attack from the inside out. But who knew the space around the city would be disrupted beforehand? Getting just outside the walls was the best we could do. Damn it. It's all because of La Loi's assassination attempt. It put them on high alert. Even so, Barati waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. But it doesn't matter. It just adds a small challenge. Tak, Laloi, go. Bring me the head of that Dark Knight King. The two demon lords answered with a sinister, eager laugh. Back on the battlefield, Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen stood facing the demons, spear in hand, as smoke filled the air. He moved forward, swinging his spear and attacking the two demons in the lead. The landscape behind him twisted into a massive purple vortex. Amidst the thick smoke, Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen suddenly noticed something was off. He calmly held his two weapons, absorbing something. A new power was gathering here. This power came from the battlefield itself. It was evil, born from the slaughter and disaster all around him. He clenched his fist, his expression changing slightly. This isn't my power, he realized. It's the secondary effect of this. This armor of myriad calamities. The power of 10,000 calamities. He raised a fist crackling with electricity, wondering just how devastating the power would be once it was fully charged. He didn't know when, but Tak had silently appeared right beside him. As Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen regained his focus, he was stunned. Huh? The demon seized the opportunity, launching a skull-shaped fist of fire at him. Die, Dark Knight King. Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen reacted in a flash, blocking the heavy punch with the shaft of his spear. But the demon's flames easily snapped the weapon in two. In that instant, uncontrollable horror flooded Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen's eyes. With nothing left to block the blow, the fist slammed squarely into his chest. The ground around them shattered from the impact. He struggled to his feet, coughing up blood with each ragged breath. At his current power level, fighting a demon lord was clearly pushing his limits. Still, Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen's expression, remained grimly determined, despite his severe internal injuries. Laloi appeared in a blur, his speed overwhelming. Kid, he sneered. You don't have a whole army of lords to protect you this time. He launched a kick shrouded in golden energy, aiming to finish Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen off. Just lie down and die. From a distance, Xiao Yu screamed in terror. Sir Van! Lu Miaoling raised her weapon, warning her sister, don't get distracted. Our fight over here is just as desperate. One mistake and we're dead. Besides trusting in him, we have no other choice. Meanwhile, Yunchen equals is greater than. Yunchen weakly clutched his wounded body, letting out an exhausted breath. Asterisk cough, asterisk. Tak scoffed coldly. Is times this times really the level of one of the 72 demon pillars? Laloi, walking beside him, advised, don't kill him just yet. I suffered quite a bit because of him. He racked his brain for a way out. The demon lords are too strong, he thought. Even if I had another full set of legendary gear, the gap in our power levels would still be massive. A desperate idea flickered across Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen's face. Fighting 2-on-1 is certain death, but I still have my ultimate skill, the fusion technique. Brawler's wind chaser style and swordsman's shadow speed. Seeing him move, the demon taunted him with amusement, running away and toward the royal city, no less. Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen's figure shot off in the opposite direction. I still have my strongest trump card. Follow me if you're not afraid to die. Tak, now hovering in the air, was losing his patience. He probably wants to use the city's civilians as shields to escape. It's useless. Atop the city wall, Baha saw the movement and commanded his subordinate, quickly, open a hole in the defensive shield. The king is retreating, the subordinate replied, worried. But the demon lords are right behind him. If we open the shield, at their speed, they'll definitely get inside the royal city. The royal city will fall, Baha roared, refusing to accept it. If the king dies, the kingdom dies with him. Open it now. Say one more word and I'll kill you myself. Suddenly, a small gap appeared in the solid barrier. Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen flew frantically toward the imperial city, ignoring the relentless pursuit behind him. The three streaks of light passed through the city wall, heading straight for Baha and a man in a hat. The terrified subordinate had lost all hope, muttering, "It's over. We actually let the demon lords into the royal city. We can't stop them. The city will fall." Baha shot him a reassuring glance. Have faith in our king. He never does anything without a reason. Meanwhile, Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen desperately dodged and weaved, avoiding the long-range fire attacks. Tak, brimming with battle lust, fired off energy blasts while gloating at the spectacle. Ha ha ha, you foolish Dark Knight King. This entire Dark Knight royal city will be your grave. From the blazing fire that hit the ground, a streak of light, pure as ice and snow, emerged. Laloi silently closed in, his flaming fist ready to strike. Kid, you're not the only one who knows spatial skills. With that, He slammed Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen into the ground, burying him in a sea of golden energy. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen summoned a wave of blue energy, using it to struggle free from them. He gritted his teeth, using every last bit of his strength. Just a little more. I'm almost there. An imposing bluish-purple gate stood before him. Risking it all, Yun Chen equals is greater. Then Yun Chen burst free from a massive explosion and continued to charge deeper inside. Seeing the majestic gate, his tense heart felt a sliver of relief. Finally. Just a little further. Guarding his head, Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen crashed right through a wall, sending debris flying everywhere. The two demon lords stood by the ruined wall, discussing the situation. So the Dark Knight King didn't use the civilians as shields. Instead, he chose this place as his destination. He must have prepared something inside. We need to be careful. Tak, ever the ferocious one, took the lead. He's just one insignificant Dark Knight demon. What could he possibly have that can stop us? Let's just charge in and flatten the place. The more Laloi listened, the more he agreed. You're right. Besides, this whole area is completely empty. There's no one in sight. They'd been chasing him for a while now and were getting confused. Huh? What's going on? We were right behind him. Where'd the Dark Knight King go? The beautiful Quinthan moved gracefully toward the two demons. Another human figure had appeared, their calm, bottomless eyes filled with killing intent. When the demon blade was drawn, dangerous streams of energy shot out in every direction. Die. The girl's figure flickered in and out of sight, her attacks crashing down on Z and Luo Lei like a collapsing mountain, forcing them onto the defensive. A mountain of ice formed in an instant, trapping them, his ugly face twisted in rage. Why is there a human at the level of a demon lord inside the Black Knight King's city? Quintan Tusai turned her back on the echoing screams of the two demons. The two demon regents, so arrogant just a moment ago, were now frozen solid in a thick layer of ice, unable to move. After taking them down, Hat Quintan slowly called out, "Come on out, they're dead now." From the shadows, Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen emerged, his body covered in wounds, and bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your help, Master Ha." At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Those were two demon regents, and Master Ha had eliminated them in the blink of an eye. She was strong, terrifyingly strong. Kuintan got right down to business. "This is all I can do. The coalition has now lost two demon regents. It'll probably be hard for you to lure any more of the enemy here. And I can't leave. The final victory. That will still have to depend on you." He pounded his chest, giving her his solemn promise. "Don't worry, Master Ha. You've already helped so much. I can handle the rest." Outside, the brutal battle was slowly reaching its climax. "Ha ha ha! Your king has abandoned you, tucked his tail and run back to his royal city. Our great demon regents have already pursued him inside. They're getting more and more aggressive. Before long, the Black Knight King's city will be ours, and all your loved ones will be slaughtered by our great demon regents. That's the price you pay for opposing our coalition. To think you brought self-destruct crystals for a final stand, only for it to end like this. How pathetic." The royal city soldiers shot back angrily. "Bullshit. No, we will definitely win. Say another word and I'll cut your tongue out." But deep down, they knew there wasn't much hope left. Those were two demon regents after all. Not even the king could possibly win against them. Our kingdom, it really is about to fall. And then, right in the middle of the fierce stalemate, the gate suddenly began to rise. Seeing this, the demonic hordes thought victory was at hand and grinned mockingly. "Look, the main gate of the royal city is opening. Our great demon regents must have killed the Black Knight monarch and are opening it from the inside. That's right, the Black Knight King's city is finished. This battle is ours." Hearing this, the soldiers on their side could only stand there, stunned. Could it be? Has the royal city really been taken? No way, absolutely no way. Who on earth is opening the gate? With a heroic air, Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen pulled on a green silk thread that had cracked the door open. "It's the king! Our king is opening the gate!" The other end of the cord was tied tightly around Z and Luo Lei, and he was hoisting the two demon regents up onto the city gate. All the soldiers couldn't help but erupt in excited cheers. "Ha ha ha! It's the king's victory! Our king is invincible!" In stark contrast to the celebration, the demonic hordes had never felt such despair. How can this be? The two great demon regents are dead? Impossible. I must be dreaming. "Oh, great demon master, please let me wake up from this nightmare," Barati shouted in shock, seeing his two subordinates so easily defeated. "Zay, Luo Lei, what in the world happened?" His pride wouldn't allow him to delay a counterattack. "The two demon regents are dead. All soldiers, with me, charge and slaughter the entire demonic coalition." At his shout, both sides charged forward. With the enemy's morale surging, the city's defenders had to fall back and flee. Barati, his face a ferocious mask, ground his teeth and praised him. "Black Knight Monarch, I admit I underestimated you. Whatever underhanded trick you used to kill two demon regents, that truly takes skill." He frantically clutched a brilliant purple crystal. "But do you really still dare to dream of victory now? Such arrogance! I didn't want to use this. You forced my hand, Barati roared, his voice filled with indignation. No matter what plans you've laid in this city, if I just destroy the city itself, everything will be solved. The crystal unleashed a burst of eerie energy that twisted and writhed like giant snakes. Barati tilted his head back and recited the incantation, "Oh, great night-ending slayer, show these foolish Black Knight demons your supreme power." The weak and powerless citizens trembled as they looked up. What is that? Why did the sky suddenly go dark? This feeling is awful. It feels like a terrifying power is gathering in the sky. I can't even breathe. Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen clutched his chest, suppressing his terror, and cursed under his breath. Damn it, what kind of skill is that? Why is it making me feel this mortal fear? Could it be a demon regent? No, impossible. This isn't the kind of power a demon regent could create. Just then, a soldier screamed in panic. My king, that thing flying into the sky is a sigil crystal. It might contain the power of the 72 demon pillars. His sharp eyes widened in disbelief. What? He silently weighed the probability. The demonic coalition had an ace like this up their sleeve? This is bad. The target of that attack is the entire royal city. He spread his arms wide to unleash its full power. Feel it. This is the power of the great night-ending slayer, annihilating tribulation lightning. Countless ferocious bolts of lightning shattered the sturdy shield barrier. Relentlessly, that power struck again, breaking through the final shield. The people and soldiers in the city screamed in panic for help. Ah! Help! Somebody save us! As the monarch, Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen, took responsibility and commanded, You two, ignore your opponents. Get over here and help me. Now! He took the lead, moving to stop the catastrophic attack. Puro and Latia immediately disengaged without a second's hesitation, answering in unison, Understood! Two ferocious demons appeared from nowhere, shouting, You're not going anywhere! But they were immediately bound by giant vines. Damn it, we're trapped. Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen observed all the energy changes at the temporary focal point, then gave detailed instructions. Even if you run out of dark magic, you must boost Latia's power to its absolute limit. Latia, can you change the target of this attack? She patted her chest and explained her ability. I can't. This is an ability from the 72 demon pillars. Even if I could force it to change targets, it would only be by a few meters. The royal city would still be destroyed. Seeing her fear, he spoke with a calm voice. A few meters is enough. Make it target me. Puro quickly tried to stop him. How can you say that? If you die, the kingdom will fall. Latia, beside him, quickly added. After it kills you, the attack will just continue on to the royal city. Nothing will change. Your sacrifice would be meaningless. Hearing that, Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen roared in angry frustration. To hell with sacrifice. Can't you say something more useful? While you two are wasting time, tens of thousands of civilians have already been blown to bits. Stop wasting time. Do as I say, that's an order. He didn't bother hesitating, clasping his hands to cast the spell. I know. She acknowledged all of the dark aura. Latia, the rest is up to you. You must successfully transfer the target. Using the Demon King's teleportation ring, she poured every last bit of her strength into the spell. Blood streamed from her eyes, nose, and mouth in an agonizing display, but she still managed to scream, It's a gamble! Transfer the target! Transfer it now. Go! At the decisive moment, a blast of energy lit up Poré, his body slowly being devoured by a golden light. The purple energy, created by Maon Parati and combined with Latia's teleportation magic, detonated in midair. The people of the city were stunned. Their king had nearly taken the full force of that blast. A man fell to his knees in utter shock. The king, he did that to protect us. Some were so terrified they couldn't hold back their tears. How could this happen? No, we can't lose our king. Xiao Yu panicked and lunged forward. No, but Lu Miaoling managed to stop her just in time. Xiao Yu, what are you doing? Even if you get over there, what can you possibly do? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Xiao Yu sobbed, heartbroken. This is a skill from the 72 demon pillars. Mr. Yun said he wasn't sure he could withstand it. How many miracles has Mr. Yun performed already? On the other side of the battlefield, the demon venerable Parati burst out laughing with glee. Ha ha, he gloated, hurling insults at his opponent. Foolish. I never thought the Dark Knight monarch could be so foolish. Now that you're dead, the Dark Knight demon kingdom will be annihilated. In the end, you couldn't protect a single thing. Ha ha. Suddenly, he stopped short, seeing something that made him gasp. Huh? From within the purple aura, Yunchen emerged without a single scratch, thanks to the remaining duration of his invincibility state. The demon venerable Parati was completely flabbergasted. No, not a single scratch on him. His eyes shot wide open as he screamed at the top of his lungs, Impossible! Absolutely impossible! On the other side, Yunchen let out a silent sigh of relief. Having narrowly cheated death, It's a good thing Huang Cheng shared part of that skill with me earlier. There wasn't much time left. Even so, invincibility alone wasn't enough to block it. There was still residual energy, and that little bit of leftover power nearly turned me to ash. A wisp of green energy still lingered on his face as he frowned, analyzing the aftermath. If my superhuman regeneration hadn't kicked in right then, I wouldn't be standing here now. Burrow, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing, spoke up quickly. "My king, you actually withstood it. I thought I was dreaming." Latia, who had also been gravely injured after pouring all her power into the spell, spoke in a faint voice. "It's a shame. We've used up everything. We've completely lost our ability to fight. To face a Demon Lord level skill from one of the 72 demon pillars and only suffer these losses, consider us lucky." Yun Shen strode forward confidently while giving careful instructions. "It's fine. You all fall back and rest. I can handle what's left." This caused Latia to shrink back in alarm, her wide eyes flashing with fear. Burrow's reaction was no different. As for the soldiers of the royal city, the moment they saw he was unharmed, they erupted into non-stop, joyous cheers. "Ha ha ha! Not even a skill from the 72 demon pillars can harm our king. Is there anything he can't overcome? Our king is invincible. Brothers, charge! Victory is ours." In contrast, the enemy forces were beginning to feel a creeping dread. He not only killed 2 demon venerables, but even a demon lord's skill was useless against him. Is a high-ranking demon really capable of something like this? Are you kidding me? The Dark Knight Monarch definitely has the power of a demon lord to destroy the Dark Knight Demon Kingdom. You'd need all 72 demon pillars to join the fight. We can't win. With just our forces, we simply cannot win. The demon venerable Parati's face twisted, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he frantically tried to reason. No, that's not right. If he truly had the power of a demon lord, he could have just joined the fight from the beginning and wiped us all out. There would be no need to drag this out until now. I need to calm down, observe carefully, and not let him intimidate me. He immediately started watching Yun Shen fight, forming an assessment. Judging from the speed and intensity of his skills, his power is indeed far beyond that of the Demon Warlord class, but he's still a good deal weaker than a Demon Venerable, much less a Demon Lord. He must have used some kind of extremely rare special item to pull that off. Demon Venerable Parati frowned slightly, his dark eyes betraying a hidden anxiety as he thought to himself, that kind of item almost always has strict limitations. Most are single-use consumables. If not, he wouldn't have waited until the last possible moment, when the royal city was about to be destroyed, to use it. That's right, that has to be it. But he then realized, the problem now is that even though I've figured it out, the soldiers won't necessarily believe me. Although we still have massive numbers, morale has hit rock bottom. Their will to fight is nearly gone. If this continues, our army is likely to break. And even if we win, it'll be a Pyrrhic victory. And when that happens, I, as the commander-in-chief, will surely become the laughingstock of the entire dark world. Demon Venerable Parati decided he couldn't just stand by and wait for defeat, so he leaped into the air. I have to find a way to rally them, and it has to be the most direct and fastest way possible. When 2 armies are locked in combat, there's only one way. He clenched his fist and roared, "Monarch of the Dark Knight, I, Demon Venerable Parati, am here. Do you dare to face me in a duel?" Then he bellowed with defiant rage, "Do you dare?" The voice caused soldiers on both sides to pause and listen. On the other side, Lu Miaoling cursed angrily. "That bastard, have you no shame? Our king has been fighting for half a day while you've been lazing around in the back, just watching, and now you have the gall to issue a challenge." Xiao Yu, standing beside her, glared daggers at him. Even Duo Si couldn't stand his arrogance any longer and spoke up. "You wish." Yun Shen stood there and asked with a razor-sharp gaze, "On what grounds?" The demon Venerable Parati descended gracefully in front of the 4 of them and answered with confidence, "On the grounds that you've already used up all of your trump cards dealing with Lale and Zhe. If we keep fighting, whoever wins, it will be a catastrophic victory. As men who value our soldiers, that's something neither of us wants to see." He continued with his provocative speech, "Therefore, even though my army outnumbers yours, I am willing to give you a chance at a duel. One fight to decide victory or defeat. If you win, we will retreat. Do you dare?" Outwardly, he appeared ready to fight honorably, but dark calculations were already forming in his mind. If he agrees, I'll kill him on the spot. If he refuses, it will lessen the soldiers' fear of him, and I can restore their morale. After all, a true demon lord would never back down from a challenge issued by a mere demon venerable. It seemed Parati's calculations were precisely what Yun Shen was thinking as well. He's right, we're still at a disadvantage. The current disparity in forces is too great to be overcome by morale alone. Our main forces have already withdrawn to rest, shattering the balance of power among the demon warlords. If Parati joins the battle now, this chaotic fight will become even more unfavorable for me. He glanced over at the soldiers following behind him. Besides, I don't want to see any more Dark Knight demons sacrificing themselves in suicide attacks. Yun Chen's gaze was fixed forward, incredibly determined. Golden veins had already surfaced on his arm from activating his power as he made his decision. Then let's fight. The soldiers on both sides scattered, creating a space for the battle between Parati and Yun Chen. Fierce cheers echoed from the outside. Go, Lord Parati! They continued to shout. You must avenge Lord Tak and Lord Laloi! Kill the Dark Knight King! Yun Chen's side was no less fervent. The soldiers of the royal city roared their support. The king will surely win. Our king is invincible. He's already killed 2 demon lords. What's one more? Even if our king falls in battle, we will follow him to hell. Seeing this, Tu Yu couldn't help but worry. Fighting a level 3 demon lord alone, how is that even possible? Mr. Van isn't the master, after all. Long, beside her, could only say softly, what do we do? A battle of this scale is no longer something we can interfere in. The demon lord Parati created a dark aura of demonic energy around himself and then spoke threateningly. Dark Knight King. You probably don't realize it, but even among demon lords, there are differences in strength. He lowered his sharp eyes, his cold gaze seemingly piercing right through his opponent. The fact that I can suppress both Tak and Laloi isn't just because of my title as commander-in-chief. Then, he appeared right beside Yun Chen, pointing that grotesque gun at him. Comparing me to them is just foolish. Yun Chen remained steadfast, his sharp eyes showing no fear despite the gun threatening him, and he slowly replied to the threat. This battle will be over very quickly. The demon lord Parati let out a smirk. That's right, very quickly. With that, he fired directly at Yun Chen's face, but tearing through the black smoke was a hand with razor-sharp claws. Right now, Yun Chen had fused into his all-class base state, known as myriad orbits. Seeing this, Demon Lord Parati was a bit stunned. This is an enhancement skill. His aura is completely different from before. It's almost reaching my level. He suddenly froze, because this time, the one with a gun pointed at their head was him. Yun Chen looked down from above and said gently, 1 shot to the head for each of us. Perfectly fair, isn't it? That gun was a fusion art, munitions master's electro-diffusion shot, and divine sharpshooter's critical strike. A gunshot rang out. This time, it was Demon Lord Parati's turn to be engulfed in a terrifying wave of power. After the shot fired, Yun Chen gently blew the smoke from the barrel. The Demon Lord Parati sneered with a voice full of mockery. In the end, it's just a skill at the high demon level. You should feel lucky you could even scratch me, he thought to himself. Just as I predicted, he carefully assessed the arrogant form before him, evaluating his absolute power. The Dark Knight King's power is somewhere between an overlord and a demon lord. Even though he's using some kind of skill to enhance himself, his attribute values are only at the bare minimum for a demon lord. He's still a long way from my level. The demon lord Parati continued to aim his gun at Yun Chen and declared, killing him won't be difficult. The stream of dark energy he released was called the invisible screen. He immediately used mana echo and deduced, sight, smell, and hearing are all nullified. It must be because of this black screen. Then he gently dodged to one side. But for me, you can just use mana to track things. It's not a big deal. But his opponent continued to use Dark Annihilation rapid fire, aiming continuously at Yun Chen, yet not a single bullet could touch him. Seeing this, the Demon Lord Parati shouted in anger. What? He dodged them all? He thought to himself. Even if he has some special method to sense my attacks, there's no way he can dodge all of my shots. The two fought hand-to-hand at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Yun Chen thought, compared to Master Ha's speed, you're still far too slow. Then he raised his fist, using a fusion of the strongman's all-out strike and the berserker's skill, called Berserker's Rage Strike. The powerful punch shot straight towards Demon Lord Parati, sending him flying into the sky, but it didn't seem to faze him at all as he just laughed mockingly. You call this kind of skill an attack? It's nothing. Now it was the arrogant Demon Lord Parati's turn to retaliate with his gun. It seems I have to show you the true power of a Demon Lord. Yun Chen ignored his words, raised his gun, and used a fusion of the sharpshooter's headshot strike and the mage's fireball art to counter. Have a taste of this. Along with the technique Annihilation Blast Flame, a stream of energy shot out with immense power. The Demon Lord Parati refused to back down and met the attack head-on. Star Piercer Gun. This attack was so strong that it pierced through the Annihilation Blast Flame and flew straight towards Yun Chen. The Star Piercer gun shot down with incredible destructive force, creating a massive crater in the ground, but he had managed to summon his divine shift in time. A second later, he landed on the ground unharmed, thinking to himself, I only dodged that thanks to the divine shift. Yun Chen looked at the smoldering weapon beside him, a bit surprised by the power of that last blow. But before the shock could settle, the weapon had been completely destroyed. Realizing the situation was not in his favor, he continued to use divine shift to conceal himself. I have no chance of winning a long-range fight. The myriad orbit state has a time limit. I have to change my strategy. Instantly, he appeared above the Demon Lord Parati and used a fusion of Shadow Flow's Phantom Steel and the Dancer's light-handed combo. But his opponent quickly noticed and spun around with a blazing red aura on his hand. Close combat? You really underestimate me. Fine. I'll play along. He continued to use shadow flow, and countless arms rushed towards his opponent. Demon Lord Parati didn't back down, striking back with a continuous barrage of his own. Yun Chen was hit repeatedly, his face contorting in pain. His opponent attacked crazily while laughing with glee. Dark Knight King, is this your attack? The rain falls harder than you hit. Despite the assault, he just smiled and replied, Really? Suddenly, Demon Lord Parati felt something strange happening. Wait, something's not right. It feels like my attacks are getting weaker. My speed is slowing down. He looked at the unfatigued Yun Chen in front of him, confused. But his power and speed are rapidly increasing. How is this possible? Finally, he was hit by a decisive blow straight to the face, causing him to spit up blood. The strike sent Demon Lord Parati crashing to the ground at extreme speed. At this moment, he realized, Damn it, he must have used a siphoning skill to steal my attributes. I can't fight him in close combat. Yun Chen continued his assault with a devastating kick from the sky, slamming into his abdomen. Then, he rained down a relentless barrage of powerful punches on the Demon Lord Parati. You want to create some distance? In your dreams, seeing him lying there, taking the beating, only excited Yun Chen more. Parati, today is the day you die. Seeing this, Xiao Yu cheered with joy. In a direct confrontation, Master Yun was completely overwhelming the Demon Lord. Lu Miaoling, standing beside her, was just as eager, thinking that just a little more effort would secure the win. But unexpectedly, the Demon Lord Parati erupted with power, pushing Yun Chen back. Don't get too cocky, you little brat. He stood up, raising his hand to the sky, creating a torrent of green energy. I'll show you. There are powers that insects like you can never touch. You will be utterly annihilated. A sword with a dragon's head for a hilt materialized from this stream of power. Yun Chen showed no fear. Instead, he gathered power in his hand, forming it into a sphere. Primal power. Doomed severance. Asterisk, your time's the one who's getting cocky. His words successfully enraged the Demon Lord, who furiously hurled the sword toward Yun Chen. You're not the only one with a primal skill, he said, launching the doomed severance orb from his hand to counter. Stop pretending and die. The two sources of energy shot towards each other at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them closed. And then they created a terrifying explosion, with bolts of energy erupting outwards. The immense pressure forced everyone nearby to fall back and take cover. Red and blue, fire and water. The clash of their attacks created a spectacular detonation. The wind howled like a tempest, and the earth and rocks were torn up and sent flying by the two horrifying energy streams. Soldiers on both sides immediately shouted in chaos, Run! The power of the king and the demon lord is too terrifying. If you get caught in that, you'll be maimed, if not killed. Blown off his feet by the force of the wind, Ducey cried out in shock, My God, I can't believe the king mastered a primal skill before even becoming a demon lord. I've never heard of anyone being able to do that. Could it be that a powerful demon master personally taught him? Xiao Yu, beside him, immediately replied, He wasn't taught. He created it himself. She couldn't help but be stunned by Yun Shen's sheer recklessness. With no one to guide him, and no shortcuts to be found, he used the stupidest method possible, using his own body to feel out the primal skill, risking his life against 9-to-1 odds. He used a method that even a 4th-tier god-level powerhouse wouldn't dare attempt, just to comprehend its meaning. Standing amidst the thick dust and smoke, she was unbelievably tense. Still, her opponent was a true demon lord who possessed a primal skill. The difference in their foundations was immense. It was impossible to say who would win or lose. Both of them stopped their attacks. The demon lord Parati looked quite battered, while Yun Shen seemed completely unharmed, his eyes half-lidded as if he held everything in contempt. But then, he suddenly buckled and coughed up blood, his appearance becoming far more wretched. After that last exchange, Parati had lost an arm and an eye. He spoke with a sense of awe. I never thought that you could comprehend a primal skill before becoming a demon lord yourself. He was bitter about Yun Shen's formidable strength. And the primal power within your skill is even more advanced than my primal severance. Where in the world did you get it? In his heart, Parati wasn't so composed. Asterisk. If I hadn't relied on my stronger foundation to inflict more damage on him, I'd probably be dead right now. Asterisk. Yun Shen propped himself up on his knee, not answering, but mocking him in his head. Asterisk, this spirit of scorching ash. I comprehended it from the primal skill of the demon lord of raging flames. Asterisk. Asterisk. In terms of ranking, the Demon of Raging Flames was among the top 10 back in the day, even higher than their own primal source. How could a Demon of the Severed Night, ranked 21st, like you possibly compare? Asterisk. The Demon Lord Parati stepped forward, energy gathering in his remaining hand. Not talking, are you? It doesn't matter. While I may be running on fumes, your situation is much worse. You can't even stand. That energy transformed into a gleaming red pistol, looking as if it were forged from blood. Parati aimed it at Yun Shen's head. This one shot is enough to take your life. Suddenly, a voice echoed from a distance. Lord Parati, look behind you. He turned, gritting his teeth, wanting to see what dared to interrupt him. What he saw was a pitch-black figure holding a massive cannon aimed directly at his head. Yun Shen slowly straightened up, explaining through his thoughts rather than bothering to speak to his opponent. Asterisk. When we clashed with our primal skills, I had my shadow phantom move to a distant hiding spot. Asterisk. Asterisk. It's currently carrying the exalted demon annihilation cannon that I once stole from the Lord's treasury. And right now, with the power of the shadow phantom in its myriad wheel state, it's strong enough to use it as a weapon. Asterisk. His eyes blazed as he shouted with contempt. I wonder, can a worn-out, fading demon lord like you withstand a single shot from this weapon of war? The demon lord Parati was suddenly terrified and began to plead. No, don't! We can withdraw our troops. We can discuss everything. You can't kill me. If you do, Lord Massacre will not spare you. He couldn't help the anxiety rising in his heart. Asterisk, damn it. There's no way I can dodge this attack now. Asterisk. The cannon was already charged. Seeing this, Parati begged even more frantically. Don't, but it changed nothing. The figure of Demon Lord Parati was completely engulfed by the terrifying blast of power, accompanied by a desperate scream. His upper torso, burned to a crisp, lay lifeless on the ground. Yun Shen returned to his normal state and collapsed wearily to a sitting position. The soldiers on his side roared with joy. The battle is decided. The king is victorious. It's the king's victory. Haha, our kingdom has been saved. On the other side, among the Demon Lord Parati's forces, a wave of confusion was spreading. How? How did this happen? I told you so. The Black Knight King is a true demon from the 72 Pillars. How could Lord Parati possibly defeat him? It's over. It's really over. But then, their killing intent suddenly exploded. Lord Parati's death doesn't mean we've lost. The war isn't over. The Black Knight King has no strength left to fight. They charged toward Yun Shen in unison. Behead one of the 72 pillar demons. This is the only chance we'll get in our entire lives. Bring back his head and the rewards will be endless. Hurry up. Kill him. His own side anxiously rushed forward. Quick! Protect our king! Damn it. They clearly said it would be a duel to decide the outcome, and now they dare to go back on their word. We must protect the king at all costs. Xiao Yu led the charge, her face etched with worry. This is bad. It happened so suddenly. We're a step behind. Lu Miaoling, next to her, also cried out in panic. We're not going to make it, but Yun Shen spoke calmly, as if laughing. You want to kill me? Energy immediately began to gather in his hands. Go ahead and try. In his mind, he scoffed relentlessly. Asterisk. No matter how weak I am, it doesn't affect my ability to use my equipped skills. Asterisk. Before he even finished gathering the energy, he fired a blow of scorching, molten destruction. A fireball erupted immediately after, like a terrifying energy bomb. Its destructive power was similar to the cannons, but in reality, it was countless times stronger. The soldiers who had been ferociously charging just a second before were vaporized without a trace. The survivors stood frozen, staring at the crater left behind, then shouted in terror, Run! Run! But their path was blocked by another army. You bastards! You dare attack the royal city while we were away. The army was led by Enzone, and they acted on his command, charging forward to slaughter them all. Baha knelt on the city wall and cheered loudly. The guerrilla troops the king sent to the front lines. They've finally returned. With their support, the coalition army has no hope of escape. The soldiers from Demon Lord Parati's side lost their will to fight, dropped their weapons, and fell to their knees. We surrender. The rest knelt in unison, clutching their heads. We choose to surrender. Please spare our lives. The sky brightened as if after a torrential downpour. Yun Chen sat on the ground, feeling the warm sunlight. We finally won. News of the coalition army's defeat spread rapidly to every corner of the Dark World. The other demon clans reacted differently. Some were enraged, some were sorrowful, some were terrified, and some were even overjoyed like the queen, for instance. Her pupils reflected the image of a white candle as she let out an inscrutable laugh. Ha ha, Dark Knight Sovereign, if I ever get the chance, I'd really like to meet you. The flame on the candle was gently blown out by a breeze, and the entire space gradually fell into darkness. At the same time, Kuinthan stood silently, facing the bright moon. Her eyes slowly opened, revealing a hint of sadness. The war is finally over. The clouds parted, revealing a bright moon that shone down on Quinthan's body, and her cold voice made the atmosphere even more somber. It's time to carry out my mission. Meanwhile, everyone was buzzing with excitement over Yun Chen's resounding victory. They raised their glasses to celebrate, absolutely thrilled. We won! The sovereign has declared that the entire city will celebrate for 3 days and 3 nights. All expenses will be covered by the national treasury, so let's all celebrate to our heart's content. Ha. At that same moment, Yun Chen sat on his imposing high throne and asked in a stern voice, Bah, What are the final stats? He clasped his hands, bowed his head, and reported, "In this battle to defend the nation, we eliminated 210,000 coalition soldiers and captured 170,000 of their main forces. The support troops fled after hearing of the front lines collapse. We only managed to capture 80,000 of them. On our side, 95,000 soldiers were sacrificed. Most of those who were captured have been rescued." Hearing this, he gave his orders with grim deliberation. "Hand the enemy corpses over to Lu Miaoling for processing. The captured soldiers will be auctioned off in various places. Their relatives will surely pay a high price. The money we make will supplement the national treasury. As for the prisoners that no one buys, they can be brainwashed and turned into combat slaves." Ba and Lu Miaoling bowed their heads and accepted the order without a moment's hesitation. "Understood. Do," Hai spoke up, puzzled. "My sovereign, we only lost a little over 90,000 soldiers to achieve this result. This is a great victory, so why do you seem so displeased?" Yun Chen waved his hand dismissively at them. "A vast country with only over 50,000 main force soldiers left and half the city destroyed. I really can't bring myself to smile. If there's nothing else, you are all dismissed." Everyone left, leaving only Xiao Yu and Lu Miaoling behind to discuss something. He was a bit surprised and spoke up to ask, "Xiao Yu, Lu Miaoling, is there something else?" The two of them knelt in unison and swore a resolute oath. "Master Van, you are a human. You could have fled, but you chose to stay and fight to protect us. We are eternally grateful for this kindness and wish to pledge our all to you, Master Van." Yun Chen cheerfully helped them both to their feet. "There's no need. Given our friendship, you don't have to perform such a grand ceremony. Besides, you two also have a relationship with Master Ha. We're all family here," Xiao Yu asserted without any hesitation. And I'm just saying if one day you and our master were to face off, we would not hesitate to risk our lives to stand by your side." He was surprised she would say something so serious and quickly tried to correct her. "What are you talking about? How could I ever end up opposing Master Ha?" Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from above. Talking behind someone's back isn't a very nice thing to do. Kuin Than appeared with an imposing aura, stunning Yun Chen. "Master Ha, when did you get here?" Xiao Yu and Lu Miaoling were so scared they trembled and stammered. "Ma master," their hearts were in turmoil. "We're dead. Did our master hear everything we just said? Given our master's personality, if she discovers our disloyalty, she'll kill us without mercy." Kuin Than glided past the two of them and gave a cold warning. "Leo Bella, Lu Miaoling, I know what you're worried about, but I'm not that unreasonable. But if you dare speak such nonsense again, I won't hesitate to rip out your tongues." Xiao Yu and Lu Miaoling could only remain silent, not daring to utter another word. Yun Chen quickly guessed her purpose for being here. "Master Ha, for you to leave the treasure vault. Does that mean?" Now that he'd brought it up, Kuin Than didn't hide it. "That's right. In 3 days, I will disappear. I came to say goodbye. I will use the time I have left to complete my mission." Her eyes held a deep sadness. "As a clone, I was never supposed to have any attachment to this world. That was true before. But now, seeing everything you've done, I truly find it a little hard to leave." She then gently stroked Yun Chen's head. "If I could, I'd love to see just how much you'll grow. It's a pity there's no more time." Kuin Than then turned decisively to leave. "Let my original self enjoy all of that in my place. Farewell, my disciple." He suppressed his sorrow and bowed respectfully with his hands clasped. "I wish you a safe journey." At that moment, in the council hall of the 72 Pillars, they were all in a heated discussion about Yun Chen's resounding victory. A mere Dark Knight demon. How could he possibly stand against the coalition army of our 71 demon clans? I can't believe even 3 demon lords couldn't defeat him. My clan lost 10,000 soldiers. Damn it all. Saker, look at what a terrible idea you had. She bit her own finger in frustration. That detestable Parati. If my true body weren't in the human world right now, I would go and kill that Dark Knight sovereign myself. The demons erupted into another intense debate. Among the 72 demon pillars, there are quite a few who are still in the dark world. Devourer Lord, I am willing to go myself. Kill the Dark Knight sovereign, and the Dark Knight demon nation will be ours. You just want to use this chance to swallow all the spoils for yourself. Don't think I'll agree to that. If anyone is going, it should be me. Our clan suffered the greatest losses this time. The Devourer Lord's voice boomed with authority. Silence, all of you. The situation on the front lines is very favorable. Our army has already conquered half of the human world's territory. At this rate, we will annihilate humanity's entire main force within 6 months. He warned the other demons with a steely gaze. To deal with humanity's counterattack, you must always be ready to provide support. No mistakes will be tolerated. Anyone who dares to make a petty move during this time is making an enemy of me. They seem to fear his power, falling silent and not daring to object. The Devourer Lord spoke his final words and then vanished. As for the Dark Knight Sovereign, it won't be too late to deal with him after we've annihilated the humans. Dismissed. Returning to his own castle, he asked his subordinate in a low voice, How are the supply preparations? The subordinate reported respectfully, due to the lack of the Dark Knight demon's share, it's taking longer than expected. However, we have gathered enough, and it is currently being transported through a spatial rift to the human world. This time, we have prepared enough resources to last the front lines for half a year, supporting them until the war is over. The devouring lord let out a satisfied and arrogant laugh. Haha, first pillar of the void, so what if you all decided to play a little disappearing act? Even without you, I can still use the power of the dark world to wipe out the pathetic human race. He stood up, confidently proclaiming that when this war was over, they would be the ones kneeling before him. Just then, another subordinate rushed in with terrible news. My lord, something terrible has happened. The spatial rift was attacked. All the supplies meant for the human world have been destroyed. The 5 demon lords standing guard are also dead. The devouring lord was stunned, growling. What? He wondered, his mind racing. Who could have done this? The void? The first and second pillars? The humans? Or one of the other 7 guardian gods? Enraged, he decided to go himself. He had to see the situation with his own eyes. Through the spatial rift, the scene was one of complete and utter devastation. His soldiers lay dead, their eyes wide open, their bodies strewn across the ground in a river of blood. Witnessing this, the devouring lord growled at the messenger. All the demons are dead. Why are you still alive? She dropped to her knees, frantically explaining, I was farther away, taking inventory of the supplies. I was lucky to escape, and thankfully, I saw the attacker with my own 2 eyes. Suddenly, she sprang her trap, pressing a dagger to the devouring lord's throat as her voice turned sharp. The attacker used this weapon. Her disguise melted away, revealing a familiar figure, her voice becoming ice cold. Ching Cheng stared at him, her eyes filled with hatred. Like this. The devouring lord sneered, a savage grin spreading across his face. I see. So you weren't on the front lines after all. You stayed behind in the dark world. To dare make a move on me, you must be ready to die, aren't you? Without letting him say more, Ching Cheng declared, unleashing her magic. You're the one who's going to die. And it won't just be by my hand. Streams of power quickly enveloped the devouring lord, gradually linking together to form a sealed cocoon around him. Meanwhile, at the front lines in the human world, the battle was raging fiercely. Everywhere you looked, demons and humans were locked in combat. The constant clang of weapons rang out, and the air was filled with cries of kill. Nico was desperately fighting off the demons. The kingdom absolutely cannot fall. You damn demons, I'll take you all down with me. With fluid, decisive movements, she cut down a demon, who could only let out a piercing scream. Arr! But then, she noticed something strange. In the middle of the chaotic battle, they all started running away in unison, which made her suspicious. The demon's behavior. It's like it's changed. The second defensive line is about to break. This is bad. Team 5 is in trouble too. They need support. Damn it, Team 7 can't hold on much longer either. Yuntang quickly spoke up. Isn't it time to use me? With my current abilities, I'm strong enough to wipe out every demon below the rank of Demon Lord, and even a Demon Lord would pay a heavy price. Even in such a desperate situation, Liu Yan couldn't help but hesitate. But doing that will kill you. The whole point of fighting is to survive. But she paid his logic no mind. After losing the only family I had left, do you really think I still want to live? If it wasn't to repay Headmaster Ye, I wouldn't have lasted this long. How much longer are you going to hide me? Until the entire Xuanlong kingdom is destroyed? Her resolve was so firm he couldn't argue. He could only give a decisive command. Yun Tang, I order you to go, now. Suddenly a scout's voice rang out. They're retreating. Qi Xue joyfully reported that the besieging demons had suddenly begun to pull back. At any cost, our capital has been saved. Liu Yan was stunned, unable to believe what he was hearing. What on earth happened? The scout excitedly recounted. According to the prisoners we captured, the capital of the Dark World, the Devouring Kingdom, issued an emergency order to withdraw all forces. It seems something big happened in their capital. Among the demons, only the devouring fiends can perfectly adapt to our environment, making them the absolute main force. The moment they retreated, all the other demon clans followed suit. Hearing this, he was overcome with excitement. Could it be? Did General Sia's trump card finally work? Whatever the case, as long as we hold on, we have a chance. Only Yun Tong whispered sadly to herself, I didn't die again? At that moment, outside the Dark Knight Royal City in the Dark World, Yun Shen was gathering the 3 corpses of the demon lords. He smirked, impressed by his subordinate's resourcefulness. He had assigned Lu Miaoling to handle the enemy corpses precisely for this ritual. Only she and her team could do it without arousing suspicion. Yun Shen began to activate his power, solemnly chanting the incantation. 3 demon lords, plus the bodies of 210,000 demons. With such a rich offering, it shouldn't be too much to ask for the power of the 72 demon pillars, right? And yet, the world around him remained completely still. He coldly deduced, no reaction. It seems the offering isn't enough. If that's the case, then I'll use these offerings to strengthen myself. You can figure out the specifics. Boom. The instant his voice fell, a superpowered pillar of light erupted as he shouted, "Sacrifice!" It channeled its power directly into Yun Shen. His experience points shot up by 100 million. This made Yun Shen exclaim with excitement, 100 million experience. That's enough to level me up 20 times, to level 85. But it's not enough. An offering like this deserves more. His other stats continued to climb. Skill, S-rank sublimation. Except for talent and special skills, any skill he uses can now be sublimated. This would push the skill to its absolute limit. Note, after a skill is sublimated, its mana cost increases to 10 times the original system cost. This change shocked Yun Shen, but he still had to calculate things carefully. 10 times the mana cost. If it's just a normal, low-level skill, that's one thing. But what if I sublimate a fused skill? Using a fused skill already doubles the cost, so sublimating it on top of that would be terrifying. He silently calculated in his head. For example, Fireball costs 20 mana, and Vine costs 35. After fusing them, the mana cost is 20 plus 35, all doubled, which comes to 110. If I sublimate that, it's multiplied by 10, 1,000, 100. Even I would have trouble sustaining a cost like that. Yun Shen fell into deep thought, planning his next move. Before, I relied on the massive mana pool from my extremely high attributes, so I could basically ignore skill costs. But now, if I want to use sublimation, I'll have to be very careful with my calculations. I just hope the power of a sublimated skill is worth it. The sacrificial process was still ongoing. It seemed that due to the sheer volume of offerings, he had received his reward, but the bodies had not yet been fully sacrificed. He still had time to observe closely. Watching the corpses slowly vanish, he told himself, according to teacher Xia, sacrifice is a transaction with a god, and a transaction means each party gets what they need. It seemed like the god needed the corpses, but on closer inspection, they were simply being destroyed. I couldn't figure out what it wanted from them. Driven by curiosity, I took out the morning staff to investigate. If I couldn't see it with my own eyes, maybe this would work. I'd originally broken off a small piece of this morning staff from the vice leader of the Black Impermanence profession. Clutching it tightly in my hand, I stood my ground. Holding this, I should be able to see more. Suddenly, terror filled my eyes. From high above, the god finally revealed itself. The moment that eye appeared, my entire being trembled. What is that? Just being in its gaze, I felt like I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. I even felt an overwhelming urge to kneel. Its voice boomed, "You insect, you dare to gaze upon me?" Then, a colossal crimson hand descended upon me as it coldly pronounced my death sentence. Die! I was completely frozen, unable to react. I didn't understand why my own mind was betraying me like this. My willpower was crumbling. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, and I definitely couldn't use any of my skills. Facing this god, I was helpless. There was absolutely no chance to fight back. Compared to it, my existence was nothing more than a speck of dust. Suddenly, a vibrant, colorful tree root appeared beside me. Before I could even react, it silently wrapped around me. In an instant, it teleported me to another location, saving me from the killing blow of that god's deadly hand. Meanwhile, on a secluded path, a figure was taking a leisurely stroll. As if sensing something, Huvo snapped his head back and looked up at the sky. He commented with amusement, "I wonder who could have made times that angry enough to actually strike." Then, he chuckled to himself as he gazed into the distance. But then again, provoking them isn't that hard. They're so arrogant. They won't tolerate even the slightest hint of defiance. Huvo continued his leisurely walk, nodding to himself. For the world itself to intervene, that kid must have done something worthwhile. If he can survive this trial, then he'll belong to me. Back to my situation. I had no idea where I'd been teleported, but after a while, a group of people found me. "Look, there's a demonkin lying here." They surrounded me curiously. "Why is he way out here? An intruder, maybe?" "No, doesn't look like it. He's probably injured and got lost." These dark elves excitedly observed me, making all sorts of comments. "He looks like one of the night demons." "Hey, up close, this guy's actually handsome. I can't put my finger on it, but he's really good looking." "Yeah, it's strange, but I kinda like him. I bet he just got injured and wandered in nearby." One who seemed to be their leader declared coldly, "Pity or not, it doesn't matter what his purpose is. All demonkin from the 72 clans deserve to die." He raised his spear, ready to execute me on the spot. "You should never have shown yourself outside our dark elf forest." Suddenly, a girl named Chi-Chi appeared just in time to stop him. Wait a minute." She rushed over and explained, "I heard someone found a night demon, and I had a suspicion. I can't believe it's really him. He's the one who saved me. If it wasn't for him, I'd still be a slave somewhere right now." Hearing what Chi-Chi said, the other dark elves eased up a bit. "Huh, so maybe this one's a good guy?" See, I told you. Someone this handsome can't be a bad person. Sparing him isn't out of the question. Let's just pretend we never saw him. After a quick examination, Chi-Chi said urgently, his condition is really bad. He's got deep fractures all over his body, and he's barely breathing. We have to get him back to the forest for treatment, quickly. They didn't seem to agree. But any demonkin that approaches the forest must be executed. That's the queen's decree. It doesn't matter how good-looking he is. Luo Chi-Chi, not killing him, is the biggest concession we can make. He cannot enter the forest. Take him somewhere else to get treated. Have you forgotten what it's like to be a slave? But she owed him her life, so she pleaded desperately. But I don't have any money. I can't afford treatment. Besides, the nearest night demon city is a 3-month journey away. He'll never make it that long. Please, I'm begging you, just make an exception. But no matter how much she pleaded, they were firm. No, those are the rules. Crestfallen, Chi-Chi whispered. Fine, I'll figure something out on my own. And so, she decided to bring me to her own home to care for me. My body was covered in bandages, wrapped over countless wounds. Even in my delirium, I remembered the overwhelming pressure from that eye. You worm, you dared to look upon me. Even if you live, you will pay the price. The image of that giant crimson hand crashing down was seared into my memory. A second later, I jolted awake, drenched in a cold sweat. I couldn't stop my body from shaking. Damn it. What in the world times that thing? Why did it just appear out of nowhere? Why did it want to kill me? I ran my hands through my hair, frustrated and confused, just because I saw it. Is this some kind of sick joke? Seeing me awake, Chi-Chi's face lit up. You're awake! I recognized her immediately as the girl I'd saved at the Demon World auction. You're the dark elf slave I set free, right? Where am I? Overjoyed, Chi-Chi rushed forward, grabbing my hand and rambling excitedly. I can't believe you remember me. I'm Luo Chi-Chi. We're in a treehouse about 10 miles from the dark elf forest. Hearing that, I froze and whispered, the dark elf forest? My mind was reeling. What is happening? I had planned on coming here, but not like this. Turns out, the relationship between the Dark Elves and the Demon Clans is extremely tense, which put me on high alert. The Dark Elf race is relatively weak, and their women are famously beautiful, so they're often captured and enslaved by the 72 Demon Clans, especially by the Night Demons. Because of this, the Dark Elves are extremely xenophobic and hate all Demonkin. For me, an outsider, to be safe this close to their forest was truly unexpected. Noticing 2 other girls peeking in from outside, I asked curiously, who are they? She proudly introduced them. They're my friends, Alili and Yue Lulu. They risked being attacked by wild beasts to help me gather herbs to treat you. Lili shyly asked me, Are you feeling okay? Outwardly, I politely thanked them, but inside, I was on full alert. I used my appraisal skill on her. Her level's not high. Most of them are around level 20, a low-level demon type. Their equipment is basic, too. Even if they tried something, they're no threat to me. She blushed and whispered to Lulu, Wow, he's looking at me. What if he proposes? I know the queen forbids marrying outsiders, but he's just so handsome. Hearing them, I felt weird. Me? Handsome? Getting a compliment while in this form made me more suspicious than flattered. I've been in this dark world for a long time, and this is the first time anyone's ever complimented my appearance. Could it be that the Dark Elves' sense of beauty just happens to match? My type? Chi-Chi blushed and remarked, It's so strange. The first time I met you, I felt this special sense of familiarity. I never expected my own people would feel it too. This has never happened before. Despite her words, I was still thinking to myself, familiarity? With Dark Elves? And then, suddenly, I remembered the necklace Nico gave me. Maybe it's because of this item Nico gave me. I never expected it to be effective on Dark Elves. If it hadn't raised their goodwill towards me, I probably would have been killed by them. This is the Aegis of Nature, a special grade item. Its effect is Symbol of Elven Friendship, and it gives a +1 to all base stats. The owner can enhance their standing with the Elven race. Note, only those with the blood of the Elf Queen are qualified to gift this item. Carefully placing it in my bag, I was determined to get to the bottom of this. What exactly happened here? Something felt off. The Dark Elf region is nearly 1,000,000 miles from Black Knight King City. How in the world did I end up here? Meanwhile, at an altar somewhere outside Black Knight King City, Xiao Yu was in a total panic, frantically asking questions as she couldn't find Yun Chen. Are you sure Mr. Van was here? There's nothing around. Lu Miaoling insisted. I'm positive there was an altar right here. Mr. Van must have been making a sacrifice. Why has it all vanished? The scene of devastation only amplified her alarm. Logically, altars are bestowed by the gods for transactions with fixed quantities and characteristics. No one's ever heard of one being destroyed. And what's more, this whole area is filled with some kind of deathly aura, just like the Forbidden Mountains. For the next few decades, nothing will be able to grow here. Xiao, you started anxiously running around, searching everywhere. I don't care about some forbidden mountains. Mr. Van's safety is the most important thing. We have to send people to find him. Fortunately, the more rational Lu Miaoling stopped her. No, leaking this information will cause a panic. If the demon clan uses this as an opportunity to attack, we'll be in serious trouble. We can only search in secret. At that moment, Yun Chen was having Chi lead him somewhere. You found me here? She answered honestly. Yes. You were wrapped in tree roots back then. The remains of the roots are still here. As he calmed down and thought about it, Yun Chen vaguely remembered a few things. Now that I think about it, when I was attacked from the sky, I have this hazy feeling that something saved me. Maybe it was someone's skill, but I have no idea who it was. He crouched down to examine the leftover roots, deep in thought. To save me from that kind of attack, it must have been something extraordinary. But looking at it now, these are just ordinary plant remains. I can't deduce anything else. Suddenly, a desperate scream for help rang out. No! This is bad! Help! Lili came scrambling towards them, yelling, Yuan Lulu was attacked by a monster while she was picking herbs. It's really dangerous. You have to save her. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Chen grabbed both girls by the hand and took off at a sprint. Let's go! At that moment, Lulu was trying her best to fight off a swarm of lesser monsters. She let out a terrified scream. Luckily, Chi and Lili arrived just in time, both of them charging in to fight. Don't be afraid, Yue Lulu. We're here. Yun Chen stood calmly at the edge of the forest, observing. They're just low-level monsters, nothing to worry about. But just as he was about to use a skill, his power completely fizzled out. This threw Yun Chen into a state of confusion. What's happening? My skills, they're gone. The fierce battle between the dark elves and the small monsters raged on. Yun Chen seemed to realize something. I can still feel the magic power flowing in my body. I haven't lost my power, so why can't I use my skills? What is going on? He looked worriedly at the situation unfolding before him, trying to figure it out. What's worse, these dark elves are poorly equipped. Their levels and numbers are both lower than the demonic beasts. If this keeps up, they're definitely going to die. What am I supposed to do? One of the monsters turned towards Yun Chen and let out a terrifying roar, making him uneasy. Are they targeting me? Then he shouted defiantly, You worthless beasts dare to act so brazenly. The huge, towering monster stood right in front of Yun Chen. He lowered his stance, ready to fight it. With my stats and level, even without skills, just using close combat, taking you all down would be a piece of cake. Suddenly, something appeared around him, making Yun Chen freeze. Huh? He gritted his teeth and strained, sweat pouring down his cheek. What's happening? My body! It won't move! What in the world are these things binding me? An image of a giant crimson hand descending from the sky flashed in his mind, along with a voice that echoed everywhere. Even if you survive, you will pay the price. This made Yun Chen realize, with a start, could it be that wasn't just a dream? And my current state, is this the price I have to pay? On the other side of the fight, Chi landed a blow on a monster's cheek and shouted a warning, My lord, be careful. Yun Chen tried to get a hold of himself, his brow furrowed as he tried to calm his nerves. Calm down. To get through this, I have to analyze the current situation calmly. Right now, it seems I can't attack, and I can't use my skills. No, that's not quite right. Some skills can still be used, because I was able to use my appraisal skill earlier. He then activated a circle with a pink energy mass at its center. From that, he made a silent calculation. Even though I can't attack, my body and my stats aren't affected. And even though I can't use skills, my magic power still exists. It seems I'm in a state where I can't fight directly or use combat skills directly. If that's the case, then I'll just have to use times that asterisk. Over there, a monster roared ferociously and flung a dark elf into the distance, causing her to scream, Ah! Seeing how lopsided the battle was, Lulu was overcome with worry. Is this how I'm going to end? I can barely get enough to eat normally, and now I'm going to end up as monster food? It's so unfair. Behind her, Lili also cried out in terror, I don't want to die, and I don't want to be turned into waste! Just as the monsters let out a collective roar and lunged forward, the terrified screams of the dark elves filled the air. But no pink, thorny vines shot out from nowhere, wrapping tightly around the demonic beasts with such incredible speed that they had no time to resist. And just like that, Yun Chen had successfully used his contract summon skill, Xiao Jing, the Thorn Witch. Level 59, Platinum grade. Skills include Dark Lash, Dark Seed, Dark Thorn Constriction, and Dark Thorn Prison. The moment she appeared, she used a dark magic fusion skill to save the day. Chi saw the result and exclaimed happily, Wow, it turned black. Standing behind them, Yun Chen came to a realization. Just as I predicted, if I can't fight directly, I'll just have to borrow someone else's strength. However, he still had a concern. But I never expected that summoning Xiao Jing with dark magic would not only change her appearance, her species seems to have changed a bit too, and her level is much higher than before. It seems that after I came to this dark world, she was also well taken care of. It was probably Van Duong or teacher Sia looking after her for me. Yun Chen's expression hardened. He thrust his hand forward and gave the order. Xiao Jing, finish them. At Yun Chen's command, Xiao Jing swung her arm, causing thorny vines to erupt from the ground and shoot forward, binding the monsters tightly. It didn't take long. The thorns made quick work of them. She immediately turned back to report. Master, was I good? He reached out and gently patted her head in praise. Good. Very good. Kai Kai, clutching one of her arms, approached with the others who were wounded from the battle. My lord. What is she? With his hand still on Tu Qian's head, Yun Chen introduced her. She's my summoned beast. From now on, while I'm here, if you all run into trouble, you can go to her. Right now, I can only use a few of my skills, and my mana doesn't have much use either. So for now, I'll just leave Tu Qian here. After all, I have enough mana to maintain her summon for a long time. Meanwhile, in the study of the Black Knight King's castle, a long cry rang out. Tu Leng, get over here, quick! Something big has happened! She appeared instantly and asked, Tia Yu, why do you always have to startle people like that? What's going on? Tia Yu looked towards a potted plant. A moment ago, Tia Qin was still in the flower pot, nurturing herself as usual, but then she suddenly vanished. Mr. Van must have summoned her. This means Mr. Van is still alive. Hearing this, she agreed. That's highly likely. Tu Lang let out a sigh of relief. Finally, we can rest easy. When Tu Qin returns, we'll ask her where Mr. Van is. At that same moment, in the caves of the Dark Elves, everyone was sound asleep. Yun Chen sat there, thinking. The sea god elephant's ivory was about to run out, which meant the soul-tracking sigil would appear sooner or later, just as I originally planned. After repelling the allied demon forces, I'll have to start figuring out how to deal with the Duan Ye. During that time, I'm going to need the Dark Elves. He recalled what he knew, calculating. The Dark Elves were a weak race, outside of the 72 demon clans. They've always been oppressed by the 72 demon clans, which is why they're extremely xenophobic and hate all 72 of them. Furthermore, their home, the Dark Elf Forest, borders the nation of the Duan Ye demons, making them the most heavily oppressed. The Duan Ye not only suppress them militarily but also enslave them, causing most of the Dark Elves to not dare take a single step out of the forest. On top of that, they imposed an economic embargo, cutting off the Dark Elves' trade routes with other races, leading to their extreme poverty. This is also the main reason why their equipment is so crude. The more Yun Chen thought about it, the more pensive he became. In fact, if it weren't for the protection of the ancestor tree, the Dark Elf Forest would have been invaded by the Duan Ye demons long ago. Even so, they can only hold their ground in one place. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the relationship between the Dark Elves and the Duan Ye demons isn't just one of hostility, but a matter of life and death. Thinking of this, he glanced over at the sleeping Kai Kai. This is precisely why I rescued Lak Kai Kai, a Dark Elf slave. I plan to use her as a bridge to build a good relationship with the Dark Elf clan, and from there, form an alliance to destroy the Duan Ye. Therefore, the Dark Elf Forest is a place I have to go. Yun Chen calculated the next steps, one by one. According to my original plan, all I needed was an introduction from Lak Kai Kai. Combined with revealing my identity as the Black Knight Sovereign, meeting the Dark Elf Queen wouldn't be difficult. But now, I've lost my ability to fight, and I'm all alone. Even if I reveal my identity, who would believe me? He fell back, lying down. I don't have much time left. If I wait until the tracking sigil activates and the Duan Ye find me, it'll be too late. For now, let's set aside the fact that I can't fight. The plan for the alliance needs to be pushed forward, but it has to be calculated carefully. The next morning, a clear female voice rang out. Huh? You want to meet the queen? Kai Kai shook her head, vehemently protesting. Absolutely not. As she explained, the queen despises outsiders. We even had to treat you in secret. For you to go meet her yourself is no different from suicide. You absolutely cannot do that. Yun Chen replied, confused. If I can speak with her directly, I can protect myself. He thought to himself, once I meet her, at worst, I'll just reveal my human identity. That, plus the goodwill-enhancing necklace Nico gave me, and my victory over the allied demon forces. As long as the Dark Elf Queen isn't an idiot, she'll definitely be willing to talk to me. Kai Kai put a hand to her chin, considering it, even if what you say is true. The queen resides in the center of the forest, protected by many layers of guards. Those guards are much stronger than Tu Qin. We'd be killed by them before we even got to see the queen. Yun Chen's answer was like an arrow piercing through her. Who said I wanted to barge in? If we can't approach her directly, then we'll find a way to lure her out. From what I know, the Dark Elf clan is very poor, right? Kai Kai was hit where it hurt, her voice a little reluctant. Ah. Well, even if it's true, couldn't you have been a little more tactful? She went on to explain. It's all because of those despicable Duan Ye demons. Everyone can only eat wild fruit and insects. There's never enough to fill our stomachs. If we want to go far to farm or hunt, we're afraid of being captured by other demon clans. Besides, even though our forest has many trees, it's severely lacking in minerals. It's so bad that the guard's equipment hasn't been replaced in decades. It's incredibly old. Never mind people like us. She then looked pitiful as she recalled her past. I was only captured and put up for auction because I was starving and wanted to go farther out to find food. Hearing this, Yun Chen's expression showed a hint of sympathy, but a second later, it was as if everything had become clear. If that's the case, then making some things easier won't be hard at all. After all, I have a lot of money. After that, the two of them went to the stronghold of the Duanye demons and walked through the streets. Kai Kai trotted along behind Yun Chen, unable to stop herself from wondering. Master Wu teach, what are we doing here? He answered succinctly. Shopping. She frowned, not understanding. Don't tell me you're planning to build a relationship by giving gifts? No way. We may be poor dark elves, but we still have our pride. We would never accept charity. Yun Chen replied calmly. Who said anything about giving them away for free? My money doesn't grow on trees. Don't worry, I have a plan. First, let's go buy some clothes. The two of them entered a clothing shop. Yun Chen spoke magnanimously. How does it feel? Kiki picked up a dress, her face beaming as she replied. The material isn't bad. It feels very soft, and the price isn't too expensive either. Hearing the positive feedback, he immediately closed the deal. Good. Shopkeeper, I want to buy every piece of clothing in this store, but you have to give me a 30% discount. Hearing this, not only Kai Kai but also the shopkeeper cried out in surprise. Huh? As if he'd just landed a huge sale, the shopkeeper went into overdrive, practically teleporting as he ran to prepare and pack the merchandise. Faced with such a generous customer, how could I only give you a 30% discount? I'll give you 40% off. Yun Chen laughed. 40% is even better. Only Kai Kai was panicking. Master Wu Tich, isn't this a bit too flashy? Buying a little would have been fine. Why buy everything? It's such a waste of money. But he just crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly, this is only the beginning. As for the money, you don't need to worry about that. Yun Chen continued to flaunt his wealth, spreading his arms and declaring, forget one shop. I could buy this entire Kuroda fortress if I wanted to. This prompted Kai Kai to shield her eyes with her hand, saying, It's too bright. The light of the wealthy. It didn't take long for the shop owner to pack up everything Yun Chen had asked for. A massive, enormous crate appeared before the two of them. Sir, your clothes are all ready. He simply waved his hand to pay. After that, down the entire street, every single shop the two of them entered echoed with joyous voices. Sir, welcome. What did you say? You want to buy out the entire store? Even the stock in the warehouse? My goodness, what a generous customer. Please, come again. A month later, the two of them were still traveling all over. Kai's expression turned to fear. She said hesitantly, in just 1 month, we've traveled through 5 different fortresses. And you, Mr. Vutich, you've practically cleaned out the shops in every single one. I've never seen anyone shop so frantically. She looked at Yun Chen in a panic. Mr. Vutich, with all these supplies you're gathering, don't tell me you're planning to return to the Endless Night Demon Kingdom to stage a coup? Hearing this, he was speechless. He couldn't believe her train of thought. Asterisk. What kind of crazy idea is that? Asterisk, he wondered. Asterisk. Betray myself? Asterisk. 2 guards from the Elf Queen's contingent appeared, swords in hand. You. What kind of demon are you? How dare you set up a stall in our territory? The smell it's outrageous. It's too much. You must have come here to humiliate us, to mock us because we have no money to buy anything. Yun Chen stepped forward gently to explain. We only set up our stall outside the forest, a good distance from the entrance. We have no intention of trespassing. Did your queen say this was against the law? Tunian thought that made sense. No, she didn't. But you're deliberately luring customers who have no money. That's a crime of insult. Tunuye pressed fiercely. Quick, what are you scheming? He remained calm, holding out a plate of steaming hot meat. He blew on it before taking a bite, the aroma wafting through the air. Relax. The first taste is free. Though Tunian's words were still harsh, her actions told a different story. Damn it, a handsome guy is offering a free sample. And it's free. Tunye was just as conflicted, blurting out, this is so unfair. How is anyone supposed to resist this? In the end, neither of them could hold back any longer and took a huge bite of the meat. The emotions that followed were overwhelming, and they were moved to tears. It's real meat, not some bug. It's so good. I don't even know how many years it's been since I last ate real meat. Seeing that everything was going according to plan, Yun Chen's smile widened as he gestured behind him. If you're still hungry, there's more inside. The 2 female guards lost all of their initial harshness, completely surrendering to the juicy, delicious pieces of meat. Each one tried to eat as much as she could. Tunyet cried out emotionally, boo-hoo. So good, I can't stop. Tunyen, her mouth full, added, enjoying a delicacy like this. It'd be worth it even if the queen punished us for it. After eating until their stomachs were bulging, the two of them lay down in satisfaction. So full, if I eat any more, I'll die from it. Just then, Yun Chen appeared. He looked down on them and began to reel in his net. I only said the taste times was free. I never said the main course was free, too. I hear the Dark Elves are a very proud people. What would happen if a rumor got out that you two dined and dashed? Hearing this, the two female guards started to panic. We're sorry. We'll throw up everything we ate. Yun Chen hadn't expected this reaction. Who needs you to throw it up? He said, stepping forward and placing a hand on each of their shoulders. Relax. I'm not going to make things difficult for you. All you have to do is go back and spread the word that there's delicious food for sale here, and that the only payment I'll accept is shadow wood. I recall that the one thing your Dark Elf forest has in abundance is high-quality timber, correct? Tianyan's eyes lit up with joy. So you just wanted to trade with us? Why didn't you say so sooner? Tianyet added happily. Our forest is full of shadow wood. That won't be a problem at all. This is great. Now everyone can eat delicious food. Having achieved exactly what he'd hoped for, Yun Chen smiled triumphantly. Because of the war, the Black Knight King city had suffered severe losses. Rebuilding it would require a massive amount of lumber, and as it happened, shadow wood was a highly valuable, top-grade construction material. Better yet, by trading a few cheap, everyday supplies, he could not only place the Dark Elf tribe in his debt, but also get his hands on something so valuable. It was an absolute bargain. Kai Kai was incredibly grateful for his generosity. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Vutich. It's been years since I've had new clothes. Yun Chen just replied softly. You've helped me a lot. This is the least I could do. Let's get a move on. We have to head back. Suddenly, her expression changed. Wait, I think we're being followed. They didn't turn around but kept walking. Kai Kai guessed. They must be the endless night demons. There are about 4. No, at least 5 of them. Yun Chen wasn't worried at all. In fact, he was completely calm. They are endless night demons, you're right. But there are more than just a few. There are 17 of them in total. Most of them are mid-level demons. They've been on our tail since we were back in the city. Kai Kai started to worry. That many? Well, you have been on a crazy shopping spree. They're definitely after your money. What are we gonna do? And of all times for Xiao Jing to not be here, he quickly explained. Xiao Jing has another mission. Before we left, I arranged for him to go hunting with Yue, Lulu, and the others. His gaze then hardened. A direct confrontation isn't ideal, but if they're so clueless that they're just asking to die, then I guess I have no other choice. The Endless Night Demon looked smug. If we make our move here, we don't have to worry about alerting the city guards. They leaped out in a group from behind the two. Get them. Carve up that fat sheep. Suddenly, something shot out from the ground, making them scream in surprise. Ah, a trap? A loud explosion roared behind Yun Chen and Kai Kai, followed by panic screams. Ah, damn it! Why are there so many traps? My arm's been blown off. It hurts so much. He just smirked. If someone just happens to accidentally step on a few traps that I just happened to accidentally place, well, you can't really call that a direct fight, can you? Later, the two returned to the Kuroda fortress. Faced with a crushing mob of dark elves, Yun Chen cried out in a fluster. Easy, easy, there's enough for everyone. You'll all get your turn, don't push. Who just took advantage of the chaos to grab my butt? And who was that who snuck a kiss on my cheek? Stop it, I'm only selling clothes, not myself. He pleaded with Kai Kai for help. Don't just stand there watching. Get over here and help me with crowd control. She just chuckled to herself. You'll just have to bear with it, sir. I don't know why, but everyone seems to have a special fondness for him. I often sneak a peek at Mr. Vutich while he's sleeping too. Some of the dark elves began to lament. All my equipment is rusted through. If only I could afford to buy new gear, I'd be so much safer. Yeah, and we're so short on daily supplies too. I still want to buy so many more things. I was hoping we could get some wine. Yun Chen raised his arm and announced, Yes, we have everything. Our guiding principle is simple. If you need it, we'll stock it. He immediately began his sales pitch. Besides clothes and food, we also have a general store, an equipment shop, and a tavern. And on top of that, other shops are currently under construction to ensure variety. Just tell us what you need. All transactions are made with shadowwood. The crowd cheered joyfully. Oh, Lord Vutich, you are truly our savior. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Haha, finally we can get some real drinks. Yun Chen thought to himself, asterisk. To satisfy you dark elves, I've cleared out the inventory of 5 entire cities. It won't be long now. This is sure to get his attention, asterisk. 1 month later, in the dark elf forest, the people were happily carrying logs as usual. They went to Little Kin's stall to trade their shadow wood for delicious food and other goods. She enthusiastically hawked her wares. 1 piece of shadow wood can be exchanged for 1 pound of magic beast meat. We've hunted a ton of magic beasts. Everyone just needs to bring more shadow wood and you'll have enough to trade. A young man who had just tasted the meat exclaimed in amazement. This is so good. Unbelievably good. I never thought I'd get to eat real meat in my lifetime, and all I had to do was trade some shadow wood for it. Thank the ancestor tree. Thank you, little kin, and the generous Lord Vu Tich. Nearby, two young women were lamenting to each other. I'm really happy, but if I could, I'd still love to get some new clothes. I've been wearing this outfit for years. I know, right? Me too. Yun Chen appeared once again, this time with new clothes for the people. Satisfying all our customers' needs is our motto, after all. Clothes are, of course, essential. We have a full range of styles and colors, and all you need is shadow wood to trade for them. The girls shrieked with delight. Ah, Lord Vutich, I think I'm in love with you. I have shadow wood. Quick, I want to buy new clothes. We're getting new clothes. Not far away, in the Queen's Tree Palace, the Queen of the Dark Elves awoke from a deep slumber, stretching and yawning. I've slept for so long, my head feels all fuzzy. I must have been asleep for nearly 2 months this time, right? But it can't be helped. The entire clan is blockaded by the Douanier demons, so we can only operate within the forest, she thought listlessly. Asterisk. Even if I wake up, there's nothing to do. I might as well just go back to sleep to avoid the trouble. Asterisk. At this rate, I'm afraid I'll become lazy and useless. Suddenly the queen exclaimed, "Oh, that smells like delicious meat. What's going on? Guards, get in here." Outside, the guards and servants were surprised to see her. "Your Majesty, the Queen! You're awake!" The Queen was rather surprised, looking at the two of them. "It's only been a short while since I last saw you. How did both of you get so fat? Your faces are all shiny. And what's with that amazing smell of roasted meat? Did everyone go out hunting? Aren't you afraid of being captured and sold?" The two servants looked at each other hesitantly, stammering an explanation. Well, no one went out to hunt. As for the specifics, after hearing the story, she was filled with questions. A merchant named Vu Tich from the Douanier demon clan, trading only for shadow wood. She mumbled in a daze. That name, Vu Tich. It sounds so familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before. Whatever. I'll think about it later. I need to deal with the matter at hand. The queen angrily reprimanded them. "I gave an order to kill any member of the other demon clans who approached our forest. You dared to defy my order, and you even indulged that swindler. Before the blockade, shadow wood was our most valuable high-level resource, and now you're just trading it away for some basic living supplies, letting him make a fortune off of us." The male guard hurriedly knelt and pleaded, "Your Majesty, he truly means no harm. Thanks to him, everyone's lives have improved so much. No matter how good shadow wood is, you can't eat it. Leaving it in the forest just for decoration is a waste. It's better to trade it for more practical things. My own guards are begging on behalf of an outsider. If even you are like this, the other dark elves must have been bought over long ago." Hearing this, she couldn't help but worry. Everyone knows we dark elves are a xenophobic clan. For that swindler to risk coming here to do business, he must have another motive. She turned and ordered the two guards. "Bring him to me." She was determined to get to the bottom of this. Asterisk, fine. I'll see for myself what he's really after. Asterisk, Yunchen and Chi-Chi were brought to the main hall of the palace. He bowed formally. "Greetings, Your Majesty the Queen." Inwardly, he felt deeply satisfied. Asterisk, all my effort wasn't in vain. Asterisk, I finally get to meet you. The queen's face flushed red when she saw Yun Chen's handsome appearance. Her mind was in a bit of a turmoil. Asterisk, wow, he's actually really handsome? Asterisk, wait, why do I have such a good feeling about an outsider I've just met? I shouldn't. And the guard's behavior. I see. Asterisk. She looked around at her subjects, thinking deeply. Asterisk, our dark elf clan is close to nature. He must be carrying a treasure with a very powerful natural aura. Asterisk. Asterisk, even I am being affected, let alone them. Asterisk, regaining her regal tone, the queen spoke. You deliberately brought a treasure containing the aura of nature near my people, and then used it to buy their loyalty. You've calculated this very well, Vutich. To go through so much trouble. It surely can't be just for the sake of making a little money, can it? Yunchen replied seriously. You are correct. I want to form an alliance with your Dark Elf clan to destroy the Douanier Demon clan together. The queen immediately became suspicious. Our Dark Elf clan may not be one of the 72 demon clans, but we are one of the top clans outside of them. You, a mere merchant, wish to form an alliance with us? On what grounds? From behind Yun Chen, an immense power surged forth as he spoke slowly. On the grounds that I am the monarch of the Black Knight demons. The Dark Elf ministers erupted in a flurry of discussion. Unexpectedly, even the ancestor tree was stirred. Well, it makes sense. He is the Black Knight monarch, after all. Rumor has it he killed 3 demon lords in a row, even if they were the weakest of the 72 demons in the dark world. They whispered among themselves, even if they were the weakest, they were still at the demon lord level. No wonder the ancestor tree reacted. Grandfather used to say that whenever the ancestor tree stirs, something that will affect our entire clan is about to happen. I wonder what guidance the ancestor tree will give the queen this time. Yun Chen crossed his arms, thinking, Asterisk, I always thought the Dark Elves' ancestor tree just protected the forest, like a defensive fortress. Asterisk, asterisk, but now it's clear it's more than that. It likely has its own consciousness, with a status that surpasses even the Queen's, holding the ultimate decision-making power for the Dark Elf clan. Asterisk. The Queen spoke, giving him an order. Black Knight Monarch, come with me. The Ancestor Tree wishes to see you. The ministers gasped in shock. What? The Ancestor Tree wants to meet an outsider of demonic descent? This has never happened before. The Ancestor Tree has only ever met with the Queen. Yun Chen considered this silently. Asterisk, does it want to meet me just because of my title as the Black Knight Monarch? Or is it because, if that's the case, this matter might be deeper than I thought? Asterisk. He silently followed her to the Ancestor Tree. The Queen spoke first as we walked, cutting me off before I could even start. I will not reveal any information about the Ancestor Tree, unless it specifically instructs me to do so. So don't even think about it. Asterisk. I haven't even asked anything yet. Asterisk, I thought, frustrated. The Queen seemed to open up a little, but I can assure you of one thing. Meeting the Ancestor Tree isn't dangerous. It's not bloodthirsty. In fact, it has never harmed a single living soul. I let out a breath of relief. Is that so? The Queen's steps suddenly halted. She had brought me to a massive, ancient tree with the face of a sleeping man. We're here. The Ancestor Tree sensed our presence and its voice echoed, I wish to speak with him alone. She bowed her head obediently. Yes. I will take my leave. The ancient being slowly called to me. We meet again. His words took me by surprise. Asterisk. You know my real name? Asterisk. A seed of doubt grew in my mind. My true identity was known only to Guildmaster Lu Miaoling, Xiao Jing, Xiao Yu, and Lu Miaoling. There's no way they could have any connection to the Ancestor Tree. A cold sweat broke out on my face. Wait, if there was one other who knew, it would be the Void Demon. The one who could see right through me. Could it be? The Ancestor Tree suddenly chuckled. Ha ha ha. It seems you figured it out. Yes, it was the Void who told me about you and asked me to help. I asked back, still suspicious. You said we've met again, but I have no memory of our first encounter. The Ancestor Tree prompted me. You were on the brink of death at the time. It's only natural you wouldn't recognize me. It presented a colorful route for me to see. What if you saw this? It was only then that I exclaimed in shock. That route. So it was you. You saved me back then. Who was that person who attacked me? Why did they want to kill me? The Ancestor Tree replied calmly, Why ask me? You already know its identity in your heart. You just don't want to believe it. After hearing that, I fell silent for a moment before looking up at the tree. So, it really was God who attacked me. You were able to save me, to rescue someone from God's grasp. You can't be just the Ancestor Tree of the Dark Elves. It spoke deliberately. I paid a great price to save you, because the Void acknowledged you. But I don't think you're qualified to stand with us. A root instantly sprouted from the ground as the tree's voice continued evenly. If you want to know more, you must first pass my trial. A male elf suddenly appeared. This avatar was formed from one of my roots. Defeat it, and you win. I felt a surge of anger and raised my voice. I never said I wanted to join you. I only came here to discuss an alliance with the Dark Elf tribe. Besides, I'm currently under a curse from God. I can't fight head-on. How am I supposed to win against your avatar? The Ancestor Tree's voice boomed with anger. Cursed by God. You think too highly of yourself. God has never paid any mind to a single living creature. In his eyes, all of creation is but dust. He would not go out of his way to curse you. It continued its verbal assault. The reason you cannot fight is simply because of your instincts. Understand this. What binds you is not a curse, but instinct. I was stunned by his words. Instinct? The tree slowly explained, yes, like a mouse fearing a cat, or a sheep fearing a wolf. Every living creature has an instinctual fear of something. Even demons and humans are no exception. And God, he stands above all living things, making every creature tremble. When you see him, its voice dripped with sarcasm. Your instinct to fear awakens completely. You're afraid he will strike you again, so you dare not even entertain the thought of fighting back. His words provoked me. You're saying I'm afraid of him? What a joke. I've faced death twice already. If I'm not afraid of dying, how could I possibly be afraid of him? The tree seemed to see right through me. The fact that you're so agitated only proves my words are true. And as for not fearing death, that's hardly rare. Anyone can achieve that after experiencing enough life or death battles. But in reality, it's not a lack of fear of death. It's simply the ability to face the fear of dying. The Ancestor Tree judged further. Compared to that, the fear caused by instinct is entirely different. It's etched into every cell of your body, just like the need to eat when you're hungry or drink when you're thirsty. It's a fundamental truth. You can endure the pain of hunger and thirst, but you cannot stop them from occurring. The tree's avatar took a stance and issued a challenge. Enough talk. If you can pass this trial, the alliance is a simple matter. If not, then this is all over. Let the fight begin. It struck with blinding speed, forcing me to dodge repeatedly. I gritted my teeth and threw myself to the side. Asterisk. Damn it! He's aiming for my vitals. Asterisk. Asterisk. He's trying to kill me. Asterisk. I started running in circles around the avatar, kicking up clouds of dust. Asterisk. Looks like I'll have to rely on my old tricks. Asterisk. When the dust settled, it noticed the traps on the ground and remarked with a hint of admiration. Oh. Instead of fighting directly, you cleverly laid traps around me. A smart way to bypass your instincts. Without any hesitation, it stepped right onto a trap. But it's too childish. A moment later, an explosion sent dust and debris flying everywhere. The avatar spoke calmly from within the cloud. A simple trick like this can't harm me in the slightest. Bring out whatever else you've got. Just as it finished speaking, thorny vines shot out from all directions. I had used my contract summon, the Thorn Witch Jing, and commanded her to bind him with her vines. The avatar seemed a little surprised. Huh? A plant-type summoned creature. Interesting, but still, not enough. I stood to the side, thinking hard. From that brief exchange, I could tell this avatar's attack, speed, and defense were all at the Demon Lord level. A sense of dread washed over me. Asterisk. But right now, I can barely use any of my active attack skills. Asterisk. Asterisk. And Jing's rank is too low. How can we deal with such a powerful enemy? What do I do? Asterisk. The avatar spoke slowly. A thorn sprite that was born with congenital defects. To have grown to this level is impossible without meticulous care. Then, it spoke gently to Jing. Little one, you are not qualified to participate in this battle. Stand down. The thorny vines immediately vanished. I shouted in alarm, Jing, let go, now. Hearing my command, she quickly released him. But my eyes suddenly shot wide open in shock. A hand had appeared right behind my back. It swiftly clenched into a fist, but I had already used Divine Flash to escape. This seemed to surprise it. A rare skill indeed. I reappeared behind it and let out a soft sigh. Asterisk. That was close. I almost got caught. Asterisk. A bit of relief settled in. I didn't expect Divine Flash to work. I quickly equipped the Hand of Plunder, my intent solidifying. Asterisk. If this is how it is, then I might just have a fighting chance. Even if this avatar has the power of an ordinary demon lord, he won't necessarily be able to keep up with the speed of my Divine Flash. Asterisk. With this gear on me, I felt even more confident. All I have to do is use Divine Blink for guerrilla tactics and steal attributes with the Hand of Plunder. I might actually be able to win this. Suddenly, I realized my hands wouldn't move. I couldn't use Divine Blink either. Damn it. That restrictive power is back again. The Ancestor Tree's clone explained, you have an instinctual fear of the god. You can't fight. Fleeing like you did before is possible, but attacking is completely out of the question. He leaped high and attacked me. If you can't destroy this instinct, death is your only path. Seeing the danger, Xiao Jing rushed behind him. You are not allowed to harm my master. The Ancestor Tree clone's voice was deep. I told you, you are not qualified to participate. Then, with a single palm strike, he sent her flying. The force of the blow launched Xiao Jing hundreds of meters away. I screamed in agony. Xiao Jing! His action triggered me, and I used the Mystic Demon Flame fusion skill, then snarled at him. Old man, are you looking for death? The Ancestor Tree clone quickly jumped up to avoid my counterattack, then wondered aloud in surprise. He still dares to attack? Could it be that he's already done it? Impossible. Without stopping, I leaped up. I quickly channeled my power, casting the Magician's Windblade and the Blazing Magic Swordsman as support first. Feeling like it still wasn't enough power, I activated the Cyclone of Wind and Fire. My performance left him a bit surprised. What a strange attack trajectory. It's not like you're aiming at me, but if I don't dodge, it could actually hit me. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped up to evade the blow. Could it be? Behind the Ancestor Tree's clone, a mass of green energy suddenly erupted. He looked over at the burning tree trunk and understood. So that's it. You dare to play this kind of trick. Then he slowly stated his thoughts. This kid appears to be attacking me, but his real target is the vegetation behind me. That way, even if he attacks me, it's not him actively fighting, but me accidentally running into his attack. He's just using a skill to cut grass and chop trees, with absolutely no intention of fighting. This infuriated the Ancestor Tree clone, who charged forward to attack. Foolish. You're only deceiving yourself, just like that trap before. All worthless tricks. I kept using Divine Blink to escape. That's just your side of the story. This made him even angrier. Still talking tough? He then summoned massive tree roots. The roots tore through the air, whistling as they shot straight into the ground, but I nimbly dodged them all. He pointed at me, exposing my whole plan. Then why don't you defend yourself? This attack of mine, you could have easily defended against it. Why waste energy using a space-time skill to dodge? The reason is simple. Defending is also a form of combat. Looking at the sharp roots hovering in the air, I thought to myself, damn it, this old man sees right through me. Normally, when facing a wide area attack with such low power, I just put up an ice wall to both defend and wait for a chance to counter. I kept jumping nimbly, trying to think. But now I can't make any defensive moves. Even dodging is difficult. I don't have the strength to fight back. Besides, Divine Blink consumes a massive amount of mana. If I keep dodging like this, I'll be exhausted and dead soon. What do I do? What am I supposed to do? Suddenly, a root shot towards me from the front, freezing me in shock. It was just a hair's breadth from piercing my eye, and I was terrified. I'm dead. A moment of distraction left me wide open. I don't have time to use Divine Blink. Just then, another thorny vine wrapped around me. It pulled me out of danger in the nick of time. I was so surprised to see that Xiao Jing was unharmed. Xiao Jing, you're still alive? You're barely even hurt. Hearing that, she nodded. Yeah, that's right. I'm surprised too. Then she told me what it felt like, but it didn't hurt. When I fell, there was something soft under my behind. I immediately guessed it was soft wood. When the ancestor tree clone attacked, he even placed a few layers of soft wood under her. I suddenly remembered what the Dark Elf Queen said on the way here, and I finally understood. That's right. This isn't a life or death battle. It's just a trial. Besides, didn't the Dark Elf Queen already remind me? The ancestor tree isn't like Teacher Xie. He wouldn't be so cruel. His previous attacks were just a pretense of trying to kill me, but he was holding back. I looked at the ancestor tree clone and thought deeply. Also, from the way he talks, it's clear that his enemy, and the enemy of the void, is the god. If you're an enemy of the god, the more allies the better. But to stand with them, you have to meet a certain condition. Thinking this, I stood up, filled with resolve, and that condition is to overcome the instinctual fear of the god. For example, in a wolf pack, what we call instinct is just the innate abilities an organism has that don't need to be learned. It helps creatures survive and reproduce, like finding food, mating, and fearing and avoiding predators. The fear that hand brought me, just as the tree said, my inability to fight head-on is indeed because of fear. The so-called curse of the god was just a lie to save face. In reality, the god didn't do much to me. I furrowed my brow, thinking hard. It just glanced at me and was about to swat me dead. But right at that moment, the ancestor tree saved me. But because I was so afraid of it, I didn't dare to make any move that resembled combat. I was afraid the god would notice me again and destroy me. Even though I tell myself I'm not afraid of death, in the end, I still can't fight the instinct to fear the god. A single glance was enough to fill me with terror. That is why the god is so incredibly arrogant. It looks down on and even ignores all living things. It doesn't even need to act. Any creature that so much as looks at it will be consumed by absolute fear, lose their will to fight, and live forever in its shadow. These thoughts swirled around, and I subconsciously clutched my head. This instinctual fear is now carved into my very genes, torturing me every second of every minute. For over a month, I've been waking up from fear every single night. My daily life is just a pretense. This fear surrounds me everywhere, driving me nearly insane. I've even thought about ending my own life. I trembled uncontrollably, muttering over and over, I've had enough of this feeling. How do I get out of this? My state made Xiao Jing a little scared. Ma Master. I continued the chaotic thoughts in my head. The simplest way is to become stronger than the god, or at least have the power to resist. In the end, only strength decides everything. Humans stopped fearing wild beasts only after they took up weapons and gained superior strength. But then, he pictured the void and the ancestor tree, and a wave of helplessness washed over him. But it's a dead end. We can't even fight back, let alone get stronger. Besides, the void and the ancestor tree clearly aren't stronger than the god. Otherwise, they would have killed him ages ago. Why go to all this trouble to find allies? And yet, they don't seem to fear the god. How is that even possible? His eyes went vacant as he muttered to himself, It's obvious. Every living thing fears the god. Every living thing. Every living thing. All life, he repeated, lost in a trance. The ancestor tree watched Yun Chen, amused. Oh? It seems you figured something out. Suddenly, a bizarre ink-black aura erupted from the boy's body. The ancestor tree's avatar shot out a branch like a spear and bellowed, How foolish! To think that after realizing I have no intention of killing you, you'd choose to stop resisting. I truly have no intention of killing you. But that doesn't mean you can't piss me off. Act like this, and you can be sure you won't escape a world of pain. The branch grazed Yun Chen's bicep, sending blood spraying into the air. He showed no reaction, even as the crimson stream flowed freely from the wound. The tree was genuinely enraged by his behavior. A barrage of roots shot toward Yun Chen. No resistance, no attempt to dodge, you just want to give up? Do you really think I don't have the guts to get serious? They plunged into the ground, forming a cage of roots around him. But then, the ancestor tree sensed something was wrong. No, this kid's condition. It's not normal. Furthermore, the aura exploding from his body. It isn't dark magic, and it's certainly not human magic. It's the aura of death. Watching Yun Chen slip into a trance, his hair turning jet black, the tree surmised, only a corpse should have a deathly aura like this. And this concentration, it's far beyond that of any ordinary cadaver. Suddenly, Xiaojing leaped out in front of him. "No! Stop hurting my master!" But Yun Chen paid her no mind. His eyes flashed, and he began to pant heavily. Asterisk gasp times. The ancestor tree's avatar immediately screamed a warning. "This is bad! This is really bad! Little one, get away from him! Now!" He had completely lost his mind, swinging a fist directly at Xiaojing, but a wall of roots shot up just in time, blocking the blow. Still, the impact sent Xiaojing flying, only to be caught by another set of roots that whisked her to safety. She looked back, her eyes filled with terrified tears. Master. The ancestor tree's avatar, furious on her behalf, launched a root as thick as a pillar. "You little brat! You've gone too far. I can feel how much that child cares for you. She'd even sacrifice her own life to protect you." But Yun Chen caught the root. Cracks instantly spread from his grip. The ancestor tree's avatar was completely stunned by his strength. With one hand, Yun Chen effortlessly crushed the massive root to splinters. A second later, he kicked off the ground, rocketing toward his opponent. The tree flicked its hand, launching a dark projectile as it roared, "Insolent whelp!" But it was useless, nullified by the chilling aura surrounding him. Yun Chen, now completely out of control, let out a wild laugh. Ha ha! Amidst the cold mist, he charged the ancestor tree at a blinding speed. Facing the berserk Yun Chen, the tree had only a single thought. Asterisk so fast, asterisk. A cataclysmic punch slammed down, shattering the earth, sending up a cloud of dust with a deafening boom. He kept punching, relentlessly, mechanically, a machine of pure destruction. The ancestor tree watched its avatar take the punishment and knew for certain, there's no doubt about it. The boy is actually fighting. He's definitely overcome his primal fear. It's just, his method is completely different from anything I could have imagined. Yun Chen's mental defenses had crumbled. The ancestor tree slowly pieced it all together. After enduring the torment of fear, and after I exposed the lies he told himself, his pride completely shattered. The boy chose to abandon all thought, to seek an opportunity by inviting death. That's why the deathly aura manifested. It is a method, I suppose. After all, fear is something only the living can experience. If one is on the brink of death, they're no longer truly a living being. And so, naturally, fear ceases to exist. The tree continued its analysis as the boy's relentless assault continued. He abandoned his will to live and sought oblivion. Compounded by the attacks from my avatar, he was pushed ever closer to the edge, causing that deathly aura to condense to its absolute peak. However, his life force is just too powerful. Not only did he fail to die, but he entered a unique state, suspended between life and death. In this state, his potential has been unleashed without limit, but at the cost of his sanity. The ancestor tree finally came to a conclusion. This is a terrible, terrible method, and what's worse is that this boy's potential is far too great. Yun Chen showed no signs of stopping, even as the ancestor tree's avatar reverted to lifeless wood. He let out a final, great roar and smashed the mindless wooden puppet to pieces. "Arr!" He straightened up, his eyes locking onto the true ancestor tree. The tree chuckled as more roots sprouted around it. "Still want to fight, do you? It seems I've been underestimated. If that's how it's going to be." The roots shot up, brimming with vibrant life. Sprouts rapidly grew and twisted, forming 3 colossal monsters before Yun Chen. From the other side, the ancestor tree's voice grew stern. "I will fight you in earnest now." The giant treants, commanded by the ancestor tree of the Dark Elf clan, began to advance on Yun Chen. Seeing this, Xiaojing collapsed, holding her head in her hands and sobbing. "Master hit me. He hit me." One of the giant treants swung a massive fist toward the boy. Not to be outdone, Yun Chen charged forward to meet it. On impact, the force of his blow was so immense it shattered the creature's arm, sending earth and rock flying in all directions. The ancestor tree observed the exchange and made a quiet assessment. This power, it's on a completely different level from before. The boy is still getting stronger, but it wasn't overly concerned. It knew the giants formed from its roots possessed the breath of life. A wound of this severity would heal soon enough. Once it had regenerated, the wounded treant and one of its brethren let out a deafening roar. Together, they slammed their fists down where he stood, but with his incredible agility, he easily dodged. Yun Chen leaped onto one of the giant's heads, let out a furious roar, and brought his hand down in a vicious chop that was powerful enough to rip the creature in two. But in his fury, he forgot about the other giant. It seized the opportunity, snatching him up and closing him tightly in its massive palm. The ancestor tree of the Dark Elves saw its chance and yelled, "Now!" At its command, a torrent of branches appeared, flying forward to entangle Yun Chen, but the initial binding was too loose for the tree's liking, and it gave another command. Still not enough. At its word, a second, thicker wave of branches materialized, wrapping themselves tighter and tighter around Yun Chen. As the branches constricted, he suddenly let out a massive scream. The ancestor tree mistook it for a cry of pain and gloated. The sealing magic woven into these branches contains a spark of my very essence. You cannot escape. All I have to do is seal you away, and this will all be much easier. But in reality, you were channeling your power, a red energy beginning to radiate from your body. Seeing this, the old tree's jaw dropped and he roared, "What?" Once enough power was gathered, Yun Chen unleashed it in a massive burst, shattering the branches that had encased him. When the ancestor tree saw you had broken free from its bonds, it recoiled in fear. So that's how it is. The void didn't just grant you equipment, but a sliver of its primal source as well. He leaned down and said to Xiaojing, "Kid, I can't use any more of my power, or times at times will detect me. Luckily, you, like me, are a creature that can accept a portion of my primal source." The ancestor tree extended a branch, and on a leaf, a giant, rainbow-colored drop of water condensed. "This is the nectar of the world. Swallow it to complete your evolution and help me save your master." Following the command, Xiaojing went over, took the drop into her mouth, and swallowed it in one gulp. Her body began to change, a cocoon slowly forming around her. As she was transforming, the ancestor tree urged her on. "Hurry, kid! Faster! Even faster!" In just a moment, Xiaojing completed her transformation and began to break out of the cocoon. Her entire body had fully matured, and she now possessed a new identity, the Queen of Thorns. Xiaojing began to run forward with incredible speed. As she ran, the ancestor tree of the Dark Elf clan commanded, "Quickly, kid, restrain him." She threw herself at Yun Chen, who had completely lost control. Vines wrapped around the both of them. Inside, Xiaojing held Yun Chen tightly and called out, "Master, wake up!" Her flesh began to corrode, but she gritted her teeth and endured. It hurt so much. Outside, the ancestor tree also controlled a vine, directing it toward the cocoon and shouting, "That's the corrosive power of eternal calamity. Try to hold on just a little longer. I'm almost done." With tears welling in her eyes, Xiaojing endured. I can take it." The vine shot forward, grazing her body and plunging straight into Yun Chen's chest. The ancestor tree spoke with tension. Yun Chen's current state is somewhere between life and death. It's extremely unusual. Getting rid of the corruption is simple, really. We either kill Yun Chen completely, or we save him. Watching you writhe in agony as you were impaled, he said, "My choice, of course, is the latter. Sparing a bit of my life force to save the kid isn't difficult. But the problem is, he's activated the power of eternal calamity. A power that Yun Chen should never have used at this stage. You see, the so-called primal source represents the materials, forces, and phenomena that make up the world. For example, water, fire, earth, they constitute the world, and they also create it. These are generally known as the primal source of creation. On the other hand, for the world to be in balance, creation alone is not enough. There must also be destruction to regulate it. Therefore, if there is a primal source of creation that builds the world, there must also be a primal source of destruction to annihilate it, things like consumption, dissolution, decay, and plague. They represent ruin and obliteration, and are collectively known as the primal source of destruction. And the power that the eternal calamity represents is disaster and catastrophe itself. Even within the primal source of destruction, it is an incredibly powerful existence. Thinking all of this over, the ancestor tree thought to himself, when the void gave this kid this primal source, the original intention was probably for him to use it after he had matured to a certain point. I never expected it to be activated so soon. He looked at Yun Chen, whose power was fading, and declared forcefully, "This is not a good thing for you. Let me handle it." The ancestor tree roared, "Primal source, activate! Let creation and destruction descend." As he finished his words, half of Yun Chen's face transformed. It was over. The ancestor tree of the Dark Elf clan no longer attacked you. Xiaojing sat beside the unconscious Yun Chen, looking at him with worry. "You suddenly opened your eyes, your consciousness still hazy." "It wasn't a dream. I really caused a huge mess." Hearing this, the tree replied calmly, "Indeed, it was quite a commotion, but luckily, the outcome wasn't bad. The void really didn't notice. Congratulations. You have overcome your base instincts and earned the right to stand against God. You've become one of us." Yun Chen asked his first question. "How many others are on your side?" The ancestor tree answered vaguely. "Many." You probed further. "Have they also reached the same level as me?" He explained seriously. "Not exactly. The trials and the results are similar, but the methods of solving them are completely different. Your method was unique and extreme. Even I couldn't replicate it." The ancestor tree slowly recounted what happened. My original intention for this trial was to have you, under extreme conditions, let go of yourself and enter a state of no self. That way, you could subconsciously erase your own existence, thereby escaping the fear of God. Almost all of our comrades did it this way, and all of them succeeded. He then described the unforeseen turn of events with a hint of exasperation. But I never expected you to take a different path by abandoning your own life. You forced yourself into a state hovering between life and death. By doing so, you escaped the category of living being altogether. This method is unheard of. It's impossible for anyone who doesn't have a profound understanding of death. The ancestor tree expressed his doubt. Seeing how well you've adapted now, I even suspect that you have actually died before. You didn't admit it, but thought quietly to yourself, you could say I've died twice. Yun Chen began to touch his chin and wondered aloud. I can feel an immense power sealed here, the so-called power of eternal calamity. The fact that I lost my mind, it's related to this, isn't it? Why would the void do this? The old tree sounded a little regretful. To stand against God, it's obvious that the more power, the better. It was his gift to you. But you opened it far too early. You asked, confronting God, what if I refuse? The ancestor tree stated firmly, you don't have a choice, unless you want to end up like them. His expression turned grave. Lying in those coffins in the Forbidden Mountain, Yun Chen was stunned. He shot to his feet, bewildered, and shouted, who are they? What are the things inside those coffins? The ancestor tree answered without flinching. People just like you. You could consider them your predecessors. He added one more thing. Of course, overcoming your instinctual fear is just the most basic first step to confronting God. The road to victory is very long. After all, asterisk at times is truly too powerful. You wondered, exactly how powerful? The ancestor tree explained in detail. I can give you a few examples. God only communicates with living beings through sacrifice and never interferes directly, simply because this world is too fragile for it. Any excessive interference would cause the entire world to be destroyed. He delved deeper into the issue. The best proof of that is the Forbidden Mountain. In the eyes of the demon race, it is a miracle of God's descent, but to God, it was like carelessly tossing a stone into the dark world, extinguishing all life for tens of thousands of miles around, and ensuring that nothing could grow there for ages to come. Hearing this, I couldn't help but wonder, how could an enemy like that possibly be defeated? This is beyond my understanding, the ancestor tree admitted. I do not know. But we have no other choice. Once a winner is decided between the two worlds, it will be the end of days. Suddenly, Xiao Jing cried out in pain. I spun around, worried, calling her name, Little Thorn, but there was nothing to fear. She had just reverted to her original form. The ancestor tree of the Dark Elves chuckled at the sight. It seems your current magical power isn't enough to maintain that child's newest form for very long. I walked over to Xiao Jing happily and patted her head. Thank you. Let's go back, she eagerly agreed. Yes. I turned back and voiced my theory. Not only can it help Little Thorn overcome her innate weakness, but together with the void, it granted me the power to be saved from that god, your identity. I suspect you're not just some ancestor tree in a forest. And just like that, the ancestor tree revealed a startling truth to me. That's right. Ancestor tree is merely the name the Dark Elves gave me. I am a product of the gods, created to exist in this dark world. I am the World Tree. When he revealed his identity, only one question mattered to me, the legendary World Tree. It said it can create a world, and even connect many different worlds. But both the dark world and the human world were created by the gods. You are their creation. And now you want to betray them? The World Tree admitted my words with a bitter tone. It's true. The gods created me, but my mission is to ensure the world's long-term survival. The gods, they only want the world to exist temporarily. Because of that, they have always controlled my thoughts, treating me as a mere tool. It was only thanks to the Void's help that I was able to escape their control and finally have a chance to fulfill my own purpose. I had so many questions about what he'd just said. What exactly is the Void? And why did it choose me? Was it because it saw my potential? The World Tree replied regretfully, its identity cannot be revealed, not unless the Void speaks of it itself. Otherwise, no living being has the right to say. But, he explained, the reason you were chosen is quite simple. Your potential is only a small part of it. After all, I have seen too many geniuses in my time. Compared to them, your status as a human is far more important. The World Tree described a chessboard manipulated by two different powers. As you now know, there are two gods in total, one who created and controls the human world, and one for the dark world. The war between our worlds is nothing more than a struggle between these gods. The sacrifices, they're just one part of the game. Every living being, including you, is nothing but a pawn in their war. A chill went down my spine as he continued. Because no matter which side wins, the world will be destroyed. Therefore, the god we must fight against isn't just one of them, it's both of them. However, the dark world has the void, the human world does not. Finally, the world tree pointed a branch toward me and concluded, someone like the void is needed, someone to secretly influence the human world, and clearly, you are the only choice. I shook my head frantically, trying to refuse. You're overestimating me. The void can do what it does because it has the power to crush anything. What do I have? The world tree produced a glowing object and declared with absolute certainty, you have potential. You have a future. As it guided the object towards me, it said, since the void went so far as to give you the power of 10,000 calamities, my welcoming gift, of course, cannot be small. This is my heart, the heart of the world tree. Use it well. Information immediately flooded my mind. Asterisk, heart of the world tree. Material type, upon use, allows control over the power of the world. Asterisk, I stared at it, completely stunned, and stammered, you're giving me your heart? But what will happen to you? Besides, I never promised I would join you, he explained. My origin is this world itself. While my heart is important, it is not irreplaceable, and I won't force you to join, because for you, it is only a matter of time. Hearing him put it that way, I agreed to accept it, and replied to his kindness with a simple, thank you. Clutching it in my hand, I thought to myself, the closer I get to the truth, the more unsettled I feel. I need more power, as much as I can get. The world tree made a sincere request. Also, the reason you were able to see that God must be due to some item, may I see it? I couldn't possibly refuse, so I replied, of course. I handed the world tree a staff. This is a piece of a mourning staff that I happened to acquire years ago. Holding it allows one to see souls, and even directly harm them. He took it and observed it intently. So that's what this is. Its structure is like my own body. It must have fallen from your world tree in the human world. It was only by a twist of fate that it took such a lesser form and came into your possession. The world tree channeled its energy into the staff. In this state, it can't be considered truly useful. I will help it continue to transform. The morning staff changed into a new shape. The tree seemed pleased. Using this as a weapon is not a bad choice at all. Its information appeared before me. Asterisk. Branch of the world tree. Quality. Legendary. Attributes. Constitution, plus 1,000. Asterisk. Asterisk, intellect plus 1,000. Stamina plus 1,000. Passive effect, can see the unseen. Active effect, can bypass defenses to directly attack a target's fundamental structure, such as blood, organs, bones, and soul. Asterisk. Holding the branch, I was overcome with excitement. I let out a triumphant shout. This weapon is incredible! Meanwhile, he told me something else. The weapon's function is secondary. Its main purpose is still to allow you to see more. The world tree advised cheerfully. The next time you perform a large-scale sacrifice, you must be holding it. When that time comes, you will learn many more things. Also, remember, do not let the gods discover you. As long as you don't look directly at them, they will not notice your existence. It's like how no one pays any mind to ants walking with their heads down. I nodded seriously. All right, I understand. Then I suddenly remembered the most important question, that heart of the world tree. How do I use it? He calmly instructed me. Combine it with a blank blueprint. When you obtain the heart of the human world's world tree, you can craft it into a set of armor. I asked another question. According to what you said, the world tree in the human realm doesn't have the void's help. It must still be under the god's control. Is it just going to willingly give me its heart? The world tree reminded me, of course not. How could it possibly be as reasonable as I am? But you cannot act recklessly. If you kill it, the human world will collapse. As for how to handle it specifically, you must consider it carefully after you return to your world. He laid out a path for you, because as things stand, the hardest part for you is figuring out how to handle this power of the eternal calamity. It's not like a normal power source. The more you fight, the stronger it gets, and sooner or later, it'll break its seal. The ancestor tree stated with certainty, your best bet is to consume it before it destroys you. Yun Chen repeated the ancestor tree's words in fear. Consume. The power of the eternal calamity. Seeing his reaction, he offered, I sense another small problem on you. The source of the demon Duanye's power is temporarily hidden, but if you wish, I can help you erase it right now. Yun Chen calmly refused. No need. This thing, it still has its uses. As long as the Dark Elf Queen agrees to an alliance with me. Inwardly, he thought. So it really is the world tree. It even saw through my soul-tracking mark. The ancestor tree laughed and said, you've passed the test. She knows what to do. As the world tree, I am not a great fighter. I excel more at guidance and cultivation. Confronting the gods. That is ultimately a matter for you all. He ended their conversation. The things I can do end here. Yun Chen clasped his hands and thanked the ancestor tree. My thanks. He turned and left without hesitation. The next step, an image of that woman appeared in Yun Chen's mind, the decisive battle against Killer Duan Ye. A short while later, Yun Chen was dining with the Queen of the Dark Elves, and he brought up the alliance. As she ate, she said, "You've recovered your strength, so you have some capital to work with." But her mind was on something else. "It's been so long since I've tasted something this delicious. It's all thanks to that guy. I really want to give him a big hug." She slowly cut a piece of meat with her fork, but to take down Killer Duan Ye, this alone isn't enough. Unbeknownst to anyone, behind her serious facade, she was constantly telling herself, "Compose yourself. Maintain the image." Yun Chen crossed his arms and said seriously, "This war base is a fortress converted from a mobile palace, containing hundreds of heavy-class war machines and thousands of medium and small-class weapons. Furthermore, I have the strongest demon forces under the Dark Knight Demon and the Queen of Thorns, whose power is between a demon master and a demon lord." The queen spun the knife in her hand. The fortress's true power can only be known by testing it firsthand. As for the Queen of Thorns, if her power is truly as you say, she could serve as a main force, but it's still not enough. The queen's gaze suddenly turned serious. After all, Killer Duan Ye is a top-tier entity among the 72 pillars. What you have, plus my own forces, we could only barely hold our own. To kill her, I need a decisive power. Hearing her say that, Yun Chen took out what he had. What if I add these 3 things? They included a crystal stone, 2 vials of potion, and a scroll. It was like a switch flipped in the queen's mind. I see. Used separately, they're insignificant, but with tactical coordination, they can produce a massive effect. He added pointedly, "That's what I can bring to the table. And you?" The queen sipped her wine cheerfully and said, "The elites of my clan will mobilize at full strength. In addition, I will ask my grandfather to send 3 avatars to assist." She explained further, "You must already know that the ancestor tree is the world tree. Though its main body cannot move, its roots run deep throughout the dark world. They can reach any corner of this world, and each root can manifest as a demon lord-level avatar." The queen's expression suddenly turned grave. "You're also aware that many of my dark elves have been enslaved by the demon Duan Ye. But they aren't just mere slaves, they are carrying out many secret missions. At the same time, in the Forbidden Mountain range, the workers inside were buzzing with discussion. This is nuts. Coffins and corpses every single day. When is this job ever going to end? When all the coffins are open, Lord Kalata sure works hard. After all, it's an order from Killer Duan Ye, right? Everyone knows he's smitten with Killer Duan Ye. I just bet he'll end up with nothing." Suddenly, a loud laugh startled them. "So that's it. I finally understand." Kalata walked out, holding a piece of wood, and said with a laugh, "All my research wasn't in vain. If activated, this mountain range holds the power to overthrow the entire dark world." He slammed the block of wood onto the ground and eagerly imagined the future. "If Killer Duan Ye can harness this power, my demon Duan Ye will rank in the top 5, no, the top 3, maybe even number 1 among the 72 demon pillars." He suddenly blushed, thinking of Duan Ye's sleek body with a depraved expression. "With such a great achievement, I wonder how she'll reward me. Even if I make an unreasonable request, she probably will." Heh. He regained his serious demeanor and ordered in a loud voice, "I'm returning to the royal city first. You all continue your work. No delays." The others happily accepted the order. "Yes, Lord Kalata." At the same time, in a church, Lucy stood with her hands clasped next to Miao Ling and spoke softly. "Great Master, I am ready to follow your instructions," she said with devotion. "Please guide us, so we may offer our reverence." Miao Ling, standing beside her, thought, "Another oracle?" She watched as Lucy suddenly floated into the air. "After all this time as a spy, I've figured this organization out. Periodically, their master issues an oracle, which is really just assigning a mission. The sphere on the chest of the statue behind them begins to glow. Special items and rewards are also delivered through this sphere of light. But the sphere is really just a form of disguised teleportation magic. The other end is probably in the Holy Nation. The divine missions are actually a sham." Miao Ling went through the motions while her mind raced. The Holy Nation must be doing this to profit from the dark world. But strangely, many of the missions have nothing to do with their interests. The more she thought about it, the more suspicious she became. It's as if they're creating these pious followers just to do someone else's dirty work. If that's the case, who is the real master behind them? The sphere emitted a blinding light. As the light faded, an axe appeared. Lucy raised her hand to receive it. The oracle has 2 parts. First, go to the Dark Elf Forest and destroy the World Tree. The people below began to stir. "What?" "The World Tree is in the Dark Elf Forest." "Does that mean it's the elves' ancestor tree?" "Legend says, the World Tree is one with the world. How could we possibly defeat it? Even Killer Duan Ye couldn't do anything to the ancestor tree, let alone us. This oracle is basically telling us to go die." Her face darkened, and she asserted through gritted teeth, "Just because Killer Douanier couldn't do it doesn't mean we can't." A vile expression suddenly appeared on Lucy's face, reflected on the blade of the axe. "This axe is the weapon the gods have bestowed upon us. Before it, the world tree is nothing but a pile of rotten wood." Still, some remained skeptical. "But the Dark Elves won't just let us waltz in, and we know absolutely nothing about the Dark Elf Queen. She's a complete mystery. No one knows how strong she truly is. Word on the street was that in her early years, she'd defeated the 67th Demon Lord. If it wasn't for the overall weakness of the Dark Elf clan, she would have been ranked among the 72 demon pillars long ago." Lucy gave them a sinister, reassuring smile. "Don't worry, I'll contact the Pope and mobilize the Sacred Cross Army. They're just dark elves. Nothing to worry about." Hearing this news, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. The Sacred Cross Army, that's the strongest force among us Holy Revelation believers, completely different from our usual little skirmishes. Mobilizing them is enough to wipe out an entire demon kingdom. Oh my god, I never thought I'd get to witness a holy war of this scale in my lifetime. Diu Lin was tense, her thoughts racing. This was strange. Why would the Holy Empire make a move on the world tree of the Dark World? The two sides were completely unrelated. But based on past experience, oracles that seemed to harm the Dark World often turned out to benefit them in reality. A sly smirk crept across Lucy's face. As for the second oracle, "Destroy the Dark Knight Demon Kingdom." For some reason, she suddenly started drooling and touched her chest with a look of ravenous desire, and slaughter the Dark Knight Monarch. Lucy's actions sent a chill down Dio Lin's spine. Having been silent until now, she finally spoke up to remind her, "Lord Inquisitor, I'm afraid it will take a very long time to fulfill this oracle. Before we begin, I hope you can honor your promise." Lucy used her hand to gently lift Dio Lin's chin and agreed. "What an impatient little kitten you are." "Fine, we have plenty of time after all." She looked into Dio Lin's eyes, utterly captivated. "I will earnestly return your affection. Let's begin. Our date." The scene was peaceful and quiet, with a gentle breeze blowing. Dio Lin looked at Lucy, puzzled. "Lord Inquisitor, how do you plan to handle those two oracles?" She laid out her plan. "Once we've decided to use the Sacred Cross Army, it means we have more than enough power to crush everything in our path. Naturally, we'll just take the most convenient route. In terms of the itinerary, we'll destroy the Dark Knight Demon Kingdom first, then proceed to the Gloomwood Elf Forest. Simple." She suddenly grabbed Diu Lin's hand tightly. "This is a rare date for us. Let's not just talk about business. You should relax a little, and stop calling me Inquisitor. I'll allow you to be more intimate. Just call me Lucy." With a look of pure adoration, Lucy said, "My little stray, you helped me gather all the materials for my third reincarnation. I've seen all your hardships. Whatever you ask for, no matter what it is, I will accept." Diu Lin, seemingly in disbelief, asked again with a hint of skepticism, "Any request? Even if it's outrageous?" Lucy's bewitching hand started to wander. "Anything at all." Suddenly, that wandering hand was gripped tight. Diu Lin's expression turned sharp. "What if I asked you to kneel and lick my feet?" Lucy was stunned by the absurd request, her eyes narrowing with killing intent. "My little stray, some jokes should not be made. How could someone as noble and pure as me do something so degrading? That kind of request is a no, but I might agree to." Other games. Diu Lin began to unwind the layers of cloth wrapped around her body. "Lucy, you've misunderstood me. This isn't about games. I just want you to understand something." Her true face was revealed, along with a provocative voice. "Who's the Times Real Time's pathetic sow here?" Lucy was floored, unable to believe her eyes. "Lu Miaoling, what is this? Why are you in the Dark World?" She thought to herself. Could the Mystic Dragon Nation have sent an army to attack? Impossible. They aren't strong enough. Dio Lin, with a large tail swaying back and forth, answered casually, "How did I get here?" "The same way you did, of course. I was brought here by force. You don't even know that? It seems your connection with the Holy Empire isn't as smooth as you thought." Lucy suddenly shot up into the sky. "No wonder you chose such a remote place for our date. So this was your plan all along." Dark black wings began to form as her demeanor grew nonchalant. "But so what? If you think what I showed in our match back then was my full strength, you're gravely mistaken. Not to mention, I've now completed my third reincarnation." Lucy screamed, "Even you, Lu Miaoling, can only submit to me." Third reincarnation, six-winged fallen angel. Dio Lin had a look that said she'd already figured it out. "So it's true. You intentionally lost to Elg that year. Exactly when did the Holy Empire begin its alliance with the followers of darkness, with the Dark World?" Lucy didn't hesitate, launching a deadly surprise attack. There's no point in a dead person knowing so much. Heaven's sundering light! The powerful sneak attack was unleashed, but Dio Lin dodged it in a flash, its power nearly engulfing her. The sinister look on Lucy's face grew even more vicious. She laughed maniacally. The daughter of the Divine Protector General, the top genius of the Mystic Dragon Nation. It's all useless. In my pursuit of greater power, I didn't hesitate to abandon everything, to fall into the world of darkness. Model. What right do you have to stand against me? The blow had left a deep crater in the ground. Lucy stared in disbelief. Dio Lin, the woman she thought was dead, was now standing there completely unscathed. She completely lost her composure at the sight. Not a single wound. What kind of joke is this? You're just a second-tier elemental mage. Even with your bloodline talent, you shouldn't be able to reach this level. Then, something dawned on Lucy. Wait a minute. Don't tell me. You too? Dio Lin replied calmly. Don't be so surprised. All these years, I've served you faithfully, but I've also used your identity more than a few times to make my own moves. With a little sneaking around, completing my third reincarnation wasn't so strange. Oh, she added cheerfully, and by the way, I always took the best spoils from every mission for myself. The things I presented to you were just my leftovers. Behind her, colorful tales unfurled. Her third reincarnation, the Imperial Origin Fox Demon Emissary. Lucy, unable to believe it, unleashed another dark art. Ghastly skulls flew towards her target. Damn it, you worthless parasite. You should be erased by divine punishment. In contrast to that frantic rage, Dio Lin simply stood her ground. Heretical arts. Be broken, she cried out. Yang Wood demon-suppressing pillar. For a moment, Lucy was stunned. It was dispelled? What was that? A wood attribute element. Dio Lin boasted about its effect. But this isn't any ordinary wood element. You know, my yin element combines with a yang element. Besides direct attacks, it can create a special boost for my other attributes. Like this. A blood-red orb formed out of thin air. Yang flame, she shouted. Crimson heaven. Lucy couldn't teleport in time and was struck by the blast. Damn it, my wings. Again. Regaining her senses, Lucy shot into the sky. I have to get away from this heat. Her eyes then caught sight of something. Yin water dark grudge wave. An area of black bones began to surround her. The black bones tightened around Lucy's neck. Dio Lin's hands slowly closed, and between them, two black and white fish swirled around each other. Where there's water, there must be fish. Yin-yang fusion, she suddenly screamed. Yin-yang fish! The two fish shot towards Lucy. She crashed violently to the ground, her slender hand slowly going limp. Though injured, she managed to force out a few words. Lu Dio Lin, I underestimated you. You're stronger, and more beautiful than I ever imagined. Lucy's face was now smeared with dirt, mixed with the blood from her wounds. Tears suddenly streamed down her face. If it's you, Dio Lin, then you truly have the right to step on me. Torment me. I'm ready to endure anything from you. Unleash your desires. After hearing those disgusting words, Dio Lin recoiled in alarm and blurted out. Ugh, she's even more of a pervert than I thought. Elsewhere, in a lush green forest with clouds drifting lazily by, two figures were walking together. The queen glanced at Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen, giving him a signal. Everything's ready. Let's begin. You've already agreed. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen stood there, looking anxious. Don't disappoint me. The Duanda Eradication Court, in the Duanda King's city. The scene was solemn, radiating a heavy reverence and awe. The figure seated on high was perpetually shrouded in a murderous aura. All the subordinates below knelt respectfully. We welcome the return of Lord Dietsatka. Half a year of campaigning must have been arduous. What is the situation at the front lines? Duanda replied, his voice laced with fatigue and irritation. It's terrible. The commander-in-chief messed things up at the critical moment. Otherwise, we could have conquered at least one more major human nation, she thought to herself, recalling the gruesome, bloody battlefields of the past, and felt a surge of frustration. What the hell is wrong with the devouring lord? Even he, someone who couldn't tolerate failure on the front lines, chose to retreat. And after retreating, he ordered the king's city to strengthen its defenses and seal its gates, not even participating in the conference of the 72 pillars. What on earth is going on? Duanda pushed the complicated issue aside. Enough about the front lines. What's the situation at home? The lead subordinate stepped forward to answer. Besides Parati's death in battle and the defeat of the allied forces, nothing significant has occurred. Hearing of his subordinate's failure, Duanda grew annoyed. To lead an alliance of 71 demon clans and still fail to defeat the dilapidated Black Knight demon. Absolutely useless. Duanda flared with anger, unleashing his power, and the area around him began to crumble. But no matter how useless he was still times my times subordinate. I am Duanda Dietsatka. The only one with the right to take Parati's life is me. As for someone like the Black Knight King, I'll deal with him personally. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to something. Her subordinates all looked up, and a sense of confusion spread among them. This feeling, it's a soul-tracking sigil. From what I know, the only person to have survived with a soul-tracking sigil is that human, Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen. I couldn't sense it at all before. Why has it suddenly appeared now? The distance is vast. We can only determine a general direction. The specific location will require further investigation. Duanda crossed her arms nonchalantly. No need to confirm. It's about 100 miles from the eastern border. I couldn't sense him before, so he probably used a special method to hide it. Now, that method has clearly failed. She gave an order to her subordinates. Sura, Ajin, go and bring me his head. It's worth a considerable sum. Ajin knelt, listening intently. He still had his doubts, hesitating to reply. But, Lord Dietsatka, didn't you once say that the Black Knight King's true identity might be that human, Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen? Sura also seemed apprehensive. Previously, 3 demon lords joined forces to kill him, and he killed them all instead, with just the 2 of us, I fear. Doanda didn't give them a chance to say more. She explained the situation. Humans cannot control dark demonic energy. I only said that as a pretext to declare war. Both Sura and Ajin's faces lit up with interest. They grew excited and laughed loudly. Well, that makes things easy then. Sending the 2 of us to deal with a third-rate human. It's like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. In a dark, remote forest, the air was strangely still. Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen was sitting in deep meditation, so focused that it seemed nothing could disturb him. The hem of his robe covered the insignia that marked his identity. The peaceful scene was shattered when 2 strangers suddenly appeared out of thin air. Sura and Ajin laughed gleefully. Human, we've finally found you. You shouldn't be worthy of our attention, but Lord Dietsatka is in a bad mood, so you can only blame your own bad luck. He uttered a soft syllable, showing his contempt for the 2 fools. I'm not sure if I should say Dietsatka is lucky, or if you 2 are just unfortunate. A powerful gust of wind suddenly rose. Behind them, someone was quietly approaching. In my opinion, the queen placed a hand on each of their shoulders. It's probably both. Sura and Ajin froze, thinking in disbelief. The queen of dark shadows. They trembled as they slowly turned their heads. The flat ground suddenly buckled and cracked open. No, wait, there's something else. 3 giant treants burst from the earth, and the space around them warped unexpectedly. Don't scream. A voice came from a flying fortress. I know you're angry, but we're not exactly happy about this either. Xiao Yu sounded regretful. Using this battle fortress consumes a lot of magic crystals. That's all the property of our Dark Knight monarch. Lu Miaoling's reply was just to placate the 2 demon lords. In reality, he was the most upset. The shadow fortress loomed in the sky. Ajin, stunned and panicked, stammered in confusion. What? Is he really the Dark Knight monarch? Sura lost his composure too. What kind of joke is this? They were terrified, facing the greatest and most powerful army of all time. A colossal war machine unlike anything they'd ever seen, along with 3 giant demon lords, plus the Dark Elf Queen and the Dark Knight monarch himself. This clearly isn't for us. It's obviously for Lady Annihilator. Sura and Ajin were in a perilous situation. This was complete overkill. Turns out, we're the chickens that needed to be killed. Yunshen made a polite gesture, waving his hand dismissively. It's not a total waste. According to the plan, we were supposed to cleanse a few demon lords anyway. Killing them lets us test the fortress's power. The destructive power was so immense that flames engulfed the land, incinerating every living creature, including Duanye's 2 subordinates. Agonized roars echoed throughout the forest. He didn't seem to care much, weighing the object in his hand. Not bad power, more than enough to kill a demon lord. My investment of resources wasn't in vain, Yunshen assessed calmly. If we unleash its full firepower, it should be enough to strike fear into the 72 demon pillars. He was quite pleased with this weapon. As expected of something converted from a mobile palace, and it was incredibly convenient to carry, the queen approached and spoke. This fortress has an even greater value. It can hold living beings. As long as there's enough food, it can even house an entire army inside. Xiao Yu and Lu Miaoling appeared and confirmed, yes, the space inside is vast. Even the giants can fit easily. But the original plan was to lure the Annihilator here to be destroyed. It seems that's failed now. Xiao Yu looked doubtful. It's strange. The scouts from Duanye's side all said that the Dark Knight monarch's true form is human. The queen replied, even our dark elves in Duanye's royal city received the same intelligence. And yet, she only sent 2 demon lords here. I just can't understand it. Yunshen pondered thoughtfully. It seems that intelligence was just a pretext to start a war. Not even Duanye herself believed it. The plan has failed. We need to implement the backup plan. Back in that magnificent palace, Duanye was still presiding. Duanye didn't yet know that her subordinates had been eliminated. There's a teleportation array. They should have reached the border in an instant. Why isn't it done yet? She thought to herself. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about this. Suddenly, the sound of rushed, hurried footsteps. Urgent report! It's bad, Lady Annihilator! The man continued, his face terrified and drenched in sweat. The eastern and western borders are under simultaneous attack by the Dark Knight demons and the Dark Elves. The enemy's forces are incredibly strong. The local lords can't possibly hold them off on their own. Duanye couldn't believe both were happening at the same time. A coincidence? Or a coordinated plot? But it didn't matter anymore. You two, go provide support immediately, one to each front. They turned at once and said in unison, Understood. Douanier sensed something strange in this chain of events. Something was wrong. It's as if all of this is aimed at me. What's more, the aura of the soul-tracking mark suddenly drew near. The sense of unease in her heart grew stronger. Suddenly, a strange noise from the castle ceiling caught her attention. Rubble rained down on Douanier. She remained calmly seated on her throne, smiled and said, So that's how it is. What an unexpected guest. A massive explosion destroyed the ceiling. Yun Shen had used his Dark Knight gift and transformed into a different, powerful form. If you weren't going to walk into your own death, then I just have to come find you myself. Douanier, the Annihilator. She never expected he would dare to provoke her. Is it really you? The Dark Knight monarch, Yun Shen, backtracked to 2 months earlier. In a magnificent palace by a mountain, a voice spoke out. Using the soul-tracking mark as bait is indeed a clever move, but the probability of success isn't very high. And if it fails? Inside, Yun Shen sat with his arms crossed, calmly replying to the question. Then we just attack directly. To do that, we need intelligence information from the hidden Dark Elf slaves. Across from him was the Dark Elf Queen. She smiled. So that's what you were after all along. That's right. The difference in our nation's strength is too great. A direct war is a suicide mission. The only way to win is to cut off the head of the snake. We think alike on this, and that's exactly why I've been making arrangements for so many years, the Queen continued, gesturing with open arms as she explained. Right now, in the entire demon nation of Douanier, besides Parati, whom you already killed, there are still 10 demon lords. 3 of them are currently fighting in the human world. We can disregard the remaining 7. 3 of them reside permanently in the 3 major cities outside of Douanier's royal city. The other 4 operate within the royal city. A holographic map appeared below. In addition, the royal city has 7 demon chieftains, 300 high-ranking demons, 9,000 mid-ranking demons, and about 180,000 low-ranking demons. Furthermore, I have the locations of their major war weapons, the teleportation arrays, and the distribution and number of their guards. Hearing this, Yun Shen looked a bit skeptical. Wait, aren't all the undercover Dark Elves slaves? How could they get access to such detailed information, let alone top-secret intelligence like this? She met his gaze and explained, I think you've misunderstood something. Even in the royal city, the ones who can afford to buy slaves are usually nobles of the demon race. Among them, the most beautiful and outstanding dark elves are often taken as concubines by the powerful. In that position, they naturally have opportunities to access confidential information. The queen leaned down and pointed to a spot on the map. We need to find a way to make those 4 demon lords leave. Then, we storm the royal city and destroy the teleportation array that connects it to the other territories. We'll cut off the city's defenders, sever all possibility of reinforcements, and focus all our strength on eliminating Douanier, the Annihilator. He still had questions. Forcing the demon lords away isn't hard. We can just start a war on the border to draw them out. But how do we break into the royal city? Its defenses are incredibly strong. The queen reminded him, Your war fortress can hold living beings, can't it? Smuggle us inside it. Wait until you've infiltrated the royal city. Then just let us out. But Yun Shen frowned. This tactic was still too risky. It's not that easy, he said. My soul-tracking mark is only concealed. Its essence hasn't vanished. It wouldn't be a problem against any other of Douanier's demons. But with Douanier the Annihilator there, I'd be discovered before I even got close to the royal city. She maintained her calm demeanor as she replied, I see. In that case, our only option is to ask the Great Tree for help. Its roots spread across the entire world, so they're naturally under the city of Douanier as well. On the day the war began, after the ambush failed, the queen and Yun Chen stood on a patch of land with something shimmering wrapped around their feet. She looked ahead and said, It's begun. Behind her, you quietly lifted a test tube to your lips. Just then, she turned and said, We are definitely going to die. We have to give it our all, hold nothing back. Hearing this, Yun Chen's movements paused for a moment. After drinking it, his entire body suddenly surged with an intense power. Yun Chen crushed the test tube into pieces. Understood. Let's move out. At that moment, clusters of brightly colored crystal-like stones emerged from the ground, simultaneously enveloping their 2 dark figures. The scene shifts to the city of Douanier, where citizens are going about their day, coming and going. Beneath everyone's feet, a crack suddenly appeared, spreading rapidly. Sharp crystal shards unexpectedly shot up from the fissure, causing the pedestrians to gasp in shock. They crowded around to see the strange phenomenon. Huh? What is this? Are those roots growing from the ground? No, that's not right. This isn't soil. How can roots grow here? The next second, other crystal clusters erupted forth, and among them, a hand reached upward. On the other side, a dark battle fortress hovered in midair, capturing everyone's attention. Every face was filled with panic. The scene descended into chaos as the enemy attacked, and people ran for their lives in terror. Cut to the control room of the war fortress. Xiao Yu decisively pressed the fire control button. Outside, waves of bombardments rained down on the town where people lived. Amidst the storm of fire, Yun Chen and the queen pressed forward with determined courage. They declared that the final battle had begun. Scene change, Yun Chen warned in a low voice. We have destroyed all the teleportation arrays leading outside. No one can save you. Duanye, the Annihilator. Duanye sat trembling on her throne, radiating a dark, gloomy aura, but she couldn't speak a word. Suddenly, Duanye burst out laughing, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Reinforcements? Destruction? All just to deal with insects like you? As she finished, a sharp, evil glint appeared in her eyes. She continued, I am Duanye, the Annihilator. Do I need rescuing? She stood up, and behind her, a giant tree launched a surprise attack, but Duanye's expression remained unfazed. Furthermore, she coldly raised her hand with lightning speed. Duanye struck the giant tree with immense force, and in an instant, its arm shattered. The giant tree was destroyed into countless pieces. A triumphant look appeared on Duanye's face. Is this pile of rotten wood what you're betting on? But a second later, she looked a little surprised. Pink sprouts grew from the rotten wood at her feet, and in a flash, they transformed into snakes that swarmed around her. Duanye quickly glanced toward a corner, where the one controlling these snakes appeared. It was Xiao Jing in her Thorn Queen state, surrounded by the dark serpent vine parasite. Duanye immediately used one of her techniques to sever the snakes about to attack. Pointless. But it didn't end there. From within the smoke behind her, a streak of light suddenly appeared. Startled, Duanye froze. The queen drew back a blue arrow, the arrow of glacial cold. She smiled cheerfully and greeted her. Oh, long time no see. This won't let you get bored. Duanye recognized an old acquaintance. It's you. The words had barely left her lips when the blue arrow shot forward with incredible power. At that moment, Yun Chen unleashed his technique, Blazing Spirit Annihilation. The two sources of power rushed forward in tandem, aiming straight for Duanye at high speed. Her face remained unchanged in the face of this critical situation. The inside of the castle suddenly exploded, creating a terrifying shockwave. A colossal halo shot up into the sky, piercing through the clouds, as a loud voice rang out. This is bad! The king's palace has been blown up! Request support from the Demon Lord, quickly! A guard, sweating profusely, shouted, Lady Annihilator is under attack. It's no use. The teleportation array has been destroyed. Who knows how long it will take to repair it? Besides, we don't have time to spare for that. At the same time, a voice appeared, causing everyone to turn their heads. My subjects, do not panic. The voice continued to echo. The war has begun. You all take care of the rest. Duanye scowled and growled. As for these filthy ants who dared to ambush me, I will eliminate them with my own hands. The Dark Elf Queen laughed and charged forward, shouting, Filthy ants? Such big talk. We haven't seen each other in a few years, and your tongue has gotten quite sharp, hasn't it? At the same time, she unleashed her primal technique, Blade of the Nether Shadow. Duanye immediately retaliated, Primal Art, Annihilation Scales. She arrogantly narrowed her eyes and sneered with contempt. Calling you a filthy ant was a bit rude, I suppose. But so what? You're just a failure who has already fallen by my hand. Hearing this, the queen ground her teeth in frustration. At the same time, Yun Chen also dove down from above, his fist aimed at Duanye's head. She nimbly dodged the attack. Then she swung her arm, launching a blow toward him. Are you counting on them to turn the tables? She continued to attack both of them, laughing loudly as she fought. If so, that's truly laughable. Xiao Jing didn't give up. She launched an attack and rushed forward, throwing a blue flower. The bone-piercing emperor flower grew larger, its petals opening to reveal sharp teeth aimed at Duanye. She calmly dealt with it. Mist of annihilation. The flower was torn apart by her technique, and tiny seeds scattered out. Duanye was surprised. Huh? Are these seeds? Immediately after, each seed transformed into a tiny body. It was the parasitic species technique, splitting transformation flower fiend. Xiaojing clapped her hands together forcefully. Explode! A loud sound erupted. Duanye escaped the attack, but her body was wounded. She roared in anger. You despicable mongrel, and then turned to launch an attack at Xiaojing. Die for me! A giant tree suddenly appeared, blocking her path, and then another, as stone spears pierced through their bodies. Seeing this, Xiaojing said, Thank you. It smiled and gave her a thumbs up. The queen quickly rushed over with a loud laugh. How does it feel to be wounded by a filthy ant? Duanye raised a hand to block her attack, ignoring her own injuries. The flower fiend is responsible for harassing me from a distance. The infinitely regenerating clones of the matriarch act as meat shields, while you are the main attacker. This strategy is truly annoying. But what makes me more curious? Duanye turned her head towards Yun Chen, wondering, what is he doing? From a distance, he was performing a fusion art. Magic Swordsman's Blazing Flame Enhancement and Pugilist Tiger Assault Stance. Then, Yun Chen rushed toward her and declared, "I'm here to take your life." Illusions of wild beasts appeared on either side of him. Thundercloud Flame Beast Fist. Duanye casually raised a hand to block the queen's technique, and at the same time, let out a smirk. Interesting. In that case, I'll play with you. Then the two of them engaged in close combat. Yun Chen yelled out once more, "Bring it on!" Duanye was no slouch either, calmly parrying the attack. His punches seemed to be completely useless against her. Next, feeling bored, Duanye yawned and spoke. "If you were just trying to tickle me, I'd say your strength is commendable." Immediately after, her attitude changed. "But if you want to take my life with this, you're still a long, long way off." Duanye materialized a gigantic, shadowy arm, intending to finish Yun Chen. "The party's over. Die." Suddenly, the queen rushed out to block the blow for him. "You won't." At the same time, the giant tree also charged quickly towards her. Xiao Jing could be seen launching her attack while shouting, "You will not harm my master." Countless rays of light, like arrows, pierced the ground. The furious breed, the cruel class, the decomposer breed, and the venomous monstrosities all spawned at once. All of them launched their attacks, aiming straight for Duanye. At first, she was still able to defend herself and acted arrogantly, but then, a thought suddenly crossed Duanye's mind. Wait, something's not right. Among them, the Dark Elf Queen is clearly the strongest. She should be the main attacker, so why are they all just creating an offensive environment for Yun Chen? And so, Duanye hesitated, speculating to herself, "It's as if Yun Chen, the one who can't even break through my defenses, is the real main attacker." Duanye exclaimed in confusion, "This makes no sense." Instantly, Yun Chen launched a strike at her. Duanye's arms were scorched black, so hot, it hurt so much. At that same moment, a line of thought flashed through Duanye's mind. "This isn't right. I recognize this flame. It's supposed to be the nether demon flame of the Black Knight matriarch." But now, Duanye seemed to realize the difference. It has changed. Could she be trying to withstand Yun Chen's power? This little brat. He's taking advantage of the fact that I'm perceiving the source power. Duanye thought to herself that, whether for humans or the demon race, as long as one possesses a source skill, it means they have entered the fourth transformation realm, reaching the level of a demon lord. Even if a source skill contains only a sliver of source power, it's enough to stand at the pinnacle. She didn't stop. Above this realm, if one can completely master a type of source power, their strength will reach the level of a demon master, equivalent to the 72 demon pillars, or becoming a national guardian general above the fourth transformation. However, the fastest way to grasp source power is to feel it with your own body. As Duanye dealt with Yun Chen, her mind was distracted, thinking, for example, by fusing the source into one's own body, or by engaging in a life-or-death battle with someone who possesses source power. His face was expressionless as he focused on the fight. With the cover from the Dark Elf Queen and Little Thorn, I can attack freely. With every exchange, I can feel how Duanye the Annihilator wields her source power. Almost there, just a little more fighting, and I will comprehend the primal flame of fury that belongs to the Raging Flame Demon Master. At that moment, Yun Chen's powerful blow had weakened her. The situation is terrible. If Yun Chen truly masters the source power, plus the Dark Elf Queen, I'll have to face two genuine Demon Master level powerhouses. Duanye then leaned over to dodge the attack. She silently confirmed that this was definitely not a good sign. Duanye's hand then shot out towards Yun Chen, but luckily, he managed to dodge it. At the same time, the mutated plant knocked her away. Seeing this, Duanye frowned. "But their cover is just too perfectly timed. I still haven't been able to inflict a single wound on Yun Chen." She narrowed her eyes and gritted her teeth, continuing to try and find a way to deal with him. Something's wrong. No matter how good their coordination is, it can't be this perfect. This doesn't feel like a strategy. It feels like pure luck. At the same time, the words "how irritating" escaped Duanye's lips. Suddenly, a loud sound startled her. A series of explosions erupted from beneath the ground. She roared in fury. "A bunch of useless trash! You can't even handle one hunk of metal? Where are the war weapons? Fire and destroy it now!" A subordinate ran over and announced in a loud voice, "Lady Annihilator, the Dark Elf Queen slaves in the Imperial City have suddenly rebelled. The entire war weapon depot has been destroyed." Duanye was stunned upon hearing this. "What?" She immediately turned and launched an attack towards the Dark Elf Queen. "You bitch! No wonder you hid in the shadows for all those years. It turns out you were preparing for this all along." The Queen let out a contemptuous laugh. "Humph, getting impatient, are we?" She stood up to counterattack. "Compared to the grievances our Dark Elf Queen race has suffered for so many years, blowing up a few of your warehouses is nothing." Duanye narrowed her eyes slightly, raising a hand to block the attack, before she was slammed hard into the ground. Scene change. Xiao Yu happily slammed her hands on the keyboard and announced, "The concentrated attack zone is complete. Many of the Duanye demons have been forced to take shelter in their fortifications. Next step is to wipe them all out. Move out. Warriors of the Black Knight demons and the Dark Shadows. The army stood in neat rows, awaiting orders. As she finished speaking, they all shot out like arrows, to the astonishment of the enemies below. They attacked relentlessly, causing them to flee in chaos. Damn it, the difference in firepower is too great. We can't fight back. What a cowardly ambush. Reinforcements from the other city lords won't make it in time. The Imperial City is about to fall. Lady Annihilator, please save us. Hearing this, Duanye growled in anger. Useless fools. At that moment, Yunchen lunged forward. Fighting me and you still have time to get distracted? The queen coordinated her attack. Go to hell! Duanye, still overflowing with confidence, raised her hands to block their attacks. A bunch of worthless insects just getting in my way. In that case, you can all just die. A purple ray of light appeared from nowhere, striking the ground. Seeing it, he was bewildered. What is this? The sky suddenly darkened, and a purple vortex appeared. Heaven and earth are changing. Duanye used the annihilating demon visage technique, transforming into a gigantic form. Her face was devoid of emotion. I am the supreme master, the one who controls the origin of all things. You can only kneel in sincere worship or be obliterated by the thunder of final annihilation. Her minions immediately fell to their knees with reverent expressions, chanting in unison, All hail the great Lady Annihilator. We thank you for your majestic descent, for saving us, our great king. We offer you our absolute reverence. They continued, Destroy the invaders and protect our imperial city. Immediately after, a barrage of lightning bolts rained down from the sky. The mutated plant and the giant tree were also struck. Their bodies turned to ash and slowly disintegrated. One of the soldiers who was hit yelled in anger, Where is this damn lightning coming from? The fortress was also struck by those bolts. Xiao Yu was extremely worried. At this rate, our war cannons are going to be destroyed. Lu Miaoling, beside her, was also confused. What the hell is this? How can a massive area of effect skill like this only hit us, and not Duanye's demons? It's outrageous. The queen was grimly using her body to withstand the annihilating demon visage. This is Duanye, the Annihilator's unique battlefield ultimate. Once activated, dense bolts of lightning will rain down on the entire area. Only those who truly revere Duanye the Annihilator will be immune. Even Yun Chen was helpless against this. Worse, each bolt contained primal energy, so destructive that even the earth giants were obliterated before they could regenerate. Xiao Jing, while creating a shield, turned to the dark elf queen. My lord, he was hit head-on. The queen gasped in shock. What? Bolt after bolt of lightning continued to crash down from Duanye. The queen couldn't help but wonder, why isn't he dodging? At the same time, she thought to herself, could it be, at a time like this, he's trying to use the Annihilator's attack to comprehend its primal energy? Just then, Yun Chen looked up and grinned. So that's how it is. To truly feel it all, you have to use your body. A colossal surge of power suddenly erupted from him. Yun Chen faced it with confidence. Primal Inferno. Break! A ferocious flame erupted, piercing the sky as the power focused into Yun Chen's hand. He smirked casually. Now this times is a fair fight. The colossal form of Duanye stood there, looming. While inside the fortress, everyone was trying to protect themselves. Outside, Yun Chen clenched the flame in his hand, his brow furrowed as he spoke. This is the true essence of the primal inferno. It's completely different from my original demonic flame. It feels like the ancestor of all fire. Seeing this, the Dark Elf Queen rushed forward in a panic, shouting, Yun Chen, you're being too reckless! With an injury that severe, even if you comprehend the primal energy, you won't be able to handle the next battle. He didn't stop, instead immediately using a skill. Transcendent regeneration. It's fine. I still have a chance to start over. Then, Yun Chen looked straight at Duanye. Right now, the biggest problem is how to deal with that thing. Hearing this, the queen at his side replied, The Annihilator Golem has incredibly powerful attacks and a massive range, but it has one fatal weakness. She frowned, her tone serious. It is incredibly slow. In its golem state, even lifting a hand to destroy the Annihilator itself would take several seconds, let alone performing a defensive move. But at the same time, its defense is raised to an absurd level. At least with my current strength, I can't possibly break through it. Yun Chen calmly held out his hand to cast a spell. So it's just a stationary target then? The solution is incredibly simple. He gathered his power while giving orders. Xiao Yu, Lu Miaoling, activate the war fortress. Full power assault. Attack in unison and destroy that golem. They heard him and shouted back in one voice, Yes, sir. Then, they activated the fortress's weapons in unison. 380 void-piercing annihilator cannons, 1,400 accumulating blast cannons, 5,600 rapid-fire guardian cannons. The energy surged, overloading all cannons. In an instant, they were ready. Fire! Simultaneously, a barrage of light beams shot out from the fortress. On his side, Yun Chen unleashed his own attack. Primal Inferno Skyblade. Streaks of light appeared around him and shot forward. The queen also drew her bow to attack. Primal Phantom Arrow. Both attacks flew towards Duan Ye. They created a massive explosion that shook the ground. Cracks appeared on her body, slowly spreading. Duan Ye fell from within the giant's form. She screamed in her mind, panicked. My golem! It was destroyed! Yun Chen rushed forward, shouting, Hurry! Finish her while we have the chance! The queen followed, coordinating her attack, and they both swung their weapons hard at Duan Ye. She caught their weapons with her bare hands. So what if you've comprehended primal energy? Duan Ye didn't give up, snarling, You two think you're worthy of killing me. Duan Ye the Annihilator? Suddenly, vines shot out from nowhere and wrapped tightly around her arms, startling her. At that moment, Xiao Jing, standing below, cast her spell to hold Duan Ye in place. Don't forget about me! Monstrous power vines. Even though she was injured, she pushed through to launch the attack. The monstrous power vines pulled taut. Duan Ye's arms were bound by the vines and yanked downwards. Right behind her, Yun Chen and the queen were launching their assault. Thanks to Xiao Jing holding her down, they were able to land a direct hit. Duan Ye screamed in agony. She lost her ability to resist and collapsed heavily to the ground. Inside the fortress, Xiao Yu and Lu Miaoling hugged each other, cheering with joy. We hit her! We finally landed a real blow on Duan Ye the Annihilator. Duan Ye, refusing to accept defeat, growled in fury. Damn it! It's all because of that annoying plant getting in the way. If it weren't for times her asterisk, how could I have been hurt by these two useless fools? Yun Chen didn't stop. He rushed towards her again, continuing his assault. Duan Ye can still fight back. Don't let up the pressure. Following that, the two of them unleashed a continuous barrage of attacks. From behind, the queen fired countless arrows that pierced through Duan Ye's body, making her grit her teeth and narrow her eyes. After that volley, Duan Ye stood motionless, perhaps from exhaustion. Suddenly, she lifted her leg and screamed furiously, King of the Dark Night! Seeing this, Yun Chen broke into a cold sweat. He thought, she's still using a large-scale attack? She's really betting her life on this. If I can just block this one attack, the queen can coordinate a counter. Duan Ye suddenly stopped, and Yun Chen looked on, confused. It was a feint. Then, she turned and leaped far away from him. The queen realized the hidden intention and panicked. Oh no! Her target is Xiao Jing! The giant tree that had been protecting Xiao Jing was already shattered. How could she possibly block an attack from Duan Ye? Duan Ye stood before Xiao Jing, her voice dripping with contempt. Without those trees, killing a little insect like you is all too easy. Xiao Jing saw she had no defense left, and her eyes filled with tears. I'm going to die. A slash cut through the air, and blood splattered towards her. Xiao Jing's eyes filled with tears of fear as she thought in a daze that it was Yun Chen who had rushed in to take that fatal blow for her. His mouth was full of blood, but he still managed to force the words out. I'm sorry, Xiao Jing, for hurting you before. Let this make up for it. She stared at the scene, stunned. My lord. A flash of red lit the air as Duan Ye pierced through Yun Chen's chest, leaving him frozen and gasping for breath. Xiao Jing's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a mask of terror as she cried out in a worried voice, My lord! Yun Chen grimaced in pain, looking down at the wound on his body. Damn it. Everything happened so fast. I didn't even have time to put up a defense. Duan Ye glanced at him with a mocking sneer and issued a threat. You foolish brat, daring to risk your life to protect a contracted summon. If that's your choice, then pay for it with your life. As soon as she finished speaking, she launched another merciless attack straight at him. Yun Chen screamed in agony, his body still reeling from the last attack. A deep crater stretched out before him for a long, long way. He looked at the hand that had just unleashed the attack and marveled. Huh? This feeling. It's not bad at all. This time, it wasn't just Yun Chen. Xiao Jing was also caught in the blast, but only he remained conscious. Yun Chen caught her, calling out worriedly, Xiao Jing, are you okay? This is bad. Xiao Jing doesn't have my kind of invincibility. A moment later, Xiao Jing groggily woke up. Before long, she reverted to her original form as a thorny beast flower and whispered, Master, you. Yun Chen seemed to understand her meaning and quickly reassured her, Don't worry, my internal organs aren't damaged. Have you forgotten? I'm incredibly lucky right now. You need to go back and rest. As he finished speaking, she began to fade away, her worried voice still echoing, Master, you absolutely must not die. In the end, only a wisp of Xiao Jing's essence was left lingering on his hand. Duan Ye flew high into the air, laughing mockingly. Without that little pest, and with you so heavily injured, she looked incredibly arrogant, as if the outcome was already sealed. Suddenly, someone appeared from nowhere. The Dark Elf Queen, weapon in hand, rushed to shield Yun Chen. He closed his eyes, bowed his head, and warned her, I have to use my last resort. She replied with confidence, Understood. I will stop her, no matter the cost. You get ready. Duan Ye overheard their exchange and scoffed, Stop me? Trying to buy time? Just with you alone? I I don't know what you're plotting, but killing him right in front of you will be as easy as flipping my hand. The queen's face remained calm in the face of the taunt. She flexed her wrists. In terms of pure power, she knew Duanye was right. Then, her expression suddenly changed, and in an instant, a thunderous slap landed squarely across Duanye's cheek. Her head snapped to the side, her expression one of utter shock as her body trembled. The Dark Elf Queen smiled provocatively. How about now? Duanye's underlings stared, their eyes wide with disbelief, chattering amongst themselves. Lady Die Shaji was slapped hard by the Dark Elf Queen, and right in front of us. Oh my gods, this is... A slap isn't considered some special kind of attack. It's not about the damage it causes. The act itself is one of pure humiliation and provocation. She touched her stinging cheek, her brow furrowed. For someone of high standing, especially a woman, to be slapped by another woman is a humiliation without equal, one that, on some level, surpasses any verbal insult or physical attack. This was a challenge, an unforgivable provocation, and this slap was delivered in front of her subjects, landing squarely on the face of an arrogant monarch. After a long moment, Duanye finally collected herself, roaring with indignation. Fine, just fine. So what if you're stalling for time? Without that annoying plant, the two of you combined are still no match for me. She raised her hand high, and tendrils of black smoke began to converge around it. But on the other hand, if you dare to dodge or block even one of my attacks, Dark Elf Queen, I will not evade your attacks. Duanye returned the slap to the queen. I will kill him right in front of you. The queen narrowed her eyes, her voice a defiant challenge despite the pain. Then bring it on. Let's see who's afraid. For years, we Dark Elves have endured endless oppression, while you Duanye demons have basked in glory. Then, gritting her teeth, she slammed her forehead directly into her opponent's face. Your splendor was built on our humiliation. Not missing a beat, Duanye grabbed her head and drove a knee into her face. Since when do the weak have the right to speak of honor? From a distance, their subordinates could only stare, dumbfounded, at the raw brawl. What kind of close-quarters combat is this? Every blow was infused with primal energy, as if both were betting their very lives. Tears welled up in everyone's eyes. Although the queen seems careless on most days, she has taken note of every ounce of our suffering. Tattered clothes, rusty weapons, the daily fear of being enslaved. We refuse to live like that for another day. A newfound motivation seemed to surge through the crowd as they charged forward with incredible spirit. This might be the only chance we get in our lifetimes to turn things around. How can we lose our nerve now? Kill them. Wipe out the Duanye demons. After observing the situation, Lu Miaoling and Xiao Yu decided, due to the attack overload, the war fortress has severely overheated and can't continue fighting. It's our turn to enter the fray. Xiao Yu suddenly froze. Huh? She cried out in shock. Is Mr. Van surrounded by magic crystals? He's using them to rapidly restore his dark magic. Lu Miaoling replied calmly. After all, the Thorn Queen's power is somewhere between a demon lord and a demon master. Summoning an entity like that consumes a terrifying amount of mana. She stared at Yun Chen, who sat with his eyes closed in quiet concentration, now that Xiao Jing has withdrawn from the fight. Even though his overall power has decreased, the pressure on Mr. Van is significantly less. Moreover, it looks like he's about to use a skill that requires a massive amount of mana. But the man they were talking about was lost in his own world of thought. Duanye Dieshaji, you've been a demon master for many years. Her inner power is bottomless, and her accumulated attributes are more than enough to crush me. To deal with an entity like that, relying on Wanlun alone isn't going to be enough. Skill fusion. All professions. All basic stats. Merge. After a long moment, Yun Chen's eyes flashed open. But if I can upgrade Wanlun to a whole new level, things will be different. A source of energy lit up the entire sky, drawing the gaze of everyone present. Within the light, a faint, ethereal silhouette began to form. A moment later, Yun Chen appeared in a completely new form, skill upgraded, omnipotent nightfall. The soldiers of Duanye and the Dark Elf Queen continued their relentless battle. Everyone's expression was tense, on high alert, while on the other side, the two queens were still locked in a brutal, hand-to-hand brawl. The Dark Elf Queen leaped high into the air with a roar, driving a blow straight at Duanye's chest, but unfortunately, she managed to block it in the nick of time. Seizing the opening, she slammed the Dark Elf Queen into the ground with a powerful throw that shattered the earth. Duanye had barely breathed a sigh of relief when the Dark Elf Queen shot back to her feet and charged again. But without hesitation, she kicked the queen square in the stomach, sending her crashing back into the pile of rubble. Half buried beneath the debris, she gasped for breath, exhausted. Duanye knelt down in front of her. She grabbed her by the hair and sneered. Dark Elf Queen, your biggest mistake wasn't angering me. It was using up all your strength to fight me. You should have saved some strength to run away. To go back and cower under your ancestral tree, like the pathetic little insect you've always been, just barely surviving in the dark. Isn't that right? Suddenly, a pillar of energy erupted, stunning everyone. What? This aura? The Dark Elf Queen saw her shock and replied with a smile. I don't need to run anymore. Duan Ye, the Annihilator, your biggest mistake was your arrogance, so arrogant that you accepted my challenge. After all, my ally is someone you should have feared. As the smoke cleared, it revealed Yun Shen in his Myriad Wheels form. S-Class Myriad Knights of Annihilation, the ultimate form of the Myriad Wheels. All attributes increased by 5,000%. All attribute enhancements and resistances increased by 300%. Skill consumption, 10,000 per second. While the skill is active, it consumes 10,000 points of either mana or life force per second until death or until the skill is manually deactivated. Feeling the power in his hands, 10,000 points per second. Even if I burn through my own life force, I can only sustain this for a maximum of 11 seconds. But then it starts to fade. Still, that's enough. Duan Ye frowned in confusion. He vanished? But then she sensed something and spun around, just as a fist slammed into the side of her face, sending her into a panic. Damn it. I can't even see him at this speed. Duan Ye was launched high into the sky, becoming nothing more than a black silhouette. But Yun Shen didn't stop there. He relentlessly hammered her from one spot to another, giving her no time to react. Duan Ye struggled to steady herself. His power had increased exponentially. A state like this must have a massive side effect, but there are many kinds of side effects, and I don't know which one this is. Just then, Yun Shen appeared above her again, preparing for his next assault. This time, Duan Ye was faster, unleashing her ultimate move, the Primordial Crystal of Destruction. Looks like you're in a hurry, Yun Shen noted with a frown. He fused his skills, Staffless Casting, Skill Sublimation, and Primordial Flame Burst, instantly creating an ultimate flame burst that shattered her technique, not even giving her a moment to breathe. A ferocious vortex of fire slammed into Duan Ye with devastating force. Yun Shen appeared right beside her, staring down with a grim expression. Without a word, he delivered another blow to her face, too fast for her to block. He attacked again and again, as if avenging the Dark Elf Queen, his aura mixing with her blood to stain the area crimson. After a long moment, he raised his hand high, took a deep breath, and once again rained down a barrage of blows on her body, which was now sinking into the rock below. Duan Ye still managed to raise her hands to defend herself, and she didn't forget to taunt him. You're rushing. It seems you can't maintain this state for long. I can feel your mana is almost depleted. She sized up Yun Shen's condition. Even your life force is draining away rapidly. No wonder you're attacking so desperately. What a massive side effect. Then, she raised an eyebrow and declared with confidence, all I have to do is focus completely on defense. In less than 10 seconds, I'll be arranging your funeral. His final blow was blocked by Duan Ye, the Annihilator. Yun Shen frowned in suspicion. His attack had been stopped by a layer of scales, unable to damage her body. Just then, Xiao Yu helped the Dark Elf Queen over, as a massive number of scales suddenly erupted from Duan Ye's body. Beside them, Lu Miaoling hesitated. Could it be? The Dark Elf Queen confirmed it. Yes. That is the second innate bloodline ability of the Duan Ye demons. Besides the soul-chasing mark, they have the attack-severing scales. She thought to herself, the attack-severing scales are an ability most Duan Ye demons possess. By growing special layers of scales, they can completely block attacks. It's an incredibly powerful defensive measure. With the power of Duan Ye, the Annihilator, it can block attacks exceeding her own strength by 50 times and can be maintained for 3 minutes. Xiao Yu cried out in disbelief. Are you kidding me? Lord Yun's new skill obviously can't be sustained for long. How can he last for 3 minutes? If this goes on, isn't defeat guaranteed? But the Dark Elf Queen answered calmly. Defeat is certain, yes, but the one who will be defeated is someone else. Thinking back on everything that had happened, from the initial surprise attack to Xiao Jing's battle, to the successive fights, remembering Yun Shen's abilities before this, his grasp of the primordial force, including my own provocations and Yun Shen's current special state, every relentless move was designed to invisibly build up immense pressure. And what was the sole purpose of all this? The Dark Elf Queen connected the dots. It was to make someone as incomparably arrogant and conceited as Duan Ye, the Annihilator, too afraid to fight back, too afraid to even dodge, to make her hide in her shell like a turtle, defending passively, leaving herself completely vulnerable to be taken down. Back on the battlefield, a smirk played on Yun Shen's lips as he asked, "Are you scared now?" He didn't wait for an answer. With a flick of his wrist, a paper talisman was slapped onto Duan Ye's forehead. You lose, he observed coolly. It was an A-rank soul contract. Upon use, there is a 50% chance to connect to the target's soul, forging an unbreakable master-servant contract. It can only be used when the target is unable to resist or has given up on resisting. The contract's success rate increases if the target's basic attribute values are lower than the user's, and decreases otherwise. Duan Ye froze, then screamed when she realized what it was, a soul contract. After nearly 2 years in the Dark World, Yun Shen had amassed power and wealth. Whether from treasuries or battlefields, he had seen many things he had never even heard of before. The Dark World is powerful, so powerful that even the air there is superior to that of the human world. Not to mention the materials, equipment, or consumable items that originate there. Returning to the current battle, if there was something Yun Shen possessed that couldn't be found in the human world or even in the Dark World, besides the skills granted by the system, it would be the items awarded by the system, like the world-breaking stone and the potion of luck. A vial flew through the air, landing in the palm of Yun Shen's hand. He clenched his fist around it and shouted, "You've lost." Streams of energy immediately surged toward the frozen Duan Ye. She swiped her hand, dispersing them, insolent and furious. "You dare dream of enslaving me? It's just a worthless contract. All I have to do is tear it up." But Yun Shen wasn't giving up. He continued his move. "Dream on," he thought to himself. "After activating myriad nights of annihilation, I prioritized consuming my life force to preserve a large amount of dark mana. It was all for this moment." The Eye of the Night activated, and Duan Ye froze solid, her body trembling, her eyes wide with fear, unable to move. Damn it. That's the eye of the matron of the Dark Night. Yun Chen seized the opportunity and slammed his hand on the ground. From the moment you admitted defeat, your all-out defense left you wide open. You'd already lost. A burst of energy shot out, followed by a barrage of attacks flying towards the frozen solid Duan Ye. "Be my slave!" a voice commanded. Duan Ye of Annihilation's eyes flew open as she shrieked, "Never!" The chains of light obeyed, binding themselves tightly to Duan Ye. But before long, a sharp crack echoed out, followed by more, the sound growing clearer and more frequent. Lu Miaoling's eyes widened in fear. "This is bad. The soul contract is breaking." Xiao Yu, however, was calm. "It's not a problem. The difference in their levels is just too great." Duan Ye, though still restrained, let out a sarcastic laugh. "So that's your plan. How foolish. I am one of the noble 72-pillar demon gods, Duan Ye, the Annihilation Engine. How could a pathetic A-rank soul contract possibly bind me?" Yun Chen remained perfectly calm. "You're celebrating too soon. If A-rank won't work, then I'll use S-rank." With that, he took out a limit break stone, an item that could upgrade equipment or tools by 1 full level. The contract's energy began to absorb it. Instantly, the flowing light erupted with his roar. Limit broken. The soul contract was upgraded to S rank. Upon use, it now has a 70% chance of linking with the target's soul and can only be used when the target is unable to resist or has given up resisting. If the target's attributes are lower than the user's, the success rate increases, and vice versa. Duan Ye struggled, trying to sound threatening. "Dark Knight Sovereign, don't forget that a soul contract is still just a game of chance. With the gap in our base attributes, your maximum success rate is only 1%. The moment you fail, you'll be defenseless, and I will crush you with ease." Yun Chen was no longer in his myriad night state. 1%? So what? He then offered a hint. "Haven't you noticed? I've been incredibly lucky today." The thought struck Duan Ye, making her flinch. That's right. Earlier, his team's coordination was inexplicably perfect. He took no damage. And then he even survived me impaling him. Could this little brat? Unwilling to accept it, she screamed, "A potion of luck! I can't believe you have one too." On the sidelines, Duan Ye's subordinates were getting curious. "Looks like the fight over there is over. I wonder who won." Lu Miaoling was anxious, muttering, "Let the contract succeed, let the contract succeed, let the contract succeed." "Xiao," you practically begged. "Please, Mr. Yun has to be the one who won." Even the Dark Elf Queen was hoping silently. "Yun Chen, I've bet everything on you. You have to win." After a long moment, the energy surrounding Duan Ye completely vanished. She immediately went berserk. "Dark Knight Sovereign, go to hell!" Seeing this, Xiao Yu's brow furrowed. The contract failed. Lu Miaoling screamed, "Watch out!" But Yun Chen just calmly held a hand forward and ordered, "Kneel," and Duan Ye instantly complied. Though utterly defiant, she couldn't do anything but obey. I am one of the supreme 72-pillar demon gods. How is this possible?" Yun Chen turned away, but was kind enough to offer a reminder. "The soul contract is complete. Your life and death are now entirely in my hands. If you choose to resist, you've already been warned of the consequences, haven't you?" Hearing this, Duan Ye lowered her head in silence. A long moment later, she prostrated herself respectfully. "I'm sorry. Please forgive my insolence, master." The dark elves who witnessed the scene erupted in celebration. "We won! Another victory for our Dark Knight Sovereign, a victory for the Dark Elf race." Duan Ye's followers, however, were crushed. The Annihilation Engine. Lost? Impossible. I must be dreaming. The Dark Elf Queen, on the other hand, felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Everyone is overreacting. This was just a combat drill, that's all. My people, I forgot to tell you." She then rushed forward, throwing her arms around both Yun Chen and Duan Ye. excitedly announcing, "The truth is, we are all old friends. We planned this combat drill specifically to help heighten everyone's sense of crisis." Forced to play along, Duanye was visibly displeased. "What kind of joke is this? Who would ever believe such obvious lies?" Yunchen suddenly spoke up, reminding her, "Whether they believe it or not is irrelevant. They need an explanation to shield them from despair, and only you can make them listen obediently. So, what will it be? Am I supposed to just let you swallow my entire demon kingdom whole?" She glanced at his hand, then complied, her expression still dazed. "All right, I understand," she thought to herself. "Yun Chen, oh, Yun Chen, you're far greedier than I ever imagined." At a dilapidated construction site, demon laborers gossiped while they worked. I heard Lady Annihilation herself knelt before the Dark Knight Sovereign. Another worker stopped to argue. "Don't make up stories. How is that even possible? Did you see it with your own eyes?" The first one shot back, "No." But a guard said it and got chewed out for talking nonsense. They said it was just a drill. The rumor spread through the city. Could it really have been just a drill? Fighting the Dark Knight demons is one thing, but why would they fight against those lowly dark elves? Could it be our queen was actually defeated? There's no way Lady Annihilation could lose. But outside the palace, the public chatter wouldn't die down. In any case, the demon lords guarding the 3 great territories have all returned. Whatever happened, they can handle it. In the vice palace of Duanye's royal city, 3 figures sat on the main seats, silent as statues. Below them, everyone else bowed their heads, holding their breath. Duanye exploded with fury, her shout echoing through the hall. "Who told you to return? I already said it was a drill. Go back to your own territories." Her subordinates knelt cautiously. "The royal city sent a distress signal, so we rushed back," Masha said, frowning with worry. "There was no prior announcement about a drill. And on my way here, I heard some unpleasant rumors." She ground her teeth impatiently. "What rumors?" Under her intense killing intent, he stammered, "Some guards. They said it looked like you. Knelt before the Dark Knight Sovereign." The moment the words were out, she struck him with a resounding slap. A second later, he collapsed, his eyes rolled back and lifeless as the crowd gasped in horror. Duanye growled, her voice a furious roar. "You'll believe anything you hear? What do you have a head for? Do you really think I would lose in a real battle? This time, it's just a small punishment. If any of you dare to spout more nonsense, I'll smash your skulls in." Then, she roared like a wild beast. "Get out, all of you." Her subordinates turned pale. "Please, don't be angry. We're leaving right now." Her eyes burned with pure rage, as if ready to lash out at any moment. A bunch of useless trash. Morons. Idiots. Imbeciles. Fools. The Dark Elf Queen smirked sarcastically. "Miesha, you are the queen of a nation. Why are you acting like a common shrew? Control yourself." At her words, Duanye's killing intent flared and she roared, "Control my foot! Aren't you the one who was just bound as a slave? If you've got so much nerve, why don't you let him make you times his times master and see how you like being controlled? A useless thing like you dares to talk down to me? I'll snap your neck right now." From his seat, Yun Chen spoke calmly. "That's enough noise out of you." Instantly, her body froze, a look of pure shock on her face. She obediently sat back down in her chair. It was all because of the soul contract. Effect 1. The enslaved cannot resist any command, up to and including the order to self-destruct. Effect 2. If the master dies, the servant dies with them, but the reverse is not true. The third effect. A soul bond. The master always knows the servant's location, regardless of distance or space. The queen of the Dark Elves, sitting beside him, said, "Ji Shaji, you need to understand one thing." She glanced at Duanye, her voice dripping with contempt. "In this world, no one wants you dead more than I do. Even now, I still want to wipe out your entire clan. If it weren't for my long-term plans, do you really think you'd still be alive?" She sneered, her retort sharp and sarcastic. "Isn't it just that you want me to be your puppet? Don't put on such airs. Don't flatter yourself. With the combined power of the Black Knight demons and the Dark Elves, you think you can just swallow my entire Duanye kingdom whole?" Then, she calmly continued, "If I die, the other demons from the 72 clans will definitely come to snatch your prize. The foundation of my kingdom is enough to drive any demon clan insane. When that happens, even if the 2 of you dig up your ancestors, you won't be able to hold on to it." She finished, spreading her hands with a smug look. "Besides, if I die, my people might fight to the death in resistance. If you want to claim the full spoils, your only option is to let me live and act as your puppet." Duanye offered her sharp analysis. "I'm guessing your next step is to form an alliance with each other." The Queen of the Dark Elves snorted, biting her nails in irritation. Damn it, she guessed right. Our Dark Shadow clan is weak. To get a foothold in the dark world, we absolutely need strong allies. Her mind raced with calculations. Once the Duanye Demon Clan, the Black Knight Demon Clan, and the Dark Shadows form an alliance, No other demon clan would dare make a move. That way, it wouldn't even matter if we didn't contribute war resources. In the face of absolute power, rules are meaningless. She considered the possibility of other clans joining forces, unless the other clans also form an alliance, but that's impossible. The 72 demon clans each have their own agenda. Their grudges run deep. The only reason there's peace is because of the threat from the Void Demon. The previous demon coalition was just an empty, unreliable shell. Yun Chen couldn't be bothered with their scheming. I don't care if you guessed right or not, a servant should at least look like a servant. Change into clothes befitting your station. Come see me in the study tonight. Duan Ye raised an eyebrow, worried. Change clothes? Come to the study tonight? What are you planning to do? The Queen of the Dark Elves immediately seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Do? Why, to do the things a servant is supposed to do, of course. Your personality is rotten, but on second glance, your figure isn't half bad. You'd better serve your master well. Duan Ye unconsciously wrapped her arms around herself, flustered. In his room, Yun Chen did push-ups with practiced ease. The magic consumption for Wan Ye Lun Ji was massive, but thankfully, there was no time limit. He opened the system panel, thinking to himself, as long as I have enough health and magic, I can use it indefinitely. From now on, I'll put all my daily quest attribute points into Constitution and Intelligence to raise my limits. Yun Chen glanced at his daily quests. He had failed a total of 4 times, which meant he could choose a reward: 10 attribute points, 10 skill points, or random materials. He mumbled, 4 failures, huh? Can't be helped. Yun Chen frowned, recalling, the first 2 times were because that god slapped me unconscious. I only woke up 2 days later when Luo Chichi found me. The next 2 times I just forgot because I was busy preparing the attack on Duan Ye's royal city. The system didn't have any special reaction, so it's probably fine. Yun Chen heard a knock at the door. Come in. Duan Ye was completely covered in a black cloth, making him frown helplessly. What are you doing? Sneaking around like that? She ripped the cloth off, revealing a maid's uniform. In this getup, of course I have to be careful. If my subjects saw me, how could I still be their queen? She crossed her arms, blushing, and glanced at Yun Chen in embarrassment. His voice held a hint of anger as he spoke. When did I give you permission? Yun Chen asked, sitting comfortably in his chair. To look me straight in the eye? Duan Ye was trembling with rage, silently flipping him off in her mind. This little punk dares to lecture me? I was disciplining my subordinates before your grandfather was even born. But what came out was a quiet, my apologies, master. His face darkened. Be mindful of your station. And your attitude. Next time you step out of line, it won't be let go so easily. Xiao Ye? She asked again, annoyed. Xiao Ye? Yun Chen replied nonchalantly. Calling you Duan Ye Jishaji is a mouthful. If you don't like it, you can be Xiao Mi, Xiao Sha, or Xiao Ji. Your choice. Duan Ye forced a smile and enunciated each word. I think I'll stick with Xiao Ye. But inside, she was cursing him relentlessly. Does this brat really think a single soul contract is enough to enslave me for life? Dream on. All the years I've lived haven't been for nothing. You will pay the price for your foolishness. Then he continued slowly. That outfit. It seems to fit you well. From now on, when there are no outsiders around, you'll wear this, he thought to himself. She's clearly defiant and not used to her new role. A little training now will make her easier to control later. Making her change was part of that. His sharp gaze swept over her. Right. During the final battle, you mentioned a luck-enhancing potion. Don't tell me you've actually seen one? Duan Ye answered obediently, I have. She recalled that earth-shattering scene involving the divine envoy. Yun Chen sat in his wooden chair, lacing his fingers together, and asked in surprise, a divine envoy? He looked at Duan Ye. Are you saying that the luck potion isn't unique? That this so-called divine envoy also has one? She quickly replied, you could say that. He stared at the purple crystal floating in front of him, lost in thought. Years ago, the first time I used the luck potion was to win the essence of the Demon Lord. The results were perfect. I obtained the entire bloodline talent of the Black Knight matriarch. Yun Chen couldn't help but remember. Even teacher Xia, who witnessed the whole thing, just thought it was my own innate talent. He had no idea the luck potion even existed. After that, I searched everywhere for it, but I never heard a whisper about a luck potion, not even when I went to the Dark World. Actually, it's not just the potion. It's like that for most of the items, props, and even the skills the system gives me. The memories suddenly flooded back. Come to think of it, space-type skills are already incredibly rare, and I don't even have an affinity for the space element. I still can't learn them now. However, the skill Shen Shan somehow bypasses that requirement, allowing me to use it directly. I've never heard of a special case like this. I mean, even the blink-scale demons in the Dark World can only do it because of their unique bloodline talent. Yun Chen's expression darkened. That's why I thought all the reward items from the system were unique to me, that there were no duplicates. But now, it seems that's not the case. He leaned back in his chair. Xiao Ye, I order you to tell me the whole truth. If you dare to lie about a single word, you will destroy one of your own internal organs. Douanier gave a cold laugh and replied nonchalantly, That's a cruel command. Don't worry. Lying does me no good. I'll tell you everything I know. She moved past a certain point, then offered a few words of caution. As it stands, you may be a divine envoy, but you don't seem to understand just how powerful a god's assistance can be. If you think it just makes you a little luckier, you are gravely mistaken. Douanier's voice deepened. The true value of a luck potion lies in its ability to alter phenomena, making everything around you develop in the most advantageous way for the user. Of course, the prerequisite is that the phenomenon was possible to begin with, Douanier explained patiently. For example, let's say right now there's a 0.01% chance you'll sneeze. The probability is low, but it could still happen. Now, for the result. If you use a luck potion and sneezing would benefit you, then you will absolutely sneeze. Douanier didn't forget to mention their previous battle. It's the same principle. Even though you had only just met the Dark Elf Queen, you coordinated perfectly with her in battle. Or when my attack pierced your body, yet somehow managed to miss every vital organ. Or how I, in a fit of rage, fell for the Dark Elf Queen's taunt and ended up choosing a full defense with my scales shatter. All of these convenient phenomena can't just be summed up by the word luck. Douanier fell silent, listening as a stunned and puzzled Yunshen spoke up. If what you're saying is true, doesn't having a luck potion mean you're invincible? Her expression became cryptic. Of course not. I once personally witnessed a divine envoy get killed while using a luck potion. Yunshen demanded loudly, What exactly is a divine envoy? How did he die? Douanier answered slowly, Patience. She walked over to stand directly in front of him. To explain the existence of divine envoys, we have to start with the war between the two worlds. Or rather, we have to start with the gods. Yunshen asked, a bit bewildered. The war between two worlds. Wasn't that started and fueled by you? The 72 demon pillars? He couldn't help but wonder, could everything the world tree said be true? Douanier explained, looking at the outcome, that's correct. But most of the demon lords who participated were just aiming to kill more humans, to use them as sacrifices in exchange for greater power. And who they were sacrificing to, I don't need to tell you. She spat the word out. God. His eyes flew open in horror, just as I thought. I've suspected it for a long time. Why use the corpses of your enemies for a sacrifice when there are so many things more valuable than a dead body? Now I see. It was all a setup. Douanier's face darkened slightly as she added quietly. As everyone knows, there are two gods, each ruling over one world. We usually call them the God of Men and the Dark God. These two gods are adversaries, just like our two worlds. Her voice grew heavy. Although the reason is unknown, it's clear the two gods are using the two worlds as a chessboard, and all living things are their pieces. And that includes you and me. We're just pawns in their game. As for the state of the board, you, who can travel between worlds, should know better than anyone. Yunshen was silent for a moment before giving his assessment. The dark world holds an absolute advantage. His thoughts slowly began to form in his mind. From the lowest tier to the highest, the demon race surpasses humanity in both quality and quantity. I'm afraid even the total number of humanity's national guardian generals isn't even half of the 72 demon pillars. He considered the god controlling them. That's right. In a situation like this, the god of men couldn't just sit back and do nothing. He had to find a way to turn the tables. He chose to create divine envoys. From a world we cannot touch, he summoned reinforcements. The more he thought, the more questions he had. Why make it so complicated? Why not just directly help the people in this world? Douanier casually pulled a book from a shelf. It's simple. Because a god's interference in their own world is limited. It's like a domino effect. If they interfere too much or directly aid their native creatures, it could easily cause the rules of the world to collapse. Reinforcements from another world are the only way to avoid this. However, even so, there can't be two of them in existence at the same time. Only when the current divine envoy dies can a new one appear. Yunshen seemed agitated as he yelled, How did those other envoys die? She flipped through the pages of the book, answering slowly. With the infiltration of the dark believers into the human world, plus our secret support, eliminating them wasn't too difficult. Of course, there were other reasons too, like internal conflict among humans or other factors. Compared to them, you're considered one of the longest living divine envoys. His gaze sharpened. What makes you so sure I'm a divine envoy, just because of some luck potion? Suddenly, Douanier's pupils transformed as she activated her soul-reaping eye. If you were asking that question to the other demon lords, you might have fooled them, but not me. In truth, I just need to use a special method to see the greatest difference between you and all other creatures. In her vision were two different figures. It's the second soul that exists inside your body. Unlike a split personality, this presence of two completely distinct souls is unique to divine envoys. Yunshen's face went dark as he shouted, How can you see that? He was shocked, thinking to himself, As far as I know, only the Void and the World Tree can see souls. I never thought Xiaoye was one of them too. A black circle appeared beside Duanye. You know that the soul tracking seal is the bloodline talent of my Duanye demon clan. It allows me to mark a target's soul and hunt them down relentlessly. Thanks to my innate sensitivity to souls, combined with years of research, she continued, a bit proudly, I have evolved this ability. I can not only see souls, but also interfere with them to a certain extent. Duanye's expression was now a little excited. Actually, even without seeing your soul, the luck potion alone is more than enough to conclude that you're a divine envoy. Its effects are so powerful, they don't belong within the limits of this world. Even high-level treasures like the World Breaker Stone fall into that category. You're talking about items that surpass S rank. This world can only create items up to S rank, but the World Breaker Stone can exceed that limit, which is why you using a luck potion for a simple soul contract was such a monumental waste. Yun Shen's expression turned cold. You call turning one of the 72 demon pillars into my slave a waste? I don't think so. She cleared her throat. Immediately after, Yun Shen asked a few more questions. You said the two gods are in a match, and the god of men chose divine envoys? Don't tell me the dark god just let that happen? Duanye frowned. Of course not. When he couldn't prevent it, the dark god chose to imitate it. He created divine envoys for the dark world. Images of various demons appeared as she spoke. This led to a period where a wave of geniuses appeared in the dark world. Memories of ancient battles surfaced. Their growth rate was astonishingly fast. Their power became so terrifying that it even threatened the positions of the 72 demon pillars. We couldn't just let them be. Under their combined assault, they killed anyone who appeared, forcing them to give up information about the divine messengers. After hearing her story, Yun Chen grew suspicious. All 72 demon pillars took part? Duanye stressed, not all of them. Besides me, only those in the top 10 demon pillars knew and participated. She quickly listed some living proof, like the Lord of Devouring from the 2nd pillar, the Demon Lord of Destruction from the 4th pillar, and the Master of Shadows from the 5th pillar. The 6th, 7th, and 9th pillars were also involved. Yun Chen considered this. The ranking of the 72 demon pillars is based on strength, right? You're only ranked at pillar 21. How could you possibly work with them? Duanye boasted proudly, they may be stronger, but none of them can interfere with souls like I can. That's why I was chosen. Yun Chen then pressed on, what about the void demon and the 1st pillar? Inwardly, she wept a little. For a demon, you know nothing. It's truly sad. Despite her thoughts, she still had to explain it to Yun Chen. The 1st pillar vanished many years ago, taking his entire clan with him. No one knows where they are. As for the void demon, he's completely elusive. After dividing up the 72 realms, he disappeared without a trace. Duanye crossed her arms in front of her chest and continued, as long as they don't show up, control of the dark world will forever remain in the hands of the Lord of Devouring, the 2nd pillar. But 4 months ago, the Lord of Devouring suddenly sealed himself away and hasn't come out, which put the attack on the human world on hold. Her words couldn't help but make Yun Chen think. 4 months ago. That's exactly when my master Shai left with his clone. It seems your mission was a success. He posed another question. So all the divine messengers from the dark world have been wiped out? Duanye stepped closer and replied, not exactly. A smart few chose to submit and were sent to the human world to join the battle. After all, their combat strength wasn't half bad. Her expression turned ugly as she remembered. But the strange thing is, after they arrived in the human world, their spirits seemed to be severely damaged, as if they couldn't accept certain truths. Not only did they refuse to kill people, but they even sided with the humans and fought against us, causing a lot of trouble. As Yun Chen took this in, he repeated the words in his head, stunned. Refuse to kill people. Could it be that the divine messengers of the dark world are like me? People who have crossed over from another world? Yun Chen shot to his feet. About those messengers, did you notice anything else strange? Tell me everything. Duanye placed a hand on her chin, thinking for a moment before answering slowly. I don't know about the others. I only met and interacted with a few, because every time we met, I had to work with the Lord of Devouring to eliminate them. Since there was no chance to communicate, I don't know much about them. Her face darkened slightly as she recalled the process. My deepest impression is of the last divine messenger. He was also the strongest. His power was unparalleled. She couldn't stop praising Tianzheng. He also possessed a terrifying immortality. Even if he were turned to ash, he could be reborn in the blink of an eye. Duanye's whole body writhed and trembled at the memory. Every time I think about that fight, I tremble with excitement. It was my greatest battle. You have to understand, he himself was immortal, and on top of that, he used a luck potion to alter reality. You could say he was invincible. Her voice was filled with reverence from the distant memory. Faced with our combined assault, he not only held his own, but he even put the Master of Shadows from the 5th pillar in grave danger. Her words of respect and admiration were endless. If the other top 10 pillars hadn't risked their lives to create an opening for me to shatter his soul, Tianzheng probably would have exhausted us all to death. Then, Duanye began to speak again, slowly. However, before he died, he said some strange things. Tianzheng looked up at the crowd above and screamed, "All of you, listen carefully." He gritted his teeth and roared his declaration. "My real name is Li Tianzheng, and I would never, ever harm a human being. As long as I draw breath, I will exterminate every last one of you demons." Remembering that, Duanye clutched her stomach and howled with laughter. His words were so ridiculous. His soul was shattered by me. He was at a dead end, and he was still thinking about revenge. He had barely finished speaking his curse when the Lord of Devouring destroyed him. Duanye seemed to be enjoying herself, sneering. "If you want to live, you have to ask for my permission first, you idiot." But she completely failed to notice Yun Chen's face, which had grown ice cold. "Kneel." She completely lost control of her body and did as he commanded. Her face twisted in rage as she yelled, "What are you suddenly doing?" Yun Chen's expression was now pitch black. "Nothing. I just don't like the look of you. For the next week, I'll be punishing you, but that's for later. Keep talking about the divine messengers. You killed so many of their reinforcements. Did the god of darkness just let it happen?" Duanye frowned slightly, speaking with a mocking tone. "Oh, my dear master, it seems you've misunderstood what a god is. Their arrogance is far beyond your imagination. These so-called divine messengers, to put it nicely, they're reinforcements. In reality, to a god, they're nothing more than slightly special pawns, or perhaps slightly larger ants." The image of a scale appeared. A battle of wills between two gods, a confrontation between two worlds. How could such a grand plan be decided by one or two pawns? Even a divine messenger is just a tiny piece. Their life or death has no effect on the grand scheme, especially since they couldn't even get past us. So what's the point of these reinforcements? Yun Chen finally understood. So that's how it is. No wonder I'm a divine messenger for the god of humanity, but I was nearly destroyed just for looking at him during a sacrifice. His hand clenched tightly, as if restraining something. Just like the world tree said, in its eyes, I'm just a slightly larger ant whose life or death doesn't matter. Then, a small smile touched Yun Chen's lips, and a strange light entered his eyes as he spoke. An ant is not destined to remain an ant. It can become a beast. The day will come when the gods will pay the price for their arrogance. Seeing this change in him, Duanye was stunned. This guy is not simple. To hear all this and not only not fear the gods, but to even dare to oppose them. Not even many among the 72 demon pillars possess that kind of courage. Just then, the clanking sound of chains echoed as the imprisoning chain hunter and the magic swordsman were infused with power. Immediately, anti-magic chains bound Duanye's body. Yun Chen held one end of the chain and said grimly, "And now, the punishment begins." Time passed by quickly. 3 days later, Kolada had returned. He spoke to himself. "To the noble and beautiful lady Diet Saka, Kolada has finally returned. I wonder if this bombshell will win me your favor?" Kolada glanced behind him, speaking with confusion. "What the hell is this? I was only in the Forbidden Mountain Range for 2 years, and I come back to find the royal city in ruins." He immediately overheard some news from 2 gossip mongers. To this day, I still can't believe it was just a live fire drill. I mean, who holds a drill in the royal city? But since Lord Annihilator said so, everyone just had to believe it. What else could we do? Are we supposed to believe Lord Annihilator actually lost? The more those guys talked, the more the story got twisted. Losing is impossible. I think another theory is more believable. Lately, some of the guards have been guessing that Lord Annihilator was conquered by the Dark Knight King's honey trap tactic. The 2 of them have been in the king's study day and night for the past few days. Those 2 told the story with a mysterious, hushed tone. From time to time, you can even hear Lord Annihilator's strange cries coming from the room. Maybe there really is something going on. I never thought Lord Annihilator would be into that sort of thing. Damn it, what's so good about that scrawny type? Kolada tried to hold it in, but he couldn't take it anymore and finally shouted in fury. "That's absolute nonsense. Lord Annihilator has ruled for nearly 1,000 years and has never had a single male consort. How could she be as depraved as you 2 claim? If you dare spread any more rumors, I'll kill you." Hearing this, the 2 men cried out in panic, "No, please, we were just chatting, don't kill us." As if refusing to believe them, he quickly walked away. Damn it, those foul-mouthed dogs. The study, right? I'll go find Lord Annihilator and get the truth myself. Sure enough, as he got close to the outside of Yunchen Equals is greater than Yunchen's study, he could hear Doanda's strange sounds. Don't touch that. Damn it. I haven't slept in 3 days. It hurts. Alongside it was the man's dry voice. You won't be sleeping tonight either. He stood frozen outside, thinking, asterisk. That's Lord Annihilator's voice, and a strange man's. Asterisk. His expression grew even more bizarre. Asterisk. No way. I must have misheard. Someone must be impersonating Lord Annihilator. Asterisk. A moment later, he immediately knelt on one knee and shouted respectfully, Lord Annihilator, there has been an important discovery in the Forbidden Mountain Range that requires a direct report to you. he thought again. Asterisk seeing is believing. I can't let my imagination run wild because of a few sounds. Asterisk Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen couldn't help but wonder. What is it? Doanda, who was currently being tortured and looked a bit disheveled, replied in confusion. I don't know. I clearly gave orders that no demon was allowed within 1,000 meters of the study. In any case, I'll go out and see. Then, the study door opened. Doanda stepped out, her face unusually flushed. Kalata, how did you get in? Where are the guards? He quickly looked up at her and replied, Forgive me, Lord Annihilator. This matter is truly important. I was in a hurry and recklessly forced my way in. He hadn't meant to look, but once he did, he froze, analyzing the scene. Asterisk. Elevated body temperature, flushed cheeks, sweat, rope marks. A man's voice. Asterisk. Asterisk. Could it be she really? Asterisk. Doanda had zero patience and threw him aside with a wave of her hand. If you have business, bring it up during the day. What's the meaning of this so late at night? Get out. A simple flick of her wrist sent Kalata flying. Lying on the ground, he clutched his left breast in agony and screamed, Lord Annihilator, I've revered you my entire life, willing to dedicate everything to you, but I never thought you'd be the type to be so easily possessed by a man. I never imagined it, never. Kalata's tears fell as his love turned to hate. Asterisk. If that's how it is, then destroy it all. Let everything be destroyed. Asterisk. As soon as she re-entered, Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen asked. He mentioned the Forbidden Mountain Range. Have you sent someone to investigate? It seems he has an important discovery. Doanda casually reached out to close the door. What good is a pile of corpses? Besides the coffin, which is a nice piece, everything else is insignificant. Yun Chen equals is greater than. Yun Chen didn't care anymore and brandished the magic-suppressing chains. Good, then let's continue. After tying her up securely, he began to warn her. Whether it's theft or plunder, you are not to resist, and you are certainly not to escape. I want your skills. After some time, Doanda couldn't help but rage internally. Asterisk. Damn it, too many of my stats have been plundered. The attacks hurt more and more. Asterisk. Asterisk I, one of the great 72 demon pillars, and being beaten like a sandbag. What a humiliation. Asterisk. Finally, as if she couldn't take it anymore, Doanda let out a piercing scream. The greatest humiliation. Yun Chen equals is greater than. Yun Chen stood there without a word. Doanda lay on the ground, panting. Ignoring her, he raised a hand encased in a royal demon armament and marveled, because I've plundered 95% of Little Da's stats. Even if it's only temporary, it's enough to replenish all my spent energy. 7 days and 7 nights, and I'm still full of vigor. Yun Chen equals is greater than. Yun Chen became excited. Similarly, even if the plunder rate were low, this much time would be enough for me to get everything I want. As expected of the 21st pillar, rich reserves, control, damage, support, and wide area skills. She has it all. The variety is rich, and the power is not bad. Skills acquired: annihilating demon statue, shattering crystal, soul-seizing art, and bone-softening flash. He bent down and glanced at her. It's a shame the bloodline talents are outside the scope of plunder and thievery. Otherwise, I would have wanted the soul-chasing seal and the soul-severing scale, too. Doanda managed a difficult, sarcastic laugh. What good is it to take so many of my skills? With that paltry amount of magic power you have, will it even be enough to use them? Don't underestimate the cost of my skills, and don't you dare underestimate my accumulation over the years. He approached her with relish, taunting. Accumulation, huh? Oh, I understand. After all, besides leveling up, the other way to permanently increase stats is by consuming precious items. As a king who has existed for nearly 1,000 years, you must have stockpiled quite a lot of them. Yun Chen equals is greater than. Yun Chen held out his hand, still wearing the royal armament, and made a casual demand. Bring out your entire 1,000-year accumulation, especially the high-grade consumable items that can increase life and magic power. Hand them all over to me. I'm going to devour every last one. Doanda struggled to her feet and replied, Those things have a usage limit. You can only use 5 or 10 of the same type at most. Anything beyond the limit is useless. Otherwise, don't you think I would have eaten them all myself already? He said, slightly annoyed. I know, but with your reserves, you must have accumulated at least a few hundred to 1,000 different types. That's enough to keep me fed for a while. Don't make me say it a second time. She angrily threw a crystal at him. This is all I have here. The rest is in the vault, she cursed silently. Asterisk. Eat it and die, you bastard. Asterisk. Yun Chen equals is greater than. Yun Chen took Doanda's stash and looked at it with delight. You know, if you hadn't mentioned it, I almost would have forgotten. The national treasury of the demon, Doanda, is definitely worth a good plundering. Suddenly, her whole body lit up, her face showing a bit of resignation. The second elder is calling for my magic power. The regular conference of the 72 pillars is about to begin. Damn it. What terrible timing. The Wanda carefully asked, Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen. Can I go? He got up and replied, Go? Of course you can go. A cunning smile crept across his lips. But when Yun Chen stepped up to Duan Ye and declared, I'm going too, it made her grit her teeth in frustration. Huh? One by one, the pillars were transported to the council chamber of the 72. Yun Chen was teleported there in an instant. He took a look at his current form and let out a small sigh. He realized his consciousness was just a projection of magical power sent to the council chamber. Asterisk, so this is how they hold their meetings. Asterisk, he thought to himself, finding the whole thing. Novel. Then his eyes landed on the number carved into his pillar, 72. Yun Chen was at a loss for words. Well, it figures I'd be ranked dead last, but whatever. The pillars nearby immediately erupted into a chaotic clamor. Is that the Black Knight Monarch? What's Timesy Times doing here? This has to be the first time he's ever attended one of these meetings. You've got to be kidding me. They started sneering at Yun Chen. We gave you a chance and you ignored us. What gives you the nerve to show your face now and stick your nose in our business? Who do you think you are? Someone like you? You must have a death wish. We still haven't settled the score for what you did to the Spirit Legion. Get the hell out of here. Faced with such a hostile reception, he decided not to stoop to their level. Don't be so small-minded, he said calmly. It's just a meeting. Besides, we're all just magical projections here. All this talk about fighting and killing. It's pointless, really. He could feel the concentrations of magical power in the projections around him varied greatly. Asterisk, I see. So the ones with weaker concentrations must be fighting in the human world. Asterisk. He did a quick mental calculation. It seemed only about half of the 72 pillar demons were still in the dark world. As he scanned the room, he continued speaking. Oh, and there are 3 empty seats. No wonder I wasn't kicked out immediately. It seems the second pillar, who's in charge, isn't here. At the third pillar, the Lord of Calamitous Change let out a long yawn, looking completely uninterested. Whatever, let's just hurry up and get this pointless meeting over with. I have more interesting things to do. The tyrannical fiend at Pillar 37 roared in anger. Lord of Calamitous Change, with the devouring Lord absent, you're supposed to be making the decisions. But with that attitude, you're completely failing in your duties as the third pillar. The Lord of Calamitous Change just picked his ear, responding with total indifference. And who decided the third pillar has to make decisions for the void demons? I've never heard Times say that. Besides, our clan has already contributed its resources to the war effort. Our duty is done. This just made the tyrannical fiend even more furious. It's not nearly enough. The front lines have stalled. We need you to command the advance, but you just sit around doing nothing. Have you had enough of being lazy? The Lord of Calamitous Change just waved a dismissive hand. What's it got to do with me? I'm sick of this war game. And another thing. He leaned forward, his voice low and menacing. Raise your voice to me again, and I won't hesitate to eliminate you. That threat successfully shut the tyrannical fiend up. He didn't dare say another word. Just then, the alluring empress at the 7th pillar spoke up. Now, let's not get so heated, and we shouldn't hold any grudges. We must embrace each other with love. That's the only way our world will have a future. As she finished, she stuck out her long tongue and licked the corner of her mouth, a hungry look in her eyes. I can sense that the Black Knight Monarch is a very interesting child. I wonder what kind of future he could cultivate. It makes one restless with anticipation, doesn't it? The Lord of Phantoms, sitting proudly nearby, cut in. Drop the promiscuous act. You do well to remember that the Black Knight Monarch is our enemy. Then, the Lord of Phantoms turned his attention to Yun Chen. Black Knight Monarch, what's your purpose here? A declaration of war? A trade? Or are you here to beg for forgiveness? Without waiting for an answer, he turned and taunted Duan Ye. And you, Duan Ye, the Annihilator. I've received reports these past few days that you, the Black Knight Monarch, and the Queen of the Dark Elves have been conducting combat drills times together. What's that all about? Did you cut off your brain along with your hair? You were the one who originally judged him to be human and pushed for the formation of the Spirit Legion. Duan Ye just chuckled in reply. That was just an excuse for me to swallow up the Black Knight Demon Kingdom. Did you really believe it? You're like an idiot. How could a human possibly possess dark magic? Inwardly, she was seething. Besides, this hair of mine was cut off in battle. You want to try it? Yun Chen's voice cut through the tension. Everyone, please, don't be so tense. I just came here to say hello. Seeing you all so healthy and strong, it brings me great satisfaction. Then his voice dropped, laced with mockery. After all, it would be a shame if in a few days you all ended up dying of anger or fright. The Lord of Phantoms' face darkened. What do you mean by that? A bright light enveloped Yun Chen's body. You'll find out soon enough. We're leaving. And just like that, he was gone before anyone could figure out what was happening, leaving the Lord of Phantoms to shout after him in provocation, "You'll pay dearly for this." Yun Chen was teleported away, followed by a surge of dark energy from the Lord of Phantoms. Back in the study, Yun Chen sat on his desk, deep in thought. The 72 pillar demons are no joke, as expected. It's a shame I didn't get to meet the devouring lord. Suddenly, Douanier froze, a look of alarm on her face. Just as he was wondering about the Lord of Phantom's current state, she shouted, "Look out!" A shadowy figure holding a scythe appeared. Douanier instantly recognized the attack of the Lord of Phantoms. The attack manifested like the Grim Reaper himself. Douanier turned and screamed a warning, "Be careful!" Panic flooded her thoughts. Asterisk. Damn it, I never knew the Lord of Phantoms had a move like this. If he dies, I'm going down with him. Asterisk. But Yun Chen remained calm in the face of the scythe, and with a single move, he blocked the attack. The razor-sharp tip of the scythe was stopped cold by his arm. Even so, it was clear that blocking the blow took a massive amount of effort. When he noticed the dark aura starting to spread, Yun Chen raised his other hand and summoned something. The primal sword, the blade of raging flame, came slashing down. Using his fusion skill, he continuously unleashed the Berserker's furious strike. Skill sublimation, forming the ultimate Raging Flame origin fusion. A Raging Flame heaven-shattering fist smashed directly into his opponent's stomach. Instantly, a column of brilliant power shot straight into the sky. The people outside saw the massive shockwave and broke into a commotion. My God, who unleashed that attack? It's terrifying. Look, it's coming from the direction of the king's study. It must be Lady Annihilator. What's going on? Is she fighting the Black Knight Monarch? Should we go check it out? Don't. She's been in a foul mood lately, and she gave strict orders not to approach. Even Lord Kalada was sent flying. If you piss her off, you won't have enough lives to pay for it. Yun Chen looked up at the hole in the ceiling, panting heavily. Asterisk, I secretly stole 95% of Douanier's attributes and added them to my own, and still, a long-range pursuit attack from the Lord of Phantoms shattered the bones in my right arm. Asterisk, he closed his eyes, using his uninjured hand to cast a priest's basic healing art on himself. Asterisk. So this is the power of a top 10 pillar. The difference in strength between him and Little Ye is like heaven and earth. Asterisk. Standing behind him, Douanier was covered in a cold sweat. You could have provoked anyone, but you just had to pick the fifth pillar. Now you're in for it. You never should have attended that meeting in the first place. He glanced over at her. It's fine. Without experiencing a little pain, how can you truly understand your enemy? Knowing yourself and knowing your enemy is the highest strategy. The importance of intelligence can never be underestimated, because the most terrifying thing is the unknown. As I slowly returned to my normal form, I reflected. That last exchange gave me a clearer picture of the top 10 pillars' strength. This journey has also helped me understand more about the remaining demon gods among the 72. Just as I predicted, each one has their own agenda. They're not a unified block at all. Yun Chen equals is greater than. Yun Chen rolled his fists and gave the order. Xiaoye, get ready. It's time for the next step. 10 days later, in the central square of the Douanier Royal City, a massive crowd had gathered, packed tightly together. Lady Dietsat-Ke said she had an important announcement to make, summoning all the lords, nobles, and even the commoners here. After waiting for so long, others grew impatient and spoke out with contempt. But why are the Dark Knight demons and the Dark Elves here too? What right does that bunch have to stand on equal footing with us? Meanwhile, Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen was leisurely snacking, unfazed by the gossip from onlookers. And another thing, on what grounds does the Dark Knight Monarch get to sit in the center? Who the hell does he think he is, to be equal to Lady Dietsat-Ke? Look at his attitude. He doesn't look like he's concerned with matters of state at all. It's obvious he's just here on vacation. This is outrageous. He was chewing on a tentacle from a deadly poison octopus. Eating it permanently increases intelligence by 8 and constitution by 8, while holding a glass of three-headed hound's blood heart, which permanently increases constitution by 10 and strength by 10. The Dark Elf Queen glanced over and reminded him, "Hey, this is an important event after all. Try to maintain some decorum. The people are watching." But in her head, she was thinking, that looks so delicious. It's making my mouth water. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen kept chewing, increasing my strength is the top priority, then looked over at her and said bluntly, "As long as my stomach can hold it, I'll keep eating." He thought to himself, compared to those demon gods who have accumulated power for thousands of years, my stats are still far too low. Without activating the 10,000 Night Wheel of Extinction, forget about the Master of Nether Shadow, even Xiaoye is much stronger than me. Just then, a trembling Baha approached the monarch and asked, "Are you really having me read something so important? What right do I have?" Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen, explained seriously. Baha, you are my trusted confidant and the grand steward of internal affairs. If you're not qualified, who is? Besides, you'll be in charge of mediating conflicts between the clans later on, so it's necessary for them to get familiar with your face. He had already planned this. The management of the Dark Knight Demon Kingdom had been entrusted to Liu Tusi. Baha's entire body was shaking uncontrollably. But in this situation, forget mediating. Baha couldn't even make the announcement because he saw that no one in the crowd below was even paying attention. The people were busy bickering. You Duanye people, what's with the act? I was personally invited here. If it weren't for our monarch, who would even bother coming to this dump? That's right, we Dark Elves only showed up because of our queen. The grievances you caused us in the past, we haven't forgotten. Neither side was willing to back down. You dare come to the Douanier Royal City and talk so big? You got a death wish? If you've got the guts, let's fight one-on-one, to the death. You're the one with the death wish, come on! Who's afraid of who? Suddenly, an immense power erupted. Everyone in the crowd below fell to their knees in agony. They clutched their heads and screamed, "It's terrifying. I can't breathe!" Many were crushed by the pressure, collapsing completely to the ground, feeling as if their bones were about to be pulverized. And the one releasing this terrifying pressure was Douanier. She spoke in an icy voice. "Any more noise, and I'll cut out all of your tongues." Douanier's eyes were like a terrifying vortex of power, ready to pull everything in. Everyone fell silent at once. No one dared to say another word. Only then did Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen look over to Baha and prompt him. "You can start now," he whispered. "Yes." Baha approached the declaration table, his whole body trembling. He finally mustered all his strength to speak. "I, Baha, on behalf of the three monarchs, declare that from this day forward, the three clans of the Dark Douanier, the Dark Knight Demons, and the Dark Elves are officially in an alliance." As the entire populace looked on, his voice echoed. "The three monarchs will hold the supreme decision-making power. From now on, the three clans will share all glory and shame. Resources will be shared without barriers. There will be no discrimination and no internal strife. In addition, new laws will be enacted, promoting equality among the demon clans. Marriage will be freely chosen. Violators will be severely punished. Taxes will be cut in half. More academies will be built. A mandatory 9-year education system will be implemented, and infrastructure will be developed." A commoner couldn't believe his ears. An alliance? Did I hear that right? We're allying with the Dark Knight Demons and the Dark Elves? Oh my god, we'd regret it for the rest of our lives if we didn't latch onto this opportunity. Baha looked down at the paper and continued. "Everything stated above represents the will of the three monarchs. If anyone has additional suggestions, you may propose them. However, whether or not they are accepted will be decided entirely by the three monarchs." From within the dense crowd, a man named Mitsu spoke up seriously. "I cannot accept this." He pointed towards the leaders. "Strength determines everything. The Dark Elf Queen is one thing, but the Dark Knight Monarch is worthy of being equal to Lady Diet Saka." With every word Mitsu spoke, the veins on Douanier's face bulged more prominently. Is this some kind of joke? He only defeated the Demon King and became a monarch through sheer dumb luck. His greatest achievement was just taking down Parati. Therefore, the Dark Knight Monarch's status should only be equal to ours. At most, because of his special status as a demon venerable, he can be half a step higher. Mitsu tilted his head back and looked up, speaking clearly. "The core of this alliance should be us, the Douanier demons. The other two clans can only be our vassals." Hearing this, another person loudly agreed. "That's right, his lordship is absolutely correct. We, the Douanier demons, are ranked 21st. Why should we have to ally with a bunch of worthless trash? An alliance might be fine, but to demand equal status? Are you kidding me? Stop joking around, Lady Diet Saka. Come to your senses." Douanier couldn't take it anymore. She shot to her feet and yelled, "Insolence! Shut your mouths, now!" She whispered to, "Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen. I'm sorry, I didn't discipline them properly. Let me handle this." But he cut her off. No need. His tone was incredibly gentle. A second later, he appeared right next to the man named Mitsu, figuring a good beating would set him straight. In just an instant, Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen had Mitsu by the head. The others were stunned by the sight. A spatial skill. I never thought the Dark Knight Monarch had a move like that. Damn it. Mitsu was ambushed. He lost the initiative. The man he'd grabbed roared in fury, unleashing a powerful killing intent. "You're just a bottom-tier monarch. Don't get so arrogant." Infernal demon transformation. But he was immediately slammed down by the head by Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen, with no chance to counter. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen casually lifted his foot as if nothing had happened. "Looks like you need another lesson." Then he stomped down hard, causing Mitsu to scream out in pain. One stomp wasn't enough. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen stomped on him dozens of times in a row. The onlookers could only stare, mouths agape, completely powerless. This was the true might of the King of the Black Knight. Even a powerhouse like the Demon Lord Mitsu was nothing but a stray dog before him, to be trampled at will. So he really is one of the 72 lords. Mitsu spat out a mouthful of blood, his heart seething with bitter resentment. "My demonic inferno form is supposed to triple my power. How could I still be crushed by the King of the Black Knight? Impossible. This is impossible." Just then, one of the men on the sidelines began to gather his energy. He unleashed a massive blast of chi, aiming it straight for Yun Chen's primordial violet lightning, Yi Guang. He didn't even need to turn his head. He simply raised a hand, effortlessly blocking the attack. The man screamed in disbelief. What? Yun Chen just clenched his fist, and times, poof, asterisk, all of the man's power instantly dissipated into thin air. Yun Chen slowly redirected the attack back at him. The man was struck instantly, flying backward in agony. Arg! He coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. Ugh, he really possesses primordial power. Yun Chen stepped off of Mitsu and asked another demon, "You want a lesson too?" Immediately, the man dropped to his knees, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. "Oh, great king of the Black Knight, please forgive my insolence. As for the alliance, I fully support it. I have no objections whatsoever. The only one who could stand up to him is Lady Annihilator, but she's been completely silent, so I have no other choice." Yun Chen paid him no mind and stood, shouting for all to hear, "All you broken knight demons, listen up. The king of the Black Knight accepts all challengers. Anyone who objects, step forward. I'll give you a chance." A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he scanned the crowd. "But the consequences of challenging me will be far worse than just getting a lesson." All the demon descendants fell silent, their heads bowed. In a world where the strong rule, Yun Chen had used his absolute power to silence the entire demon race. From this day forward, the Broken Knight demons, the Black Knight demons, and the Dark Elves were officially allied. Though historical feuds still simmered between the three clans, the pressure from the harsh laws enacted by the other kings was mounting. They were forced to temporarily set aside their hatred and accept one another, letting time be the only thing that could slowly fill the abyss in their hearts. News of this three-clan alliance sent shockwaves throughout the entire Dark World. The other demon clans felt an immense pressure. Many forces even began withdrawing their armies from the human realm to defend their own territories, hoping to avoid being swallowed up by the new alliance. Under a large, shady umbrella, Midian leisurely rested on a vast, sandy beach, raising her glass and sighing wistfully. "The last time I heard about a purple alliance, I wonder if that was hundreds of years ago. King of the Black Knight, have you truly done something so earth-shattering?" The maids beside her spoke up worriedly. "Your Majesty, this three-clan alliance cannot be taken lightly. Should we recall some of our forces from the front lines?" But Midian remained perfectly relaxed. "Don't be so tense. To threaten any of the top 10 demon pillars, those three clans alone are far from enough." Another maid grew frantic. "That's right, Your Majesty. There is one other thing to report. Someone saw Lu Miaoling and Xiao Yu in the Black Knight Royal City. After some surveillance, we discovered they have a very close relationship with the King of the Black Knight. They've been traveling frequently between the Broken Knight Royal City and the Black Knight Royal City. Instantly, the glass in Midian's hand cracked, so those two have returned." Then she suddenly burst into laughter, looking at the maid. "Why didn't you report this sooner?" The maid averted her eyes, flustered. "You just returned from the front lines, Your Majesty. We wanted to let you rest a little longer." She was immediately kicked away as Midian scolded. "Anything else can wait, but their whereabouts must be reported to me immediately. Your incompetence is infuriating." Then she ordered the other servants to drag the maid away. "Don't even think about seeing me again until you've given birth to 10 half-demon children." The maid was dragged off unwillingly, screaming the whole way. "No, I want to stay by Your Majesty's side." "Please, no, don't." This little incident was nothing more than a brief interlude for Midian. She turned to the remaining maid and asked, "Should we contact the King of the Black Knight to demand Bella and Lu Bella back?" The maid answered timidly, a hint of fear in her voice. "We've already tried, Your Majesty. We even offered to trade territory." But he refused flatly. Another maid from behind boldly voiced her opinion. "Your Majesty, perhaps we should teach that King of the Black Knight a lesson in manners and force him to concede." She casually dismissed the idea. "You're a fool. If we make a scene and attract the attention of the Void Demon, do you really think we'd get out of it alive?" Midian slowly laid out her plan. "If they're traveling frequently between the two royal cities, send a demon lord to ambush them on the road. If they dare to resist, bring me their corpses." The maids standing beside her were stunned, exclaiming in disbelief. "What? Are you serious?" "Your Majesty." "But they are Midian," cut her off and continued. "I will show them absolutely no mercy, even if they are my own daughters." The scene shifts. The Shadow Lord sat in a dark space and spoke. "King of the Black Knight, he's got some skill, surviving a blow from me." He closed his eyes to rest, complaining, "But to think that's all it took to get Annihilator on his side. How foolish." The steward standing beside him bowed respectfully and reported, "Lord Shadow, this King of the Black Knight is far too arrogant. After forming the alliance, he even convinced the Broken Knight demons to stop paying tribute in war resources. Considering the human front, we should eliminate this Black Knight King, but he's in his royal city. Acting too rashly could trigger a large-scale war and alert the Void Demon." The Shadow Lord let out a long sigh. the demon clans could unite before because so many factions were involved. Even if the void was angered, it couldn't punish everyone. But things are different now. The steward raised his voice impatiently. War is the will of the gods. Anything that hinders the war must be destroyed. How strong can the void demon be? Is it stronger than a god? He sat there, calmly calculating. No, not stronger. But there's something you need to understand. The Shadow Lord clarified the situation. The gods cannot capture the void, but the void can kill us. The scene changes to a dreamlike, ethereal space. The dark god declared with confidence, the human realm will be devoured by my world. You can't hold out for much longer. The human god on the opposite side spoke more gently. Only when all the pieces are on the board can we know who's won or lost. Isn't it a bit early to declare victory? The dark god calmly picked up a game piece to continue. Is it? I don't know where you get such confidence. Is it because of that void you sent into my world? He's certainly a nuisance, I'll give him that. But he's not enough to turn the tide. Hearing this, she also picked up a white piece, but the Ashen God wasn't finished. Besides, you broke the rules before and reached into my world just because some pathetic insect angered you. How laughable, she casually retorted. Weren't you the one who overstepped your bounds before, brazenly stealing 2 humans from my world and taking what was rightfully mine? When it comes to breaking the rules, you have no right to criticize me. The Dark God was left speechless and then slowly countered, so what is it? What's your secret piece that will turn the tables? Is it that loyal dog of yours living so comfortably in my world? The human god quickly replied, of course not. He's not even worth as much as a dog. If he dares to betray me, I can erase him at any moment. Crushing the object in his hand to show his resolve, he spoke of the game piece that could change everything. The human god then threw down another piece for this very reason, a white piece, engulfed in a fierce flame. Elsewhere, Xia Qingcheng was relaxing on a sofa, listening to a report. Master, the alliance has been finalized, said the mischievous spirit, Xiao Yu, from the other side of the phantom crystal scope. Although the alliance is outwardly controlled by the 3 kings, the one truly pulling the strings is still Mr. Yun. She clenched her fists happily and praised, good, very good. A successful alliance will put immense pressure on the other demon clans, forcing them to pull back their main forces to defend their territories. This is without a doubt the best chance for humanity to reclaim its land. A thoughtful look appeared in her eyes. This achievement would be enough to make him humanity's most brilliant hero, and humanity is in desperate need of a hero to restore its faith. Seeing how pleased she was, Xiao Yu smiled and held up a sparkling stone to the scope. Master, that's the end of the report. We'll sign off for now. We still have to go to the Evernight Citadel to deliver a gift to Mr. Yun. Xia Qingcheng nodded in agreement. All right, go on and take care of it. After ending the conversation, she stood up, preparing to leave. Qingcheng stepped out onto the balcony, took in the fresh air, and stretched happily, thinking, my disciple has worked so hard, I can't just stay put either. Her gaze drifted to the horizon. It's time to begin. Suddenly, the tranquil space before her turned grim and chaotic. A crimson vortex began to form in the sky, causing everyone to become confused and anxious. What's going on? I don't know. Someone walking through the desert wondered aloud. This pressure, it's unbearable. Is it about to rain? In a snow-covered land, a mountain tribe knelt in prayer. They had finally waited for this moment. Back with a stunned Qingcheng, according to the records, the last time such a celestial phenomenon occurred was 70 years ago, when the game and the world merged into one. And today, a square interface appeared above, making her sigh at the thought that the human world was about to face another major upheaval. The system displayed a message from on high, a notification unlocking the final, mythic-grade version. Even people in the desert could see these words. The people in the cities saw it too. Xiao Yu was still cheerful, exclaiming, I can't believe we collected so much. It seems everyone really treasures Mr. Yun, huh? Lu Miaoling, following behind her, couldn't help but smile too. I was shocked myself. We just had to say it was an offering for their sovereign. The people not only searched with all their might, but they even donated their family heirlooms. She was overjoyed, raising the stone in her hand. It would be amazing if Mr. Yun praised us for this. Then suddenly, the scene before her wiped the smile right off her face. Huh? Down below that high cliff. It looks like there's some kind of dispute going on. Miao Ling shouted in anger. Who would have thought we'd run into a demon lord just passing through? My luck is just the worst. Vera, also annoyed, glared at the 2 people in front of her. We're the ones with bad luck, having to run into a filthy human while we're on a mission. And what's more, this human is unbelievably strong. With only the strength of a 3rd-tier evolution, she can stand against a demon lord like me, and even manage to injure me, not to mention the other high-level demons. In the back, Lucy kept squirming and wiggling around. Sister Miao Ling, come on, let me go. If you just let me help, I can definitely kill them all. Miao Ling snapped, turning her head to yell, Shut up! I don't trust you yet, so don't you dare call me sister. The girl pouted, a little hurt. You're so mean. Sister is bullying me. And so, Miao Ling stepped forward and asked gently, "Hey there, beauty. Can't we negotiate a little? The seducer demon clan isn't skilled in direct combat. If we keep fighting, it'll only lead to mutual harm. You happen to have your own mission, right? So how about we just pretend we never saw each other and we all go our separate ways?" Vera flew forward with a stomp. "Mutual harm?" She waved her hand arrogantly. "Don't flatter yourself. Even if we fight to the end, I might get seriously injured, but you will definitely die." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Stunning, Vera." "I wouldn't be so sure about that," Lu Miaoling called out in a low voice. "With us here, your victory isn't guaranteed." A somewhat battered Miaoling spoke up. "Xiao Yu, Lu Miaoling, what are you two doing here?" The underlings with Vera shouted aggressively. "It's Leo Bella and Elin Bella. We've finally found you. Come back with us now." Her Majesty the Queen has been furious these past few years. Vera's long hair hid her expression. "Leo Bella, Elin Bella, are you really going to side with the humans? You've caused enough trouble for the past 200 years. Hurry back and apologize to Her Majesty the Queen. Maybe she'll even forgive you." Miao Ling thought to herself, confused. The Queen of the Seducer clan. If I remember correctly, that's Queen Mei Yan, one of the 7 demon pillars. Weren't Xiao Yu and Lu Miaoling demon lords of the Dark Knight clan before? What do they have to do with her? And what's more, they seem pretty close with this group of demonesses. Then, she watched in confusion as Xiao Yu and Lu Miaoling stepped forward. What is going on? Are they actually siding with the Seducer clan? But they're supposed to be Master Xia's handmaidens. What are they doing in the Dark Realm? Could it be, did something happen to Master Xia, and they took the chance to escape back here? Pain flickered in the eyes of both Lu Miaoling and Xiao Yu. "Mother Queen, you're still looking for us?" The two sides, with their conflicting loyalties, stood motionless, eyeing each other warily. Hearing this, Miaoling immediately felt uneasy. "Mother Queen, what's this about? Xiao, you and Lu Miaoling are Queen Meian's daughters? This is not good. Compared to me, an outsider, they'll obviously side with their own mother." And indeed, the two sisters clearly became tense and a little hesitant. Vera seized the opportunity to entice them. "All these years, Her Majesty the Queen has missed you dearly. Even when you were captured by humans, she never stopped sending search parties to the front lines to find any trace of you." She gently extended a hand in invitation. "She has already forgiven you. Her love for you is greater than anything else. Please, come home with us." Unexpectedly, Lu Miaoling burst out laughing. "Love? Don't be ridiculous," Xiao Yu added with a cold sigh. "It seems you don't know a thing about that old woman." Even though she always spoke of love, her love was both the deepest and the most fickle, and she understood that woman better than anyone. The Queen Mother was one of the first demons of the Dark World, a symbol of fertility. For her, love for her descendants was paramount, even more important than her own children. The two sisters looked at their opponent, their eyes filled with resolve. "We truly do miss our mother, but if we really went back with you, having 100 million children wouldn't be enough to atone for our sins." Xiao Yu cut in decisively. "That's right. If you want to fight, let's fight. If not, then get lost. Only a fool would follow you." Those words of refusal made Vera click her tongue and grind her teeth in fury. They were just too hard to trick. In the end, she had no choice but to concede and withdraw her forces. "They were lucky this time. The next time we meet, it won't be this easy. Let's go." But even as they flew off, they were still complaining. "What's so bad about having 100 million kids anyway? Doesn't everyone know what we succubi like? So stubborn. What's wrong with a little enjoyment? Why did Her Majesty the Queen have to give birth to 2 daughters like them?" Only after they were all gone did Diolin finally relax, collapsing to the ground. "Humph, it's finally over." Lu Miaoling quickly came over to help bandage her wounds carefully. "Sister Diolin, I heard from Mr. Yoon that you were acting as a spy for the Advent organization. What are you doing here?" she admitted. "Of course, I needed to find him." She slowly explained the urgent reality of the situation. "But the problem is, both the Dark Knight demons and the 3-clan alliance now belong to Yun Shen. I was on my way, but I didn't know whether to look for him in Severed Night King City or Dark Knight King City. I was hesitating between the two when I was ambushed by succubi. Such bad luck." Lu Miaoling forced a smile. "They must have been waiting to ambush us." Then, Diolin suddenly remembered. "Oh, right. Does Yun Shen know who you two really are?" Xiao Yu replied cheerfully. "He's known for a long time. After all, the succubi tried to make a deal with Mr. Yun once, to trade for us, but he didn't pay it any mind." She remembered how he'd been so dismissive back then. "If you want to go back, that's up to you. If you don't, I wouldn't trade you for any amount of territory. You decide for yourselves." Diolin laughed. "That sounds just like Yun Shen's style." Her younger sister suddenly grew curious. "Sister Diolin, what do you need to see him for?" But she didn't answer, instead just summoning an enormous axe. Then, Diolin uttered 2 words that made no sense to them at all. "Tree chopping." The two sisters were once again struck speechless, watching her walk away heroically. It wasn't until the group made it back to the study in Severed Night King City and ran into Duan Ye that she burst out laughing. I heard that a legendary powerhouse, a demon lord from the 72 Pillars, Duan Ye the Annihilator, has fallen so far as to become a servant for my little junior. Ha ha ha. She ground her teeth. He held a piece of special cheese made from magic goat's milk, which permanently increases intelligence by 8 points and constitution by 8 points after eating in one hand, sighing. What's so strange? The three of you gathered in one place is the real rare combination. She immediately dismissed it. What's strange about it? I visit teacher Ha An's place all the time. I knew Xiao Yu and Lu Miaoling long before you did. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yu excitedly presented a treasure. Mister, these are the precious consumable items we collected from the Keye Kingdom. Each one can increase your stat limits. It should be enough to last you for a long time. He smiled and thanked them. You've worked hard. How are things in the kingdom? She quickly praised him. Liu Tu Shi is managing things very well. She even reported excitedly. By the way, there's good news. Perhaps because of that intense battle during the diversion last time, he finally broke through to the Demon Lord level. He was happy to hear it. Not bad. Then he mused. The Dark Knight demons are short on high-level fighters. Liu Tu Shi's breakthrough is definitely good news. Next, he turned to Lucy, who had been sitting there quietly. Guildmaster, it seems you've brought an honored guest with you? He let out a sigh of relief. Looks like the spy mission is finally over. She quickly pinched her cheek and said, almost. Next up is the intelligence exchange. Yun Shen didn't hold back his praise. Guildmaster, I can't believe you were able to face off against a demon lord at only your third advancement. Truly impressive. Diu Lin accepted the compliment proudly. I'm the daughter of the Guardian General, after all. Reaching this level is only natural. Besides, compared to a junior like you, my achievements are still a long way off. At this, he suddenly rubbed his chin. But then again, it's just as I predicted. The upper echelons of the Holy Empire have secretly sided with the Dark World. To be more precise, they're actually pawns that the God of Darkness planted in the human world. Everything Yun Shen mentioned made sense. As for Lucy turning into a fallen angel, that was really just a stage in her transformation into a demon. While this made her stronger, it also meant that the materials Lucy needed for her third advancement could only be found in the Dark World. On top of that, the Advent organization on this side is backed by the Holy Empire. To her, it was no different from her own backyard. There was no reason not to come. Not only that, but Dio Lin also saw one thing clearly. The reason Lucy put on that show with Elgar in the global tournament was to justify her own disappearance. She is the princess of a nation, after all. She couldn't just make up any random excuse to tell her people. She added, now that we have this girl as our prisoner, when we return to the human world, we can easily expose the Holy Empire's false front. Dio Lin suggested, keep Lucy here in the King City. It's not convenient for me to take her with me alone. Why don't you use my war fortress? It can hold living creatures, and there's enough food and water inside to imprison her for 8 or 10 years. We can let her out whenever we need her. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Shen activated it. Ignoring Lucy's screams, I want to stay with my dear sister. No, please don't. Only Xiao Ye was left, fuming. Asterisk. Snap. Asterisk. Useless trash, wasting so much of my effort. That expression didn't escape his notice. You seem pretty upset. I suppose that makes sense. It seems the followers of darkness are connected to you. In that case, the Holy Empire must have quite a bit to do with you as well. Otherwise, Elgar wouldn't have been able to use that lockdown skill back then, which is how he fell into the trap and got dragged into the Dark World. Hearing this, Duan Ye agreed. That's right. Although the one behind it all was the Lord of Devouring, I put a lot of my own heart and soul into that plan back then, both with the followers of darkness and the Holy Empire. She also added, besides, cultivating the pure believers is far more troublesome than cultivating the followers of darkness. After all, the loyalty of the dark believers stems mainly from the overwhelming power of the dark world. You use strength to entice them, then reshape their bodies and minds with dark magic. That's enough to make them loyal to the death. However, that has its limits. The pure believers don't have this factor. The only way is to use brainwashing methods to turn them into fanatics. Her weakness is a rigid mind, and she's a bit weak, but I can manage. She finally smiled, but in the end, this mission was probably given to the Master of Devouring by the God of Darkness. I'm just one of the ones carrying it out. I suppose I've done my part. Just then, Xiao, you spoke up. Well, that's a little strange. Why would the God of Darkness go to all the trouble of subduing the Holy Empire just to create these pure devotees? If the goal was simply to stir up hatred between the demon race and humans, wouldn't it be much simpler and more effective to just have some demons disguise themselves as humans? He happened to be thinking the same thing. Looked at that way, it made sense. There must be races among the demons who are skilled at shapeshifting. After all, shapeshifting skills aren't exactly rare in the human world either. Asterisk, it's just that I don't know how to use them. Asterisk, Yun Shen thought. Then he admitted, we might have fallen into a cognitive blind spot. Yun Shen pointed out the problem directly. Perhaps the gods aren't playing the fair and noble game of chess we always imagined. From all the public information everyone has, we've only ever known that the two gods have always been in opposition. They use the two worlds as their chessboard, and the living beings within them as their pieces to outwit each other. It wasn't just Yun Shen. Everyone had the same question. But in the end, why did they choose to confront each other this way? Wouldn't it be simpler and more decisive to just slaughter each other directly? Could it really be just for their own amusement? If so, isn't that just childish? Based on these deductions, he came to a conclusion. My guess is, it's not that they don't want to fight, it's that they don't dare. Yun Shen could analyze it even further, because neither one could be sure of victory, and even if they won, it would come at a colossal price that neither could bear. From that, he understood. That's why they used this indirect method to slowly eat away at each other's worlds. Yun Shen had long seen through the truth hidden within. The war between the gods wasn't some noble game of chess with clear rules. It's a no-holds-barred, life-or-death struggle with absolutely no limits. The moment they see even a sliver of an opportunity, they will instantly break the rules and go all out to land a fatal blow on their rival. Xiao, you touched her chin, deep in thought. So that's how it is. The god of darkness is using humans to achieve his goals. He doesn't care how many of them die. Lu Miaoling agreed. Compared to using pure-blooded demons, cultivating these pure devotees seems like a much better option. Miaoling was more rational and pragmatic than the other two. This is all just speculation, and all this talk of gods is a bit fantastical, don't you think? But at the very least, right now, the front lines are still littered with the corpses of countless humans. She snapped her fingers and made a proposal. We have to change the situation. Suddenly, an axe longer than she was tall appeared in Miaoling's palm. All we have to do is use this axe to cut down the world tree. The dark world will collapse, and the war will end instantly. Xiao Yu was startled by this bold idea. What, lady? The tree you're talking about? You mean the world tree? Lu Miaoling agreed with her sister. How could that be acceptable? Duanye calmly remarked. It seems your reasoning may not be entirely accurate. If the god of darkness is truly behind the holy faith, why would he issue a divine decree to destroy his own world? Yun Shen was concerned about another issue. So, what does Lucy think about this? Miaoling knew a little about it. She doesn't care. As long as it's a divine decree, she'll carry it out without question. He held out his hand and made a demand. Let me see the axe. Yun Shen was still half convinced, half doubtful. Asterisk, cut down the world tree? With just this thing? Asterisk. She casually tossed the axe to him. No problem. I was planning on giving it to you anyway. I'm a magic type. I don't meet the requirements to use it. The moment Yun Shen caught it, he activated his skills. Skill fusion, skill sublimation, mechanist, structural analysis, and the divine skill, appraisal. Upon activating the Eye of Perfect Perception, a data analysis circle appeared before his eyes. In just an instant, the weapon's information was scanned. Name, Yao, the World Breaker, the Heaven Piercer. Quality, Divine. Race restriction, Human. Class restriction, Warrior, Brawler. There were also more details. Attributes, Strength plus 300, Constitution plus 1000. Effect, each strike increases total strength value by 10%, stacks up to 100 times. This weapon can pierce the world's protective barrier, dealing direct damage to the world tree. Materials, unknown, refined from Earth Thunder Core, bones of 10,000 dragons, annihilation crystal. After processing this data, Yun Shen could no longer underestimate this axe. It was a terrifying weapon, terrifying to the point of being almost unbelievable. A few theories formed in his mind. Furthermore, most of the crafting materials originated from the human world. The Holy Empire must have been responsible for collecting them. But what exactly was this unknown material? He started to grow more curious about it. My Eye of Perfect Perception is the highest level of appraisal skill, and yet, I still can't see through that unknown material. On top of that, this weapon is divine grade. I fear that mysterious material might be related to the gods. Even though Yun Shen knew this axe was special, the task ahead of them was incredibly difficult, so he was still skeptical. But can we really cut down the world tree relying on this alone, plus the so-called Holy Remnant Crusaders? What is the god of darkness really planning with this decree? He decided to stop his train of thought there. Forget it. Endless guessing is pointless. Let's go find the world tree. The group set off together towards the Dark Elf Forest. As they passed through the forest, Yun Shen was hailed by many elves. Whoa, look! It's the Dark Night King. He's our great benefactor. Friendly elves waved at him, looking sharp as always, and wherever he went, crowds of excited elves would appear. Your Majesty, when are you going to marry the Queen? Everyone is waiting. Please hurry up and get together. The union of our two races will surely make us unbelievably strong. Yun Shen felt helpless against them. Asterisk, what are these people thinking? Asterisk, Xiao. You impatiently raised her hand to stop them. That's right. Countless people have a secret crush on our king. Your queen can just get in line. Lu Miaoling teased him with a laugh. Mr. Yun, it seems you're quite popular. He found it perfectly normal. Well, I did help the Dark Elves escape from poverty. It's only natural they'd be grateful. Miao Ling's silence throughout the journey caught Yun Shen's attention. Guild leader, if the Dark World is destroyed, these innocent elves will also die horribly. Besides, the World Tree has helped us so much. We have to find a better way. When she proposed this plan, she already had this intention. If the choice were mine, I'd probably choose to bear all the sin and cut down the World Tree myself. But on the outside, Du Lin acted like everything was normal. In any case, Du already gave it to you. The final decision rests with you, junior brother. On my own, I'm afraid I couldn't even get into this forest. Yun Chen sighed thoughtfully. Honestly, no matter which side wins, it might not be a good thing for humanity. Xiao Yu had another worry. Master Van, this time we're going to find the World Tree, but we didn't bring the Dark Elf Queen. Instead, we brought the Slayer. Is that wise? He acted like it was no big deal. Someone has to hold down the fort. Yun Chen glanced behind him. As for why I brought Xiao Ye along, it's simple. Ever since we made the pact, her performance has been too perfect. Abnormally perfect. No matter how I tried to provoke or test her, Xiao Ye never once fought back. He couldn't trust Xiao Ye as easily as the others did. Not even during the Council of the 72 Pillars, where she clearly had a chance to secretly ask the other demons for help, and I had a contingency plan ready. But right up to the very last second, Xiao Ye didn't do it. Yun Chen had always been speculating about her true motives. There was definitely something more going on, but it absolutely couldn't be loyalty. Xiao Ye must be plotting something. For a creature that's lived for 1,000 years, it wouldn't be strange for her to have a special way of dealing with a soul pact. So, he decided to use this trip. The simplest way was to find someone older, someone with more knowledge, and ask them directly. The figure before him was the one Yun Chen had placed his trust in. The World Tree was obviously the best choice. The ancient tree spoke, its voice old and weathered. Duan Ye, the Slayer, and a human demon. Ha ha ha. Yun Chen, if you've brought them here, they must be trustworthy. Duan Ye did not look pleased. No wonder I couldn't break the Dark Elves' final line of defense back then. So, the ancient tree protecting the forest was the World Tree all along. You hide yourself well. He cut their conversation short and held up the axe. Let's get straight to the point. We got this from the holy believers. Then he raised the axe closer to the ancient tree's line of sight. You can probably tell what this is for. The tree used its roots to wrap around the axe and inspect it. Ah, so that's it. I myself am the root of this world. I cannot be destroyed by materials from the shadow world. That's why the god of shadows used materials from the human world to create this axe. Just by touching and looking at it, the ancient tree understood everything. Even so, this axe is only strong enough to gravely injure me, not kill me. The god of shadows must have created it intentionally as a warning to me. It seems he has discovered something. Then, the tree channeled dark energy into the axe through its roots. Although it was made to be used against me, it would be a shame to let such a fine item go to waste. As the surrounding power dissipated, the axe's appearance had completely changed. Sooner or later, you'll have to return to the human world. And if you want to fight the gods, the help of the World Tree over there will be indispensable. The ancient tree returned it to Yun Chen. If it becomes a complete hound for the gods, you can use this axe to threaten it. Warn it. I have infused this axe with material from the dark world, enough to pose a threat to it. He reached out to take it. Understood. The moment Yun Chen's hand brushed against the ancient tree's root, it immediately sensed something strange. The realization made it break out in a cold sweat. Boy, how long has it been since you last looked at your own soul? Have you not noticed? The ancient tree's stark warning left him stunned. Your soul is already on the brink of destruction? Yun Chen was shocked by the sudden revelation. What? So there's been a figure hanging over me all this time, threatening my very life? Like the sword of Damocles? Xiao, you panicked at the sudden turn of events. What's happening? You're just as confused? And Lu Miaoling doesn't know either. Wait, you can see times a soul? Duan Ye, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, immediately activated her soul-tracking eye. Damn it, I didn't think that old geezer could see souls too. But why is he only saying something now? Could it be he only noticed when he touched Yun Chen? The kind ancient tree gave him a careful warning. Yun Chen, whatever you do not panic. And do not, under any circumstances, do anything to provoke it. Forget everyone else. Even he himself was confused. What on earth is happening? Is the second soul trying to make a move on me? Is it because I failed a few daily quests? No, that can't be. It's probably not that simple. The tree even gave Yun Chen instructions to temporarily delay the problem. It's focusing on you. Absolutely do not look up. Don't let it realize that you know it's there. The ancient tree seemed eager to help him. The situation is dire, but there's still a chance to save it. Don't move. Let me handle this. Duanye watched from a corner, grinding her teeth in frustration. What? That old man has a way to stop the divine servant inside Yun Chen? No, If this continues, it'll ruin all the plans I've worked so hard to set up. It turns out she had already gathered information in this field. The second soul of a divine messenger is typically called a divine servant. Because Yunchen didn't press for details back then, I was able to hide this crucial piece of information. Furthermore, Duan Ye didn't just have a basic understanding, she knew the exact mechanics of that soul. Just as the name implies, a divine servant is a servant of a god. They only follow commands from their god. They exist inside the divine messenger's body, acting as a guide, a monitor, and an executioner. The most terrifying thing about it is its double-edged nature. The moment a divine messenger's development falls short of expectations, or if they show any sign of betraying their god, the divine servant will immediately destroy their soul. A complete wipe. The complexity of the problem didn't end there. Additionally, failing to complete the divine servant's tasks or taking any action that interferes with its existence is also considered defiance against a god. Accumulate enough failures, and you'll be sentenced to destruction. This was how she saw her opportunity to act. But fate did not favor Duan Ye's plan. Unfortunately, even though Yun Chen had failed missions before, it wasn't enough for the divine servant to pass judgment and eliminate him. So, she came up with another, more feasible idea. When that dark practitioner was training him, I would occasionally interfere with the divine servant, just a little, to make it mistakenly believe that Yun Chen was resisting. This would speed up the process of the final judgment. Besides that, Duan Ye had her reasons for devising such a roundabout plan. Due to the constraints of our pact, I can't directly harm Yun Chen, but if he dies, I can't escape either. But the very nature of a soul contract is an unequal bond between two souls. All I have to do is use the god servant to destroy Yun Chen's soul, and the connection will automatically be severed. Then, I'll be free. She gritted her teeth, her brow furrowed, barely able to contain her murderous intent. I've endured for so long, suffered so much to get to this point. I absolutely will not let that old man ruin everything. Duan Ye decided she couldn't hesitate for another second before things got out of hand, no matter how dangerous it was. But now, she had to act. Her ultimate attack shot swiftly toward Yun Chen's divine servant. The attack's target was the very vine restraining the creature's movements. The vine binding the god servant's body instantly shattered into pieces, and it was then that the ancestor tree finally saw clearly. The hidden enemy within Yun Chen's group was none other than Duan Ye. So it was you, playing your dirty tricks. Before the creature could bring its sword down, the old man only had time to shout one thing. Look out! Tu Yu and Du Lin, in perfect sync, rushed forward at the same time, unleashing their own spells. She acted before she could even think. She didn't understand the situation, couldn't even see what was happening, but basically, there was something above her junior brother's head and it was about to strike, right? It wasn't just Du Lin. She cared deeply for him too. Don't you dare touch Mr. Van. Two hands, one cloaked in black magic, one in red, both struck the god's servant's back, intending to stop it. But what happened next left them both stunned, completely blindsided. Huh? Did we miss? Now, nothing stood in the way of the god's servant's merciless blade as it aimed straight for Yun Chen's head. Resistance is a death sentence. In that split second, he suddenly radiated a dangerous, unfathomable aura that soared to the heavens. Just a soul-guarding dog. Yun Chen leaped precisely to the side, grabbed a tree branch, and successfully snatched his life back from the jaws of death. Yun Chen held the slender branch high, but his confident aura was completely overwhelming. Don't get too arrogant. Everyone had assumed there'd be a huge power gap due to the difference in their weapons. And yet, a simple tree branch was actually holding its own against a sword. The battle remained at a relentless stalemate, with neither side showing any weakness. The pressure became so intense that the very space around them began to crack, forming large fissures. Sensing something was wrong, Hu Vo rushed over. Not good. That kid. I gave him a push, after all, but he's acting too rashly. He immediately stomped his foot hard on the ground and gave a command. World, give me roots. Immediately after, a massive, colorful root burst through the earth, surging upwards. Hu Vo enveloped his entire body in power, channeling it into the root through his hand. In an instant, the spot where Hu Vo's figure had just been vanished, as if he had evaporated. There's not much time. I have to make it. Meanwhile, the life-or-death battle between Yun Chen and the god's servant raged on, fiery and tense. Neither had any intention of yielding to the other. The creature suddenly let out a deafening roar to summon more strength. Its next attack was even more powerful than the last. The pressure radiating from their colliding forces placed an invisible burden on their surroundings. More and more dark, gloomy purple tears appeared in the air, a direct result of the powerful blows they exchanged. Tu Long stood frozen in disbelief at the scene before her. Space is shattering. And what's more, it's twisting. The ancestor tree calmly explained the mechanics of it to her. The god's servant's actions are a divine intervention in this world. Naturally, it will disrupt the world's balance. Couple that with Yun Chen fiercely resisting it, and the space here has begun to collapse. The endless battle, with no end in sight, drove Duan Ye into a reckless frenzy. I don't care if it collapses, so what if the world is destroyed? I will never be a slave again. She silently made a decision in her heart. What kind of weapon is that? To be able to counter the god's servant's attack? Damn it. I'll have to risk it all. But how could her actions escape the ancestor tree's notice? He immediately summoned more roots to restrain Duan Ye. Don't even think about causing more chaos. Duolin was growing extremely anxious, knowing that she and the others couldn't intervene or help in Yun Chen's fight. Old man, stop wasting your energy on Duan Ye. I can't directly harm Yun Chen, so hurry up and help him instead. He's clearly fighting something we can't interfere with. But the ancestor tree had no choice but to reveal a regrettable truth. It's not that I don't want to help, it's that I can't. That's part of the reason this fight has dragged on for so long. If he loses, Yun Chen will surely die. But if he wins, the consequences could be even more horrifying. The onlookers still couldn't get even a single step closer to their battle space. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, Duolin screamed, filled with anger and helplessness. Can't lose, but can't win either. Old man, what do you mean? The ancestor tree's way of speaking was as cryptic as ever. This is not something that can be explained quickly. In short, if Yun Chen truly falls into a position of great weakness, I will intervene. I won't let him die, no matter what. With his vast knowledge, he quickly found a way to reassure those worried about Yun Chen. But the ideal situation is exactly this, a stalemate where neither can harm the other. The longer we can draw this out, the better. Yun Chen whipped the branch toward the god's servant at an unbelievable speed. Die! Yun Chen's attack was so fast and precise that the creature couldn't react in time, taking a direct hit to the side of its face. That single blow shattered one side of the god's servant's face like broken glass, and at the same time, shattered the balance between them. The ancestor tree was stunned into silence for a moment. Even Duolin was so shocked she didn't know what expression to make. Even though I can't see anything, it seems my little junior brother is so focused on the fight he can't hear us. Does this mean the situation has turned against us? What do we do now? He remained motionless for only a few seconds before summoning even thicker, larger roots, signaling that the fight had escalated to a new level of tension. What else can be done? Prepare to risk it all. The god's servant, enraged by the unexpected blow, brought its sword down on Yun Chen with tremendous force, and yet, he simply raised the branch and blocked the creature's attack without much effort at all. Suddenly, a font of power burst from the god's servant's body and shot high into the sky, leaving both Yun Chen and the creature itself stunned. The ancestor tree was the first to react, instantly launching his roots toward the power that had just escaped its host. The roots twisted together into a spiral, tightly encircling that manifestation of will. Besides him, no one else at the scene could possibly understand the situation well enough to give directions. Even a little more power would help. Quick! Help me suppress it! Once the divine emissary relays the message back to the god realm and channels the god's power to descend, it will all be over. Miaoling and the others decided they couldn't just sit on the sidelines anymore, so they combined their strength and charged forward. What? You call for backup when you start losing? How pathetic. Each one took their position, forming a stance as solid as a tripod, and the three of them shouted in unison, "No matter what, I have to try and lend a hand." But the moment Xiao Yu got close to the cocoon enveloping the power, a dreadful and uneasy premonition washed over her. Lu Miaoling was the closest, so she was the one who was most affected. It hurt so much. Xiao Yu was hit with a backlash just as severe as hers. Is this a joke? Just a tiny bit of leaked energy is enough to make us vanish? The power of Shenbo was escalating, and finally, it shattered the cocoon that bound it. All that suppressed power erupted outwards like an exploding bomb, severely wounding Xiao Yu, Miaoling, and Lu Miaoling, causing them to cough up blood. With nothing left in its way, the manifestation of will shot straight up into the sky, while the three of them were thrown back, slamming hard into the ground. All of them fell unconscious, their eyes shut tight, their fate unknown. Only Miao Ling, who had been standing farther back than the other two, was hit with slightly less force and managed to struggle out a few words before truly passing out. Are you kidding me? Even the ancestral tree couldn't stop it? With power this terrifying, how could we possibly stop even a fraction of it? He anxiously watched the stream of power shoot upwards, but he was completely powerless to do anything. It's over. It's all over. The lives you and Void have spent so many years preparing. But today, they will all turn to dust. But on the power's path toward the high heavens, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air, blocking its way. Void lifted his leg, preparing to attack, but he didn't forget to offer some encouragement. No, you all did very well, even if you only held out for a few short seconds. After gathering his full strength, he decisively threw a kick straight into the oncoming power, but that was more than enough. The two different auras collided with a powerful, thunderous explosion, and just like that, the stream of power was actually knocked right back to where it came from, Shenbo himself never expected his own power to be turned against him like this. The force slammed straight down into its own main body, making it scream out in agony. Shenbo furiously whipped its head toward the sky. Void! You! How dare you! He landed gently on the ground, looking calm and composed. Kid, there are a lot more things I dare to do. Your master threw me into this world all those years ago. Did he really think I'd just let him get his way? Void pointed directly at him. Yunshin, he's a parasite in your body, so I can't destroy him myself. I'll create a battlefield for you. Finish that thing off, quickly. After he spoke, a crack in space began to spread wider and wider. This was the void-shattering annihilation, the turbulent prison of space-time. Finally, the crack tore open into a massive hole, radiating a mysterious and unpredictable dark energy. Immediately after, it swiftly swallowed both Yunshen and Shenbo into its own separate world. Before everyone's eyes, the pitch-black sphere at the center sealed its gate shut, trapping the two inside. Duanye felt the aura radiating from his position and grew wary. His appearance has changed so much, but this aura, there's no mistaking it. I could never be wrong. It's him, the demon, Void. Miao Ling limped forward, step by step. Junior brother. Xiao Yu, though gravely injured, still tried to drag her exhausted body forward. Mr. Yun, I'll help you. But Void quickly raised a hand to stop their impulsive actions and explained, this is a gateway connected to the turbulent currents of space-time. It can sever all fluctuations and communications. Fighting inside there, not even a god could detect it. Of course, it is also extremely dangerous. With your level of strength, stepping in there would be suicide. He continued to explain in more detail. A second soul without a physical body has no fear of space-time turbulence, but I'm not so sure Yun Shen can handle it. I also need to stay here to maintain the gate, and the ancestral tree has already put down roots in this world. It cannot enter. So if we're asking who can help right now, Void looked directly at Duanye. It can only be you. Your power is sufficient to resist the turbulent flow of space-time. She found his words laughable. Me, go save him? Stop kidding around. If he dies, the soul contract will be broken. I'd be the happiest one here. Void immediately shattered Duanye's fantasy. Unless Yun Shen dies at the hands of the divine emissary. He was even kind enough to remind her how a divine emissary, when executing a target, simultaneously obliterates the soul. That's what you're betting on. But inside the turbulent flow of space-time, there are countless spatial rifts. If Yun Shen is torn to pieces and dies, his body will certainly be destroyed before his soul is. At that moment, because you are bound by the soul contract, you will die along with him. Void laid out the situation and didn't interfere further, leaving Duanye to make her choice. Gamble on how Yun Shen dies, or seize your own destiny. You know what you have to do, don't you? Looked at this way, she only had one choice. Fine, you've convinced me. The ancestral tree gradually loosened the roots that were binding her. Duanye calmly walked towards the gate. But Void, you remember this for me. From this day forward, we owe each other nothing. He crossed his arms and gave a slight smile. That works for me. Everything inside the newly opened turbulent prison of spacetime was as chaotic as a miniature universe. Yun Shen's blows rained down on Tianzheng, making him howl, but he showed no fear and immediately launched a counterattack. Even though he blocked it in time, the force still sent him flying a great distance, crashing into a spatial rift. Yun Shen ignored his tattered clothes and scrapes and quickly got back on his feet. He looked down at him from above and cackled. Void, you really brought me to a wonderful place. Compared to the dark world, defeating Yun Shen here is much easier. He boasted arrogantly. The chaotic flow of space-time is the most dangerous and turbulent region in the universe. At any moment, invisible spatial rifts can randomly appear or suddenly vanish. It doesn't matter if it's a body or a piece of equipment. If it touches a spatial rift, it will be sliced to pieces. The sword in his hand immediately pointed straight at him, and I, as a spirit form, am unaffected. Yun Shen, feel free to try and dodge my attacks. Oh, but if a spatial rift suddenly appears next to you, you'll be torn in two. And yet, Yun Shen, from below, was still able to swing his weapon and land a precise horizontal cut. That is, until more rifts unexpectedly appeared right behind him. They were like bottomless pits, restricting Yun Shen's movement. As time went on, they grew in number, relentlessly cutting across his body. Tianzheng immediately pressed his attack. Can't you put a little more force into it? One wrong move, and your arm will be severed right here. Faced with such arrogance, Yun Chen simply raised his hand and shouted, explosive flame origin fuse. As he pointed, the fireball spell, extreme explosive flame, immediately created a massive explosion aimed right at him. But unfortunately, several rifts appeared out of nowhere, slicing the fireball to pieces. Thanks to them, Thin Chin stood there, completely safe and unscathed. He laughed mockingly and said, Hey, foolish. I never imagined you, Yun Chen, could be this times foolish. With the advantage on his side, Thin Chin grew even more arrogant. You can't possibly imagine just how many spatial rifts there are between us. Your long-range attacks are sliced to bits and obliterated by the spatial rifts before they can even land. Heh. Thien Chin continued to boast loudly, completely unaware of Yun Chen's plan. You can't even see where the spatial rifts are, so you're too scared to even attack. Other than being a living punching bag for me, you have no other choice. In response, Yun Chen silently gathered power in his legs and shot forward. The fact that he just ignored the rifts and charged forward left Thien Chin stunned. What? Are you insane? Thanks to his incredible speed, Yun Chen landed a devastating slash on him. With a chunk of his face gouged out, Thien Chin still couldn't understand. How could you attack without getting hurt? Was it just luck? No, that's not right. You've clearly used up all of your luck potions. Could it be? He suddenly realized the truth. You didn't use that fireball spell to attack me. You just wanted to scout the locations of the spatial rifts along the path. That's why you deliberately threw such a huge spell. He didn't say a word in reply, resolutely grabbing Thien Chin by the throat with his bare hand. Only then did Yun Chen coldly utter, "In the end, you're nothing but a god's hunting dog. Besides hiding in other people's bodies to launch sneak attacks, what else can you do?" He attacked fiercely, holding nothing back. With that little combat experience, relying on a textbook fighting style that's just formulas on paper, you'll never be able to handle the unpredictable changes of a real battle. Right at that moment, a small black hole appeared behind Yun Chen, and from within it, a newly freed Tu Da suddenly emerged. Looks like you're handling him just fine. Guess you don't need me to step in and save the day after all. Pinned down by Yun Chen, Thien Chin, who had shrunken at some point, was struggling weakly. Seeing Thien Chin's condition, he stomped down harder. So that's how it is. You don't have a fatal weakness. You can even survive having your head smashed to pieces. However, the price you pay is that every time you take damage, your body shrinks until it's too small to maintain its existence. And finally, it just fades away. Then, the wooden staff in Yun Chen's hand suddenly transformed. Your life still has some value, so I'll spare it for now. Lush green branches suddenly sprouted from its tip, wrapping around him. Basic skill, Dre's Vine Creeper. Douanier, watching from the side, asked in confusion, "You're not going to kill him? What if it sneaks off to find the god of humanity and cries for help?" Unexpectedly, he just retorted irritably, "Are you telling me how to do my job? Don't forget, there's still a debt between us that hasn't been settled. I'll get back and deal with you later. Anyway, we have to leave first." Before the word leave could even escape his lips, Yun Chen's eyes widened in shock, and Douanier gasped. Ah, the portal that had just brought her here. For some reason, it suddenly dissipated and vanished. In a flash, Yun Chen lunged forward and grabbed Douanier by the throat. "Did you do something to the entrance?" She struggled to say quickly. "How could I? The entrance disappearing doesn't do me any good either." She forced out each word. "Besides, the entrance is controlled by the void demon, Hu Vo. Without his permission, I couldn't have even gotten in." "Fine, if you don't believe me, but are you telling me you don't even trust times him, asterisk?" Yun Chen quickly grasped the key point. "So, you're saying Hu Vo sent you to help? What can you even do?" Douanier quickly knocked his hand away and yelled, "I can do times this asterisk." It turned out she had just saved Yun Chen's arm from a space-time rift that had suddenly appeared. Douanier hastily explained, "I can sense some of the spatial fluctuations as they appear, which lets me predict where they'll form. If I hadn't pushed your arm away just now, you'd be a cripple right now." After hearing this, he frowned, deep in thought, and stared at Thien Chin. Yun Chen then made a decision. "In an environment like this, you're actually very useful. Now I understand why he sent you in here." Afterward, he looked uneasily towards the faint black hole. However, the entrance suddenly vanished. Could it be that something unexpected happened on Hu Vo's end? Yun Chen, inside the chaotic prison of time and space, had no idea that. Outside, 3 minutes earlier, Hu Vo was leaning against a tree, looking up at the sky, deliberately using an axe made from materials of the human world. Ah, so that's it. It wants to forcibly paralyze you. The ancestor tree agreed with her. I think so too. Pulling the entire demon clan to our side right from the start, it was bound to attract too much attention. Hu Vo sighed. "I still feel like it's not enough." Tio Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Is she really the legendary void demon? She looks just like a little girl." Tu Leng replied, "How should I know? Don't ask me. This is my first time meeting her too." Dulin could only force a smile. "At least she seems close with our junior brother. I'm sure she won't give us a hard time." They never expected Hu Vo to reply, "I won't give you a hard time. If Yun Chen brought you here, that means we're already comrades." Everyone was completely stunned. "She heard us. Her hearing is way too sharp." Dulin took the opportunity to ask, "How much longer will he be in there?" Hu Vo shrugged, replying that she wasn't sure. But with Douanier's help, he's not likely to fail. And yet, the sky suddenly darkened, startling her and putting her on alert. "Ah!" Tu Long cried out, trying to stay on her feet. "What is this? A celestial anomaly?" While she was still wondering, she suddenly found her entire body paralyzed, barely able to breathe. Right then, the sight they beheld was a ferocious, swirling crimson vortex. Hu Vo remained standing firm amidst the thick dust. Even though I blocked the connection between the divine messenger and the god, Yun Chen ended up causing too much of a commotion. So much so that it even alerted that troublesome guy, the god of darkness. After that majestic and terrifying entrance, he immediately found the person he was looking for. His beautiful face was quickly replaced by an ugly mask of fury. Hu Vo and the two sisters could only stare wide-eyed, frozen in place. Their bodies were breaking apart. It's because he's angry, and that anger isn't even directed at us. And yet, she could still manage a smile, after all the trouble of meeting an old acquaintance again. Don't be so angry. If you cause this world to collapse, your duel will count as a loss, you know? And what happens to the loser? The only thing left in his eyes was a piercing cold. Die. The tornado engulfing him transformed into a series of long arms. But you'll die before I do. In just an instant, they had stretched out and lunged down at where Hu Vo was standing. That power not only slammed into the ground, but also slashed through the ancient tree, causing him pain. The moment he was trapped by the arms, he smiled and sent a message. Sorry, Yun Chen, I don't have the strength to maintain the gate anymore. The rest. Hu Vo could only entrust his final words to the void. It's all up to you now. Yun Chen, inside the chaotic prison of space-time, suddenly asked, Xiao Ye, do you have another way for us to get back? She replied, I do. But I'm sure you don't want to wait any longer. He immediately voiced his thoughts. The entrance vanished without any warning. That proves Hu Vo must have run into some kind of trouble. From now on, we can only rely on ourselves. Duan Ye suddenly grew curious. So, you're not worried about those other three girls? Yun Chen answered calmly. Hu Vo will protect them, she immediately remarked. You really trust him way too much. Then he retorted, and what good would not trusting him do? If even Hu Vo couldn't handle it, my being there wouldn't have made any difference. And yet, the tiny Tianzheng burst out laughing. Hu Vo will protect you? How ridiculous. Hu Vo is just using you. Only the human god would ever side with a human like you. At that, Yun Chen grabbed him by the ear and lifted him up. Trying to use such a cheap trick to divide us? Looks like you're out of tricks. Do you know why I'm sparing your life? His opponent cried out confidently, Kill me, and the human god will find out everything. You'll definitely be erased. To his surprise, he pointed out the reality of the situation. Hu Vo chose this place as the battlefield precisely to cut you off from the human god. Killing you will leave no consequences. As soon as he finished, Yun Chen added, As for why I'm keeping you alive, it's because I want everything your system possesses. Xiao Ye, standing calmly behind him, was instantly annoyed and thought to herself, This kid, he's got some serious nerve. Among the god's messengers, just being able to sense a god's deputy is already extremely rare, let alone daring to defy and defeat one, and even coveting the resources held by the human god's own deputy. Tianzheng hurriedly shouted, You think that's even possible? Who would have thought he'd then dig his fingers into his face? I seem to remember your name is God's deputy, right? What if I do this? Even with one side of his face being crushed, Tianzheng wasn't afraid. It's no use. I'm just a spirit, a tool. I don't have a divine body, and I don't feel pain. Torture is useless. Besides, I have a proper name. God's deputy is just what they call me. Seizing on this, Yun Chen immediately raised a doubt. A tool couldn't possibly have consciousness like you do. All right, the fact you have a name, that actually surprises me. What is it? He quickly yelled. Don't even think about getting it out of me. I would never betray my god. But it's just a name. Telling you probably won't hurt anything. My name is... Suddenly, Tianzheng's bravado completely vanished. He started to panic. Wait, what is my name? I know I have a name. What is it? His confusion gave him a clue. It seems his name is the breakthrough point, but I have no way of knowing what it is. All right, I'll have to think of another way for now. For him to be so loyal to his god, he must have been promised something. As for what that was, Yun Chen made him an offer. I can create a body for you, give you a real life. I can also give you enough freedom so you don't have to be a hunting dog. Wealth, power, I can give you all of it. He couldn't believe it. You'll give them to me? Don't make me laugh. Tianzheng was even arrogant about it. Furthermore, you've only gotten where you are today thanks to me. Giving me anything should be a matter of course. And now you want to bribe me? Dream on. Without me, you're nothing. Hearing this, Yun Chen found himself in a difficult spot. A body, freedom, money, power. He's not interested in any of it. Is killing him really the only option left? That would be such a waste. This system could still help me a great deal. There has to be another way. Suddenly, the girl who had been silent spoke up. I just remembered. This god's deputy. He looks human, but he seems familiar. It's like, I've seen this face before. He immediately became suspicious. Where have you seen it? But Duanye hesitated. I don't remember clearly. but I'm certain I saw this face on the body of a member of the demon clan. How could he be human? Yunchen quickly repeated every word she had just uttered. Human, demon clan, a spirit. Could it be? Then he asked seriously, Xiao Ye, where did you fight the last god's messenger? She replied, in the human world. That guy betrayed me because he couldn't bring himself to kill people. Just as she was looking confused, Yun Chen started to laugh. So that's how it is. Everything is clear now. So that's it. Seeing him act as if he understood everything, Tianzheng spoke up. What is it you think you know? The answer he received was a gentle smile. You are human. At least, your soul is human. And what's more, you're a human from the same world as me. Yun Chen looked directly at the god servant in his hand and enunciated every single word. Your name is Li Tianzheng. Immediately after, everything fell into absolute silence. Layers of thin, dark red smoke swirled around, dyeing the entire space into a bizarre, suffocating scene. Tianzheng mumbled non-stop, as if reminding himself, Li Tianzheng. My name is Li Tianzheng. Duanye's eyes suddenly widened as she exclaimed in horror. He's Li Tianzheng? The strongest, immortal, and indestructible god's messenger? Impossible. She was absolutely certain. I crushed Li Tianzheng's soul with my own hands, and his body was destroyed by the Lord of Devouring right in front of me. And let's just say, for the sake of argument, that he did come back to life. He should be a messenger for the dark god, so how could he become a servant for the human god? Yun Chen stood there with his arms crossed, his expression cold, and casually retorted, Nothing is impossible. Even you can interfere with souls. Do you think the human god couldn't do the same? He continued. I'm afraid that while you two were fighting, the human god was watching everything. To prevent the human world from collapsing, he couldn't intervene directly. So, he patiently waited for the battle to end. After you left, he collected Li Tianzheng's shattered soul, restored it, and turned him into his tool. Yun Chen's next words caused cold sweat to pour down Duanye's face. When the dark god realized this, he also completely understood that creating more god's messengers was now meaningless. And that's why Li Tianzheng became the final god's messenger of the dark world. She shot a sideways glance at Tianzheng, her lips curling in contempt. The human god went to all that trouble for this pathetic thing? Besides, he doesn't seem very bright. He even forgot his own name. He figured his memory must have been wiped. A god, after all, holds no life sacred, which means it trusts no one either. To me, Li Tianqin's soul is nothing more than a tool, Duanye said coldly. If that's the case, why not just erase his consciousness? Yun Chen spoke up. I can't. I need his consciousness and intellect, he continued. Because all of the system's actions adjust according to my actual circumstances. For example, the system won't give me impossible tasks at my current stage, and the rewards are usually what I need most. Besides, he also has to serve as my executioner. When a special situation arises, he must be able to call on me for help. Yun Chen asserted that none of this could be done without a sufficiently strong consciousness and intellect. She wondered, if that's the case, why did you have to use Li Tianqin's soul? Couldn't you have chosen another human soul? He answered calmly, I'm not sure about that. It might be because his soul and mine come from the same world, so there's no rejection reaction between us. Yun Chen's eyes were fixed on the person before him, his voice full of sincerity. So, your name is Li Tianqin, isn't it? Side with me, and I'll help you find your past. Tianqin trembled, his eyes filled with confusion, and he stammered in reply, No, I don't know. I don't know anything. He screamed in frustration, his voice nearly breaking. Besides, you say you want to find my past. Where would you even look? How can something like that be found? He guessed. A part of his memories from when he was alive might still be stored in his body. Back then, after your fight, where was his corpse taken? Duanye replied nonchalantly, To the shadow world, of course. Were we supposed to leave it for the humans to use as a sacrifice? But after we got there, we just tossed it aside. Yun Chen was shaken, unable to believe what she had just heard. Tossed it aside. Try to remember exactly where you tossed it. Suddenly, his body began to tremble violently, as if countless sharp memory fragments were tearing through his consciousness. His face turned pale, his voice shattered with a mix of rage and panic. Stop. Don't say any more. I want some quiet. Just let me be quiet for a minute. He quickly took out the hidden shelter. Fine. I'll give you time to think. Without a moment's hesitation, Tianqin dove straight inside it. Yun Chen's voice continued. The next time we meet, I hope you can give me an answer. He spoke in a low voice, his eyes darkening. I can't believe my system is actually Li Tianqin. Even though he won't admit it now, if we can find his body, I imagine he'll have to accept his fate. Xiao Ye, I remember you once said there was a way to go back. She gave a faint, mocking smile. Of course. To be blunt, we're not actually that far from the shadow world. Duanye explained, because this chaotic stream of space-time we're in doesn't belong to any world. It's a crack in the universe, between two worlds. Here, time is chaotic and space is undefined. It wouldn't be strange to see anything at all. She explained the method to return to the shadow world. First, you have to find the unstable space connected to it and then break it. This is also the simplest way to travel between worlds. Yun Chen said coldly, break the unstable space. That shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? A thought surfaced in his mind. After all, even Teacher Ha managed to do it 4 years ago. Duanye replied flatly, if we were in the shadow world or the human world, that would be true. She voiced her concern, but this chaotic stream has too many unstable spaces. If we act recklessly, we could very well trigger a large-scale spatial collapse, causing us to be torn apart or thrown into some unknown world. Duanye frowned, her voice lowering. That's why we have to be absolutely sure of our target's direction. Right now, there's a faint aura coming from the shadow world. It's likely leaking from the shadow world's unstable space. Sensing the aura, Yun Chen immediately deployed his skills, the sorcerer's rushing mana and the Qi Master's brocade Qi flow. He closed his eyes slightly, fusing and sublimating his skills. In an instant, at his own summons, Yun Chen felt countless spiritual energies rush in from all directions, surrounding his body. A thought crossed his mind. As expected, I can sense all kinds of auras, not just from the shadow world, but also the human world, and even other unfamiliar worlds. Yun Chen's eyes flew open, a tremor of shock running through him. The scene before her left her stunned. She thought to herself, to be able to sense auras from so far away within this chaotic stream of space-time, I'm not sure anyone from the 72 demon pillars could do that. This kid's been holding back. Just how many more skills does he have? Immediately after, 2 wings burst from his back. Yun Chen bent his knees, launching himself straight into the air and taking off. They weaved through the intertwining spiritual energies, crossing the chaotic stream of space-time, trying to find the most accurate direction. He murmured, it's just like Xiao Ye said. The chaotic stream of space-time is in the universe. You can see so many cosmic wonders. Suddenly, the stream of space-time fractured. A web of cracks spread out in all directions. Immediately after, countless blurry, overlapping images appeared, all intertwined. The scene was so chaotic that even Yun Chen couldn't help but be startled. He hesitated. What is this? Duanye replied coldly. I told you. In the chaotic stream of space-time, time has no order. You don't need to be surprised by anything you see. She explained, these are just isolated phenomena occurring in different spaces and worlds at different times. Even you from the past could appear here, because time leaves its mark on everything. Yun Chen put it simply, it's like different film clips being spliced together. Duanye said calmly, you can think of it that way, but ultimately, they're just images from the past. He was stunned. So that means any event that has ever happened could appear here, she affirmed. That's right, but countless events are constantly happening in every world. Wanting to see one specific scene isn't impossible, but the probability is probably as low as 1 in several trillion. Yun Chen replied, dejected, then that's no different from it being impossible. Suddenly, he shouted, wait a minute. Duanye stopped immediately, asking curiously, what is it? Did you see someone you know? Yun Chen's face went pale, unable to believe what he was seeing. Why? His voice was heavy with worry. Van Duong is here. At that moment, Van Duong was lying motionless, her entire body encased in a sphere of spiritual energy. Yun Chen rushed forward frantically, his voice filled with panic. Van Duong! In that instant, Duanye grabbed his arm, stopping him forcefully. Don't be reckless. There's a current of temporal power surrounding her. It's extremely dangerous. She reassured him gently. Besides, this isn't her real body. Or maybe it's just a temporal afterimage, a phenomenon that has happened to her at some point. Duanye wondered. But the strange thing was that other afterimages usually only last for a few seconds before disappearing, while this one, hers is being continuously maintained. What kind of ability does this human girl even possess to be able to affect the chaotic torrent of space-time itself? He explained that Van Duong was born with a natural affinity for time-based abilities, which made her finally understand. So that's how it is. Time-based powers, even in the Dark Realm, are among the most powerful abilities in existence. Duanye rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. If I'm not mistaken, her physical body once passed directly through the chaotic torrent of space-time, she continued. Of course, the way she got here is different from us. It was probably because her power went berserk, causing the space around her to destabilize and accidentally create a shortcut through the space-time torrent. That's why her temporal afterimage became fixed here. These words from Duanye were like a lightning bolt for Yun Chen. Her power went berserk. A wave of anger and regret washed over him. Damn it, how could I have not thought of something so simple? Yun Chen remembered that the global tournament was broadcast live that year. Van Duong must have been watching the whole thing. And then I just vanished right before the eyes of the entire world. How could Van Duong possibly withstand such a devastating shock? He buried his face in his hands, completely broken. And all these years in the Dark Realm, I just relied on Principal Ye to take care of her, to the point where I didn't even worry about Van Duong. I didn't even know her power had gone berserk. She was alarmed and quickly tried to calm him down. Don't jump to conclusions. What I said is just a theory, because time-based abilities are so rare and mysterious, even more so than spatial ones. Even among the 72 great demon clans, very few possess the power of time. A sense of unease rose in Duanye's mind. If he actually dies, I'll be dragged down with him. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Chen plunged his hand straight into the sphere of spiritual energy. I don't need to guess. I just need to see it with my own eyes. A pain that felt like his arm was being torn apart shot through him, like 1,000 scorching hot knives searing his flesh, piercing deep into his tendons and bones. But Yun Chen refused to let go. He clenched his teeth, trying to endure the agonizing waves of pain. She screamed in terror, "Don't! The power of time cannot be tampered with. Your life force and your lifespan are being drained away." Yun Chen was resolute, his gaze unwavering. Compared to Van Duang's safety, my lifespan is worthless. Ignoring Duanye's pleas, he pushed forward, determined to finish what he started. I have to see the truth. After a struggle, Yun Chen finally managed to grasp Van Duang's hand. In that instant, the sphere immediately unleashed a ferocious torrent of spiritual power, surging in all directions. A blinding light erupted, as if it would tear the very space around them apart. The images from that time appeared before his eyes with crystal clarity. A crowd of people ran chaotically in terror. One man, his eyes wide with panic, urged, "Run! If that power touches you, you'll age instantly!" They ran for their lives, every step trembling, their faces pale with absolute terror. Under the horrifying power, the entire arena was in chaos, like a hurricane was tearing through it. Debris from crumbling buildings exploded, flying everywhere, swept up in a violent spiritual torrent that made space itself feel like it was about to collapse. Van Duong screamed in anguish, her voice choked with tears. "Brother, don't leave me!" Amidst that screaming storm of rubble, two small vortexes suddenly appeared, spinning in parallel in the void. In just a moment, the vortexes vanished. The figures of Naka and Anfuk appeared, a protective glow surrounding them, easily deflecting the pieces of rock that were hurtling aggressively toward them. She cried out in astonishment. "How can this be?" Nyaka stood frozen, her eyes filled with shock. Just her power going berserk is this terrifying? You have to remember, Van Duong is only level 10, and she just completed her class advancement not long ago. He calmly replied, "This is the frightening reality of those with time-based professions." Immediately after, without any hesitation, Enfook quickly took out an item, wanting to help Van Duong return to normal. "We have to wake her up first. The fastest and safest way is to pass through the stream of time power emanating from her and pour this Void Spirit Crystal on her." The item in his hand was an A-rank consumable item, the Void Spirit Crystal. Its effect, when used, is to erase distracting thoughts. It temporarily removes negative emotions like anger, fear, anxiety, and sorrow, forcing the user into a state of calm, with an added sobering effect. Note: one sip and you're wide awake. She didn't hesitate to rush forward, reaching out to grab the Void Spirit Crystal, her voice urgent. "Let me!" And Fook flatly refused. "No. With your level of strength, you'd die of old age before you even got close to Van Duong." With that, he strode straight forward, his gaze determined, showing no sign of fear. "Let me go!" Nyaka screamed in terror. "You can't! Principal Ye! With what little lifespan you have left, how can you withstand this torment? I'll go find other experts who've completed their 4th class advancement to help." He refused. "There's no time. Van Duong is too weak. In less than 5 minutes, she'll be erased by her own power." In an instant, a small whirlwind erupted again, lifting Enfook into the air. Before leaving, he instructed her to take care of everything from now on. She screamed helplessly, tears streaming down her face. As Principal Ye Enfook walked on, he murmured, "Little Van Duong, I was the one who suggested Yun Chen bring you to this place." He continued speaking. "He's not here anymore, but I still have a responsibility to take good care of you." And Fuke smiled gently. "Even though I don't have many years left to live, your future is still filled with infinite possibilities. Trading my life for yours is worth it. I really wanted to see you. To see Yun Chen. To see you two grow up together. You are the most outstanding students I have ever met. I really want to know just how far the two of you can go." And Fuck quickly poured the Void Spirit Crystal onto the little girl. "It's a pity. In the end, I won't be able to see it." At that very moment, Van Duong's entire body began to radiate a dazzling light that slowly expanded, enveloping the entire sphere. Shortly after, the Void Spirit Crystal suddenly split into powerful vortexes of energy that wrapped tightly around Van Duong's body. In an instant, the little girl's eyelids fluttered and slowly opened. As if he had held on just for this very moment, he finally let his whole body go limp, his figure falling backward. Before completely fading away, Enfook managed to utter his last words. "Goodbye, my children." His body gradually shriveled, its form blurring, becoming hard to distinguish. In a flash, Infuk's body had turned to dust, silently dissolving into the air. Witnessing the entire event, Yunchen was overcome with excruciating pain, tears streaming down his face like rain. Principal Ye, I'm sorry. Van Duong, I'm so sorry. Duan Ye stood behind him, momentarily at a loss for words, speaking softly. He then clenched his teeth, trying to suppress the sobs rising in his chest. Yunchen wiped away his tears, his gaze suddenly turning cold and resolute. He gave a firm command. Change of plans. We're heading to the human world. Then, Yunchen quickly activated his ability, a healing superpower. Duan Ye frowned, her voice low. Your vitality can be restored, but the life you've lost can never be reclaimed. In your quest to see the truth, you've been corroded for too long. You've lost at least 20 years of your life. He gave a slight smirk, his expression chillingly nonchalant. I know, but so what? Yun Chen's face darkened as he changed their destination. To the human world. Hearing this, she blurted out in shock. Huh? Duan Ye questioned him. What about our alliance? He answered calmly, his voice unwavering. The Queen of the Dark Elves is guarding it. It should be fine. With the strength of the three-clan alliance, few demon tribes would dare to come near. A cold, murderous glint flashed in Yun Chen's eyes. Don't make me say it a second time. Let's go. With that, he shot off like a bolt of lightning, ignoring her calls from behind. Hey, don't be in such a rush. Duan Ye quickly followed after Yun Chen, not daring to fall a single step behind. At that moment, a breathtakingly fierce obsession rose within him. His only relative was missing, and Headmaster Diep had sacrificed himself for that little girl. How could someone as young as Yun Chen bear it all? Faster, I need to see her, right now. Suddenly, Yun Chen's body was yanked back violently, causing him to stumble and nearly lose his balance. Her hand gripped Yun Chen's shoulder tightly as she roared in fury. I told you to slow down, didn't you hear me? He violently knocked her hand away, killing intent flaring in his eyes as he bellowed, Duan Ye the Destroyer, what the hell do you think you're doing? You think I wouldn't dare kill you? Duan Ye pointed straight at his face, cursing angrily. I should be the one asking you that. If I hadn't pulled you back, you'd be in two pieces right now. Yun Chen froze, only then sensing the danger that had been lurking right behind him. Her voice was cold. I don't care where we go, but from now on, I'll take the lead. You just follow. If you've lived long enough, fine, but I don't want to die yet. Yun Chen clicked his tongue and turned away, his voice full of reluctance. Fine, I get it. Scene change. In the dark world, the forbidden mountain range. Jagged cliffs blocked out the light, making the cave even more grim and dark. A curious demon asked Lord Kalata, what in the world happened? The demon next to him shook his head. I don't know. He's been like this ever since he came back from the royal city of Duan Ye. He's been clinging to that coffin day and night. Who knows what he's planning? Kalata laughed maniacally, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. Go mad. Everyone just go completely mad, he continued. I can feel your desire. You're longing for release, aren't you? Kalata let out a soft sigh, a twisted sense of regret in his breath. But it's a pity. With my current strength, I can only open a small crack like this. He swiped a blade across his wrist, and fresh blood immediately gushed out. I will give you what you desire. He held out his arm, letting the crimson streams flow like a waterfall, falling onto the coffin. You'll definitely break out, won't you? If it's you, you can definitely do it. In an instant, the coffin began to shake violently, emitting deep thudding sounds. He shouted in excitement, Come forth! Kalata's eyes were glued to the coffin, a crazed and triumphant glint in them. Devour everything, slaughter everyone, destroy this rotten world. Immediately, the coffin exploded. The lid shattered into pieces as a crimson spiritual aura shot straight into the sky. Amidst the swirling red mist, a figure slowly emerged. His hoarse voice echoed again, like a final judgment, undefeated, immortal, the war-crazed. Kalata roared with joy, his voice nearly breaking with excitement. Ruperto! The scene unfolding before them terrified the other demons. One of them screamed, The corpse is alive! Another's eyes went wide with shock, his voice trembling. Impossible! The one in front also cried out in a panic. Lord Kalata's gone insane! He dared to open the only coffin that ever showed any movement. Thien Chin's eyes were blank and soulless. His dry lips moved faintly, muttering brokenly, Hungry. Kill. Kalata looked at the being he had just summoned, a chilling thought forming in his mind. This is the great discovery I was going to report to the Destroyer. He calculated silently. This power is enough to help our Duan Ye demon clan rise to a higher rank. We could even break into the top 10 great demon clans. If I can control him, I'll possess a terrifying puppet strong enough to face the 10-pillar gods. Kalata's hands covered his face, his expression sinking into darkness. But I never expected that the Destroyer, that bitch, would be captured by the Shadow Monarch. She is no longer worthy of being my king. In that case, the power I intended to offer her, I'll take it for myself. He declared with conviction. I will use this power to annihilate the Shadow Monarch, seize everything, and make the Destroyer kneel at my feet and pay for what she's done. Dinshin bowed low, begging relentlessly. Kill! Kill! Hungry! He let out a low chuckle, then dug his nails into his own hand, tearing the flesh. Fresh blood began to flow. Hungry, are we? There's a good boy. Crawl before me like a dog. He whispered with false affection. Be obedient. I have what you crave most right here. Fresh blood. Dinshin scrambled to his knees, bowing his head to lick the still warm streaks of blood from the stone floor. Hungry. Hungry. He laughed triumphantly, a sick pleasure gleaming in his eyes. Who would have thought? Even you, the undefeated, immortal legend, would be so weakened, so twisted, like a mindless beast. But don't worry, I, Kalata, will help you. He held out his hand, the spiritual energy in his palm immediately swirling violently. That blood was just an appetizer. I'll use a whole barrel of it to help you recover, Kalata announced. Now, let me carve the soul-tracking seal into the center of your brain. From this day forward, you are my slave, Ruperto. Seeing Dinshin suddenly grab his hand to stop him, he cried out in surprise. Huh? Dinshin said decisively. Wrong. He suddenly stood up and screamed in Kalata's face. I am Dinshin. My name is Dinshin. Not enough. Not enough. Hungry. Kill. He grabbed the other's head, and his spiritual aura instantly erupted, surging violently to envelop the body before him. He uttered a single, bone-chilling word, kill. Kalata was terrified. Hey, what are you doing? I'm the one who saved you. You are my slave. You have to obey me. Stop. Very quickly, his muscular body shriveled and withered. He collapsed to his knees, his voice a dry rasp. Stop. Dinshin looked towards the other demons, drool dripping from his mouth in hunger. Not enough. Not enough. Kill. Immediately after, a blazing red aura erupted, shooting straight towards them without a moment's hesitation. The air was torn apart, accompanied by his hoarse screech, which rang out like a death sentence. Kill! Instantly, fresh blood splattered everywhere. The corpses of the demons lay scattered throughout the cave, piled on top of each other, creating a horrific, blood-soaked scene that would make your skin crawl. Meanwhile, with Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen, it wasn't long before the two of them stopped in front of a flickering, unstable tier in space. Doanda spoke up. We're here. Her eyes were fixed on the distorted space in front of them. I can sense a human aura emanating from this place. This is an unstable space connected to the human world. Breaking it will temporarily open a gate to their world. He frowned, immediately disagreeing. No, that's not right. There are other auras mixed in with it. Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen, gently closed his eyes, relaxing his mind to slowly perceive each fluctuating current. The blue aura was very dense and familiar, filled with the scent of common magic. It was definitely from the human world. Asterisk. But the other two currents are different. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. The yellow one feels strange and dangerous. It's absolutely nothing good. Asterisk. The green aura had a vaguely familiar feel, as if I'd encountered it somewhere before, but at the same time, it felt completely alien. Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen turned to leave without hesitation. This place won't work. We'll find another. Duanda yelled in frustration. I don't get you. Are you in a hurry or not? The entrance is right in front of us and you refuse to go, he replied calmly. The human world is vast. If we happen to enter at a location that's too remote and land in some hidden realm or a monster's lair, there's no telling how long it would take for us to get out. A line of reasoning began to form in his mind. Asterisk, I need to find a landing point with the most familiar aura possible, preferably within the territory of the Huan Long Nation. Asterisk. The thoughts continued to flow through Yunchen equals, is greater than Yunchen's mind. Asterisk. Luckily, the next unstable space isn't far from here, and it's emitting several auras that are familiar to me. It's worth investigating. Asterisk. Just then, as streams of a red aura shot towards them, her face went pale. Duanda slammed to a halt, her body lurching forward from the inertia. He spun around, startled, his voice laced with concern. Hey, what's wrong? She was terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. No, we can't go any further. There's something incredibly dangerous up ahead. Even though it's just a dead thing, we have to change course. Yunchen equals is greater than. Yunchen was stunned. Dangerous? You mean those red auras flying this way? Besides, you're the great 21st pillar, and you're afraid of a dead thing? Doanda wrapped her arms around herself, her body trembling uncontrollably. I don't know, but we can't. We really can't get any closer. We'll die. We'll definitely die. We can't go forward. No matter what, we have to change course. He grabbed her arm tightly, his grip unyielding. Doanda, cut it out. I don't have time to play games with you. The other unstable spaces are too far away. I can barely sense them. With that, Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen, dragged Doanda straight towards the distorted space ahead. Let's go. I have to get back to the human world, back to the Huan nation. Don't make me force you. She struggled with all her might, tears welling in her eyes. We'll die. We'll really die, Duanda screamed in desperation. Please, don't. In the blink of an eye, the two of them appeared inside the space. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon something. Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen froze, crying out in shock. A corpse! He spoke. Its form. It looks like a monkey, but at the same time, it's like nothingness. I can't make out its features. I can't even tell its gender or species. Tioda, do you know what this is? Her face was ashen, and she shook her head frantically in panic. No, I don't know, but I don't know why. Just looking at it. I feel like I can't breathe. I can't move. It's like my blood has frozen solid. Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen stared intently at the woman beside him, a thought surfacing in his mind. Asterisk, huh? This reaction is so familiar. Why does Tioda right now feel just like asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. Just like me, when I saw a god for the first time. Asterisk. But then he immediately dismissed the idea. Asterisk. No, that's not it. There are still some differences. At least her body isn't collapsing like mine did back then. Asterisk. Asterisk. What in the world is this thing whose face I can't see? Asterisk. His eyes suddenly lit up, as if he'd found a clue. Asterisk. Wait a minute. Can't see its face. Paralyzing fear. Collapse. Asterisk. Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen, stroked his chin, lost in thought. Asterisk. Void once told me that the reason I couldn't see his true face was because the gap between our levels of existence was too great. He only took the form of a little naga to make communication easier. Asterisk. The thoughts echoed in his head. Asterisk. And the world tree said that gods stand above all living things, feared by all of creation. But this monster before me seems to have characteristics of both a god and the void. Asterisk. Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen, silently speculated. Asterisk. Which probably means that the existential level of a god is higher than everything else in heaven and earth. Asterisk. Asterisk. I've never met a god directly, so I don't know if they're like void, whose true face can't be seen. If I had to make a bold guess, then perhaps the human god, the shadow god, void, and this monster corpse. Asterisk. His eyes were glued to the divine corpse in front of him. Asterisk. All belong to the same type of life form, or rather, the same race. Asterisk Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen thought to himself. Asterisk. But for some reason, Void has lost its ability to inspire fear in all creation, while this monster here was killed. And the human god and the shadow god are arrogantly controlling two worlds, waging war. Asterisk. He glanced over at Doenda. Asterisk. I've been through the world trees trial. I'm no longer afraid of gods. Asterisk. Asterisk, Tioda, clearly isn't the same. I never expected that even someone as powerful as one of the 72 demon pillars couldn't resist the pressure from a higher level of existence. Asterisk. Suddenly, she reached out and grabbed. Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen's sleeve, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. Can we go now? I really don't want to stay here for another second. Without hesitation, he immediately channeled his spiritual power. With a loud shout from Yunchen, equals is greater than Yunchen, a storage box materialized before them. Asterisk. Good. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. In the end, speculation is just speculation. The most important thing right now is to get back to the human world. I'll keep the corpse for now. Maybe I can study it later and figure something out. Asterisk. Duanda let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen shot a blast of spiritual energy straight at her. Panicked, Duanda swung her arm, knocking it away, and roared in fury. What are you doing? He replied nonchalantly. Nothing. Just running an experiment. A thought crossed his mind. Asterisk. Unlike me back then, Tioda doesn't seem to have any lasting effects that would prevent her from fighting. It makes sense, I guess. After all, she only saw a corpse. She wasn't attacked directly by a god. Asterisk. Then, Yunchen equals is greater than Yunchen launched himself forward, urging her on. Let's go. The scene shifts to the human world. Somewhere in the Huyanlong nation, human bodies are strewn everywhere, the apparent aftermath of a massive battle. Dongko grabbed Ko Queen Thun and lifted her high into the air. Her voice was ice cold. Emperor Dongko. Ko Queen Thun, will never forgive you, he sneered. How ridiculous. Counting all those ancient spirit people under your command, I, the Emperor, have personally cut you down 31 times. I wonder. After this 30-second death, will you be able to revive again? His eyes turned shockingly vicious. A blazing golden spiritual energy erupted around the arm, swirling violently. In an instant, Xia Qingcheng's body was completely obliterated, leaving only sprays of blood arcing through the air. The scene shifts to a deep underground base. The entrance is heavily guarded, and the dim lighting creates a stifling, oppressive atmosphere. Inside, All eyes were fixed on Ching Cheng's form, and every heart seemed to stop. Suddenly, she coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The crimson stained her lips, each drop falling like a cold, grim omen. A man cried out in horror, "General Xia, General!" The woman beside him gasped, a scream caught in her throat. Master Xia Ching Cheng gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. The sacrificial clone was a precious, god-tier item. Once you use one, it's gone forever. Ao Chang swore in frustration. Damn it, we've lost contact with the 30-second clone too. And that clone possessed the full power of the main body. Cold sweat dripped down his pale face. For 3 months now, Master Xia had tried everything she could. Assassination, ambushes, sneak attacks. Not a single attempt on the great Emperor Donggu had succeeded. In other words, Master Xia had been killed by the great Emperor Donggu 32 times. The woman's voice trembled with worry as she spoke. So, what do we do now? If even Master Xia, the strongest person in this base, is no match for him, how can we ever rescue that great lord? The person beside her said in a low voice, "If that lord dies, the morale of the entire Xuanlong kingdom will completely collapse. Miss Jen An, don't be so pessimistic. Dying 32 times wasn't for nothing. I've gradually adapted to his bloodline suppression. The next time we meet, I can at least unleash 70% of my true power. Besides, I still have plenty of treasures I haven't used. If I fight to the death, I'm not so sure I'd lose." Hearing this, the crowd in the base was stunned, and whispers began to spread everywhere. She still has treasures? My god, every time General Xia makes a move, she uses a god-tier artifact, and she still has more? That kind of arsenal is just terrifying. Ching Cheng's voice was cold, dismissed. There's still some time before the final battle. Prepare as much as you can. At the same time, amidst misty, overlapping mountains, a carriage pulled by a group of exotic beasts moved slowly along. Qi gripped the iron bars, his entire body trembling with rage. Every word he spoke was like a sharp blade. "You dogs, you worthless traitors, you scum." He couldn't stop cursing. "A bunch of weaklings who surrendered to the Gu Ling. You're not worthy of being called human." Outside, old Zhang and Guanghui could only lower their heads in the face of Qi's tirade. "A bunch of useless trash. You worthless, damnable traitors." Tu Yuan spoke up. "Pay him no mind. You two are just smart enough to adapt to the times. This world belongs to us, the Gu Ling clan. Submitting to us is the smartest choice you could make." He laughed, pleased with himself. "Our city lord has a particular fondness for beautiful women and strange, exotic beasts. Once we capture those talking beasts and bring them back, your reward will certainly be generous." The two of them replied in unison, "Our thanks, my lord." Qi slammed his fists against the bars, shaking the entire carriage as he roared in fury. "What the hell is this? I'm a human. You're the damn beasts, all of you bastards." An ally quickly tried to calm him down, his voice full of worry. "Stop talking. If you piss off the Gu Ling, you'll get us all punished." Old Zhang nodded in agreement. "That's right. I heard the city lord treats his beasts better than his people. They have someone to feed them on time every day. They've got it better than we do." Guanghui added, "Don't blame us. We just want to make sure our families don't starve." Qi was furious, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. "Traitors don't get a say in this. You have no right to speak." Tu Yuan spun around, his face dark with anger. "Noisy." He immediately drew his sword, his voice as cold as ice. "You've been the only one shouting this whole time. It seems you still need to be taught a lesson." The blade cut through the air, heading straight for Qi's chest. He cried out in pain as fresh blood welled up from the sword's tip. "I'll kill you. I swear, sooner or later I will kill you." Just then, space itself suddenly began to tremble violently. The world seemed to turn upside down. Everyone froze in shock, an indescribable sense of unease rising within them. The man was stunned, his trembling hand pointing forward. "My lord, it looks like something has appeared in the distance. The sound is coming from that direction." In the middle of the vast sky, a pitch-black rift had suddenly appeared. Tu Yuan narrowed his eyes, his voice cold and unwavering. "It could be a new beast. You two, go. Capture it for me." The black rift in the sky continued to expand, waves of cracking, screaming space echoing out. Before long, Yunshen and Duanye shot out from within. He took a deep breath. This familiar air, this familiar feeling, there's no mistaking it. I'm really back in the human world. Then, Yunshen swiftly retracted his wings and landed lightly on the ground. Finally, I don't have to pretend to be part of the demon clan anymore. She waved her hand, coughed lightly, and began to complain. The air is thin, the demonic energy is scarce. It's even hard to breathe. This damned, inferior world. Only pathetic humans could stand it. He frowned, his voice a low threat. "Watch your mouth. Don't forget, I still have a score to settle with you. Change your form immediately. That demon appearance is too inconvenient for getting around." Duanye clicked her tongue in annoyance. "Shh, I know. And you remember this. In this world, I can only use about 70% of my power. Don't expect me to do too much. Yun Shen was surprised. 70%? Duan Ye explained. And that's only because I've adapted to it over many trips. The first time a demon comes to the human world, they can't even use half their power. If your pathetic human world would have been wiped out by us long ago, he sneered. You're just a low-ranking demon under one of the 72 pillars, not to mention a slave to humans. And you dare say such things to me? Duan Ye shot Yun Shen a sharp glare. Tch. Yun Shen gave the orders. I'm very familiar with this area. It's not far from my hometown, Dongyun City. It's a perfect place to rest up. First, we'll go to Dongyun City, then use the teleportation circle there to get to Jiangnan University and find Yun Tang quickly. Suddenly, a trembling voice from behind made him jump. Yun Tianjiao, Yun Shen. Old Zhang couldn't believe his eyes and rushed closer. Is that you, Yun Tianjiao? You're still alive? Yun Shen's voice was cold. Yun Tianjiao? If you're asking if I'm Yun Shen, then yes. Guang Hui's face lit up with a grin. This is great! The brightest star of Dongyun City. The genius who destroyed the dark cultists in the global championship, Yun Shen. He was so happy he was crying. You're really still alive? Guang Hui's expression suddenly changed, his face clouding over as his voice dropped. You escaped to here, didn't you? It's a shame. Dongyun City has fallen. You need to run somewhere else before the Guling clan finds you, Old Zhang argued. Run where? Dongyun is our Yun Tianjiao's home. He must have come back on purpose. All he has to do is surrender to the Guling. With Yun Tianjiao's potential, he'll definitely be treated very well. He froze, his eyes wide with shock. Ancient spirits. The fall. What the hell are you two talking about? I don't understand a single word. They looked surprised and spoke in unison. Van Thun, you really don't know. Van Thun shot back. Know what? They replied sorrowfully. The Xuanlong Nation is nothing but a name now. It has, for all intents and purposes, been destroyed. Those words struck him like lightning. Huh? Van Thun couldn't believe it, exclaiming in shock. What did you just say? The Xuanlong Nation. Time is destroyed? He urgently grabbed old Truong by the shoulders. What in the world happened? What about Jiangnan University? What about Van Dung? The old man stammered in a panic. I don't know what happened at Jiangnan, but it all started a year ago. And so, old Truong began his story. At that time, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, its scale second only to the fusion of the game and the real world 70 years ago. Then, the announcement was made. The world was entering its final version, the mythical version. He recalled the shocked faces of everyone back then and continued. At first, most people were still optimistic. The great army of aberrations was pressing on the borders. Humanity had lost vast territories. This update could be the turning point we needed. With a serious expression, old Truong recounted what he knew to Van Thun, and in reality, it was a turning point. The aberrations suddenly staged a massive retreat back to the dark world. We reclaimed huge amounts of territory with ease. We heard from aberration prisoners captured on the front lines that the retreat had something to do with some alliance of dark sovereigns. Dawanda suddenly seemed to understand something. She looked over at him and spoke up. So, that's what it was. You pushed for the three-clan alliance, not just to protect the demons and the dark elves, but also to force the aberrations to retreat. Van Thun replied calmly, That's right. And the effect was even better than I expected. Suddenly, as if realizing something was off, he said quickly, Wait a minute. Van Thun looked like he was about to jump out of his skin. He asked urgently, What did you just say? The aberrations retreated a year ago? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Old Truong looked him in the eye and affirmed, I'm positive. How could I forget something that important? Van Thun stroked his chin, deep in thought. From what I know, the aberrations began their mass retreat shortly after the three-clan alliance was formed, from the moment I entered the dark elf forest and ran into that time vortex. At most, a week has passed. How could it have been a year? He asked doubtfully. How long has it been since I disappeared during the assembly? Old Truong held his face and shook his head. Let me think. It's been about 2 years and 9 months, I'd say. He was stunned by the answer, saying blankly, 2 years and 9 months? Impossible. I was in the dark world for about a year and 9 months. Even with some discrepancy, it couldn't be that big. Unless? Duanda, standing behind him, answered calmly, Your guess is correct. Inside the time vortex, the flow of time was also chaotic. By the time I got out, a year had already passed on the outside. Van Thun sighed. So, that's how it is. He silently blamed himself. Asterisk, I miscalculated. A lot can happen in a year. Asterisk, pulling himself together, Van Thun continued questioning old Truong about what had happened. And then what? What happened after the aberrations retreated? Why was the Xuanlong Nation destroyed? The old man scratched his head, flustered, and answered awkwardly, Well, I'm just a man of limited means. I don't know the whole picture for a lot of things. Recalling what he could, Old Triung continued. All I know is that after that, huge numbers of ancient spirits suddenly appeared all over the country. They ran rampant, enslaving humans and claiming to be our ancestors. The class holders were completely powerless against them. In just half a year, the Xuanlong nation fell completely into the hands of the ancient spirits. Even Dongyun was renamed Dongyun City. Van Thun was puzzled. A nation that even the aberrations couldn't conquer was so easily taken over by the ancient spirits? Are the ancient spirits even stronger than the aberrations? The old man suddenly shivered. I don't know, but there's one thing I can say for sure, Old Truong said through gritted teeth, his face filled with fear. When facing an ancient spirit, I truly feel a crushing pressure. So intense I can't even lift my head. Under their bloodline suppression, I feel as helpless as a child. Van Thun fell into deep thought. Bloodline suppression from the ancient spirits. The mythical version update. This is definitely connected to that godlike being. But why would he do this? What does he gain from having the ancient spirits appear and enslave humanity? Kwang Hu, who had been standing behind them, stepped forward and whispered in Old Truong's ear. Old Truong, we've been gone too long. What if the ancient spirit lord gets suspicious? Old Truong jumped. You're right! I almost forgot. He quickly bowed to Van Thun and urged him hastily. Van Thien Q, if you're looking for refuge, you should leave now. But if you want to go back to Dongyun City as it's called now, you'd best prepare a gift for the city lord. If the city lord is pleased, not only will he not give you trouble, he might even grant you a minor official post. His eyes sharpened instantly. He glanced at the old man and asked in a low, dark tone, I need to bring a gift to return to my own home? Then what kind of gift should I bring? To his astonishment, Old Trung bluntly pointed at Doan Da behind him and seriously suggested, How about that girl? Her face darkened, killing intent flaring as she tilted her head and asked, I'm times the gift? He seemed completely oblivious to the terrifying atmosphere and continued to earnestly state his foolish idea. That's right. The city lord loves beautiful women and exotic beasts the most. Your handmaiden, from her looks to her figure, is top tier. She's guaranteed to please him. Hearing this, Doan Da's anger erupted. A terrifying power radiated from her as she roared. Are you looking to die? Van Thun raised a hand to stop her. Stand down. He doesn't know who you are. An oppressive force emanated from his gaze, shooting directly towards her as a threat. This isn't the dark world, and the man in front of you isn't an aberration. If you dare kill indiscriminately, I won't spare you. At Van Thun's intervention, Duanda finally calmed down, resentfully withdrawing her power. Old Truong, having witnessed the scene, stammered in fear. He thought in a panic, was that my imagination? I feel like I was just about to be killed. Van Thun waved his hand dismissively. Pay her no mind. Continue telling me about the ancient spirits. Terrified, Old Trung quickly replied, I can't say anymore. There's really no time left. Van Thien Q, are you going to flee or enter the city? I have to hurry. Before he could finish, a voice rang out that made both him and Kwang Hui freeze. Have you said enough? A horse-drawn carriage appeared unexpectedly out of thin air. Du Nguyen sat atop his horse, yawning widely, and reminded them lazily, slacking off is not a good look. Old Trung looked at the person before him and stammered in terror. Lord. Ancient spirit. Van Thun observed the scene and immediately used his appraisal skill on him. Eye of truth, he wondered to himself. Was that an ancient spirit? A system panel assessing the Du Nguyen immediately appeared. Name, Tu Nguyen. Race, ancient spirit. Level, 37 Xuan. Attributes, Strength 317, Constitution 298, Agility 319, Intelligence 301, Stamina 295. Skills, Thunder Flag, Metal Element Condensation. Special skill, Bloodline Suppression B. I made a mental note his base stats were incredibly high, almost 1.5 times that of other rare professionals at the same level. I wasn't sure what the Xuan after his level meant, or what that bloodline suppression skill was. He jumped down from his horse and said, 1 minute. You have exactly 1 minute to explain yourselves. Old Zhang and the other man hurriedly knelt at his feet, begging, My lord, we didn't see any beasts when we got here, only people. Guang Hui, unafraid of stirring up trouble, also kowtowed respectfully and said, The beauty with him is enough to please the city lord. This would be a great contribution for you, my lord, which is why I sided with him. Tu Nguyen gave a friendly smile and asked, Is it possible you wasted time trying to talk him into running away? Old Zhang immediately denied it. No, my lord, of course not. I was really trying to convince him to enter the city. He pleaded desperately, You have to believe me. The moment he finished speaking, a cold blade flashed across Old Zhang's neck. A spray of fresh blood shot into the air as he watched on, his expression cold. This sudden move made Yun Chen's eyes widen in shock. Old Zhang fell limply to the ground in front of everyone. Tu Nguyen calmly wiped his blade as if nothing had happened. He was still smiling as he looked over at Guang Hui and said, "His minute is up. You're next." Terrified, the man dropped to his knees again, his face drained of all color. He stammered, "My lord, I." A murderous glint flashed in Tu Nguyen's eyes. "Your words are so boring." He swung the sword in his hand straight at Guang Hui and commanded, "Go join him in the underworld." A steel-clad hand caught the descending blade with perfect precision. Yun Chen had used a skill to block Tu Nguyen's attack. He looked at him angrily and warned, "You've gone too far." The air fell into a dead silence. Yun Chen held Tu Nguyen's blade in a powerful grip. The force behind the sword made his hand tremble. Yun Chen said grimly, "So this is the power of a bloodline." Looking at the source of his power, he analyzed it seriously. It creates a primal, instinctual fear. I can only exert about a tenth of my true strength. The fact that he couldn't pull his sword free surprised even Tu Nguyen. He thought, asterisk, this kid can actually block one of my strikes head-on without bloodline suppression? Just how strong is his original power? Asterisk. Seeing the commotion up ahead, he couldn't help but frown and wonder, what's going on? Who dares to defy one of the Ling these days? They must have a death wish. Biao, standing behind him, looked puzzled. Wait a minute. That person looks familiar. I think he was in the tournament that day, he exclaimed in surprise. Yun Tianjiao. Yun Chen. That's right, it's him. He hadn't expected it to be him and shouted in astonishment, "My God, Yun Chen is still alive." Liu Zi, locked in a cage on the cart, was also stunned. He tapped the still-shocked He Song on the shoulder and said, "Look, it really is Yun Chen. We fought him back in the freshman exchange tournament. In the individual tournament, you were beaten by him too." He grimly remembered the arrogant, confident words he had once spoken. Even though we look like monsters, he always treated us as human. He never cared about our appearance, only what was inside. Someone like that is the kind of person worth striving to be. He Song looked down at his own miserably wounded body and thought, asterisk, now, caged like an animal, I'm no longer worthy of looking up to him, asterisk. But a wave of determination surged through him. He Song gritted his teeth and told himself firmly, asterisk, he can't end up like me, asterisk. Immediately after, he pointed at Yun Chen and roared, "Run, Yun Chen. With your strength, you definitely can't stop him." The military high command on the front lines has developed ways to fight the ancient spirits. You have to survive and find them. As long as you're alive, you'll eventually get the chance to wipe them all out. This resistance infuriated Tu Nguyen. A murderous aura radiated from him as he snarled in a cold voice, "You're asking to die." He turned his head, cursed, and decisively threw a ball of energy towards He Song. "You talkative freak beast. Golden lightning art." But once again, Yun Chen blocked Tu Nguyen's attack. He grimly grabbed the hand that had just launched the strike and said, "Don't worry, I won't run. I will see this fight to the end." His fingers crushed and twisted by Yun Chen's grip, Tu Nguyen howled in pain and rage. "You deserve to die, you lowly slave." A powerful energy enveloped his sword. It slashed straight towards him. Golden lightning, heavenly ray, slash. Faced with this fury, Yun Chen just calmly raised a hand, enhanced by his own skill, and effortlessly neutralized the attack. What followed was a flurry of wild slashes from Tu Nguyen. As he swung his sword, chasing after the dodging Yun Chen, he hurled threats. "I don't care what status you have among humans, or how strong you are. In my eyes, you're just a pathetic slave. I've killed countless people like you since my awakening." Tu Nguyen leaped into the air, gathering power as he dove towards Yun Chen, saying, "And you're no different from them. After I kill you, I'll make your family my slaves for life." A massive wave of power shot forward from Tu Nguyen. He was so enraged he'd lost all reason, telling himself, asterisk, I'll let them know the consequences of defying the Ling. Asterisk. Seeing the attack, he just narrowed his eyes and frowned slightly. In contrast, He Song screamed a frantic warning. "You can't block that skill head-on. Run, you have to run. At least dodge it." But in the next second, Yun Chen spun around and swung his arm, shattering not only the attack, but also his opponent's sword. The two forces collided, creating a slight tremor in the space around them. Tu Nguyen stared in horror at the broken sword in his hand. Biao and He were so surprised they were speechless. He Song, witnessing what just happened, couldn't help but let out a gasp of astonishment. What? What just happened? He pointed a twisted finger at Yun Chen and screamed in disbelief. He gathered power into his palm, aimed it straight at Tu Nguyen, and said, "Compared to the fear of a god, your bloodline suppression is nothing. I just wonder, when faced with the full power of a human, how much can an ancient spirit like you really take?" A terrifying force shot out like a cannonball. Hit directly by the blast, Tu Nguyen screamed in agony. A few seconds later, his body disintegrated into dust. He asked in a daze. He won? The ancient spirit? I was actually killed? Biao was terrified and skeptical. Killed with a single slap. There isn't even a bone fragment left. Duan Ye glanced over, shooting a contemptuous look in his direction, and asked, "It took you that long to deal with a mid-tier demonic piece of trash?" Yun Chen replied arrogantly, "I wanted to test his skills." He looked down at his transformed arm and explained, "You're a demon descendant, so you probably can't feel it." The bloodline suppression against humans was incredibly strong. It allowed him, with only the power of a second rank, to handle a third rank, even fourth rank class holders. Yun Chen walked step by step towards the carriage, saying, "For humans, this is enough to be considered a world-shattering catastrophe." Facing him, A Bu could only stammer out, "Van Thien Q." An oppressive aura radiated from him, filled with angry questioning. "What are you waiting for? The ancient spirit is dead. Why haven't you opened the cages and released them? Even though that ancient spirit treated them like beasts, you clearly know they're class holders. They're human." The two men fell to their knees in fear. He said helplessly, I'm sorry, we don't dare. If the city lord finds out, we'll definitely be killed." Ahoa cried out, "We still have families in servitude. Not everyone can be like you, unafraid of the ancient spirits." Rage exploded from Yun Chen. He grabbed Abu by the collar and yelled, "Are you kidding me? The city lord isn't here. What is there to be afraid of?" He stammered. I know, but I don't dare." Abu pleaded weakly, "Please, sir, don't make this difficult for us." Another person in the back mustered his courage and said loudly, "We don't have the guts to lie to the city lord. Everything that happened here will be reported truthfully. At the latest, the city lord will send pursuers by tomorrow. Van Thien Q, you should run now." Douanier clicked his tongue in contempt. What a bunch of spineless cowards. I wonder what was done to them to make them this terrified. He let out a breath and explained, "Their fear has soaked into their very bones. Once your knees have bent, it's very hard to stand straight again." Yun Chen waved his hand, slicing the cage door open. Looking at the prisoners, he asked seriously, "And what about you all?" One person replied, "I'm just like them. I was trying to get to East Cloud City." Yun Chen thought that if someone came along, it would be a good way to get a handle on the situation. Lu Tu answered, trembling with fear, I'm sorry, Yun Chen. We were originally refugees from another city. We were captured on the road. We don't dare face the ancient spirits again. We just want to run and survive." Disappointed, he waved his hand in dismissal. "Then all of you, go." Yun Chen silently assessed them. Though they were class holders, their spirit and pride had been completely worn away. They had no will to fight left. A voice rang out, stopping him in his tracks. "No, I'm different from those useless cowards." Hoa Tung, his spirit blazing, made a serious proposal. "Yun Chen, teach me how to resist the bloodline suppression. I want to kill every last ancient spirit with you." Hoa Tung stood defiantly in front of the line of cowering people. He looked at Yun Chen with determination. "Don't worry about those useless ones. Teach me the method to fight the bloodline suppression. I want to slaughter the ancient spirits alongside you." One of the people with a monster bloodline spoke up dejectedly. "Yeah, we're useless. We just want to live. We only left the academy in the first place to seek refuge. We never expected to be captured by the ancient spirits along the way." He scanned the kneeling figures, thinking to himself, "Now that I'm getting a better look, these people seem familiar. I feel like I've seen them somewhere before." Yun Chen's memory clicked, and he suddenly spoke up. "I remember now. You were my opponents in the tournament organized by Liu Tanxin that year. The team from the aberrant race, the ones with monster bloodlines." He looked straight at Hoa Tung and said, "You're Hoa Tung, the one with the black dragon bloodline. You were ruthless." He stomped his foot in frustration, pointing an angry finger at Yun Chen. "It took you long enough. I recognized you the moment I saw you. Now, help me overcome this bloodline suppression, and let's go kill the ancient spirits together." Yun Chen turned his head decisively and said coldly, "I don't have time." Inside, he was already calculating. The danger with Van Duong was still unknown. He had no time to worry about anyone else. Faced with his cold refusal, Hoa Tung cried out desperately, If you don't help me, I'll..." Tears suddenly streamed down his face as he began to tremble. "Yun Chen, you have to know. 70 years ago, the game and reality merged. The players who chose monster races were completely transformed into monsters, possessing their bloodlines, their children, and their children's children. They inherited it. I've always hated my family for it, even though they were so good to me." Hoa Tung thought of his warm family, his voice breaking with pain. "But if they hadn't just randomly chosen a race in a game 70 years ago, I wouldn't have been born looking like a monster, enduring all the prejudice and bullying." Hoa Tung collapsed to his knees, pleading, "But even so, they're still my family. My parents, my grandparents. Are they supposed to just be treated like toys by the ancient spirits, played with until they die like dogs?" He slammed his forehead to the ground in a sincere kowtow. "Yun Chen, I'm not asking you to get revenge for me. I'm just asking you to give me the strength times to get it myself." His face a mess of tears and snot, Hoa Tung screamed with conviction, "I'm willing to pay any price. I'm begging you, please." The air suddenly went still, Faced with his raw sincerity, Yun Chen finally agreed, to Hoa Tung's immense relief. All right, I'll help you. He added a friendly warning. But my method is brutal. You will have to endure a lot of pain. He hastily expressed his gratitude, afraid Yun Chen would change his mind. Thank you. Any method. I can accept any method. He waved his hand at the silent crowd behind them. I'm taking Hoa Tung with me. As for the rest of you, I won't make things difficult. Go wherever you want. Suddenly, a shout cut through the air, grabbing everyone's attention. Wait! Kwang Hu, who had been at the very back, suddenly stood up. Van Thien Q. My name is Kwang Hu. I asked to follow you. The person next to him quickly added, I, Tan Min, also asked to follow you. Kwang Hu's voice was filled with conviction. You saved my life from those ancient spirits. I'd rather sell my life to you than keep being a dog for them. Tan Min spoke up urgently. I have a family, an older brother, but he was crippled by the ancient spirits. He can't take care of himself anymore. He recounted the story, his voice tight with suppressed emotion. To take care of him, I surrendered to the ancient spirits, hoping just to get enough food. Tan Min remembered his brother's fury, how he said he'd rather starve to death than eat anything bought with surrender. He could only say helplessly, but he used to be a guard for East Cloud City. He despises my surrender. To this day, he still can't forgive me. A wave of resentment surged within him, fanning the flames of his anger. Tan Min shouted, Today, for once, I'm going to stand firm. I won't be a coward who surrenders. Van Thien Q, please take me with you. Teach us how to fight back against the ancient spirits. Kwang Hai chimed in, We know East Cloud City like the back of our hands. We can definitely be of use. Seeing their fierce determination, Yun Chen finally agreed to let them come along. He then looked down at the remaining people. All right, and the rest of you? One of the cowards stammered. Sorry, we still want to live. Lu Tu also replied awkwardly, Please, just pretend we're not here. Let us go. Understanding their decision, Yun Chen didn't linger. He gave a decisive wave, signaling for his new group to move out. Let's shift the scene to somewhere in the dark world. Void gasped, struggling to speak, chasing us for 7 days and 7 nights. He's completely insane. If he wasn't afraid of causing too much destruction to the world, he probably still wouldn't have given up. In the gloomy atmosphere, Mulin thought with suspicion, We actually survived. Tu Yu also marveled, My God, what kind of being is Void anyway? Even the Dark God couldn't catch him, and he did it while dragging the 3 of us along. She spoke hesitantly. What about the World Tree? Void, sitting on a stone slab, answered indifferently, He definitely won't die. If he dies, the Dark World goes with him. But getting punished by the Dark God is unavoidable. Mulin stood before him and asked sternly, Why did you save us? If this is about Yun Chen, let me be clear. I will never betray humanity to work for you, you demon. Void shrugged calmly and replied, Who said anything about betrayal? Besides, with your meager strength, you're too weak to even be cannon fodder for me. She gritted her teeth and screamed in anger. Tiu quickly grabbed her wrist and pulled her back, arguing urgently, Miss Lu, he's not wrong. We really are too weak. Tu Yu, accepting her own reality, said, Forget about the demon Void. Even Mr. Van is already far beyond us. If I could, I'd want to fight by his side, not just admire him from behind. Don't you two feel the same way? Hearing those words, the atmosphere immediately froze. Void, as if he understood, quickly responded, So that's how it is. Since you're his companions, I can offer this little bit of help. He raised his hand and said, as if it were a trivial matter, I will give you power, so you can become a real help to Yun Chen. Back with Yun Chen's group, the team was still on the move. He said as he walked, disguising ourselves to return to Dongvan City. I get that. It's safer. After all, Yun Chen looked at the cloak he was wearing, completely puzzled. Hoa Tung and Tuda definitely need to cover up. I mean, one of them looks bizarre, and the other is too beautiful they both attract too much attention. But I don't need to wear this, right? And I even have to cover my face? Hearing this, Tan Min turned around, his eyes shining as he explained, No way. Van Thien Q, you have no idea how influential you are. Forget other places, in Dongvan City alone, you're famous everywhere. He recalled Yun Chen's glorious achievements and recounted with great enthusiasm. In the Global Championship tournament, you defeated the Dark Apostle Anger in front of the entire world, giving hope to so many people. Many started to believe that humans could be strong enough on their own, without relying on demons. Even the Huyen Long Nation's military bestowed upon you the title of Van Thien Kyo. Tun Min was full of admiration. He said with exaggeration, Your old headmaster at the Dongvan Academy even erected a gold-plated statue of you in the city center so people can admire your noble visage at any time. Even 3-year-olds know you are the pride of our Dongvan City. He was rendered speechless with exasperation. The statue, Kwang Hui, standing next to Hu Yet Man, reminded him, Why did you bring up the statue? Tun Min quickly covered his mouth, saying awkwardly, Sorry, it just slipped out. He quickly changed the subject. Kwang Hu turned his head and asked Yun Chen, Van Thien Q, what brings you back to Dongvan City? Are you planning to visit your old home? He answered the question calmly. Just passing through. I want to use the city's teleportation circle to get to Jiangnan University. My little sister, Van Duong, should be there. Immediately after, his expression suddenly changed and he stammered, about that. He ordered impatiently, whatever it is, just say it. Kwang Hai warned him gravely that to prevent humans from escaping, the teleportation circle is heavily guarded by many Kolin people. Furthermore, Jiangnan province has already completely fallen. Even with the powerful professors and headmaster at Jiangnan University, I'm afraid they might not have escaped. Yun Chen suddenly lunged forward, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him up, asking, losing his composure, what did you say? Kwang Hui said hastily, terrified. I don't know the specifics. Maybe the professors led all the students to safety? Just then, Hoa Tung spoke up. Yun Chen, when I was being escorted, I saw the Kolin hunting down a group of professionals. They were fleeing toward Dongvan City. They might have been captured. Among them was one of your teammates from the team tournament that year. He recalled the chase and said, that young Taoist girl who was so impressive, if you can find her, she'll know what happened at Jiangnan University. The group continued on their way. Yun Chen thought seriously, team tournament, young Taoist girl. He silently searched his memory for the necessary details. Yun Chen recalled her performance and thought, it has to be Diep Than Lin, right? So many years have passed. I wonder how my old teammates are doing. Hoa Tung stated his speculation seriously. Before the Kolin appeared, the Demonkin withdrew their forces due to internal strife. The students on the front lines also returned to their academies, so she definitely left Jiangnan University and most likely knows your sister's whereabouts. He frowned and gave a cold command. Pick up the pace. We have to reach Dongvan City before dark. We need to rescue Diep Than Lin first. Scene change to Dongvan Citadel, formerly Dongvan City. Vuong Ni sat leisurely with his legs propped up on a chair, looking at the emaciated survivors next to him as he ordered smugly, work properly, and I'll give your families an extra pound at the end of the month. If not, you know what'll happen. Although the two were starving, faced with his threat, they forced themselves to stand up straight and reply, yes, yes. Vuong Ni saw Yun Chen's group approaching and said with a sinister, amused smile, oh ho, look what we have here, some fat prey. Tun Min looked over at him and began awkwardly. Van Thien Q, do you have any gold or eye-catching artifacts? Lend me one. If we give a little bribe to the Kolin guarding the gate, they'll let us in. Yun Chen just glanced at him coldly and asked, I'm just coming home for a visit. Why would I need his permission to pass? Tun Min replied, troubled, but he stepped forward calmly and declared, let's go. Today, Dongvan City will return to human hands. Seeing Yun Chen's attitude, Vuong Ni angrily cursed, hey kid, where are you punks from? Don't you know the rules in this city? If you want to enter the city, you have to offer a little something to this great Kolin lord right here. Otherwise, you'll end up as slaves. He glanced at the aura radiating from around him, the breath of the myriad manifestations surging. Yun Chen thought, so the golden color is just as I thought. This is the second one already. Before, in the chaotic currents of space-time, the golden aura I sensed, it was from the Kolin. He closed his eyes, using his skill to sense the area around the city. There are 127 golden auras in the city. With just 127 Kolin, they managed to take over the entire city of Dongvan. The magical residue, seeing Yun Chen remain silent, Vuong Ni roared in anger. Kid, I'm talking to you! Are you deaf? Aren't you going to pay your respects? You simply glide past him, as if you can't hear an ant speaking. Duan Ye, walking behind, just smirked, but in the next second, he was engulfed in a burst of flames. Two nearby citizens looked on at the scene in a daze. One of them stammered, what just happened? The other one rushed forward to check the situation, stammering in reply, I don't know. I think it was Lord Guling. After getting a clear look, he screamed in shock. He's been burned to ash. Kwang Hai, at the very back, shot them a warning glance. You two saw nothing. Understand? The man quickly changed his tone, fawning over them. Yes, we understand. The person next to him stared at the backs of Yun Chen's group as they left, speaking with suspicion. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling that tonight everything in East Cloud City is going to change. When they came to their senses, the two were drawn in by the aroma of the pastries on the table. With their stomachs growling, the two of them immediately lunged at the food, fighting over it. The scene shifts to the old city center of East Cloud, where a disturbing sight was unfolding beneath a destroyed statue. A woman, clutching a bag of rice and leading a child, was on her knees, crying and begging Thien Fong, My lord, this much rice isn't enough to last a month. My son is still growing. Please, sir. Just a little more. The old man's face darkened as he asked in a low voice, You dare to ask me for more? Thien Fong immediately flew into a rage, swinging his hand and slapping the woman hard across the face, roaring, You think you're worthy? The force of the blow burst the rice bag, sending its contents scattering everywhere, attracting the eyes of the surrounding crowd. Instantly, the people swarmed like hungry tigers, all of them aiming for that spilled rice. The whole crowd pushed and shoved, with no one giving an inch. They charged forward desperately, trying to find a means of survival. The men who managed to snatch some food rejoiced, while the weak woman could only plead helplessly, her cries in vain. "No, don't take my rice. I'm begging you. Please don't steal it." Thienfong watched the chaos at his feet with a look of amusement, laughing loudly as his voice dripped with contempt. "Human slaves are all just a bunch of pathetic creatures." Hoa Tung gritted his teeth in fury and spat. "Despicable." Duanye also had to remark. Even among the demonkin, very few would treat humans this way. Quang Hui, all too familiar with this, calmly explained, "This is the reality of East Cloud City. The roads and communication stations have been destroyed. The granaries and farmlands are all controlled by the Guling clan. They even want to tear East Cloud down and rebuild it in their own image." Looking at the brief, chaotic scene, he said with a weary tone, "Morality and civilization, those are just products of peacetime. The moment survival is threatened, it all comes crashing down." Glancing at the completely destroyed statue, Quang Hui's voice choked up, "Even the statue that was once a symbol of our glory." Hearing all this, Yun Chen's face went pale. Suddenly, a loud shout snapped him back to reality. "What are you still standing there gawking for? Move it!" The group of people in front of Yun Chen were all chained together, being led away as prisoners. Beside them, a Guling guard was yelling nonstop, "You still think you're some kind of high and mighty professional, huh? You want me to break your legs?" He scanned the group, thinking to himself, "What is this now? I don't know if it's my imagination, but someone in that group looks really familiar." Tan Min, seeing his confusion, quickly answered, "They're just a few professionals who refuse to submit. I used to be one of them." Observing the gloomy atmosphere surrounding the group, he couldn't help but say with resentment, "After they took East Cloud, the Guling clan locked up any stubborn ones who had some value. Besides the daily torture, they're occasionally paraded through the streets like this, just to crush their dignity and force them to submit." Lu Nguyen, in the crowd of prisoners, suddenly turned her head and looked, exclaiming in shock, It's him." She stared straight at Yun Chen, thinking she couldn't be mistaken. "I am absolutely not mistaken, because I've known him for years. Ever since he became the top student in the province, I've always followed him." Lu Nguyen remembered her past arrogance. Even when he became famous from the global tournament, she had felt proud, using their acquaintance to show off everywhere in the past. She puffed out her chest, head held high, and said arrogantly, "I went to high school with Yun Chen. The reason he's so strong now is, in no small part, thanks to me being his training partner. I know him. He's definitely not dead. He'll be back sooner or later." Yun Chen's autograph? Easy. When he gets back, I'll get it for you. Now, an expression of utter disbelief appeared on Lu Nguyen's face. She thought to herself, "To you, I might just be an insignificant passerby, but you were always the glory and pride in my heart." Looking at Yun Chen's currently unharmed appearance, a series of suspicions flashed through Lu Nguyen's mind. Why is he so calm? Why are there no signs of starvation or torture? How can he just be standing there? He's not even being watched or treated like an enemy by the Guling clan. There's only one possible answer. Her eyes became bloodshot as she screamed in a rage. "Traitor! Yun Chen! You traitor who surrendered to the Guling clan! You goddamn traitor!" In the ruined space, the people working hard were suddenly drawn by Lu Nguyen's screams. "Traitor Yun Chen! You're a goddamn traitor who deserves to die!" A man carrying a steel bar on his shoulder turned in shock and asked, "Yun Chen? You mean the Van the Prodigy from back then?" Another person exclaimed in disbelief, "He's still alive?" Despair echoed in every word. If even he times surrendered to the Guling clan, what hope is there left for us humans? Only now did Yun Chen remember who the person in front of him was. He thought, "I remember now. That guy was a classmate of mine at the East Cloud Academy. He was so smug that year when he changed his class to a mage. Looks like he's got the wrong idea." Lu Nguyen, having lost control, continued to scream. "Anyone else could have, but not you, Yun Chen. You were never supposed to surrender. I'll kill you even if it costs me my life." Lam Yu ran up from behind, decisively slamming her elbow into Lu Wen, pinning her to the ground as she demanded, "Lu Wen, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" she said angrily. "You're not the only one who knows Yun Chen. Back in the day, I was his #1 fan. I was the first one here to recognize him." Lam Nu grabbed Lu Wen by the hair, forcing her to look up as she commanded, "Now, you take a good, hard look." Observing his unchanged expression, she explained calmly, "Even when he looks at the Guling clan, there isn't a single trace of respect or submission in his eyes. It's very likely he came here from a sector that hasn't fallen yet or from a distant military front line." Lam Nu got off her, continuing patiently, "If he really is an operative sent by the military to support us from within, or if he's on some kind of secret mission, what you're doing right now could get him killed." Hearing this, Lu Nguyen began to stammer in fear. Then, I've made a terrible mistake. Thien Fong appeared out of nowhere, picking his ear as he said arrogantly, Yun Chen, you mean that Van the Prodigy or whatever? What a joke. A lowly slave like him is worthy of being called a prodigy? If that little punk dares show his face in East Cloud City, I'll slap him dead with one blow. Kill him, and the city lord will be very pleased. Yan Wen grabbed her by the head, yanked it up again, and asked with a dangerous smile, which one is Yun Chen? You seem to hate him a lot. Go ahead, tell me. I might be able to reduce your sentence. Maybe even set you free. Liu Yuan didn't hesitate to turn her head and spit right in his face, cursing, Freedom, my ass. You actually believe the nonsense I was spouting earlier? Yun Chen disappeared 3 years ago. How could he possibly be in Dongvan City? Admiring her handiwork, she gloated. And even if he really did show up, there's no way in hell I'd tell a stupid ghoulie like you. Yan Wen, seething with rage, lunged straight for Liu Yuan, screaming, You got a death wish? But before his hand could even touch her, a flame shot out from nowhere and erupted violently. The fire quickly engulfed Yan Wen's entire body, leaving him to do nothing but scream in agony. The two subordinates standing behind him stared at the scene, exclaiming in shock, What's happening? The one next to him, just as stunned, said, That fire is terrifying. There's a power hidden inside it that I can't even begin to comprehend. Then both of them yelled in unison, Enemy attack! Yun Chen, losing his patience, threw the mask from his face and tossed his cloak aside. He spoke, clearly annoyed. Disguises. Hiding. I guess none of that is necessary anymore. Wiping out all the ghoulie will solve everything. Liu Yuan exclaimed with pure adoration. My God, he's as strong as he ever was. Lin Ru was so moved she started to cry, marveling, It's exactly like that year. Like he's invincible. Thien Fong's subordinates erupted into chaos, with one of them declaring, That kid looks exactly like the statue before it was destroyed. It really is, Yun Chen. Another, calmer one turned his head and gave an order. It's fine. That fire was just a cowardly, cheap shot. As long as he's human, he'll be crushed under our bloodline suppression. Yun Chen casually issued a command, as if it were nothing. Bai Huasong, Triu Kwang Hui, Ton Min, go kill them all. Hoa Tung, who had been holding back, was the first to charge forward, letting out a joyful roar. He laughed loudly and said, I've been waiting for you to say that for a long time. Kwang Hui, standing behind him, stammered in fear. We're going up? Ton Min said, terrified. We can't, Yun Chen. If we can't overcome the bloodline suppression, we'll just be walking to our deaths. Yun Chen shot them a cold, warning glance. If you don't even have the courage to raise your weapons, then don't ever dream of fighting back against the ghoulie. The only end for you will be to live the rest of your lives in fear. Instantly, their fighting spirits surged. Kwang Hui let out a curse. Damn it! Ton Min also summoned all his courage and said, Understood. He brandished his sword and charged, shouting, I'm a second advancement risk-taker, a frenzied swordsman. What is there to be afraid of? He charged right behind him, yelling, Let's do this. Huitung attacked with blistering momentum, unleashing the Black Dragon's breath, a sphere of dark energy that shot towards Thien Fong. The old man just watched it calmly as it flew toward him. With a gentle wave of his hand, Thien Fong easily dispersed the attack. He said contemptuously, What an audacious beast, daring to rebel with such a pathetic little trick. Hoa Tung snarled in fury. You're a second advancement piece of trash who's putting on airs. If it weren't for this damn bloodline suppression, I could crush you with a single finger. Thien Fong just calmly questioned, Oh, really? With startling speed, he had somehow already circled behind him. Thien Fong raised his mace and said with amusement, Too bad for you. I times do times have it. Smashing your head in and offering your corpse to the city lord wouldn't be a bad idea. Hoa Tung couldn't react in time. All he could do was stand frozen, staring behind him, thinking, I'm done for. Just then, a dark shadow shot forward and blocked the attack, saving his life. Hoa Tung looked at the shadow hovering in the air and exclaimed with joy, Yun Chen's clone. Seeing the backup behind him, his confidence soared. Hoa Tung understood and said, So that's how it is. Yun Chen's trying to keep us from dying, so that I can fight with my full strength. With this newfound confidence, he once again charged toward Thien Fong and declared loudly, In that case, I won't hold back anymore. Let's go. Looking at the chaotic battle before him, Yun Chen calculated to himself, The best way to overcome fear is to fight it. That's true even for instinctual fear. Watching the group fighting with all their might, he couldn't help but recall his own past. Back then, I couldn't fight against the fear of the divine. It was because the enemy was too strong. So strong that fighting was impossible. But the situation now is different. As long as I can keep them from being defeated, giving them enough time to fight is all they need to break the bloodline suppression on their own. The surrounding citizens, seeing how tense the situation was, began to scream in terror. A group of people shouted, "Run! They're fighting! The city lord won't just stand by and watch. Yun Chen is finished, and if we don't run, we'll get caught in the crossfire and die." A woman watched helplessly as her food was trampled, pleading, "No, don't step on my rice! Please, don't step on my rice!" A hand suddenly stopped her. Duanye grabbed the woman's hand, gave her an item, and said, "Stop picking it up. Take this spatial magic stone. Just place your hand on the surface and you'll feel the space inside. There's enough food in there to last you for several years." The skinny woman took the magic stone, bewildered. She gave Yun Chen a cold glance and explained, "He told me to give it to you, but even if he hadn't, I would have done it anyway." The woman looked at Duanye gratefully and said, "Thank you. But you and Yun Chen need to be careful too. A commotion this big. The city lord's personal guard will be here soon." She just offered a faint smile in reply. The personal guard? So what? Looking at his heroic posture, Duanye knew for a fact, at least here in Dongvan City, Yun Chen is basically a god. At the Grand Plaza in the center of Dongvan's old city, a group of people had clashed, creating a chaotic scene with dust and smoke blanketing the entire area. Yun Chen stood calmly to the side, observing. He thought to himself, "I see. The effect of the bloodline suppression is even more comprehensive than I imagined." Yun Chen then turned his gaze toward Hoatong and Tianfang, who were facing off, and began to analyze even the ranged attacks of. Even Bai Huasong at his peak was weakened right before he could strike the ancient. Throughout the whole process, his opponent made no obvious moves, which means bloodline suppression must be a passive skill. That means a surprise attack would be useless. He wondered to himself, "There's one more thing that's bothering me. Besides bloodline suppression, the skill called energy condensation is supposed to be a common ability for all ancients, but I've never seen them use it." A few information panels appeared in front of Yun Chen. Name, Yan Wen, level 21, Mystic Power, 213, Vitality, 247, Agility, 211, Intellect, 2011, Endurance, 203. Skills, Blood Serpent Technique, Energy Condensation. Special Skill, Bloodline Suppression C. Name, Chu Tianfeng, level 26, Mystic Power, 231, Vitality, 249, Agility, 261, Intellect, 247, Endurance, 209, Skills, Rushing Thunder Method, Energy Condensation, Special Skill, Bloodline Suppression C. Name, Triu Tudu, level 24, Mystic Power, 221, Vitality, 227, Agility, 251, Intellect, 257, Endurance, 211, Skills, Wandering Cloud Art, Energy Condensation, Special Skill, Bloodline Suppression C. A ring of light emanated from one of Yun Chen's eyes, Wuha's Eye of Discovery. He muttered to himself, "It's probably not a combat skill." As for its use, over on the other side, Tianfang had already launched himself into the air. As he unleashed a powerful attack on Hoatong, he roared, "Die!" Hoatong blocked the blow with both arms, then with a single swing, sent Tianfang flying backward. An information panel appeared. Name, Bai Huasong. Class, Dragon Flame Warrior. Level, 71. Power, 2011 over 1050. Vitality, 189 over 945. Agility, 167 over 910. Intellect, 109 over 630. Endurance, 159 over 870. Skills, Black Dragon's Breath, Dragon Flame Fist, Dragon's Roar. Special skill, Black Dragon Transformation. Hoatong raised his slightly scratched arms from blocking the earlier blow, and let out a few contemptuous laughs. "Ancient, your attacks don't seem to hurt as much as they used to. What, did you use up all your strength already?" "Ha!" Yun Chen silently assessed the situation. Although Bai Huasong's stats were still suppressed, they had recovered to more than 1/10 of his original attributes. Just as I predicted, the best way to overcome fear is to fight. He looked at the man's raised arm and thought, and that's not even counting his unique talents and hidden class. A grin spread across Hoatong's face as he stretched his sharp claws toward Tianfang. "Trash! Get lost and die for me!" He slashed mercilessly at Tianfang. Watching this, Yun Chen thought to himself, "That's enough power to kill a second reincarnation-level ancient." Tianfang let out a series of horrifying screams. His entire body dissolved into a cloud of black smoke. After the smoke vanished, a brown item pouch appeared on the ground. The information panel updated. Name, Bai Huasong. Class, Dragon Flame Warrior. Level, 71. Power, 871 over 1050. Vitality, 767 over 945. Agility, 725 over 910. Intellect, 493 over 630. Endurance, 635 over 870. Skills: Black Dragon's Breath, Dragon Flame Fist, Dragon's Roar. Special skill: Black Dragon Transformation. He curled his lip and shouted, "Not enough. It's nowhere near enough. I need to kill more!" Yun Chen frowned, realizing it. After killing an ancient, his stats recovered by a huge margin. Hoa Tung stomped his foot, building momentum, then launched himself forward to kill again. Yun Chen just stood there, watching Hoa Tung's dark silhouette fly toward a spot where two ancients were locked in combat. Hoa Tung charged right in, taking on both of them. An unknown amount of time passed, and then another brown item pouch appeared on the ground in the distance. Yun Chen's high-top boot stepped closer to the item pouch as he wondered, "So they drop loot?" He crouched down, picking up the pouch and thinking, "I must have dealt with the first two ancients too cleanly. I probably destroyed any items that should have dropped." A ring of light emanated from Yun Chen's eyes as he slowly inspected the pouch's information. It seems to be a special storage space for the ancients, similar in effect to the spatial magicite from the demon races. The information panel displayed the item, Storage Pouch B. Effect: integrated storage space of 10 cubic meters. Can hold items. Note: cannot hold living beings. Next, Yun Chen saw the items inside the pouch. Item: wine. Note: brewed by humans. Excessive consumption may lead to intoxication. Item: food. Note: prepared by humans. Eating small portioned meals is good for one's health. Item: origin slaying greatsword. Note: forged by the ancients. After 1,000,000 years, it has decayed and is unusable. He took the origin-slaying greatsword out of the bag, his eyes wide as he questioned, "1,000,000 years? This weapon has been stored for 1,000,000 years." Yun Chen stared at the sword, deep in thought. Before Thiendo Nguyen died, he said he was an awakened one, and the ancients call themselves the ancestors of humanity. Could it be that the ancients are actually humans from 1,000,000 years ago, and they turned to dust upon contact with the air? Suddenly, he seemed to sense something that startled him, and he slowly lifted his head to look at the sky above. A colossal spatial gate had appeared in the air, shooting out blinding beams of light from within. A moment later, a group of ancients dressed in the livery of the city lord's personal guard was floating in the sky. A man with a mustache folded his arms and said disdainfully, "A pathetic little human slave dares to rebel? Are you looking for death?" The people on the ground below saw the group of ancients and turned to flee in terror. "It's the city lord's personal guard. They're really here. Run! If we get caught in the crossfire, we're all dead." Tan Min clenched his teeth, assessing the situation. So many of them arriving at once. Even someone as strong as Van Thien Kyo might not be able to handle this. The man with the eye patch looked down and asked with interest, "That kid down there looks just like the statue. Could that be Yun Chen?" The man with the mustache laughed a few times. "Ha ha ha, so it's him. I heard he's supposed to be humanity's great hope, or some kind of prodigy. His life must be worth a lot." He charged forward while yelling orders to the others. "Exterminate them! All the humans here are rebels. Spare no one." The man with the eye patch added his own roar. "And another thing, bring the head of Yun Chen to the city lord for a reward." Standing below, Yun Chen calmly raised a hand, creating a blazing red fireball. "You want my head?" He then shot the fireball directly at the ancients, flying toward him. "Then you'll have to trade your lives for it." While the man with the eye patch was still stunned, Yun Chen's fireball had already reached him like a lightning bolt, just inches from his face. A massive explosion erupted, engulfing the entire sky in red and gold flames. Within the inferno, dark silhouettes of figures were being burned, their agonizing screams echoing continuously. As the flames subsided, they revealed the corpses of several ancients, now charred into blackened, dried-out husks. The woman covered her mouth in shock. "Oh no, this is bad." A man standing nearby was so stunned his jaw dropped. So many ancient spirits. And in the blink of an eye, they were all burned to ash. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The man fell into a state of panic, his eyes wide as he stammered, How is this possible? Am I dreaming? Weren't we told the ancient spirits have a bloodline suppression that crushes anyone with a class? Is Van Thien Kyo immune to that or something?" Seizing the moment, a surviving guard quickly turned to flee. Tan Min spotted him and yelled urgently, "This isn't good! Van Thien Kyo! He's trying to escape! I can't catch him!" Yun Chen, who was standing nearby, raised a hand, forming a fireball. He aimed it at the guard and said, "He's not getting away." But before he could act, Tuan Dan suddenly charged in from out of nowhere and slammed the guard hard, knocking him flat on the ground. He rested his warhammer on his shoulder and sat on the guard's back, his voice dripping with menace as he declared, "Thinking you can run at this point? Not a chance." The guard was a mess of tears and snot from the blow. Yun Chen asked curiously, "Who's that?" He thought to himself, "He's just like me, unaffected by the bloodline suppression." Just then, Zhan Sheng walked over with a woman. He had his hands in his pockets and greeted them with a smile. "Yun Chen, long time no see. You're still alive? That's really great to hear." Yun Chen, standing next to Duanya, was a bit stunned to see him and instinctively called out, "Professor Tan." Countless memories from the past flooded Yun Chen's mind. Years had passed in a flash, but the day Professor Tan advised me to change my class was still as clear as ever. He bowed his head, thinking to himself, even though his views and mine were different, there's no doubt he was doing it for my own good. Yun Chen looked up and called out again. Professor Tan Sheng raised a hand, cutting him off. Now's not the time to reminisce. He looked over at Tuan Dan and gave an order. Commander, anyone wearing a collar who is willing to leave, I'm putting them in your hands. Tuan Dan confidently pounded his chest in response. No problem. Then Zhan Sheng grabbed Yun Chen's arm and explained, Yun Chen, even though you took care of that group of ancient spirits, reinforcements will be here soon. He pulled Yun Chen along, running forward as he continued, come with us to the base first. Yun Chen repeated the word, a little dazed. Base? After some time, in a desolate, ruined area, Zhan Sheng pointed to a large gate ahead and announced to Yun Chen and the others. We're here. In his hand, he held a cube that was emitting 3 different colored beams of light. Zhan Sheng shouted, and the cube levitated into the air, releasing a brilliant light that shone directly into the space behind the gate. A magnificent and colossal building appeared before everyone. My God, a civilian exclaimed in amazement. I can't believe a structure like this was hidden in the ruins. The person next to him agreed. It's truly mind-blowing. This really is a stronghold. Duan Ye rested her chin on her hand, looking up at the building and assessing it. That's a pretty interesting camouflage item, Yun Chen added. And it's very high quality. It must be at least A+ grade to have this effect, he thought to himself. If I hadn't used my fusion transcendence skill, I wouldn't have been able to sense it at all. Yun Chen turned his gaze to Zhan Sheng and continued his assessment. On top of that, the concealed building is also an A-grade architectural item. I never would have guessed, Professor Tan. Your family must be pretty well off, huh? He bowed his head and replied, It is. It's just an inheritance left by someone else. Suddenly, Tan Min pointed at Zhan Sheng and shouted his conclusion. I knew it. That battle back then caused a huge commotion in the area. I should have guessed your identities sooner. You're the gorillas. He began to explain. After the ancient spirits descended and Dongvan City fell, some of the survivors organized themselves, calling themselves the gorillas and following a hit-and-run strategy. They raid and harass the ancient spirits, and while it's only minor disruptions, it's enough to give the city lord a headache. Kwang Hui also spoke up. From what I know, the gorillas are extremely cautious. They rarely go out of their way to rescue people. After all, if they accidentally save a traitor, they'd face total annihilation. Zhan Sheng calmly adjusted his glasses and admitted to them. That's right. The only reason I saved you two was out of respect for Yun Chen. He looked at Yun Chen and said with a confident smile, that kid, Yun Chen, has always been careful. His friends are trustworthy. Hearing this, Tan Min and Kwang Hui looked at each other and exclaimed in unison, Careful? Tan Min muttered under his breath. All I saw was him recklessly slaughtering ancient spirits in the middle of a crowd. Kwang Hai also wondered to himself, what part of that looks careful? Zhan Sheng shifted his gaze to the ordinary civilians and let out a long sigh. As for why we saved them, it's a real shame. Lu Nguyen smiled and scratched his head. We've already come to terms with it. Another young man spoke up gratefully. Just being rescued by you all was more than we could ask for. Finally, Zhan Sheng pushed open the door in front of them. In any case, let's get inside first. Inside the base, many injured civilians were gathered, with doctors tending to them. Zhan Sheng led Yun Chen's group inside. When the people inside the base saw Yun Chen walk by, they all cheered excitedly. I told you, the pride of our Dongvan City wouldn't go down that easily. It's a good thing you led the rescue, Zhan Sheng. Otherwise, we would have lost another genius. Zhan Sheng smiled and explained, Rescue him? I'm not that skilled. By the time I got there, Yun Chen had already wiped out all the ancient spirits. A little later, and there would have been nothing left for me to do. Immediately, another round of cheers erupted. No way, that's incredible! This kid always pulls off the unimaginable. Damn right, those ancient spirits need to be wiped out. A moment later, Yun Chen closed his eyes, using his mana echo to scan the area. This entire base. There are over 40 class users left. A number like this. Tuan Dan began to brief Yun Chen on the base's current situation. The guerrillas started with over 1,000 members. The rest have all been killed in action. Even we don't know how much longer we'll last. But thanks to them, we were finally able to break the bloodline suppression. He patted his chest and introduced himself. Right? Van Thien Kyo? I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Fan Tuan Dan, a 3rd advancement heavy armor warrior. I was the former commander of the Dongvan City garrison, and now I'm with the guerrillas. Tuan Dan crossed his arms and threw his head back with a loud laugh. When Dongyun City was attacked by the beast tide, I saw you once. But you were in a hurry to save your sister and left so quickly, you probably don't remember me. Yun Chen rubbed his head and replied, Sorry about that. Tuan Dan then quickly crossed his legs and sat right down on the ground. The beds and chairs are for the wounded. If you don't mind, let's just sit on the ground and talk. Yun Chen was just as casual, sitting down as he answered, "Sounds good." Tuan Dan's expression grew serious. He said, "I'm sure you already know this, but the best way to break the bloodline suppression is to fight. We figured it out through one life-or-death battle after another. Of course, it doesn't have to be a head-on fight. Capturing an ancient spirit and beating them to a pulp can also break it. But capturing an ancient spirit is no easy feat. You know Dongyun City is just a third-tier city. Most of the class users here are only first or second tier. Fighting an ancient spirit under the bloodline suppression is basically a suicide mission, but they charged forward anyway, even if each person could only hold one off for a few seconds." Tuan Dan said, recalling the memory. "In that battle, we sacrificed our third-tier mayor and the headmaster of Dongyun Academy, your master, plus 400 of our elders, just to capture a single level 31 ancient spirit alive. We beat it for days before everyone's bloodline suppression was finally broken." Zhan Sheng, sitting nearby, added, "Actually, this outpost and the camouflage gear were all legacies left by the headmaster. Even that statue is from him. When he was alive, he cared more about you than anyone. He used to talk about you all the time. If he knew you were still alive, he would be so happy." Yun Chen just lowered his head, silent. His eyes were hidden in the shadows of his bangs, but he quickly looked up to ask the two men before him, "You've been fighting the ancient spirits for this long. You must have more intel than anyone. Where did they come from? Do they have any connection to the old myths and legends?" Tuan Dan held up a finger, about to answer. "I actually do know a little something about that. First of all, suddenly, Liu Yuan walked over from the other side, cutting him off. Sorry to barge in, but let's save that for later. I want to have a word with Yun Chen." Tuan Dan let out a couple of laughs and agreed immediately. "Haha, sure, you go first." Zhan Sheng also stood up to make room. "You go ahead." Liu Yuan rushed excitedly to Yun Chen's side and asked briskly, "Yun Chen, where have you been all these years? How come there's been no news about you at all?" Yun Chen closed his eyes and replied, "I was handling some business in the dark world. Let's just say I dealt with demon spawn for a few years." Liu Yuan clasped her hands together excitedly and asked again, "And? What else? I want the intel straight from you. Knowing your personality, you must have done some amazing things. Also, can you sign this for me? I promised a bunch of the girls I'd get it for them. The autograph is really important." Yun Chen kept his eyes closed, not even glancing at her, and replied indifferently, "You interrupted official business just to ask about this stuff? We can talk about that later. Right now, I have more important things too." Before he could finish, he seemed to sense something strange, and his eyes snapped open. "Oomph." Yun Chen looked up to see the collar on Liu Yuan's neck glowing with a brilliant red light. Liu Yuan lowered her head, her voice full of regret. "Really, they moved too fast. I should have stepped in sooner." Two streams of tears fell from the corners of her eyes. "Sorry, Yun Chen. In the end, I still held you up. Even so, I really did want your autograph." A hissing sound filled the air. The collar on Liu Yuan's neck exploded, splattering red blood across Yun Chen's face and clothes. Liu Yuan's entire body crumpled to the ground, lying motionless in a pool of fresh blood. Yun Chen shot to his feet, screaming, "Liu Yuan!" Next, all the collars on the other townspeople began to emit the same blinding red light. Terrified screams erupted, followed by a mysterious voice. Yun Chen and the others stared in a daze at Liu Yuan's motionless body on the ground. The collars on the other people began to glow a brilliant red, just like Liu Yuan's had. Beads of sweat covered Yun Chen's face. He frowned deeply, turning to look at the people standing around him. "What about you guys?" The bald man smiled as if nothing was wrong and spoke. "Looks like it's my turn." "Damn it!" The city lord got the news fast. Couldn't he have been a little slower on the trigger? The young man standing opposite him also spoke calmly. "Well, at least I got to see Yun Chen in the end. I guess that makes me pretty lucky." The moment he finished speaking, a series of hisses echoed as the entire area was seemingly engulfed in a spray of fresh blood. As Yun Chen watched the bodies of the townspeople collapse one after another, he yelled, "There's something wrong with these collars. Damn it, I should have realized sooner why none of you were saying anything." Lin Ru looked down at her hands and explained, "Once an enslavement collar is put on, no one can take it off except for the city lord. It seems he found out we escaped. Yun Chen, don't worry about us. We knew the consequences and chose to leave with you willingly." The collar on her neck slowly began to glow red. Lin Ru closed her eyes and said, "I'm last." As expected, that lecherous city lord couldn't bear to end my life first, but I will not submit, even in death. At least I won't bring shame to the human race. She opened her eyes, her face drenched in tears. "Goodbye, Yun Chen. I'm actually your #1 fan, ever since the day you cleared the fairy dungeon." Suddenly, Yun Chen's hand shot out, gripping the iron collar on Lin Ru's neck. As he used his flawless eye skill to inspect it, he said, "It's a little too soon to be saying goodbye." Lin Ru panicked and immediately tried to stop him. "Don't, Yun Chen. If you force it off, even you'll get hurt. Let go, now." An information panel appeared. Item: Enslavement Collar. Effect: activates after a soul imprint is placed. The life and death of the wearer are subject to the will of the imprint's master. Note: if anyone other than the imprint's master attempts to forcibly remove it, this item will self-destruct. Memo: forged by an ancient spirit blacksmith using technology from 1 million years ago. Yun Chen's hand flashed, summoning his weapon, the branch of the world tree. He analyzed a soul imprint. If it's connected to the soul, it's not necessarily impossible to deal with. Yun Chen swung the branch of the world tree a few times in the air and then shouted, "Break!" He brought his arm down decisively, striking Lin Ru's collar with a powerful blow. Her whole body staggered backward a few steps. A hand reached out once more and grabbed the collar around Lin Ru's neck. Yun Chen yanked the collar with all his might, pulling it free from her neck. A woman standing not far away cried out, "Oh my God!" Yun Chen actually removed the enslavement collar. The bald man's jaw dropped as he pointed at the collar. The artisans who had been captured all felt a surge of hope. "That's Van Thien Q for you." Tears streamed down Lam Yu's face as she asked in disbelief, Am I really saved? This isn't a dream, is it?" Even a fourth-rank artisan tried and couldn't get it off. Yun Chen glanced at the collar in his hand. "That was close. I almost didn't make it in time. Just because they couldn't do it doesn't mean I can't. You all should have told me about this situation sooner." The iron collar had, at some point, turned into a piece of paper. Yun Chen bit his fingertip, drawing blood. Tuan Dan watched, stunned, as he used his own blood to write something on the paper, calling his name in shock. Van Thien Kyo. Yun Chen knelt on one knee, placed the paper on Lu Nuen's chest, and began murmuring. "Today is the first day of my return from the dark world. There's still much I don't understand about the Huyen Long Nation." He then turned and strode quickly towards the door. "But there is at least one thing. I know what must be done." Tramsin watched his retreating back and asked urgently, "Yun Chen, where are you going?" Yun Chen's entire body seemed to be radiating a dark, murderous aura. He tilted his head and replied, "To deal with some people." At that same moment, at the governor's mansion in East Cloud City, 2 rows of soldiers stood guard neatly by the main gate. Inside the vast hall, a man in opulent robes stood in the center. With his hands clasped behind his back, he observed the commoners lying sprawled across the ground. The governor of East Cloud City, Thuong Daovu, held a collar in his hand and asked smugly, "All who resisted me have had their lives terminated, including those prisoners who were just rescued today. Diep Thon Lin, do you know why you're the only one I've spared?" Thon Lin lay on the ground, covered in blood, and glared at him. "Of course I know. You shameless bastard, you're famous for your lust. Isn't it because you covet my body? Let me tell you, I would rather die than submit." Hearing her answer, Dao Vu threw his head back and laughed loudly. "Hey, it seems the world misunderstands me greatly. Lust is merely a facade. I do this for the reproduction plan of our ancient spirit race." He began his speech with an air of self-righteousness. "Remembering the glorious days of my ancient spirit race, we didn't just rule this world, we launched expeditions into the cosmic void. But now, that glory is lost. Our population isn't even 1/1000th of what it once was. Is that not a tragedy?" Dao Vu finally concluded. "To restore our former glory, we must prioritize reproduction. Although you are a lowly human slave, you possess immense potential. You could surely bear outstanding offspring. You are the most suitable mate. Otherwise, why would I keep a worthless slave like you alive?" A look of utter contempt crossed Thon Lin's face as she parted her lips to mock him. "A mate? My boyfriend has to be at least 1/2 as good as Brother Van, or at least 1/3. And you? You aren't even worthy of touching Brother Van's toes." Hearing her words, Dao Vu ground his teeth in fury. "It's that damned Yun Chen again!" Thon Lin sat up, waving her hand and continuing to taunt him. "But seeing how much you value this reproduction plan, I can give you a suggestion. The monsters in high-level dungeons are far more powerful than I am. Go find some old monster to reproduce with. The little monster you'd create would surely be much stronger." Dao Vu raised the collar in his hand and slowly walked towards her. "A slave girl with a tongue as sharp as a sword. Do you really think I can't handle you? Let's put this slave collar on you for half a year and see if you still dare to run your mouth." Unafraid, Than Lin smirked and warned him back. "I advise you not to do that. Otherwise, my brother Van will not forgive you." Dao Vu's hand moved closer to her neck. "Hilarious. I have 80 ancient spirit imperial guards assembled outside, awaiting my command. After I'm done with you, I'll lead them on a citywide search to take care of that fool Yun Chen. You can forget about ever seeing him again in this lifetime." Than Lin's gaze suddenly shifted, focusing on the space behind him as she asked meaningfully, "What did you say? Brother Van. Does he even need to be found?" Her eyes met the dark figure sitting on a chair in the distance as she asked Dao Vu, "Isn't he already here?" Hearing this, beads of sweat broke out on his face. Yun Chen had appeared in the hall at some unknown time, silently observing everything that had transpired with a terrifying gaze. Only then did Dao Vu feel a sense of panic, whipping around with lightning speed. "What?" Before he could say another word, Yun Chen swung his hand, unleashing an attack. In a single second, a massive orange-red flame completely engulfed Dao Vu's body. A huge explosion erupted, a massive pillar of fire piercing through the palace roof and shooting straight into the sky. As the boom echoed, the silhouette of a person being thrown by the blast became visible. Amidst the chaos and the deafening explosion, panicked cries rang out. What? What was that? The governor's mansion exploded! His Excellency, the governor! Dao Vu was sent flying by the shockwave, his body tumbling through the air, horrifying the crowd below. He was blown away. He fell to the ground with a blood-curdling scream. Over here, amidst the chaos, Yun Chen's urgent voice was heard. Don't move. Let me heal your wounds. Though her face was pale, Thon Lin gritted her teeth and replied, Brother Van, don't worry about me. You absolutely cannot let that man escape. Than Lin took a breath and quickly analyzed the situation in a low, wary voice. The strength of the ancient spirit race doesn't just come from their bloodline suppression. There are terrifyingly powerful individuals among them, on par with the divine generals of the nation, on par with the 72 demon pillars. If he escapes and reports this, the consequences will be unimaginable. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yun Chen's eyes became resolute. All right, one of the guards supporting Dao Vu asked anxiously, Lord Governor, are you all right? He ground his teeth and roared with hatred. Damn it, Yun Chen, if he hadn't ambushed me, how could I have? Then, one of them noticed something above. Before he could react, another shouted, Lord Governor, someone else is flying down. Dao Vu heard this and panicked. What? The figure descended gracefully as if walking on air. Yun Chen took calm steps forward as the surrounding smoke and dust dissipated. He was only third rank, yet he'd only suffered superficial wounds. A strong sense of doubt washed over him as he reassessed his own power. This isn't right. Every one of my fire-based attacks now contains the primordial burst flame. At his level, even if he didn't die, he should have been crippled. Could it be? A stream of information is appearing, as if I'm reading it directly from some invisible interface. Name: Thuong Dao Vu. Race: Ancient Spirit Folk. Level: 82. Strength: 1,735. Stamina: 1,720. Agility: 1,685. Intelligence: 1,810. Durability: 1,625. Skills: Thunder Spirit Resolve. Blood Slaughter Technique. Soul Manifestation, Soul Imprint, Condensed Chi. Special skill, A-rank bloodline suppression. Right after that, Yun Chen's information was also fully displayed. Name: Yun Chen. Race: Human. Class: None. Level: 91. Looking at all the data, Yun Chen quickly came to an experienced conclusion. It seems bloodline suppression also has different ranks of power. I once dispelled the B-rank bloodline suppression from Thien Duwen, and ever since then, anything B-rank or lower has been useless against me. But this City Lord's bloodline suppression is A-rank. I'll probably have to deal with it all over again. Thinking deeper, he suddenly realized the cruel logic behind this power system. When you think about it, it makes sense. If bloodline suppression were that easy to break, any 4th advancement expert could just grab a 2nd advancement ancient spirit folk to use as a punching bag. If that were the case, top-tier nations like the Huyen Long Kingdom wouldn't have fallen into such decline. An urgent shout came from Dao Vu, urging his subordinates not to hesitate any longer. What are you all standing around for? That guy is Yun Chen, and I've already suppressed him with my bloodline. What are you waiting for? Charge! His subordinates responded in unison, their morale soaring as they rushed toward their target, Yun Chen. Yes, sir. How dare he ambush the Lord City Lord? He's asking for death. Kill him! Faced with the wave of attacks, Yun Chen just responded with cold contempt. Just with you lot? One guy, unafraid of death, charged in with a spear. Yun Chen easily dodged his pathetic strike. To answer the subordinate's foolishness, he gave him a decisive blow, so powerful that the man was sent flying, slamming into a stone mountain and shattering it to pieces. And for the rest of them who didn't know their own limits, their roars echoed again as if to drown out their fear. Kill! Yun Chen unleashed his power, fusing the skills of a blood chi berserker and a power fighter. He launched his attack with ferocious momentum, raging blood shockwave, and a storm of fiery stones rained down on those subordinates. Agonized screams echoed through the space. A frantic voice demanded a change in tactics to avoid unnecessary losses. That Yun Chen guy is incredibly tough. Don't fight him head-on in close combat. Use ranged attacks. A cold shout rang out across the battlefield. Die! Facing the ranged attacks, Yun Chen raised his hand and launched his own move. He quickly executed a high-level magic seal, casting a mage's hand seal without any incantation. His hand seal shot forward to counterattack. The situation developed so unexpectedly that many of them couldn't even react. What? In a single moment, Yun Chen's giant hand grabbed the entire group of screaming men. He threw them into the crowd of subordinates protecting Dao Vu. Fear was clear on their faces as they realized what was happening, but it was too late. A monster. That man is a real monster. Dao Vu's figure shot out from the dust cloud. He roared in anger, not bothering to hide his contempt for his useless subordinates. A bunch of worthless trash. You can't even handle a single human slave that I've already suppressed with my bloodline. Looks like this city lord will have to handle this myself. He unleashed a technique carrying terrifying lightning. Thunder Spirit Void Slash! Immediately after, Dao Vu's eyes widened as if he'd seen something unbelievable, and he gasped. Huh? Having broken free from the suppressed state, Yun Chen coldly blocked the attack with just one hand. A-rank bloodline suppression. What a troublesome skill. It actually took me a whole 5 seconds to get rid of it, Dao Vu stammered. 5 seconds? Yun Chen nonchalantly crushed his slash attack. He grabbed Dao Vu the moment his guard was down. I just don't know when you face me at my full power. Yun Chen warned him slowly. Can times you times last 5 seconds? Dao Vu froze on the spot, a strained smile on his face. 5 seconds? His expression darkened, and his voice dropped, carrying a deep, insulted fury. So, I'm being looked down on. Before he could react, Yun Chen grabbed him by the neck and slammed him into the ground. The force of the impact was so strong that the earth around them shattered. As the dust settled, Dao Vu's battered form was revealed. Yun Chen and Dao Vu appeared amidst the wreckage. Looks like, he said with a cold laugh, his voice dripping with mockery and disdain. 5 seconds is still too much for you. Suddenly, a calm voice answered from a distance. Is that so? From that direction, Dao Vu appeared in a different form. I just wonder how you'll deal with this technique? Yun Chen sensed the strange transformation, and a rare look of seriousness flickered in his eyes. A soul form, separating the soul from the physical body and then manifesting it as a tangible entity. This is a feat that not even the lesser night demons of the 72 pillars can accomplish. Yet some mere third advancement ancient spirit folk managed to do it. Dao Vu laughed haughtily, his smug voice echoing everywhere. That's right. For a pathetic slave, you seem to have some knowledge. I don't mind telling you. We ancient spirit folk are a tier above you humans, not just because of our bloodline suppression, but because of our command over the power of the soul. He just kept rambling on, his voice full of the arrogance of someone who thinks he's the master of the world. From the dawn of this world, we, the ancient spirit folk, were blessed by the gods to appear and become the rulers of this plane. If not for certain reasons that caused us to fall into a deep slumber, how could there possibly be a place in this world for you human slaves to even exist? His eyes grew cold, his words like a blade cutting deep into one's soul. When I awoke and saw the first human, I understood that you all were nothing more than flawed copies created to imitate us. Because not only are you innately suppressed by our bloodline, you can't even absorb soul power, let alone use it. Dao Vu's tone grew even more contemptuous, his hatred unconcealed. So, in our eyes, you are fundamentally unworthy of being called people. You can only be considered pathetic slaves. Dao Vu gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with rage. And yet, you slaves dared to take over this world while we were sleeping. That is enough to enrage us, the ancient spirit folk. Enraged enough to enslave you all until you die. Yun Chen listened in silence, then replied calmly, his voice carrying a hint of cold mockery. So, that's the reason you all think you're so noble. But I don't see any other ancient spirit folk who can manifest their souls like you. How can you claim to have mastered the power of the soul? Dao Vu slowly recounted the whole story. It's not that they can't. They simply chose a different path, much like you humans. We ancient spirit folk are born with all sorts of natural talents, he scoffed, quickly explaining with an air of confidence. For example, controlling lightning, mastering flames, forging artifacts. Each of us chooses a path of cultivation that suits our innate gifts. His voice was filled with pride. But my gift is a powerful soul, so I focused on cultivating my spiritual abilities to reach this level. Someone like me, who has mastered the use of soul power, is extremely rare, even among the ancient spirit people. The physical body cannot touch the soul, much less harm it. Once my soul manifests, I am already in an invincible position. Dao Vu charged straight at Yun Chen, his killing intent completely undisguised. You lowly slave, open your eyes and watch as I erase your soul completely. Just as he finished speaking, his spiritual arm was shattered by a single blow from Yun Chen. Struck by the sudden counterattack, Dao Vu screamed in pain, his voice filled with terror. Damn it, what did you do? Yun Chen replied calmly, his cold voice carrying absolute certainty. The last soul form who thought he was invincible was beaten down until he was the size of my palm. I wonder if your soul, an ancient spirit person's, can take a better beating than his. His gaze was sharp, his killing intent rising with every word as he swiftly delivered another blow. Yun Chen's brow furrowed, and Dao Vu pleaded in panic, his trembling voice devoid of its earlier arrogance. Stop, don't hit me anymore. The fear of death made him nearly collapse. His screams were desperate and tragic. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. After reabsorbing his spiritual form back into his body, Dao Vu hurriedly bowed his head, his tone changing to one of humiliating entreaty. Slave, no, Lord Yun Chen, my lord, I surrender. Please stop hitting me. I don't want to die. He frantically offered up everything he had, hoping to exchange it for a sliver of a chance to live. I am willing to offer everything I have accumulated. I beg you to spare my life. Yun Chen looked at Dao Vu, gesturing for the things in his hands, and said slowly, then we'll have to see if your life is valuable enough. Another man, watching from the side, couldn't bear to witness this scene. Lord City Lord, you are a noble ancient spirit person. How can you bow down to a lowly human? Trung gritted his teeth and cursed, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. Damn you, you've disgraced the ancient spirit people. We are traitors, and we will report all of this to our superiors. You will be buried along with Yun Chen. From above his head, a series of giant crystal stones suddenly appeared, plummeting down. Those crystal stones blocked their escape route. From within the largest stone, a figure began to step out, accompanied by a chilling voice. He gave me my orders long ago. A murderous aura spread as Duan Ye's voice rang out like a death sentence. Today, none of you will escape. The remaining subordinates who had intended to flee panicked, kneeling one after another to beg. Damn it, I surrender too, don't kill me. The sound of someone's footsteps echoed, and Tramsin's familiar, worried voice called out from a distance. Yun Chen, don't be reckless. Dealing with the ancient spirit people requires a long-term plan. The city lord isn't as simple as you think. Our guerrilla army will give you our full support. The battlefield gradually fell silent as Tramsin stood frozen. What is this? He shouted in astonishment. It's all over? Yun Chen turned his head and nodded slightly, still gnawing on a fruit from the Tyrant King flower. You're here. After eating the fruit of the Tyrant King flower, your intelligence will be permanently increased by 15 and your agility by 5. After a moment of shock, the group's eyes filled with awe and excitement. My god, Yun Chen even defeated the city lord. Just how strong is this kid? Vanthian Kyo, truly our Vanthian Kyo. Humanity has hope now. Tramsin stepped forward, his voice full of apology. I'm sorry, Yun Chen. You were just too fast. We rushed here with all our might, but in the end, we still couldn't help you with anything. Yun Chen smiled faintly, his voice softening. It's all right, Teacher Tan. I'm already very happy that you all made it here. Besides, I have many things I need your help with next. He continued slowly. My old comrade, Diep Than Lin, is still in the City Lord's mansion. Although I've treated her injuries, I'll need you to take care of her during her recovery. There are also other captured humans who need your help to be rescued. After all, East Cloud City is too large for me to handle alone. Tramsin immediately replied, his voice firm. Leave it to us. From this day forward, we can consider East Cloud City completely liberated. Yun Chen nodded. I'll have to trouble you then, Teacher Tan. As for these ancient spirit prisoners and how to deal with times this one asterisk, just leave them to me. A cold, knowing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I just had a great idea. That night, Kansin immediately spread the news throughout East Cloud City. Yun Chen had arrived, the city lord was defeated, and the ancient spirit clan had been captured. At first, the people didn't dare to believe it, but when they saw the video footage of the ancient spirit people being captured, East Cloud City was liberated in a single night. The humans in the city were finally free, no longer oppressed. The food stores seized by the ancient spirit people were opened, and the entire city held a feast, with people celebrating all through the night. Of course, many people also took the opportunity to flee in the night with supplies. In their eyes, the peace was only temporary. They wanted to find another place to settle down. The guerrilla army did not stop them, letting them leave. The food stores seized by the ancient spirit, people were opened, and the entire city held a feast, with people celebrating all through the night. Of course, many people also took the opportunity to flee in the night with supplies. Elsewhere, a tragic scream rang out. Dao Vu was tied up tightly, trembling in pain, his screams mixed with resentment. Damn you! You spared my life, which means I still have value. So why are you tormenting me like this? Why? Duan Ye stood to one side, her voice indifferent but carrying an unconcealed, malicious smile. This just proves that being beaten times is times your value. Heh. Go on and scream. I was tortured by that bastard in the exact same way before. She looked at Dao Vu enduring the ordeal, a thought forming in her mind. But you're low level. One night should be enough for him to get what he wants. A continuous stream of skill information appeared, line after line of confirmation. Skill acquired. Soul imprint. Skill acquired. Bloodlust technique. Yun Chen let out a soft breath, feeling more relaxed as he took stock of all the loot he had just obtained. After a night of both stealing and plundering, I've got all the skills I needed, and even some I didn't want. But having more skills doesn't hurt. A few extras is still a good thing. His gaze rested on Dao Vu, and then he snapped his fingers. As for how to use these skills, Dao Vu was released, and he let out a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Before he could even rest, Yun Chen handed him something. He gave an iron chain collar to Dao Vu to put on. Contempt and calculation arose in Dao Vu's mind, and a sinister smile played on his lips. Fine, I'll wear it. The slave collar is a noble item created by my ancient spirit people. To use it, one must combine it with a soul imprint. This foolish slave probably thinks just putting it on will work. He secretly hatched a plan. When I see a chance to turn the tables, I'll pretend to be enslaved. Once he lets his guard down, I'll find an opportunity to escape. All I had to do was save the great emperor Donggu, and killing this guy would be a piece of cake. But just as the thought crossed his mind, his body was suddenly constricted, and a wave of despair washed over him. What? The collar. It's been activated. How is that possible? Only a terrestrial-grade ancient spirit or higher should have that ability. Yun Chen looked at him, his voice as casual as if stating the obvious. You mean the soul imprint? As long as it's not an innate talent, I can steal it. Now that you understand your situation, you will tell me everything you know about the ancient spirit race. Otherwise, you know what will happen. His last shred of will collapsed. Dao Vu trembled. It's over. It's really over. Dao Vu quickly bowed his head, his voice a frantic mix of panic and utter terror as he said, I'll talk. What is it that you wish to know? No. If it's everything you want, I should start from the very beginning. He took a deep breath, trying to organize his memories and knowledge. Just like you humans, our ancient spirit race is divided into ranks. From strongest to weakest, they are Emperor, Celestial, Terrestrial, Mystic, and Imperial. These correspond to your system's Guardian Class General, 4th tier, 3rd tier, 2nd tier, and 1st tier. Dao Vu continued his tale of ancient history, his voice carrying a pride that ran deep in his blood. Since the dawn of time, when the world was forged by the god, my ancient spirit race came into being alongside it. We followed the god to conquer the cosmos, wiping out powerful enemies. Yun Chen scoffed, his words dripping with contempt. With the kind of power you people have, you think you were worthy of helping a god in battle? What could you possibly have done? Dao Vu glanced at Yun Chen before continuing to describe the true role of the ancient spirit race. Of course we weren't worthy. The beings who fought the god directly were shapeless, bizarre creatures of unknown forms. They had their own worlds. We were mainly responsible for dealing with the monsters within their worlds. His voice was steady. For example, those creatures you call dungeon monsters, goblins, ogres, zombies, they are all descendants of the prisoners we captured from other worlds. It took them thousands of years of evolution to become what they are now. Dao Vu thought for a moment before offering his own analysis. I suspect the more ferocious ones were thrown into dungeons or dangerous lands for you to level up, while the few docile ones could even be tamed, becoming your mounts, pets, or summoned beasts. Yun Chen narrowed his eyes, asking the crucial question. So, monsters are creatures from other worlds? Then in the beginning, the human world only had your ancient spirit race. Dao Vu shook his head, immediately denying it. Not exactly. There were still a few species like pigs, cows, chickens, and goats that had no combat ability. They were mostly for food. He fell silent, pondering. The creatures from his world might have evolved into some kind of dungeon monster as well. Yun Chen pressed on. Then why did your ancient spirit race fall into a deep sleep a million years ago? And why did you suddenly awaken now? Dao Vu gave a bitter smile, his voice tinged with a rare helplessness. I don't know. I just suddenly felt tired and fell asleep. When I woke up, I was already in the territory of the Xuanlong Nation. His voice slowed, filled with bewilderment. After I woke up, I immediately asked other ancient spirits and found out they had the same experience. It seems our entire race fell asleep at the same time. As for whether there were any exceptions, I can't say. After all, my power isn't at the top tier. Perhaps the great emperors would know something. Yun Chen's voice was grim as he made a terrifying assessment. So what's the total number of ancient spirits in the Xuanlong Nation? And how many of those emperor-class beings you mentioned are there? It seemed this disaster wasn't just limited to the Xuanlong Nation, but the entire human world. Dao Vu answered quickly, no longer hiding anything. Approximately 700,000. As for the number of great emperors, I'm not sure. I guess there are 4 at most, known as the 4 cardinal ancient emperors. Yun Chen let out a faint smile. Compared to humanity's population of nearly 10 billion, that's a pretty small number. Dao Vu immediately corrected him, his voice heavy with a certain solemnity. There should have been 1 billion of us. It all started with a great war. Also, Lord Yun Chen, it seems you've misunderstood something. During that era, the ancient spirits weren't the only humans. We were just one of many human races. He lowered his voice, emphasizing the source of all the tragedy. The other human races included angels, ancient giants, and ancestral beastmen. Each race had its own territory, and eventually, they all fell into a deep sleep, just like us. The current area of the Xuanlong Nation was the territory of the ancient spirit race 1 million years ago. His voice grew distant as he recalled the age when gods reigned. The other races probably woke up in their old territories as well. Back then, the god gathered all the races of the world. We conquered the cosmos, destroying one world after another. Each victory made our world stronger, richer in creatures and resources. This strengthened all the human races, making the next battle easier. Daovu's voice suddenly dropped as he spoke of the fateful turning point. Just when we thought we would always be victorious, an unprecedented enemy appeared. They called themselves the Demon Wings from the Dark World, led by a powerful god of darkness. They too had emerged from the crucible of countless worlds, and their strength was no less than ours. Every word he uttered was as heavy as stone. Immediately, a war broke out between the two sides. It was a brutal, thousand-year-long war. Both sides suffered immense losses. In the end, the two gods of the two worlds seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. It ended in peace. Yun Chen turned to the person beside him for her opinion. Xiao Ye, do you know anything about what he said? Duan Ye replied, her voice laced with uncertainty. I've heard similar rumors, but it all happened so long ago, I wasn't even born then. Her voice grew low as she mentioned the most terrifying beings, but there are a few who definitely know the truth. They were born with the dark world itself. Some of them are even still alive today. They are the first 7 of the current 72 demon pillars. Duan Ye let out a soft breath, her voice a mix of reverence and taboo. To be honest, those guys are the true old monsters. Their power far surpasses the other pillars. If you want to get anything out of them, you don't stand a chance in this lifetime. Daovu continued, his voice more somber than before. In short, after the war with the Dark World, the population of the human races plummeted. The ancient spirit race, from a peak of 1 billion, was reduced to just 500,000. The other races probably didn't fare much better than us. His voice became cautious as he approached the greatest secret. It was that very war that led many Emperor-class experts to apparently discover something earth-shattering. They went together to seek out the god, and in the end, they all vanished without a trace. They're probably all dead. Yun Chen narrowed his eyes, his voice filled with shock. Dead? You mean the god of humanity killed them? What on earth did they find out? Daovu shook his head helplessly and sighed. I don't know about that. There are many things I'm not qualified to know. He suddenly remembered something, his voice carrying a hint of interest. That's right. After we took over East Cloud City, I read quite a few of your books and discovered something interesting. Your myths and legends contain quite a few records about my ancient spirit race, Daovu continued, though most of them are one-sided and far from the truth. But coincidentally, some information can be cross-referenced, like the names of a few emperor-level powerhouses, Pangu, Chiyo, An, Xuanyuan, the Jade Emperor, and so on. Other races also have a lot of information passed down as myths, like Odin, Rama, Amaterasu, and others. But in the end, after those emperor-level experts went searching for God, they all vanished. Yun Chen let out a soft breath, his gaze profound as if peering through time itself. So that's how it is, if my guess is correct. Those races that lived millions of years ago, even if they disappeared, their traces still remain, gradually turning into all sorts of myths and legends over time. A faint smile touched his lips. Now that they've awakened and appeared in the world, isn't that just mythology walking into reality? So, that's why it's called the mythological version. After having wrung out every memory he could, Daovu bowed his head, admitting his limits, his voice filled with clear helplessness. Lord Yun Chen, I've told you everything I know. After all, my status in the ancient spirit race is still very far from the highest echelons. My knowledge is limited. After hearing the entire testimony, Yun Chen thought silently, his eyes darkening. Then this is strange. If what he's saying is true, what is the divine being's purpose for activating the mythological version? To deal with the demon spawns? Impossible. The demon spawns aren't suppressed by their bloodline. Besides, the human race from 1,000,000 years ago, despite its former glory, is now small in number. They might not even be stronger than the tens of billions of humans in the present. After a moment of silence, he switched to another topic. Last question. I've noticed that all of you from the ancient spirit race have a common skill called chi condensation. What is that skill used for? Daovu immediately explained. That is how we cultivate. The method for the ancient spirit race to grow stronger is different from you humans. It's mainly divided into 2 types. Yun Chen slowly processed this. One is using the chi condensation method to absorb the world's force into the body, strengthening yourselves. The other type is similar to you all killing monsters from other worlds, absorbing the power within their bodies to become stronger, much like how you kill monsters for experience points to level up. Yun Chen closed his eyes and tried to activate the skill, feeling an unfamiliar power gradually gathering around his body. The world's force, let me give it a try. Chi condensation. The familiar yet strange sensation made him open his eyes, and he quickly analyzed the nature of the force that had just touched his body. Just as I thought. I can feel some kind of power gathering towards my body. This must be the world force you mentioned. The world force was similar to mana, but it seemed more advanced and comprehensive. Compared to it, mana, and even dark mana, felt like incomplete versions. Just as Yun Chen was still sensing it, the world force suddenly dissipated, causing him to frown slightly. Hmm? What's going on? The world force I absorbed has dispersed, Daovu sighed, explaining the fatal limitation. The concentration of world force in this current world is much thinner than it was in our era. Even if you forcibly absorb it, you can't retain it in your body. It will eventually just escape. This means that although our strength is greater now after waking up for some unknown reason, we can't make any further progress. Connecting this to what Daovu had said earlier, Yunchen fell into deep thought, speculating about the change. Thinner? The first thing Xiaoye said when she came to the human world was also that the mana in the air was too thin. Could it be that the human world a million years ago and the dark world were the same, with dense mana in the air? Listening to you, the way your ancient spirit race grows stronger sounds quite a bit like the demon spawns. But demon spawns mainly rely on demonic crystals to absorb dark mana from the air, and then absorb the dark mana within the crystals to strengthen themselves. As he spoke, he presented an object. The so-called demonic crystal is this thing. Does this look familiar to you? He observed it carefully, then shook his head in denial. Never seen it. But it does contain an incredibly dense world force. The concentration is nearly equivalent to the human world a million years ago, maybe even a little higher. Suddenly noticing an anomaly, he immediately corrected himself, his tone growing more serious. Wait, no, that's not right. The world force in this demonic crystal is incomplete. What's missing is the same type of power you humans possess. Soul force. Yun Chen grasped the key point, slowly pushing the issue to a deeper level. Incomplete. So the demon spawns are just like humans, both lacking soul force? Was this intentional, or just a coincidence? A knock on the door rang out, interrupting the atmosphere of deduction. Come in. The door slowly opened, and Zhan Sheng walked in, his voice filled with pride. Yun Chen, everything you asked for has been arranged, but there are still a few things that require your personal touch. He continued to explain the difficulty. Right now, we can't remove their slave collars. We can only ask for your help. Yun Chen nodded, then casually kicked Dao Vu. All right. Tell them to line up one by one. His voice rang out coldly. This one can be used to break the highest level bloodline suppression. I'll leave him to you. Remember not to kill him. We need to make full use of him. Receiving the order, Zhan Sheng laughed loudly. Ha ha, don't you worry. We're experienced in this. We'll make sure he can't even harm himself. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the collar on Dao Vu's neck. A slave collar. Could it be? Yun Chen confirmed calmly. That's right. I can use them now, too. And in Dao Vu's storage bag, there are 180 slave collars, plus the ones we're about to take off. A simple sentence from his mouth signified a complete reversal of the old order. It's our turn now, as humans, to enslave the ancient spirit race. In the following period, Yun Chen helped the human class holders remove their bonds of slavery one by one, then gave the slave collars, now engraved with his soul imprint, to the ancient spirit race to wear. From this day forward, East Cloud City became the first human city to enslave the ancient spirit race in return, something no one would have dared to imagine before. And the one who accomplished this miracle, Yun Chen, naturally became an object of worship for everyone. Countless class holders even begged to follow him. His fame spread, rallying the hearts of the people, and countless pleas rose up, filled with tragedy and hope. Right now in the Xuanlong Nation, countless humans are still being oppressed and enslaved. We beg you, Lord Yun Chen, to lead us to wipe out the ancient spirit race and save the Xuanlong Nation. We pledge our lives and swear to follow your command. We beg of you. Another person stepped forward, his voice low but sincere, placing all his hope in the man before him. Yun Chen, you are the hope of humanity. Besides relying on you, I can think of no other way to save this nation. Please, you must agree. Yun Chen didn't accept immediately. He replied calmly, there are beings in the ancient spirit clan stronger than me. I can't do this alone. Besides, my sister's fate is still unknown. At the very least, I have to save her before I can even begin to think about what comes next. Elsewhere, Jin Sheng was making full use of the former city lord, Shang Daoyu. To put it simply, he arranged for adepts to take turns attacking him for 24 hours without rest, only stopping to switch in someone else after the bloodline suppression was broken. During that time, 3 healing class adepts were on permanent duty, responsible for his treatment. When he was near death, they'd heal him, and the attacks would continue, over and over again. Yun Chen approached Qingling's hospital room, looking at her through the glass window, his voice low. Is Ye Qingling still not awake? Zhan Sheng replied softly, with a rare hint of sympathy. Not yet. Her physical wounds have healed, but the mental exhaustion is much harder to recover from. That poor girl. Who knows how long she was on the run? It's a miracle she's sleeping so peacefully. He considered for a moment, then asked cautiously, should we force her awake? Yun Chen answered slowly, no need. I'll wait one more night for her. Besides, I haven't slept in 8 days either, so I need to rest. As night fell, he lay in bed, thinking, waiting for Ye Qingling to wake up so he could ask about Yun Xiang's whereabouts. It's time I left Dongyun City. So much had happened in the last few days, he needed to sort through all the information. The thoughts continued to swirl in his mind. According to Shang Dao Yu, 1,000,000 years ago in the human world, the mana density in the air was no less than that of the dark world, completely different from how it is now. And yet, it's so much weaker today. What on earth happened during that time? He continued to compare the strengths of the different factions, and the more he thought, the more things didn't add up. Back then, the human race could fight on par with the demons, which proves their strength wasn't that different, at least not like the massive gap that exists in the human world today. Never mind that the number of guardian generals is far less than the 72 demon pillars. Just looking at the lower tier forces, a single demon is as strong as 2 human adepts. But a contradiction quickly emerged. No, that's not right. That doesn't explain the attributes of the ancient people. Based on the attributes I've seen, the ancient spirit clan should have completely overwhelmed the demons. Yun Chen reconstructed the comparison model, and the numbers became clear. Let's assume the index for a regular adept is 1, and a rare adept is 2. Then a common demon is also equivalent to 2. But the attributes of the ancient spirit clan are 1.5 times that of a rare adept, which makes them a 3. With that kind of power, there's no way they were just fighting on par with the demons. From this, he deduced 2 possibilities, each leading to different consequences. There are only 2 possibilities for this situation. 1. Shang Daoyu was lying. 2. There's another reason. Shang Daoyu also said that after they woke up, their strength was greater than before. It's very possible that while he was asleep, something happened that boosted the power of the entire ancient spirit clan by a whole tier, allowing them to surpass the demons. Another clue was nagging at Yun Chen. There's one more point that bothers me. Bloodline suppression. From personal experience, bloodline suppression feels like a weakened version of life-level suppression. Furthermore, they both share a common trait. They have nothing to do with the target's own strength. The corpse in the temporal turbulence suppressed Xiao Ye, but it had no effect on me. And I'm weaker than she is, normally. Similarly, even a weak member of the ancient spirit clan can suppress a third-tier adept who is many times stronger. After a moment of deep thought, he came to a few tentative conclusions. If my judgment is correct, then bloodline suppression is, in fact, life-level suppression. It's just that the difference in life levels isn't that large, so the suppressive effect is limited. The stream of thoughts continued to flow. Following the old line of reasoning, let's assume the life level of humanity is 1, and at tier 2, the life level of the ancient spirit clan that can suppress humans must be 2, or maybe 1.5. Since demons aren't suppressed by humans or the ancient spirits, their life level should be somewhere between 1 and 1.5. He then weighed the supreme beings in his mind. As for the 2 gods who can crush any race, their life level could be 5, 8, or even 10. As for the void, being whose face I couldn't see, and the corpse in the temporal turbulence, their life levels are probably on par with the gods, or perhaps slightly weaker. However, this was all just speculation, not necessarily true. Even regarding the ancient spirit clan, there were countless mysteries. Where exactly were they sleeping all this time? What was the purpose of their slumber? And why did the gods wake them up? It was already late at night. Yun Chen gave up thinking any further. I can't figure it out. I still have too little information. It's useless to keep guessing. I'll sleep first. I still have to find clues about Yun Xiang tomorrow. I wonder how Teacher Xia is doing right now. In another place, in another room, Duan Ye was curled up under her blanket, her whole body trembling as if she were having a nightmare. Memories buried deep within Duan Ye's subconscious began to surface. Andre's voice, carrying an ancient killing intent, rang out, cold and contemptuous. Demon Duan Ye the Annihilator. With this meager strength, you dare call yourself the king of a race? A faint, mocking laugh echoed in the silent space, filled with ridicule and scorn. How absurd. He stood high above, as if suddenly remembering something, deliberately drawing out his words to dig into an old wound. Oh, my apologies. I almost forgot that the previous king, your mother, was killed by me, along with your father and every last demon who was close to you. He continued to laugh loudly, his voice filled with the victor's smug satisfaction. I killed off all the strong ones. It's no wonder they put a weakling like you on the throne. Ha ha ha. Even though she was in a weakened state, Duan Ye's voice remained unyieldingly firm. They died to protect our people, willingly becoming your slaves, and you used that opportunity to murder them. But I am not like them. The aura around her body erupted violently, and every word she spoke was like a life and death oath. I, Duan Ye, the Annihilator, will never in this life bow down as a slave. My fate is my own to decide. Even if my clan is exterminated, even if I must die, I will absolutely kill you. Andre cut her off calmly, his voice like a final judgment. You won't be able to, because your time to die. In that instant, his killing intent surged to its peak. It is now. His massive foot came crashing down. And just like that, Douanier was jolted awake from the nightmare. Ragged breaths echoed in the darkness, but the nightmare hadn't faded. Douanier shot up in the middle of the night, drenched in a cold sweat, her voice filled with rage and bitter defiance. Damn it, I had that rotten nightmare again. As long as I haven't killed him, I'll never be free from this. She clenched her fists. My life is my own, and how I use it is my business. No one gets to interfere. No one. Elsewhere, Thon Lin awoke from a long sleep. Yun Chen, who was sitting by the bed, saw this, and his face lit up. You're awake. Thon Lin's eyes flew open, and overcome with emotion, she shot up and hugged Yun Chen. Ah, it's Brother Yun. It's not a dream. I've finally found you again, Brother Yun. And you're alive. Yun Chen was a bit helpless in this situation. Whoa, calm down first. Yun Chen chuckled, his voice tinged with teasing as he said, You say that like you've seen me die before. His gaze turned serious, and he began to ask slowly, What in the world have you been through all these years? Why were the ancient spirits hunting you? And how did you escape from Jiangdai all the way to Dongyun City? What's the situation in Jiangdai now? Thon Lin sighed, her voice low. It was breached a long time ago. The fighting was fierce back then. The dean, the professors, and all the senior students were dispatched to the front lines. She continued, her voice a mix of luck and sorrow. But then the situation turned around because the devouring demon clan retreated. Many students were able to return to the academy, but the defensive forces inside were still stretched thin. Luckily, Miss Shia stayed behind, and even luckier, your little sister, Van Duong, was there too. Yun Chen froze, his voice thick with worry. Van Duong. She was on the battlefield too? Thanlin tried to calm his anxiety. Brother Yun, calm down. There's something you need to understand. Thanlin looked straight at him, her words filled with pride and trust. In your eyes, Van Duong might be a weak, harmless little sister who only knows how to do chores. But in our eyes, she's the one who awakened the time elemental gift. She's an incredibly reliable teammate. Yun Chen was silent for a moment. I was being biased. It seems while I was gone, she's grown up a lot. What happened after that? She continued, her voice growing grim as she recounted the events that followed. The most terrifying thing in a battle is always a lack of intelligence. At first, no one knew about the ancient spirit's bloodline suppression. The sudden drain on our power caught us completely off guard. Even Miss Xia was almost killed. Then Lin clenched her hand, remembering that life-or-death moment. The turning point was when Van Duong paid a great price to reverse time for everyone, giving us a chance to fight again. Her voice carried a certain reverence. Miss Xia also seized that opportunity to pull out a ton of god-tier items to support us, successfully eliminating the raiding party of ancient spirits and leading us out of Jiangdai. The story gradually led to the present. The picture of the current situation became clear. Afterwards, Miss Xia cooperated with the survivors at the garrison, building a large-scale underground base in a secret location in Jiangnan province. She stabilized the situation and is maintaining a defensive posture for now. Launching a counterattack is difficult. Yun Chen frowned slightly. You said Van Duong paid a great price to reverse time? Thon Lin replied with a stammer. That's right. Reversing time for everyone isn't a joke. A terrifying skill like that is bound to have extremely serious side effects. Thon Lin's eyes sparkled as she said this. Luckily, Miss Xia is like a living treasure chest. She used god-tier items without a second thought and easily eliminated all the side effects. Yun Chen could only listen helplessly, not knowing what else to do. That sounds exactly like the Miss Xia I remember. Yun Chen shifted to another concern, his voice slowing. So, what about you being hunted down? She replied calmly. The base has limited resources and a lot of people to feed. Were we just supposed to wait around and starve to death? Thon Lin explained briefly, a weary look in her eyes. Everyone discussed it and split into teams, taking turns going out to search for supplies. I was just unlucky and ran into the ancient spirits while I was on a supply run. I panicked and fled, and they chased me all the way here. Yun Chen gently reassured her. Don't worry, I'll take you back. Where is Miss Xia's base? She replied softly. Not too far from Jiangdai. He didn't hesitate to act. Good, then let's head back to Jiangnan province. The scene shifts to the teleportation array of Dongyun City. Through the crowd, anxious whispers spread endlessly. So he's really leaving in the end? Without Yun Chen here, how long can this city of Dongyun survive? Maybe we should leave too. And go where? Right now, this is probably the safest place left in the whole country. Sigh. If only Yun Chen were willing to lead us on an expedition, Junmin sighed. Zhan Sheng stepped forward, clapping him on the shoulder comfortingly. Old fan, I understand what you're thinking, but Yun Chen isn't a soldier like you. I can't use the noble cause of protecting the people to force him to give up on seeing his family. The resentful shout of some person rang out. That bastard Yun Chen, I wanted you to lead me to kill more of those ancient spirits. What do you mean you're just leaving like this? Have you no honor? Instead of getting angry, Yun Chen calmly replied, I already kept my promise to help you remove the bloodline suppression. How is that not keeping my word? Thon Lin looked around and said softly to him, "Brother Yun, it seems like no one can bear to see you go." He was completely unfazed. Staying in Dongyun City doesn't mean much anyway. Even if I want to help everyone, I alone am not enough. It's best to meet up with Miss Xia and then decide on the next step. Yun Chen took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the distance. I'm finally going to see Van Duong again. I wonder how she is now. And Miss Xia, too. I'm sure she has a lot of plans in the works. Just as the array seemed to have activated, it suddenly began to dim. He shouted, "Why is the teleportation array disabled? Where is Shang Daoyu? Get him over here!" Zhan Sheng kicked Daoyu towards Yun Chen. "We were planning to beat him up some more after seeing you off, so we brought him along for convenience." He showed no restraint, grabbing the man tightly by the throat. Yun Chen questioned him in a cold voice. "What did you do to the teleportation array?" Daoyu panicked, flailing his arms and legs wildly. I just ordered the array to be modified into a one-way system. You can only enter, not leave. Not only does it prevent enemies from escaping, but it can also trap anyone who thinks this place is safe and teleports in." Yun Chen didn't wait for him to continue his explanation, tossing him straight to Zhan Sheng's men to continue the beating. The man's miserable screams echoed. Don't," Yun Chen sighed softly. "It looks like we have to do this the stupid way." Elsewhere, Yun Chen's group had reassembled. In the middle of the council room, Zhan Sheng's voice was laced with worry. "Yun Chen, the teleportation array is currently unusable. If you want to get to Jiangdai, the only way is to walk." He continued to analyze the dangers of the journey. "But Jiangdai is extremely far from Dongyun City. You have to pass through many cities and monster territory dungeons. Those cities were occupied by the ancient spirit people long ago. As for the monster territories, without human management, they have expanded explosively. You can just imagine how perilous the journey will be." Jun Min also agreed with Zhan Sheng's assessment. "That's right, we might as well all go with you. We can support each other." Yun Chen was a bit confused. "Go with you? Your Ranger Corps?" He didn't waver in the slightest. Instead, he continued with clear determination. "Not only that, but next, we're going to summon the class holders in the city and form a legion of vengeance to set out on a campaign. Our target is the same as yours, Jiangnan University. That way, we can reclaim lost territory as we travel. Kill two birds with one stone." Yun Chen was stunned. "Is he trying to pull me into his group?" Then Lin took a step forward, her gaze uncharacteristically serious as she voiced her support. "Brother Van, I also agree with Commander Tuan's idea. Headmaster Ha's forces at the stronghold have been worn down for a long time. There aren't many left. If you can lead them there, it would be an enormous boost to the stronghold's strength." Yun Chen fell silent for a moment, thoughts racing through his mind. The Xuan Long Nation has been taken over by the ancient spirits. Even if I find Van Duong, the safest place is still Master Ha's stronghold. If there's a chance to strengthen the stronghold, that's obviously for the best. After a brief silence, Yun Chen nodded, his voice no longer hesitant. "All right, we'll go together. Besides, with Master Ha protecting Van Duong, her safety is guaranteed, so I don't need to be in such a rush." Tram Sin burst into a hearty laugh, the relief plain on his face. "Ha ha ha, with you coming along, we can finally rest easy." Tuan Dan looked straight at Yun Chen, his eyes full of expectation. "Van Thien Qiu, as it happens, the Revenge Legion hasn't chosen a commander yet. I can't think of anyone more suitable than you." He immediately shook his head, refusing. "I'm just a classless wanderer. I can't bear the responsibility for the lives of so many class holders. I'm just joining you for the journey. Go ahead and choose someone else as commander." The scene shifts. To the central square of the Holy Empire's capital, chants rose, one after another, carrying a fervent, zealous worship. "Lord Angel! Lord Angel!" The voices overlapped. "Lord Angel!" Under the gaze of tens of thousands of believers, the angel, standing high above, began to speak. "Our awakening is a grace from God, and it is God's will. You were born in this ancestral land. Though you bear flaws, we will uphold our virtue and shield you from the chaos of war." Her voice grew deeper, as if she were delivering a sacred mission. "And I will continue to fulfill the divine mission, bestowing grace upon you, my faithful followers. Let us begin today's prayer. Pray that God hears the voices in our hearts." The believers below gently closed their eyes, their voices rising like a ritual. And amidst that sea of worship, a cold voice rang out, one that did not belong there. If only you all had woken up sooner. The coldness was tangible in that person's every word. Now, it's all too late. The Pope spoke with a calm voice. "What is the progress?" The Grand Marshal bowed his head, his voice filled with reverence. "Your Holiness, everything is ready. We can begin." The Pope's eyes suddenly became unnervingly terrifying. "Good. Then let's begin." In another place, streams of black energy began to appear, and with them, a host of other spirit beings emerged. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. The angel's voice rang out. "This is a holy war." A look of pure horror appeared on her face, filled with absolute terror. "It is a sin, a catastrophe." the scene changes to another place, the prison block inside a war fortress. A weak cry for help echoes, requesting support, comrades. The person was trembling, their voice breaking, as if their life force was draining away. Requesting support from my comrades. That cry for help just kept echoing. Need help. Lucy's expression changed, a look of deep confusion spreading across her face. What's happening? What in the world is going on outside? Who is calling? Why do I feel? The agony spreading through her body became more than she could bear. The pain was so intense, she screamed. Lucy's wings began to transform from black to pure white. Lucy panicked as she realized the change happening to her body. My dark magic is being rejected. My class is reverting to its original angelic form. Are you kidding me? How can something like this? It shouldn't even be possible. Her voice cracked with disbelief. Half of my dark magic has dissipated. How can this be? Could it truly be a divine miracle? Or maybe I should never have fallen in the first place. Suddenly, a voice from outside caught Lucy's attention. Who am I? Li Chin. Who is Li Chin? Why is that me? What should I do? What even am I? Lucy's irritated voice snapped, full of annoyance. So noisy. Can't you see I'm trying to think, you useless piece of soul trash? Shut your mouth already. You've been repeating the same lines every single day since you got in here. I'm about to go insane listening to you. Chin retorted coldly, his voice dripping with malice and contempt. You damn woman. If it's too noisy, then get lost. If you weren't bound by these vines from a branch of the world tree, do you really think you'd be worthy of even sensing my presence? He snorted, not forgetting to taunt her. Who would want to sense you? You're just a failure who got shrunk down to nothing. At least I was defeated by Yun Chen. That's a hell of a lot better than a piece of trash like you who was beaten by some third-class woman. Lucy immediately flew into a rage, spitting out every word. Who are you calling trash? And another thing, she is not just some woman. She is the great Lady L. Ling. Suddenly, another voice shouted, It's so noisy. Ah, Tukin cut in. Fighting is wrong. Master hates it. If you don't be quiet, I'll hit you. Chin just clicked his tongue, looking completely fed up. Great. Now an even bigger nuisance shows up. All day long it's, Master, Master. This little flower sprite is even more annoying than that woman. He let out a bizarre, wicked laugh. No matter how much you cry for him, Yun Chen isn't going to answer you. Heh. Hearing that, Tukin's face crumpled as if about to cry. Her voice immediately started to tremble before she burst into tears, her heart broken. You're lying! Master obviously likes me the best. He's just busy. He doesn't have time to play with me, that's all. Wah! Chin was taken aback. What are you crying about? Lucy's face twisted into a smirk, though her voice was indifferent. Of course, she has a reason to cry. She is filled with noble emotions, no less than my own. It's something called love. She let out a short, contemptuous laugh. You're such an idiot, you can't even remember your own name. How could you possibly remember anyone else, let alone understand a feeling like that? For some reason, those words seemed to strike a nerve deep within Chin, forcing him to think. His voice became hollow, mocking himself. All this time, I, a servant of God, was nothing more than a parasite living in other people's bodies, mechanically handing out missions and giving rewards. I was just an outsider watching others, manipulating their lives. That was my entire purpose for existing. Chin's mood plummeted, filled with a sense of loss he'd never known before. Now, I've lost contact with God. I can't complete my mission. I don't even know what I am anymore. A strange, uncontrollable emotion started to well up inside me. This unprecedented feeling of emptiness just washed over everything, to the point where I actually felt a pang of envy watching those two idiots fool around. Behind me, I could hear the goofy voices of Lucy and Xiaojing calling out, Sister Diu Lin, hurry and come get us! Master is summoning his little demons! Just then, Chin finally regained some clarity, his mind racing. He thought to himself, the god never made me any promises. Serving him was simply my duty. But ever since I lost contact, that feeling has grown fainter and fainter. It's gotten to the point where I don't even care what happens to that guy anymore. At least Yun Chen gives me something in return. If that's the case, making a deal with him might not be impossible. In the schoolyard, everyone was in high spirits, lining up to get their uniforms tailored. I wonder what the uniforms for our Vengeance Corps will look like. They'd better be impressive. The power of the equipment is crucial too. The young women whose life skill was tailoring were starting to get impatient with the rowdy crowd and shouted, Everyone quiet down! If you mess me up and your clothes don't fit, you'll be the one crying! Just then, Duan Ye, standing in a corner, saw everything. She was quite intrigued by the current situation. The Vengeance Corps. War. That's not a bad idea. I have to seize this opportunity. At that very moment, as a sinister smile spread across her face, Than Lin happened to see her. Of course, she recognized Duan Ye and was a little scared of her. I remember her. She's Brother Van's maid. For some reason, she always gives me a really uncomfortable feeling. Suddenly, Douanier turned towards her with a bright smile and beckoned her over. I remember you. Your name is Diep Than Lin, right? Come here, come here. I just happen to have something I want to ask you. Back in the meeting room, the atmosphere was serious. Tuan Dan quickly reported on the situation. Van Thien Kyo, the Vengeance Corps has finished recruiting. Among them are 4 members with their 3rd class advancement, 51 with their 2nd, and 67 ancient spirit folk slaves. According to what he said about the powerful new recruits, all the class holders have had their A-rank bloodline suppression removed. I have to say, Kang Dao Vu really is a top-tier punching bag. Tram Sin, who was standing beside him, added more. Also, although there are still some first-class advancement members who want to join, considering their combat level, we've left them all in the city to help with reconstruction. Yun Chen heard this and immediately agreed. It's true. First-class advancement members are really only useful for logistics. It's better to assign them to reconstruction. Then he suddenly asked, but you're even bringing the ancient spirit folk into battle? Aren't you afraid they'll betray us? Tuan Dan immediately puffed out his chest and guaranteed, don't worry. Very few of those ancient spirit folk have any backbone. They all cherish their lives, he added confidently. Besides, they don't seem to have a problem with killing their own kind. It seems like infighting was common among the ancient spirit folk millions of years ago. Honestly, we humans are no different. The number of times people have pointed weapons at their own kind just to survive is, well, it's too many to count. These words made Yun Chen sigh with emotion. It's always been this way, since the beginning of time. The will to survive is an instinct that almost no living creature can resist, he thought to himself. Of course, there are many who would sacrifice their lives to stay true to themselves. It's just that, compared to the whole, there really aren't that many of them. Seeing there was nothing left to discuss, Tram Sin asked to be excused. Yun Chen, I expect the Corps will be ready in 2 days. We'll set out then. If there's nothing else, we'll head back first. Of course, Yun Chen agreed immediately. Okay, watching his 2 teammates leave, the worry in his heart swelled up again. This expedition. I'm afraid we're going to run into a lot of tough opponents. And right now, my own bloodline suppression has only been lifted to A rank. The thought of leveling up was making his head spin. Before, when I faced Thien Duin's B-rank bloodline suppression, I broke through it in an instant. But against Tuang Dao Vu, it took me a full 5 seconds. If I encounter an S-rank bloodline suppression, or even higher, how long will it take me then? Just as he was lost in his troubled thoughts, he heard a rustling sound. It was Xiao Jing, who had appeared out of nowhere. Master, the second soul wants to see you. Hearing this, Yun Chen gave his permission. Fine. As he took out the item that imprisoned Thien Chin, he wondered, has he finally seen reason? Without another thought, he quickly released Thien Chin. The moment he appeared, he asked urgently, listen, boy, I've done a lot of thinking these past few days. A deal with you isn't out of the question. If I give you everything I have, can you guarantee you can help me find my past? Yun Chen answered with sincerity, I can't guarantee it. Not to mention, we have no idea where your body is. Even if we do find it, there's no telling if it'll do any good. I can only say that I will do my best to help you. You've been inside my body for this long. You should know that I always keep my word. His words made Thien Chin laugh sardonically. So honest. Boy, do you have any idea what I can offer you? He confidently and proudly listed the benefits Yun Chen would receive if they worked together. First, attribute points. Every day, I can give you 100 points to use as you wish. +1 strength, +1 intelligence, +1 agility, +1 stamina. In addition, there are countless low-level class skill books, skill points, and various rare materials up to S- rank. He declared with absolute confidence, anything you want, I have it right here. But after hearing all that, Yun Chen just scoffed and shot back, just 100? That's it? That attitude annoyed Thien Chin, who pressed on, you think 100 is too little? A normal class holder only gets +5 to all stats and 5 free attribute points to distribute when they level up. He then listed a whole series of other benefits. You know that the experience needed to level up increases dramatically in the late game. From level 89 to level 90, a class holder might need to spend several months or even longer just to gain 1 level, level 90. But with my help, you won't even need to level up, and you'll still gain far more attribute points every day than they do. Of course, Yun Chen wasn't so easily convinced. He questioned him casually. I know, but your inventory can't possibly be limited to just that. And why do the rare materials only go up to S- quality? Don't you have any S rank or S+? Faced with his demands, Thien Chin sighed in exasperation. What in the world do you take me for? Then he explained, first of all, you need to understand, I am not a god. I don't have any creative abilities, and the god wouldn't let me just take whatever I want from his creations. What I have now is the leftover stock I requested from the god for my personal use. He listed out everything clearly and in detail. For example, the attribute points, skill points, and materials are all mandatory daily quest rewards. So, I requested a large amount from the god in advance, and the highest quality material is S-, because at the end of the day, it's just a reward for a daily quest. If you can get it just by being active every day, do you really think I can give you an S rank for it? Besides, he added, the only other thing I can give you is a blank weapon blueprint. That's a reward item I generate when I issue the Subjugate the Annihilation Husk quest. Back then, right at that moment, the info panel popped up, detailing the effects of the blank weapon blueprint. The blueprint had no restrictions. As long as you put materials in, you could forge a corresponding weapon. The weapon's grade and effects depended entirely on the materials used. After taking the time to listen to Thien Chin's explanation and read the announcement, Yun Chen was beginning to understand. So that's how it is. All you have are quest-related rewards, and even those have to be requested in advance. He secretly thought it was like needing a superior's approval to use company funds. It seemed the god didn't completely trust his second soul. At this point, Thien Chin said, "So, if you want more, you'll have to let me restore my connection with the god. However, with your cautious nature, I doubt you'd ever do that." Seeing how well he understood him, Yun Chen didn't bother denying it. Of course not. He even thought smugly, what if you secretly reported me to the god of humanity? I'd be screwed. Next, he had another question he wanted to ask. So why are the daily attribute points limited? Why can't you just give them all to me at once? Thien Chin answered honestly. Because everything I possess is a creation of the god, not something born of this world. He then explained the consequences of giving Yun Chen too many resources. If I give you too much at once, it will affect the world itself. 100 points a day is already the absolute limit. You don't want the god to notice you and pinpoint your location because of this, do you? As for the things you usually eat to increase your stats, those are natural products of this world, so it doesn't matter how much you consume. While they were talking normally, his tone suddenly shot up. It's no exaggeration to say that what I can offer you is enough to drive anyone insane. It could even take a weak, ordinary person and put them at the pinnacle of the world. With such a massive benefit, you still can't give me the past I want? With a perfectly calm demeanor, Yun Chen replied, I can only try. His indifferent attitude drove Thien Chin mad, and he roared, Kid, you need to understand. I don't want to try. I want a guarantee, an absolute certainty. Otherwise, the deal is off. You won't get a single bit of help from me for the rest of your life. He moved closer to Yun Chen, trying to persuade him. Without me, you wouldn't be who you are today. You know my value better than anyone. Right now, all I want is a definite answer. It's so simple. You have no reason to refuse. Come on, give me the answer. Tell me what I want to hear. But obviously, he couldn't do anything, and only provoked a rebuttal. It's useless to keep talking. If something can't be done, it can't be done. If your corpse was already digested and excreted as dung by some gluttonous magical beast, then I couldn't find it even if I risked my life. His stubbornness sent Thien Chin into a furious rage, and he screamed, Are you an idiot? All I want is a promise. You can't even understand that? Where the hell is your brain? He cursed Yun Chen nonstop. You moron! You imbecile! The deal is off! I must have been blind to come find you. All you had to do was lie, just once. What right does someone who doesn't even know how to deceive have to negotiate with me? Annoyed by his constant nagging, Yun Chen shot back, It's not that I don't know how, it's that I don't want to. Because you are Li Thien Chin, the one who was besieged and killed by the 72 demon pillars for the sake of humanity. As he spoke the last words, his voice dropped to a low growl. I refuse to have any deception between us. Thien Chin was stunned into silence by his words. Seeing him quiet, Yun Chen decided to try and rein him back in. We're done talking. You should go back now. However, Thien Chin suddenly shouted, Yun Chen, wait! His action prompted Yun Chen to ask immediately, What else do you want? At that moment, Thien Chin, while slowly freeing himself from the bindings, muttered a curse. Damn it, this is clearly an unfair losing deal for me. But compared to working for the god for nothing, you're the one who benefits no matter how I look at it. He held his hand out to Yun Chen, showing his willingness to accept the deal. Fine. I agree. Yun Chen didn't hesitate to shake his hand, sealing the deal. And just like that, a system notification appeared. Final quest. Help the second soul find his past. Failure will result in punishment. No quest reward. At that moment, inside the meeting room, Thien Chin and Yun Chen had finalized their transaction. Then Thien Chin made a suggestion. Since we've reached an agreement, you and I are on the same side now. How about you get rid of these vines for me first? It's hard for me to use my full power like this. Of course, Yun Chen would remove the vines from his body, but he still had to take precautions against this guy. Removing them completely is impossible. I still don't fully trust you. Although he allowed him to move freely, he didn't forget to add a reminder. This will suppress your power to prevent you from reporting to the god of humanity, while also making it more convenient for you to act. After Yun Chen unbound him and placed 2 control rings on his wrists, Thien Chin didn't seem annoyed. On the contrary, he was full of excitement. Not bad. Well then, let's get started. He quickly added some attribute points for Yun Chen, starting with today's 100 points. You can allocate them to whichever attribute you want. Yun Chen immediately checked his own stat panel. 100 unused attribute points. The numbers on the screen astonished him so much that he gasped. 100 unused attribute points. Even though I was mentally prepared, seeing it for real still feels so extravagant. After a moment of thought, he decided to boost 2 stats. As usual, I'll just dump everything into Constitution and Intelligence. More HP and MP will extend the duration of Myriad Nightwheel, increasing my ability to contend with the strongest opponents. Just then, Thien Chin started to remind Yun Chen about something, but he suddenly remembered on his own. That blueprint in your head. You promised, remember? Wait a minute. I think I still have some old stock. After searching for a moment, he finally pulled it out, found it. The item he produced was the Spatial Mastery Talent. It was S+ quality, a space system talent that allows the owner to use space system skills. The moment Yun Chen saw it, he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "A space system talent. You were hiding something this good?" Hearing this, Thien Chin chuckled and revealed, "I've had this prepared for you for a long time. Remember that dark cultist you defeated during the freshman exchange match? He was a space mage." He seemed a bit guilty as he explained why he had only brought out this prized item now. "Back then, you picked up a basic space mage skill, but since you had no aptitude for space magic, you couldn't learn it. I figured I would arrange a related quest for you later on, so I asked the god of humanity for the reward in advance." However, Thien Chin just made some excuses, and later, seeing you needed something else more urgently, I shelved that quest for the time being. Over time, he just completely forgot. Yun Chen was left speechless by his goldfish brain, thinking, asterisk, what an unreliable guy. Asterisk. Not wanting to waste any more time, Thien Chin said nonchalantly, "Well, it's no use to me anyway. Just consider it an extra perk for you." The moment he finished speaking, he shot the space talent orb right into Yun Chen's forehead. Instantly, the system announced the acquisition of an S+ space mastery talent. Without a moment of hesitation, Yun Chen was eager to test out his new gift. Asterisk, this is good stuff. I wonder what kind of effects I can create by combining space skills with my other abilities. Asterisk. After a few days of reorganization, the Avenger Legion officially set out on its campaign. According to the plan, their final destination was Jiangnan University, and they would reclaim every human city along the way. But even with Yun Chen along, the journey wasn't as smooth as they'd imagined. One night at a temporary camp, Yun Chen noticed Thon Lin furtively sneaking up behind him and asked, exasperated, "Diep Thon Lin, what is wrong with you?" Startled, Thon Lin hid behind him, then peeked around nervously and hurriedly asked her question. "Brother Van, your beautiful little maid. She's not here, is she?" He replied with a sigh. "She went for a walk." "Why are you looking for times her asterisk?" With a grave expression, Thon Lin lowered her voice. "It's not that I'm looking for her. How do I put this? It's better if times she's times not here. I suspect there's something unclean about her." Her words left Yun Chen completely stunned. Huh? Before he could even understand what the hell Thon Lin was talking about, she added resentfully, "Brother Van, something is seriously wrong with that maid. Just being near her makes me uncomfortable. I get this urge to just slap her right across the face." Hearing she wanted to hit Duan, Ye sent a chill down his spine. Asterisk, that's a dangerous thought to have. Asterisk. Seizing the opportunity while it was just the two of them, Thon Lin finally dared to voice her suspicions about Duan Ye. "Brother Van, you know I'm a Taoist priest who specializes in suppressing evil and vanquishing demons. I'm a natural counter to monsters and ghosts. After my third class change into a celestial master, that trait was amplified even more. But I never expected that ability to react to times that made asterisk. There's definitely something wrong with her." Seeing she was letting her imagination run wild, Yun Chen explained in a low voice, "Don't jump to conclusions. Xiao Da is the demon queen I brought back from the Dark Realm. I'm hiding her identity to avoid unnecessary chaos and hatred. After all, the demon queen and humanity have been at war for so many years. There's too much resentment built up." His words didn't clarify things for Thon Lin. In fact, she completely misunderstood. "So, that's it. You want to protect her?" Her simple way of thinking just made him tired. He thought to himself, asterisk, I'm protecting you guys. If you actually managed to piss her off, crushing you all would be a trivial matter for her. Asterisk. So, to stop Thon Lin's mind from wandering, Yun Chen stated firmly, "Besides, I have a soul contract with her. I've issued a command forbidding her from harming humans. Nothing can go wrong." Hearing this, all Thon Lin could say was, "Oh, well, that's good then." Just then, Zhan Sheng returned from somewhere and hurried over to Yun Chen. "About tomorrow's battle, I need to discuss the details with you. Are you free?" Yun Chen glanced over at Thon Lin and asked, "Right now?" It was a subtle hint for her to leave. Getting the hint, She chuckled and said, I'm done here anyway. You all go ahead and talk. At that point, Tuan Dan pointed to a map and said, Van Thien Kyo, the place we're heading next is a bit special. Compared to Dongvan City, which is geographically isolated, that place is more like a city cluster. 5 cities, each comparable in size to Dongvan City. From what my scouts gathered on the way, the distance between them is no more than 30 kilometers, and they are all occupied by the Guling people. Although the 5 city lords, there are like Thuong Dao Vu, all Earth-rank Guling. If one city is attacked, the other 4 can provide immediate support. The casualties would be impossible to predict. He carefully marked red dots on the map and continued his briefing. Initially, my plan was to send in infiltrators feigning surrender, so we could coordinate an attack from both the inside and out. But the advance team of rogues brought back news that the 5 cities seemed to be aware of our movements. They're on a wartime alert status. Any infiltration attempt now would be easily detected and exploited. Hearing this, Zhan Sheng sighed, blaming himself. I'm sorry, this is my responsibility. Even though we retook Dongban City, years of oppression have made many of the citizens lose faith in class holders. His voice was heavy with sadness as he continued. They're leading their families out of Dongban City to find someplace safer. I didn't stop them. Now, those 5 cities are suddenly on high alert. It's likely because the Guling captured some of the fleeing citizens, and our intelligence on Dongvan City was leaked. He concluded that if he had chosen to seal the city back then, the situation might be better. But Yun Chen said there was nothing they could do. With the number of rangers they had at the time, they couldn't possibly manage an entire city. His voice was dark, tinged with sorrow. Besides, the rangers are human too. We can't brutally suppress our own kind like the Guling do. You can't stop those who want to run. After listening to them both, Tuan Dan came to the final conclusion. Infiltration is impossible, which means we only have one option left, a full frontal assault. Immediately, he began to lay out a detailed and meticulous plan. First, we concentrate all our forces to capture Jianglin City on the outer ring. We free the enslaved class holders and enslave the Guling within. That way, we'll have more fighting power, which will make assaulting the subsequent cities easier. Still, Zhan Sheng saw a flaw. But doing that will alert the snake in the grass. The other 4 cities could join forces against us. Tuan Dan knew that, but he was out of options. I know, but this is the only way. Just then, Yun Chen spoke up, declaring, It doesn't have to be that complicated. He already had his own plan. We divide our forces and attack all 5 cities at the same time. The moment these words left his mouth, Zhan Sheng cried out in shock. What? How is that even possible? No matter how strong you are, you can only handle 1 city by yourself. But Yun Chen insisted, How will we know if we don't try? On the second day, in Jianglin City, the 2 sides clashed in a brutal battle. On the human side, the immensely powerful Hoa Tung was on a rampage, slaughtering the people of the Guling City. You Guling, this lord is going to tear you to shreds. He attacked them with sadistic pleasure, his assault met only by the pathetic screams of the Guling people. They scrambled in panic, shouting to one another, What in the world is this monster? He's terrifyingly strong. Just as the crowd was at a loss for how to deal with Hoa Tung. Is this a joke? Why is our bloodline suppression useless? Could this be the true strength of human class holders? Just then, Don Tin stepped out from the crowd and rallied the others in a loud voice. Don't panic. So what if our bloodline suppression doesn't work? As long as the level difference isn't too great, we have more than enough raw power to take them down. He began directing the fight. Forget that monster. He's just one unusually strong individual. Just send a squad to keep him occupied. The rest of you, ancient spirit warriors, regroup and prioritize taking out the other humans. Immediately, they surrounded a woman whose class was a dark sorceress. She wasn't the least bit afraid. In fact, she made a defiant proclamation. You damn ancient spirits, you've always used your bloodline suppression to do whatever you want. Today, I'm going to show you a thing or two. As she spoke, she unleashed her power, shouting out the true way human classes fight. At the same time, the system displayed a notification for Swamp of Dry Bones, an area of effect skill that reduces agility by 70%. Annihilation Wind, an area of effect skill, reduces strength by 50%. Instantly, the skill struck the ancient spirits, who were about to attack the dark sorceress. They cried out in alarm. What kind of move is this? Damn it, my body feels so heavy, and my movements are incredibly sluggish, and I feel my arms getting weaker. It's like my strength has been cut in half. Seeing his men thrown into confusion, Doan Tin quickly shouted his commands. Don't panic. Use ranged attacks. Blast them to pieces. Following his order, they quickly attacked the group of humans. Well, the result wasn't quite what they expected. Not only were the humans unharmed, they easily brushed off the attacks as if they were swatting away annoying flies. This left the group of ancient spirits in stunned disbelief, and they began shouting, Damn it, why are my attacks so useless? This doesn't make any sense. What the hell is going on? But before their confusion could fester, one of the humans stepped forward and explained it all. Unlike you selfish ancient spirits, we humans have special types of people among us. He proceeded to explain exactly why his group was unharmed. They might not have any fighting ability. They might not even be able to protect themselves, but they belong to great classes that exist to wholeheartedly support their allies. What he was talking about were support classes, like Holy Light Healing and Magic Shield, an aura skill that reduces magic damage for all allies by 60%, and Physical Shield, another aura skill that reduces physical damage for all allies by 60%. Tuan Dan, standing on high ground, saw that his side had the upper hand and gloated loudly. "You arrogant ancient spirits! You always rely on your bloodline suppression to crush your enemies, never bothering to learn anything about us humans. That's why you're completely clueless about our tactics and class skills." Seizing the advantage, he ordered everyone to charge. "This is the price for your arrogance. Let's go. Finish off those ancient spirits." On the ancient spirits side, given the situation, everyone looked to Doan Tin for guidance. "Squad captain, what do we do? This is the first time we've fought humans on equal footing. We have no idea how they fight." Then, after a moment of silent thought, a sinister smile spread across Doan Tin's face. "If that's the case, then we'll let the ones who times do times understand them do the fighting." Without a moment of hesitation, he shouted a truly despicable command. "All ancient spirits, release the bloodline suppression. Send all our human prisoners and the humans who surrendered to us into battle. Anyone who dares to disobey or betray us will have their entire family slaughtered." The captured human prisoners had no way of defying the ancient spirits, so they had no choice but to take up their swords and charge into battle to slaughter their own people. Damn it all, you bastards! I can't defy their orders. My countrymen, I am so sorry." The situation was now a total mess, as the human team couldn't bring themselves to strike down their own controlled brethren. Those forced to fight their own people wept as they fought. "Forgive me. I really don't want to hurt you. They're making me do this. The Xuanlong nation is finished. Resistance is pointless. Surrender, my brothers." This new development left the human team able only to parry blows, unable to fight back. They helplessly looked to Tuan Dan for orders. "This is no good. I can't attack our own people. Those damn ancient spirit dogs. They've gone too far." "Commander, what do we do?" If the other side was going to play that dirty, well, Tuan Dan had no problem doing the exact same thing. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Release all the ancient spirit slaves and have them activate their bloodline suppression on the battlefield. And so, the enslaved ancient spirits were released by the human group. And of course, they too charged forward, helplessly screaming, "I'm sorry! I don't want to betray my fellow ancient spirits, but I have no choice." And just like that, the two sides were evenly matched once again. After fighting for some time, the human team once again gained the upper hand. Seizing such a perfect opportunity, they all surged forward, their blood pumping. The bloodline suppression is working on them. "They've lost their will to fight! They're not a threat anymore! Kill them!" The consequence was that one ancient spirit after another fell, throwing the survivors into a state of sheer terror. Am I dreaming? We, the noble ancient spirits, have become slaves to these lowly humans? Is this some kind of sick joke? The world's been turned upside down. It's all been turned upside down. Even Doan Tin hadn't accounted for this. Damn it. I never thought they had a card like this to play. At this point, there was only one way out. With no other options, he decided to call for help from the strongest of the ancient spirit clan. "Lord City Master, requesting support. Requesting support." Just as he was about to run into the tower, something suddenly appeared in the sky, hurtling towards it. The object flew straight into the tower and blew it to pieces. The sight made Doan Tin stutter in horror. They still have the power to attack the City Lord's mansion. After a moment of bewilderment, he regained his confidence, feeling smug about the City Master's power. But then, someone powerful landed right in front of him. So what if you did? The Lord City Master is unparalleled in his strength. You lowly humans attacking him is like a moth flying into a flame. You're just looking for death. The person who had just landed was none other than Yun Chen, and held in his hand was the City Master of the Ancient Spirits. The horrifying sight made Doan Tin collapse to his knees, unable to believe his eyes as he stammered out a cry. How? How is this possible? Lord, City Master. He looked at the beaten and bruised City Master and screamed, "Defeated again." It was only then that Doan Tin noticed Yun Chen, and he snarled through clenched teeth, "You're Van Thien Kyo, the Yun Chen of Dongvan City, aren't you? I can't believe it. Your strength is just as the rumor said. We lost at your hands." Before he could even think about revenge, someone appeared out of nowhere and kicked him flat on his back. Hoa Tung planted a foot on Doan Tin's chest and growled, "You think a piece of trash like you is even worthy of Yun Chen's attention? No, it was my big bro Van who took action. Open your dog eyes and take a good look." He made it clear to Doan Tin that the Yun Chen standing before him was not the real thing. "This is just one of my brother Van's clones." Instantly, the system displayed a new panel. God Form Technique. Cloning art. Advanced quintuple clone. Possesses all assassin class skills of the original body. Inherits 70% of attributes. Maximum number of clones, 5. A heavy, murderous silence fell the moment Doan Tin realized this was merely a clone of Yun Chen. After regaining his composure, he screamed in disbelief. A clone? Impossible. You must be lying to me. He stared intently at Yun Chen's clone and yelled, how could a mere clone accomplish this? Just then, a soldier loudly reported to Tuan Dan, Commander Fan, the latest war reports from the other 4 cities have arrived. He joyfully brought the good news from the remaining battlefields. Van Thien did not disappoint. His 4 other clones in Diepvan, Donghoan, Bakvu, and Teach City successfully took out their targets. With enemy morale completely shattered everywhere, the war has entered its final phase of capturing prisoners and tallying casualties. You could say it was a total victory for Yun Chen. On top of that, he added, you have complete control over the remaining cities. We've actually captured 5 cities at once, and you've eliminated all of their city lords. At that moment, his clone also spoke up. Mission complete. I am returning now. Doan Tin, who had been listening in silence, now exclaimed in shock, but a clone is supposed to be many times weaker than the original body. How could it achieve something like this? With humanity holding such a major victory in their hands, Tuan Dan was moved to tears. This is what you call overwhelming power. Let's start the cleanup. Just then, Duan Ye appeared out of nowhere. She smiled gently and volunteered. Commander Fan, I haven't had a chance to contribute to this battle. It wouldn't feel right to just enjoy the victory. Please, allow me to help with the cleanup. However, Tuan Dan waved his hand, refusing. How could I ask that of you? The cleanup is all hard labor. You even have to clear the corpses from the battlefield. You're a woman. Is that really suitable? But Duan Ye insisted. I want to do something for everyone. Please, let me. Seeing how determined she was, Tuan Dan had no choice but to agree. All right then, I'll be troubling you. Their conversation was overheard by everyone. The men started whispering among themselves. She's so beautiful, has a great figure, and is so kind-hearted. As expected of Van Thien Kyo's handmaiden, their words accidentally reached Duan Ye's ears. Her face darkened, and her smile turned cold. Asterisk. Only a woman like this is worthy of serving Van Thien Kyo. Asterisk. Back with the human prisoners from the cities, a chaotic crowd stood around Yun Chen, making him sigh wearily. There are so many. Seeing his state, Tram Sin sounded a bit helpless himself. This is just the first batch. I mean, capturing 5 cities at once means the number of people to be rescued has multiplied. We also don't have a way to deal with these slave collars. We'll have to trouble you with it. Knowing there was no other way, Yun Chen just let out a breath and gave the order, have them line up. We'll do it one by one. After a long time removing the slave seals from each person, there was finally only one left. Yun Chen gently placed his hand on the man's slave chain and easily removed it. As soon as he was freed, the man emotionally grabbed Yun Chen's hand and thanked him profusely. Thank you, Van Thien Kyo. Thank you. Though so tired his face was pale, he forced a smile and said, It's nothing. Go back and rest. At that moment, Yun Chen looked at the slave chain in his hand with disgust and thought to himself, asterisk, next up is the final step. Asterisk. He then used a soul imprint on the chain. After he was finished, he turned to instruct Tuan Dan, Commander Fan. These slave collars have all been marked with my soul imprint. They're ready to be used. Without a hint of hesitation, Tuan Dan eagerly grabbed the slave collars and said happily, Van Thien Kyo, thank you so much. In the last 2 days, most of the rescued have chosen to join us. With these slave collars, the number of Gulen slaves will also skyrocket, he said with great anticipation. The Vengeance Corps is now several times stronger than when we first set out. We've become a force that no one dares to underestimate. Ignoring Tuan Dan, who was lost in the joy of his growing army, Yun Chen turned to ask Teacher Tram Sin, how is that matter I asked you to handle? He replied honestly, my apologies, Yun Chen. We've searched every library in South City and still haven't found any elementary space system skills. Then, he added with a regretful look, after all, the profession of a space mage is incredibly rare. In all my years, I've only ever heard of them, never seen one with my own eyes. To find a skill that rare, I'm afraid we'll have to go to the more prosperous central cities. At this point, he didn't forget to add a warning. But the resources of a central city are nothing like a normal place, like Dongvan or Jianglin City. The Gulen station there will be far more numerous and far stronger. It's even highly likely that we'll encounter a 4th-rank Gulen there. We might not be able to fight them. Yun Chen obviously understood the problem. It's fine. We'll have to face them sooner or later. There's no need to deliberately avoid them. In his heart, he was resolute. Asterisk. Space system skills are all extremely powerful. I have to find as many as I can. Asterisk. Knowing his intentions, Tram Sin replied with a confident voice. Understood. Leave the rest to me. You've been through a lot these past few days, Yun Chen. Go get some rest. Trusting in his abilities, Yun Chen agreed. All right. A little later, on his way back, he happened to see a group of people ganging up on a member of the Gulin race, who was begging relentlessly. Please stop hitting me! However, the group kept beating him, but their reason wasn't to vent their anger. Everyone, pay attention! Don't beat him to death! Our main goal is still to break the bloodline suppression. Yun Chen paid it no mind, casually walking past the brawl. Asterisk, don't worry, he definitely won't die. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, but crippling him shouldn't be a problem, right? Asterisk, I hate you, Gulin, to the bone. All of you deserve to die. You could say he turned a blind eye as the Gulin was beaten senseless, screaming in despair. No, I don't want to be a slave. If you want revenge, go find other Gulin. I've never oppressed you humans. That's right, I even secretly gave you food. I'm not a bad person! The furious shouts of the humans mixed with Yun Chen's grim expression, as if he was silently agreeing with them. If you're a Gulin, you deserve to die. If you don't want to die, put this on right now. Move again, and I'll chop off your hand. After walking for a while, Yun Chen reached the temporary residence arranged by the Vengeance Corps. Too many things were about to happen, and he was feeling a bit exhausted. Dealing with the slave collars wasn't a difficult task, but the sheer number of them was unbearable. Moreover, he had no idea how many more cities he would have to conquer on the road ahead, how many more people he would have to rescue, or how many more slave collars he would use. Just as Yun Chen passed a painting in the room, he lamented, I'm afraid I'll die of exhaustion before I even make it to Jiangnan University. I have to find a way to solve this. To his shock, the eyes in the painting moved, following him. Feeling that malicious gaze fixed on him, a cold sweat broke out across Yun Chen's body and he cried out, Huh? Without a moment's hesitation, he spun around and shouted, Who is it? A figure appeared right in the living room. He coolly closed the book he was halfway through reading. Then, he chuckled, teasing Yun Chen. I only just stepped within 20 meters of you, and you've already noticed. You're quite the sensitive little one. Recognizing who this man was, Yun Chen hurriedly activated his martial soul, the Eye of Discovery, and yelled, An ancient spirit. He was horrified to find this man was incredibly powerful. The intruder's strength was undeniable. He might even be stronger than Xiao Ye. The reason he was so sure was because of the man's status panel. Name, Clan of the Ancient Spirits. Level, attributes, skills. The intruder then casually requested, Don't be so tense. I have no fondness for fighting. And another thing, that book in your room. I quite like it. How about you consider it a gift for me? Facing such a powerful enemy, Yun Chen went on high alert and asked in a low growl, I'm asking you one last time. Who exactly are you? The intruder ignored the killing intent radiating from him and leisurely continued, If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. What a fine introductory gift. As for who I am, a smug smile appeared on his face as he introduced himself. You may call me the Flame Emperor of the West, Shi Ling. As soon as he knew who stood before him, Yun Chen shouted his name in astonishment. Flame Emperor Shi Ling. Then, his voice dropped to a low tone as he asked, To call yourself an emperor, are you one of the 4 ancient emperors of the directions? Shi Ling didn't hesitate to admit it. In fact, he was even kind enough to warn Yun Chen. That's right, and you shouldn't be so defensive. I didn't come here to seek revenge for the ancient spirits. I came to propose peace. Otherwise, the suppression from my bloodline would make things proceeding very unpleasant for you. He then glanced at the large bookshelf in Yun Chen's room and said slowly, People often say there are houses of gold to be found in books. Truth be told, I prefer reading to fighting. After I awoke, I read a great many books and documents. You could say I have a good grasp of your human history now. He himself felt quite sympathetic about humanity's retaliation against his ancient spirit clan. I understand your anger, and I hope you can understand the anger of the ancient spirits. Imagine anyone waking up from a long sleep to find their home has vanished, occupied by a swarm of weak creatures, and even remade beyond recognition. It's only natural to act rashly for a moment. Annoyed by Shi Ling's preachy tone, Yun Chen shouted, I understand them? Did they ever try to understand the humans they persecuted? Now that I've beaten the ancient spirits into a full retreat, you show up to talk about peace. When the ancient spirits were bullying humanity, what were you doing? Understanding the boy's fury, Shi Ling could only explain patiently, I had my own matters to attend to. You probably don't know this, but the Xuanlong nation has already been divided into 4 regions, each managed by one of the 4 ancient emperors. He explained the current situation in detail, noting that each region was filled with both humans and ancient spirits. The workload is piling up. The region you're in now belongs to the Great Eastern Emperor. That one's love for battle is your misfortune. Furthermore, he added, you may not believe this, but in the region under my control, at least, the ancient spirits and humans live together in harmony. In fact, not all ancient spirits are hostile to humans. Of course, Yun Chen didn't believe a word of it. That's a load of nonsense. If a place like that really existed, how come not a single piece of news about it has gotten out? Shi Ling calmly replied, because I've sealed it off completely. The reason he did so was to ensure the safety of his people and his land. The area I manage isn't large, and its resources are not exactly abundant. Its carrying capacity is limited. If word got out, it would undoubtedly attract a flood of people seeking refuge, which would lead to resource shortages and chaos. At this point, he sighed with a hint of exhaustion. Ruling and managing, these are not my strengths. Keeping even one small piece of land stable has been incredibly difficult. I really just want to read my books in peace. Even after hearing everything Ziling had to say, Yun Chen wasn't about to change his mind so easily, not after witnessing so many cruelties the ancient spirits had inflicted upon his people. To hear you talk, you'd think all ancient spirits were benevolent saints. If I hadn't seen the vicious acts of the ancient spirits with my own eyes, I might have actually fallen for your devil's tongue. The boy's stubbornness made Shi Ling simply state, I'm not forcing you to believe me, but there is at least one thing you must understand. Now, his voice took on a more serious tone as he cautioned Yun Chen. The god of humanity chose this specific time to awaken us. He must have had his own intentions, and I doubt it was for us to slaughter each other. Shi Ling himself had thoroughly investigated everything before coming to warn Yun Chen. In the time since I awoke, I've investigated this repeatedly. I found that the god's choice was not a mistake. After awakening, the ancient spirits were meant to coexist peacefully with humanity because the demon clan is our common enemy. At this point, he didn't hesitate to reveal who he believed had caused the current situation. The reason we're in this state of mutual hostility is purely due to an unforeseen accident. And the source of that accident, Shi Ling pointed directly at the person he was facing, is you, Yun Chen. That accusation made Yun Chen deeply uncomfortable. This isn't a funny joke. Knowing the boy wouldn't believe him so easily, Shi Ling presented his evidence. At first, I didn't dare believe it either, until I discovered you had visited the dark world, and I saw your demon maid. Your appearance clearly threw everything into disarray, destroying the god's entire design. Faced with this evidence, Yun Chen naturally refuted it. That's absurd. So, by your logic, I'm the great sinner here? Shi Ling quickly explained. Not exactly. After all, your intentions were good. It was all just a coincidence. Annoyed by those sanctimonious words, Yun Chen shot back. Anyone can talk down from on high. You think I, Yun Chen, know nothing of this world's secrets. Since you're so devoted to this god, let me ask you. 1,000,000 years ago, why did all those emperor-level masters who went looking for him disappear? He pointed straight at Shi Ling and demanded, what is the purpose of the war between the two worlds? Would it really be a good thing if the god wins? Besides selling your life for him, what do you really know about him? If he actually wins, what will happen to the ancient spirits? Faced with this barrage of questions, Shi Ling remained silent. What will happen to humanity? After a long moment of thought, Shi Ling finally spoke. Such sharp questions, striking directly at things I've been unwilling to consider. I never imagined your understanding surpassed my own. It seems I need to do more research. In the moment, just before he left to investigate everything more thoroughly, he didn't forget to ask one thing of Yun Chen, but at the very least, listen to one piece of my advice. Humankind and the ancient spirits shouldn't be enemies. Please, show them mercy. But all that greeted Shi Ling was Yun Chen's burning hatred. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Mercy isn't out of the question. But first, they must pay their debt to humankind. Meanwhile, inside a heavily guarded strategy room, Junmin stood before the others, arguing that even though we'd captured 5 cities, we still had to be careful. It's a hassle, I know, but we should stick to the original plan. Make a 300-mile detour and avoid Skycloud City. Immediately, the room erupted with different opinions. He's right. Skycloud City's resources, population, and level of development are leagues beyond the other cities. It's an incredibly wealthy, core city. The payoff for capturing it would be huge, but the odds of victory are low. Avoiding it is the safest bet. Just then, Zhan Sheng chimed in. I object. After expanding through 5 cities, the Avenger Legion's strength is substantial. Who's to say we can't take it? The moment he finished, Junmin countered. In terms of our core and mid-level fighting force, we're not at a disadvantage. The problem is our top-tier strength. According to intel from the ancient spirit prisoners, the Lord of Skycloud City is a heaven-rank ancient spirit, equivalent to one of humanity's 4th-tier class holders. He went on, pointing out their legion's critical weakness, and the highest in our Avenger Legion is only 3rd tier. On top of that, the ancient spirit's combat abilities far exceed humans of the same rank. They're even stronger than the demons. And to top it all off, the Lord of Skycloud City possesses an S-rank bloodline suppression. Who among us can possibly stand against that? Just as the debate hit its peak, a voice suddenly cut through the noise, volunteering to face the ancient spirit's strongest warrior. That brave soul was none other than Yun Chen. Leave the city lord to me, he said. The rest of you just focus on the battle. Naturally, Junmin vehemently objected. Yun Tianzhao, aren't you just like the rest of us? Only able to resist A-rank bloodline suppression? If you go up against S-rank suppression, even you will be in grave danger. Everyone else in the room agreed with him, trying to talk Yun Chen out of such a reckless move. That's right. Skycloud City's basic forces are incredibly strong, too. If we attack head-on, win or lose, our losses will be catastrophic. The Legion might not recover from it, but Yun Chen remained resolute. Don't worry, I have a way to keep our losses to an absolute minimum. As for the City Lord's S-rank suppression, that is a problem, which is why I've decided to use a few tricks. A sly grin spread across his face. It's been a while since I've fought in a large-scale siege. A few days later, in Skycloud City, an old man was busy forging weapons. It was none other than Mu Jiashu. Standing beside him was his ancient spirit master, who tried to persuade him. Old Mu, even among our people, blacksmiths with your level of skill are exceedingly rare. If you would just surrender, the city lord would surely treat you well. Why must you suffer like this? At that, Jiashu stopped his work. He walked over to his master, snatched the wine gourd from the man's hand, and spat angrily. Surrender? How could I face the class holders who sacrificed their lives? He took a long drink, then said firmly, "Don't ever bring this up again. I'll keep hammering out these pieces of scrap metal like always, so you'll have something to report." Faced with Jiashu's stubbornness, his master could only sigh. Truthfully, the city lord has ordered me to make you submit by any means necessary. But I respect you as a man. I can't bring myself to do it. Please, don't force my hand. Of course, Jiashu didn't seem to care in the slightest, and instead made a blunt request. Enough of that. You've said the same thing 100 times, and I'm tired of hearing it. Got anything new? Like, any interesting news from outside the city recently? And so, his master began to tell him what he'd heard. And as it turned out, there was. Recently, a formidable man has appeared in the East Cloud City region. He's leading a legion, conquering city after city. He's already taken 5 of ours. I think they call him Yun Tianjiao, Yun Chen. The moment Jiashu heard the name Yun Chen, he was so stunned that the wine gourd slipped from his hand as he gasped, "Yun Chen." As soon as Jiashu realized that the one causing all this trouble for the ancient spirits was Yun Chen, he let out a great, hearty laugh. "Yun Chen? He's still alive? That kid's really alive." Seeing him laugh so heartily, his master asked with curiosity, "What? You know him?" Jiashu didn't hesitate for a second. "Know him? I forged all of his weapons." Then, his voice filled with concern, Jiashu wondered aloud, "To think that Yun Chen is now a threat to the ancient spirits. Truly impressive. I wonder what he went through all those years he was missing." Just then, the ground began to tremble violently. Immediately, Jiashu and his master ran outside to see what was going on. Jiashu yelled, "What's happening?" His master immediately reported, "The protective shield has automatically activated. I can't believe someone actually dares to attack Skycloud City." Even though the ancient spirit city was under attack, his master remained surprisingly calm, his voice laced with confidence. "But don't you worry, we ancient spirits have upgraded Skycloud's shield. It's strong enough to withstand a simultaneous assault from multiple 4th-tier masters from your side." Meanwhile, outside the city walls, the humans were launching a frenzied assault, exploding flames, pillars of ice crystals. Every one of their elemental attacks slammed directly into Skycloud City's protective barrier. Inside, the ancient spirits began their counterattack. "You worthless humans! How dare you attack Skycloud City? You're courting death! Activate the heavy defense armaments! Counterattack!" Overwhelmed by the ancient spirit's powerful barrage, the humans were quickly forced to retreat. "Change of plans! Fall back! Now!" The development made Junmin cry out in alarm. This is bad. According to the plan, the first 3 assault waves should have been enough to open a crack in Skycloud's shield. Now there's not even a scratch on it. What do we do? Seeing that things weren't going according to plan, Yun Chen decided to step in himself. It's a capital city, after all. It's only natural they'd reinforce their defenses. "Legion Commander Jun, lend me a spear. It needs to be gold grade or higher." Knowing at this moment that if they didn't let Yun Chen fight, they had no chance of winning, Jun Min had no choice but to hand over a weapon. "I just acquired a diamond-grade spear. Here, it's yours." Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Chen gripped the spear tightly. Seeing this, Qing Ling, who was standing beside him, teased him, "Brother Yun, after all these years, are you really planning on using that?" Yun Chen wasn't angered by her teasing at all. Instead, he calmly asked for her help. "That's right, I'll need your support." Hearing this, Qingling smiled confidently and declared, "I'm not the same little priestess I was back then. My support abilities have improved tremendously. I've grown into someone worthy of supporting you, Brother Yun." She began to cast her formation, Taiji, the 2 principles, the 4 symbols and 8 trigrams. "Let the myriad energies of heaven and earth, the very essence of life, gather into lightning. By my command." Seeing the 2 of them working together so powerfully, Jun Min could only stare in awe. Truly worthy of a 3rd-tier hidden support class. Just her buffs alone can generate this much power. With her support, I'm afraid even third-tier classes could fight a demon lord above their level. And that's not even mentioning the fact that she's buffing the incredibly powerful Yun Chen. After completing the formation, Thonlin smiled triumphantly and began to cast her spell, Spellbind, Haste by Decree. The moment she finished, a powerful bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck Yun Chen. He wasn't harmed by the blast at all. On the contrary, he grew even stronger. Not bad. While it's not as good as Myriad Knight's Repose, this enhancement is still extremely significant, and it has absolutely no side effects. Just then, the system displayed information about his current status. Unified Technique, Ascended Technique, Assassin, Sharpshooter, Common Skill, Pure Throwing. As soon as he locked onto his target, Yun Chen immediately threw his spear and shouted, "Strike of heaven and earth!" The spear flew in a straight line toward Van City's barrier, piercing right through and shattering it. The ancient spirits inside saw this and cried out in alarm. The shield, it was broken in an instant. Don't tell me a great emperor has intervened. Terrified, they all shouted to one another, "I don't know, just run!" But before they could escape, Yun Chen had already entered the city. Seeing his chance, Tuan Dan quickly gave the order, "All classes of the Vengeance Legion and all ancient spirit slaves, attack." Instantly, their fighting spirits soared. The whole group stormed into the city, roaring in unison. "Kill!" Meanwhile, Hoatung was still clinging to Thon Lin, begging her, "Come on, hurry up and buff me like you did him. Let me get a piece of the action. I want to go on a rampage." But Thon Lin refused with an excuse. "No way. A buff like that is exhausting." Even so, Hoatung kept pleading with a pitiful look on his face. "Just a little bit. Just let me have a little fun. I'm begging you." Finally, Thon Lin gave in and took out 2 talismans for him. "All right, fine. You look so pathetic, I'll give in. Take these Thunder Rain and Blood Chi talismans and go play." Without a moment's hesitation, Hoatung snatched the 2 talismans and shot off. "Ancient spirits! Your grandpa, Old Man Tung, is here, back on the battlefield." The ancient spirits were furious that humans dared to attack their territory. "Insolent mortals, you're looking to die. Kill all the men. Enslave the women. Make them regret the day they were ever born." Suddenly, one of them saw something and screamed in terror. "Ah, what is that thing?" They started to panic at the sight of the enormous object floating above their heads. "It's huge. I've never seen anything like it." What they were seeing was, of course, Yun Chen's warship. The sheer killing intent radiating from it made the ancient spirits wary. It looked incredibly dangerous. Aboard the warship, Thien Chin was excitedly piloting his new toy. Before, it had always been hidden inside Yun Chen's body for reconnaissance, but this was the first time it had directly joined a battle. All right, let's start with a covering barrage. Fire! The moment he hit the button, a wave of explosives rained down on the ancient spirits, sending them scattering in chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Tuan Dan roared to rally his soldiers. "With the cannons of Van Thien Q providing cover, we have nothing to fear." Instantly, as the two sides clashed, a unified war cry erupted from both armies. "Charge!" At that moment, Yun Chen reached out to retrieve his spear. However, the weapon crumbled to dust in his hand, causing him to sigh. "Back in the day, I fought my battles with gold-tier weapons. Now, even a diamond-tier weapon can't handle my strength. It's completely destroyed. There's no way I can return it to her now." At the same time, in the city lord's residence, an ancient spirit official rushed in to report the dire situation to his master. "Lord of the city, the Vengeance Legion is attacking," the official reported anxiously. "The shield has been breached, and our warriors are locked in fierce combat." Hearing the bad news, Thach Nan showed no sign of panic. Instead, he declared nonchalantly, "Then let me go and slaughter them all." The brutal battle between humans and the ancient spirits raged on. In the midst of the bloody conflict, bodies littered the ground. Yun Chen alone had already slain countless ancient spirits. Everywhere he struck, enemies fell. No one could escape his fatal touch. As the slaughter continued, Yun Chen's bloodlust grew more and more intense. How exhilarating. But this is nowhere near enough. I want to kill more. And more. Half of his face was already being consumed by the world tree. And then, Yun Chen quickly realized he was losing control. Damn it. The world tree's seal is breaking again. Is this the power of calamity? He knew if he stayed here any longer, it would be disastrous. War, slaughter, plague, extreme weather, they all fall under the domain of calamity and disaster. As long as I'm in this kind of environment, I'll unconsciously absorb the power of calamity. Yun Chen understood all too well the price that came with this unrivaled strength. This is all a gift from the void, but that power is ferocious and brutal. If I can't find a way to control it, sooner or later, it'll be the death of me. Just then, he sensed that the master of this place had arrived. Asterisk, the man in charge is here. Asterisk Thach Nan slowly approached him and spoke. "I know you. You're Yun Chen, the one who conquered East Van City and has been relentlessly attacking the southern city, correct? The system immediately displayed his stats. Name, Thachnan. Race, Ancient Spirit. Level, 109, Celestial. Skill attributes, Great Fortitude Art, Earth Element Mastery. Peerless Shockwave. Reflective Aura Technique. Special skill, Bloodline Suppression S. The moment the Ancient Spirits saw him, they roared with joy. It's the City Lord! The Lord is finally making his move! You pathetic humans! It's too late for you to run now. Yun Chen will die, and all of you will be buried with him. At that moment, Yun Chen used his Eye of Sightless Discovery to inspect Thosh Nan and remarked aloud, "So the Lord of Tien Van City shows himself this quickly. A little earlier than I expected, actually." Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Seriously, is this small fry really worth us setting up an ambush for?" The figure of Duan Ye appeared, complaining, "What a waste of time." Tu Qin, beside her, reminded her, "Don't act on your own. You have to follow the master's plan." At the same time, she was overjoyed to have been summoned by Yun Chen. Finally, the master has summoned us. Duan Ye, however, maintained her arrogant attitude, saying, "Let's hurry up and deal with this bottom feeder. I still want to try some human cosmetics." Her words sent Thachnan into a rage. "Bottom feeder?" he roared. "You dare call me Thachnan, a bottom feeder?" His power exploded as he bellowed. Skills, Thorn Whip, Myriad Blooms Control, Heart Jail Tree Planting. Yun Chen quickly replied, "It's fine. We're not the main force in this battle." A thought quietly formed in his head. "It seems that if I'm suppressed, my summoned beasts will be affected too." Seeing that no one was charging at him, Thach Nhan gloated. "What happened to all that arrogance? Did my bloodline make you piss your pants? Now, which one of you should I kill first?" Just then, a hand came out of nowhere and landed on his head. Duan Ye had somehow appeared above Thach Nan's head and asked disdainfully, "What exactly are you so proud of?" As soon as she finished speaking, she slammed Thach Nan's head into the ground. The scene made the ancient spirit people scream in disbelief. "City Lord, what kind of joke is this? Didn't the intel say that woman was just a maidservant? How could she be so terrifying?" Even though Thachnan had just taken a nasty blow, he still managed a defiant smirk. "A truly fearsome woman, but unfortunately, this isn't some woman's brawl. That hair-pulling, nail-scratching stuff is useless against me." At that moment, the system panel appeared again. Strength, 3025. Constitution, 59,000. 440 out of 59,000. 440. Agility, 2,870. Intelligence, 2,950. Stamina, 5,940. Driven mad by Thachnyan's words, Duan Ye prepared to grind him into dust. "You're asking to die." Seeing that she was about to use her demonic skills, Yun Chen quickly warned her, "Don't use your skills. You can't let your identity be exposed." Then, his eyes shifted to Thachnan, and he noticed the man's constitution had increased tenfold. Looks like he used some kind of defense-enhancing skill. At his reminder, Duan Ye reluctantly complied. "I know." Inwardly, she cursed, "Damn it. If my power wasn't restricted in this human world, I would have blown his skull apart just now." Her status window quickly appeared. Name, Xiao Ye. Level, 295. Race, Duan Ye Demon. Attributes, Strength, 73,500 out of 105,000. Constitution, 109,690 out of 156,700. Agility, 129,850 out of 185,500. Skills: Annihilation Crystal, Extinction Demon Statue, Cataclysmic Ruin Lightning, Annihilation Scale Armor. Special skills: Soul Chasing Seal, Duan Gong Scale. Just then, Duan Ye lifted her leg while thinking to herself, "But it doesn't matter, even if close combat is my weakest area." She brought her foot down hard on Thachnahan's head and arrogantly declared, "It's not so weak that I can't even deal with a small fry like this." Then she kicked him squarely in the face again, sending him flying. Though he'd been thoroughly thrashed, Thachnan still had the strength to roar defiantly, "What's wrong? Didn't you eat breakfast?" That didn't hurt a bit. This time, Duan Ye rushed toward him and snarled. Still talking tough, she began punching him relentlessly. Every one of her blows sent out shockwaves that couldn't be ignored, but the more Duan Ye hit him, the more crazed and defiant Thachnan became. "Yes! Harder! Use more strength!" After a while, Duan Ye felt that something was wrong. Is this guy a pervert? Seeing that she'd stopped hitting him, Thachnan gave a sinister grin and asked, "Are you done yet?" He immediately used Peerless Shockwave Counter to strike back at Duan Ye and shouted, "Then it's my turn." In that instant, Duan Ye let out a laugh and realized, so that's how it is. He's the type to endure and absorb damage, then store that power for a counterattack. Seeing her get hit by the counter, it was Tu Qin's turn to act. Thorned Vines. Thachnan was a bit surprised to find himself entangled in Tu Qin's vines. Huh? Just then, Yun Chen shot forward with a beginner space mage skill, tearing the fabric of space as he prepared to give Thashin Han a proper beating. I wonder if that turtle shell of yours can withstand the power of space. Yun Chen rushed toward Thashin Han, his voice dripping with sarcasm. A counterattack, you say? He directly used the beginner skill, Spatial Rend, and declared, if I chop off your head, you think you can still counter that? Looking at the technique he unleashed, Thashin Han cried out in horror. Spatial power! Afraid that Yun Chen would punch him to death, he immediately struggled and screamed, get off, all of you, get off me. He moved to dodge Yun Chen's attack, his eyes glaring at him with pure hatred before he snarled, damn it, I never expected that even with the bloodline suppression, this kid is still the most dangerous one. Just then, Duan Ye appeared behind Thok Nyan and asked, are you saying I'm not as good as him? Besides her, Tukin's vines had also grown to completely trap Thok Nyan. Before he could react, Duan Ye had already prepared to kick him in the face. Just as Thach Han was about to chant the incantation for the Great Fortitude Art, Duan Ye's kick slammed right into his face, but luckily, he had already activated his protective circle and wasn't too badly injured, immovable as a mountain. Duan Ye immediately sensed something was wrong. Is this another damage reduction skill? No, it's not that simple. She looked down at the ground and realized he's connected to the earth beneath his feet. It makes it harder for my attacks to have any knockback effect, but by doing that, he also can't disperse the force, so he takes even more damage. Unwilling to give up, Duan Ye took a deep breath and then unleashed a furious assault on Thach Nan, a flurry of thoughts racing through her mind, completely unable to understand his actions. What in the world is he trying to do? He doesn't want me to stop him from whatever he's planning. But what's the point of any of this? At that moment, Tukin's vines wrapped around Thach Nyan, but he was so heavy that Tukin couldn't do anything. He's too heavy. I can't pull him. Seeing the situation, Yun Chen immediately knew what Thach Nan wanted. I see. So your target was me all along? Just then, Thach Nan spoke. Those who achieve great things must endure pain that ordinary people cannot. He recounted the suffering he had to endure to get where he was today. I, Thach Nan, have been different since I was a child. I've suffered enough contempt and oppression to last a lifetime, but never once did I complain, because I understand that only the mediocre follow the flow, follow the common trend. Anyone who stands in my way becomes a stepping stone to make me stronger. The more they oppressed me, the more it proved I was special, and the more I refused to submit. And every time I refused to yield, I welcomed victory and became even stronger. Then he pointed a finger at Yun Chen and roared, you, kid! You may not look strong, but you're the center of their group. You're their king, and I am the king of Sky Cloud City. Thach Han charged toward Yun Chen and declared, the pain of this battle far exceeds any I've faced before. This is a decisive duel between kings. As long as I defeat you, victory will be mine. Seeing him completely ignore her, Duan Ye flew into a rage, ready to put him in his place. You dare to look down on me? Fine. I'll snap your bones, crush your legs, and we'll see how you run to him then. But before she could do anything, Yun Chen held her back. Stop! He smiled and said, I never thought there'd be someone like this in the ancient spirit race. He's not half bad, is he? I looked over at Thach Han and said, the main objective has been achieved. It seems the suppression from an S-rank bloodline only works on me for about 4 minutes. As for how to deal with this guy, I have plenty of ways. I felt like I really wanted to have a proper fight with Thach Nan. It's been a long time since I've really been able to let loose. Just then, Thach Nan dug his feet into the ground, then charged towards me, roaring, Kid, for all the pain I'm feeling right now, I'm giving it right back to you. He slammed his fists on the ground and yelled, Peerless countershock. A powerful wave of energy shot towards me, but I stopped it with just one hand. That sight made Thach Nan cry out in disbelief. What? By then, I was already in the state of myriad wheels, the endless night wheel, and I said in a low, menacing voice, you say you've never been broken? I'd really like to test that. I teleported right next to Thach Nan and wondered, can my full power completely crush you? Realizing this one punch could seriously injure him, Thach Nan immediately activated his protective armor. Earth Art. Immovable as a mountain. What followed was a series of devastating blows that rained down on him. After the barrage, I spoke, still not down for the count. Even at the end? A little interesting, but a shame. Even though he was still standing, I had already beaten Thach Han unconscious. Losing consciousness is no different from defeat. We'll call this one a draw. The fight ended with my victory, which made the ancient spirit cry out in disbelief. He lost? How is that possible? Our city lord is a heaven-tier ancient spirit. How could a mere human defeat him? I don't believe it. This has to be fake. Duan Ye, who had been watching the entire fight from the sidelines, just scoffed. A draw? What a joke. You didn't even use your original power. If you had, he wouldn't just be standing there, he'd be a pile of ash. After that, she stretched wearily and grumbled. Ah, whatever. I don't care what that kid wants to do. The winner has been decided. Time to start cleaning up this mess. A little while later, a crowd of people who had been captured as slaves stood before me. Looking at the sheer number of them, I felt a bit overwhelmed and thought, with this many people, someone is bound to die. Tram Sin, standing beside me, could only explain the situation helplessly. This is the core city, after all. Not only was the number of prisoners already high, but they also regularly receive tributes from the surrounding cities. The accumulated number is just staggering. Staring at the crowd, I felt exhausted, trying to think of a way to solve this problem without having to do it all myself. No way. To save them all, I'd have to go without food or water for at least 10 days straight. And that's not even counting the time it would take to implant the soul imprints afterward. I can't handle that. Maybe I can think of another way. Just then, a familiar voice called out to me, Yun Chen. Jiashu slowly walked toward me and greeted me. I knew it was you, kid. When I saw him, I called out happily, Professor Mu Jiashu. I was a bit shocked to see Jiashu here. His appearance made me wonder, Professor, why are you in Sky Cloud City? Aren't you supposed to be at Jiangdai? He chuckled and explained, well, Sky Cloud City is my hometown. When the ancient spirits showed up, I was on leave visiting family. He pointed to the chain around his neck and said, and then I got captured and had this thing put on me. The Vengeance Corps had someone bring me here. I never expected to run into you. Hearing that, I eagerly announced, I'm the one in charge of removing these slave collars. Let me help you get your freedom back first. Then, I pointed a tree branch directly at the chain on Jiashu's neck and easily removed it. This left Jiashu a little stunned as he exclaimed, That's incredible! But, to be honest, as if realizing something, he looked over at the huge crowd of people, then asked with a slight shiver, This many people, are you handling all of them by yourself? I knew what he meant and sighed in confirmation. That's right. I'm also the only one engraving the soul imprints. I added helplessly, this work takes up way too much time and energy, but it's hard for me to refuse. I just have to grit my teeth and do it. Hearing this, Jiashu started to tease me. Kid, you're still too young. In the adult world, you have to learn how to be lazy. At the same time, in the library's skill engraving room, the skill engraving master, Su Li, spoke up. Skill engraving. I was right to look into it. Even though the skills of the ancient spirits are unique, if you understand their fundamental nature, engraving them isn't difficult. Of course, I had no idea who she was, so I whispered to Jiashu, Who is that? Jiashu immediately puffed out his chest and boasted, She's a practitioner in a special field, just like me. She's highly valued by the ancient spirits and focuses entirely on research. It's obvious that skill books are incredibly convenient, so the ancient spirits want to create them too. Just then, Su Li explained, Through my research, I've discovered that the majority of the ancient spirits' skills are not fundamentally different from human professions. They all operate by changing the quality, form, and properties of mana. According to her findings, the ancient spirits' method of learning was quite archaic. It had to be passed down directly from a master. This is different from us humans. We artisans can formulate skills, break them down into equations, and directly engrave the mana operating trajectory onto a skill book, greatly reducing the cost of learning. However, Su Li had also found one difference in a specific group of ancient spirits. There is one exception. The branch of skills unique to the ancient spirits. Soul-type skills that humans, no matter what, cannot use. Perhaps because of our different living environments, soul power is extremely common for the ancient spirits, while humans don't even have a concept of it. Hearing this, I quickly asked, So, does that mean the soul imprint can't be engraved? But Su Li denied it. Not necessarily. The physical structure of an ancient spirit is almost identical to a human's. In theory, all skills can be learned interchangeably, she explained in detail. And although it's invisible, a soul exists within every body. It's just that humans can't perceive or use it, while the ancient spirits can. It's like someone who has never seen or eaten meat in their entire life. They can't possibly imagine what meat tastes like. After hearing her explanation, I felt like I had confirmed something. It was just as the Lord of East Cloud City had said. The world is filled with countless powers, space systems, time systems, all so powerful they're almost ridiculous. So why is soul power the only thing that's missing? At that moment, Su Li concluded, in short, if we had an external object to act as a medium, to allow an artisan to sense the existence of the soul, even a tiny amount could potentially be enough to learn it. After all, the soul imprint is just a common skill for Earth-tier ancient spirits. For a Tier 3 artisan, learning it shouldn't be an obstacle. Without any hesitation, I immediately took out my own external object and said, I have that kind of medium, and if you only need a trace amount. Before I even finished my sentence, I used the primordial Drit skill, causing the branch in my hand to grow. Instantly, the dry branch grew into a tiny tree, and the system displayed a notification, False World Tree. Effect when held. Generates a weak perception of the soul. When eaten, restores 100 HP. Note, ripened by magic. Effectiveness is only 1% of the original. Seeing that magnificent world tree, Tulai excitedly admired it, sighing with endless awe. This was good stuff. Even with its limited use, it was more than enough to guide artisans in learning how to use the soul seal. Without a moment's hesitation, she requested that they quickly carve the skill's magic circulation path onto it, which would allow them to create skill books. Yun Chen himself was already fired up and got to work immediately. Just then, Tramsin burst into the room, shouting excitedly, "This really is the central city! There are so many precious items here!" Yun Chen, but before he could finish his sentence, a pile of things came flying right at him. Luckily, he was quick enough to catch them all, asking in confusion, "What is all this?" Yun Chen stretched, exhausted, and explained they were skill books for the soul seal. Learning it would allow someone to directly control the ancient spirit people as slaves. Most importantly, he thought lazily, I finally don't have to do that mechanical work anymore. As for removing the soul seal so my clone can go around tapping things with the world tree branch. Screw it. I'm not doing it anymore. Hearing this, Tramsin shouted with excitement. Oh my god, you can even do times this asterisk? Don't worry, I'll personally screen the artisans. I'll make sure every single ancient spirit person is enslaved and put to maximum use. Just then, Jia Thu spoke up, pleading for his former master. Could there be an exception? The ancient spirit person who watched over me, he was good to me. He never hurt anyone. Tramsin was a bit flustered by this. Well, about that. Suddenly, Yun Chen remembered something Tai Lang had once said. You'll eventually have to admit that I'm not some bloodthirsty maniac. Even demons have good and bad ones among them, let alone the ancient spirit people, who are much closer to humans. Perhaps the Flame Emperor Tai Lang had a point, but then he made a decision. Since he guarded you back then, I'll entrust his life to your care. You will take responsibility for watching over him. If he ever commits any vile acts against humans, he will pay the price. The reason he gave this order was that sins must be paid for, down to the last one. Tramsin agreed with him. I think that's for the best, too, he thought to himself gently. Yun Chen is still the same as ever, cold on the outside, but kind on the inside. As for Jia Thu, he gratefully grabbed Yun Chen's hand and promised, Thank you so much. I'll stay up all night to forge you a new multiform weapon. I guarantee you'll be obsessed with it. Seeing his enthusiasm, Yun Chen quickly refused. There's no need for that. Then Tramsin suddenly remembered he had something to give him. Ah, that's right. Yun Chen, this is a new space system skill book. It took a lot of effort to find. This thing is incredibly rare. Instantly, the system notification for the item appeared. Spatial shift. Supreme quality. After use, you can open a short-range space portal to teleport. Holding the treasure he had longed for, Yun Chen was quite pleased. A utility-type space skill. This gives me a lot more tactical options. At that very moment, a meeting was taking place in the dark world. There, Andre was ranting furiously. What? I call for a small meeting of the top 10 pillars, and only 6 show up? Where the hell are the others? Sleeping in? Just then, Lach Ka began the meeting. Let's ignore the first pillar, the Lord of Gluttony, who remains in seclusion. His situation is unclear. As for the third and fourth pillars, he cursed the no-shows with annoyance. Those 2 bastards, they dare to ignore my invitation. The gods' great work must be done. I'll kill them both sooner or later. My DM, growing impatient, urged him on. It's been so many years. Don't you know what they're like by now? Get to the point. I'm busy looking for my daughter. I have no idea where those 2 little girls have run off to. And so, Lach Ka had no choice but to get to the main topic. According to the original plan, we successfully seized the Sacred Empire, but something unexpected happened. The demons dispatched to the Sacred Empire were completely annihilated. Pillar 28 and Pillar 33 were killed in action. Hearing this, Andre let out a loud, mocking laugh. A couple of useless fools who couldn't even beat humans, they should have just died sooner. But Loxier informed him it wasn't humans who killed them, it was one of the ancient races. He revealed a single identity, angels. Andre's face froze in utter shock as he cried out, Angels? But just a second later, he tilted his head, puzzled. What's that? On the other side, Lach Ka could only grit his teeth and mutter, This guy. Seriously. My DM closed her eyes and spoke up. It's understandable that he doesn't know. After all, it's a story from millions of years ago. In the end, only we, the first 7 pillars, have been around long enough to remember. She opened her eyes and began to recount the tale. The ancient races of the past were extremely powerful. Their overall combat strength was only slightly less than our own demonic species. Their top-tier forces even included emperor-level beings, powerful enough to stand on equal footing with us. They are not to be underestimated. My DM continued her list. We demonkind have 72 great clans in charge. The ancient races, on the other hand, were centered around 5 great clans: the ancient spirit people, the angelic clan, the Rakshasa clan, the ice origin clan, and the white fang clan. She raised a single finger to her lips. The former sacred empire was the territory of the angelic clan. The sudden revival of the ancient races must be a plot by the human god, probably to deal with our dark world, but for some reason, they started a war with humanity first. Loch Sia propped his chin on his clasped hands, calculating. It's only natural for the weak to be devoured. We just need to have the demonic forces on the front lines shorten their lines of battle. We'll wait until both sides have worn each other down, and then we'll strike. Andre, sitting next to him, looked confused and asked, "Then why are we still sending troops to attack the Sacred Empire? Shouldn't we just let them continue their civil war and wear themselves out?" Lachka tilted his head and answered him, "Because there are still two great clans that haven't entered the conflict." Then, an image appeared in Lachka's hand of a person in a white cloak that concealed their entire body, with a pair of wings on their back. Next, the image in his hand changed again. It transformed into a scene of confrontation between the two factions, the Dark World and the Angels, surrounded by blazing flames, as if heralding a fierce battle to come. Lachka's brow furrowed even deeper, and he just sat there in silence. Andre, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. He looked incredibly excited and shot to his feet. Andre then stepped forward, confidently presenting his ideas to everyone else in the room, and the other demon lords listened with serious expressions to the proposals Andre was making. After what felt like an eternity, the corner of Lachka's mouth twitched. The Lord of Violent Calamity behind him picked his ear and yawned. Finally, my DM slammed her hands on the table, stood up, and posed a question. Have you ever stopped to think about the cause of all this? If the God of Darkness truly wins, do you think he'll still have any need for us, or for this dark world? Her gaze grew incredibly sharp as she stared at the person sitting opposite her. Furthermore, the first pillar and all the demons under his command have been missing for years. Haven't you ever wondered why? Lachke's expression was perfectly calm as he replied to her. There's no need to overthink it. We have followed the God of Darkness and destroyed countless worlds. The human world is just one of them. The only thing I want is victory, he analyzed further. The 10th pillar is too impulsive. He acts without thinking. I can't trust him to handle this. Besides, he's never fought the Ancient Ones before. He knows nothing of their methods. To prevent any disasters, I should probably go myself. Dian cut him off sharply. That won't be necessary. She then relayed the information she had gathered. For the past few days, the demons under my command have scoured every corner. Whether it was the Black Knight Royal City or the Great Knight Royal City, they found no trace of my two daughters. I'm afraid they're no longer in the Dark World. Dian stretched languidly, then made her decision. So, I'll go to the Holy Empire. After I'm done dealing with the Angel Clan, I can look for my daughters. At the same time, in the city of Skycloud, a voice echoed through the space. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen. Let me show you my latest masterpiece. Jiathu stood before a shield, introducing it with a wide smile. My smithing skills have improved quite a bit over the last few years. Now, I can forge high-end weapons that fuse 5 forms into one. I guarantee you won't be able to put it down. A data panel appeared. Demonic Heart Shatter, Platinum Quality, Intellect plus 80, Strength plus 80, Constitution plus 100, Agility plus 70. Effect, can switch between 5 forms. Race restriction, human. Level requirement, level 80. Jiathu picked up the shield and said, "You've been using Breaker for so long, you must be tired of it, right? I'm giving you this heart shatter for free. Consider it a huge bargain." Seeing the man's ecstatic expression, Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen could only reply, "Thank you for your kindness, master." But then he scratched his head and continued, "These days, even diamond tier weapons break on me easily, let alone platinum tier." Jiathu froze, his jaw dropping as he repeated the 2 words he'd just heard. Diamond tier? Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen took out a red gauntlet. And besides, both Breaker and Soul Shaker have been destroyed. Right now, I really only have one usable weapon left. Seeing the gauntlet on his hand, Jiathu sighed in awe. A legendary tier weapon. Even with another 100 years, I couldn't make something like that. After all, the materials for that kind of equipment are incredibly rare. At a minimum, they have to be harvested from level 90 or higher monsters or bosses. Even someone with a 4th class change wouldn't dare provoke that kind of boss. And even if you gather all the materials, you still need an extremely powerful blacksmith to forge it. Every single condition is incredibly demanding, and even if you succeed, you only get a single form weapon. That makes it hard to utilize your freelancer class specialty, since so many skills require a class-specific weapon to be equipped. Jiathu let out a long, helpless sigh. And as for the multi-form weapons that are perfect for you, almost no one bothers to research them. Besides me, nobody cares. A blacksmith who could perfectly meet your needs. He probably hasn't even been born yet. I have a special blueprint. All I have to do is insert the materials and it can generate a weapon, but the type it creates depends on the core material. He started calculating. If I just use normal, high-grade materials, it will most likely create a single-form weapon. It's been a long time since I used a sword, a blade, a staff, or a gun. I even have to cast magic without a scepter now. Hearing Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen's words, Jiathu's excitement returned. Is that so? In that case, I know a place. He took out a map and held it out in front of him. 1,000 kilometers from Skycloud City, there's a golden lake surrounded by countless unique, wild beasts. Jiatu shared some information with Yunchen. Equals is greater than Yunchen. Their forms are constantly changing. They look like slimes, but they're incredibly powerful. For an elite monster alone, you'd need 3 third-class change players working together just to take one down. In a dangerous area like that, the boss is usually stronger than a 4th-class change player. You'd probably need one of the nation's guardian generals to handle it. A few drops of nervous sweat ran down Jiatu's face. He continued, even though the monsters there are strong, they can drop tons of rare materials, so a lot of people still go to the surrounding area to hunt. The core material I use to forge multiform weapons, the flowing heart, came from there. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen stared at him, his eyes shining with excitement. So you're saying if I defeat the boss there, I can get the core material to craft a legendary multiform weapon? Jiathu warned him again. Easier said than done. It's extremely dangerous. I'd advise you to be careful. Yun Chen equals is greater than. Yun Chen took the map, looking it over as he answered him. No problem. Suddenly, his eyes went wide as if he'd spotted something. Huh? Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen's finger pointed to a location on the map. The Silver Moon Forest. Next to the Golden Lake, there's a Silver Moon Forest too? Isn't that the territory of the Silver Moon Elf clan? The image of someone's back appeared in his mind and he wondered, it's been a long time. I wonder how Nico is doing now. At that moment, in the Silver Moon Forest, massive trees were struck by a wave of power and instantly toppled. A series of massive explosions rocked the forest. A scream echoed through the air. Destroy them! The Queen's Tree Palace is right behind us. We have no more room to retreat. The male elf gripped the spear in his hand and yelled orders to the others. We have to stop this attack, no matter what! On the opposing side, a mob of Ancient Ones was charging forward, shouting wildly as they attacked. Haha, Silver Moon Elves are the most valuable prize. The Celestial-level lords adore them. Every single one can be exchanged for a huge reward. Remember, don't kill them, capture all of them alive. One of Nico's shoulder pauldrons had been torn, and dark red blood seeped out. Her face was also streaked with blood. She tightened her grip on her sword and screamed at the Ancient Ones. If you want to pass, you'll have to go through my dead body. Trom-Sin, Twin Dun, and a few of their subordinates had gathered in one spot. They all looked towards Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen at the same time. Tram-Sin threw his hands out, his voice filled with worry as he spoke first. Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen. Are you really leaving? Yun Chen equals is greater than Yun Chen put a hand on his hip and answered with a smile. Grandpa, don't make such a sad face. I doubt I'll be gone for more than a few days. I know what's at stake. The Avenger Legion's forces are very strong right now, and you're all worried the Ancient Ones will send their top masters while I'm away. He directly informed them of his arrangement. That's why I've already spoken with Teuda. She'll stay here to handle any unexpected trouble. You've all seen Teuda's power. To defeat her, I'm afraid it would take an Emperor-level powerhouse showing up in person. The young man with the eye patch cried out joyfully when he heard this. That esteemed maid is staying? That's fantastic. The girl next to him also clenched her fists and cheered. My sense of security just skyrocketed. Twin Dan lowered his head, hesitating slightly before calling out, Van Tien Kyo. There have been some strange things happening on the battlefield lately. I wasn't sure if I should bring this up with anyone. Yun Chen answered him, Go ahead, don't hesitate. Tuan Dan looked up and began his report. For the past few days, I've been getting constant reports. The body counts on the battlefield don't add up. It's not just this battle at Skycloud City. The same thing happened before when we were breaking through South City. He also brought up a few suspicious points. We obviously lost a good number of our class holders, but the number of bodies we recovered is far lower than our casualty list. The same goes for the enemy ancient spirits and even the slaughtered human slaves. The statistical discrepancy is huge. Yun Chen rested his chin on his hand, analyzing. Battlefields are chaotic. Area of effect skills can turn bodies to ash. Statistical errors are common. Tuan Dan scratched his head. I thought so too, but the discrepancy this time is just excessive. He slapped his own forehead and let out a long, helpless sigh. Many of the fallen class holders' families haven't received the bodies, and now they're asking questions, constantly. They think we're using the corpses for some sinister purpose. It's giving me a headache. Yun Chen rubbed his chin again, thinking to himself, asterisk bodies. Besides being useful to necromancers or a few other special classes, who would even want them? Asterisk. Tram Sin, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Commander, the Vengeance Legion is primarily under our management. If even a trivial matter like missing bodies was enough to bother Yun Chen, how could he focus on facing their powerful enemies? Tuan Dan replied apologetically, My apologies, I've said too much. Yun Chen took out a transport vessel and looked at the two of them, giving an order. You two investigate first, see if any special class holders or ancient spirits are causing trouble. We'll discuss what to do next when I get back. Then, he looked up at the sky, raised an arm, and launched the transport vessel straight into the air. As it ascended, the vessel instantly grew to a colossal size. A strong gust of wind sent the hem of Yun Chen's robes fluttering. With lightning speed, he leaped into the ship. Before leaving, he left a single sentence for those on the ground. I will be back soon. At that same moment, inside the East Capital, the old capital of the Black Dragon Kingdom, the scene was one of stark contrast. The ancient spirits strolled happily through the streets, while ordinary humans were treated like pets, forced to wear collars and crawl on the ground. The ancient spirits treated humans as mere playthings, dragging them along to torment while they chatted with their companions. At a tea house, Ailey sat with his legs crossed on a wooden chair. One of his hands held the leash of a beastman, while the other reached out as he asked a question. Your Silver Moon elf slave isn't bad. How about we trade for my beastman slave? Alu, sitting across from him, refused instantly without a second thought. Dream on. A Silver Moon elf is worth far more than a beastman. Ali didn't give up and made another offer. How about I throw in 5 third-tier human class holders? Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a Dai stormed over, pointing a finger at the two of them and shouting in protest, Throw in? Throw in what? If you ask me, human class holders should just be exterminated. They aren't even worthy of being slaves. Ali smiled at him. Now, don't say that. We've heard about what happened at Sky Cloud City. Alu also chimed in, trying to placate him. Your brother Tang was stationed at Sky Cloud City, wasn't he? I know you're worried about his safety, but there's nothing we can do to change what happened. The man cast his gaze toward the distant tower, affirming with certainty, the great emperor has surely received the news by now. All who resist among the humans will be annihilated by him. At this very moment, inside the main hall, Donggu sat on the throne, looking down from on high at the figures kneeling on the ground. He boomed. Are you telling me that even a celestial-grade ancient spirit lost, and lost times miserably asterisk? The red-robed ancient spirit looked up, trembling, and answered, Yes. Sky Cloud City has now been completely taken by the Vengeance Legion. The one in yellow also reported, the number of strongholds held by the Vengeance Legion has reached 7, and they show signs of expanding further. At this point, only you, Great Emperor, leading the charge yourself, can possibly destroy them. Donggu frowned. I didn't expect the humans to have such a powerful figure. I'll have to go myself. Before he could finish his sentence, a voice cut him off. Wait. A stream of orange-yellow fire flew from an unknown location, stopping right in front of Donggu. When the flames parted, the figure of Xi Ling had appeared in the main hall. Fanning himself casually, he asked, Donggu, it's been a while. Are you still doing well? Donggu crossed his arms and retorted, Xi Ling, instead of minding your own territory, you come looking for me? Are you trying to start a war? Xi Ling waved his hand dismissively. No, I'm just here to talk, not to fight. His expression turned serious. Donggu, he said, have you ever considered why we awakened at this specific moment in time? According to the data I've collected, the time of our awakening coincides perfectly with humanity's greatest crisis. Donggu didn't answer his question, instead making a direct demand. Whatever you have to say it straight. I hate it when people beat around the bush. Xi Ling closed his eyes and remarked, such an impatient temper. It's actually quite simple. The purpose behind the god of humanity awakening us, ancient spirits. He snapped his fan shut, faced Donggu on his throne, and uttered a single sentence, was to save humanity. Upon hearing that, Donggu's entire body went rigid. The 3 henchmen kneeling behind him stared, their mouths agape. What? Did I hear you right? Donggu tilted his head back and burst into loud laughter. Save humanity? That's the most ridiculous joke I've ever heard. Humanity is suppressed by our bloodline. Their level of life is a tier below ours. They are fit only to be our lowly slaves. What value is there in saving them? Xi Ling explained with a grim face. The bloodline suppression was only to prevent internal conflict, to force humanity to cooperate with us. Because our common enemy, humanity's and ours, is the aberrations. He then began to recount events of the past. As you know, after the Great War between the faction of the God of Humanity and the Dark World, both sides suffered devastating losses. To prevent other worlds from taking the opportunity to invade, the God of Humanity and the God of Darkness entered a truce that has lasted for millions of years. Xi Ling turned to the side and continued. Then, for some unknown reason, many Imperial-grade powerhouses went searching for the God of Humanity and vanished. After that, for reasons we still don't understand, we all suddenly fell into a deep sleep. Donggu pressed him again. I know all of this. What's your point? Xi Ling tilted his head, looked at him and answered. Then, humanity appeared. The greatest difference between humans and us, ancient spirits, isn't the level of life, but the fact that they were born with absolutely no power whatsoever. He began to elaborate. We, ancient spirits, are born with power. When we mature, we become gods, battling monsters from other worlds. Humans are different. They are weak to the extreme, incapable of absorbing the world's power. Where they lived, there were no monsters. Their only enemies were a few weak, wild beasts. Jiling came to a conclusion. Because of this, they took a completely different path from us. They used their intellect and creativity, frantically developing science and borrowing external power to rule the world. He went on, until more than 70 years ago, a god created a game that spread throughout mankind and then merged that game with reality. From then on, humanity finally obtained the power of this world, even though that power is somewhat flawed. It's what they call magical energy. Donggu crossed his arms, looking puzzled. What was the god's purpose? A corner of Shiling's mouth lifted as he answered him. It's simple, to oppose the god of darkness and defeat the dark world. The god of humanity wanted mankind to accomplish what our ancient race could not. Donggu scoffed loudly, as if he just heard a joke. Shiling, you're making me laugh. As far as I know, humanity was torn to shreds by the demonic abominations. Their battle record is countless times worse than ours. On what grounds could they ever defeat the dark world? Shiling closed his eyes and retorted, You're mistaken. The ones who couldn't fight the demonic abominations are the current time's human class holders. Then, he affirmed with certainty. The first wave of human class holders, from when the game merged with the world, was incredibly strong. Shiling slowly recounted, because of their weak bodies, humans accumulated a vast amount of intellect and creativity. Once they acquired magical energy, that intellect and creativity exploded, giving rise to all sorts of bizarre professions. He analyzed. After all, this game wasn't originally created by a god, but by humans. Humanity poured its imagination into the game, and the god of humanity merely gave it a push, allowing them to possess the power of their imagination. Shiling speculated further. Perhaps the god of humanity should have waited longer, waited for humanity to create even more before making a move, but it couldn't wait any longer. The moment the game fused with reality was precisely when the ceasefire between the two worlds ended. He continued. Just a few years after the game and reality merged, the Ma Due began their large-scale invasion. Although the first wave of human class holders was caught by surprise, they unleashed tremendous power once they adapted, completely halting the Ma Due's assault. In fact, the two strongest human class holders even led a large number of powerful warriors on a counter-invasion into the dark world, nearly annihilating half of it. Hearing this, Donggu gritted his teeth in contempt, daring to charge into the dark world. How reckless. Judging by the outcome, they obviously failed. Shiling, with his back to him, closed his eyes and confirmed, Indeed, humanity paid a terrible price for its recklessness. Of all the class holders who charged into the dark world, not a single one returned. He began his assessment. In truth, the human world's resources are not infinite. The richest rewards were often in first clear dungeons or from the first kills of powerful monsters. Similarly, the highest quality ores and medicinal herbs were the first to be mined. Shiling added, Therefore, the first generation of class holders consumed most of the human world's premium resources to grow. They carried the strongest equipment with them, and then they all vanished. For humanity, this was undoubtedly a devastating blow. Afterwards, due to the lack of premium resources, the number of top-tier human experts plummeted. The strength of class holders declined year by year, making it difficult to resist the Ma Due's attacks, gradually leading to the state of things when we awoke. Finally, Shiling offered a conclusion. And the moment we awoke was when humanity was on the verge of total collapse. That's why the god of humanity woke us up, to have us join forces with humans against the Ma Due. He closed his eyes, pondering, I just don't know for what reason. At the same time we awoke, the Ma Due suddenly chose to withdraw. Without the pressure of a foreign enemy, and with their original homeland already in ruins, humanity naturally turned their weapons on a different enemy. Donggu waved a dismissive hand. Nonsense. The Ma Due clearly retreated because they sensed our aura. They feared us. The ancient spirit tribe. Shiling reminded him that such a statement was perhaps too arrogant. He narrowed his eyes and posed a direct question. The 7 great primordial demons who were born at the same time as the Dark World are all still alive, the original 7 pillars. With them around, are you certain that the remnants of our ancient spirit tribe alone can win? Donggu's gaze wavered slightly. He didn't answer the question, but asked one of his own, then why do you say the Ma Due retreated? Shiling closed his eyes and answered decisively. It's simple. Because of a human named Yun Chen. He revealed another piece of the story. He apparently caused a huge uproar in the Dark World, even bringing back the current patriarch of the Duanye demon clan, one of the so-called 72 pillar demons. So, the Ma Due's retreat was very likely because they feared a fire in their own backyard. It had nothing to do with us. The mythical god of humanity wanted us to unite with humans to turn the tide, but just as we awoke, the Ma Due retreated because of Yun Chen. Without a common enemy to restrain us, the ancient spirit tribe chose to make a move against humanity, which created the situation we have today. You could say it was all a coincidence, or rather, a farce. Shiling's voice was stern as he made his demand. We need humanity to fight the Ma Dui. Whether it's for the sake of the ancient spirits or for this world, you must stop harming them. Donggu gave a provocative smile. And what if I refuse? A massive explosion erupted in the main hall, and immense flames seemed to engulf the entire space. A fire dragon of overwhelming power burst forth from Shiling's body, coiling in the air above. His brows furrowed deeply as he declared, Then I, Shiling, will take full control of your Donggu territory. The ancient spirits behind him were forced to their knees by the dragon's power, unable to stand. They cried out in fear, We're all heaven-tier ancient spirits, but the aftershock alone is enough to nearly melt our bodies. Another ancient spirit was grazed by the dragon's flames, charring one side of his face. He screamed, This is the primordial power of flame, the strength of an emperor-tier powerhouse. Donggu clenched his fists, unleashing a fierce power from his own body. Shiling, I've wanted to fight you for 1,000,000 years. It seems today I'll finally get my wish. Seeing the tense situation, one of Donggu's subordinates anxiously tried to intervene. My lord, you can't. Once you two fight, the entire eastern capital will be caught in the crossfire. It could even destroy every living being in the city. There's still room for negotiation. You mustn't be rash. Shiling clasped his hands behind his back and asked him, Donggu, give me your answer. Donggu thought for a moment, then replied, I will give humanity a chance. If you, Shiling, are still not satisfied, then we fight. Xiling closed his eyes and withdrew the flames around him. He thought to himself, asterisk, it seems this is the greatest concession he'll make. Starting a real fight now would only escalate our internal conflict. Asterisk. Finally, his entire body vanished into the flames, leaving only 2 words echoing in the air. My thanks. One of the ancient spirits, still bewildered, asked, He's gone. The man kneeling beside him also breathed a sigh of relief, finally at ease. If they had really fought, the consequences would have been unimaginable. But soon after, a group of ancient spirits erupted into a heated discussion. The West Aflame Emperor? What a load of crap. Since when have we, the ancient spirits, been afraid of demon spawn? A primordial demon. Who's he trying to scare? Does he take me for a child? Donggu stood up from the head seat, shaking his head at the ancient spirits below. No, primordial demons are different from other demon spawn. They are born from the dark world, he explained, and they naturally wield a very unique primordial power. It represents the fundamental phenomenon of evolution for all things in the universe, something no ordinary power can compare to. Furthermore, their lifespans are linked to their world. As long as the dark world exists, their lives are limitless. Donggu looked at the ancient spirits before him and said, It's true that our power has grown far beyond what it was before we awakened, but those 7 have been around for 1,000,000 years. Who knows how much power they've accumulated? Just as Westa Chuyan said, we truly need the humans. A subordinate looked up, asking worriedly, So, Great Emperor, you intend for humans and the ancient spirits to be equals? Donggu immediately shut him down. Of course not. His face, hidden in the shadows, twisted into a calculating smile. I only need humanity's power and their absolute loyalty. As for those I can't control, their deaths would be no tragedy. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yun Chen's transport ship was flying high above, heading into a mountainous forest. In one of the rooms, Tianzheng was muttering to himself over and over. So painful. I can't stand it. Damn, this dark magic. He covered his face with a hand and sighed. It's happening again. In a holding cell, Lucy was on her knees, screaming, All my dark magic! I worked so hard to build it up! Her face was soaked with sweat and tears, but she just kept yelling, It's draining away again! Yun Chen, standing outside the cell, asked, How long has this been happening? Xiao Jing replied, It started right after you got back from the human world, Master. Yun Chen looked into the cell. Lucy, tell me exactly what's going on, he commanded. He then thought to himself, From what I can tell, the angel tribe is one of the ancient races, and Lucy's current state seems to be approaching that. Her original class was angel, too. I wonder if there's a connection. Inside the cell, Lucy clutched her head, trembling and muttering in agony. They're out there, calling to me, asking for my help. I can feel that they're there, but who are they? I don't even know them. Yun Chen stroked his chin, thinking, They must be the awakened members of the angel tribe. 1,000,000 years ago, their territory was in the Holy Empire. For an ancient race like the angel tribe to be calling for help, I can't imagine what's happened. He closed his eyes, running through the possibilities, but it was useless. Right now, the most pressing matter was still crafting a new weapon. Yun Chen looked down to take stock of his items. After looting the treasuries of the Dark Knight Demon and the Nightfall Demon, I'm definitely not short on high-grade materials. All I'm missing is a multi-form weapon core. Following the map in his hand, Yun Chen arrived in a deserted, hilly land. Upon arriving, he seemed a bit out of it, muttering, So this is the place. As for monsters, Yun Chen had no idea that the puddles on the ground were actually slimes, which, upon seeing an intruder, grew quite irritated. Asterisk, squelch. Squish. Asterisk. Another human has come looking for death. It's been so long since I've had a fresh meal, I've almost forgotten the taste of flesh and blood. Come here, come to me. And because he was so focused on his map, Yun Chen wasn't watching where he was going and stepped right into a slime. It instantly revealed its true form. The slime wrapped itself around Yun Chen's leg and roared, "Let me devour you." But with a single move, he shattered the slime, leaving it to wonder in confusion. Did he know I was here? Even though it was blown to pieces, it was already trying to pull its fragments back together. Even the tiniest fragments were struggling to recombine. At that moment, other monsters began to appear. First was the rolling elemental body, level 84, diamond quality. Skills, rolling roar, rolling impact, liquefy, camouflage. Then came the giant slime, a level 77 variant, diamond quality. Skills, devour, corrode, swamp, liquefy, and camouflage as a puddle for ambushing prey. Yun Chen was surrounded but remained completely unfazed, camouflaging as puddles to hunt. A little interesting. The second the words left his mouth, they all attacked at once. Yun Chen countered by casting a fireball without a staff. In the blink of an eye, fire shot straight toward the monsters, making them flinch with a bit of fear. The flames successfully incinerated the rolling elemental bodies. Seizing the moment he wasn't looking, the slimes decided to launch a sneak attack from behind. Before they could even get close, Ying Kuei appeared and, with a single move, dispatched the slimes. Then, Yun Chen gave his order. Ying Kuei, these monsters are all yours. The remaining creatures, bent on revenge, charged him all at once. The scene changes. Yi Feng was walking and grumbling. I can't believe that we, the noble Silver Moon elves, have to resort to asking these brainless monsters for help. Lu Shui quickly interjected. You shouldn't underestimate them. Those monsters are extremely high level and have already developed a basic intelligence. If we risk it and find their boss, Chidal, we might actually pull this off. Liu Chen cleverly used the queen's authority to shut him down. The queen's command is absolute and must be. Before he could finish his sentence, Ye Feng suddenly shouted in a panicked voice. Huh? What's going on here? Seeing that every monster in the area had been defeated, he couldn't help but yell in shock. The monsters here, they've all been completely slaughtered. Without a second of hesitation, the three of them took off running. Yi Feng kept guessing out loud. This is not good. Is it possible the ancient spirits found out about our plan? I don't know, she replied, not having a clear answer. Either way, we need to find the boss. Now, the scene shifts again. Following the map, Yun Chen arrived at a large lake. Sensing an intruder in its territory, the monster below lay in wait. Soon, it revealed its form and its identity. It was Chidal, level 135. Legendary quality. Attributes. Strength, 24,725. Constitution, 21,025. Skills, Berserk Devour, Myriad Illusions, Rolling Impact, Self-Split, Liquefy. Note, originally a weak slime monster, that after devouring countless class holders with 100 different transformations, became an untouchable regional overlord. Chidal looked at Yun Chen and sneered. Well, it's been a long time since a meal delivered itself right to my doorstep. You look even more appetizing than one of those normal 4th advancement job classes. Before it could even finish its sentence, Yun Chen unleashed a staffless fireball to put the thing in its place. He lectured it loudly. These will be your last words. It only took a minute for it to successfully extinguish Yun Chen's flame. And then, the red ooze put on an enraged expression as it glared at him. It decided to teach him a lesson, attacking as it threatened. You're asking to die. Yun Chen cleverly countered. Primal blazing shadow storm. And just like that, before its fist could even touch him, it was stopped cold. Meanwhile, the blazing shadow storm was a step faster, punching several holes right through the red ooze's body. Wounded, it grew resentful. Damn it, his level and stats are obviously so much lower than mine, so why is his destructive power so damn strong? And this flame, it's strange. Could it be a primal source? A primal fire source. He had actually mastered a form of primal power. Wanting a quick victory, he followed up with Divine Flash, and right after that, the star-annihilating flame technique. A second later, Yun Chen threw in Myriad Illusions, and finally, he brought a Divine Flash right up against the red ooze's body to incinerate it. After a moment, seeing that the red ooze had lost its original form, Yun Chen wondered aloud, is it over? Just as he thought, the original red ooze transformed into an adamantite knight. This was completely beyond his expectations, leaving Yun Chen utterly shocked as he thought to himself. He turned into an adamantite knight, one of the rarest pseudo-classes with the highest defense, and he's supposed to be just a monster. Seeing the look on Yun Chen's face, it let out a gleeful, booming laugh. Scared now? Are we? Human? The reason I, Chalada, have survived to this day is precisely because of the abilities of your kind. The red ooze suddenly recalled its past and began to tell Yun Chen its entire story. Many years ago, I was just a weak, gooey monster. My level back then was a pathetic 20, but I was surrounded by high-level monsters, all of them extremely dangerous high-tier job classes. To avoid them, I could only liquefy myself into a puddle, letting them step on me and walk all over me. Until one day, a heavily injured job class user suddenly appeared. His wounds were so severe that he posed no threat to me at all. Back then, the injured evil bear guard was leaning against a tree to rest. Just like that, he happened to see a strange puddle of water and mumbled to himself. Something about this water feels a little off. I seized that once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and devoured him. From that, I gained his memories, my level skyrocketed, and I could even use his skills and his class traits. From then on, I was no longer afraid of humans. I started hunting them instead. But having human memories, I knew very well that among the job classes, there were some truly terrifying individuals. So, I didn't act directly. Instead, I split off countless copies of myself, using the weaker ones as bait. I attracted low-level classes to come and grind for experience, and then, one by one, they were devoured by me. By the time humans realized the severity of the situation, even 4th advancement job classes were no longer a match for me. And because I never expanded my territory, the damage to humanity was limited. So the high-level heroes like the Divine Kingdom Guardian Kings never got involved. After so many years of accumulation, I can't even count how many humans I've devoured. Each of you can only possess one class, but I can become all of them. From the very moment you noticed me, your death was already sealed. Ha! Hearing that, Yun Chen let out a loud laugh, a sound dripping with sarcasm aimed right at the red ooze. His laughter seemed to confuse it. What are you laughing at? Are you not afraid of me? Yun Chen quickly leaped onto the red ooze's arm, running along it as he spoke. At first, I was worried this would all be for nothing, but now I feel much better. After I kill you, I bet you'll drop something I'll actually want. This managed to infuriate it, so the red ooze used infinite transformation and roared, "You arrogant fool! It seems you don't understand my power at all." To punish him, it transformed into a berserker, raising a massive axe high, ready to split Yun Chen in two. The red ooze slammed the axe down with immense force, roaring, "Blood rage strike." At the same time, the yellow liquid in the pool began to flood the shore. Yun Chen used Divine Flash to dodge the attack, thinking to himself, its size and attributes have both been enhanced. Its destructive power has reached an extremely high level. Undeterred, the red ooze used infinite transformation again. A forest archer now took aim directly at Yun Chen, speaking with arrogance. So what if you rely on a primal source that gives you power beyond your level? It began to draw its bowstring taut. A second later, it continued, "I just need to pin you down and attack." With that, the red ooze fired a rain of thunder arrows right at him. While Yun Chen was busy dodging the arrows' paths, it said confidently, "I'll just hit you so fast you won't even have time to fight back." And then, a surprised look appeared on its face as it saw a purple rift suddenly materialize above its head. A second later, the red ooze was confused as a divine flash emerged from that very same rift. Before it could react, a fireball slammed directly down onto its head. After a moment of being bathed in flames, the red ooze's head was completely gone. With a look of concern, Yun Chen walked up to it and whispered to himself, "It seems after you turned into a forest archer, your defense became far weaker than the adamantite knights." But it wasn't over. It suddenly used infinite transformation again. "Holy restoration priest, sacred heal," it intoned. Then asked him, "How did you do that?" Yun Chen immediately cast staffless magic, the basic skill of a space mage, space jump, and replied casually, "I'm guessing you've never devoured a space mage, so you don't know much about spatial magic. Can't blame you, that class is incredibly rare. The principle is simple, just toss a skill into the space portal I create." Within minutes, a magic formation with countless divine flashes surrounded the red ooze. By now, it had taken on yet another form. Just to be sure, Yun Chen added a few more arrows into the mix, saying, "They'll jump to the other end of the portal." Finally, he looked at the red ooze with a stern gaze and calmly uttered a single word, "Boom." Immediately after, the water in the pool surged violently, creating a pillar of waves that reached for the sky. Yun Chen looked at the column of water and said quietly, "A full 5 level up. The experience is pretty generous. Too bad that compared to the daily stats my second soul grants me, the benefits from leveling up are minuscule now." In addition, the system suddenly provided information about his current status. Name: Yun Chen. Race: human. Class: none. Level: 96. Strength: 5,900. 24. Constitution: 6,452. Agility: 5,280. Intelligence: 6,190. Stamina: 5,450. Skills: When the red ooze was defeated, it also left behind an item for Yun Chen that made him say with delight, "Now this. This is the real prize." The item the red ooze dropped for Yun Chen was called the Heart of the Red Ooze. Type, legendary material. Note, the Heart of the Monster Lord, the Red Ooze. After use, it can add the Myriad Forms ability to a piece of equipment. A moment later, he heard a strange noise coming from behind him. Yun Chen looked towards the rock behind them, and upon discovering someone was there, he called out, "All right, the show's over. You can come out now." The ones who stepped out were the embarrassed girls of Xuan Yue, who said, "We're sorry, we didn't mean to spy." Biyun added, "Please, forgive us." Then she suddenly dropped to her knees, crying and pleading, "Please, tell me, are you Yun Chen, Van Thien Kyo? I even watched the global broadcast of the tournament that day. Please, sir, help us save the Silver Moon Forest." Yun Chen couldn't hide his concern and asked, "What's going on?" The scene shifts to the Silver Moon Forest, which is now engulfed in flames everywhere. The people were scattering in chaos, some crying, others screaming, and amidst it all, sounds of arguments. "You bastard, let me go, I'll fight you." Rika, currently injured, was being supported by Lucia. Adam, crying, shouted at her, "Your Majesty, are you abandoning your land, abandoning your people to run away?" Rika quickly explained, "It's not a retreat, it's a counterattack. I've already sent 2 small teams to the nearby monster territory. As long as we can lure the ancient dragon to the Silver Moon Forest and coordinate our efforts, we might just be able to take down those ancient spirits." Hearing this, she proposed another idea. We should find a hiding place for the monster to attack from. Why did the queen want to go to the monster territory herself? And how did she justify it? Because the ancient dragon is intelligent, it might not fall for a simple trick. But if I offer myself as the bait, it will definitely accept. After all, it's been craving a taste of me for more than just a day or two. Hearing the queen's words, her subordinates' faces went pale, their eyes filled with worry. A woman cried out in alarm, "Sacrifice yourself? How could you?" Another continued, "You are our most important queen." The subordinate standing beside her stared intently at Rika, his face a mask of anxiety. "Let's just run," she said in a low voice. "Run? And where would we run to? Do you really think we can leave this world?" she continued. "When the ancient spirit people descended years ago, I made the same choice. To avoid disaster, I summoned all the Silver Moon elves back from everywhere. I sealed the Silver Moon Forest, wanting to cut off all contact with the outside world to escape the flames of war." Rika's voice continued to ring out. When the ancient spirit people conquered the Huan nation, they immediately targeted the smaller races. The dwarves and the beastmen were all attacked. We Silver Moon elves were no exception. Countless of our people were taken as slaves, and in the end, the entire forest was destroyed. She said sadly, "When the nest falls, can any egg remain unbroken? If I had chosen to fight with all our strength back then to help humanity resist the ancient spirit people, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Don't you all think so too?" Those words left her subordinates stunned. Their gazes shifted away, as if her words had struck a deep, hidden shame within their hearts. Suddenly, Rika waved her hand forcefully, her voice resolute. "Hiding only makes the enemy press down harder. Only by fighting to the death, by making them feel our pain, will they learn that the Silver Moon elves are not to be trifled with." Just then, a stream of crimson spiritual energy surged from out of nowhere, swirling like blood, and instantly enveloped her. At the same time, a contemptuous laugh echoed through the air. "Not to be trifled with, huh?" In the sky, amidst that crimson vortex, a figure stood arrogantly in the void. Chip looked down, a scornful smirk on his lips. "You think I don't know the situation around here? That so-called Calidor is just a piece of garbage." Rika gritted her teeth in anger, thinking to herself, "Damn it, this heaven-tier ancient spirit person finally caught up to us." In an instant, his countless subordinates swooped down from the sky, quickly surrounding them. One of them laughed arrogantly. "Back in the day, we followed the godkin to conquer countless realms. What kind of monster haven't we seen?" The one next to him sneered, "When I was slaying monsters, your ancestors hadn't even been born yet." Another one also smirked disdainfully. "And you think you can handle us by relying on a monster?" Chip spoke up. "Queen of the Elves, you misunderstand. Our bloodline suppression doesn't just work on humans or other humanoid races." He waved his hand, and an invisible pressure shot towards them. Any creature with a significantly lower life tier is suppressed, including monsters, even anomalies from other worlds. The people below cried out in pain, their organs feeling like they were being crushed, and breathing became incredibly difficult. Someone cried out helplessly, "Our power is being reduced again." The young man beside him hissed in anger. "Damn it," Chip commanded coldly. "Capture them all, but don't kill them. Silver Moon elves sell for a good price." His subordinates, excited, responded in unison, "Yes, sir." One with a sword led the charge, his face beaming with excitement. "Another big score!" He quickly grabbed an elf, pinning him to the ground. The elf screamed in terror, "You bastard! Let go!" Another, without hesitation, threw out iron chains, tightly binding two people in front of him. They shrieked in fear. No, I don't want to be a slave. Help! The last one also charged forward aggressively, swinging his sword at an elf. The elf fell backward, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood in agony. Faced with this situation, Rika tensely drew her bow, her eyes filled with determination. I'll take you all down with me. But in that very moment, the hand holding her arrow was suddenly grabbed. Chip licked his lips, his face filled with desire. Don't waste your energy. Submission is your only path, but don't worry, I won't sell you. He pulled Rika into his arms, his embrace tight and oppressive. Your looks, your body, your aura, you are worthy of me. From now on, you're my personal plaything. That is your honor. She trembled, clenching her teeth, only managing to spit out a single word. You? Just then, a fist moving like a tempest suddenly shot forward, striking Chip directly, giving him no time to react. Yunchen appeared like a descending hero, his punch landing and twisting the scumbag's face into a distorted mess. Like a candle in the wind, Chip's body was sent flying straight into the cold ground, trailing a brilliant inferno that erupted from that terrifyingly powerful fist. The great fire engulfed him, and Chip screamed in terror. It's hot, so hot, he said in a cold voice, taking a punch from me. That is your time's honor. Rika's eyes widened in astonishment as she instinctively uttered, You are? An indescribable feeling of familiarity rose within her. Who is this man? He looks so familiar. At the same time, he had quickly hidden behind a tree, silently observing the situation. A strong sense of unease rose in Chip's mind. This is bad. Where did this kid come from? My bloodline suppression is useless on him. He gathered his strength and instantly bolted, trying to escape. He sent me flying with one hit. He's terrifyingly strong. I'm absolutely no match for him. Run, I have to run. But he didn't get far before vines shot out and wrapped around him, binding him tightly. Yunchen flicked his wrist, and Chip was instantly slammed face first into the ground. He's all yours. The scene unfolding before them left Chip's subordinates in utter shock. My God. A heaven-tier ancient spirit person was completely helpless in his hands. Just how strong is this guy? Rika stood frozen on the spot, staring in stunned surprise. What is happening? How did a kid this powerful just appear out of nowhere? Model. A heaven-tier ancient spirit was defeated, and then tossed in front of me like a piece of trash. Am I dreaming? Just then, a group of people rushed over from the distance, their faces etched with anxiety. One of them called out, Your Majesty. Another asked worriedly, Are you all right? She frowned, her voice cold as she questioned them. Didn't I tell you to find Calidorna? Why are you back? The woman pointed at him, frantically explaining. By the time we found him, Calidorna had already been killed by Yunchen. We had no choice but to ask him for help. Rika was stunned. Calidorna was killed? Wait a minute, asterisk, he's times Yunchen? Yunchen is alive? Rika gave an embarrassed laugh as the memories flooded back. Oh, I remember now. During the global tournament all those years ago, my daughter and I were watching the live stream. But she had a crush on him, so I was too busy teasing her about my future son-in-law to actually watch the match properly. Yunchen asked curiously, Where's Nico? Isn't she with you? At his words, Rika's face fell. She lowered her head, her eyes glistening with tears as her voice trembled. Nico. She was captured by the ancient spirits while trying to protect me. Hearing those words, the power around him erupted violently. A murderous aura surged forth, and a terrifyingly cold glint flashed in his eyes. Rika froze, a sense of dread rising in her heart as she thought to herself, That aura, it's overwhelming. This guy's strength has probably surpassed a 4-time class changer. He might even be on par with a guardian general of the nation. Yunchen's voice was ice cold. Tell me where they are. In a forest where bodies hung from the trees, a woman was being dragged across the rough ground. Her body was bleeding as she pleaded over and over, Please, don't. She struggled, trying to loosen the rope tightening around her neck, her voice hoarse with desperation. I don't want to be a slave. Can't anyone save me? Suddenly, her gaze froze, locking onto something in front of her. Through a brilliant spiritual light that was materializing before her, she could vaguely make out the figure of a person. Yunchen focused his energy between his palms, and instantly, small flames shot out, dancing in the air like living creatures. They zipped down towards the group of villains below. One of them exclaimed in shock. What is this thing? He guessed. It looks like a small flame. But in that exact moment, the flame erupted. A violent inferno billowed out, enveloping and consuming the man's body in a heartbeat. The others met the same fate. The men descended into a panic, screaming in agony. We're under attack! It's an enemy attack! Damn it! Which powerful master is doing this? At the same time, in another location, horse-drawn carriages filled with elves rattled along a bumpy road. The escorts remained on high alert, their eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. One of them quickly noticed something was wrong and immediately looked up at the sky. In that instant, flame after flame rained down from Yun Chen. Desperate cries echoed everywhere. Where is this fire coming from? We can't put it out. Are we just supposed to watch ourselves burn to death? In moments, the flames had consumed all of them, not leaving so much as a speck of ash behind. The elves, still unable to believe what had just happened, trembled and whispered, Are we saved? He continued to soar through the air, and in no time, he arrived before a complex of buildings on the edge of the forest. Inside one of them, Koi Ha was gloating. We hit the jackpot! Tung An immediately chimed in with praise, his voice thick with greed. A silver moon elf with royal blood is a rare find indeed. She's guaranteed to sell for a fortune. Nico glared at the men before her with pure hatred, shouting in rage. You despicable ancient spirits! If you have any guts, then release this bloodline suppression. Let's fight fair and square, and I'll take all of your heads. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his hand and delivered a vicious slap across her face. Get this through your head. Lower life forms like you only deserve to be trampled on. Tell me, if you were going to crush an ant, would you shrink down to its size to fight it one-on-one? Koi Ha's disgusting gaze lingered on Nico's body, a calculating smirk playing on his lips. A fiery temper like this will make her hard to sell. We'll have to teach her a lesson. Just then, Two Dot burst in, clutching a notice and rushing over. Wait, we have a problem! He frantically unfolded the paper, his voice trembling with panic. It's the Great Emperor's latest decree. It is forbidden to capture or kill any human, including any humanoid races from the human encampments. It's effective as of today. Tung An stared at the words, blurting out in disbelief, What the hell is this? Has the Great Emperor gone mad, issuing an order like that? Koi Ha growled in anger, his expression dark. He was the one who said he wanted to enslave all of humanity. Two Dot frowned, annoyed. I don't know the specifics. I just received the order. Tung An gritted his teeth and crumpled the paper in his hand, his voice filled with resentment. So what do we do now? Does this mean we can't sell the new slave we caught today? After all the trouble we went through, defeating the Silver Moon Forest, we were hoping for a big score. But if it's an order from the Great Emperor, there's nothing we can do. His sharp, cold eyes shifted to Nico, a malicious grin spreading across his face. Well, since we can't sell you, I guess we can't let the brothers' hard work go to waste. We'll just have to use you to console everyone. She trembled, tears welling in her eyes, her voice shaking with unconcealed terror. What are you planning to do? Didn't the great Eastern Ancient Emperor already forbid this? You wouldn't dare. Tung An just sneered, his filthy gaze roaming over Nico's body as his hand began to creep towards her. His Majesty is all the way in the Eastern capital. As long as no one reports it, who's gonna know if we kill a few people? Royal blood, huh? I've never had a taste of that before. I'll have to be sure to savor it. She was completely panicked now, a scream of absolute despair tearing from her throat. No! No! But in that exact instant, a deafening explosion ripped through the building. The ceiling cracked wide open, sending debris flying everywhere as a figure shot down from above like an arrow. Yun Chen immediately grabbed the man by the shoulder, his voice frigid. Next up, have you all decided how you want to die? In a split second, a ferocious flame erupted, completely engulfing Tung An. He only had time to let out a short, shocked scream before he was burned to a crisp. Seeing the figure who had just appeared, Koi Loi cried out in alarm, Oh no! I've seen his portrait. That's Yun Chen. Two Dot's face went deathly pale, and he immediately turned and ran for his life, screaming in terror as he fled. Even an immortal tier ancient spirit lost to him. We're no match at all. Another man shrieked, Run! He swiftly unleashed his power, launching a stream of fire directly at the fleeing men. In the blink of an eye, they were burned to a blackened crisp, their bodies so deformed they were no longer recognizable. Nico stared in stunned silence at the scene before her, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. She asked, her voice trembling, Is it really you? Yun Chen turned his head slightly, his voice suddenly gentle. Nico, it's been a long time. She was overjoyed, tears streaming down her face like a waterfall. This is great. You're alive. You're really alive. Nico lowered her head, her voice choked with emotion. Ton Kong and Lam Hu Hook. So many of our squad members from back then were killed by the ancient spirits. He comforted her. Take your time. We can talk about everything slowly once we get back. The terrible things had finally come to an end. The survivors quietly sifted through the ruins, while the unfortunate lay peacefully, free from any more pain. She and Yun Chen sat together on a lush green canopy, listening as Nico recounted everything that had happened. It was only then that he began to understand it all. So that's what happened. After openly seizing the Xuanlong nation, the ancient spirits launched a purge of the minority races. Yun Chen continued, The Silver Moon Elves were well hidden, so they were discovered late, but in the end, they were still nearly wiped out. His voice deepened. But from what I know, The Dark Elves in the Dark World are protected by an ancestor tree, which helps them fight off powerful enemies. Don't you Silver Moon Elves have an ancestor tree? Rika spoke up. While it's not quite like you describe, we Silver Moon Elves do have an ancestor tree. It's right behind you, she added. That palace, in the tree. Yunchen was stunned. You hollowed out your ancestor tree and turned it into a tree palace? Rika nodded sheepishly in confirmation. Well, why not? Isn't the ancestor tree the biggest and tallest? Naturally, it's the most convenient place. He frowned, a look of slight annoyance on his face. All right, my mistake, he said. I assumed your ancestor tree was like the Dark Elves' a world tree. She spoke up. A world tree? That does ring a bell. 30 years ago, I saw a mural in some underground ruins nearby. According to the mural, the world tree was originally here in the Silver Moon Forest, but it seems a god took it away a million years ago. As Rika's voice trailed off, a heavy silence fell over them. Yunchen and Nico stared at her, stunned, as if they couldn't believe what they'd just heard. A moment later, he exclaimed in alarm, "What did you say? A god took the world tree away?" Rika replied coldly, "At least, that's what the mural depicted, but it still left behind a few roots that are quite useful. As for those dark elves you mentioned, you can't group us together with them." She continued, "We Silver Moon Elves are, at the very least, a product of the merger between the game and reality 70 years ago. Essentially, our ancestors were all human. It's just that our abilities and appearances are a little different from ordinary people. We have no ancient heritage to speak of." Rika propped herself up with her hands and slowly sat down on the green canopy. She deftly pulled out a piece of paper, her gaze turning serious. "Let's put aside the world tree for now. We need to talk about this." Rika stressed, "This isn't a simple decree. It's a letter of recruitment. For humanity," she analyzed. "First, it forbids the ancient spirits from harming humans in any way. That part is easy to understand. The key is in the second part. Emperor Donggu is inviting powerful humans within the territory to Dongdu to attend an investiture ceremony in 1 month." Rika went on. "As you know, even though the main body of the Xuanlong nation has been conquered and humanity has been scattered, there are still many powerful people left in the country. They've secretly gathered all over, forming factions of various sizes." Her voice continued. "Some factions are in hiding, just trying to survive day by day. Other factions haven't given up the will to fight. They use guerrilla tactics to harass the ancient spirits' smaller strongholds." She gave her assessment of Emperor Donggu's move. Without a doubt, he wants to offer them a way out, to send them this recruitment letter. At least, that's how it appears on the surface. Yun Chen shared his thoughts. "I don't believe Emperor Donggu is that kind. I fear the recruitment is real, but his main goal is to gather all the human factions together and wipe them out in one fell swoop." He continued, "After all, this decree will gather not only the factions willing to surrender, but also the resistance fighters who want to kill him, because he'll also be attending the investiture ceremony. For many powerful humans, that's the perfect opportunity to assassinate him." Yun Chen reasoned, and Emperor Donggu obviously understands this, so he wants to turn it to his advantage. When the time comes, he'll accept the surrendering factions as his subordinates and slaughter the hostile resistance. He looked at Rika, his voice tinged with unconcealed concern. "So, are you with the surrendering side, or the resistance?" Her gaze fell slightly. She was silent for a long moment, then her voice grew low. "Me?" Just then, a few elders suddenly appeared before them, their expressions tense, their voices were urgent. "Your Majesty, this must be considered carefully. The very survival of our people is at stake. Please, listen to the opinions of the elders." One of them spoke first, his voice filled with pessimism. "Humanity has already failed. Even the capital has been taken. Further resistance is meaningless." The one next to him emphasized, "And their bloodline suppression goes against the laws of heaven. To fight them is certain death." The last one added, "There are only 3,000 Silver Moon Elves left. If we want to protect them, surrender is our only option." Nico shot to his feet in anger, shouting, "You were the ones who advocated hiding before, and our lands were destroyed as a result. Now you want to avoid battle again? How long will you cowards cling to life at any cost?" The elder shot back, "If we had fought then, our lands would have been destroyed even sooner. Is living for a few more months such a bad thing?" Nico was so furious he was choked into silence. Hearing the commotion, everyone below looked up. One person asked curiously, "What's going on?" The person next to them replied, "I don't know. It looks like Nico and the elders are arguing. I heard it's about surrendering or something." Nico stood with his arms crossed and turned away, his cold gaze unwavering, firm in his conviction. "In any case, I will not surrender. If we had helped humanity back then, maybe we could have won." Rika smiled gently, her voice low and warm, full of understanding. "Nico, you're wrong to say that. Looking at how things unfolded, even if we had intervened back then, we couldn't have changed the outcome. Everyone was caught off guard by the bloodline suppression." Nico cried out in alarm, "What? Don't tell me even you want to surrender, Mother." She replied calmly, "My decision will be made right now." Rika stepped forward solemnly before her people, her voice booming like thunder. I declare that we, the Silver Moon Elves, will attend this investiture ceremony and declare war on Emperor Donggu. The moment the declaration was made, the elders were stunned, so furious they ground their teeth. What? Nico called out excitedly. Mother! Yun Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a smirk playing on his lips, as if he had expected this outcome all along. Just as I thought. One of the elders roared in anger, his voice filled with indignation. This arrogance will get everyone killed, she replied coldly, her gaze unblinking. And you think no one will die if we surrender? Who can guarantee Emperor Donggu will keep his word? Rika stated decisively. Entrusting our lives to someone else is the most foolish choice. Besides, things are different now than when the ancient spirits first descended. She continued. Back then, no one knew about the bloodline suppression. All the players were caught by surprise. Now, it's been over a year. Any strong fighter who is still alive and dares to resist understands bloodline suppression completely. Rika's voice continued to ring out. They are filled with hatred, preparing to gather in Dongdu. They are our most reliable allies, she continued. Only by allying with them does Rika believe we'll have a glimmer of a chance to survive. She analyzed the situation. Against the ancient spirits, we have no power to resist. They could crush our domain as easily as flipping their hand. Can we truly win? Rika waved her hand forcefully, and a green lotus orb shot into the air. Before, we couldn't. But now, we can. Because Yun Chen has given us a great gift. She declared, as long as we have this immortal-level ancient spirit training dummy, everyone can break free from the bloodline suppression and fight the ancient spirits on equal footing from now on. The crowd below erupted in joyous cheers, every single one of them fired up, their morale surging like a tidal wave. What? An immortal-level ancient spirit training dummy? This is amazing. Finally, we won't have to endure the ancient spirit's presence anymore. Without the suppression, I'll smash them to pieces. Rika's voice echoed through the space. I will protect my own people. I will have my own revenge. All forces of the Silver Moon Elves with me. To war, the crowd below chanted in unison. To war. For revenge. She turned to Yun Chen beside her and asked, are you satisfied with this outcome? He gave a relaxed smile, his voice calm. This was all your own decision. I just gave a little push. Yun Chen then made a suggestion. But since you've chosen to fight, you could form an alliance with the Legion of Avengers I'm a part of. They also use the ancient spirit training dummies, so they're a reliable fighting force. Rika's eyes lit up with excitement. A Legion of Avengers. Not bad. Tell me their location. We'll use the roots of the World Tree to teleport there. Elsewhere, in the Xuanlong Nation's underground base, a subordinate bowed deeply, respectfully presenting a notice to Qing Cheng with both hands. General Xia, this is something our soldiers found on the road. He continued his report. Furthermore, he saw some ancient spirits riding captured bird-like beasts, scattering these papers across the sky. If I'm not mistaken, our forces weren't the only ones to find these. Her eyes were glued to the words on the notice, her expression growing colder by the second. An edict from the Eastern Ancient Great Emperor. So that's what this is. The subordinate offered his opinion. General Xia, surrender is not an option. We must fight the ancient spirits to the death, but the problem is, our current forces may not be enough. It would be best to skip this investiture ceremony and find another opportunity. Qing Cheng shot that down. He won't give us that much time. What the Eastern Ancient Great Emperor is doing is meant to force us out into the open. He'll issue a second edict very soon. Yun Tong strode towards her. Teacher Xia, the situation is perfectly clear. We never had a choice from the beginning. We should prepare for battle immediately. Qing Cheng spun around, the hem of her robe flying with the swift motion of her arm as she gave a decisive order. Fine. 1 month from now, at the investiture ceremony, we will have a life-or-death battle with the Eastern Ancient Great Emperor. She pointed a finger directly at the person before her. But not everyone is going to the front lines. And that includes times you asterisk, Yun Tong. The young woman froze, her eyes wide with shock as she pointed to herself. The atmosphere in the underground base suddenly fell silent, as if space itself had frozen for a few heartbeats. Yun Tong frowned, her voice laced with a mix of doubt and defiance. Why can't I go? Teacher Xia, are you worried I won't be of any help? She questioned. I, Yun Tong, may not be high level, but in terms of actual combat power, I doubt there are many in this base who can match me. Why can't I fight by your side? Qing Cheng's voice was cold. Because you have another mission to carry out, Yun Tong asked curiously. What mission could possibly be more important than taking down the Eastern Ancient Great Emperor? She glanced behind her, her gaze as sharp as a blade. Are you trying to defy a military order? The young woman was flustered, falling silent, not daring to utter another word. She anxiously wrung her hands together. The man standing behind Yun Tang let out a soft sigh, his thoughts forming slowly in his mind. Asterisk, Yun Tang, don't you understand yet? Asterisk. Asterisk, General Xia is doing this to protect you. This decisive battle is incredibly dangerous. We absolutely must have a contingency plan. Asterisk. These thoughts flowed relentlessly through his head. Asterisk. If we are all wiped out, you are the final ember General Jia has left behind the future hope of this base. Asterisk. At the same time, Rika led Yun Chen through the forest toward the World Tree. As they walked, she recounted softly, according to the records in the murals, the World Tree was originally in the Silver Moon Forest, but for some unknown reason, it was moved elsewhere by a god. Rika continued. Luckily, it still left behind many of its roots, which are incredibly convenient to use. If it weren't for those roots, I'd suspect the murals were fake. He remained silent. Asterisk. I remember when I was attacked by that god. It was the World Tree that used its roots to save my life. In an incredibly short time, it even carried me nearly 1,000,000 miles to the Dark Elf Forest. Asterisk. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had stopped before a bottomless, dark pit. From the heart of the pit, colossal roots stretched upwards, breaking through the earth's surface like the world's own veins. She called out cheerfully, "Hey, we're here," Rika continued. "This is where the World Tree once stood." With that, she nimbly leaped down into the pit. Anyway, let's head down first. Before long, both of them were at the bottom of the pit. Rika quickly grabbed a root and explained, "The roots of the World Tree have a teleportation effect. As long as you find one spot, you can transport to any other place its roots reach," she elaborated. Because it has to stabilize the connections of the entire world, the World Tree's roots are spread far and wide. So, theoretically speaking, if you can find enough roots, you can even teleport to any location in the world. Rika held up a root, presenting it to Yun Chen as she spoke slowly. "If you want to return to your Legion of Avengers, then this is the route. Its teleportation destination is near Skycloud City." He quickly took it. "Good. I'll explain the situation to the Legion." For them, the Silver Moon Elf clan is also a tremendous source of support. Suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out from above. "This is bad, Your Majesty the Queen!" Without a moment's hesitation, the woman threw a notice down into the pit. "The Eastern Ancient Great Emperor has issued a second edict. We just received it." In an instant, the notice was securely in Rika's hand. Rika quickly opened it to read, her expression darkening. A second edict. What devilish trick is he playing now? She screamed in panic. "This is not good!" On top of the investiture ceremony, the Eastern Ancient Great Emperor also wants to hold a public execution, Rika cried out in horror. The target he wants to execute publicly is the Divine Guardian General of the Xuanlong Nation. Yun Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Asterisk. Isn't Grand Marshal Lu the father of my senior, Lu Miaoling? Damn it. I can't believe the Eastern Ancient Great Emperor would pull a move like this. Asterisk. Rika's face was grim with worry. The Divine Guardian General not only represents the strongest fighting force of the Xuanlong Nation, but he is also a symbol of faith for countless citizens. If he were to be beheaded in public, it would be, without a doubt, a devastating blow to the dignity and confidence of all the skilled practitioners. Rick nodded in agreement. Your judgment is correct. He's forcing every human who wants to resist into the right of power distribution. He wants to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. He said in a low voice, "The time we have left, is running out." Van Thun gripped the root in his hand, and a spiritual light instantly exploded, engulfing his entire body. His eyes burned with the will to fight. "I'm heading back to Skycloud City immediately to rally the Vengeance Corps." Right after he spoke, outside Skycloud City, the flat ground began to tremble violently before cracking wide open. The spiderweb-like cracks spread rapidly, as if something colossal underground was struggling to break through to the surface. In the blink of an eye, a massive tree root shot straight up from the ground. It slowly split open, and a blinding spiritual light revealed his figure. Van Thun touched down lightly, his posture completely at ease. Without a moment's hesitation, wings of spiritual energy sprouted from his back, and he soared into the sky. By now, the announcement had spread to the base, and everyone was sick with worry. Whispers echoed everywhere. What are we going to do now? To think Emperor Donggu would issue 2 decrees at once. Duanda looked up, her gaze distant. She let out a soft whistle. This situation is not good at all. Just then, the door was pushed open. He strode in quickly, his deep voice cutting through the noise. "You all got the news, too?" Hearing the familiar voice, Tram Sin whipped around, his own voice filled with joy. "Van Thun, you're back!" Thon Lin couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Van!" Van Thun's face was etched with worry. He looked at each of them one by one, then spoke slowly, about Emperor Donggu's decrees. "What are your thoughts?" The room erupted in chaos, the discussions noisy as a packed market. "Obviously, we fight to the death. Anyone who dares to surrender can get out first." General Lu fought bloody battles against the 72 demon pillars to protect the Xuanlong Nation. "How can we just abandon him? No matter what, we have to save General Lu." She spoke up, "Brother Van, Master Ha, has attempted to assassinate Emperor Donggu many times before, using a life-for-a-life technique to suppress his bloodline. She definitely won't miss this opportunity." Than Lin explained seriously. "Besides, to avoid being hunted by the Guling people, Master Ha moves her base of operations frequently. Even if we get close to Jiangdai, there's no guarantee we'll be able to find her. It's better to rendezvous with Master Hat at the right of power distribution. You could also find Van Duong through her. The people in the base were immediately united, their shouts echoing. That's right! We beg you, Van Thun, to lead us in a final battle against Emperor Donggu. With you here, our chances of victory are huge. We must save General Lu, Van Thun replied. That was my plan all along. Furthermore, I've already spoken with the Silver Moon Elves. They have agreed to a joint operation with the Vengeance Corps. We will act together when the time comes. These words gave them even more courage. An excited chatter filled the entire base. The Silver Moon Elves? That's incredible! It's just like Van Thun to pull in such powerful allies. I've heard their Elven Queen is so strong, she's more than a match for multiple 4th Advancement professionals. Tram Sin voiced his concern. For a joint operation, we'll need to train together first. But Silver Moon Forest is a long way from here. With the travel time and drills, will we even make it to the right of power distribution in time? He reassured them, don't worry. There's a root of the World Tree nearby that can teleport us directly to Silver Moon Forest. That's how I got here. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Their spirits lifted instantly. They all urged each other to get ready. Someone laughed loudly. Something that convenient actually exists in this world? Another person shouted, everyone, pack your things. We need to get ready to move out. Someone else added in a half-joking tone, don't forget to bring those Guling people slaves. They make for pretty good cannon fodder. At this moment, only Doenda looked disappointed. She thought to herself, asterisk. So, does this mean there won't be any war for the next month? Damn it. Looks like my plan will have to be delayed. Asterisk. Very quickly, they set foot in Silver Moon Forest. The group looked around curiously, their eyes filled with astonishment. Lun Win looked up at the blue sky, peering through the lush green canopy, and marveled. This tree is huge. The person next to him couldn't help but exclaim, so this is Silver Moon Forest. It's my first time here. In the distance, someone else sighed in awe. There are so many elves. Van Thun then delegated the tasks ahead. The joint training between the elves and the Vengeance Corps. I'm leaving it to all of you. Trintin puffed out his chest and laughed confidently. Don't you worry, I've got plenty of experience in this area. Reek smiled brightly and assured him, Van Thun, you can count on us. Then, he quickly departed, a single thought rising in his mind. Asterisk. All the arrangements are in place. It's time to forge my ultimate weapon. Asterisk. Arriving at a deserted, empty clearing, Van Thun deftly unrolled the scroll. Asterisk A. Blank blueprint. A special item bestowed by a god, after all, to keep it from prying eyes. Asterisk. With a wave of his hand, countless items instantly appeared, hovering in the air around him. Asterisk. It's best to use this in a desolate wasteland like this. Asterisk. Van Thun swiftly grabbed the heart of Satato, pressing it firmly onto the scroll. Asterisk. According to the rites of the Void Sect, the primary material, the heart of Satato, goes in first. Asterisk. In an instant, the heart of Satato merged with the scroll. The two became one, radiating an astonishing power as they hovered in midair. Van Thun continued his weapon crafting, adding the remaining S-rank secondary materials. The core of the Tyrant Demon Lord, a Blacksteel Demon Wolf, a Tempest Crystal, the Sage's Blessed Jade Marrow, and a Jade Pearl of the Green Wilds. His voice continued to ring out. These 5 secondary materials are all for attribute enhancement. They can drastically increase my strength, constitution, agility, intelligence, and stamina. But this alone isn't enough to make a weapon. Van Thun flicked his wrist forcefully, and the items began to spin violently. I must also add enhancing properties like flame, deadly poison, frost, lightning, light, and darkness, he shouted, his voice echoing across the empty space. So that no matter what kind of skill I use, it will perform at its absolute peak. Van Thun continued. If it transforms into specialized auxiliary weapons like armor, infantry gear, or wings, it must have special effects like defense, acceleration, support, and underwater combat capability. Therefore, rare materials with unique effects cannot be left out. By adding a branch from the World Tree, it can even gain healing and soul-damaging power. The moment he finished speaking, the items instantly transformed into streams of light, flying towards the spearhead and fusing with it at a frightening speed. He reached a hand toward the weapon being forged, the chaotic light reflecting in his eyes. All the abilities are there, enough to morph into any form. The forging is complete. My ultimate weapon is finally... Suddenly, Van Thun froze, his eyes narrowing. Wait. It's still not enough. He rubbed his chin, lost in thought. No matter how many S-class materials he had, they were ultimately just products of a world created by a god. Their absolute limit was a legendary grade weapon. To break that limit, he'd need a creation that transcends the world itself. Something beyond even the gods. For example, he held out his hand, and a blinding red light flashed out. The god corpse appeared before Yun Chen in an instant. He said in a low voice, I found this corpse in the chaotic torrent of space-time. Yun Chen continued, back then, I didn't know what it was. But now, it seems very likely that, just like a god, it was the creator of some other world. It's just that it was defeated. All the living beings in its world degenerated into monsters in some kind of dungeon. He gripped the spearhead, a calculating glint in his eye. If this body can be used as a material, it might grant the weapon a power far beyond my imagination. Then, Yun Chen leaped into the air, the spearhead in his hand hurtling towards it at blistering speed. Let's give it a try, he thought. The blank blueprint is already a creation of a god. Maybe you can devour this too. In that instant, the spearhead touched the god corpse, and a brilliant light erupted, illuminating a corner of the sky. Immediately after, his consciousness felt like it was yanked away. The scene before him twisted, the world turned upside down, and his sense of gravity vanished in an instant. It was as if he had left his body, falling into a bottomless abyss. Dazed, Yun Chen rubbed his temples. My head hurts so much. What's happening? Where am I? Could this be the chaotic torrent of space-time again? Suddenly, a voice rang out. This is not the chaotic torrent of space-time. He whipped around, his entire body tense and on guard. Who's there? The sight before him left Yun Chen stunned. That corpse? He thought to himself, now that I can see it clearly, it really does look like a monkey. The god corpse spoke in a deep voice. Corpse! I suppose that's correct. After all, I am already dead. This is just the last shred of my consciousness, tied to my body, that has pulled you into my mental space. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in its eyes. To think that the last one to find me would be a human, the species I detest the most. After all, the one who killed me back then was the god of you humans, he asked curiously. You want revenge? It lowered its head, its tone turning somber. Don't worry. This lingering wisp of my consciousness has no combat power. Even if I wanted revenge, I couldn't harm you. I'm just unwilling to accept it. I thought the one who found me would be a being from my own world, the god corpse continued. Since they haven't come, does that mean they've all been wiped out? Yun Chen looked down, silent, unsure how to respond. After a moment, he spoke up, perhaps. Or maybe they've all turned into some kind of monster in the human world. That's all I know. After all, I wasn't one of those who fought alongside the gods. It sighed sadly. So it is as I feared. You should go. This is not a place you should be. A mere blank blueprint is not worthy of fusing with my body. You should give up. He panicked. Wait, you said it's not times worthy times of fusing, not that it's times impossible times to fuse. In other words, as long as you're willing, it can still be done. The god corpse glared, murderous intent flaring in its eyes. So what if it can? Your human race destroyed my world. Why should I help you? If this wisp of consciousness of mine wasn't powerless, I would have torn you to shreds and erased you from existence by now. Yun Chen's voice turned ice cold. Then this makes things simple. Let me be honest with you. The god of humanity is my enemy too. He schemed to control me with a divine servant, and he even nearly destroyed me. Its suspicious eyes were fixed on his figure. You think I'll believe you after just a few words? Yun Chen immediately summoned Thin Chin. Of course I have proof. It's this second soul, the one with the status of a divine servant. I've already severed his connection to the god. You should be able to see that. Thin Chin looked around in shock, screaming in terror. What the hell is this? Seeing the colossal figure of the god corpse, Thin Chin shrieked in fear. What in the world are you? Why do you possess a level of existence almost on par with the human god? What do you want? After a moment of observation, it confirmed in a low voice. It is, as you said. He is a divine servant, and his connection has been severed. But that's still not enough. Go. I have no interest in the requests of humans. The fact that you can even see my true form is a mercy I've granted you. He frowned, his expression filled with annoyance. A mercy? A time's request asterisk? To you, you damned monkey? That's ridiculous. I'm just talking about a deal with you, a deal between equals. Yun Chen roared with anger. I, Yun Chen, since coming to this world, have never begged anyone for anything. Even when facing the attacks of a god, I never bowed my head in submission. On what grounds should I make an exception for you? The god corpse shot to its feet in a rage, killing intent erupting from its colossal body. Human, you dare insult me? Yun Chen's brow furrowed, his voice laced with irritation. Just treating this as an equal exchange is an insult? You really are just like those other two gods, arrogant to the extreme. I'm sick and tired of you types who can't see your own true faces, he said coldly. I can't believe the only one I can communicate with normally is just the void. This deal is off. Go die wherever you want. My weapon will still be extraordinary, even without you as one of its materials. Farewell. Thin Chin spoke up in a panicked rush. Hey, wait! Take me with you! Just as Yun Chen turned to leave, its voice suddenly rang out, filled with unconcealed shock. Wait, did you say the void? You know the void? You mean the void is still alive? He gave an order. Thin Chin, you head back first. He paused for a beat, then quickly composed himself. Once the Chin was far away, he finally answered slowly, "He's alive, currently wandering in the dark world. The set of equipment I'm wearing was a gift from him, made from the Myriad Calamity Rebirth Stone. Is there a problem?" It burst into loud laughter that echoed through the silent space. Tears quickly welled up, streaming down its desiccated face. Ha ha, a rare radiance shone on the god corpse's face. Alive. As long as he's alive, that's all that matters, my friend. So you're still fighting? Yunchen asked curiously. The void is your friend? It nodded slightly in confirmation, its voice dropping low. Yes, but he couldn't do what I did, create a world of his own, and because of that, he suffered a great loss. He was stunned, asking in surprise, "What do you mean, suffered a loss?" The god corpse raised its hand and pointed straight at Yun Chen, its eyes deep. "It seems you still don't know. Our existence is different from yours. We were not created by anyone. We were born from the universe itself." It continued. "When we first awakened, we were much like any other creature. Aside from our extremely high level of existence, our actions were like those of naive children. We didn't know why we were born, nor did we know what we possessed." The god corpse's voice echoed on. "But there was one thing we could be certain of, and that was to slaughter one another." Model. Only by killing others can you become stronger. Kill every other being, and you will rule over all. It continued speaking. From that, a slaughter began, one that could have lasted for 100 years, 1,000, 10,000, or even hundreds of millions of years. Everyone wanted to be the final victor. The corpse god went on. During that endless slaughter, our understanding of the universe slowly became clearer. Some of us started to realize that by temporarily sacrificing our own power, we could create a world within our bodies, becoming creator gods. It continued to explain. At first, the worlds were desolate, home only to the lowest forms of life. But as time passed, the worlds would gradually transform, evolve, and become rich and diverse. The creator gods also grew stronger because of this. Stronger than they ever were before creation, the corpse god said in a calm voice. And as the worlds continued to evolve, life would evolve with them, eventually giving birth to high-level, intelligent beings with souls. As a result, the god's own level of existence would also be elevated. It finally dawned on him. "So that's how you could raise your level of existence," he said sarcastically. "Is that really possible? Don't tell me a little brat like you wants to learn our way of creation," Yun Shen replied, the corner of his lip curling up. "Not for now, but who knows? Maybe one day I'll slip up and create one by accident," he asked. "Wait a minute. According to you, the creator gods could just peacefully develop their own worlds to become stronger. So why would there still be a need to slaughter each other?" Its voice grew heavy. "At first, everyone really did think that way," the corpse god recounted, "until one day, a creator god accidentally discovered something. That by killing the high-level beings in an opponent's world and devouring their souls, you could grow stronger at a much faster rate." It paused for a beat, its voice growing colder, and so a new cycle of slaughter began. Compared to before, this round was far more brutal. The high-level beings within the worlds began to join their gods in battle. Hearing this, a cold sweat broke out on Yun Shen's face. So that's what it was. That's the meaning behind sacrificing the enemy's body, the reason the worlds slaughter each other. The corpse god nodded slowly in agreement. Exactly. But the creator gods hide all of this. After all, high-level beings have intelligence, emotions. They can think for themselves and weigh the pros and cons. It continued. So, compared to a selfish reason like making their god stronger, they are more willing to fight for nobler causes, like power, wealth, protection, family, survival. He froze, his face filled with horror as he spoke. Then, the real reason the human god tried to kill me before was because I accidentally saw the truth. Yun Shen growled. Back then, I sacrificed the body of the demonic progeny and used a small piece of the morning staff. I saw the god devouring the soul from the corpse. At the time, I didn't understand what he was doing, but I had clearly stumbled upon the truth. That's why the human god didn't hesitate to forcibly reach into the dark world to erase me. If the world tree hadn't helped me, I would have been dead, he frowned, a flash of anger in his eyes. Too bad for him, he never expected that his actions would actually benefit me instead. I even gained the ability to nullify the suppression from a higher level of existence. Yun Shen pressed on. According to you, the worlds are nothing more than tools for the gods to become stronger. When a god has eliminated all his rivals, what will he do to his own world? The corpse god mused, stroking its chin. If I were the one to win, I would probably sit back and enjoy the process of the world's evolution, to see just how far high-level life could advance. But the human god and the dark god, from what I know of them. Suddenly, its face twisted into a cruel, wicked grin. They'd have a feast, of course. They would devour their own worlds completely. He suddenly recalled the ancestor tree's words from long ago. No wonder the world tree said that the day the two worlds determined a victor would be the apocalypse. The void must have told him. It seems the void understands those two gods very well. Of course, the corpse god answered nonchalantly. In the initial slaughter when we were first born, the void was the strongest. Everyone even thought the void would be the final victor. It continued, its voice carrying a cold hint of regret. Unfortunately, that one had a single flaw. He was too stubborn. When everyone else started creating worlds, he scorned such a roundabout method, insisting on strengthening himself directly. The corpse god paused, its eyes darkening. As a result, he was ambushed by the combined forces of the human god and the dark god, who had already been empowered by their created worlds. He lost the ability to create a world, and his fate became unknown whether he lived or died. It said with certainty, from the looks of it now, he must have entered the dark god's world for some reason. That one's not the type to stay quiet. He'll definitely find a way to stir up trouble. You're right about that, Yunshen confirmed. He even roped me into fighting both gods with him. It seems the final mystery has been solved. A thought surfaced in his mind. Back when he first entered the city of the Void, he saw a memory of the Void meeting little Nana Na while heavily injured. The ones who wounded him so badly were those two gods. He lost because he couldn't create a world. That must be why he's so interested in life. Yunshen made a magnanimous offer. All right, you bag of bones, the information you've given me is crucial. In return, before your consciousness fades completely, tell me your last wish, and I'll do my best to fulfill it. The corpse god froze, momentarily confused. A last wish? The thing I worry about most is still the living beings in my world. They have an appearance similar to mine. If you can find them, or their descendants, please, give them a safe place to live. He half joked, half prodded. I'll try my best, provided I can even find them. So, how about you become the final ingredient for my weapon? After all, your corpse is useless just sitting here. Hearing those words, it instantly erupted in fury, whipping its hand toward Yunshen with lightning speed and roaring in rage. Get lost, and remember this. My name is the god of slaughter. I will never grant any benefit to a being from my enemy's world. He shot backward in a flash, dodging the attack as his mocking voice rang out. Huh? Don't be so stingy. At least give me an arm, or even just a finger would do. Yunshen's voice continued to echo. Come on, we can discuss this properly. The corpse god just laughed. Heh heh heh. But, to be precise, the soul of a little brat like you doesn't belong to the human god's world anyway.